after transmigrating into the world of Naruto and facing the threat of Itachi, wiping out the clan. Long Ming obtained the check-in system just in time. Ding. System activated. Check-in on the night of the clan massacre. Successful. Reward claimed. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What? He could get rewards every time he checked in at a different location. That was way too good. Hashirama's body the Rinnegan. Sage mode. Kekkei Genkai. He wanted them all. From then on, Uchiha Long Ming began his cheat-like rise, shocking the great Itachi, stopping the night of the clan massacre with the Eternal Mangekyo in hand. Who would dare wipe out the Uchiha, seize Konoha, kill Danzo, Shimura? With him in the Uchiha clan, they would definitely rise to the peak of the ninja world. The story begins. Year 56 of Konoha, the eve of the Uchiha clan's coup. Under the warm sunlight, a black-haired boy with short hair was leaning against a wall, staring at the exquisite fan-shaped clan crest across from him. He could not help but sigh. The fan crest of the Uchiha, the strongest clan in Konoha. How ironic. The boy's appearance was quite ordinary. He could even be called unremarkable, yet there was a unique air about him that set him apart from others. Say maturity, far beyond his peers. Combined, those two traits made the boy look as if he did not quite belong in this world. His current name was Uchiha Long Ming. He was a transmigrator, and at the same time, a hardcore fan of anime and novels. As for the whole matter of transmigration, he had accepted it very easily. Besides, he had transmigrated into his favorite world of all, the world of Naruto. 8 years ago, he had been born into the Uchiha clan and became the younger brother of Izumi Uchiha. As a Naruto fan and a transmigrator, Uchiha Long Ming naturally understood what would happen tonight. This was the darkest night in the history of the Uchiha clan. The entire Uchiha clan would be slaughtered by Itachi Uchiha. The elderly, the weak women, and children known would be spared. The only exception would be his younger brother, Sasuke. Back then, this dark, cruel, and inhuman plotline had made many people extremely uncomfortable. Many people had once deeply disliked Itachi. It was only later, after learning the whole truth, that they slightly came to understand Itachi's choice and became his loyal fans. But beneath the halo of Itachi's so-called greater good, many people subconsciously ignored the fact that he had slaughtered his entire clan. Looking at the entire history of Naruto, Itachi had indeed made a choice that could be called saint-like, but that was also precisely Itachi's only stain. People only judged Itachi's choice from the perspective of bystanders. What if they stood from the Uchiha's perspective? Instead, would those Uchiha clan members killed by Itachi think he was a saint? Would they think he was right? Just look at Sasuke, and the answer was clear. Even as Itachi's own younger brother, he could never let go of what Itachi had done. After transmigrating and becoming a member of the Uchiha, Long Ming understood this point even more deeply. When conflict broke out between the clan and the village, Itachi chose Konoha, a side that had no blood relation to him whatsoever. He killed his parents. He killed his entire clan. He drove a clan that had been passed down for 1,000 years, almost to extinction overnight. Even Itachi himself admitted later that there might have been a better choice back then. Unfortunately, at the time, Itachi had been blinded by his own strength, thinking he could solve the problem alone. He ultimately caused a tragedy. This time, the tragedy of the Uchiha clan will absolutely not happen again. Uchiha Long Ming looked at the fan-shaped clan crest and made a firm vow in his heart. He would definitely stop Itachi, then completely revive the Uchiha clan. He would let Sasuke have a good older brother and let the Uchiha have a bright future. In the future, they would no longer be suppressed by the third Hokage, Danzo, and those so-called higher-ups of Konoha. After all, Itachi's massacre of the clan had been carried out under Danzo's orders. However, his current strength was still very weak. For some unknown reason, the system he had waited 8 years for had still not come online. Because of that, he could only hide his edge and bide his time, waiting for his cheat ability. After all, if it came to talent, there was no way he could compare to Itachi Uchiha. Itachi was 13 years old now, and was already a squad captain in the Anbu. When Itachi had been Long Ming's age, he had already awakened the Tudamo Sharingan. As for Uchiha Long Ming, he had not even graduated from the Ninja Academy yet. He started walking through the streets of the Uchiha clan. Because of Konoha's suspicions toward the Uchiha clan after the Ninetales attack, the Uchiha clan had now been relocated to the outermost area of the village. Following the narrow road, Uchiha Ryūmei continued forward, but stopped in front of a lake. There were two figures by the lake. Both of them wore the Uchiha clan crest. One of them was a man dressed in black, holding a familiar dog head mask in his hand. He was obviously a member of the Anbu. Uchiha Ryūmei did not even need to guess to know that the other party was Itachi Uchiha. As for the person beside him, she was a young girl with a beauty mark. She had grown into a graceful and beautiful young woman. Wasn't that his older sister, Izumi Uchiha? Itachi, what's been going on with you lately? You always look like you have something on your mind. Izumi Uchiha looked at Itachi with gentle eyes. Itachi turned to look at Izumi Uchiha. His eyes were calm, like an ancient well, as he said flatly, "Nothing. Terry's just been a lot of work in the Anbu lately." Izumi Uchiha was clearly not satisfied with such a perfunctory answer. She puffed out her cheeks and was just about to say something. At the side, Ryūmei suddenly said, with a meaningful tone, "A lot of work. More like you're about to do something guilty." "Right, Itachi. I advise you to do more good deeds. Otherwise, be careful not to choke to death while eating three-colored dango." Because the current Itachi was single-mindedly thinking about wiping out the clan, Ryūmei naturally had no friendly attitude toward him. The moment they met, he started mocking him coldly. The two people by the lake turned their heads. Izumi Uchiha immediately frowned and put on a very angry look. "Ryūmei, you can't be so rude to Itachi. Hurry and apologize to him." "Apologize to him? Heh, sorry. But even if you put a kunai to my neck, I still couldn't do it," Ryūmei replied with his hands in his pockets. Izumi Uchiha knew her younger brother's temper. Once he had made up his mind, he would not change it. She could only look at Itachi apologetically and say, "Sorry, Itachi. This kid usually isn't like this. I'll talk to him properly when we get back." Itachi Uchiha did not respond. He merely glanced calmly at Uchiha Ryūmei and said, "It's fine. I still have a mission. See you next time." After saying that, without waiting for Izumi Uchiha's reply, he left with a body flicker. Uchiha Ryūmei sighed inwardly. This heartless guy was probably off to discuss the clan massacre plan with the old third Hokage and the rest of the higher-ups. Time was getting tighter and tighter. If Ryūmei's system still did not arrive tonight, then Itachi would probably thud. While Uchiha Ryūmei was thinking, he suddenly received a flick to the forehead. He looked up and saw Izumi Uchiha standing there with her hands on her hips, scolding him in a delicate but angry voice. "Ryūmei, why do you always have that attitude toward Itachi? Did Itachi offend you somehow? Why are you treating him like that?" Uchiha Ryūmei rolled his eyes. It wasn't like he could say that Itachi wanted to kill him, kill her, and destroy their clan. Ryūmei rubbed his nose and said, "Anyway, I just don't like him. Rinnegan, stay away from that scumbag from now on. Stop thinking about him all the time." When Izumi heard that, her face immediately turned bright red. She raised her hand to hit him. Ryūmei was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, only for his foot to trip. "Damn it!" Ryūmei cried out in alarm. Then his body lost balance, and he slammed straight into a nearby rock. "Ow, ow, ow." Ryūmei clutched his forehead. Before he could even recover from the pain, a crisp sound suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! The 80-year period has ended. System activated. The Naruto storyline has officially begun. Host has completed the first check-in mission, Night of the Clan Massacre. Congratulations, Host. You have obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Claim now. At that moment, Ryūmei felt like his headache had completely vanished. His heart surged with excitement. His cheat, the cheat that had been late for 8 years, had finally arrived. "Do you know how I lived through these 8 years without you? The night of the clan massacre was today. If it had arrived even 1 day later, his transmigration journey would have ended ahead of schedule." Ryūmei, how are you? Does it hurt? It's all my fault. Hurry, let me take a look. Are you injured? Izumi Uchiha's anxious and caring voice pulled Ryūmei back to reality. When Izumi saw that Ryūmei had hit the rock, her face had gone pale with fright, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, warmth rose in Ryūmei's heart, and his determination to protect the clan and protect his sister became even stronger. Nezen, I'm fine. If it weren't for that bump, who knows how much longer my cheat would have taken to arrive. Long Ming suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged Izumi, then gave her cheek a fierce kiss. Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly. After pushing Long Ming away, she said irritably, "Did you hit your head, stupid? You're saying weird things again. Hurry and get up. Your clothes are all dirty." Izumi helped Long Ming to his feet and gently patted the dust off his body for him. Long Ming suddenly grabbed Izumi's hand and said with great seriousness, "Wana-san, no matter what happens today, you must not come out of the house, okay? Today was the night of the clan massacre. If things followed the normal course, Izumi would die at Itachi, Uchiha's hands." That was something Long Ming absolutely could not tolerate. In his heart, he had already regarded Izumi as his most important family member. Don't come out. Why? Izumi rarely saw her younger brother look this serious, so she asked in confusion. "Anyway, just listen to me. Nezen, I'm going back first. You should go home early, too." As soon as Long Ming finished speaking, he ran far away. Izumi blinked her pretty big eyes. Then she realized something and stomped her foot in anger. "Come back, Long Ming. You still have class this afternoon. Are you trying to skip class again?" Unfortunately, Long Ming had already disappeared from sight. Right now, he was in a hurry to familiarize himself with the system and claim his reward. How could he still have the mind to attend class? After returning home, Long Ming immediately began to understand the system's functions in detail. The system had only one ability: check-in. Every check-in would give Long Ming generous rewards. After each check-in mission was completed, a new check-in mission would appear. Before an old check-in mission was completed, the system would not generate a new one. Moreover, during a check-in, the system would also add certain special conditions. If Long Ming fulfilled the conditions before checking in, the rewards he obtained would be doubled. And for Long Ming's first check-in, the reward he obtained was the Kekkei Genkai that belonged exclusively to the Uchiha clan, the Eternal Mangekyo. System claim the reward. Long Ming forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and silently said the words, "Ding. Reward is being issued to host. Eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan. Estimated time before host's eyes are modified. 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself." 10 seconds. Long Ming muttered blankly. Boom. Just as the system finished speaking the final word, exactly 10 seconds passed. An extremely special and powerful chakra surged out from his mind and poured into Long Ming's eyes. Uchiha Long Ming let out a low groan of pain, along with the injection of chakra. His eyes began changing at high speed. 1 tamo, 2 tamo, 3 tamo. They appeared one after another. This represented the strongest form of the ordinary Sharingan, the 3 tamo Sharingan. In this state, the world before Uchiha Long Ming's eyes had completely changed. He could even clearly see the details of a mosquito flapping its wings in the distance, and he could predict its direction and movements. The Sharingan possessed powerful abilities, such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. It was a power every member of the Uchiha clan dreamed of obtaining. Its holder also possessed extraordinary insight. They could observe the flow of chakra, cast and see through genjutsu, and copy taijutsu, as well as non-Kekkei Genkai ninjutsu. Kakashi Hatake had relied on just one Sharingan to make a name for himself in the ninja world as the copy ninja. Then, the 3 tamo in Uchiha, Long Ming's eyes began to merge. The 3 tamo connected into a ring, like a hollow flower, with a black 6-pointed star wrapped around the outside. This was the Mangekyo that belonged exclusively to Uchiha Long Ming. Its abilities surpassed the 3 tamo Sharingan, and each eye would possess a powerful ocular jutsu. Depending on the user, those abilities would differ, but it also had a fatal flaw. No matter how strong the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan was, or how excellent their physique might be, they could not escape the sealed curse that is, losing their light. The more excessively they used the Mangekyo's ocular power, the sooner the day they lost their light would arrive. However, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could ignore this curse and possess eternal light. Uchiha Long Ming had received the system's gift. This pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was the Eternal Mangekyo. Uchiha Long Ming jumped straight up like a cat whose fur had exploded, his face flushed with excitement. At that moment, The system's ethereal voice sounded in his mind again. Reward distribution complete. Check-in location has been updated. Next, check-in location. Otogakukur. If host obtains the title of Jonin before the next check-in, an additional reward will be triggered. Host. Please work hard to improve yourself. Long Ming took several deep breaths and slowly calmed down. The system reward had already been claimed, and there was no hurry to think about the next check-in location. For now, the most important thing right now was stopping the night of the clan massacre and making that extremely filial son, Itachi Uchiha, turn back before it was too late. After obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo, Long Ming felt the chakra inside his body increased tremendously. It was at least more than 10 times what it had been before. That meant he would have more chakra to release ninjutsu and ocular jutsu just by simply activating the Eternal Mangekyo. Long Ming felt that he had undergone an earth-shattering change. His ability to observe every detail of all things gave him a feeling of controlling everything, as if there was nothing he could not do at this moment. Such powerful strength. No wonder it can make people lose themselves. Long Ming sighed. He was also a member of the Uchiha clan, and he had likewise inherited intense love and emotion. If Long Ming had also awakened the Mangekyo because he witnessed the death of a loved one, turning love into hatred under intense negative emotions, then even he could not guarantee whether he would use this powerful strength to do something extreme. The fact that Itachi chose to solve the problem by wiping out the clan was more or less related to him awakening the Mangekyo after witnessing the death of his closest friend. Itachi, I will definitely stop you. Don't do anything rash. Long Ming glanced at the setting sun outside and silently said this in his heart. Next, Long Ming began fully familiarizing himself with the ocular jutsu and genjutsu he now possessed. After spending a long time understanding and testing them, his mood immediately became excited. With these two ocular jutsu, forget Uchiha Itachi and Shisui would have to obediently listen to me. He no longer hesitated. He immediately got dressed and prepared to go stop Itachi's clan massacre. At this moment, the sun outside had already completely set, and night had fully descended over the Uchiha. Uchiha Ryūmei took a deep breath. The six-pointed star in his left eye slowly turned, and his dojutsu activated. His figure swayed, and he vanished from the spot in an instant. A full moon hung in the night sky, giving off bright, clear moonlight. But strangely, large masses of dark clouds had appeared in the sky, covering up the bright moonlight and giving off a sinister, murderous aura. On top of a tall utility pole, Uchiha Itachi was crouched there. A katana was strapped to his back, and he held the familiar dog-face mask in his hand, his expression cold and stern. His pair of red Sharingan looked especially eerie and sinister in the night. This scene was just like watching the anime, but when you experienced it in person, the sense of oppression was even stronger. A gust of cold wind swept past, and Uchiha Itachi also disappeared from where he stood. At this time, on the streets of the Uchiha clan, holding a Japanese sword, Uchiha Itachi flashed onto the main street. A man was startled at first, but after seeing that it was Itachi, he immediately snapped in anger. "Es the middle of the night. Are you trying to scare someone to death? Get the hell out of my way." After saying that, he reached out to shove Itachi. Itachi's expression was incomparably cold as he swung the blade in his hand. Clang! A cold flash streaked by, and a large spray of blood splattered onto the wall, staining the ground of the Uchiha clan red at the same time. The man collapsed limply to the ground, his body gradually turning cold. Before dying, disbelief still remained in his eyes. He couldn't believe Itachi would actually kill him over something so small. The people on the street immediately screamed. Itachi flicked the blood off his blade and charged toward the crowd. "Help! Someone save me! Hurry and stop Itachi! He's gone crazy! Run now or we'll all die! That guy is an ANBU squad captain! I don't want to die! Don't kill me!" The adults were frantic, and the children in their arms were whimpering and crying. They ran through the streets, screaming nonstop. Despair seemed ready to spread and grow through this clan once again. As she ran, a young girl fell to the ground. She really couldn't run anymore. Tears welled up in her eyes, mixed with fear and panic. How badly she wished everything happening today was just a nightmare. But sadly, reality was reality. Itachi, chasing from behind, rushed forward at high speed, and without the slightest hesitation, the long blade in his hand slashed toward her neck. The girl closed her eyes in despair, but the pain and death she expected never came. The girl carefully opened her eyes, and what she saw was no longer the blood-stained blade, but a small, thin back. He was standing in front of Uchiha Itachi, and with just one hand, he had caught Itachi's long blade. It was hard to believe that a child this young could actually stop the blade of the #1 genius of the Uchiha clan. You can even bring yourself to strike at a little girl this young. Itachi, you're really cold-blooded. Uchiha Ryūmei looked at the corpse of a clansman lying dead not far away, anger in his voice. He had still arrived one step too late. Someone had already died by Itachi's hand. Ryūmei had lived here for 8 years, after all. On this street, he had received quite a bit of care from many people. People weren't made of stone, so how could he not be angry? Itachi looked at Uchiha Ryūmei, and for the first time, surprise appeared in his cold eyes. But what surprised him wasn't that Uchiha Ryūmei had easily caught his long blade. It was Uchiha Ryūmei's eyes. Those were a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi knew that the Uchiha Ryūmei in front of him was only 8 years old this year. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan at 8 years old, was that normal? And when exactly had Uchiha Ryūmei awakened those eyes, to have hidden them so deeply? Those eyes. When did you get them? Itachi's voice was still icy cold. The moment he spoke, he asked Ryūmei when he had awakened his eyes. Hey, is that really important to you? You're planning to kill the entire clan, me included, anyway. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You made a deal with Konoha's higher-ups, and your little brother Sasuke gets to survive, right? Ryūmei replied with a cold laugh. His mood right now was already filled with fury. All he wanted was to properly teach Uchiha Itachi a lesson. Itachi said nothing, but his pupils suddenly shrank. No more than 5 people should know about the deal he had made with Danzo. Exactly how had Ryūmei learned about it? Who exactly are you? Itachi asked in a low voice. I am no one else. I am Uchiha Ryūmei of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ryūmei's voice rang out loud and firm. Today, he would seek justice for the Uchiha. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Ryūmei's left eye turned, and a rapid afterimage appeared from his right hand. The sturdy long blade was instantly crushed in his grip, and Itachi's pupils contracted. What terrifying strength! In the next moment, Uchiha Ryūmei gripped the half-broken blade and slashed at Itachi's arm like lightning. The strike was unbelievably fast. You could even hear the powerful sonic boom tearing through the air. Itachi absolutely believed that Uchiha Ryūmei's slash could easily cut off his arm. Years of battle-honed instinct let Itachi avoid the fatal blow at the critical moment, only suffering a slight scratch. Using the momentum, Itachi kicked off backward with both legs, and his whole body leaped into the sky. With a flip of both hands, several sharp shuriken appeared between his 10 fingers, each one flashing with cold glints under the night light. Phoenix flower claw crimson. Itachi gave a low shout, his cheeks puffing slightly before he breathed out flames that attached themselves to the shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Itachi launched them with both hands at once. More than a dozen shuriken shot out simultaneously, attacking Uchiha Ryūmei from all kinds of unbelievable angles and sealing off every possible route of retreat. It had to be said that, across all of Naruto, Itachi's shuriken jutsu was absolutely top tier, perfected to the extreme. And Itachi was incredibly fast. In the later part of Naruto, even as a reanimation, Itachi could deal with the combined assault of Naruto in Ninetales Chakra mode and Killer Bee without taking a scratch. Even now, though Uchiha Ryūmei had already obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, he still couldn't find too many flaws in this barrage of shuriken. Not bad shuriken work. Too bad the one you're facing is me. A sharp light flashed through Ryūmei's eyes, and the 6-pointed star in his left eye slowly turned. Ryūmei stood in place without moving. At this moment, the shuriken had already closed in. The Uchiha clansmen behind him couldn't bear to watch anymore and all shut their eyes. But very quickly, something happened that left everyone stunned. Just as the shuriken were about to reach Uchiha Ryūmei's body, their speed suddenly slowed down in a strange way, and when they were less than 1 inch away, they completely stopped. They just hung there oddly in midair, still spinning even, but they simply could not hit Uchiha Ryūmei. It was as if an invisible wall of air stood between them, perfectly separating them from Uchiha Ryūmei. It's unbelievable. Just how did this kid do it? Some of the confused Uchiha clan members cried out in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. Only Itachi and a few Uchiha could see the trick behind it. Is this the visual jutsu of his left eye? Itachi's heart sank. He had absolutely no intelligence on Long Ming, yet the other party seemed to know him inside and out. Even his deal with Danzo was known by Long Ming. Itachi felt as if he were standing there naked, with every secret exposed before Uchiha Long Ming. Clang, clang, clang. In midair, the flying shuriken had all stopped and fell to the ground. Long Ming was completely unharmed. He looked at Itachi calmly and said, "Is this all you can do, Itachi? If this is it, then today, you and that idiot who only sealed half a bridge are never going to destroy the Uchiha." Itachi froze for a moment and didn't understand what he meant at first. Then he realized Long Ming was talking about Danzo, though Itachi really had never heard of Danzo sealing any bridge. Of course not, because that was something that would happen many years later. But when it came to Long Ming saying they could not destroy the Uchiha, Itachi shook his head and said flatly, "The destruction of the Uchiha cannot be changed. If I don't do it, then Konoha's army will come instead. You may have awakened the Mangekyo, but once they arrive you'll still die." The Uchiha clan cannot withstand the combined power of Konoha's other clans. They would only be wiped out in a great battle. After that battle, Konoha's strength would be weakened, and the other nations would seize the chance to start a war. The entire ninja world would once again fall into the flames of war. Konoha itself might even perish because of it. A shinobi is a nameless one who protects peace from the darkness. My ninja way is to protect Konoha's peace. Long Ming, I can choose not to kill you, but from this moment on, do not stop me again. Although Itachi had only exchanged blows with Uchiha Long Ming briefly, he already had a rough estimate of his strength. Ordinary jonin were probably no match for Long Ming. The visual jutsu in his left eye was likely some kind of ability that controlled speed. The right eye was still unknown. He was extremely troublesome to deal with, but defeating him was not impossible. But doing so would probably waste too much time. And Itachi was not confident of certain victory either, so the thought of persuading Uchiha Long Ming arose in his mind. After hearing that, Uchiha Long Ming gave a dismissive snort. He looked at Itachi and said word by word, "Then let there be war. A Konoha without the Uchiha has no need to exist at all." Itachi immediately frowned, and his expression turned cold. In a low voice he said, "You're still young. You don't understand the cruelty of war at all. Do you know how many innocent people would die? How many ordinary people who long for peace would be driven from their homes because of it? The destruction of the Uchiha can prevent all of those tragedies from happening. Since you know about my deal with that person, then you should know that I also left the Uchiha clan a way out." Bullshit. Uchiha Long Ming finally could not hold back after hearing Itachi's whole set of reasoning, and directly burst into curses. He was going to curse Uchiha Itachi awake. Curse this man out of the dream woven for him by the third Hokage and Danzo. Long Ming looked at Itachi and growled angrily. "So that means we deserve to die? Are there no ordinary villagers in the Uchiha clan who long for peace? No children like you who want to protect their little brothers? What right do you have to forcibly decide other people's life and death just to carry out your own ninja way?" Itachi's gaze seemed to waver slightly, but he still argued back. Compared to the number of people who would die in a war, the sacrifice now is insignificant. You think I want to do it this way? The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha can no longer be reconciled. For the sake of the bigger picture, I can only choose this. What a load of crap. Uchiha Long Ming spat directly at Itachi's feet and said, "Don't use that high-sounding excuse to absolve yourself. This isn't for the bigger picture. This is you being unable to tell right from wrong. We Uchiha are one of the great founding clans. Back then, we created Konoha together with the Senju clan, but now we're being trampled on by bastards from clans like Sarutobi and Shimura, slapped with fabricated charges. We've been excluded, suppressed, and now we're even about to be wiped out. You turn a blind eye to the village and those higher-ups' wrongdoing. Yet you raise your butcher's blade against your own clansmen. Is this how you protect the village and defend the name of the Uchiha? Answer me, Itachi." Uchiha Long Ming's voice echoed continuously through the night sky. "You!" After hearing that, Itachi only felt a tightness in his chest. He pointed at Long Ming but could not say a word. For the first time, the conviction he had held so firmly began to waver. Could it be that I was really wrong? Uchiha Long Ming said nothing. He was waiting for Itachi to think. Just as Itachi wanted to persuade him, he also wanted to persuade Itachi. After all, in Naruto, Itachi was one of the few top-tier combat powers. It was just a pity that, in the early stage, he had been heavily brainwashed by the third Hokage and Konoha's higher-ups, treating every decision the village made as right. In the Uchiha clan's calamity, Itachi was the one who carried it out, but tracing it back to the root, the ones truly at fault were Konoha's higher-ups. The latter clearly had to bear most of the responsibility for the Uchiha's destruction. After transmigrating here, Uchiha Long Ming's first thought was to revitalize the Uchiha clan, and to revitalize the Uchiha, he would need to stand against Konoha's higher-ups. Right now, there were very few strong people left within the Uchiha clan. As the number one genius of the clan who had awakened the Mangekyo, Itachi was an extremely rare source of fighting power, and in all of Naruto, one of the few people with truly extraordinary intelligence. Second by second, time passed, and Itachi fell into intense inner conflict. He kept trying to convince himself that massacring the Uchiha clan was the right thing to do, that it was for righteousness, for greater love, for the greater good. But Uchiha Long Ming's words kept echoing in his mind, denying his actions. Who was really in the wrong, the Uchiha or Konoha? Were Konoha's higher-ups right, or were they wrong? Itachi could no longer find the answer. He felt as if the whole world had turned dark, and he could no longer find the road ahead. It felt as though the sky itself had collapsed. Was I wrong? Did I really fail Shusui's final wish? As he kept thinking, tears began to stream uncontrollably from Itachi's eyes. Itachi felt so stifled that it was as if he could no longer breathe. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his own throat, veins bulging on his forehead as he sank into his own delusions. From lack of oxygen, Itachi's face turned red. There was not a single wound on his body, but his heart had already suffered a tremendous shock. Just as Itachi was on the verge of collapse, Uchiha Ryūmei spoke. Itachi, Konoha's higher-ups are wrong. The Uchiha should not be destroyed. Trust me. Let me handle what comes next. I promise you, the village will be fine, and the Uchiha will not perish. And you will still be able to live up to Shusui's final wish. Bang. Ryūmei's words were like lighting a crimson flame in Itachi's heart. He was like someone in the dark finding a direction, like a drowning man grabbing hold of a life-saving straw. Itachi slowly loosened the hand gripping his throat. By now, his entire body was soaked in sweat. Beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks and the tip of his nose onto the ground, showing just how intense the mental struggle he had gone through moments ago was. How am I supposed to believe you can do it? Itachi asked in a hoarse voice. Ryūmei said nothing. He slowly raised one finger, and the six-pointed star in his left eye began turning once again. The space around his fingertips seemed to twist. Violent winds surged up around him, chakra continuously gathering, and a red dot appeared on his finger. Uchiha Ryūmei casually flicked that red dot to the side. Clang! A blinding light burst out in an instant, lighting up the originally pitch-black night as bright as day. Then came a huge boom, and a massive shockwave 6 to 7 meters wide shattered a giant boulder in the distance. Dust filled the sky, and the wooden fences, ground, and vegetation along its path were instantly destroyed, leaving behind only a huge trench. Itachi was completely stunned. The other Uchiha clan members were also left with their mouths wide enough to fit an egg, unable to believe that such a small body could unleash such terrifying power. Only then did Itachi realize that he had made a mistake just now, a very serious mistake. He had underestimated Ryūmei's strength. Itachi had originally thought that even if Ryūmei's dojutsu was a bit troublesome, he could still defeat him with his strength and intelligence. But now it seemed he was wrong, ridiculously wrong. Ryūmei's dojutsu was not just controlling speed so simply. It was controlling space. On this point, Itachi had indeed guessed correctly. The dojutsu in Ryūmei's left eye was called a space-type Mangekyo Sharingan. Its general ability was to turn the spatial distance between multiple objects into positive infinity or negative infinity. The range of influence of positive infinity was within 5 centimeters around Ryūmei's body. To give the simplest example, a shuriken flew toward Ryūmei, and at that moment the actual distance between the shuriken and Ryūmei was 5 centimeters. Logically, it should hit Ryūmei in the next instant. But when Ryūmei used to turn the distance between the shuriken and himself into positive infinity, then the actual distance would be far more than 5 centimeters. Could be 50 meters, 500 meters, or even farther. The shuriken would never be able to hit Ryūmei, because the closer it got to him, the farther the distance between it and Ryūmei became. That was also why the shuriken had failed to hit Ryūmei just now. It was not slowed down, it simply could not touch him. The closer something got to Ryūmei, the greater the spatial distance became, so much so that it looked like its speed had slowed. However, the meaning of infinity was only theoretical, because the distance of positive infinity depended on how much chakra Ryūmei released. If he released only a little chakra, then the distance of positive infinity might only extend by 1 meter. But if he continuously released an enormous amount of chakra, then the distance of positive infinity would stretch endlessly with no end at all. Still, in the entire ninja world, there probably was not a single person with such a terrifying amount of chakra. Negative infinity, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. It could turn the distance between multiple objects negative, allowing high-speed movement and explosive bursts, with an effective range of likewise. This infinity was also only theoretical and depended on chakra output. With a small amount of chakra, at most you could instantly move 1 meter. With an enormous amount of chakra, you could run across the 5 great nations in 1 second. The way this move manifested was similar to how Ryūmei had crushed Itachi's longsword with one hand just now. Because Ryūmei had turned the distance between his hand and the sword into negative infinity, the speed of his arm became unbelievably fast. The kinetic energy generated by the high-speed movement of his palm transformed into force the instant it touched the blade, crushing Itachi's longsword in one grip. As for the small red ball just now, it was an explosion formed by combining positive infinity and negative infinity, causing conflict and fluctuations in space. Itachi took a deep breath. Even among Mangekyo Sharingan, dojutsu capable of controlling space were extremely rare. He had only seen one person with that kind of ability. Itachi had to admit that he truly had no confidence now in defeating Ryūmei, unless he used Shusui's power. But if he used that power, then for the next 10 years he would not be able to use it again. Itachi could no longer be sure that he was right, because Ryūmei's words had given him a new revelation. He wanted to see what kind of future this child, 1 head shorter than him and only 8 years old, had seen with his Mangekyo Sharingan. At the moment the explosion sounded, in the center of Konoha far from the Uchiha clan grounds, a middle-aged man wearing a black and white kimono and with half his face wrapped in bandages suddenly raised his head. There were also 2 strange scars on his chin, and his right hand was wrapped entirely in bandages as well. When he lifted his head, His narrow left eye revealed an extremely sinister and cunning gaze, like a venomous snake staring at its prey. This person was none other than Konoha's elder-level ninja, the founder of Root, and the man who had done countless despicable things in Naruto, Shimura Danzo, the direction of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that Itachi failed? A deeply gloomy look appeared in Danzo's eyes. He was already extremely suspicious by nature, trusted no one, and could not tolerate even the slightest possible oversight. The matter of wiping out the Uchiha clan was of huge importance. One careless move could trigger large-scale combat and damage Konoha's very foundation. Now that he had heard the huge explosion coming from the Uchiha clan's side, Danzo naturally began making connections. Had Itachi failed? Had the Uchiha clan already discovered their extermination plan? Or perhaps Itachi had betrayed them and turned to the Uchiha clan side. Thinking of this, Danzo no longer hesitated and immediately ordered, "Root, hear my command. All of you head for the Uchiha clan immediately. Go notify the third as well. Tell him the Uchiha clan has already launched a rebellion, and have him send ninja at once to wipe them all out." The members of Root answered in unison. Then their figures flashed, and they all scattered, racing toward the direction of the Uchiha clan. Danzo stood where he was, looking toward the Uchiha with a cold gaze. No matter what happened, after tonight, the Uchiha name will disappear from Konoha. Uchiha clan grounds. Itachi slowly stood up and asked in a deep voice, "How do you plan to deal with what comes next?" If I'm not mistaken, Konoha's forces will be here very soon. From his earlier question of how he could believe him to his current question of what to do, it was enough to show that he had fully acknowledged Long Ming's strength. It also meant that from this moment on, Itachi had broken away from Konoha's higher-ups and returned to the Uchiha side. Hearing Itachi's words, Long Ming smiled. He lowered his hand, looked at Itachi and said, "Itachi, have you ever heard of the balance of terror?" Balance of terror? Itachi repeated Long Ming's words to himself, then pressed further. What does balance of terror mean? Unlike Long Ming, who had transmigrated here and possessed all kinds of advanced ideas, Itachi didn't really understand the meaning of that term. Long Ming said in a deep voice, "The balance of terror is a military strategic concept with the nature of mutual destruction. Put in the simplest terms, it means making sure that if the two sides in conflict go to war, they will destroy each other, so neither side dares to launch the first strike. To establish a balance of terror, it has to be built on both sides having the ability to destroy the other. The reason Konoha dares to move against us is because their strength is above ours. They can destroy us, but we can't do the same to them." When Long Ming said this, he felt both anger and helplessness. Before the Nine-Tails attack, the Uchiha clan had produced many powerful members, and many of them held important positions. When Shisui was still around, Konoha didn't dare be this arrogant. They only dared to use soft knives and cut slowly. Less than 2 years after Shisui's death, Konoha's exclusion and suppression of the Uchiha had reached an unprecedented level, to the point that resentment spread throughout the clan, and the spark of rebellion ignited in their hearts. Without strength in this world of ninja, you would be oppressed. Back then, when Lord Madara was still alive, who would have dared treat the Uchiha like this? Not just Konoha, even if the other major countries joined forces, they still wouldn't have dared raise their voices to Lord Madara, much less move the Uchiha outside the village for surveillance and isolation. Long Ming pulled back his wandering thoughts and continued speaking to Itachi, "But things are different now. I've also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Together with you and clan head Fugaku, the Uchiha clan has 3 top-tier fighters. If Konoha dares to be ruthless, then let them perish together with the Uchiha." Itachi frowned after hearing this. This plan was far too bold, far too dangerous. And if a conflict really did break out, it would also go against Itachi's own will to protect the village. Itachi took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "What if Konoha insists on going to war? Then what will you do? You promised me that the village and the Uchiha would continue to exist together." Long Ming rolled his eyes at Itachi. Right now, Itachi still leaned more toward the village in his heart, but that was fine. He would slowly change Itachi. 1-7 I was just giving an example. I'm certain Konoha won't dare make a move. In the eyes of those higher-ups, the village is even more important than their own lifeblood. As long as we show enough strength, they absolutely won't dare take that risk. Long Ming said with one hand on his forehead, full of certainty. As someone who had transmigrated here, he simply understood the personalities and strength of the characters in Naruto far too well. The third Hokage was indecisive, submissive and weak toward outsiders, but ruthless at home. A few years ago, during Hinata's kidnapping incident, faced with the Land of Lightning's unreasonable demands, the third Hokage didn't even dare utter a word of protest. Instead, he pressured the Hyuga clan, indirectly forcing Niji's father to his death, and then even handed over his corpse. Danzo was sinister and cunning, deeply calculating, but in truth greedy for life and afraid of death. He was always talking about how ninja must sacrifice themselves, but when it was really his turn, he couldn't do it. Faced with the second Hokage's test, he didn't even dare make a sound. That was Danzo's original sin. His actions would never live up to his ideals. There was cowardice in both of them down to their bones. It was just expressed in different ways. Itachi's expression was still somewhat conflicted. Seeing this, Long Ming added another heavy dose of persuasion and said, Itachi, if we succeed, then a tense but stable peace can exist between the Uchiha and Konoha. You can stay by Sasuke's side as he grows up in peace. Don't you want to keep taking care of your little brother? Itachi fell silent. He thought for a long time. In the end, standing under the moonlight, he let out a long sigh and threw the half-broken blade still in his hand onto the ground. Long Ming, I hope the choice I made today is the right one. Long Ming smiled faintly and said, Time will prove everything, Itachi. Not just peace. I will also lead the Uchiha clan back to its former peak. Long Ming's voice echoed through the air, drawing the Uchiha clansmen behind him to stop and look over. Saved. That kid actually stopped Itachi. Great, this is great. One of the Uchiha survivors, having escaped death, collapsed directly to the ground. Just now, his legs had gone weak from fear, but Itachi's pursuit had kept forcing him to run forward. The surviving Uchiha clansmen were all incomparably relieved. Still, some of them looked at Itachi with deep hatred in their eyes, because Itachi had just tried to kill them. Not everyone could easily forgive that kind of act. That was only human nature. Long Ming looked at the surviving clansmen behind him and said in a deep voice, I know all of you are very dissatisfied with Itachi right now, but this isn't the time to settle grudges. At this moment, Konoha's forces are charging toward the Uchiha. If we still don't unite, then the Uchiha name will disappear from this world from this day on. As soon as those words fell, the Uchiha clansmen panicked once more. Not every Uchiha was a ninja. There were also many ordinary villagers here. Then what do we do? Konoha has so many people. We're dead for sure this time. Some people immediately went pale with despair, extremely pessimistic. Others had raging fury in their eyes, raising their fists and shouting that they would fight Konoha to the death. All of you, quiet down and listen to my orders. Long Ming used his chakra and let out a sharp shout that drowned out every other voice. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Although Long Ming looked short and young, in the world of ninja, age couldn't represent everything. Long Ming had saved them, and the strength he displayed was comparable to Itachi's. On top of that, he had also awakened the Sharingan, so they were willing to listen to his arrangements. Everyone fixed their gaze on Long Ming. The feeling of carrying a heavy burden was probably what it felt like when 1,000 people were waiting expectantly for every single word you said. At this moment, Long Ming deeply felt how great his responsibility was. He secretly swore that he would definitely lead the Uchiha toward prosperity and take control of Konoha. Long Ming took a deep breath and said in a low voice, all the elderly, the weak, the women, the children, and all ordinary people without chakra are to retreat to the Uchiha shrine. As for the rest, half of you go to stand guard at the Uchiha main gate. The moment Konoha's people attack, raise the alarm immediately. The other half will mobilize the clansmen who still don't know what's happening and have them head toward the main gate. Long Ming's arrangements were orderly and precise, and he already carried the bearing of a great commander. Even Itachi couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised by that. A ninja with leadership talent could often produce unexpected effects on the battlefield. As long as such a ninja didn't die, their future minimum would be that of a jonin. After Long Ming finished giving orders, all the Uchiha clansmen answered in unison, then immediately began to move. Beside him, Itachi spoke and asked, then what do we do now? Go negotiate with the third Hokage and Danzo? It's not time yet. Besides, we have more important things to do, Long Ming replied flatly. Itachi froze slightly and asked instinctively, what else is there? Long Ming stared in a certain direction and said in a low voice, did you forget the outside help you brought in yourself? That guy is a huge problem. Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered that mysterious masked man, and a trace of wariness appeared in his eyes. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost would have forgotten about him. How are we supposed to deal with that man? If I'm not mistaken, he should be that legendary figure of the Uchiha clan. A heaviness never heard before showed in Itachi's voice. Clearly, he didn't have absolute confidence that he could defeat the masked man. What legendary figure? Bullshit. Long Ming rolled his eyes and looked at Itachi. He*s not Uchiha Madara. He*s just a stupid brat using Madara's name. But he is really hard to deal with. He*s not Madara. Itachi's eyes widened. This news had clearly caught him off guard again. But he did not question Long Ming's words, because the other party had easily exposed the deal between himself and Danzo. That alone proved Long Ming's ability to gather intelligence was far above his own. Looking at the shocked Itachi, Long Ming was not surprised. Relying on extremely good acting, Obito had made almost every ninja in the ninja world believe that he was Uchiha Madara. Other than a very few people, no one knew Obito's true identity. Alright, enough talking. He should be at the police force now. Come with me, quickly. We don't have much time. Long Ming said this lightly, then held out his hand toward Itachi. Itachi looked at Long Ming's hand and hesitated for a moment before taking it. His hand was much bigger than Long Ming's, making it look more like Long Ming had been caught. The six-pointed star Mangekyo in Long Ming's left eye spun once again. Infinity activated. The two of them vanished from where they stood in an instant. And in a shadow along the street, a middle-aged man was watching everything that had happened here. I really didn't expect Itachi to be persuaded by a child like this. But I really do have to thank him properly. Many emotions were mixed in the man's tone. Relief, joy, gravity, and a faint sense of release. On the other side, relying on infinity, Long Ming quickly appeared in front of the Konoha police force. The Konoha police force was a tall semi-elliptical building, with a row of connected windows in the middle. Its symbol was the Uchiha clan crest engraved in the center of a shuriken, the fan of flames. It also represented the glory of the Uchiha clan. But because the Uchiha clan was later annihilated, the Konoha police force no longer belonged to the Uchiha. As a result, the fan of flames in the Konoha police force emblem was changed to the symbol of Konohagakure. At this moment, the lights inside the police force had already dimmed, and the area in front of the entire building was completely silent. Long Ming's gaze grew slightly grave. He knew Obito had probably already made his move. He gave Itachi a look, signaling him to be careful. Itachi said nothing and only gave a slight nod, but the chakra in his body was already surging, ready to erupt. Since you're here, stop sneaking around. Get out here already. Long Ming shouted toward the Konoha police force hidden in darkness. As his words fell, the sound of boots stepping on the ground came from the shadows not far away. Top, tap, top. A figure slowly walked out of the darkness. He had long black hair, wore an orange-red one-eyed mask with black stripes on his head, and was dressed in a black robe. His ninja tool was a samurai sword hanging at his waist. It had to be said that Obito at this moment really did have an aura extremely similar to Madara's. With the Mangekyo Sharingan added on top of that, Itachi's wrong judgment could hardly be blamed. As soon as Obito came out, he did not look at Long Ming. Instead, he set his gaze on Itachi at the side. So it's Itachi. What? Have you already finished your business? Obito deliberately made his voice extremely low and magnetic, making anyone who heard it feel a sense of oppression. Itachi did not reply. Instead, he looked toward Long Ming, clearly acting as though he was taking Long Ming's lead. Obito frowned slightly and turned his gaze onto Long Ming as well. First, Obito did not pay much attention to him and only glanced over casually. But after seeing Long Ming's Mangekyo, Obito's body clearly stiffened for a moment as well. Judging by Long Ming's build, he should only be 7 or 8 years old this year, yet he had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. That was 6 or 7 years faster than Obito himself back then. How could Obito not be shocked? At this time, Long Ming also spoke. He stepped forward and interrupted Obito's thoughts. The matter is over already, but what's over isn't the Uchiha? It's the extermination operation. So now, I'm asking you to leave. Long Ming's voice carried a tone that allowed no doubt. Oh, is that really so, Itachi? Obito's voice obviously sank, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Eliminating the Uchiha clan was part of his Eye of the Moon plan. It was not only for collecting Sharingan, but also to prevent extremely powerful Uchiha ninja from appearing in the future and becoming obstacles to him. Itachi looked at Obito calmly and replied, yes, I saw a new path in this child. Whether it can succeed or not, I want to try it. So the agreement between you and me ends here. The agreement he referred to was naturally that after Obito helped him, Itachi would join the Akatsuki, and Obito would not make a move against Konoha in the future. Because of this child? That reason of yours is really far-fetched, Itachi. Obito looked toward Long Ming, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Even though the other party had awakened the Mangekyo, at the end of the day, he was just an 8-year-old child. Obito did not believe Itachi would give up their alliance over something like this. Itachi's gaze did not waver. He calmly told Obito, believe it or not, right now, at this moment, I stand on the Uchiha's side. If you are willing to leave, then I will not stop you. Hehe, Itachi, you bastard. Do you take me for some toy you can summon when you want and dismiss when you don't? Obito's voice was already filled with chilling killing intent, and his left hand had moved onto his ninja blade. Itachi frowned, just about to speak. Then a sharp tearing sound split the air. Long Ming turned into an afterimage, instantly appearing right in front of Obito, their faces nearly pressed together. Obito instantly broke out in cold sweat. He had never seen a ninja move at such terrifying speed. Even the legendary Flying Thunder God was probably only this fast at most. But Long Ming did not attack. Instead, he stared at Obito and said word by word, you really have no manners, bastard. Didn't you see that I was the one who declared the extermination operation over? You keep talking to Itachi the whole time. Are you looking down on me? Beside him, the corner of Itachi's mouth twitched. This was the first time he had ever heard an 8-year-old child refer to himself that way. The scene was bizarre beyond words. Watching Long Ming burst out with astonishing speed, Obito finally began to truly take the child before him seriously. Humph, the Uchiha really produced another remarkable one. What's your name? Obito spoke slowly. Even though Long Ming was right in front of him, he was not flustered in the slightest. With the power of his Mangekyo, no matter how strong the attack was, it could do nothing to him. Long Ming crossed his arms over his chest and said mockingly, "When you're asking someone else's name, shouldn't you give your own first?" Obito froze for a moment, then let out 2 cold laughs and said darkly, "Fine. Just hope you don't regret it after you hear it. I am the former head of the Uchiha clan. My name is Uchiha Madara." His low voice echoed through the night sky. Uchiha Madara. That name alone was enough to make people tremble. Beside them, Itachi could not help but have his pupils contract slightly. Even though he had already heard Long Ming's words beforehand, when Obito claimed that he was Madara, his expression still became heavy. After all, this was the man of legend. Compared to Itachi's seriousness, Long Ming could not hold it in and laughed out loud, because he knew very well that the masked man before him was merely Obito, using Madara's name to move through the ninja world. Having already seen through everything, watching Obito act only made it look especially ridiculous to him. "Ha ha ha, come on man, your acting is way too bad. And those lines are so chunny. Do you really think Lord Madara would introduce himself like that? Ha ha ha." Long Ming laughed so hard in front of Obito that he was practically doubling over, and the heavy atmosphere from before instantly vanished. Black lines kept appearing on Obito's forehead. He did not really understand words like lines or chunny, but there was one thing he could tell, and that was that Long Ming was mocking him. Looking at Long Ming, who clearly did not seem to believe he was Uchiha Madara, Obito gave a cold snort. Then he forcibly lowered his voice and said, "It's understandable if you don't believe me. After all, I have already lived for nearly 100 years. I already existed back when Konoha had just been founded. You should know." Before Obito could finish, he was met with even louder laughter from Long Ming, who directly cut him off. "Ha ha ha ha. You've lived nearly 100 years. Ha ha ha. I'm embarrassed for you. Your age isn't even bigger than my shoe size." Long Ming was already laughing so hard that he crouched on the ground, clutching his cramping stomach. He was supposed to play along with Obito's act, but he chose to keep pretending not to notice. Under the mask, Obito's face had turned livid. Being mocked by a child who was only 8 years old was something no one could tolerate, let alone being mocked this loudly by Long Ming. Recording death. "You little bastard. Today I'll show you what real fear is." Endless icy killing intent burst out from Obito's eyes. With a flip of his right hand, a faint black chain shot explosively out of his sleeve. The chain was like a spirit snake, instantly wrapping itself around Long Ming in front of him. With just one pull, Long Ming would be tightly bound on the spot. Seeing that Long Ming was still crouching on the ground without moving, a look of contempt appeared on Obito's face, and he sneered inwardly again and again. "So you may have the Mangekyo Sharingan, but you don't have the slightest combat experience? You can't even dodge. I've won." Obito suddenly yanked his arm, and the chain instantly tightened, trying to bind Long Ming completely. At the same time, his right hand also grabbed toward Long Ming's body. As long as he touched Long Ming, he could suck him into the Kamui space and do whatever he wanted with him. Itachi's heart tightened at the sight, and he was about to move on instinct. But in the next moment, Infinity activated. Itachi sharply noticed that Obito's chain had not completely wrapped around Long Ming. It had only come infinitely close to his body, just a tiny bit short of touching him. The same was true for Obito's hand. After reaching for Long Ming, it stopped with only the slightest distance left. No matter how much force he used or how much he pushed forward, he could never touch Long Ming. "So it's the same as before. Looks like I was worrying too much." Itachi let out a sigh of relief in his heart, and the motion of trying to step in and rescue him also stopped. What is this?" Obito, who had rushed right up to him, looked at everything happening before his eyes. His expression changed from disdain to shock, and at the same time, he realized that this was the power of Long Ming's Mangekyo. Did it freeze space? Or did it make attacks slower? Obito's heart sank as his mind raced. He had never seen such a bizarre ocular technique before. It felt as if his hand had struck nothing at all. By this time, Long Ming had laughed enough. He slowly got up from the ground and looked mockingly at Obito, who was only the slightest distance away from him, then said, "S wrong? Weren't you going to let me know what fear is?" The veins on Obito's forehead bulged. He wanted nothing more than to tear the sharp-tongued brat before him into pieces. If looks could kill, then Long Ming would have died dozens of times already. Long Ming curled his lips and said with a light laugh, "Looks like you can't do it after all. Better let me teach you properly instead." It was as if Obito had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He let out a few cold laughs and looked at Long Ming with ridicule. "Then come and try it, you stupid brat. In this world, There is only one person who can hurt me, and you are absolutely not that person. Long Ming said nothing. There was no denying that Obito's dual Kamui was absolutely one of the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan in all of Naruto. The ability of the right eye let him turn his own body intangible. At the moment he was attacked, he could instantly transfer the attacked part into another dimension, namely the Kamui space. It could be used to dodge attacks and pass through barriers, and at the same time, it could also suck anyone he touched into the Kamui space. The ability of the left eye could remotely warp away an enemy's attack or the enemy themselves, or part of their body. If Obito had both eyes, then he could attack when advancing and defend when retreating. There were very few people in the entire ninja world who could hurt him. Even Long Ming as he was now would have to keep his distance. If Obito had his left eye at this moment, Long Ming would not need to avoid him completely, but he would still be extremely cautious when dealing with him and would never let his Kamui land. But unfortunately what Obito had was the right eye. An eye that needed to get close to the opponent in order to show its offensive power posed no threat at all in front of Long Ming. Because his infinity could stretch spatial distance without limit. He perfectly countered Obito. The six-pointed star in Long Ming's left eye flickered slightly, and infinity activated once again. He turned the distance between Obito's back and himself into negative infinity. With one movement of his body, Long Ming instantly appeared behind Obito, maintaining a half-flip posture in midair. Then, without the slightest gap, he once again used his ocular technique on his arm, increasing his own explosive power. And at this moment, Obito had still not recovered from the shock of Long Ming disappearing before his eyes. A sharp light burst from Long Ming's eyes. Betting the name of the Uchiha on this, I absolutely cannot lose. A sharp light burst from Long Ming's eyes as he threw out a punch. Screech! A rapid sonic boom rang out through the air. Before Obito could even react, Long Ming's fist had already slammed solidly into his body. A sharp pain shot through Obito's back. It felt like an iron hammer had smashed into his waist. The speed was so fast that he did not even have time to switch to intangibility. His speed. It's actually this fast? That was the first thought that flashed through Obito's mind after being hit. The next moment, with a loud boom, the ground was smashed into a huge crater. Half of Obito's body was driven into the earth. The floor tiles shattered apart, and dust flew everywhere, making Itachi cough again and again. Using the momentum, Long Ming pressed off with one hand, twisted his body, and landed steadily on the ground. Seeing that, Itachi also moved to Long Ming's side and cautiously asked, "How is it? Is he dead?" "It won't be that easy." Long Ming looked at the dust spreading in front of him and shook his head slightly. Obito had a large amount of Hashirama cells in his body, so his physical toughness was still extremely high. He had once taken the fourth Hokage's Rinnegan head-on and survived. Although that punch just now had also carried great force, it was still nowhere near enough to kill Obito. Sure enough, after the dust cleared, Obito, covered from head to toe in dirt, slowly climbed up from the ground. Soil rustled down from his body. Beneath the mask, his expression was cold to a frightening degree, but at the same time, Obito had also developed a deep wariness toward Long Ming. This brat's dojutsu is far too strange. When he activates it, he can actually achieve such terrifying speed. And when his fist hit me just now, it felt like more than a simple physical blow, but there was no chakra flow on his fist either. How exactly did he do it? Obito narrowed his eyes, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he simply could not figure out how Long Ming had pulled off that strike. If he had no way to get close to Long Ming, then he would lose his most effective method of attack. On top of that, Itachi was still standing nearby. Obito let out a sigh inwardly. He knew very well that he truly had no chance of winning this battle. "I'll remember you, brat. If you've got the guts, tell me your name." Obito's voice was dark as still water, making it clear just how much rage he was suppressing. "My name is Uchiha Long Ming, the man who will lead the Uchiha clan to the peak of the ninja world in the future. You'd better remember it carefully." Long Ming replied with a light laugh. Long Ming knew that Obito wanted to run now, but he had no intention of stopping him, because Konoha's main force would arrive very soon. If he chose to drag things out with Obito, then by the time the fight ended, most of the Uchiha would probably already be dead. Obito let out a cold snort. Kamui in his right eye began to slowly turn, and a spatial vortex appeared from that eye, continuously pulling his body into it. "Just wait, Uchiha Long Ming. The next time we meet you won't be this lucky. I'll break through your jutsu, and I'll kill you." Obito threatened him coldly. By now, most of his body had already been sucked into the Kamui space. The corner of Long Ming's mouth curved into a mysterious smile as he said, "I'll be waiting for you. Next time I won't let you retreat so easily either." At that point, Long Ming suddenly stopped making any sound and only moved his lips a few times. Obito's pupils suddenly shrank, because through his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could clearly tell what Long Ming had just said. "Uchiha Obito." Obito was shocked. Long Ming had actually called out his name in one breath and recognized his true identity. A cold sweat instantly broke out all over Obito's body. To him, Madara's false identity was one of the extremely important things he possessed. Not only could it make the other ninja villages wary and intimidate the nations, it could also elevate the name of the Akatsuki. Most importantly, with the cover of this identity, it was extremely convenient for him to do many things, and in his future plans, this identity still had an enormous role to play. Kill him. I have to kill this brat, or else my Eye of the Moon plan will be delayed by at least several years. Obito roared wildly in his heart. Before leaving, the look he gave Long Ming was filled with extremely deep killing intent. Little by little, the last part of Obito's body was finally completely absorbed into the Kamui space. Itachi at the side also relaxed. Even if the other party was not the legendary Uchiha Madara, the pressure Itachi felt from him was still not small. Naturally, the best outcome was that Long Ming had scared him away. Now that this internal trouble had also been resolved, the remaining question was how to deal with Konoha's main force. Suddenly, the sky-filling sounds of shouting and killing interrupted Itachi's thoughts. The two turned their heads together and looked toward the direction of the Uchiha clan's main gate. From afar, they could see flames flickering everywhere. Faint sounds of clashing blades and killing were mixed together, continuously spreading into the distance. Long Ming's expression changed at once, and he said in a deep voice, "Not good. Konoha's main force has already arrived. Itachi, come with me." Itachi's expression turned grave. He also understood the seriousness of the situation. Every minute they arrived later, both Konoha and the Uchiha would suffer greater casualties. As soon as he said that, Itachi stepped to Long Ming's side. Long Ming grabbed Itachi with one hand, and Infinite activated. The two of them immediately disappeared from where they stood. At this moment, an extremely fierce life and death battle was unfolding in front of the Uchiha clan's main gate. The root members led by Danzo, the moment they arrived at the Uchiha clan's compound, launched an attack without another word. The ground trembled non-stop. Fire release, water release, and wind release flew through the air one after another, while the whistling sounds of shuriken and kunai cutting through the air came without pause. Both sides were locked in chaotic melee, split into dozens of battlefields large and small. Over here, a root member had just pierced the arm of a Uchiha clansman, only to be burned into charcoal by a great fireball in the next instant. Over there, several Uchiha clansmen had just killed one root member, but in the very next second, they were cut in half by someone else's wind release. Because only root had come, and because Long Ming had given advance warning and made arrangements beforehand, the Uchiha still temporarily held the upper hand in this battle. However, Danzo's expression was extremely indifferent, as if he was not worried about the situation at all, because he had long since made complete preparations for wiping out the Uchiha. Danzo slowly raised his hand and quickly formed several hand seals, sneering as he said, "Humph, a nauseating clan. Struggle to your heart's content. No matter how hard you try, today will be the day of your destruction. Aside from that old fellow, the third Hokage, I have already informed the Hyuga clan, the Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, the Aburame clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Sarutobi clan, and the Shimura clan. I really want to see how you mere Uchiha can possibly resist the combined forces of Konoha's 8 great clans." After saying that, Danzo took a deep breath, and wind release chakra continuously gathered in his mouth. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo jerked his head and spat out a sharp gust like a weasel sickle. The huge semicircular wind blade sliced several distant Uchiha clan members clean in half as easily as cutting tofu. A large amount of blood splashed everywhere, staining the ground and the Uchiha gate red. Danzo raised a hand and wiped away the blood that had just splashed onto the corner of his mouth, then said indifferently, "Kill them. Everything is for Konoha, so that I can become Hokage." The root members also began to fight desperately. Though they were not many in number, those chosen by Danzo often had quite a few special abilities. The two strange masked shinobi beside Danzo also joined the battle. One of them pulled off his glove, and the skin on his hand suddenly turned a bizarre purple. Every time he grabbed an Uchiha clan member, that person's whole body immediately turned purple, then stiffened before collapsing straight to the ground, lifeless. The other spread his hands and formed a strange hand seal. Then his head drooped weakly. At the same time, another Uchiha clan member suddenly went mad and began wildly using ninjutsu to attack his own clansmen. "Everyone, be careful. It's the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan and the Aburame clan. Get away from them. Oh, I'm poisoned. Help save me quickly. Yuji, snap out of it. It's me. Drive that thing out of your body." With Danzo and his 2 elite subordinates joining the fight, the Uchiha side instantly fell into chaos. "Ha ha ha. Kill them for me. Wipe out the rebellious Uchiha clan, and we'll be Konoha's heroes. When that time comes, this old man will definitely rise to become the next Hokage." Danzo had killed until his eyes were red, and his tone rarely revealed such excitement. Danzo took out a kunai and poured wind release chakra onto it from his mouth. The sharp wind nature formed the keenest blade and extended his attack range. Danzo charged into the battlefield and, relying on his excellent taijutsu, kept weaving through the fight. How could the surrounding Uchiha clan members possibly stop Danzo, whose strength was comparable to a jonin? They were often defeated after only a few exchanges. One Uchiha clan member was just about to die under Danzo's blade. At that moment, a figure rushed into the battlefield at incredible speed, and his furious roar rang through the night sky. Danzo, how dare you? Before the man even arrived, his voice had already reached Danzo's ears from afar. Danzo's face changed, and before he could react, the next second, that figure had already rushed in front of him. Bang! The figure lifted his right leg and kicked out fiercely. Facing that heavy, overwhelming kick, Danzo could only barely raise his kunai to block, but the powerful force still sent Danzo flying. A muffled groan came from his mouth, and he only barely steadied himself after being driven back dozens of meters. After seeing clearly who had come, Danzo's eyes revealed deep wariness for the first time. In a strange tone, he said, Uchiha Fugaku, so you've finally appeared. The newcomer had short black hair and wore Konoha's jonin flak jacket. On both shoulders was the emblem of the Konoha military police force. Who else could it be but the Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Fugaku? When the surrounding Uchiha clan members saw Fugaku arrive, their spirits instantly soared. The clan head is here. Brothers, we don't need to be afraid anymore. Kill every one of these bastards. Move closer to the clan head. We'll fight side by side with him. With Fugaku, their spiritual pillar, arriving, it was as if endless strength burst forth from the depths of the Uchiha clansmen's hearts. They drove back the powerful enemies before them and rushed toward Fugaku's side. When Danzo saw the scene, his expression darkened again. His eyes shifted, and he deliberately mocked. Humph, Fugaku, I thought Itachi had already taken care of you. Looks like that brat Itachi really isn't worth trusting after all. What a weakling, just like you. But it doesn't matter, because even without Itachi helping wipe out your clan, you Uchiha still can't change your fate of destruction. Although Danzo's tone was full of confidence, he had already raised his guard to the utmost in his heart. After all, the man before him was the strongest expert of the Uchiha clan and the head of the Konoha military police force. Not only was he powerful, but he was also extremely experienced in actual combat. Danzo's wariness toward him even surpassed what he felt toward Itachi. When the root members saw the Uchiha clan head appear, they all stopped fighting and retreated back to Danzo's side. As for the Uchiha clansmen, they gathered behind Fugaku. You've disappointed me, Danzo. Fugaku's voice was incomparably low as he looked in the direction of the Konoha military police force and said, That child Itachi made a brand new choice. He is not some weakling like you say. I'm proud of him, and I believe he and that child will change the fate of the Uchiha. When Long Ming and Itachi had confronted each other earlier, Fugaku's shadow clone had also been present. He had witnessed the whole process. Fugaku was deeply grateful for Long Ming's intervention, and he was also comforted by Itachi's change. With his son standing on his side, Fugaku felt that there was nothing left to fear. Therefore, after the shadow clone returned, instead of waiting for Itachi to come and take his life, he rushed to the battlefield at once. I don't know what nonsense you're babbling about. How utterly laughable, Danzo said gloomily, then turned his gaze to the side and shouted, Third Hokage, I know you've already arrived. You can't just watch our members die to the last man, can you? Please show yourself. Fugaku and the Uchiha clan members were all shocked. The Konoha reinforcements led by the third Hokage had already arrived. As Danzo's words fell, nearly 100 sounds of rushing through the air came from the side. A large number of shinobi in Konoha uniforms took their stand beside Danzo. With one glance, it was clear that those who had come were all famous shinobi of Konoha and the major clans. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hayashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Choza Akimichi, and so on. The great battle between Konoha and the Uchiha was on the verge of erupting. Looking at the familiar comrades on the opposite side one by one, Fugaku's heart instantly grew heavy. This is bad. On the other side, Long Ming was moving rapidly through Konoha with Itachi. In the end, they stopped on a deserted street, with the ninja academy not far away. Itachi looked around, confused. What are we doing here? Aren't we supposed to stop the battle between the Uchiha and Konoha? Of course we are, but with just the few of us, I'm afraid it still won't be enough to make Konoha, which has already clashed with us, back down. So, we still need one person's help. Long Ming said in a deep voice. Who? Itachi frowned and immediately pressed. Just then, a short figure came running over from the distance. He wore a simple black stand-collar long-sleeved shirt and black shorts. His features were exceptionally delicate. He carried a small shoulder bag on his back, and the Uchiha clan crest was behind him. Sasuke? Sasuke? When Itachi saw who it was, he couldn't help but cry out in shock, because the child running over was none other than the little brother he had always protected, Sasuke Uchiha. At this moment, Sasuke had just gotten out of school and was on his way home. If Long Ming had not stopped the night of the clan massacre, then by the time Sasuke got home, he would have seen the corpses of his clansmen and parents covering the ground. Hearing Itachi's voice, Sasuke stopped. He tilted his little head and looked around, then said in confusion, "Strange. Why did it sound like I heard Nissan's voice? Was it my imagination? Could it be I've been missing Nissan so much lately that I'm hallucinating? He's been really busy lately. He's always telling me next time, and it's been so long since he played with me. When I get back this time, I have to make him teach me Shuriken." As Sasuke said this, he puffed out his little mouth as if he were angry at Itachi. Hearing Sasuke's complaint from the shadows, Itachi could only respond with a helpless bitter smile. But when he looked at Sasuke, his gaze remained gentle the whole time. On the street, Sasuke bounced his school bag and muttered to himself, "I'll go find Nissan when I get back. Time to go home." A child's temper always came fast and went fast. Sasuke had been angry at Itachi just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he was skipping toward home again. Standing in the shadows, Itachi watched Sasuke leave with a gentle gaze and murmured softly, "Sorry, Sasuke. This is the last time. Once everything settles down, I'll come teach you Shuriken." After saying that, Itachi also sent out a shadow clone to follow and protect Sasuke. After all, the Uchiha situation was still unclear. If Sasuke happened to run into Konoha's people after going back and got killed because of it, Itachi feared he would not be able to stop himself from wanting to destroy Konoha. "You really do care about Sasuke, but don't worry, he'll be fine. If everything goes smoothly, then maybe we can put down tonight's internal chaos before Sasuke even gets home. Come with me." Long Ming said this lightly, then walked toward several large trees across from the school. Although Itachi could not understand why Long Ming had come here at a time like this, he still followed immediately. In the dark shadows, an empty swing beneath the big trees swayed gently. Looking carefully, one could see a small figure sitting on the swing with a lonely expression. "I finally found you, child of prophecy." Long Ming strode forward, and the corner of his mouth could not help curling into a faint smile. The small figure also raised his head. Under the moonlight, sitting on the swing was a boy with short blonde hair and azure blue eyes. He also had one very distinctive feature: 6 whisker-like markings on his cheeks. This boy was naturally Naruto in his childhood. "Long Ming, you're saying weird things again." Naruto put on a helpless expression, but Long Ming's appearance lessened some of the loneliness on his face. When Itachi saw Naruto beside him, his pupils contracted slightly. Unlike the ordinary people in the village, Itachi, as an ANBU squad captain, knew many of the village's secrets. That naturally included the fact that Naruto was the Nine-Tails. The moment he saw Naruto, he vaguely guessed what Long Ming wanted to do. As for why Long Ming was so familiar with Naruto, it was because 8-year-old Long Ming was in the same ninja academy class as Naruto and Sasuke. Long Ming, who was thoroughly familiar with the development history of the Naruto world, naturally did not reject or hate Naruto like everyone else. Although he had not formed a very strong bond with him, he treated Naruto as a friend just like Shikamaru and Choji did, and sometimes Long Ming would even bring Naruto some clothes and food. Naruto also remembered this in his heart. It was just that he always felt Long Ming was a little strange sometimes, often saying things people could not understand. One day you'll understand, Naruto. The reason I came to find you this time is because I want to ask you for a favor." Long Ming changed the subject, and his tone suddenly became extremely serious. Long Ming knew very clearly what Konoha truly feared. With only the power of the Uchiha clan and himself, it still was not enough to make those Konoha higher-ups completely give up the idea of making a move against the Uchiha. The only one who might be able to do that was Naruto Uzumaki right in front of him. He was the one who could turn the tide of the battle. "A favor?" Naruto looked at the unusually solemn Long Ming in front of him, and suddenly his expression turned odd. He looked around, leaned in, and whispered, "You don't want me to teach you the sexy jutsu again, do you? Didn't I already teach it to you last time?" Long Ming was instantly speechless. It was rare for him to be this serious, yet Naruto had actually gone in that direction. The corner of Itachi's mouth twitched even more. Although he did not know what this jutsu specifically did, from the name alone, it did not sound very proper. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Seeing Itachi's expression becoming more and more strange, Long Ming coughed heavily several times and quickly changed the topic. "That's not the favor I'm talking about. Naruto, let me ask you this. If going somewhere with me could prevent the deaths of hundreds or even thousands of people in the village, would you be willing to come with me?" Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, and he said cheerfully, "Of course I would." Seeing that Naruto did not hesitate in the slightest, Itachi's gaze turned extremely surprised. He instinctively asked, "Aren't you even going to ask what kind of favor we want your help with?" Naruto gave a thumbs up and showed a bright smile. "As long as it's really like Long Ming said, and it can save the people in the village, then no matter what kind of help it is, I'll definitely help. Because if I can do that, then everyone in the village won't hate me anymore, right?" When he said this, Naruto's eyes dimmed. How deeply he longed to be acknowledged by the people of the village. Ever since Naruto could remember, the people in the village had looked at him with indifference, disgust, and rejection. Naruto did not understand what he had done wrong. He only knew that if he wanted to change how the people of the village saw him, then the only way was to gain everyone's acknowledgement. So from a very young age, the dream of becoming Hokage had taken root and begun to sprout in Naruto's heart. Looking at Naruto, whose eyes shimmered with the light of hope, Long Ming let out a quiet sigh in his heart. Even though he was the son of a hero, even though Naruto was the one who had saved the village, after the war he had not only received no respect or love at all. Instead, the villagers saw him as a demon fox and a symbol of misfortune. They transferred their hatred for the Nine Tails onto Naruto and treated him as an outlet for their hostility. This was the so-called Konoha, established to eliminate the barriers between clans and let children grow up happily. In the past, Long Ming had no strength. Even if he had wanted to help Naruto, he had been powerless. But now, Long Ming had awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Naturally, he also wanted to pull Naruto out of this sea of suffering. Not only because he sympathized with Naruto, but also because of the powerful strength Naruto himself possessed. Long Ming wanted to forge the future Uchiha clan into the strongest clan in the ninja world. And to achieve that goal, he needed a large number of powerful ninja. Not to mention that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Just his identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan alone was enough reason for Long Ming to win him over. The Uzumaki clan, every single one of them was a monster with absurd amounts of chakra. They were also highly skilled in sealing techniques, had extremely strong sensory abilities, and were absolutely heaven's chosen. Long Ming reached out and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, then said seriously, "Naruto, you don't need to hold any expectations for those ungrateful people in the village at all. Starting today, the Uchiha will be your new home. But next, I might have to ask you to sleep for a while first." "New home? Sleep for a while? What do you mean?" Naruto blinked his blue eyes, still not understanding what Long Ming meant by those words. The next moment, the Mangekyo Sharingan in Long Ming's eyes began to slowly spin. Genjutsu Sharingan. Naruto's body suddenly shook, and the lively look in his eyes turned completely empty in the next instant. Then he weakly collapsed onto Long Ming. Long Ming gently caught Naruto. In this conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, the Nine Tails inside Naruto held an absolutely critical position. So Long Ming had to make sure this power was in the Uchiha's hands. But Long Ming had never thought of hurting Naruto either. After all, this child had truly suffered far too much. He only needed Naruto to restrain the actions of those Konoha higher-ups. What he had just used was only a very ordinary genjutsu. After finishing everything, Long Ming turned to Itachi and said, "All right, we've already found the most important person. We can retreat now. Return to the Uchiha immediately." Itachi gave a slight nod and was just about to leave with Long Ming. At this moment, a sudden change erupted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several kunai suddenly shot in from the side with sharp piercing sounds, and they were several kunai with explosive tags attached. A cold glint flashed through Itachi's eyes as he reacted first. His hand moved swiftly, and several kunai shot out from his sleeve, meeting them head-on. Clang! 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 At an extremely tricky angle, Itachi's kunai disrupted the trajectory of the enemy's attacks in midair, causing the explosive tags all over the sky to detonate directly in the air. Along with several consecutive explosions of boom, boom, thick smoke spread through the air, making the already pitch-black night even harder to see through. Long Ming narrowed his eyes, not feeling too surprised by this ambush. He knew this should be the ANBU members secretly responsible for protecting Naruto. Trying to use smoke to block the Sharingan's vision? Pretty clever. Long Ming snorted inwardly. The Sharingan was an eye of insight and an eye of hypnosis. Unlike the Byakugan's kind of 360-degree perception, once its line of sight was obstructed, it really would affect how much power it could display. It seemed the ones protecting Naruto were people who had a full understanding of the Uchiha's Sharingan. Long Ming's Mangekyo kept spinning as he searched for the enemy's traces. Even though the smoke was thick, Long Ming still observed the chakra flow of two people through it and locked onto their positions. Only two ANBU? Long Ming muttered to himself. Even though he had already found the enemy, he became even more vigilant instead. At a critical time like this, when Konoha and the Uchiha were about to go to war, those Konoha higher-ups would never send only two ANBU to protect Naruto. According to Konoha's action assignments, there should be at least 3 people in one squad. Since only 2 had appeared, that proved the third one was hiding in secret. At the same time, those 2 ANBU members moved. They were incredibly fast, rushing over in the blink of an eye. These were definitely not ordinary cannon fodder ANBU, but ANBU elites. LL hold Itachi back. You go save the Jinchuriki. The 2 divided their roles clearly. One rushed forward to tie Itachi down, while the other came straight at Long Ming. Itachi showed no courtesy and charged right at him. His left hand gripped a shuriken, and his right hand held a ninja blade as he fought directly against the other side. Since the current Itachi had not used the Mangekyo many times yet, his body was not too weak either. Even in a taijutsu clash, Itachi firmly suppressed the opposing ANBU member. With his dojutsu and his exceptional mind on top of that, winning should be something very easy. The other ANBU member had already rushed in front of Long Ming by this time. He had already started forming hand seals while running. As the seals changed, that ANBU member's arm suddenly began to writhe in a strange way. Would release, cutting Sprig's jutsu. He swung his right hand forward, and multiple wooden vine-like branches suddenly extended from his arm, coiling toward Long Ming like giant pythons. Would release? Long Ming was slightly surprised, but he instantly understood this Konoha ANBU's identity as well. Yamato, the only ninja in all of Konoha who possessed would release. Among all nature transformations, would release secret techniques were absolutely something that could drive countless people mad. It possessed extremely powerful binding and control abilities. It represented the power of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, and was also one of the methods capable of controlling the Ninetales. The fact that he had been sent to watch over Naruto the Ninetales Jinchuriki was indeed very much in line with the style of those higher-ups. Put the child in your hands down, Yamato shouted in a deep voice, while the chakra in his body surged frantically into his right hand. As if responding to Yamato's power, the wooden vine-like branches became even thicker and came crashing down on Long Ming from all directions. Boom! Along with a muffled sound, tremors spread through the ground. The place where Long Ming had been standing was already completely swallowed by the wooden vine-like branches. Wooden branches twisted around one another from up, down, left, and right, forming a giant wooden ball. From the outside, Long Ming's figure could almost no longer be seen. Under the mask, Yamato's brows were tightly furrowed, but the nearby ANBU member was overjoyed when he saw this, because from any angle Long Ming had already been bound by the wood-release ninjutsu. Well done, Tenzo. Quick, come help me deal with Itachi first. This guy is too hard to handle. At this time, Yamato had not yet become the teacher of Naruto and the others, so he was still using his ANBU codename, Tenzo. That ANBU shouted loudly. At this point, there was already an extra slash wound on his body, and several kunai were stuck in his arm. Clearly, this ANBU had overestimated his own combat ability. He could not hold Itachi back. Yamato hesitated, because his would-release ninjutsu just now had not given him the feeling of striking a person. He had a vague sense that Long Ming had not actually been restrained by the wood release. At this moment, that ANBU member's situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Every exchange with Itachi was filled with peril. His eyes were red, and he was incomparably anxious. The blade in his hand had already been swung so fast that it left afterimages. Yet Yamato still stood there without moving. Furious and exasperated, he roared, Tenzo, what the hell are you still standing there for? That brat is already trapped by you. Hurry up and save me. Yamato was caught in a dilemma and was just about to go help his teammate first, when the giant wooden ball in front of him suddenly began to expand. Crack, crack, crack. Under Yamato's shocked gaze, the wooden vine-like branches on the outer layer began to break apart, and wood chips flew wildly in every direction. Yamato's expression turned grave. He focused with full concentration on the front, both hands already raised once more into a combat stance. Crack, crack. The wooden vines and branches on the outer layer completely snapped apart, and Long Ming calmly walked out from inside. Long Ming was like a king. Wherever he passed, the wooden vines and branches moved aside on their own. Not even a single bit of wood chip fell onto him. When Yamato saw this scene, his pupils shrank. He had thought Long Ming had broken free of the wood release through powerful physical strength or some ninjutsu. Who would have thought he had simply walked out? What kind of ninjutsu is this? It actually made my wood release retreat on its own. A trace of unease showed in Yamato's voice. Humanity's greatest fear came from the unknown. At this moment, Yamato fully understood that. If Long Ming had simply broken free through brute force, Yamato would never have been this wary, because then he would at least know how to defeat him. But what he was seeing now made Yamato develop the illusion that wood release might be useless against Long Ming. In truth, this was only the pressure created when Long Ming moved after activating infinity. When Long Ming activated positive infinity, an enormous space would surround his body. When he was not moving, that space was naturally the strongest defense. But when Long Ming moved, especially when someone came within 5 centimeters of him, the space around him would move along with him. That would create tremendous crushing pressure. In other words, Long Ming was forcibly pushing aside the wood release with space itself. Cells really do possess enviable power. Long Ming touched the wooden vine beside him and let out a sigh. The Uchiha clan was absolutely the clan that needed Hashirama's cells the most. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, the body would bear an enormous burden. If Itachi had possessed Hashirama's cells back then, how could he have ended up plagued by illness? Long Ming was still sighing, but Yamato had no intention of wasting words on the battlefield. He formed hand seals with both hands, and the chakra in his body was once again frantically mobilized. Would release. Great spear tree. Yamato gave a sharp shout. 2 wooden vines shot out from his shoulders and rushed straight at Long Ming, incredibly fast, like 2 bolts of lightning. But this time, Long Ming did not passively take the hit again. The 6-pointed star in his left eye slowly turned, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. The 2 wooden vines slammed heavily into the ground. Boom! Boom! 2 huge pits were smashed into the earth. Seeing Long Ming disappear, Yamato immediately panicked. He thought Long Ming had already fled with Naruto. Just as he was about to step forward and check, a hand lightly landed on his shoulder, and Long Ming's meaningful voice sounded by his ear. I'm keeping you alive because I still have great use for you. Thank the Hashirama cells in your body. They saved your life. Yamato's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had no idea how Long Ming had gotten behind him. But the moment those words fell, Yamato reacted in the next second, and joy surged wildly in his heart. At this distance, this is the best chance. At incredible speed, Yamato pulled out a kunai and, without hesitation, viciously stabbed backward, aiming straight for Long Ming's chest. Facing Yamato's sudden attack, Long Ming merely grabbed Yamato's shoulder and used infinity to boost the explosive force of his arm. With a rapid spin, he threw Yamato out like Yamato's pupils shrank. He had thought a child like Long Ming could not possibly have that much strength, but the intense pain coming from his shoulder told him otherwise. He could not resist this power. Bang! 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 Yamato crashed through 2 or 3 large trees in succession before finally coming to a stop. He was covered in fallen leaves, and every bone in his body seemed to be falling apart as waves of pain spread through him. But Yamato still forced himself back up with his right hand bracing against the ground. Heavy breaths escaped his mouth, and his eyes were fixed on Naruto, who was tucked under Long Ming's arm. Looking at such a tenacious Yamato, Long Ming touched his nose and said, "No need to get back up. You're not my opponent. Just like your teammate, just lie there obediently." Yamato was startled when he heard that and turned his head to look. His Umbu teammate was now lying in a pool of blood, covered in kunai like a hedgehog, his life or death unknown. Yamato could hardly bear to look. Supporting himself on his right hand against his knee, he slowly stood up, and a sharp light suddenly burst from his eyes as he said, "I really am not your opponent, but someone is." As Yamato's final word fell, a pair of hands suddenly shot out from the ground beneath Long Ming's feet and firmly grabbed Naruto's body, trying to snatch him away. This was the final Umbu member who had been hiding in the dark all along. He had been waiting for the right chance to strike, while also observing Long Ming's every move. In his view, this was the best possible moment to attack. The instant he grabbed Long Ming, he almost thought he had already succeeded. But what he had not expected was that Long Ming had long been on guard against him. Facing this Umbu member's sudden sneak attack, Long Ming swung up a kick straight at his mask, and a sharp whistling sound tore through the air head-on. In this kick, Long Ming showed absolutely no mercy, pushing infinity to the limit. If it landed, then even if it did not kill him, it would cripple him. Faced with the choice between death and saving Naruto, this Umbu ninja could only choose the former. Gritting his teeth, he let go of Naruto. And in less than a second, he reacted by using a prearranged substitution jutsu to shift himself away. Boom! After Long Ming's kick hit the target, that Umbu member exploded into a cloud of white smoke, replaced by a piece of wood. That sturdy log instantly shattered like brittle tofu under the kick, breaking into pieces, and wood chips rained all over the ground. Oh, such quick reactions. Long Ming was slightly surprised. When he activated the negative infinity within infinity, his speed was comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique. To dodge in time required extremely sharp perception and reaction speed. In the next moment, that Umbu member appeared beside Yamato. Seeing that the carefully prepared strike had failed, Yamato ground his teeth in fury. Damn it, we were just a little short. He looked at the Umbu member beside him and asked with concern, "Senpai, you weren't hurt just now, were you?" The man shook his head and touched his mask, a trace of gravity in his voice. "I'm fine. His speed is far too fast. And his strength is terrifying too. It feels like some kind of special dojutsu. If I hadn't already seen him fight you before, and with this Sharingan, I definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time." Hearing this Umbu member's evaluation, Yamato sucked in a breath of cold air. It was rare for him to see this cold and scheming senior of his give someone such a high evaluation. Listening to the conversation between the two, Long Ming instantly understood the identity of this final Umbu member. Konoha's copy ninja, the future 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. Those few higher-ups in Konoha really did place abnormal importance on Naruto. They actually sent out 2 elite jonin in a row. And the one Itachi killed earlier was probably no weakling either. With a lineup this luxurious, looking across the entire Uchiha clan, probably only Itachi and Fugaku had a chance of taking Naruto away. Whoosh! Itachi used the body flicker technique and returned to Long Ming's side. He coldly looked at the 2 people opposite him and said, Captain, Tenzo, I don't want to be your enemy. I only want to resolve tonight's war between Konoha and the Uchiha. After seeing their brief clash with Long Ming just now, Itachi immediately recognized these two former comrades. After all, they had fought side by side several times in the Umbu, and Itachi had once been Kakashi's subordinate. We don't want to be your enemy either. But the order we received is to protect Naruto, this child. Put Naruto down. Whatever you want to do after that, we won't interfere. Kakashi appeared calm as he negotiated with Itachi, but in truth he had been keeping his chakra raised the whole time, guarding against Long Ming behind him. Sorry, that's not something I can decide. Itachi shook his head, then said, we are definitely taking Naruto away. You can't stop us. Kakashi's expression turned gloomy beneath the mask. His anger was not only because Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but also because Naruto was the only child of his teacher, one of the very few people left in this world who still had ties to him. Kakashi raised his head, and the eye beneath the mask revealed killing intent. He said word by word, Itachi, do you Uchiha really want to destroy Konoha? If you hurt Naruto, no matter what price I have to pay, I will kill you. At this point, Kakashi still did not know the full truth of what was going on. The message their Umbu had received was simply that the Uchiha clan was launching a rebellion. Root was organizing at the front lines. The third Hokage had led most of the Umbu members to the Uchiha, and they had been assigned to come here to Naruto. I already told you. I only want to stop the war between Konoha and the Uchiha. The Uchiha never intended to destroy Konoha. As for taking Naruto, Itachi paused here, then looked toward Long Ming behind him, recalling the terrifying balance theory the other party had mentioned. He seriously said to Kakashi, taking Naruto is a necessary bargaining method right now. Please understand. As long as you want to take Naruto away, I will stop you no matter what. Kakashi replied in a deep voice, showing no intention of backing down. He also vaguely felt that there was something sudden and strange about this war. But as a ninja of the Umbu, he had to carry out his mission. And as the fourth Hokage student, he had to protect his teacher's only child. Kakashi took a deep breath, and his hands began forming seals at blinding speed. He was so fast that afterimages appeared around his moving palms. After completing the hand seals, Kakashi grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, and lightning-released chakra continuously leaped in his palm. The blue light lit up Kakashi's mask, and it also lit up the night. Itachi's expression grew quite serious. After all, this was one of Kakashi's signature techniques, one that had killed enemy ninja on the battlefield many times before. Kakashi said in a low voice, Itachi, I'll say this one last time. Leave Naruto behind. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy for old-time sake. Itachi did not speak. Just as he was about to respond with action and show his attitude, he suddenly felt a hand yank him backward. Long Ming curled his lip and said, S-type. How can I let you keep getting tangled up with him? What if you accidentally end up going 50-50 with him? Long Ming's words once again left Itachi completely puzzled, and Long Ming could not be bothered to explain. What Naruto fan didn't know? From the final boss Kagaya all the way down to elite Jonin level small fry like Zabuza, and then all the members of the Akatsuki in between, no matter who it was, Kakashi could exchange a few moves with them. Even though his exact strength was hard to judge, one thing was certain. He was troublesome. Long Ming did not want to waste time on him right now. Long Ming raised a finger. Positive and negative infinity kept colliding in his hand, and a red singularity carrying a destructive aura appeared once again. The moment Kakashi and the other man saw the little red sphere in Long Ming's hand, their hair stood on end. Every pore on their bodies was warning them of the danger about to arrive. Long Ming smiled and said, a farewell gift. I hope next time we meet, we can sit down and have a proper talk. As soon as he finished speaking, the red sphere in Long Ming's hand suddenly burst with dazzling red light, and a huge energy shockwave swept toward Kakashi and the other man like a storm. The energy shockwave destroyed everything in its path. In almost the blink of an eye, it was already about to slam into Kakashi and the other man. Kakashi decisively gave up using Raikiri. He mobilized his chakra and was just about to use Earth-style wall, when a broad figure stepped in front of him. Senior, get behind me now. Yamato let out a roar. Wood release, wood locking wall. Yamato pushed all the chakra in his body to the limit, and at the very last instant before the shockwave arrived, he used wood locking wall. Layer after layer, row after row of wooden pillars shot up from the ground, bending into an arched barrier that firmly protected both Kakashi and himself. The next second, boom! The enormous sound of an explosion rang out from Konoha once again. Birds, beasts, fish, and insects in the nearby woods all scattered in panic, fleeing into the distance. Under that overwhelming power, Yamato's wood locking wall was continuously torn apart, and in the end it was swallowed by the light. The explosion lasted for several seconds before it finally began to die down. When the light gradually dimmed, the scene ahead was already in complete ruin. Black smoke curled upward from the charred ground. A massive trench nearly 4 meters wide had appeared on the ground once again, and along the path there were quite a few broken pieces of wood and traces of blood. Itachi's heart tightened, but Long Ming spoke in time. Worry. They won't die that easily. I only used 1/5 of my chakra just now. Hearing Long Ming's explanation, Itachi finally relaxed. He still held a great deal of respect for Kakashi. At the very least, he had never thought of killing him here. Long Ming planned to call this kind of exploding red singularity an infinity orb, and the strength of the infinity orb was also determined by how much chakra Long Ming released. The more positive and negative infinity he created with chakra, the greater the power of the infinity orb became. Let's go. We're heading back to the Uchiha. Long Ming waved at Itachi. Itachi gave the ruins one last look, then stepped to Long Ming's side as well. Long Ming tucked Naruto under one arm and grabbed Itachi with the other. The instant his dojutsu activated, the three of them vanished from where they stood. A few minutes after Long Ming's group of 3 left, Kakashi crawled out from under several broken logs in the distance. At this point, the umbu mask on his face had already cracked, revealing the familiar face beneath the covering mask. But no matter how one looked at him, Kakashi now carried a somewhat defeated air. Once again, he had failed to protect something important. But Kakashi had no time to blame himself. He quickly pushed through the broken wood beneath him. In the end, under a pile of wooden debris, he found the unconscious Yamato. He checked Yamato's vital signs, and after discovering that the other man was safe and unharmed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. During the fight just now, Kakashi had been using the Sharingan to observe Long Ming the whole time, and he had also used one Raikiri. At this point, his chakra was already nearly exhausted. Kakashi dropped to the ground and sat there, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Uchiha clan in the distance. His emotions complicated as he silently prayed. Naruto, please don't let anything happen to you. Uchiha. Konoha's many experts were in a tense standoff with the Uchiha. At this moment, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. The ninjas on both sides held their breath and tightened their grips on their weapons. Right now, as long as either side made the first move, a bloody war would fully begin. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage was ultimately the first to speak. Fugaku, are you really sure you want to go to war with us? You know very well what the final outcome will be. Persuade your clansmen to surrender. If you do that, we will treat the remaining Uchiha clan members with leniency. There was not the slightest change on Fugaku's face. The third's words might fool children, but no one else. Now that the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha had already happened, no matter the outcome, Konoha's upper ranks would never let the Uchiha off. If they fought, there was still a chance. If they surrendered, then the Uchiha would only face certain death. The only reason the third was saying words of surrender now was because he did not want to be the villain who destroyed the Uchiha himself. He had always been an extremely shrewd Hokage. Sure enough, the moment the third finished speaking, Danzo stepped out. Humph, the Uchiha harbor evil intentions. How can they be allowed to remain? Today they dare rebel and scheme to seize the Hokage's position. Tomorrow they'll dare collude with enemy nations and destroy Konoha. They absolutely cannot be spared. We must wipe them all out right now, Danzo said firmly. The surrounding gazes all gathered on Danzo. Quite a few clan heads from Konoha's families were still somewhat hesitant. The Uchiha had, after all, lived in Konoha for many years, and had made great contributions through hardship in every war. But Danzo was one of Konoha's higher-ups. The clan heads present were not in a good position to oppose his opinion, so one by one, they remained silent. And the third, who had just been talking about persuading them to surrender, now sat like an old monk in meditation. He expressed neither approval nor disapproval toward Danzo's words. Fugaku let out a long sigh. He now understood the third's true thoughts. The smug look on Danzo's face grew stronger. With a sinister smile, he said, "Looks like everyone has no objections. Fugaku, you led the Uchiha clan in rebellion. Your crime is unforgivable. Today, you will pay the price for your shameful betrayal." Our betrayal? Danzo's words seemed to stab right into Fugaku's nerves. He gave a self-mocking laugh and glared at Konoha's people. It was clearly you who betrayed the original promise. They said the village was established to eliminate the barriers between clans. Our Uchiha believed the first Hokage's words. For all these years, we've actively tried to integrate into the village. And what did we get in return? Suspicion, framing, murder. When the Nine-Tails Rebellion happened, I led my clansmen to stop it, yet you forbade us from approaching the Nine-Tails. After the war, you became suspicious of us in every possible way, and even moved the Uchiha to the outskirts. And even Shursui, Danzo, do you really think I don't know how he died? Fugaku roared again and again. Over all these years, he had truly been holding it in for far too long. For the sake of the clan, he had endured again and again. For Konoha's peace, he had given way multiple times, until there was nowhere left to retreat. Arguing with words is meaningless. Today, this old man will definitely destroy your clan and slaughter the Uchiha to the last one. Attack! A cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes. As he spoke grimly, he flung his sleeve. The war between Konoha and the Uchiha had officially begun. Danzo's words spread across the battlefield, and Konoha's many ninjas shot forward without the slightest hesitation, charging in to kill the Uchiha. Several clan heads attacked one after another, and all kinds of mighty jutsu lit up the dark night itself. The Inuzuka clan's ninja hounds burst out with furious howls. Their huge bodies could almost easily swallow an adult ninja whole. Everywhere they passed was left in ruins, and together with members of the Inuzuka clan, they could form massive tornadoes to attack the enemy. Then there were the almost endless parasitic insects from the Aburame clan. At this moment, they let out terrifying buzzing sounds, carrying a force that seemed ready to sweep away everything as they surged toward the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan's ninjas were even more imposing. Relying on their astonishing taijutsu, they could often easily suppress ordinary Uchiha ninjas. The moment both sides clashed, the Uchiha immediately fell into a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the Third and Konoha's other top combat forces tightly held down Fugaku, the Uchiha's strongest fighter. Seeing his clansmen being slaughtered one after another, monstrous fury surged through Fugaku's heart, and he threw back his head and let out a miserable, furious roar. At this moment, Fugaku's aura soared into the sky. The chakra throughout his body erupted to its limit, and the Mangekyo in his eyes was revealed in public for the first time. When Danzo saw it, the killing intent in his eyes deepened. He snarled, "So, Fugaku, you really were plotting this all along. You keep talking about trust, yet you've secretly hidden a Mangekyo Sharingan. What a pity. This is the first time and also the last time you'll ever show its power." After speaking, Danzo formed hand seals with both hands, and wind release chakra continuously gathered in his mouth. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. The moment Danzo moved, it was a killing attack. He spat out several weasel-like blades of air in succession, one after another shooting straight toward Fugaku. "Before I die, I'll kill you first." Fugaku's voice was filled with fury. Most of the targeting against the Uchiha clan had come from Danzo, so Fugaku attacked him first. The Mangekyo in his right eye suddenly filled with blood vessels, and bright red blood flowed down from it at the same time. Amaterasu. Fugaku's Mangekyo locked onto the flying vacuum serial waves. In the blink of an eye, that high-level wind release ninjutsu was burned completely away by strange black flames. Danzo's pupils contracted, and he blurted out in shock, "What kind of fire is this? It actually burned away my vacuum serial waves." When the third beside him saw the power of the black flames, his face changed drastically as well. Just like Itachi, Fugaku's right eye also possessed Amaterasu, known as the strongest physical attack, the highest grade technique among fire release jutsu. Before it burned the target to ashes, it would never disappear. And because the black flames were generated at the focal point of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke had once called it an attack that was absolutely impossible to evade. After burning away the vacuum serial waves, the black flames moved with Fugaku's gaze, and then surged toward Danzo to devour him. Danzo's body trembled, and a horrified look appeared on his face. In his panic, he raised his left hand to block. In the next moment, his arm was swallowed by the black flames. Danzo let out a pained roar. Amaterasu's extreme heat and destructive power frantically scorched his skin and blood. Several root members hurried over to help their master. Those who knew water release jutsu even tried to rush forward and extinguish the black flames. Water release, wild water wave. Water release, waterfall basin technique. The root members each showed their own methods, and large amounts of water release washed over Danzo's left arm again and again. But Amaterasu was not countered by water release jutsu. Even at the bottom of the sea, as long as the target was not burned away, it would never disappear. Damn it, why won't it go out? Danzo's eyes were bloodshot as he kept slapping at his own left arm, but it was still useless. As he watched the black flames gradually spread, the thought of using his right eye to activate Izanagi rose in Danzo's heart. But the moment that thought appeared, Danzo immediately crushed it. No, Shirsue's eye. I can't let it go to waste like this. Danzo steeled himself and decided to make the hard cut. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a ninja blade and slashed straight at his own left arm. Blood instantly sprayed out, and the blood that splattered onto the black flames was evaporated in an instant. The moment Danzo's arm hit the ground, it was swallowed by the black flames in the blink of an eye. After cutting off his arm, Danzo's face turned pale, and he nearly lost his footing and fell. A root member beside him quickly stepped forward to support him. A medical ninja from Konoha also rushed over to stop the bleeding from Danzo's left arm. What a terrifying fire release ninjutsu. Seeing Fugaku force Danzo to cut off his own arm with a single move, the other Konoha ninja all showed deep fear on their faces. What exactly is that black flame? Fugaku was actually hiding this kind of power too. Go help the third. Find a chance to take down Fugaku. We'll deal with the remaining Uchiha clan members. Voices rang out across the battlefield. The Konoha ninja became even more frenzied. hurling all kinds of ninjutsu at the Uchiha clan like they didn't care about their lives. As the Hokage, the third was being extremely cautious at this moment. He bit his finger, quickly formed several hand signs, and summoned his contract beast. Summoning Jutsu Monkey King Enma. As a huge cloud of white smoke dispersed, an old monkey wearing a traveling robe and covered in graying hair appeared on the battlefield. This was the third's strongest summon. He possessed an indestructible body and could also transform into the adamantine staff. Hiruzen, what's going on here? Who's the enemy? Enma's voice was incomparably old, and it also carried a trace of confusion. After all, he had followed the third for years, so he recognized Konoha's people. He couldn't understand why their own side was fighting itself. Sorry, old friend. I'll explain later. Turn into the adamantine staff, the third replied in a deep voice, offering no explanation. The monkey also trusted Hiruzen greatly. He said nothing more and immediately transformed into a thick black staff with golden ends. The third took the adamantine staff in hand. The huge staff formed a sharp contrast with his thin body. Adamantine staff, extend, the third shouted in a deep voice, and the staff instantly lengthened, thrusting straight toward Fugaku. This move had once directly shoved the enraged Ninetails out of the village. Its power was no small matter, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Boom! Fugaku had no time to dodge and could only raise both hands in a hurry to block the staff. The tremendous force sent Fugaku flying dozens of meters away. Along the way, he even crashed through the walls of the Uchiha compound, and a thread of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. After landing a hit, the adamantine staff retracted. Fugaku was just about to strike back when he suddenly felt that his body could no longer move. Looking down, he saw strands of pitch-black shadows connecting to his body. The Nara clan's secret technique, Shadow Possession Jutsu. In this nearly pitch-black night, the Nara clan was absolutely the last group anyone wanted to provoke. Their Shadow Possession Jutsu could use this darkness to extend several extra meters. Fugaku's heart sank sharply. Being controlled under these circumstances was almost certainly a death sentence. He let out a low roar. Veins bulged across his face as he pushed his chakra to the limit, and the shadows around him began to tremble violently. Hidden in the darkness, Nara Shikaka's hands were trembling non-stop as he shouted, "Move now. I won't be able to hold him much longer." As soon as his words fell, the third and the one-armed Danzo appeared in midair at the same time. Danzo's expression was filled with venomous hatred. With his only remaining right hand, he raised a kunai, coated it in wind-released chakra, and stabbed toward Fugaku. "Sorry, Fugaku. For the sake of the village, I have no choice." For the first time, shocking killing intent burst out from the third's aged and cloudy eyes. The staff in his hand smashed fiercely toward Fugaku's head. This strike held absolutely nothing back. Even the air was dragged into a violent roaring sound. "Clan head! You Konoha bastards! Get away from him! Someone go help the clan head! Hurry!" The surrounding Uchiha clansmen were frantic with anxiety. They kept shouting as they charged madly toward Fugaku. So, we still failed. Fugaku let out a long sigh in his heart. He no longer had time to break free. In the end, the gap in combat strength can't be made up. How can the Uchiha possibly fight against the 8 great clans joining forces? I only hope that child Itachi can take Sasuke and escape far away, far from this place of right and wrong called Konoha, and live on properly. You will always be my pride. Fugaku silently prayed for his sons in his heart, then slowly closed his eyes, ready to face death. Just as the adamantine staff was about to smash Fugaku's head to pieces, 2 figures suddenly stepped between the third, Danzo, and Fugaku. The moment they appeared, one of them showed an extremely furious expression and coldly shouted, "What are you supposed to be? You think you can wipe out my Uchiha? Get lost." He threw out an arm and viciously swept it toward the third and Danzo in front of him. A mass of black chakra rapidly condensed around his body, completely covering him and forming a gigantic skeleton made of black chakra. The instant the skeleton appeared, it made the exact same movement as Long Ming. His arm rose, then viciously swept toward the third and Danzo in front of it. An indescribable force was transmitted from that giant skeletal hand. The third was instantly shocked. The moment the adamantine staff made contact, he felt a powerful rebounding force surge back through it, nearly making him lose his grip. Fortunately, the adamantine staff had its indestructible property and absorbed most of the impact. Otherwise, that strike would have injured the third. Even so, the third still flipped backward and retreated several steps in a row. Only after bracing the adamantine staff against the ground did he manage to steady himself. As for Danzo, he was nowhere near as fortunate. His weapon was just an ordinary kunai, and he had no time to react at all. The kunai instantly snapped apart. He took the giant skeleton's punch head-on with his body. Several mouthfuls of blood sprayed wildly from his mouth in midair before he was slammed hard into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone present was stunned, and the Uchiha clansmen who had rushed over to help stood there dumbfounded. Some of the clan heads from the great families even lost their composure and stood there with their mouths hanging open. The ones sent flying were not just nobodies. One was Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha's dignified third Hokage. The other was Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root. If either one of those two so much as stomped a foot, all of Konoha would shake. And yet now, someone had actually driven both of them back with a single strike. Just who had that kind of power? When everyone's gaze gathered on Long Ming, they were stunned to discover that the one who had just made the move was only a half-grown child. Just who was this person? And since when had the Uchiha gained a powerhouse like him? Covered in blood, Danzo struggled to climb out of the pit. At this moment, his chest was full of rage, and he wished he could tear Long Ming into pieces for what he had just done. If not for Long Ming, Fugaku would have already died by his hand. At that point, the entire Uchiha would have fallen into chaos. But when Danzo turned his gaze toward Long Ming, his eyes involuntarily shifted from fury to horror, and he blurted out, "Could this be the legendary Susanoo?" Everyone's hearts shook, and the third Hokage's face darkened even more. With his experience, he had naturally heard of this incredibly destructive jutsu. Susanoo was the third power unlocked only after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, a power people called the power of a god. Its essence was materialized chakra, using massive chakra to form a humanoid figure that surrounded the user, rendering the vast majority of attacks ineffective. In the entire history of the Uchiha clan, only a handful of people had ever awakened Susanoo. The third Hokage had never expected that a ninja capable of using Susanoo would appear within the Uchiha clan. Because every person's Mangekyo Sharingan had different abilities, the appearance of Susanoo and the techniques it used were also different. Long Ming's Susanoo was black, and what he had displayed so far was only the first form of Susanoo. Its appearance was skeletal and chakra completely covered the body. It could be used for attack, defense, protection, control, and many other purposes. HMPH. Susanoo, so what? Yes, just some brat. If we attack him together, we can tear him to pieces. Danzo suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to say something fierce to intimidate Long Ming. But before Danzo could finish speaking, he was immediately met with a furious, mocking snort from Long Ming. "You've got quite a mouth on you, Danzo. Why not let you test the power of my Susanoo for yourself?" An invisible shockwave burst out around Long Ming. A massive amount of black chakra poured from his body, covering the skeleton with meridians and flesh, while his whole form was wrapped in cloak-like chakra. This was the second form of Susanoo. It possessed exclusive weapons and jutsu, such as the Yata mirror and bows and arrows. And Long Ming's weapon was a massive double-edged warblade. "Itachi, stay here and watch over the clan head. I'll go cut down Danzo and be back." Long Ming gave the order coldly, looking at the corpses of his clansmen all over the ground. His heart was already filled with fury. He wanted to kill. The six-pointed star in his left eye turned slightly. Infinity activated. Long Ming, along with his Susanoo, vanished before everyone's eyes. In an instant, Danzo's heart suddenly pounded wildly, and an unprecedented sense of danger surged through his mind. In the blink of an eye, Long Ming had teleported right in front of him. The enormous Susanoo gave off a sense of destruction that no one could resist. The moment he appeared, Long Ming controlled Susanoo to tighten its grip on the double-edged warblade and slash down at Danzo. Cold light flashed repeatedly in Long Ming's eyes as he poured all his killing intent into this single strike. No outsider would ever be allowed to harm his clansmen. Konoha was nothing but trash. "No!" Danzo let out a heart-rending scream. The shrill sound cut off abruptly, replaced by a string of collapsing roars. Boom! The enormous blade aura flew dozens of meters, kicking up dust everywhere it passed. Under the slash of the double-edged warblade, the earth was split open with a massive trench nearly dozens of meters long. And Danzo, who had taken the strike head-on, had already been split into two and lay on the ground. The noisy battlefield fell completely silent at this moment. Everyone was stunned by that heaven-shaking slash and could not recover for a long time. Only when Danzo's corpse on the ground suddenly began to blur and a brand new Danzo appeared did everyone finally snap awake. What is this? Didn't T-Lord Danzo die? Some of the Root members were instantly stricken with shock, while most of the other ninja looked utterly confused. Could it be that we were caught in a genjutsu? Impossible. Our chakra isn't in disorder at all. It definitely isn't a genjutsu. Then what is going on? Why did Lord Danzo come back to life? What kind of jutsu is this? The Konoha ninja broke into heated discussion, but none of them knew how Danzo had done it. Only a small number of people, including Long Ming, knew what had happened to Danzo. What Danzo had used was a technique that could only be activated with the power of both the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, a jutsu created by the Sage of Six Paths. The Uchiha clan's ultimate genjutsu is an aji. In an extremely brief span of time, it could instantly turn all unfavorable factors affecting the caster, including death itself, into a dream. And it could turn all favorable factors for the attacker into reality. It was the ultimate genjutsu cast on oneself, able to freely control the boundary between reality and dreams. However, the price was the permanent loss of light. After reviving, Danzo did not hesitate at all. He turned and retreated at once. Beneath his bandages, Shusui's right eye had already slowly closed. Danzo's heart ached over this. Even when his arm had been burned by Amaterasu just now, he had not been willing to use Shusui's eye to cast Izanagi. Yet now, Long Ming had forced it out of him with a single slash. Damn Uchiha brat, you made me waste Shusui's eye. Such a precious power. And it ended up being used on Izanagi. Just wait. I'll dig out your Mangekyo Sharingan and use it to make up for my loss, Danzo said with a twisted expression. But Danzo retreated fast, and Long Ming pursued even faster. He had long known that Danzo could use Izanagi, so he had already been prepared. Before Danzo could flee very far, Long Ming appeared behind him once again. You don't have another chance. D. Long Ming roared out that final word, and the massive double-edged war blade drove straight toward Danzo. Danzo turned his head to look, and in that instant, he was scared out of his wits. The cowardice buried in his bones once again filled him with fear of death. No, I can't die. How can I die here? This old man still hasn't become Hokage. I want to live, I have to live. Konoha can't be without me. Save me. Someone save me. Danzo screamed like a madman. His originally sinister face was now completely filled with fear. He fled forward in a miserable panic, watching helplessly as the blade drew closer and closer to him. The fear of death in the depths of his heart had already made his legs tremble uncontrollably. In the end, he still could not become someone unafraid of sacrifice and death. Just like when he once faced the second Hokage's test. It had long since been proven that he was unqualified to become Hokage. Just as Danzo was about to sink completely into despair, an aged voice came from afar. Danzo, hold on. Danzo suddenly snapped awake. He looked into the distance and saw the third Hokage rushing over. Unlike him, there was not the slightest trace of fear in the third's eyes, only surging battle intent. His gaze became incomparably complicated. In his eyes, there was no longer only fear of death, but also a strange unwillingness and shame. He had lost to Hiruzen once again. Adamantine prison wall. The third let out a heavy shout and threw the adamantine staff in his hand forward. The staff split into dozens of rods, forming a square cage that protected Danzo inside. At that moment, Long Ming's Susanoo also brought its blade down. Clang! The instant the two sides collided, an invisible sound wave swept in all directions. Quite a few ninja instinctively covered their ears, but sharp pain still kept stabbing through their eardrums. Danzo, who was the closest, had blood shaken straight out of his ears, while the roaring buzz kept ringing around them. The terrifying power of Susanoo poured completely onto the adamantine staff, forcing the entire square cage deep into the ground. Countless cracks spread out from beneath the cage like a turtle shell-esque patterns, and even the supposedly indestructible staff was left with an extremely deep slash mark. As for Danzo inside, with the adamantine cage protecting him, he was actually unharmed. His ears were only temporarily deafened. Susanoo pulled out its twin-bladed war sword. Because Enma had suffered heavy damage, he directly withdrew from the adamantine staff state. His body swayed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A huge blade wound had appeared on his body, stretching from his shoulder to his chest, exposing the ghastly white bones underneath. The Monkey King's eyes showed deep fear as he looked at Susanoo. Grabbing Danzo's body, he kicked off with both feet and rapidly leaped backward. But this time, Long Ming did not pursue. He merely watched Danzo's direction calmly. That filled Danzo's heart with joy. He's not chasing after me? Great. As long as this old man escapes back to Hiruzen's side, I'll be safe. That brat may be strong, but in the end, he's only one person. Once we join forces with the other elite jonin, he'll definitely die without a burial place. At this moment, a smile of surviving disaster appeared on Danzo's face. He was even planning what to do after escaping, completely failing to notice the danger at his side. Long Ming reached out toward Danzo's position and clenched hard, shouting coldly, "Infinite Sphere! Explode!" The moment his words fell, Danzo's arm suddenly erupted with tens of thousands of rays of red light. Danzo's smile froze, and he looked in extreme terror at the place where his left arm had been severed. There, a red sphere was continuously releasing terrifying energy. It was Long Ming's infinite sphere. At the very moment of their clash just now, Long Ming had condensed it and placed it on Danzo's severed left arm. At such close range, once the infinite sphere exploded, its power would be impossible to estimate. From the very beginning, Long Ming had never planned to let Danzo go. Those Konoha higher-ups who held hostility toward the Uchiha were targets Long Ming was determined to purge. And Danzo was the foremost among them. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rang out from the Uchiha clan grounds. Danzo's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his body was instantly swallowed by red light. The energy produced by the explosion slammed brutally into his flesh. Without any struggle or scream, Danzo simply vanished directly in the explosion, not even leaving behind ashes. As for the Monkey King, he relied on his beastly instincts. At the very instant the explosion happened, he immediately chose to end the summoning jutsu, returning to his sacred land and barely escaping disaster. No one knew how long passed before the explosion slowly stopped. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan, a gigantic crater had appeared. The ninja on all sides fell into dead silence. No one had ever imagined that so many twists would appear in what should have been a crushing battle. And they had even witnessed the death of a Konoha high-ranking elder. And that high-ranking elder was also the ruler of Root. Who among the ninja present would not be shocked? The third's face was incomparably grave. He had no time to mourn Danzo's death. He had to find a way to solve the current problem. With Itachi and Long Ming added in, the battlefield situation had been instantly overturned. Although Konoha could still win, the price would likely be far too heavy. For a moment, the thought of persuading Itachi rose again in the third's mind. But before he could speak, Long Ming said in a domineering tone, "Third Hokage, you can't even tell right from wrong. You allowed Konoha ninja to attack my Uchiha. No matter what, today you must give me an explanation." The third's gaze darkened as he replied coldly, "You killed one of Konoha's elder-level ninja. The one who seems to owe Konoha an explanation is you." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly swallowed the rest of his words, his face turning pale with shock. Long Ming turned his right hand, and Naruto's body was pulled out from behind him. It was just that Naruto had already fallen unconscious and knew nothing of what was happening outside. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto. Bursts of shocked cries came from Konoha's side. Quite a few people broke into cold sweat the instant they saw Naruto. The third's expression looked even uglier. He had clearly sent Kakashi and the others to protect Naruto, yet Naruto had still been taken away by the Uchiha. Holding the unconscious Naruto in his arms, Long Ming said blandly, "You'd better think carefully before you speak again. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether I might accidentally open the Nine-Tails seal." This time, Konoha's side fell completely into chaos. Nara Shikaku, Konoha's strategist, used the body flicker to arrive at the third's side in an instant and could not help saying, "Third Lord, the Nine-Tails absolutely cannot be released." But aside from rational people like Shikaku, there were also plenty of radicals. They kept shouting, "Lord Hokage, why should we fear the Nine-Tails? Konoha has so many jonin. It's enough to destroy both the Nine-Tails and the Uchiha together." "Shut up, idiot. Back then, the fourth Hokage paid with his life just to seal the Nine-Tails. Do you think you're better than the Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage? Then are we just supposed to let this go? Lord Danzo died at that brat's hands. What the hell are you yelling for here? If the Nine-Tails comes out, it won't be just one or two people dying. Trash like you could be blown to death with a single fart." Konoha's people split into two factions, arguing endlessly. "Enough," the third barked, stopping the farce the crowd was putting on. Looking at Konoha's people, he slowly said, "My beliefs do not allow me to sacrifice too many people. This matter ends here. We will make peace with the Uchiha." When the third said this, he felt extremely stifled, but he also knew what mattered more. If the Nine-Tails came out, everything would be over. But things did not end the way the third had imagined. Long Ming snorted coldly and said, "Who said this ends here? I said Konoha must give the Uchiha an explanation today. I'll count to 3. If you still don't speak, then I'll control the Nine-Tails to break the seal, destroy Konoha, and leave not a blade of grass behind." The third's body trembled. He had not expected Long Ming to be this overbearing, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "Don't act rashly. Whatever it is, we can discuss it slowly. We can sign an agreement. From now on, Konoha will no longer move against the Uchiha. We can even offer some compensation financially. But the premise is that you return Naruto first." "Heh, looks like you still don't understand the situation." Long Ming let out a cold laugh, then grabbed Naruto, the six-pointed star in his eyes slowly turning. "1. Long Ming slowly spat out a single word. "Your Uchiha suffered heavy casualties, but Konoha did too, and we even lost a Hokage advisor. Let this matter be considered settled. What more explanation do you want?" The third Hokage frowned and replied with forced toughness. 2. Long Ming paid him no attention at all and simply spoke the second number again. "Don't push this too far. If the Nine-Tails is released, even if Konoha is destroyed, there's no way the Uchiha will be allowed to survive alone. When that happens, everyone will die." The third Hokage's face was ashen as he made a blustering threat. 3. Long Ming shouted the final number, killing intent fully exposed in his eyes. The scroll of seals. The third Hokage finally could not withstand the pressure. He had no way to gamble with Konoha and all the villagers' lives. "I'll make the decision. Aside from financial compensation, we will also give the forbidden jutsu in the scroll of seals to your Uchiha. This kind of explanation should satisfy you now, right?" As soon as those words came out, Quite a few ninjas who had heard of the Scroll of Seals were instantly shocked, their eyes burning with desire. Inside it were all kinds of immensely powerful forbidden jutsu. Any single one of them was enough to make every nation covet it. Long Ming's gaze shifted slightly. This condition was already pretty good. If he pushed Konoha too hard, and they really ended up in a mutual destruction scenario, that was not what Long Ming wanted to see. After a brief silence, Long Ming set Naruto down and said to the third Hokage, "Besides that, the Uchiha will also move back to the central area of Konoha." The third Hokage's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Only after seeing Long Ming give up on unsealing the Nine Tails did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He replied, "That is also acceptable. We will make arrangements." Long Ming gave a soft grunt through his nose, then grabbed Naruto and started descending. The third Hokage immediately panicked and hurriedly said, "Wait, you still haven't returned Naruto to us. When did I ever agree to return Naruto to you?" Long Ming sneered, then said, "That was just your wishful thinking. Naruto will be living with the Uchiha from now on. If you miss him, you can come visit any time." Hearing this, the third Hokage's expression changed. If the Nine Tails was in the Uchiha's hands, then Konoha would be completely passive. At a time like this, there was no way Long Ming would return Naruto to Konoha. After all, the Uchiha had not yet grown strong enough to protect themselves. Naruto was the Uchiha clan's protective talisman. As long as he was there, Konoha would not dare act rashly. Someone nearby said unwillingly, "Lord Third, is this matter really ending just like this? Are we really handing the Nine Tails over to someone else just like that?" The third Hokage remained silent. After a moment, he replied, "This matter still needs long-term planning. At the very least, we cannot keep fighting like this, or Konoha's foundation will be exhausted. Just where did that brat who suddenly appeared come from? We've never heard before that the Uchiha had produced such a genius. If he hadn't captured the Nine Tails, our plan definitely would have succeeded today." One of Root's members gritted his teeth in fury. Long Ming's identity was also something the third Hokage cared deeply about. It was just that he was more calculating and did not reveal it easily. While they were still sighing over it, Long Ming's voice suddenly came from the distance. "If you're not leaving, are you waiting for me to invite you?" The expressions of Konoha's people stiffened, and the third Hokage sighed. "Everyone, take your clansmen and return. Treat today's events as if they never happened. Do not spread this widely. If other countries learned of the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, they might seize the opportunity to do something terrible." The heads of the various clans were all people with good judgment. They silently nodded and slowly led their clansmen out of Uchiha territory. This battle to exterminate the clan finally ended with Konoha backing down. The surviving Uchiha clansmen were overwhelmed with excitement. Long Ming's appearance had not only saved them, it had also brought them hope. Ever since Shirsui's death, the strongest among the clan's younger generation had finally appeared once again. Long live the Uchiha clan. This time it was all thanks to that child. He's probably at Kage level already. Unbelievable. That child should still be under 10 years old, right? That talent is even more terrifying than Shirsui's. Come on, let us go take a look at him. The remaining Uchiha clansmen all gathered together and came to Long Ming's side. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism as they looked at him. He had turned the tide of the battle by his own power alone, killed Danzo, and threatened the third Hokage. Just thinking about each of those things was enough to make one's blood boil. Even Fugaku's gaze toward Long Ming was filled with admiration and gratitude. That gratitude was naturally gratitude for Long Ming changing the fate of the Uchiha clan. If Long Ming had not intervened, the Uchiha likely would have been doomed beyond redemption. "Child, what is your name?" Fugaku asked gently. Everyone else also pricked up their ears. They wanted to hear what the child who had saved the Uchiha clan was actually called. "Long Ming, Uchiha Long Ming." Long Ming replied indifferently. After hearing it, everyone unconsciously repeated the name several times in their hearts, as if trying to carve it into their minds. Very soon, this name would be placed on the third Hokage's desk, and then spread through Konoha at astonishing speed. Only this name might be an infamous one. "Long Ming, I have to thank you not only for the clan, but also for what happened with Itachi. I saw your conversation. You really worked hard." Fugaku sighed with emotion and gave Long Ming a deep bow. That bow was not only as the head of the Uchiha clan, but also as a father. Long Ming quickly helped Fugaku up and said with a smile, "Clan head, you're too serious. I'm also a member of the Uchiha clan. Please get up." Fugaku did not put on false airs either. After standing up, he looked over the battlefield that had been reduced to complete ruin, and a trace of complexity flashed through his eyes. Then he instructed the Uchiha clansmen beside him, "Begin cleaning the battlefield immediately. Bury the clansmen's bodies properly, and make sure to collect the Sharingan." For a Kekkei Genkai clan like the Uchiha, cleaning the battlefield after a battle was extremely important. There were always many secrets left behind on a ninja's corpse. To other countries, Uchiha corpses were like treasures and could be used for extensive research. In the original successful timeline of the night of the Uchiha clan downfall, Danzo and Obito had gathered a huge number of Sharingan because of this. The 10 Sharingan on Danzo's right arm had also been successfully transplanted from the corpses of Uchiha members after that night. Before the night of the Uchiha clan downfall happened, Danzo only possessed Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan, which was also why he could only use Izanagi once. Long Ming did not take part in cleaning the battlefield. After saying goodbye to Fugaku, he brought Naruto and headed toward his home. After using the power of the Eternal Mangekyo several times, even though it wouldn't burden his body or eyes, the chakra consumption was very real. The consecutive battles had already left him with very little chakra. So if the third Hokage had been just a little tougher earlier, Long Ming really wouldn't have had any way out. Unfortunately, the third Hokage valued Naruto more than anything, even more than the village. He had inherited the first Hokage's will of fire, and Long Ming had taken advantage of that exact point to dare make demands so recklessly. Bang! One-san, I'm back. Long Ming directly kicked open his own front door. Because of Long Ming's warning to Izumi, she hadn't gone to the Konoha military police force this time and had obediently stayed at home. Even though she had heard the commotion outside several times and really wanted to go out, she ultimately held herself back. Where did you go tonight? There was so much noise outside. Were you trying to worry your sister to death? The moment he stepped through the door, Long Ming felt a fragrant breeze hit him. The next second, Izumi hugged him tightly, her voice filled with anxiety and complaint. Feeling Izumi's genuine concern, Long Ming rubbed his nose and said, "I'm fine. I just went to kill an old dog and, while I was at it, stopped a battle of the century." Izumi couldn't help laughing, and the worry in her heart was washed away quite a bit. She flicked Long Ming on the forehead. "There you go talking nonsense again. You never act serious. Look how dirty you are. Go wash up in a bit." Izumi reached out to brush the dust off Long Ming's body. When she noticed Naruto on his back, she said in surprise, "This child. Isn't he that orphan from the village? Why did you bring him home?" Guess. Long Ming blinked. "Guess your big head. Don't tell me you kidnapped him." Izumi said irritably. You actually got it right." Long Ming gave an awkward laugh, then pulled Naruto along and said, "One-san, Naruto and I are going to take a bath first. You're not allowed to peek." Izumi was so exasperated by Long Ming that she laughed. She directly shoved him into the bathroom. "Stop being so narcissistic. I've already seen all your little secrets when you were a kid. Hurry up and wash. I'll go make food for the two of you." Long Ming grinned and slipped into the bathroom, then shut the door with a bang. He quickly took off his own clothes, stripped Naruto bare too, undid the Sharingan Genjutsu, and tossed Naruto, who was left with only a pair of underpants, into the bathtub. Because of a certain delay, Naruto only slowly woke up after quite a while. He looked at the completely unfamiliar surroundings, then looked at the clothes that had been stripped off him. "Oh, you're awake. I thought you would have woken up pretty quickly. Didn't expect it to take you this long." Long Ming's lazy voice drifted over from the side. Since Naruto still couldn't control the Nine Tails yet, his ability to resist Genjutsu was poor. He couldn't even resist ordinary Genjutsu. Naruto subconsciously lifted his head and looked at the likewise half-naked Long Ming. After a long pause, he let out a scream. Naruto sounded like a girl who had been molested. The scream was so loud that half the Uchiha clan could hear it. "What did you do to me while I was asleep? Whoa, I'm not pure anymore." Naruto looked at Long Ming tearfully and resentfully. "Man, you're so noisy. What are you yelling for? We're both guys. It's not like you lost out." Long Ming directly tossed a towel over, and it smacked Naruto on the head. Naruto froze for a moment, then thought about it and felt like that made some sense, so he immediately stopped yelling. "That's true. By the way, where is this? Was it you who brought me here, Long Ming?" Naruto looked around in confusion and asked. Long Ming lay comfortably in the bathtub and casually explained, "This is my house. Of course I'm the one who brought you here. You really don't remember how you got here at all?" Naruto frowned, propped a finger under his chin, and put on a thinking expression. Then he slapped his hands together and shouted, "I remember now. You said you were taking me to save someone. Then you looked at me and I passed out. So why are we taking a bath now? And your eyes weren't the same back then either." That's about right. But we already succeeded. Because of you, a lot of casualties were avoided," Long Ming said with a smile. Naruto revealed an extremely disappointed expression and crossed his arms over his chest. "Then why didn't you wake me up? That was the best chance for me to earn everyone's acknowledgement." Long Ming gave 2 dry coughs. Even if Naruto had been awake, he probably still wouldn't have gained everyone's acknowledgement. "Naruto, haven't I already told you? Don't expect anything from those ungrateful bastards. From now on, just live with me in the Uchiha district. You and your good buddy will live very happily together." Naruto's face instantly darkened after hearing that. Of course he knew who Long Ming was referring to. Ever since they had started at the Ninja Academy, Long Ming had been trying from time to time to push him and Sasuke to hang out together. If Long Ming hadn't been interested in his sexy jutsu, Naruto would have suspected that the guy had some kind of weird fetish. As for Long Ming inviting him to stay with the Uchiha, Naruto had originally thought it was just a joke. But now it seemed the other party was serious. Actually, it's pretty good living at my own place. If I suddenly moved into your house, I'd probably cause you a lot of trouble. As Naruto said this, his bright blue eyes dimmed again. He was afraid his identity as the demon fox would drag Long Ming down and make people gossip about him. Drinking expired milk and eating spoiled bread. That's what you call pretty good? Long Ming sneered a few times. Then he looked at Naruto seriously and said, Naruto, you don't need to feel burdened at all. Just stay here from now on without worry. I'll take good care of you. Naruto's heart warmed, and his nose felt sour. He raised a hand and wiped away the tears that were about to fall. Long Ming, you jerk. We're obviously about the same age, so why do you always act like you're some grown-up? Long Ming ruffled Naruto's golden hair and said with a laugh, What do you mean act? I was already older than you to begin with, okay? Hurry up and call me big brother. Naruto burst into laughter through his tears and slapped Long Ming's hand away. In your dreams. What's in it for me if I call you big brother? Long Ming grinned, then said mysteriously, What if I told you I can help you control the demon fox inside your body? Naruto's body jolted, and his expression instantly changed from shock to wild joy. Grabbing Long Ming's hand, he said excitedly, Really? You can help me control it? Although the young Naruto didn't understand many things, from the way the villagers called him, and from the fox with 9 tails he would sometimes encounter in his dreams, Naruto could guess that there was probably a terrifying monster inside his body. Long Ming pondered for a moment, then said seriously, I can. But this isn't something that can be done overnight. The key still lies with you. Because of me? Naruto pointed at himself with a finger, looking confused. Long Ming nodded. If Naruto wanted to control the Nine Tails power, then the grudge between Naruto and the Nine Tails had to be let go. The first thing to do was to move the Nine Tails, erase the hatred in its heart, and let the two of them understand each other. Only when the Nine Tails willingly lent out its power could Naruto become a perfect Jinchuriki. Although he could enter Naruto's mental world and help suppress the Nine Tails, whether it would succeed in the end still depended on Naruto himself. After all, the Nine Tails' hatred toward humans in the early stage was no small thing. But if they could succeed, the gains would also be huge. Naruto's current strength was still too weak, nowhere near enough to protect himself. If he was not around, Naruto could be abducted by the Umbu at any time. If that happened and he got brainwashed by the third Hokage's faction, then all their efforts would go to waste. And right now, the Uchiha clan had too little combat power they could really rely on. Long Ming also needed Naruto to grow stronger as soon as possible and help him. Long Ming patted Naruto on the shoulder, then said, Controlling that demon fox inside you is not a simple matter. You need to erase the hatred in its heart and come to understand each other. Before that, you need to know a certain amount about it, including its name, its identity, and why it appeared inside your body. But I also have to remind you, Naruto, the truth and reality hidden behind this matter are often heartbreaking and hard to accept. Are you really prepared to know everything? Naruto's body trembled. He had a vague feeling that what he was about to hear would overturn the course of his future life. But he wanted to know these things too badly. Even if the truth would be cruel, he did not want to remain deceived. I want to know. Please tell me. Long Ming. Naruto's eyes gradually became firm. He was ready to face all the truth. Long Ming nodded, sighed, and said, Where should I start? A trace of reminiscence flashed through Long Ming's gaze. Then he said, The demon fox inside your body is named Kurama. It is a life form made from a massive amount of chakra given physical form, and it possesses extremely powerful destructive force and chakra. There are 9 of these life forms in total, also known as the tailed beasts. Their strength is determined by the number of tails they have. Because their power was too overwhelming, they attracted the greed of many humans, who enslaved and controlled them and used them for war. As time went on, the tailed beasts grew to hate humans more and more. Tailed beasts are not cattle or sheep. Wanting to control them is almost impossible. So people came up with another method, that is, using a human body as a prison and sealing a tailed beast inside a person to control it. Long Ming's words completely overturned Naruto's understanding. He instantly felt the world spinning and fell straight into the bath. Naruto muttered, So? I'm just a container used to seal Kurama? The light faded from Naruto's eyes. This hurt even more than being ostracized by the people in the village. Why me? Why was I chosen to become Kurama's Jinchuriki? Naruto kept asking himself those questions over and over in his heart, tears falling from the corners of his eyes into the water. No, you are a hero. Just as Naruto was sinking into pain, Long Ming's voice pulled him back to reality. You said, I'm a hero? Naruto looked at Long Ming in shock, his eyes red. Long Ming looked at Naruto seriously and said word by word, Not just you. Your parents too. They were all heroes who saved Konoha. My parents? Naruto murmured softly, That word was simply too unfamiliar to him, so unfamiliar that even saying it out loud felt awkward. Ever since he could remember, he had never had any memories of his parents. He did not even know who they were. But today, Long Ming had suddenly said that his parents were heroes. Naruto swallowed and asked, somewhat scared and somewhat nervous. Then, who exactly are my parents? You actually see him every day. Long Ming smiled faintly, then looked toward the Hokage rock. Your father was Konoha's fourth Hokage, the man known as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Huh? Naruto's expression and thoughts froze for a few seconds. Then he got so excited he almost jumped through the roof. There was none of the dejected look from just now left on him at all. Why, you're not lying to me, right? My father is the fourth Hokage. Is that really true? Then what about my mom? Who is my mom? Even in his excitement, Naruto did not forget to ask about his mother. Your mother was named Kushina Uzumaki. She was an incredibly beautiful beauty, and also very gentle and virtuous. That's exactly the part your father fell for. Long Ming thought of Kushina's violent nature, and immediately felt a bit embarrassed. Maybe that was just the fourth Hokage's type. Naruto had probably inherited that trait too, which was why he was so devoted to the violent Sakura. Listening to Long Ming praise his mother, Naruto instantly felt sweet inside. Then he realized something and quickly asked, Long Ming, you just said that my parents and I are all heroes who saved the village. Then how exactly did they? He did not finish the rest of the sentence. But Long Ming understood what he meant. Putting away his smile, he continued explaining that we have to start with the Nine-Tails attack on the day you were born. Your mother was actually the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. When she was giving birth to you, her body was weakened, and someone took advantage of that chance, controlled the Nine-Tails, and made it break free of the seal, throwing Konoha into chaos. At that moment, your father stepped forward, saved Konoha, defeated the powerful enemy, and then gave up his life to seal the Nine-Tails inside you, protecting the village. Unlike the other villages, which treat Jinchuriki as containers, the seal your father set on you was exceptionally ingenious. He wanted to leave the Nine-Tails power behind as your aid. After sealing the Nine-Tails, your father and your mother also used up the last of their strength and both passed away. Although Naruto's parents looked like they had died at the Nine-Tails' hands, even if the Nine-Tails had not swung that claw at Naruto in the end, Minato and Kushina still would have died. One had the tailed beast forcibly extracted, while the other had used the forbidden technique Reaper Death Seal. Even without the Nine-Tails finishing them off, those two still would have died. After hearing Long Ming's explanation, Naruto was instantly filled with mixed emotions. He did not know whether he should be angry that his father had sealed the Nine-Tails into him, or happy that his father was the fourth Hokage. With a complicated expression, he touched his stomach, where the sealing formula existed. Long Ming let out a cold snort. If you and your parents had not risked your lives to seal the Nine-Tails, then by now Konoha's population probably would have been cut in half. But how did they treat you? Think about it carefully. When I say they repay kindness with ingratitude, what exactly is wrong with that? Naruto forced a bitter smile, then scratched his hair and sighed. Actually, Grandpa Third, Irika-sensei, and Old Man Tucci are all really good people. It's not like what you said. Oh? Then what about everyone else? Go shout one sentence out on Konoha streets, and 9 out of 10 people will call you a demon fox. If that's not ingratitude, then what is? Long Ming said with disdain. Naruto bit his lip and didn't argue back, because he knew Long Ming was right. As for the unfair treatment he had suffered, the young Naruto naturally had some pent-up resentment deep in his heart. Clearly, his father was the fourth Hokage, who had died heroically to protect the village. Clearly, he had become the Jinchuriki and sealed the demon fox. Yet he had not received even a trace of gratitude from the villagers. Instead, they even saw him as the incarnation of evil. Then, when you came to find me before, was it because you wanted to borrow the power of the tailed beast inside me? Naruto raised his head and asked. He wasn't stupid. Now that he knew his identity, he could naturally connect it to why Long Ming had come looking for him. Yes, because of the Nine-Tails incident, Konoha grew suspicious of the Uchiha. After a long period of friction, they decided to slaughter the Uchiha tonight. To make them stop, I borrowed the Nine-Tails inside you to threaten them. Long Ming did not lie. He laid out his plans completely. I also wanted you to join the Uchiha because I hoped that once you grew strong enough, you could help me stand against Konoha. Of course, I also wanted to take care of you. Naruto, Konoha is ungrateful. It uses its so-called will of fire to force others into making sacrifices, or being sacrificed. That is true for you and even more true for the Uchiha. The roots of this great tree have long since rotted beyond saving. Are you willing to help me in the future and completely overthrow their rule? Long Ming extended his right hand toward Naruto in an inviting gesture. Naruto looked hesitant. His emotions were in chaos right now. He had suddenly received too much information, and for the moment he could not make a choice. I'm not sure, Long Ming. I don't know if I should do this. Naruto's body trembled slightly. He remembered the disgusted looks from the villagers when they saw him, and then he remembered the care Irika and the others had shown him. Repay Konoha, or take revenge on Konoha. The two voices kept echoing in Naruto's mind, making him deeply hesitate. Longming pondered slightly, then slowly spoke a single sentence that completely shattered Naruto's emotional defenses. Naruto, do you really want Konoha to have another child like you? Naruto's body jolted, and his gaze snapped toward Longming. Longming sighed. If you don't change the current situation, then one day in the future, if you can't suppress the Nine Tails, those people in Konoha will choose a new vessel to become the Jinchuriki. Your mother was chosen the same way. Konoha took a liking to the powerful life force of your mother's Uzumaki clan, and that was why they brought her to Konoha. That's the kind of people they are. Do you want another child like you to appear in Konoha? Or you can choose to join me and stir up a wind of change in Konoha. A sharp light burst from Longming's eyes. Naruto's body stopped trembling, and the confusion in his eyes gradually turned into determination. You're right, Longming. I want to change the current situation. Not just for myself, but so that Konoha will never have another person like me. I want to grow stronger. I want to control the Kurama inside me and gain his help. Naruto reached out his hand and gripped Longming's tightly. A smile appeared at the corner of Longming's mouth. Being able to talk no jutsu Naruto, if he told that story, it would absolutely be enough for him to brag about for a year or two. Good. Since that's the case, then come with me and meet the guy inside you first. After speaking, the three Tomo in Longming's eyes fused once more into the Mangekyo. The scenery before them suddenly changed. The bathroom vanished, and Longming arrived in Naruto's mental world. The light here was rather dim. Beneath his feet was gently flowing water, and he could vaguely see his own reflection in it. The whole atmosphere felt somewhat gloomy. What? Where is this? Naruto, having just come back to his senses, also let out a startled cry and instinctively hid behind Longming while looking around. Longming rubbed his nose and said helplessly, "Don't worry, this is your mental world. The Nine Tails is sealed here." Huh? Really? Then where is that guy? Why can't I see him? Naruto's head kept turning in every direction, squinting as he tried to find the Nine Tails. Right at this moment, HSS. A heavy breathing sound rang out. Naruto's body instantly stiffened, and he mechanically turned his head to look. Before him stood an incomparably gigantic cage, and at its center were complex ceiling patterns. Inside the cage, a pair of deep crimson eyes, red as blood, were staring fixedly at him. It was a gigantic fox. Its entire body was covered in fiery orange fur, and behind it, 9 enormous tails kept swaying. Brat, you actually found your way here. Just look at that expression of yours. So shocked you can't even speak. Hehehe. I really want to rip open your belly and swallow you in one bite. The Nine Tails looked at Naruto ferociously. With a bang, it slammed against the cage, its head ending up only a few meters away from Naruto. Even Longming could smell the stench from its breath. After all, this was Naruto's first time facing the Nine Tails. He was instantly intimidated by the powerful aura it gave off. The Nine Tails was very satisfied with Naruto's expression. It gripped the cage with its sharp claws and continued threatening him. Brat, if this cage wasn't here, I'd be more than happy to bite apart those tiny little arms of yours, then split you in half with my claws. Naruto's body trembled, and he involuntarily swallowed. Beside him, however, Longming rolled his eyes and walked straight forward. Hey Longming, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Naruto quickly called out. Looking at Longming walking over, the Nine Tails let out cold sneers one after another, and the killing intent in its eyes grew even stronger. So, a descendant of Madara. This chakra, even more ominous than mine. It's been a long time since I've seen it. You little brat. Walking over here like this, are you asking me to eat you? Hehe, I'd be very happy to. Longming acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. Completely calm, he walked right up in front of the Nine Tails, slowly raised his index finger, and crooked it at the beast in open provocation. Then come over here. Longming's voice echoed continuously through the space. His thin body and the enormous Nine Tails formed a stark contrast. That one sentence also triggered the Nine Tails' furious nerves. It slammed one paw against the ground and roared, "You little bastard, are you tired of living? Believe it or not, I'll wipe you out right now." The Nine Tails' voice was deafening. Chakra burst from its whole body, causing the entire space to tremble nonstop. Naruto's face changed drastically. The Nine Tails' power was stronger than anyone he had ever seen in his life, and it was filled with dark, ominous, evil intent. He grew even more worried for Longming's safety. But at that moment, Longming actually stayed completely calm. He rolled up his sleeves and still crooked his finger forward. "I believe you. Come over here. Then brat, just wait. Sooner or later I'll break through the seal, and then I'll kill you and all those damned humans. All of you. I'll be waiting. Come over here. Then if it weren't for this seal, would you dare bark like that in front of me? I would killed you already. I wouldn't So come over here then. Are you freaking done yet? Is that the only line you know? I already said I can't get over there. If you've got the guts, then come in. Long Ming chuckled. He wasn't that stupid. Slowly he lowered his sleeves. Then he turned to Naruto and said, "See that? There's nothing to be afraid of. Can't hurt you. With your father's seal here, it can't do anything at all." Seeing Long Ming provoke the Ninetales like this just to make him stop being afraid, Naruto couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. From Long Ming, he felt a kind of warmth like family. He nodded heavily and was no longer as scared as before. Instead, he stepped up to stand beside Long Ming as well. Long Ming smiled faintly. Looking at the Ninetales raging helplessly inside the cage, he almost wanted to laugh. Among all the villages, the seal set by the fourth was definitely one of the safest. First came the dead demon consuming seal, then the 8 trigram seal was reinforced. To be safe, he even left behind his own chakra and part of Kushina's chakra, so that if the Ninetales ever went berserk it could be sealed once again. Some Jinchuriki seals, on the other hand, were extremely crude. Sunagakure was one example. They sealed Shikaku inside the young Gaara, and because of flaws in the seal, Gaara suffered the torment of insomnia and was practically raised into a panda. Compared to that, Naruto was actually fairly lucky. Summoning his courage, Naruto stepped forward and carefully examined the Ninetales, observing the guy who had been living inside his body for 8 years. "Your name is Kurama, right?" Naruto looked up and asked. "Humph, don't just talk to me whenever you feel like it, you little brat." The Ninetales turned away like a tsundere and refused to answer Naruto's question. It was connected with Naruto as one, after all. So it had heard the conversation between Long Ming and Naruto just now, and wasn't he surprised that Naruto knew its name. The Ninetales walked toward the depths of the cage and lazily lay down on the water's surface. No matter how Naruto called out to it, it ignored him. Naruto looked a little awkward and scratched his head, not knowing where to begin. Long Ming knew it was time for him to step in. Standing at Naruto's side, the Mangekyo in his eyes appeared once again as he softly said, "Ninetales, do you still remember what the Sage of Six Paths said?" The Ninetales' tightly shut pupils suddenly opened, and it turned its head on instinct. But the moment it saw the Mangekyo in Long Ming's eyes, it understood that it had fallen for a trap. By then it was too late to look away. "Sharingan, Genjutsu." The Ninetales let out a low roar. Long Ming's spiritual power was invading its mind, and the Ninetales crazily slammed into the cage beside it. But the pupils in its eyes still gradually changed from slit pupils into the form of a 3-tomo Sharingan. In its sealed state, the Ninetales didn't have much power to resist the genjutsu of the Eternal Mangekyo. Could only be controlled. You bastard brat, I'll definitely kill you." The Ninetales kept struggling. Its face twisted as it glared at Long Ming. "Don't get so worked up. I just want you to correct your attitude and have a proper talk with this child." Long Ming said it lightly, then motioned for Naruto to go forward. Naruto gave Long Ming a grateful look, then stepped forward again. Looking at the Ninetales, whose body was countless times larger than his own, Naruto took a deep breath. "Kurama, when I was outside just now, I heard Long Ming say a lot about you. Before this, I hated you very much. I thought it was all because of you that I suffered like this, that I had to carry the title of Demon Fox and be pushed away and neglected by the people in the village. But after hearing what Long Ming said, I finally understood. The one who is really in pain is you, right?" The Ninetales' body suddenly trembled. At that moment, Long Ming could sharply sense that the Ninetales' resistance to the genjutsu had weakened a little. Naruto raised his head, and a trace of heartache and pity showed in his eyes. "Your freedom was taken away. You've been constantly sealed inside other people, used and imprisoned. Life must have been really hard for you." Naruto was like a key, opening the closed-off heart of the Ninetales. Its violent emotions eased a lot, and it looked at Naruto with a slightly complicated expression. Seeing that, Long Ming thought for a moment and also released his Mangekyo's control, letting them talk on their own. Freed from control, the Ninetales didn't shout or rage. It only gave Long Ming a somewhat wary glance before murmuring to itself, "You humans have always treated us as weapons to be fought over for your own selfish desires. From ancient times to now it has always been like this. You never cared about our feelings. You even stubbornly believed that as long as we used our power, hatred would follow. You enslave us, control us, seal us, and you won't stop until you're sure we can no longer pose a threat. Madara, Hashirama, Minato, and even your mother, they were all the same." The Ninetales' voice still carried heavy resentment, and Long Ming could understand that. Actually, when the Ninetales had first been born, it had still been a kind kid, staying outside and being a law-abiding tailed beast. But then one day Madara came. He controlled it and used it as a mount to go fight Hashirama one-on-one. Not only did it get beaten for nothing, it even had to listen to Hashirama lecture it, saying things like the Ninetales was too powerful and couldn't be allowed to roam free. Then with one casual palm strike, he sealed the Ninetales away. After that, it fell into a long period of being sealed. From Mito to Kushina, and then to Naruto for decades it had been sealed the whole time. Anyone would be angry after being treated like that, and that was why its hatred toward humans kept growing stronger. The Nine-Tails let out a long sigh and looked at Naruto as it said, "Even if you also want my power, at least you're not as hateful as they were. If I'm treated as a weapon by you, I can barely accept it." Naruto shook his head, looked seriously at the Nine-Tails, and showed a bright smile like sunshine. "To me, Kurama isn't a weapon. He is the friend my father left to me." Naruto's words struck the softest part of the Nine-Tails' heart. Powerful as it was, its expression actually turned a little flustered. "Why, you brat? What are you even saying? Seriously, don't think that just because you say something like that, I'll willingly lend you my power. Get this straight, I am the great Kurama." The Nine-Tails stammered, his mind a little scrambled. Naruto didn't really understand the Nine-Tails' change, but Longming burst out laughing. He knew Naruto had already succeeded. "Haha, Nine-Tails, stay here by yourself for a while and think it over. Don't get too tangled up. Okay? I'll figure out the seal." With that, he grabbed Naruto and left the mental space directly. Only the Thunder Nine-Tails was left there, struggling with its own thoughts. Longming opened his eyes and returned to reality once more. This time, although there were a few twists in the process of persuading the Nine-Tails, overall it still went quite smoothly. Even though the Nine-Tails was still sealed, even in that state, the boost it could give Naruto was still terrifying. Naruto truly lived up to being the founder of Talk-no-Jutsu. After just a few words, the Nine-Tails' heart had already started to waver. As long as they kept communicating more in the future, the Nine-Tails would surely open up to Naruto very soon. Longming only needed to find a chance to get the sealing key from Jiraiya and undo the Nine-Tails seal. Longming rubbed Naruto's hair and said with a smile, "If you ever run into someone who wants to hurt you in the future, call out to the Nine-Tails in your heart. Ordinary ninja are absolutely no match for you. Got it? Got it. I'll protect myself." Naruto patted his chest, signaling for Longming not to worry. "Good. We've soaked long enough, so let's head out." Longming stretched lazily, then climbed out of the bath. After drying himself off, Longming turned his head and said, "You should come out too. We'll wait and eat together." After saying that, Longming placed the towel on the rack beside him and walked out. Naruto followed right behind him and went with Longming to the kitchen. At that moment, Izumi was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. When she saw the two of them, she showed a gentle smile. "Finished washing up? Hurry and sit down for dinner. You're Naruto, right?" "Hello, my name is Uchiha Izumi. I'm Longming's older sister." Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki." It was Naruto's first time meeting Izumi. His hands kept fidgeting together, and he looked a little restrained. Longming directly slapped Naruto on the back and laughed as he scolded. "Look at you. Don't be so stiff. Sit down and eat." Izumi also brought over a bowl of red bean soup and added, "Right, Naruto. Just treat this like your own home. Don't be so polite. Sit down." Naruto nodded again and again like a pecking chick, then carefully sat down on the chair. Longming brought Naruto a bowl and chopsticks, then served him a steaming bowl of red bean soup. He remembered that this was what Naruto liked to drink the most. "Here, drink it while it's hot. You keep eating nothing but ramen and instant noodles all the time. That's not good for your body. You're in your growing stage right now, so you need to eat something nutritious." Longming kept nagging like an old lady, making Izumi beside him laugh again and again. In a sour tone, she said, "I couldn't tell our Longming was this good at taking care of people. You're always slacking off normally, so why don't I ever see you serve your sister a bowl too? Ahem, I'm just hardworking in a way that's not obvious. Besides, every time we eat, I'm the one who serves you anyway." Longming also served Izumi a bowl of red bean soup. Looking at the steaming food on the table, and at Longming and Izumi bickering beside him, Naruto felt the warmth of a home for the first time. This dinner, ordinary enough to not even be worth mentioning in many people's eyes, was something Naruto had longed for his entire life. He had imagined this scene countless times in his dreams, but he had never expected that one day it would actually come true. Even though they were not brothers by blood, Longming had truly given Naruto the warmth of a home. Naruto felt his nose sting, and his eyes were already starting to grow wet. He picked up the red bean soup in front of him and drank it, wanting to use it to hide the tears that were about to fall. "Hey, be careful, it's hot." Izumi couldn't help reminding him, but Naruto didn't care whether the red bean soup was hot or not. He only felt that this was the best food he had ever eaten in his life. He didn't notice at all that by the time he put down his bowl and chopsticks, tears were already streaming down his face. Seeing Naruto cry, Izumi became a little flustered. She thought it was because her red bean soup didn't taste good, so she quickly tried to comfort him. Naruto shook his head and choked out, "And no, that's not it. The red bean soup you made, sis, is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten in my life. It's because it's too delicious, so I..." Izumi burst into laughter, amused by Naruto. Resting one hand under her chin, she smiled and said, "Such an interesting kid. Who cries from drinking red bean soup?" Long Ming let out a sigh and cut in. "Nei-san, you don't know this, but Naruto has always lived by himself. In the morning, he eats cold bread and milk. At noon he eats instant noodles. Sometimes when he doesn't have money, he even has to go hungry and run out to catch fish just to fill his stomach." Izumi cried out instinctively. She knew Naruto was an orphan, but she had never imagined his life had been this hard. When she looked at Naruto again, there was a trace more tenderness in her eyes. Izumi picked up a piece of rib and placed it into Naruto's bowl. She stroked his head and comforted him. "Cry, Naruto. Here, try the ribs your big sister made. They're really delicious." Long Ming also picked up a steaming meatball and placed it into Naruto's bowl. "Naruto, eat as much as you want. Got it? My sister's cooking will definitely satisfy you so much you'll swallow your tongue." After putting food into Naruto's bowl, Long Ming turned to Izumi and said, "Oh right, Nei-san. Naruto will be living with us from now on. I've already things over with the people in the village. They all agreed, and they're even willing to pay us Naruto's adoption allowance." Izumi rolled her eyes. The way Long Ming said it made it sound like she was very greedy for money. "I don't mind. It's not like the house can't handle one more pair of chopsticks. As long as Naruto is willing, it's fine." Naruto froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Izumi to accept so quickly that he would be staying here. "Cease. Won't I be a bother?" Naruto asked subconsciously. Izumi rubbed Naruto's head, giving off a motherly warmth. "How could that be? We have a new family member in the house. I'm happy before anything else. At least it'll keep this brat Long Ming from always getting on my nerves." Long Ming gave 2 dry coughs and immediately looked away. Naruto felt even more moved inside. He raised his arm and wiped the tears off his face. With red eyes, he looked at Long Ming and Izumi and said, "Thank you. This is the first time anyone has treated me this well. Thank you." During this meal, the words Naruto said most were the 2 words, "thank you." Naruto ate this dinner for a long time. Maybe it was because he hadn't tasted something this delicious in far too long, or maybe because he was afraid all of this was only a dream. After the meal, Long Ming took Naruto off to rest. Since Naruto had just moved in and his room had not been arranged yet, he would temporarily sleep together with Long Ming. Looking at Naruto sleeping beside him with a sweet smile on his face, Long Ming could not help feeling a little emotional. Although he had changed Naruto's future fate from certain angles, fortunately, everything seemed to be developing in a good direction. Naruto had a new home, and he had also subdued the Ninetales. In this life, he would absolutely no longer be the dead last he once was. This matter is settled. Tomorrow, I should also go meet that guy. Hopefully he won't be too shocked when he sees Naruto, Long Ming muttered to himself. Soon after, a wave of drowsiness also rose in his mind. He had gone through several battles in a row today and was already utterly exhausted. Not even a few minutes after lying down on the bed, he slowly drifted off to sleep as well. Very soon it was already the next day. Outside the window, the gentle sunlight filtered down through the dense leaves, scattering into little golden patches of light. Long Ming and Naruto were sprawled out on the bed in every direction, and both of their sleeping postures were exceptionally terrible. "Long Ming, get up already." A sharp, girlish voice came from outside the door. It was Izumi, still bleary-eyed. Long Ming opened his eyes, moved Naruto's leg off his body, and groggily glanced at the alarm clock. Then he stretched out both arms and gave himself a good stretch. "Sis, aren't you a little too early today? What time is it?" Long Ming complained casually. Izumi's voice immediately followed. "Hurry up and get dressed and come out. Lord Clanhead is here to see you." "Oh!" The moment Long Ming heard that, his heart stirred, and all traces of sleep vanished from his eyes. He quickly got dressed and walked out. He saw Fugaku sitting on the sofa with a kind expression, and his sister was sitting beside him. The moment Fugaku saw Long Ming, he stood up and warmly greeted him. "Good morning, Long Ming. Sorry for coming to disturb you this early, but there really is something I have to discuss with you. Are you available to come with us to the Naka Shrine?" Long Ming glanced at Fugaku. Even though Fugaku had not said it outright, Long Ming knew there was an 80 to 90% chance this was about discussing the Uchiha clan's future prospects. Long Ming rubbed his nose and nodded. "No problem. Even if you hadn't invited me, I was planning to find a chance to properly talk with you about the Uchiha clan's future path." Izumi's expression suddenly turned strange. She looked at Long Ming seriously. Had her little brother gone crazy? An 8-year-old kid was actually saying he wanted to discuss the future of the Uchiha with the head of the Uchiha clan? What confused Izumi even more was that Fugaku did not refute him at all and instead kept nodding. "That would be excellent. Then let's set out now." "Okay. Nei-san, remember to make breakfast. I'll be back to eat later." Izumi felt like her mind was in a mess and only nodded dully. By the time she came back to her senses, Long Ming had already left with Fugaku. "This child. He's changed so much lately. What exactly happened?" Izumi muttered to herself. Long Ming followed Fugaku to a building that looked like a temple. This was the Naka Shrine. It was also the place where the Uchiha clan had always gathered. Beneath it, There was also the stone tablet left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. Inside was a spacious main hall, and at the front of the hall was the Uchiha clan's fan crest. Quite a few Uchiha clansmen had already gathered here. Most of them were survivors of yesterday's great battle. Long Ming stepped into the shrine, and quite a few people turned their heads. After seeing Long Ming, they all revealed respectful looks. They voluntarily moved aside and made way for Long Ming to pass. This was not only gratitude for Long Ming saving the Uchiha, but also respect for the strong. Long Ming swept his gaze around, found Itachi in the corner, and strode over. How is it? Sasuke was okay yesterday, right? Long Ming crossed his arms over his chest and leaned beside Itachi. Itachi froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Long Ming's first sentence to be concern for his younger brother. Then he revealed a gentle smile. It's fine. Just like you said. By the time he came back, the battlefield had already been cleaned up. I brought him home. Only when mentioning his younger brother would Itachi reveal this kind of gentle smile like a next-door big brother. The two chatted for a couple of sentences, and Fugaku also stepped onto the platform and officially began speaking. The moment he stood on the platform, Fugaku once again recovered the dignity of a clan head. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I called you here today because I want to discuss the Uchiha's path forward. With Long Ming's help yesterday, we forced Konoha back. But at the same time, we have also completely torn away all pretense with Konoha. Right now, the Uchiha and Konoha are in a dangerous balance. But this balance cannot last forever, so I want to hear everyone's thoughts." After hearing this, everyone nodded one after another. Originally, although there had been major conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, there had at least still been a thin veil covering it. Now that layer had been completely torn away. If Konoha made a move again next time, it would definitely be faster and far more ferocious. After pondering for a moment, Long Ming asked, "Clan head, what were the Uchiha's casualties yesterday? How many Jonin, how many Chunin, and how many Genin do we have left now? And how many ninja have awakened the Sharingan?" Long Ming did not offer an opinion. Instead, he first asked about the Uchiha clan's battle losses. This was not some major secret either. Fugaku let out a sigh and replied, "Yesterday, the Uchiha lost a total of 143 clan members, including quite a few Jonin. 52 were seriously injured, and 203 were lightly injured." The Uchiha clansmen below the platform could not help revealing angry expressions. When several of Konoha's great clans joined forces, they often bullied the few with the many, with several people attacking one Uchiha together. Although the battle had ended quickly, it had still brought no small amount of casualties to the clan. As for Jonin, there are still 3 left. There are probably a few hundred Chunin. The number of Genin is harder to count, but there should be a bit more than the Chunin. And as for those who have awakened the Sharingan, there are still fewer than 100. Quite a few of them only awakened it in yesterday's great battle. In just a few sentences, Fugaku laid out all of the Uchiha's current foundation. Long Ming frowned slightly. Clearly, the number of people in the clan who had awakened their eyes was far too small. That was not strange either. After all, the Uchiha clan's awakening condition was just that harsh. They had to suffer a major blow and only awaken their eyes when their emotions fluctuated violently. The price of gaining power that way was simply too great and too painful. Long Ming let out a sigh in his heart. The gap between the current Uchiha and Konoha was still too large. They could only rely on the Ninetales to protect themselves, but they were far from being able to overturn Konoha's rule. Not to mention a Kage-level powerhouse like the third Hokage and his Umbu, just the other clans alone, each sending out one Jonin would be enough to suppress the Uchiha. Although Long Ming, Itachi, and clan head Fugaku had all reached Kage level, Konoha also had its own hidden trump cards. If he wanted to overturn Konoha, Long Ming still needed to win over more people and strengthen the Uchiha's power. At this time, some Uchiha clansmen began voicing their opinions and ideas. "Clan head, if you ask me, we don't need to be too afraid of Konoha. After all, the Ninetales is in our hands right now. As long as we keep the Ninetales firmly under control, Konoha will never have a chance." "That's right, clan head. I think we should focus our efforts on researching the Ninetales. As long as we can perfectly make use of the Ninetales' power, then Konoha will be nothing more than ants. Lock up the Ninetales Jinchuriki first and keep him under strict guard. He's too important. He can't be allowed to fall into Konoha's hands." The Uchiha clan members talked over one another, completely failing to notice that in the corner, Long Ming's expression had already grown darker and darker. "Enough!" Long Ming cut off their conversation with an icy voice, chakra erupting from his entire body. The 3 tomo in his eyes fused into a Mangekyo as he stared fixedly at everyone present. An invisible pressure swept out in all directions, making the Uchiha clansmen there not dare to act rashly. But they also did not understand how they had offended Long Ming. One of them swallowed nervously and carefully asked, "Lord Long Ming, did something happen?" Long Ming gave him a cold glance and said word by word, "Naruto was brought here by me. More accurately, I invited him here. He has already accepted my proposal and joined the Uchiha clan." If anyone dares to attack him or wants to imprison him, then this wall will be your example. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Ming moved at incredible speed and smashed his fist into the wall. With a dull thud, cracks began spreading from Long Ming's fist, forming a spiderweb pattern. A few seconds later, with a rumbling crash, a stone wall dozens of centimeters thick was directly smashed apart by Long Ming's single punch, and everyone present could not help but suck in a cold breath. They knew that Long Ming was serious. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, and several quick-witted Uchiha clansmen immediately stepped out to smooth things over. Ahem, if that's the case, then that's great. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. No, Naruto joining our side means he'll be one of our own from now on. That's far better than forcing him. Yeah, and I heard that every generation Jinchuriki has always possessed great strength. What Long Ming is doing is basically recruiting a Kage-level powerhouse for the future of the Uchiha clan. The others also began echoing the sentiment. Finally, Fugaku spoke up. Long Ming, they did not mean it that way just now. Konoha has put too much pressure on everyone. I hope you can forgive them. Long Ming's expression eased slightly, and he withdrew the punch he had thrown. It was not that he was favoring Naruto or did not care about the clan. It was that this kind of radical thinking within the Uchiha clan had to be restrained. Among those who had just spoken, nearly all of them were Uchiha clansmen who had only awakened their eyes yesterday. They had long since been dominated by anger and dark emotions, unable to think rationally. They clearly could have recruited Naruto properly, yet they insisted on talking about imprisonment and coercion. If this kind of radical thinking was allowed to grow unchecked, then in the end, they would become obsessive people just like Obito. Long Ming took a deep breath and slowly said, "The balance between us and Konoha truly cannot last forever, even if we have Naruto. But only by becoming strong ourselves can we avoid being bullied by outsiders. I hope that in the coming period, everyone will use every bit of their time to devote themselves to training. And I will also use this precious period of peace to find powerful enough outside allies for the Uchiha. When the time comes, I will lead all of you to overthrow Konoha's rule and make the Uchiha's will the force that leads Konoha." Long Ming's voice was sonorous and forceful, echoing continuously through the shrine and stirring the surrounding clansmen into excitement once again. As for Itachi, although he had originally intended to speak, after remembering Long Ming's promise to him, he slowly buried those words in his heart. He would use these eyes to witness the new future that Long Ming would bring to the Uchiha and to Konoha. Fugaku nodded in great satisfaction, feeling even more appreciation for Long Ming. At the same time he turned and said, "From this moment on, every member of the Uchiha clan will enter special training. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inabi, Uchiha Tekka, and I will form the instructors to conduct special training for all Uchiha clansmen below Jonin level. Other than that, no one is allowed to casually cause trouble in Konoha during this period. We must keep as low-key as possible until Long Ming finds outside allies for us. Is that clear?" "Crystal clear." The Uchiha clan answered in unison. "Good. You may all disperse. Make your preparations. Today we'll also be moving into the village to live." Fugaku waved his hand, and the Uchiha clansmen below scattered one after another, each returning to make preparations. Long Ming did not stay any longer. After saying goodbye to Itachi, he returned to his home. At this time, Naruto had already gotten up. The moment he saw Long Ming, he immediately greeted him, speaking unclearly with his mouth full. "You're back. Hurry up and eat, it's really good." Long Ming rolled his eyes. "Can you finish what's in your mouth before talking?" After saying that, he also picked up a sandwich from the table and took a big bite. The two of them worked together and quickly finished all the food on the table. Izumi had thoughtfully prepared a lunchbox for both Long Ming and Naruto. When she handed them over, she reminded them, "Be careful on the way and listen well in class. Got it?" Yeah, got it. It's not like you don't know. I'm a genius." "Naruto, hurry up and catch up." Long Ming said it in a careless tone, grabbed the lunchbox and ran outside. This child, honestly. "Naruto, you're a good boy, so don't learn from him and start bragging too much." Izumi turned to Naruto and reminded him of that, then handed him the lunchbox in her hand as well. Naruto took the lunchbox from Izumi, and his heart felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. As if he had received a treasure, he carefully placed the lunchbox into his school bag. When he reached the doorway, he even waved at Izumi. "Thank you, big sis. Then I'm gonna school with Long Ming now." Izumi also smiled and waved goodbye to Naruto. With a shoulder bag slung across him, Long Ming walked toward the ninja academy at an unhurried pace. It was not because he truly wanted to go to school. It was because there was a special condition in the check-in system. If he could obtain the title of Jonin while checking in at Otogekure, then it would trigger an extra reward. Long Ming naturally could not miss that, so he had to find a way to obtain the title of Jonin in the shortest time possible. Naruto came running up from behind, panting heavily. He threw an arm over Long Ming's shoulder and could not help complaining. "Long Ming, why were you running so fast? Were you trying to tire me to death?" Long Ming grinned, then let his gaze sweep around before asking, When you were running over just now, did you run into anything strange on the way? Something strange? Naruto looked puzzled, then directly said, no. What strange thing could there be? Don't tell me you think I'd run into someone attacking me. Long Ming's gaze flickered slightly, then he waved his hand and said, it's nothing, it's nothing. I was just asking casually. Let us hurry to school. Naruto nodded and left together with Long Ming. After a while, more than a dozen ANBU ninja suddenly appeared on the mountain path that should have been empty. As expected, he had already discovered us. Good thing we didn't make a move on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki just now, or he definitely would have killed us. That guy was deliberately probing us. What a bastard. He.S. obviously just a little brat. Enough. Let us head back and report to the third Hokage first. Withdraw. The Hokage's office. The third had put on that familiar red Hokage robe, and on his head was the hat that symbolized the Hokage. Lately, he also hadn't forgotten to keep a pipe in his mouth, puffing out wisps of white smoke from time to time. The third's gaze rested on a photo album on the desk. On it was Danzo. From growing up together to working together, the bond between the third and Danzo was extremely complex and close. He was the Hokage who stood in the sunlight, while Danzo was the root buried in the soil. The two of them complemented and supported each other. Now that Danzo was dead, many of Konoha's dirty jobs would have to be handed to someone else. The third let out a light sigh. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, two masked Umbu suddenly appeared and knelt before the third. The third's expression did not change. He simply took a silent puff of smoke and asked, have you investigated everything clearly? The Umbu below replied, reporting to the third, we've investigated everything. The child who made a move yesterday is named Uchiha Longming. His parents died on the battlefield. He only has one older sister at home, and he's still attending the Ninja Academy. Still attending the Ninja Academy? The third froze for a moment, then got choked by a puff of smoke and coughed several times, his face turning red as he asked, are you sure he's in school, and not some secret weapon of the Uchiha or something? I was shocked at first too. The key point is that this Long Ming's grades at the Ninja Academy are also very average. He's an ordinary child without much talent. The corner of the third's mouth twitched. An ordinary child without much talent could capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at 8 years old? But the Umbu would not dare lie to him either. Long Ming should really still be attending the Ninja Academy. The third rubbed his forehead, then asked, what about Naruto? Where is he being imprisoned by the Uchiha clan right now? No, he went to school. School? The third abruptly stood up from his chair and asked in disbelief, you mean Naruto went to school? He wasn't imprisoned? The Umbu in front of him nodded heavily, then said, yes. However, that Long Ming is following him. We once wanted to make a move and take him back, but we feared that child's strength and didn't dare act rashly. You made the right choice. If you had attacked, all of you would have died by his hand, and he would have used the chance to come question us. The third's eyes kept flickering. At first, he had thought Naruto was being secretly imprisoned. If that were the case, then it really would have been hard for him to organize a rescue. But now Naruto was actually attending school normally, which meant he would appear in the village frequently. If he organized a squad of elite jonin, sooner or later they would find a chance to take Naruto back. Thinking of that, the third's mood seemed to improve quite a bit. Go. Call Kakashi and the others over. Also, send the scroll of seals to the Uchiha and lower their guard. The two Umbu members answered. Then their figures flashed and both disappeared from the spot. Ninja Academy. Long Ming entered the school with Naruto, and everything looked no different from before, as if nothing had happened yesterday. But Long Ming still keenly noticed that there were many more ninja around the Ninja Academy. There was no obvious hostility, though. They were only monitoring. On the way, Long Ming also ran into quite a few students from his class year, such as Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, Niji, and so on. In the future, these people would all become the backbone of Konoha. But there was only one person Long Ming truly cared about. Uchiha Sasuke, sitting in the front row and enjoying the admiring gazes of quite a few girls. As Indra's reincarnation, Sasuke reaching the peak of the ninja world was only a matter of time. Since the night of the Uchiha clan downfall had been stopped, Sasuke had not awakened the Sharingan this time. He would probably be easily surpassed by Naruto in training speed now. Actually, even if he had awakened it, he still wouldn't compare to Naruto, who could now borrow the Nine-Tails power. Because in the normal course of events, after the night of the Uchiha clan downfall, Sasuke, under extreme pain, had only managed to awaken a one-tomo Sharingan in rage. Compared to the Nine-Tails power, the gap was just far too great. Morning, Sasuke. How was yesterday? Long Ming directly draped himself over Sasuke's shoulder in an easygoing way, and also had Naruto greet him. There was some confusion in Sasuke's eyes, but when he thought of how, after going home yesterday, his brother Itachi had said he would teach him Shuriken, he still couldn't help showing a happy smile. Sasuke looked up and said, yesterday was great. My brother promised to teach me Shuriken. I have to get home early today. Sasuke's face was overflowing with a happy smile, without even a trace of the gloom and coldness he would have when he grew up. By stopping the night of the Uchiha clan downfall, Long Ming had already quietly changed the fate that originally belonged to Sasuke. I'm afraid he can't teach you today. Itachi will be very busy today. Long Ming blinked. Itachi had been arranged to train the Uchiha clansmen today, and he was probably not going to have much free time lately. As soon as Sasuke heard that, his face immediately fell, and he asked pitifully, "Double-I? My brother clearly promised me." Long Ming rubbed his nose and explained, "Actually, your brother only got the news today too. Deep down, he really does want to make time for you, so don't blame him too much. You should know that, in this world, your brother loves you more than anything." Sasuke had still been sulking, but after hearing Long Ming's words, his cheeks immediately turned a little red. He lowered his head to his chest and said happily, "I know. Thank you for telling me, Long Ming." Long Ming smiled slightly and reached out a finger to tap Sasuke on the head. "No need to thank me, Sasuke. Next time, I'll have Itachi teach you Shuriken." After saying that, Long Ming pulled Naruto toward the back of the classroom, leaving Sasuke alone rubbing his slightly sore forehead. Sasuke was originally a member of the Uchiha clan, so Long Ming didn't need to deliberately win him over. He only needed to properly encourage his growth. As he walked toward the back, a pink figure suddenly stepped out and blocked Long Ming's path. Before Long Ming could speak, Naruto's eyes lit up beside him. His face filled with smiles as he happily said, "Sasakura, is something the matter?" The one blocking Long Ming's way was Haruno Sakura, Naruto's longtime crush. Long Ming was also a little puzzled by Sakura's appearance. To be honest, after transmigrating here, Long Ming really hadn't spoken much with Sakura, because she had absolutely no value in winning over. Even if she inherited Tsunade's legacy, in the end she would only make it to Jonin. "I'm not looking for you." Sakura rolled her eyes at Naruto, then leaned close to Long Ming and quietly asked, "Long Ming, what exactly did you just say to Sasuke?" He looked really happy. "Tell me too, okay?" Long Ming was a little speechless, so she had come to dig up gossip about Sasuke. Looking at Sakura's expectant face, Naruto felt awful all over again. He crossed his arms over his chest and muttered, "Why is it that guy again? What is so great about him? Isn't he just a little better looking?" Before he could finish, Sakura kicked him directly. "You're not allowed to badmouth Sasuke. Sasuke is the top student in the grade. Look at yourself, you've been the dead last forever." Naruto rubbed his somewhat sore butt, not knowing how to argue back. Sakura looked even smugger. Staring at Sasuke with hearts in her eyes, she said, "If only I could be assigned to the same team as Sasuke after graduation. I'd die of happiness." Naruto leaned closer and asked, "Then what if you got assigned with me? I can protect you too." Sakura's expression dropped, and she shoved Naruto away with a look of utter disgust. "In that case, I'd rather die. Do you really think you can compare to Sasuke? Protected by you? More like I'd be the one protecting you. Go away, dead last." Seeing how much Sakura disliked him, Naruto's expression immediately turned dejected. When Long Ming saw that, he instantly frowned. He had never liked a girl like Sakura much to begin with. Sharp-tongued, weak, timid, crybaby, and even a little violent. When something happened, it was Naruto. When nothing happened, it was Sasuke. She clearly liked Sasuke, yet she loved relying on Naruto. For a girl like that, the best choice was to make her stay away from Naruto as soon as possible. Thinking of that, Long Ming spoke up. "Naruto may not be that strong yet, but at the very least right now he is better than Sasuke, and far better than you. From now on, you'd better stop bothering Naruto. Did you understand what I said?" Long Ming's voice echoed through the classroom. But those words were not recognized by Sakura, or by the other students in class. They burst into loud laughter and started mocking him one after another. "Don't make me laugh to death. Ever since Naruto entered the academy, he has always been dead last. Forget ninjutsu, he can't even use a shuriken. Haha, exactly. And you're saying he can beat Sasuke? Sasuke is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's just the demon fox. Long Ming is way too arrogant. My parents were right. Nothing good comes from staying around the demon fox." Sakura even let out a snort of laughter and couldn't help saying, "Stop bragging. Sasuke could crush you and Naruto with one hand. Stop embarrassing yourselves." Hearing these children's harsh comments about Naruto, Long Ming narrowed his eyes. His expressionless face revealed neither anger nor joy. The next second, the three-tomo Sharingan in Long Ming's eyes flashed out and vanished again. Several of the children who had been mocking Naruto, including Sakura, suddenly trembled. Their laughter stopped abruptly, and their eyes were replaced with intense terror. "And oh, don't! Big spider! Stay away from me! Help! There's a monster! Mom! Save me! Ah!" They screamed non-stop, as if they had seen something horrifying. Long Ming had used the Sharingan's genjutsu, making them see what they feared most deep down. It would not be fatal, though. It was merely punishment for their rude words. The classroom fell into chaos, and Naruto hurried over to check on Sakura, who was crouched on the ground and trembling non-stop. Sakura, Sakura, are you okay? What happened? At that moment, Sakura obviously could not hear what Naruto was saying. Her body just kept shaking, and she kept muttering, Sasuke, Sasuke. Naruto had no idea how to make Sakura come back to her senses, and he was panicking like an ant on a hot pan. Looking at Naruto acting like a hopeless simp, Long Ming truly felt the frustration of wanting better for someone. Too young to know how good Hinata is, yet treating Sakura like treasure by mistake. What are you all doing? Right then, a sharp shout instantly quieted the chaotic classroom. Everyone turned to look and found that their teacher, Irika, had arrived. Naruto quickly stepped forward and explained the situation. After hearing it, Irika frowned and unconsciously glanced in Long Ming's direction. As Long Ming's teacher, he had naturally been called in by the third Hokage and informed about Long Ming's situation. He had been told that he absolutely had to be polite to Long Ming and not provoke him. If Long Ming had any conditions, he should satisfy them as much as possible. The rest would be left to the village. Irika had not expected that right after returning from the third Hokage. Long Ming had already caused trouble. With a grim expression, he walked forward and reached out to check on the children. When he discovered it was only ordinary genjutsu, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Then he said to everyone, don't worry, they're fine. They've just gotten heatstroke. They can't attend class today. In a bit, I'll arrange for someone to send them back to rest. With Irika's words, everyone seemed to have swallowed a reassurance pill and slowly calmed down. Very soon, Irika called over a few strangely dressed ninja. They carried stretchers and took the children out. Before leaving it at that, Irika gave Long Ming a deep look, then walked to the front of the classroom, preparing to officially begin the lesson. Alright students, today we're going to learn the substitution jutsu. This is one of the most commonly used ninjutsu. In an instant, you swap your position with an animal or plant to evade an attack. Before Irika could finish, Long Ming suddenly raised a hand and interrupted, wait, Irika-sensei, I have something to say. Irika was forced to stop. Remembering what the third Hokage had told him, he put on a kindly expression. What is it, Long Ming? Do you have a question about the substitution jutsu? Long Ming rubbed his nose and replied, no. I just think I've already learned everything the Ninja Academy has to offer. There is no need for me to stay here anymore. I want to apply for the graduation exam ahead of time. What? Everyone gasped despite themselves. Kids like them would need at least another 2 or 3 years before they reached graduation level. For Long Ming to apply for graduation now meant skipping grades. Unlike the children in the class, when Irika heard this news, he was secretly delighted. From the third Hokage, he had learned that Naruto had been captured by the Uchiha clan. In his view, Naruto must have been suffering torment and hardship, desperately wanting to escape that sea of misery as soon as possible. He just had no chance because Long Ming had been keeping an eye on him the whole time. Now that Long Ming was planning to take the graduation exam, that meant there was a chance to separate him from Naruto. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Irika gave 2 dry coughs and said with feigned difficulty, you're still young. The grade skipping graduation exam is very hard. Why don't you think it over again? Wouldn't it be nice to graduate together with Naruto and the others? Oh, if you hadn't said that, I almost would be forgotten. Long Ming slapped his forehead, then pulled Naruto up from his seat and said with a smile, Naruto is the same as me. He'll also be taking the grade skipping graduation exam early. Sorry to trouble you, Irika-sensei, but let us take it together. Irika's face darkened, and he wished he could slap himself twice on the spot. Wouldn't it have been fine if he had just agreed? Why did he have to bring up Naruto? Me, can I do it too? Naruto raised a finger and asked uncertainly. Long Ming patted Naruto on the shoulder and encouraged him. Believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. Once you become a genin, your strength will increase in a straight line. But remember, absolutely do not think about continuing to get promoted. Just honestly stay a genin. Naruto couldn't help rolling his eyes and complained, you're saying weird stuff like that again. I want to become Hokage in the future. How can I be satisfied with just being a mere genin? Long Ming shook his head. How could the young Naruto possibly know that genin were the true strongest combat force representing Konoha? Irika found an excuse to go out and discuss things with the Umbu ninja outside. In the end, they decided to take the risk and try to rescue Naruto. After walking back into the classroom, Irika said in a deep voice, alright, I agree to your request. Today, I'll arrange an early graduation test for you. As for everyone else, you all get the day off. Go home. In a little while, there might be a fierce battle at the academy. As a teacher, the first thing Irika considered was the students' safety, so after coming back, he dispersed all of them. The students were happy about it too. Nothing was better than not having to go to school. Everyone scattered in a rush. Only when Hinata walked up to Naruto did she blush and softly say, Na Naruto, and Long Ming-kun, why you both have to do your best. Yeah, I will. Naruto gave Hinata a thumbs up and showed his bright smile. Long Ming rubbed Hinata's hair and said with a smile, don't worry, I'll help you take good care of Naruto. Hinata's face turned even redder. Without saying another word, she directly ran out of the classroom in a small trot. Naruto was a little confused. Scratching his head, he said, "Why did her face get even redder? She really is a strange person." Long Ming was speechless for a moment. "You're the strange one, leaving a treasure of a girl like Hinata completely unnoticed." But Long Ming only said those words in his heart. "Alright, you two follow me." Seeing that all the students had already left, Irika finally felt relieved. He led Long Ming and Naruto around several twists and turns until they arrived in front of two separate classrooms. Irika pointed at one of the classrooms and said to Naruto, "Naruto, go into this room. There are special teachers inside. After you go in, just follow their arrangements." When Irika spoke, he deliberately put extra emphasis on the words "follow their arrangements." Clearly, he was trying to send Naruto a message, but the thick-nerved Naruto didn't notice any of it. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge inside. Long Ming suddenly grabbed him. This sudden movement made Irika's heart jump straight into his throat, and the hidden ninja lurking in the dark became even more tense. Had Long Ming changed his mind? "What is it, Long Ming?" Naruto turned around and asked in confusion. Long Ming didn't speak. He simply reached out and straightened Naruto's clothes for him. "After you go in, pay more attention, and seize the right moment." As Long Ming said this, the Mangekyo in his eyes suddenly appeared, and the six-pointed star in his right eye spun for the first time. It happened extremely fast. Irika, who was present, hadn't even had time to notice before Long Ming's eyes had already returned to normal. "Alright, hurry up and go in." After saying that, without even waiting for Naruto to react, Long Ming directly pushed him into that classroom. The classroom door was tightly shut the next moment. Long Ming calmly glanced at Irika beside him and asked, "Excuse me, Irika-sensei, am I taking the test in the classroom next door?" "Yes, you can go in." Irika forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart, opened the door to the classroom beside them, and made a welcoming gesture. The way he looked gave off the feeling of a scheme to lure someone into a trap. Long Ming smiled faintly and walked into the classroom without the slightest hesitation. The furnishings inside were very simple. In front of a wide table sat 5 Konoha ninja. The moment Long Ming entered the classroom, their auras firmly locked onto him, as if they were ready to make a move at any time. Long Ming looked over the jonin who had come with great interest. The lineup Konoha had sent this time could truly be called a golden lineup. From left to right, they were Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Might Guy, Kakashi Hatake, and Heiate Gecko. There was no need to introduce the first 3. All of them were genuine elite jonin. With his 1000+ jutsu and his Sharingan, Kakashi's strength could approach the Quasi-Kage level, though sometimes it fluctuated up and down. As for Might Guy, his strength was on par with Kakashi's, generally at the Quasi-Kage level. But if he opened the 8 gates, his strength could rise at explosive speed, reaching Kage level, Super Kage level, or even half 6 paths level for a short time. He was an extremely dangerous existence. Long Ming smiled slightly, then picked up a chair and sat down swaggeringly in front of the 5 of them. He didn't forget to tease them as he spoke. "Is Konoha's graduation test this strict now? You actually need as many as 5 jonin, and even Might Guy, known as Konoha's Blue Beast, came." Of course, Long Ming had already seen through the fact that Konoha wanted to rescue Naruto, but giving them a chance didn't matter. This way, those people in Konoha would understand that Naruto was sincerely defecting to him and joining the Uchiha, not being forced by him. It would let the 3rd Hokage completely give up the thought of trying to win Naruto back again. That way, when he wasn't around, Konoha wouldn't always pull little tricks. "Humph, you know exactly why we're here. This time, there's no way we're letting you take Naruto away. Even if I die, I'll hold you back." Astonishing killing intent burst out from Kakashi's eyes. Anyone could feel his determination at this moment. Although the other Konoha ninja didn't speak, clearly, the determination in their hearts was no weaker than Kakashi's. Long Ming slowly stood up, and the 5 immediately acted as if facing a great enemy. They all rose to their feet, and the chakra in their bodies was poised to erupt. Long Ming chuckled. "Don't be so nervous. I already said I'm here to take the graduation test. How about we make a bet?" The 5 on the other side looked puzzled. After a brief silence, Kakashi was the first to ask, "What kind of bet do you want to make?" Long Ming tilted his head toward the classroom next door and said, "Let's bet on whether Naruto will leave with you. I won't make a move to snatch him away or interfere with his decision. If he's willing to leave with you of his own free will, I'll turn around and leave immediately, without staying a moment longer." The 5 looked at each other, clearly not expecting Long Ming to propose such a condition. It wasn't that the bet was too harsh. On the contrary, it was far too lenient. They didn't need to do anything at all. Just wait for Naruto to make his decision. Kakashi was somewhat tempted. If this mission to rescue Naruto could avoid a battle, that would be for the best. Long Ming's strength was far too terrifying. He had probably already reached the level of the Hokage. Although Kakashi had long been prepared to sacrifice himself, that didn't mean he didn't want to keep his useful body and continue protecting Konoha. "Then what do you want to bet on?" Let me make this clear first. If it threatens the village in any way, there's no way we'll agree to it, Asuma Sarutobi said in a deep voice. Kakashi and the others still decided to negotiate with Long Ming, but before they started, they first stated their side's condition. Long Ming smiled faintly, leaned back in his chair, and said, "Relax. It won't threaten the village's safety. If I win, then I want the third Hokage to promote and appoint me as a Jonin of Konoha. Remember, a Jonin title, not special Jonin." Long Ming did not forget to emphasize that at the end, because in Konoha the difference between Jonin and special Jonin was huge. Special Jonin were actually more like a kind of honorary Jonin. They did not need especially powerful individual strength. They only needed particularly outstanding achievements in a certain field. Jonin, on the other hand, was a title earned by first becoming a Chunin, then completing a certain number of ninja missions, being promoted and appointed by the Hokage, and passing the assessment of Konoha's upper ranks before being upgraded to it. Just from the difficulty of the two, it was obvious which Jonin title carried more weight. Of course, the most important thing was that the check-in mission required a Jonin title, which was why Long Ming cared so much about this point. Kakashi and the others looked puzzled. Although Konoha Jonin was a symbol of status and great strength, becoming a Jonin was not easy at all. More often than not, they had to carry out many of the village's orders and arrangements, and take on many dangerous A-rank and even S-rank missions. Kakashi was, of course, not stupid enough to think Long Ming wanted to contribute to Konoha. "Why do you want to obtain the Jonin title? Does it have some meaning for you?" Kakashi asked with a frown. "Well, I can't tell you that. You just need to tell me whether you agree or not. If you don't, then I'm going to make my move. Even though there are 5 of you, to be honest, I really don't think much of you." As he spoke, Long Ming revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan, looking ready to fight at any moment. Being threatened so openly by Long Ming, the 5 naturally felt their anger surge. They were all elites of the village. When had they ever been looked down on like this? Asuma Sarutobi took out his unique weapon, the chakra blades hien. This was a special weapon with 4 small holes in the hilt for the 4 fingers other than the thumb. The hilt and blade were one piece, with a sharpened outer edge and a serrated inner side. In an instant, Asuma flashed to right in front of Long Ming. "Don't look down on Konoha's ninja too much, Uchiha brat," Asuma said in a deep voice with a cigarette in his mouth. Chakra blade. Straight line. Asuma poured the wind-released chakra in his body into hien, creating 2 high-powered glowing blue blades, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. But this kind of so-called close-range attack was completely futile in front of Long Ming. Asuma swung his blades, but Long Ming likewise activated infinity. With space separating them, every one of Asuma's strikes missed, and he could never touch Long Ming. The Mangekyo in Long Ming's eyes began to spin. Black chakra appeared all over his body, while a massive skeletal arm condensed around him. Faced with Susanoo, Asuma naturally was not foolish enough to clash head-on and decisively retreated. Trying to run, Long Ming sneered. His figure flashed, and he used infinity to instantly move from the front to behind Asuma, then controlled Susanoo and slammed down with a vicious punch. Hearing the bursts of wind pressure coming from behind him, Asuma inwardly cursed that things were bad. If that punch landed, even if he was lucky enough not to die, he would definitely lose the ability to fight. Konoha's proud green beast has arrived. At the critical moment, Might Guy came in to save him. While still in midair, he unleashed a spinning back kick. Leaf-strong whirlwind. With astonishing power and speed, he directly intercepted Susanoo's punch, and Asuma used that opening to escape the attack range. As he retreated, his hands rapidly formed seals, and his mouth puffed up high. Fire release, burning ash. Asuma spat a mass of high-temperature ash toward the front, and the rolling ash completely obscured the view ahead. Asuma gritted his teeth and lit the flint he had prepared in advance in his molars, and the area where the ash had spread immediately erupted in an explosion. Boom! Along with a massive explosion, a large amount of shattered rock flew everywhere, and thick black smoke blocked everyone's vision. Did it work? Kurenai Yuhi asked. There was no sound from within the black smoke. Just when everyone thought the attack had worked, Long Ming's voice came from inside. Cough cough, the smoke smells terrible. Did you really have to use a move like that? Next time, at least rinse your mouth first. Long Ming waved his hand in disgust, dispersing the black smoke around him. Asuma's expression darkened. His move seemed to have no place to be used at all. Long Ming had clearly been standing in place, yet he still could not inflict even the slightest damage. At that moment, Kakashi stepped out and stopped everyone, then said in a deep voice, analyzing the situation, "Ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks should be useless against him. I already tried that before. We can't keep fighting recklessly like this. We'd just be wasting chakra for nothing. Then what do we do? Are we really supposed to agree to his conditions?" Asuma said bitterly. Kakashi's mind began working at high speed. We still haven't figured out Long Ming's jutsu. Forcing a fight might actually lead to failure instead. The Jonin title is just a name anyway. I might as well agree for now and stall for time. As long as Naruto can be taken away, everything will return to our control. Thinking of this, Kakashi shot the others a look, signaling them to put away their weapons. Then he looked at Long Ming and said seriously, "Calm down, Long Ming. We agree to your bet. No matter what choice Naruto makes, you are not allowed to interfere or forcibly make a move to take Naruto. Can you guarantee us that?" Long Ming let out a snort of laughter, then withdrew Susanoo, shrugged, and said, "What is there to not dare? I guarantee it. If Naruto goes with you, I won't make a move to stop him." Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Beneath his mask, the corner of his mouth had already curled into the smile of a victor, because in his view, Naruto was definitely willing to return to Konoha. After all, Long Ming was the one who had forcibly abducted Naruto. The two had only spent one day together. No matter what, Long Ming could not possibly persuade Naruto. And even if things really developed to the point where Naruto was unwilling to leave, Kakashi had already prepared a backup plan. Kakashi thought to himself, "Long Ming, you really are too conceited. Without the Nine Tails to keep us in check, if Konoha's many Jonin attack together, we will definitely be able to eliminate you. Though this would be a dishonorable way to win, against an enemy like you, this is the only option I have." All the Jonin put away their battle stances. They were already prepared to see the disappointed look on Long Ming's face after Naruto was taken away. Long Ming did nothing. He merely closed his eyes to rest and quietly waited for news from the classroom next door. On the other side, after Naruto was pushed into the classroom, he saw a strange man with big eyes standing in the center. Naruto was a little confused about what was going on. He scratched his head and asked, "Are you the teacher in charge of the graduation assessment?" Yamato didn't speak. He just quickly walked over and grabbed Naruto's arm, then said, "The graduation assessment is just a cover. I'm an ANBU ninja sent to rescue you. While Long Ming is being held up, hurry and come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Naruto's reply, Yamato dragged Naruto toward the window. Only then did Naruto realize what was happening. This guy was here to capture him. He planted his feet and forcefully broke free from Yamato's grip. Yamato was extremely puzzled when he saw this, and he said anxiously, "What are you doing? The situation is very dangerous right now. Long Ming could rush over and grab you at any moment." Naruto shook his head and said firmly, "I know what you're trying to do, but I won't go with you. I want to stay with Long Ming. I've already joined the Uchiha clan now." Yamato froze for a moment, then his expression suddenly darkened. Combined with those big eyeballs of his, he looked especially terrifying. "What did you say? You joined the Uchiha?" Naruto was startled by Yamato's sudden change, but he quickly reacted. He swallowed and replied, "Why yeah, so I won't go with you. If there's nothing else, then I'm heading out." Naruto carefully shifted his steps. Faced with Yamato in this darkened state, Naruto was still quite afraid. But before Naruto had even taken a few steps, a wooden vine as thick as an adult's arm suddenly stabbed into the floor in front of him, making a muffled bang. With chips scattered all around, and Naruto hurriedly backed up several steps. Yamato withdrew the wooden branch extending from his arm and said while forming hand seals, "I do like having a proper talk with people, but I don't dislike ruling through fear either. Looks like for you the latter will work better. Even if I have to knock you out, I'm taking you away." After saying that, Yamato had already finished his hand seals. He pressed his palms together and shouted, "Would release. Silent strangle jutsu." Yamato's palms suddenly transformed into branches, stretched out, and shot toward Naruto to bind him. Anyone caught by this move would be completely unable to move and could only remain silent. Naruto hurriedly tried to dodge, but he wasn't even a genin yet, so how could he possibly resist Yamato, an elite ANBU Jonin? Without any surprise at all, Naruto was tightly bound on the spot, and even his mouth was wrapped up by branches. He could only make muffled struggling sounds. "Sorry, but you'll just have to be taken away like this for now. I'll put you somewhere very safe until everything is over." After saying that, Yamato carried Naruto and walked toward the window. Naruto struggled anxiously, his gaze turning toward the other classroom separated by only one wall. "What do I do? I'm about to be taken away. Long Ming. I have to find a way to notify Long Ming. How am I supposed to break free from these wooden branches?" Naruto was frantic inside when suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. If you ever run into someone who wants to hurt you in the future, call out to the Nine Tails in your heart. Ordinary ninjas are definitely no match for you. Got it? Long Ming's words echoed in Naruto's mind. Naruto stopped panicking. Instead, he calmed himself and sank his consciousness into his mental world, shouting loudly within it. Mental space. A demonic fox opened its scarlet eyes. The Nine Tails raised its head. It knew everything Naruto was able to feel. How pathetic. You can't even deal with someone like this? I thought you were supposed to be impressive. The Nine Tails opened with a mocking line, but there was none of the killing intent or savagery from last time in its words. "No, it's not like that. That guy is really strong. His hand just turned into wood and tied me up. I can't break free at all. In the mental space, Naruto desperately tried to defend himself. But the Ninetales had no intention of listening further. It stood up directly and snorted coldly. S just would release. He's not the first Hokage, so what's there to be afraid of? Hand your body over to me. I'll deal with him for you. Naruto nodded, and then a red chakra wrapped around Naruto's entire body. At the same time, Naruto in the real world also opened his eyes, but his pupils were no longer a pure blue. Instead, they had turned into vertical fox-like pupils, and red chakra continuously poured out from his body. Yamato immediately sensed that something was wrong, and when he saw Naruto's state, his heart jolted. Could it be that the Ninetales has already broken through the seal? Yamato did not hesitate. Several more wooden vines instantly shot out from his body, wrapping layer after layer from the inside out. But in the very next second, boom! Shook both arms and all the vines snapped apart. Wood chips scattered everywhere, and broken chunks of wood fell all over the floor. At this moment, was completely wrapped in a red chakra cloak, his aura extremely powerful. Behind the red-tailed beast cloak, three tails could be vaguely seen constantly swaying. TSK, this is all the power I can use? Still, it should be enough to deal with trash like you. The Ninetales looked at its current body and revealed an unhappy expression. The seal inside Naruto's body was still in a relatively firm state. With the seal in place, too much of the Ninetales chakra could not leak out. Right now, it was only enough for three tails to appear. If it could obtain the key and open the seal, then the Ninetales would be able to lend all of its power to Naruto. That would let Naruto enter Kurama mode, and in that mode, Naruto's strength could instantly reach the Kage Supreme tier. In his current chakra cloak state, Naruto could only barely reach about the Quasi-Kage level. But victory or defeat on the battlefield still depended on both sides' combat experience, as well as elemental advantage. Looking at Naruto, who had undergone a complete earth-shaking transformation, Yamato immediately realized that the one controlling the body now should be the Ninetales inside Naruto. His expression became extremely grave for the first time. He pressed his hands together and said in a deep voice, "Ninetales, return this child's body immediately, or I won't go easy on you." "To go easy on me?" A mocking smile appeared at the corner of the Ninetales' mouth, and then it said, "I really want to see how exactly you won't go easy on me. Do you think you're the first Hokage?" After saying that, the Ninetales took the initiative and attacked first. The chakra on its body condensed into a huge red bloody claw that viciously slashed toward Yamato. This claw was condensed from pure chakra. It could extend and retract freely, making it extremely convenient, and under the Ninetales' control its power was tremendous. Yamato leaped to the side, and with a loud boom, the red bloody claw easily pierced through the wall, leaving behind a huge hole. When Yamato saw this terrifying destructive power, how could he dare be careless? His body kept dodging and weaving through the classroom while at the same time looking for a chance to counterattack. The intense sounds of battle also drew Kakashi and the others from the classroom next door. There was no need to explain what those sounds meant. If Naruto had really been willing to leave with Konoha's people, there would never have been any fighting. Long Ming opened his eyes, looked at Kakashi and the others across from him, and chuckled. "Looks like Naruto doesn't plan on leaving with you after all. This bet should count as my win, right?" Faced with Long Ming's question, Kakashi and the others looked extremely grim. They truly hadn't expected that Naruto, who had lived in Konoha for 8 years, would defect to the enemy in just one night. Just as Long Ming was about to get up and go meet Naruto, Kurinayuhi suddenly spoke. "Wait, the situation hasn't been decided yet. The bet isn't completely over. How do you know Naruto won't change his mind? If you go over there now, wouldn't that be breaking the rules? You said you would never interfere with Naruto's choice." Asuma and the others beside her also lit up and immediately echoed, "S right. Our bet never said fighting wasn't allowed. Once the battle ends, maybe Naruto will change his mind." Seeing the Konoha ninja across from him blatantly trying to stall for time, Long Ming rubbed his nose, as if thinking of something, then laughed and sat back down. "All right then, I'll wait until the fight is over." After saying that, Long Ming closed his eyes again. Kakashi and the others were overjoyed inside. As long as they could hold Long Ming here, they could buy Yamato enough time. Carrying Naruto away or tying him up, whatever worked. As long as they took him far enough away. Time passed second by second, and Yamato, carrying everyone's hopes, did not fail their trust. Although Naruto, with 3 tails manifested, had his combat power multiplied, Yamato was no pushover either. His extremely rich combat experience, combined with would release's suppressive effect on the Ninetales, allowed Yamato to win this battle. At this moment, the classroom was in ruins. Nearly the entire floor had been torn apart, and broken stone and shattered wood could be seen everywhere. As for the Ninetales controlling Naruto's body, it had been tightly bound by vines sprouting from the ground. Around it stood huge wooden pillars covered in spikes, preventing the Ninetales from escaping. Damn it! If not for the 8 trigram seal, How could I have been trapped by someone like you? The Ninetales struggled violently. The vines on its body creaked, as if they would snap apart the next moment. Yamato had also gained several wounds. Panting heavily, he said in a low voice, "Ninetales, it's over. Fall asleep." After speaking, Yamato raised his right hand. It was clear to see that in the center of his palm was the black character for Hokage-style 60-year-old technique. Kakwan entering society with bliss-bringing hands. Yamato gave a low shout, then slammed his palm onto Naruto's chest. A strange light shone out from Naruto's chest. The Ninetales let out a low growl. It felt a heavy drowsiness constantly invading its mind. This technique had an extremely powerful hypnotic effect and could put the Ninetales to sleep. Its distinguishing feature was the character appearing in the center of the user's palm. This move was extremely powerful and could suppress the Ninetales chakra. Damn it. This move again. The Ninetales' mind began to grow dizzy, and its eyes were slowly closing. But right at that moment, another chakra suddenly appeared inside Naruto's body. A black chakra enveloped the entire classroom. It was as if the whole room had been put on pause, everything suddenly frozen still. The Ninetales also woke from the edge of falling asleep. Inside the entire classroom, aside from Naruto, every other object was motionless. Yamato still had his palm pressed against Naruto's chest. This was the jutsu Long Ming had planted inside Naruto before he entered the classroom. It was also the Mangekyo technique of Long Ming's right eye, called Takamagara. It could freeze time within a certain range, including all living beings inside it. Normally, a Mangekyo Sharingan eye technique needed to be cast through another person's body, and that could only be done through transcription seal if the other person also possessed a Sharingan. But what made Takamagara especially heaven-defying was that this jutsu could not only be used on himself, but could also be bestowed on others like it was now. Under Long Ming's setup, this jutsu would activate when the Ninetales was being suppressed. Infinity and Takamagara complemented each other, helping Long Ming control space and time respectively. Under normal circumstances, Takamagara could freeze time for 3 seconds, though depending on the difference in strength between the two sides, that duration could be lengthened or shortened. However, if anyone within that space was attacked, time would immediately resume flowing. Looking at the scene before it, even the Ninetales was too shocked to speak. That guy. He might end up even more terrifying than Madara. The Ninetales muttered inwardly, then seized this precious chance to break free. It slammed a fist viciously into Yamato's stomach, and time immediately began flowing again. Before Yamato could even react, he was smashed into the classroom next door. Boom! The waiting Kakashi and the others suddenly heard a loud crash behind them, and a figure came hurtling toward them through the dust. Faced with the sudden situation, of course they dodged without even thinking. As a result, Yamato's head smashed into their desk, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out on the spot. Tenzo? After seeing who it was, Kakashi cried out in shock and hurried over to help him up. How is this possible? Tenzo actually lost? Kurenai Yuhi beside him revealed an expression of disbelief. As a man who possessed would release, Yamato could be said to be the Ninetales' natural counter. That was also why Yamato had been assigned to the classroom receiving Naruto, to guard against the possibility of Naruto going berserk. As the dust gradually settled, Naruto's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. But at this moment, the tailed beast cloak on Naruto's body had already disappeared, and his eyes had returned to their clear blue color. Clearly, the Ninetales had gone offline. Although Kakashi had already guessed the outcome deep down, he still couldn't help asking, "Naruto, are you really unwilling to come back to Konoha with us?" Naruto glanced at Kakashi. Although he still didn't know him right now, he felt an inexplicable sense of goodwill toward this man. So he answered, "In Konoha, I was no different from being alone. I'm not going back anymore. I have a new home now, and I'll stay there." Naruto's voice wasn't loud, but it was still enough to spread through this small classroom. Kakashi found it hard to accept. At this moment, he truly wanted to stop caring about anything else and just take Naruto away first. But how could Long Ming possibly let Kakashi go back on the bet? He directly activated Infinity and appeared at Naruto's side. Everyone feared Long Ming's strength even more than before, and feared even more that he could use the Sharingan to control the Ninetales. The little thoughts in their hearts could only be forcibly crushed. Long Ming smiled lightly, turned around, and said, "The bet is complete. I won. Tell the third Hokage I'll be seeing him soon to receive the title of Jonin." After saying that, he grabbed Naruto and swaggered out of the ninja academy. The Uchiha clan. At this moment, the Uchiha clan was preparing to move into the central area of Konoha. When Konoha's civilians saw the Uchiha clan members moving on a large scale, some looked happy, some worried, and quite a few kept secretly observing the Uchiha. Among them were also several of Konoha's great clans, such as the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, and so on. On top of a huge pavilion, the heads of several major clans were drinking tea together while also observing the situation below. Choza Akimichi let out a light sigh. So they really came back. Looks like the third Hokage can't think of a way to deal with the Uchiha for now. Still, this is fine too. It's best if there doesn't have to be a big war. Inoichi Yamanaka shook his head and sighed. I'm just afraid we'll have to fight sooner or later. By the way, did all of you receive the intel on the ninjutsu used by that boy called Long Ming? Hayashi Hyuga said in a deep voice. The Umbu sent it over early this morning. I heard ordinary ninjutsu and close combat ninja simply can't hurt him. We can probably only try genjutsu or spiritual attacks. Among the few of us here, only Brother Inoichi might be able to give it a try. Inoichi Yamanaka's face immediately darkened. Damn, isn't that just asking me to die? On the battlefield, he had already witnessed Long Ming's almost freakish speed. He was afraid that before he even finished forming hand seals, the other side's great blade would already be at his neck. At this moment, Shikaku Nara beside him said in a deep voice, not necessarily. Inoichi actually might not be able to control Long Ming either. Don't forget that once the Uchiha open the Sharingan, their spiritual power is often stronger than that of ordinary ninja, and their accomplishments in genjutsu are not low either. Those words reminded the others nearby. They had been thinking the whole time about how to break Long Ming's infinity, and had instead subconsciously overlooked the fact that Long Ming had awakened the Mangekyo. This was probably what people called failing to see what's right under your nose. Then how were they supposed to fight this? With just one sentence from Shikaku, the atmosphere became even heavier. After a long while, Inoichi Yamanaka said in a low voice, actually, based on the intel we currently have, making a move against the Uchiha within the next 2 or 3 years is truly an unwise choice. Even if we take back the Nine Tails with Long Ming alone, he could probably still make Konoha suffer enormous losses. This internal conflict has no meaning at all. It shouldn't even have happened in the first place. I think it's about time we propose to Lord Hokage that Konoha and the Uchiha clan reconcile. Inoichi Yamanaka was the man in all of Konoha village most skilled at gathering intelligence. The words he spoke carried absolute authority. And judging from Inoichi Yamanaka's attitude, he no longer really agreed with the plan to carry out an extermination operation against the Uchiha. The expressions of the clan heads kept changing as well. They were extremely wary of a ninja like Long Ming, who had Kage-level strength at just 8 years old. The battle last night had even left some psychological shadows in the hearts of quite a few clan heads. They were confident they were not much stronger than the now-dead Danzo. And as for their stance toward the Uchiha clan, it had always been difficult to get every clan to stand on the same side. Everyone lived in the same village, so there would definitely be connections between them, and the younger members of their clans would have even deeper bonds. The Uchiha hadn't committed any grave crime. Danzo had jumped out first like a mad dog and started biting wildly, which led to last night's chaotic battle with the Uchiha. Many of the clan heads had only received vague orders and intelligence yesterday. Only afterward did they learn that the Uchiha had not launched any rebellion last night at all. It was Danzo who had first led people in an attack on the Uchiha. The dead Danzo took the blame once again. How can a shattered mirror ever be made whole again? The Uchiha lost quite a few clan members yesterday. How can you expect them to let go of the resentment in their hearts? Shikaku let out a long sigh. Inoichi Yamanaka gave a dry cough, then said somewhat awkwardly, actually, I do have an idea. I just don't know whether I should say it. All the clan heads. You've already said that much, so how could we not listen? Shikaku looked helplessly at his old friend in front of him and said, Inoichi, if you have something to say, just say it. There are no outsiders here. Inoichi Yamanaka nodded, then crossed his hands and said very seriously, actually, we can arrange a marriage alliance with the Uchiha. Since ancient times, this has been the best method for forming alliances and maintaining peace. Wouldn't it be good to make this Long Ming become Konoha's strength once again? Ahem, as it happens, I have a daughter. She's naturally intelligent and beautiful. Although she's still young, the two children can first be engaged. Everyone had seen Long Ming's strength with their own eyes. Inoichi Yamanaka wasn't just trying to make Konoha and the Uchiha reconcile. He also wanted to leave behind a powerful protector for the Yamanaka clan in the future. For a moment, everyone looked at Inoichi Yamanaka with strange expressions. But Inoichi Yamanaka's plan also made their eyes light up. If they could rely on this to resolve the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, that might not be bad either. It was just that this marriage alliance slot absolutely couldn't be snatched away by Inoichi Yamanaka. An 8-year-old with Kage-level combat power had limitless room to grow in the future. Let me say this, Brother Inoichi. Your method is good, but you only have one daughter. The sacrifice for Konoha is just too great. I, your elder brother here, have 2 daughters, both gentle and kind. So why not leave this marriage alliance matter to me? Hayashi Hyuga waved his sleeve and said with a very righteous look, it's not appropriate. As far as I know, your younger daughter Hanabi is only 3 years old, and your elder daughter also has to take over the heavy responsibility of the main family. It's better if I do it. It's not right. She can also be raised as a child bride. I may not have daughters, but the Akimichi clan actually has quite a few female ninja too, each with a rather full-bodied beauty. If you ask me if we're doing a marriage alliance, it still has to be our Akimichi clan. Everyone spoke one after another, leaving Shikaku completely dumbfounded. He never would have expected things to develop to this extent. The group argued for a long time before, with Shikaku's reminder, deciding to first report this proposal to the third Hokage. Shikaku led several clan heads before the third Hokage and reported their proposal. At this moment, the third had just received news that the mission to rescue Naruto had failed. As he listened to the clan heads discussing a marriage alliance and peace talks with the Uchiha, he could not help but sigh inwardly. This team is hard to lead. Under normal circumstances, the third might really have endured it. After all, he was someone who, for the sake of peace, had even been willing to hand over Niji's father's corpse. But this time, what Long Ming had taken was the Jinchuriki. With such a nuclear bomb by his side, the third truly could neither sleep nor eat in peace. After silently taking a puff from his pipe, the third said in a deep voice, "I know all about your proposal, but Naruto's matter is of great importance. I cannot accept giving up this quickly. Long Ming will probably come to me in the next 2 days to request the title of Jonin. Let me try one more time." As if he had thought of something, Shikaku hesitated and said, "Third Hokage, could it be that you want to invite that person back?" The third exhaled a mouthful of smoke and did not answer Shikaku's question directly. He only said, "If this still doesn't succeed, then we'll do everything your way. Make peace with the Uchiha, and arrange a marriage alliance." A few days later, ever since the bet at the Ninja Academy that day, Konoha seemed to have settled down quite a bit. Long Ming had rarely seen any ANBU ninja appearing around him lately. During this time, Long Ming did not rush to the third Hokage to receive the title of Jonin. Instead, he had been busy helping the Uchiha move. At the same time, he also took part in the Uchiha clan's special training. Although Long Ming's dojutsu was extremely strong, when it came to understanding some ordinary ninjutsu, he was still not as good as Itachi, Fugaku, and the others. After several days of special training, he had gained quite a lot from it. Today was another day of special training. Quite a few Uchiha clan members had gathered here, all of them forming the hand seals for the same jutsu. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, fire release, great fireball technique. Everyone took a deep breath, gathered chakra in their throats, and then spat huge fireballs forward from their mouths. The entire training ground turned into a sea of flames, with fireballs continuing to burn one after another. This jutsu was a high-difficulty technique created by the Uchiha clan. It was widely spread throughout the ninja world and was the basic fire release ninjutsu learned by members of the Uchiha clan. Even though it was called high difficulty, Itachi had learned it in 1 second back then. But Long Ming had spent more than half a day learning this jutsu, even longer than Sasuke, and that left him feeling a little depressed. Could it be that I, Long Ming, really don't have the makings of an emperor? Took me this long just to learn a C-rank jutsu. So I'd better just honestly stick to checking in from now on. Long Ming silently complained in his heart. Alright, put your jutsu away. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. I'll let you all head back early and rest today. We'll continue the special training tomorrow. Clan head Fugaku waved his hand and had everyone stop. Long Ming also withdrew his great fireball. Just as he was about to head back, Itachi called out to him from behind. "Wait a moment, Long Ming. The clan head has something for me to give you." "Something?" Long Ming turned around and saw Itachi walking toward him with a huge scroll on his back. "This is the scroll of seals, right?" Long Ming hesitated slightly before saying it out loud, because this thing was simply too easy to recognize. Itachi nodded. "Yeah. Konoha sent it over a few days ago." The clan head led a group of jonin in studying it for several days, but they still felt that the forbidden techniques inside were too dangerous and not suitable for them to train in. "So he told me to bring it to you and see if there's anything you need." The reason the Scroll of Seals was called a forbidden scroll was because it recorded jutsu that caused enormous harm to the user, or even death. So for ordinary people it was actually impossible to practice the jutsu inside. For example, the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Although it was only A rank, it was an enhanced version of the shadow clone technique. It used a massive amount of chakra to increase the number of shadow clones, splitting into 1,000 shadow clones at once. Because this technique consumed chakra too intensely, the second Hokage considered that anyone without a huge chakra reserve would injure themselves or even risk their life if they used it. That was why he classified it as a forbidden technique and sealed it inside the scroll. Only someone like Naruto with that kind of chakra was suited to training it. Long Ming definitely could not train in the multiple shadow clone jutsu, but he was very interested in the other jutsu inside, and he was also thinking of Naruto, so he took the scroll of seals from Itachi's hands. "I'll take it. Thank the clan head for me. Oh right, special training ended early today. So remember to go back and teach your little brother Shuriken jutsu. Stop always standing him up." After saying that, Long Ming waved his hand, his figure blurred, and he vanished from where he stood. Itachi stood there and laughed helplessly, but that was exactly what he had been planning to do. "Nei-san, I'm back. Naruto, get out here already and see what amazing treasure I brought you." Long Ming kicked his own front door open again and rushed into the house with the scroll of seals tucked under his arm. Naruto thought it was something to eat, so he excitedly ran out of his room. But when he saw that Long Ming was only holding a scroll, the excitement on his face instantly vanished. What is this? Naruto looked at the scroll of seals with suspicion written all over his face. This is called the scroll of seals. Don't make that face. This is a treasure. If it got out, the great nations would fight so hard for it their heads would split open. Long Ming's words made Naruto excited again, his eyes locking tightly onto the scroll of seals. Long Ming set the scroll of seals on the floor and then opened it. Several extremely powerful ninjutsu appeared before the two of them. The sealed scroll recorded a total of 5 forbidden techniques: multiple shadow clone, impure world reincarnation, the 8 gates, tandem paper bombs, and the spirit transformation technique. Naruto was dazzled by what he saw. Long Ming pointed at the multiple shadow clone among them and said, "As long as you learn this jutsu, that'll be enough. Your chakra reserves are extremely high, and you also have the Nine Tails chakra. Learning this jutsu won't be difficult for you." Naruto nodded, then started reading very seriously. Meanwhile, Long Ming turned his gaze toward the page recording impure world reincarnation, a trace of heat appearing in his eyes. This jutsu could be said to be the most heaven-defying forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, with no equal. It was precisely because of impure world reincarnation that the Fourth Great Ninja War had happened. If Long Ming could learn this technique now, then the balance of power between Konoha and the Uchiha could tilt in an instant. Summon 7 or 8 Kage-level fighters and directly pin the third to the ground and beat him. But ideals were full while reality was skinny. Impure world reincarnation was an S-rank technique, and the difficulty of learning it was off the charts. For Long Ming, who did not have the makings of an emperor, to learn it would take at least half a year, maybe even longer. And this jutsu required live human beings for practice. Long Ming definitely would not use his own clansmen. But if he used Konoha ninja for practice, that old man, the third, would probably come at him with his pipe raised and fight him to the death. After thinking it over, Long Ming still gave up on the idea of training in impure world reincarnation and turned to look at the other forbidden techniques instead. Multiple shadow clone required an enormous amount of chakra. Otherwise the practitioner would injure himself or even risk his life. The 8 gates temporarily granted powerful strength by unlocking the pathways in the human body that restrain chakra. When all 8 gates were opened, it was also called the formation of the 8 gates, instantly granting 10 times the power that surpassed even the 5 Kage. It caused enormous harm to the user, or even death. Tandem paper bombs and A-rank infinite explosion ninjutsu. A single explosive tag could endlessly summon countless explosive tags, numbering in the trillions, and trigger endless chain explosions in an infinite cycle. If used while completely unprepared, even the caster himself could get caught in it and face mortal danger. The spirit transformation technique turned oneself into a living soul, ignoring distance to travel and kill enemies. It could also control another person's body and enter someone else's mental world. This soul form was immune to physical attacks. By possessing an enemy, it could cause the enemy to suffer a mental breakdown and die, or it could possess an ally and manipulate that ally's body. Long Ming pondered for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Got it. I'll train this one. Tandem paper bombs. In Long Ming's view, this was the forbidden technique most suited for him to train in. It required the caster to stick a single explosive tag onto the enemy's vital point at lightning speed before the enemy could react. Then the technique would activate, using the explosive tag to endlessly summon more explosive tags and trigger infinite explosions. For Long Ming this was far too easy. His dojutsu could boost his speed to a level comparable to the Flying Thunder God technique, and he did not even need to throw kunai around to use it. It was extremely convenient. As for the downside of this technique, the close-range blast damage could easily affect the user as well. For other people that might be fatal, but for Long Ming it was not a problem at all. So Long Ming also threw himself fully into training. Over the next few days, bursts of explosions could be heard from the Uchiha clan from time to time. At first, it scared the Konoha higher-ups so badly that their hearts nearly jumped out. The huge commotion made them think Long Ming had gone mad and released the Nine Tails. But when they rushed over, they discovered that it seemed to be nothing more than ordinary explosive tag blasts. Everyone was relieved after a false alarm and thought the matter was over. They did not expect that the nightmare had only just begun. Boom! 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 The violent sounds of explosions and flashes of fire came from the Uchiha clan grounds for the nth time. Several Umbu ninja keeping watch nearby had their eardrums rattled, and they cursed under their breath. Damn it, here we go again. The frequency has been getting higher and higher these past 2 days. What the hell is the Uchiha clan doing? Are they trying to tear Konoha apart? It's been at least over 100 times by now, right? I haven't even been able to sleep well these past few days. Even in my dreams, I feel like I can hear explosions. What the hell is this? Where did they even get so many explosive tags? Inside the Uchiha compound, Long Ming stood in a massive crater, with wisps of green smoke still rising around him. Long Ming waved his hand, dispersing the choking black smoke, and looked quite satisfied with the crater beneath his feet. Not bad. This level of power is barely acceptable. At least those tens of thousands of explosive tags weren't wasted. Long Ming let out a small sigh. This ninjutsu really burned through money. The explosive tags summoned by the tandem paper bomb had to be prepared in advance by himself. Long Ming had asked the clan head for help and gathered nearly all the explosive tags in the entire Uchiha clan before he could practice day and night like this. Itachi's figure appeared beside Long Ming. Looking at the several enormous craters around them, he said with emotion, "Long Ming, the power of this move is really too great. If you were to unleash it by surprise, even a Kage-level expert would probably die with hatred in his heart." These past few days, Itachi had been using shadow clones as targets to help Long Ming train with the tandem paper bomb. Because of that, he truly understood just how terrifying this move was. Not necessarily. Every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. This move may be incredibly powerful, but it can still be countered. Let us try it one more time. Alright, I'll keep using shadow clones. Just as the two of them were training, a member of the Uchiha clan came over from the distance with Nara Shikaku. Shikaku's expression was calm as still water. Even though he was standing in Uchiha territory at this moment, he still maintained that cold composure. He had come on the orders of the third Hokage, and at the same time, he represented Konoha. This was the first time Konoha had sent someone into the Uchiha clan to negotiate since the night of the massacre. In order to display Konoha's bearing and dignity, Shikaku had deliberately put on a brand new set of ninja clothes today, and had even specially groomed his beard and hair. His goal was to ensure that, in terms of presence, he would not lose to the Uchiha and could take the initiative in the conversation. Very soon, Shikaku was led onto a piece of land covered in devastation. Before him were craters everywhere and scorched black burn marks. At first glance, Shikaku thought the Uchiha clan members were deliberately messing with him, and he had wanted to scold them. But then he suddenly remembered that he was here to display Konoha's bearing and dignity. So he simply asked in a flat tone, "I'm here to find Long Ming. What exactly do you mean by bringing me here?" The Uchiha clansman in front of him rolled his eyes and jerked his chin forward. "Isn't he right over there? Just look for yourself." "Look for myself?" Shikaku showed a puzzled expression. He was Konoha's genius strategist, possessed extremely high intelligence, and often served as the Hokage's advisor. But what exactly was he supposed to see in this scorched, blackened land? When Shikaku focused his gaze, he suddenly saw a figure shoot out from a crater. Uchiha Itachi? Although Itachi was no longer wearing a mask, Shikaku recognized this former Umbu member at a glance. Just as he was wondering why Itachi was here, Long Ming's figure appeared in front of Itachi at astonishing speed. In a flash, he slapped explosive tags onto Itachi's arms, waist, and legs. The massive explosion instantly swallowed both Itachi and Long Ming. But Long Ming, with Infinity activated, was completely unaffected. While still in midair, he pulled out another handful of explosive tags and scattered them into the sky toward Itachi. Halfway through their flight, the explosive tags began summoning more of themselves. 1 became 2, 2 became 3, cycling without end. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags began detonating one after another without pause. The blast radius of the huge explosion was extremely wide, and waves of scorching air and dust kept slamming into Shikaku's face. The hair he had painstakingly styled and his brand new clothes were instantly ruined and filthy beyond belief. What the hell? What is going on here? Shikaku's mouth opened wide enough to fit several eggs, his eyes filled with shock. He had often heard those strange explosions from the Uchiha clan, but he had never imagined Long Ming was the one behind them. If this ninjutsu were used on him. At that thought, Shikaku couldn't help but shiver. The explosions continued for 2 or 3 minutes before they finally began to die down. A thought suddenly rose in Shikaku's mind. With such a terrifying ninjutsu, even if Long Ming relies on that mysterious dojutsu in his eyes, being that close should still leave him injured, right? If he gets hurt, then it proves he isn't immune to ninjutsu damage. But just as that thought crossed Shikaku's mind, Long Ming walked out of the black smoke, completely unharmed. Forget being injured, there wasn't even a speck of dust on him. Shikaku's face darkened. It seemed he had been thinking far too simply. Nara Shikaku? Long Ming, having walked out of the explosion, also noticed Shikaku nearby and started striding toward him. "You must be Long Ming. Truly, a hero emerges in youth. Nice to meet you. My name is Nara Shikaku. I'm the head of the Nara clan. Please take care of me." Shikaku quickly put on a friendly smile and extended his hand toward Long Ming. As for bearing and dignity, Shikaku had already thrown all of that to the back of his mind. Right now, he only hoped he wouldn't provoke this living disaster. Long Ming glanced at Shikaku's filthy black hand with a bit of disgust, then casually slapped it away. "Lord Shikaku, you joke too much. Didn't we already meet a little over a week ago? You almost killed even our Uchiha clan head. And next time we meet, could you take a bath first? I almost didn't recognize you. And whose fault is all this ash on me?" Shikaku felt a little awkward. He had originally wanted to avoid the topic of the night of the massacre, But he hadn't expected Long Ming to bring it up directly and leave him no face at all. He gave 2 dry coughs and explained, "What happened that day was quite offensive. When you think about it, it's all Danzo's fault. He passed along false intel recklessly, which caused the third and all of us to become accomplices helping evil. The Shimura clan has already been severely punished by the third, so please rest assured." Long Ming's face stayed expressionless. If some other clan said they didn't know the inside story, Long Ming might have believed it. But if someone claimed Hiruzen Sarutobi, the dignified third Hokage, didn't know what Danzo was planning, then all those years he spent as Hokage would have truly been for nothing. Let us skip the small talk, Narasama. What brings you here today? If there's nothing else, turn left, turn around, and see yourself out. They had barely exchanged a few words before Long Ming directly started throwing him out. Shikaku's face twitched. If some ordinary person dared speak to him like that, he would definitely use Shadow Strangle Jutsu to choke that bastard to death. But facing Long Ming, he could only put on a smile and quickly said, "There is something, there is. Didn't you say some time ago that you wanted the third Sama to grant you the title of Jonin, little brother Long Ming? Now the procedures and process are almost complete. We're just waiting for you to go to the Hokage Hall and receive your forehead protector." "Oh, so it's that." Long Ming drew out the sound, then looked at Shikaku meaningfully and said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost would have forgotten. But I'm not in a hurry, so why is the third in such a rush? There isn't some kind of scheme behind this, is there?" As Long Ming said that, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the Mangekyo in them slowly began to turn. Long Ming's voice exploded in Shikaku's heart like thunder, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Under the powerful pressure Long Ming released, even Shikaku's breathing became a little uneven. After a brief silence, Shikaku suddenly forced a laugh and said, "How could that be? You must have misunderstood. Konoha has absolutely never had such thoughts. Don't you know? The third Sama's greatest preference is peace." Long Ming's expression still did not change. Shikaku was extremely tense. He had already made up his mind that as long as Long Ming revealed even a trace of killing intent, he would immediately throw out a smoke bomb and flee with everything he had. Then, the next second, Long Ming, who had just looked gloomy, suddenly laughed. He stepped forward, patted Shikaku on the arm and said with a smile, "Haha, I was just joking. Look how scared you got." Shikaku's face darkened. "Kid, do you really think you're funny?" Long Ming continued, "Don't worry. Tell the third that I'll go accept the Jonin title today. Have him get ready." Shikaku let out a long breath of relief in his heart and hurriedly said, "Since that is the case, then we will await your arrival in the Hokage's office. I still have some urgent matters to deal with, so I'll take my leave first." After saying that, without even waiting for Long Ming to respond, he used the body flicker technique and left this place that had made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. After watching Shikaku disappear, Long Ming also put away his smile and lowered his head in thought. "Looks like Konoha is planning to make a move against you." Itachi appeared beside Long Ming in a flash. He had heard everything that was just said. With Itachi's intelligence, it was naturally not hard for him to guess that this was a hangmen banquet the third had laid out for Long Ming. Long Ming rubbed his nose and replied, "I know. I just don't know what they've prepared this time. To be honest, I'm a little impatient already." There was no fear or worry in Long Ming's words. Instead, he seemed somewhat expectant, because he was very clear on all of Konoha's hidden strengths, and he had already mentally prepared himself to deal with them. Itachi frowned after hearing that and could not help but urge, "Why do you have to take this risk? Right now, you're the Uchiha's strongest combat force and spiritual pillar, and also the caretaker of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The third and Konoha's higher-ups are so eager for you to go over there, so they must have prepared some method capable of defeating you. Why take this risk? If anything happens to you, the Uchiha and Konoha will go to war today." Long Ming raised a hand to cut off Itachi's next words and said with a smile, "Thanks for your concern, Itachi, but the Jonin title is very important to me. I have to get it. Besides, even if Konoha really does have some overly powerful method, don't I still have your help?" Seeing Long Ming's firm attitude, Itachi found it hard to keep persuading him, so he could only sigh and say, "All right, then you must be careful." Long Ming nodded. Then after making some preparations, he headed alone toward the Hokage Hall. Long Ming has already started moving. Hurry and report it to the Hokage-sama. You stay here and keep monitoring at all times. Also pay close attention to the Uchiha's movements. If anyone from the Uchiha clan comes out, make sure to stop them until our plan is complete. In the shadows, Konoha's ninja kept exchanging words. From the moment Long Ming stepped out, he had been under ANBU surveillance the entire time. The news quickly reached the third's ears. The third sat at the Hokage's desk, still never letting go of his pipe. He took a deep drag from the tobacco pipe and exhaled wave after wave of smoke, then said to the tall figure sitting in the shadows beside him, "We haven't been in contact for so long, and now I suddenly call you back to deal with an opponent like this. It's really making things hard for you." The The tall man let out a hearty laugh and said, "It's fine. Actually, after wandering outside for so long, I've started missing the village too. This time just happens to be a good chance to come back." The third nodded. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Orochimaru? Still no trace of him?" The man in the shadows suddenly went quiet. He slowly stood up, walked out of the darkness, and sighed. "No, I've been searching for his whereabouts all this time, but it's as if he vanished from the face of the earth. There are no clues at all." This man was tall and wore a forehead protector with the kanji for oil written on it. His white hair hung all the way to his waist. There were red markings beneath his eyes. He wore a red outer robe, wooden clogs, and armor-like equipment on both hands. This man was the third Hokage's trump card against Long Ming, one of Konoha's 3 ninja, Jiraiya. Not hearing any news of Orochimaru, the third did not know whether he felt glad or disappointed. He took another hard drag from the tobacco pipe and said, "Maybe not finding him is for the best. Let us just treat it as if he already died somewhere out there." Jiraiya looked somewhat wistful, but he recovered quickly. "That brat called Uchiha Long Ming should be arriving soon, right? I'll hide myself for now. You talk with him first. If needed, I'll make a move at any time." When Jiraiya said those last words, a sharp light burst from his eyes, like a sword drawn from its sheath. The third looked at this disciple with great satisfaction, then nodded and said, "Good. Sorry for the trouble. Act when you receive my signal." Jiraiya nodded. Then his figure flashed and he hid himself in the shadows. Not long after, a knock of dong 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 came from the door. "Come in," the third said in a deep voice. The door creaked open, and Long Ming walked into the Hokage's office with a light smile. "Third Hokage, I'm not late, am I? I hope I didn't interrupt you." Long Ming glanced at the half-finished tea at the side and spoke with pointed meaning. But the third was also a wily old fox. This time, Long Ming was on his home turf, and he had made plenty of preparations. The third took a puff of his pipe without showing the slightest panic, then casually came up with an excuse. "No disturbance. You were just a bit late. The tea I prepared for you has already gone cold." Long Ming cursed the third shamelessness in his heart. This tea had obviously just been poured for someone else. Most likely for the person the third had invited to deal with him. But faced with the third playing dumb, Long Ming had no intention of exposing him. He simply found a place to sit and said, "Third Hokage, you should know very well why I'm here. Please give me my Jonin forehead protector and ninja registration tag." Long Ming got straight to the point the moment he arrived and demanded his Jonin forehead protector from the third Hokage. The third unhurriedly took another puff from his pipe and said with a smile, "Young people really are impatient. I already prepared the things for you. Take a look." As he spoke, the third pulled away a red cloth from the table. Lying on the table was a silver forehead protector, along with Long Ming's personal ninja registration tag. It recorded Long Ming's ninja registration number, date of birth, mission count, the time he became a Jonin, and so on. As long as he got this, Long Ming would truly be a Konoha Jonin. Long Ming reached out, intending to take the forehead protector, but at that moment, the third suddenly extended a hand and stopped him. Long Ming frowned and said word by word, "What? Is Konoha planning to refuse to honor the bet after losing?" The third chuckled, then shook his head. "That's not it. It's just that. Do you understand what this forehead protector represents? Once you take it, you will no longer be a member of the Uchiha clan, but a ninja who belongs solely to Konoha. Everything will require you to obey the Hokage's orders, to struggle in the shadows for the village's peace, and to give your life for the village's peace if necessary. Are you prepared for that? So you're trying to brainwash me now? Sacrifice my ass?" Long Ming sneered inwardly and perfunctorily replied, "Naturally. As long as it's within my ability, I'll help Konoha." That promise was extremely vague. Where exactly the limit of within my ability lay was entirely up to Long Ming. The third was far too shrewd not to hear the hidden meaning in Long Ming's words, so he changed the subject. "Long Ming, I won beat around the bush with you. Naruto, you must return him to us. As long as you agree to this condition, I'll hand over the Jonin forehead protector with both hands. As a Jonin, you need to obey any orders from the village or the Hokage, and you'll still enjoy the benefits and salary of a Jonin. Not only that, I've also prepared a generous gift for your Uchiha clan. After your clansmen awaken the Sharingan, they often can't control it, and it causes tremendous damage to their bodies. I believe you've already seen that one ninja in Konoha who possesses the first Hokage's cells, right? If you agree, I'll give this would release research result to the Uchiha." Long Ming narrowed his eyes. As expected of the third Hokage, the man who traded Niji's father's life for peace and struck hard against his own. Just a few sentences into the conversation, and he was already treating Yamato as a bargaining chip. If the Ninetales got kidnapped a few more times and Konoha got threatened a few more times, then you, third Hokage, would probably end up killing off all your own people. The conditions are tempting, but if I hand over Naruto, I'm sure you'll spare no effort to wipe out the Uchiha. At that point, what use would the first Hokage's cells be to me? Long Ming hit the nail on the head in a single sentence. The third laughed and raised a hand as he swore solemnly. I am willing to swear that for as long as I live, I will never make a move against the Uchiha. And I will never do anything that threatens the Uchiha. Long Ming still shook his head. Your promise is worthless, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You can only guarantee yourself. You can't change the decisions of Konoha's other two higher-ups. The moment I hand over Naruto, they'll start preparing to destroy the Uchiha. And when that time comes, you'll stand by and do nothing while they attack. You've always been like this, keeping your own hands clean. You rarely do the dirty work yourself. You're a clever Hokage, but your cleverness is used in the wrong place. So no matter what conditions you offer, Hiruzen Sarutobi, I will reject every last one of them. Long Ming's voice was firm as it echoed through the Hokage's office. The third's previously smiling face had now grown somewhat ugly, and the two sides fell into a standoff. After a long while, the third Hokage was still the first to let go of Long Ming's hand. He sighed. If that's the case, then pretend I never said any of that. Go ahead and take the Jonin forehead protector. After speaking, the third leaned back directly in his chair, looking as if he had completely given up. Long Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The third giving up so quickly instead made him feel a faint sense of unease. That did not fit the other man's style. However, Long Ming was skilled enough to be fearless, and he still reached out and picked up the forehead protector. The instant Long Ming touched the forehead protector, many suppression tags suddenly shot out from the ground around him. There were also many threads attached to them, instantly wrapping around Long Ming. This kind of tag could suppress the chakra within a human body, and its effect on Jinchuriki was usually the most obvious. A sharp gleam shot out of the third's eyes like a blade as he barked in a low voice, "Move!" Long Ming reacted just as fast. Although part of his chakra had been suppressed, he still instantly activated his Mangekyo. Whoosh! A fierce tearing sound cut through the air as a tall figure appeared inside the Hokage's office. His large hand opened and grabbed straight for Long Ming's head. In the center of his palm was also a sealing talisman with the word seal written on it, clearly intending to seal Long Ming. Jiraiya, so it really is you. A sharp light flashed in Long Ming's eyes, but there was not much surprise in his heart. Konoha was currently in an era of decline between generations, and there were only a handful of Kage-level powerhouses they could call in. Looking at the hand rapidly enlarging before his eyes, Long Ming decisively activated Infinity, laying down a positive spatial defense around his body. Bzzz. Jiraiya's hand stopped when it got extremely close to Long Ming, unable to advance even an inch. Naturally, that sealing talisman never touched Long Ming's head. So it really is just like the intelligence said. Though this feels more like not touching you at all. Your Mangekyo Sharingan really is interesting. Jiraiya did not feel disappointed that his sneak attack had failed. Instead, he looked very interested. Even in the middle of battle, he still gave off a carefree, grinning sort of feeling. Jiraiya leaped back and landed to the side. Only with Infinity's defense did Long Ming finally have time to remove all the suppression tags from his body. And the way he looked at the third grew colder and colder. If he had not been prepared in advance, he might really have been tricked by that old man. The third ignored Long Ming's gaze and turned to Jiraiya. Then I'll leave this place to you. I'll go outside and take charge of the overall situation. Jiraiya did not reply. He only gave a slight nod, his eyes remaining fixed on Long Ming the whole time. The third Hokage's figure flickered and appeared outside the Hokage Hall. Quite a few Umbu ninja immediately appeared at his side. Lord Third, we're all ready. Please give the order. The Umbu ninja spoke in deep voices. The third Hokage silently nodded, then tore off his Hokage robe, revealing a black skin-tight combat suit underneath. Set up the 4 violet flames formation. As the third Hokage gave the order, the surrounding Umbu ninja scattered in all directions, each taking one of the east, west, south, and north corners of the Hokage Hall. At the same time, they formed hand seals, and deep purple chakra rose from their bodies, shooting straight into the sky. It formed a rectangular transparent barrier of purple flames. Purple fire clung to the barrier itself, preventing anyone outside from entering. Anyone who touched its 4 walls would be burned by the flames. This was jointly cast by 4 of Konoha's Jonin, all to prevent Long Ming from escaping. After all, his speed was simply too fast. Long Ming looked at the purple barrier rising outside the window and fell into thought. With this, he really could no longer use Infinity to directly run out of the Hokage Hall's range. Although Infinity could pull the distance between multiple targets closer, could not pass through barriers like Obito's intangibility. He was still restricted by barriers. Looks like if I want to leave, I'll have to defeat you first. Jiraiya. Long Ming turned his head and directly started talking to Jiraiya. In truth, even if the third Hokage had not set up the 4 violet flames formation, Long Ming would still have found a way to defeat Jiraiya, because the key recorded with Minato Namake's information about the Nine-Tail Seal was on Jiraiya's body. Oh, you know me? You even know my name? Jiraiya was a little surprised. He had not even started introducing himself yet. Of course. Aren't you the Toad Sage from Mount Mayaboku? The handsome man who can make crying children shut up. Am I right? Long Ming smiled slightly. He was far too familiar with Jiraiya's lines. He could recite them for Jiraiya on the spot. Jiraiya was greatly pleased after hearing that, and he laughed as he scratched his hair. Oh my, being called that really is embarrassing. It almost makes me want to spare your life. Long Ming's face twitched. There was not a trace of embarrassment in the way you looked. Humph. Looks like you're very confident you can take me down. Good. I also want to see just how capable you are as one of the three ninja. The Mangekyo in Long Ming's eyes began to spin. Susanoo. A surge of black chakra burst from Long Ming's body, condensing into tangible chakra that quickly formed a massive skull around him. On the foundation of the skeleton, Susanoo began to grow veins and flesh, wrapped in cloak-like chakra, and the double-bladed war saber appeared in its hand once again. Every Susanoo weapon had its own unique trait. For example, Itachi's Totsuka blade could draw people into a sake gourd and seal them in a dream forever. Sasuke's bow had an enormous frame, so it could be used as a shield to block enemy attacks, and the arrows it fired were extremely fast. As for Long Ming's double-bladed war saber, aside from being incredibly sharp, it could also swing out blade energy to attack. The enormous Susanoo burst through the Hokage's office, and plenty of broken stones and debris fell from the sky. In front of Susanoo's body, Jiraiya's tall figure instead looked somewhat small. The Konoha ninja gathered outside all watched the battle nervously, including Kakashi, Might Guy, and the heads of Konoha's major clans. The end of this battle would determine the fate of the Uchiha clan, and even Konoha itself. Several of Konoha's jonin under the Four Violet Flames formation were discussing it nervously. Do you think Lord Jiraiya can win? That Susanoo cut Lord Danzo in half with a single slash. Watch your mouth. What is Danzo compared to Lord Jiraiya? Lord Jiraiya is one of the legendary three ninja. He'll definitely beat that Long Ming's ass. This Long Ming is dead for sure. Once Lord Jiraiya kills him, we'll head to the Uchiha and take back the Nine Tails. Facing Long Ming, who had unleashed Susanoo, Jiraiya showed no fear. Instead, for the first time, he revealed a deeply excited smile. It really is Susanoo. It's been a long time since I fought someone from the Uchiha clan. Let's begin. After saying that, Jiraiya stomped both feet down. His terrifying physical strength directly crushed two deep pits into the ground, and cracks spread out from beneath his feet. Boom! Jiraiya's figure shot out like a cannonball and rushed in front of Long Ming in the blink of an eye, then followed with a lightning-fast turning back kick. Long Ming neither dodged nor avoided it. Jiraiya's kick landed directly on Susanoo's face. Thud! A muffled sound came from Long Ming's Susanoo, but it suffered no damage at all. Instead, Jiraiya sucked in a cold breath. Hiss, that's hard. As expected of the real Susanoo. Even at a time like this, Jiraiya still did not forget to crack a joke. If you experience it yourself, wouldn't you know? A sharp light flashed through Long Ming's eyes as he directly controlled Susanoo to slash down with one blade. It was as if the double-bladed war saber had vacuumed out the surrounding air, letting out bursts of roaring sound. Facing the long blade above his head, Jiraiya showed no fear even in danger. Smiling, he bit his finger, then quickly formed several hand seals. Summoning jutsu, Jiraiya slammed his palm into the ground, and a huge burst of white smoke exploded out. Long Ming's double-bladed war saber felt as if it had struck something extremely hard. Clang! A crisp metallic collision rang out. After the white smoke dispersed, they saw that Long Ming's double-bladed war saber had been blocked by a giant red toad. In its left hand it held a pot lid-shaped shield, and in its right hand it carried a harpoon covered in spikes. Oh, thanks for that, Gamaken-san. Jiraiya leaped onto the red toad's head. Gamaken was a giant toad skilled in both offense and defense, and his size was not inferior to Long Ming's Susanoo at all. It's nothing, as long as you don't mind me being too clumsy. Gamaken responded very humbly. But Long Ming had no intention of giving them time to chat in the middle of battle. His Susanoo raised the double-bladed war saber once more. Streams of black chakra gathered on the blade, making the already enormous double-bladed war saber even wider. The blade alone was half the size of Susanoo's body. The smile on Jiraiya's face stiffened slightly. The power of this strike was on a completely different level from the last one. Gamaken, fall back. Jiraiya shouted in a deep voice, and his gaze finally turned serious. Gamaken kicked off with both legs, and his excellent explosive power made him leap backward at once. Long Ming took a deep breath, locked onto Gamaken's position, and had Susanoo swing the double-bladed war saber down once more. This time, the huge blade energy tore straight across the Hokage's office. It split half of the Hokage hall in two, and the sharp black blade energy, carrying terrifying power, slashed toward Gamaken. Jiraiya didn't dare be careless. His hands flew through seals on Gamaken's body. Earth release, earth-style wall. A huge earthen wall rose from the ground. Jiraiya still wasn't at ease, so he created several more giant earth walls in a row. The blade aura arrived in an instant, followed by a thunderous boom. More than a dozen sturdy Earth-style walls were crushed apart instantly like paper, but by using them, Jiraiya successfully changed the direction of the blade aura. Gamaken barely managed to dodge that heaven-shaking slash. Carrying its remaining force, the blade aura slammed hard into the 4 violet flames formation. The purple rectangular barrier shook violently, and a clear blade mark appeared on the 4 violet flames formation. The Konoha ninja on the outside all changed expressions. This was only the aftershock. If the full slash had landed, the 4 violet flames formation probably wouldn't have been able to hold. The third's face sank, and he immediately ordered, Asuma, take some men and set up another 4 violet flames formation outside this one. Don't let Long Ming break through the barrier and escape. I got it. Asuma answered quickly, then led 3 elite jonin to the 4 corners outside the 4 violet flames formation and set up another 4 violet flames formation. A 4 violet flames formation formed by 4 elite jonin looked much sturdier than the first one. But Long Ming inside sneered at what they were doing. If he wanted to run, even if Konoha set up 10 more 4 violet flames formations, they still wouldn't be able to stop him. A 6-pointed star flashed in Long Ming's left eye, and his figure instantly appeared behind Jiraiya. He raised his blade, ready to bring it down. But before the battle had even started, Jiraiya had already pieced together most of Long Ming's abilities through all kinds of intelligence. So he had long been on guard against Long Ming's infinity. With his back to Long Ming, Jiraiya began forming seals. His hair suddenly started growing longer, as if it had come alive. Ninja art. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair split into countless strands and shot backward, wrapping tightly around Long Ming's Susanoo and locking it in place. Hair that had originally been soft became as tough as steel under Jiraiya's ninjutsu, and it also had considerable cutting power, constantly trying to slice through the Susanoo. I'm not done yet, Jiraiya shouted with a grin, biting his finger and starting to form seals again. Summoning technique. Toad flatness. Shadow manipulation technique. Long Ming inwardly cursed. The place where he stood was suddenly covered by a huge shadow, and he looked up. A gigantic toad was falling from the sky. With a deafening boom, the sudden crushing weight pressed Long Ming's Susanoo straight into the ground. Dust billowed everywhere, and countless shattered stones were blasted into the air. The moment they splashed onto the 4 violet flames formation, they were burned into powder. This was a giant toad with 2 swords on its back and a jade-green body all over. His name was Gamahiro, also an expert of Mount Mayaboku. Although Long Ming, hiding inside the Susanoo, wasn't injured, some cracks had appeared in the Susanoo as well. Infinity's instant movement, aside from being unable to pass through barriers, also couldn't be used while being restrained. It had to be used with no obstacles and while not being controlled. Jiraiya's whole combo made the surrounding Konoha ninja cheer non-stop. So strong. That brat is practically completely unable to fight back in front of Lord Jiraiya. Haha. More than that, he's getting beaten so badly he's pissing himself. Long live Lord Jiraiya. The surrounding Konoha ninja burst into cheers, while the clan heads of the Yamanaka, Hyuga, and several other families showed thoughtful expressions. If Long Ming was really defeated, then they would have no choice but to mobilize their clansmen and cooperate in wiping out the Uchiha. For them, this kind of internal conflict was not only unpleasant, but would also bring casualties to their clansmen. From the bottom of their hearts, they naturally agreed more with Yamanaka Inoichi's marriage alliance plan. But in the world of ninja, whoever had the bigger fist had the final say. If Jiraiya won, then they could only choose to obey the Hokage's orders and eliminate the Uchiha. It looks like your dojutsu has quite a few limitations too. At the very least, probably isn't some absurd ability that nullifies ninjutsu, right? Jiraiya said as he controlled his hair to tighten continuously while analyzing. Even though I didn't hit you when we first exchanged blows in the office, that feeling wasn't like hitting some kind of barrier. Felt more like striking empty air. Combined with the intelligence I've gathered, your dojutsu should be able to lengthen or shorten the distance between you and others, right? However, it seems that once you're restrained, you can't shorten the distance anymore. Am I right? The surrounding ninja showed looks of sudden realization. They had never understood Long Ming's ability, and in battle that had often put them at a huge disadvantage. Long Ming's gaze also darkened slightly. In a ninja battle, both sides' background information and their specialty ninjutsu were extremely important. He had fought a number of ninja in Konoha several times and leaked far too much information, to the point that Jiraiya had analyzed Infinity's ability. However, he had always kept his right eye hidden and rarely exposed it, so they probably still didn't understand the ability of his right eye. That's enough small talk. I should end this fight as soon as possible. I still need to gather material in Konoha for creative inspiration, Jiraiya said with a smile. Jiraiya held out his palm and continuously concentrated high-density fire released chakra into his hand, forming a fiery red chakra sphere. This was Fire Release, Great Flame Rasengan. Formed after Jiraiya added Fire Nature Chakra into the Rasengan. Its power was several times greater than an ordinary Rasengan, and Jiraiya planned to use it to blast through the Susanu's defense. A sharp light flashed in Long Ming's eyes. Chakra erupted from his whole body, and in the palm of the Susanu's bound left hand, a black magatama formed, its pattern matching the shape of the Sharingan. This was one of Susanu's long-range attack methods. Yasaka Magatama. It could be linked together to attack a single target, or split apart to attack a wide area of enemies. The Magatama spun continuously, cutting off all the hair around the arm. Jiraiya noticed this in time and was just about to reconnect his control. But Long Ming had already thrown the Magatama from Susanu's hand. The black Magatama spun in a circle around Long Ming's Susanu, cutting away all the binding hair. Then it attacked Gamahiro, who was pressing down on the Susanu. Gamahiro immediately drew the twin swords from his back and crossed them in front of himself. Gamahiro, be careful, Jiraiya immediately warned. Bang! The Yasaka Magatama slammed directly into Gamahiro's twin swords, and its violent rotation threw off countless sparks. Seeing this, Long Ming smoothly released the Susanu. With the weight-bearing object gone from underneath him, Gamahiro immediately lost his balance. The blade he was using to block shifted aside, and the Yasaka Magatama smashed straight into Gamahiro's body. A large amount of blood splattered out, staining Konoha's ground red. Gamahiro. Seeing Gamahiro injured, Jiraiya's expression immediately darkened. While Jiraiya was worrying about Gamahiro's injuries, the next moment, Long Ming had already arrived behind him. After breaking free from Gamahiro and Jiraiya's Wild Lion's main technique, Long Ming immediately activated Infinity and teleported behind Jiraiya. "To lose focus in battle, Lord Jiraiya," Long Ming said as he swiftly slapped an explosive tag onto Jiraiya's back with lightning-fast speed. At the same time, he pulled out a stack of explosive tags from his clothes and threw them into the sky. Those explosive tags continuously summoned new explosive tags in midair, one after another without end. Long Ming narrowed his eyes and said word by word, "Art is an explosion. Mutually multiplying explosive tags. Activate." Jiraiya's pupils shrank, and in the next second, boom, 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 the endless explosive tags began a sustained chain of explosions, each wave stronger than the last. The power of the explosions kept increasing, engulfing the entire area inside the four violet flames formation. Nothing could be seen inside, only towering firelight and the aftershocks of the blasts. The first layer of the four violet flames formation began collapsing at extreme speed. The four Umbu-jonin maintaining the barrier there were directly swallowed by the explosions. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before vanishing completely from sight. The four violet flames formation set up by Asuma and the three elite Jonin was also on the verge of collapse, with cracks constantly appearing across it. "You have to hold it," Asuma roared loudly, veins bulging on his forehead as he continuously poured the chakra in his body into the four violet flames formation. The explosions lasted for about 2 minutes. During those 2 minutes, Asuma felt like they were longer than years. To put it bluntly, if the explosions had continued a little longer, he might have died from chakra exhaustion. The surroundings fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the smoke-wreathed four violet flames formation as if petrified. The power was simply too terrifying, even more terrifying than what Shikaku had seen that day at the Uchiha clan compound. Actually, it wasn't because Long Ming had used more explosive tags. It was because the essence of an explosion was the release of energy in an extremely short time, manifested as the air rapidly expanding and then releasing energy outward. In a sealed space, the air was compressed even more severely by the explosions and had nowhere to vent. As a result, the power of this mutually multiplying explosive tags technique had multiplied several times over. As the smoke gradually dispersed, everyone saw that the entire Hokage Hall had become a field of ruins. It was almost impossible to find a single stone of any real size. They had all been blasted into stone dust by the chain explosions. Jiraiya was standing in the middle of it, and everyone finally came back to their senses. Lord Jiraiya, he's okay. Are you blind? Didn't you see Lord Jiraiya coughing up blood? The power of those explosive tags just now was way too terrifying. Then doesn't that mean Lord Jiraiya is in great danger? As everyone spoke over one another, the third Hokage's expression turned even uglier. Beside him, Nara Shikaku stepped forward and urged, "Third Hokage-sama, how about we undo the four violet flames formation first? We can go in and help. If anything happens to Lord Jiraiya, then Konoha will." The third Hokage's expression kept changing. Of course he knew that if Jiraiya died, then no one in all of Konoha would be able to stop Long Ming. But after hesitating for a moment, the third still gritted his teeth and said, "Wait a little longer. Jiraiya still has a trump card he hasn't used. If he summons those two sages, Long Ming will definitely lose." A trace of disappointment flashed through Shikaku's eyes, but he said nothing more and silently stepped back to the side. Inside the four violet flames formation, Jiraiya looked exceptionally miserable, with none of his earlier high spirits left. At the very last moment of the explosion just now, he had used his secret defensive technique. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. He had hardened his silver-white long hair and wrapped it around his entire body. But even that failed to block all the power of the mutually multiplying explosive tags. His originally flowing head of long hair had now been blown away until only a few strands remained on his head. The red outer robe and armor on his body had already disappeared in the explosion. The clothes he had left were tattered, and his body also bore quite a few wounds from the blast. As for Gamahiro and Gamaken, they had decisively chosen to end the summoning during the explosion and return to Mount Myaboku, which was how they escaped disaster. Jiraiya's expression was grave, and blood kept dripping from his palm. He really had been careless just now. He hadn't expected Long Ming to still have a ninjutsu with such terrifying power. One mistake, and he had suffered serious injuries. At this point, the only way is to summon Gamabunta to buy time, gather Senjutsu chakra, and then call out those two great sages to win. Jiraiya had already worked out his strategy in his heart. He bit his finger and was just about to summon Gamabunta when Long Ming teleported in front of Jiraiya once again. To even think about using summoning jutsu again. Long Ming's kick came extremely fast and sent Jiraiya flying. Jiraiya raised both arms and barely blocked the attack. But his summoning jutsu was interrupted at that moment as well. Left with no choice, Jiraiya could only pull away from Long Ming first. With one push of his legs, he appeared high in the air in the distance. But that kind of speed was no match for Long Ming after activating Infinity. Long Ming chased after him again with Infinity active and slammed a punch directly into Jiraiya's back. The terrifying force smashed Jiraiya from midair into the ground. With a loud boom, stone dust flew everywhere from the ground. But when Long Ming landed and looked over, Jiraiya suddenly turned into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Long Ming's gaze darkened. When he turned around, he saw that Jiraiya already had his hands pressed together and was in the middle of gathering Senjutsu chakra. Jiraiya in Sage mode was truly a fighter at the Kage above Kage level. Not only would his offense and defense surge dramatically, but he could also use natural energy to create Senjutsu chakra, allowing the power of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu to rise by leaps and bounds. If Jiraiya really managed to summon those two sages, then Long Ming would definitely lose here and now. Long Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and his figure flashed again as he charged at Jiraiya. But Jiraiya had already figured out Long Ming's moves inside and out. As soon as Long Ming disappeared, Jiraiya would leap away from his original spot without hesitation. Jiraiya's decades of combat experience were being displayed to the fullest at this moment. He kept using every possible method to dodge Long Ming's attacks while keeping his hands pressed together the entire time. The ninjas outside were so tense their hearts were in their throats, and the third Hokage was staring so hard his eyes nearly split, because he knew Jiraiya was about to succeed. Long Ming's gaze flickered. Once again, he used the same trick to close the distance with Infinity, and Jiraiya prepared to leap away as usual. Sensing Long Ming arriving just a beat too late behind him, Jiraiya secretly felt delighted, because his Senjutsu chakra was already about to finish gathering. As long as he dodged this strike, he would be able to enter Sage mode. At that moment, a smile curled at the corner of Long Ming's mouth, and he suddenly said, "Jiraiya, don't you want to know where Orochimaru is?" Jiraiya's body suddenly stiffened for a brief instant. Seizing that precious opportunity, the six-pointed star in Long Ming's right eye activated a fatal dojutsu. Takamikazuchi. Takamikura. Black chakra surged out of Long Ming's body, rapidly swallowing up the surrounding space. Every place covered by the black chakra was instantly brought to a halt, as if the world had been frozen in a single frame. At that moment, Jiraiya felt an immense sense of danger, but that brief hesitation had already made him miss the best chance to escape. The black chakra directly engulfed Jiraiya. Within a range of 5 to 6 meters around Long Ming, time itself was frozen in that instant. Jiraiya was still holding the motion of trying to leap away, his hands pressed together and locked in place. Long Ming took a few light breaths. Although Takamikura could freeze time, it was directly tied to the area it covered and the strength of the person being pinned down. The larger the range, and the stronger the living beings inside it, the more chakra it required. To immobilize a ninja at Jiraiya's level required an enormous amount of chakra, so he could only use this move once. He had to make sure it landed in one strike. All the earlier back and forth had been deliberately done to lower Jiraiya's guard, to make him think getting closer would not pose a fatal threat. That was because although Takamikura could freeze time, its deployment speed was not as fast as imagined. At the very least, it could not keep up with a ninja on Jiraiya's level. So if Long Ming had used Takamikura from the start, there was a very high chance Jiraiya would have dodged it and ruined everything. Even though it's less than 3 seconds, that's still enough for me to use that jutsu. A smile of success appeared at the corner of Long Ming's mouth. Long Ming could have killed a completely defenseless Jiraiya, but doing that would be far too wasteful. So he had long prepared another method. His hands quickly formed a seal. Then he opened his mouth, and along with waves of retching sounds, a pitch-black crow was vomited out from Long Ming's mouth. What was incredibly shocking was that one of the crow's eyes was actually a Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This was something Long Ming had prepared before rushing to Konoha. Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan, borrowed from Itachi. This was the very moment Long Ming had been waiting for. He was going to use Shirsui's Mangekyo to alter Jiraiya's will. The crow flew in front of Jiraiya. In his current state, Jiraiya naturally could not make any evasive move. The three tomo in the crow's left eye began merging at high speed, forming a four-pointed pinwheel. The strongest genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Activate. The moment Kodo Amatsukami struck Jiraiya, Takamakura was instantly released as well. Time began to flow once more, and everyone outside was stunned. Although it had only been less than a few seconds, every one of them had seen the scene of time being frozen with their own eyes. It's actually such a terrifying dojutsu in this world, one that can freeze time. What exactly did he just do to Lord Jiraiya? As long as Lord Jiraiya is fine, that's all that matters. My heart was about to jump out just now. I think I saw a crow. Not sure if I saw it wrong. Everyone found it strange that Long Ming had not gone for the kill just now. But only the third Hokage seemed to have thought of some possibility, and his face turned extremely ugly. The pitch-black crow flew back to Long Ming's side, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in its eye reverted back to the three tomo. Without Hashirama's cells, the next use of Kodo Amatsukami would probably have to wait until 10 years later. This ultimate trump card would have to be sealed away for now. But the price was worth it because with Shirsui's eye, Long Ming had recruited a Kage-level powerhouse for the Uchiha clan. With this, the balance of power between Konoha and the Uchiha would instantly tilt toward the Uchiha. Inside the four violet flames formation, Jiraiya took the initiative to stop gathering Senjutsu chakra. At this moment, his will had already been altered by Long Ming. It had been changed into protecting the Uchiha. So now, Jiraiya had completely changed the way he viewed Long Ming and had no desire whatsoever to fight him. What made Kodo Amatsukami so terrifying was that the one afflicted by it would not know they had been placed under a genjutsu. Everything happened without Jiraiya noticing a thing. Welcome to the Uchiha, Jiraiya. Long Ming smiled and extended his arm. Thanks. I'll be relying on your care from now on. Jiraiya likewise extended his hand and shook Long Ming's. At this moment, no matter how stupid the people outside were, they more or less understood what had happened. How is that possible? Why would Jiraiya make peace with that little bastard Long Ming? Why didn't he kill him? He was clearly just one step away. A high-ranking member of the Shimura clan outside the barrier beat his chest and stomped his feet. If there was anyone in this village who most wanted Long Ming dead, the Shimura clan was definitely one of them. Because the most promising man in their clan, Danzo, had died at Long Ming's hands. At this moment, the third's expression was extremely complicated. He knew Jiraiya had not made peace with Long Ming. Long Ming had used Shirsui's genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Konoha already did not have much high-end combat power to begin with, and now another one had been dragged in, practically handed straight to the Uchiha. This was simply a devastating blow to Konoha. After a long while, the third slowly let out a sigh. Asuma released the barrier. That thing is useless now. Can't possibly hold back those two inside. Third Hokage, what do you mean by that? Are we just letting this go? Asuma hesitated a little. He had never heard of a heaven-defying genjutsu like Kodo Amatsukami, and had never imagined Jiraiya had, so he was still thinking about continuing the fight. The old man from the Shimura clan beside him also jumped out and shouted loudly, "We can't just let it go like this. How many losses has this damned little bastard brought to Konoha? How many losses has he brought to my Shimura clan? Third, you must give us an explanation today." Smack! Before the old man could finish, the third directly slapped him flying. He did not stop until he crashed into a large tree. Half of his face had swollen up high, bruised purple and blue. So tell me, are you the Hokage, or am I the Hokage? If you're not satisfied, then go up there and fight him yourself. The third snorted coldly and left with a sweep of his sleeve. The old man from the Shimura clan looked livid, furious but not daring to speak because even if you gave him another set of guts, he still would not dare go up and fight Long Ming. People from the Shimura clan had long grown used to pressuring the third, but they had forgotten that Danzo was already dead. With just people like them, they were not qualified to challenge the third. Asuma gritted his teeth and withdrew the four violet flames formation. The pale purple barrier in the sky began to slowly fade away. The three elite jonin jumped back at the same time, and the four violet flames formation was opened. A smile appeared on Long Ming's lips. His figure flickered, and he appeared before the third Hokage together with Jiraiya. Third Hokage, now we should talk about the terms again. Seeing Long Ming appear so suddenly, the jonin around them immediately tensed up. They gathered around the third Hokage's side and watched Long Ming cautiously. Asuma and several other jonin looked at Jiraiya beside Long Ming and couldn't help asking, "Lord Jiraiya, what exactly are you doing? Why are you standing on Long Ming's side?" "Yeah, he's our enemy, Lord Jiraiya. Did he say something to you?" Facing the questioning from Konoha's ninjas, Jiraiya's expression was very calm. He only gave a flat reply. "It's nothing. I just can't do anything that would harm the Uchiha. Sorry, everyone." Asuma still wanted to say something, but the third raised a hand from the side to stop him. "Say any more. He's not the Jiraiya he used to be. Long Ming, Say whatever you want to discuss. It was also a negotiation, but the third's mood now was completely different from before. He had been full of confidence at first, but now he felt as sick as if he'd eaten fly droppings. Long Ming smiled slightly, then said, "Third Hokage, you're already too old. I think Konoha needs new change. I want you to hand over the position of Hokage and let the head of my Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, succeed as the 5th Hokage." Outrageous. Long Ming, don't go too far. The position of Hokage is absolutely not something a brat like you gets to decide. It is decided by the fire daimyo, the jonin, and the will of the people. Don't even think about controlling Konoha. The moment Long Ming finished speaking, Hamura Mitokado, one of Konoha's 2 senior advisors, immediately jumped out and shouted a harsh rebuke. As Konoha's upper echelon, they had always held great power. A few words from them could decide someone's life or death, and even influence the Hokage's decisions. These 2 old things had contributed plenty of bad ideas when it came to wiping out the Uchiha clan. Another one of Konoha's top brass, Koharu Yudatane, also stepped forward to speak. That's right. Since Konoha village was founded, there has never been a precedent of some clan forcibly replacing the Hokage. We do not approve of your demand. Seeing the arrogant attitudes of Koharu Yudatane and Hamura Mitokado, the third's face turned livid. Can you two not read the room? Idiots! The third cursed the 2 advisors in his heart. Jiraiya was now under the control of Kodo Amatsukami. If Long Ming went mad and wanted to destroy Konoha, they wouldn't even have the capital to die together with him. The only one to blame was that the third had usually indulged these 2 advisors too much and given them enormous authority. So much so that they now looked down on everyone and still didn't know how to rein themselves in under circumstances like this. Seeing Long Ming's half-smiling expression, the third's heart sank, and he quickly stepped forward and said, "Long Ming, they were just joking. We can talk about this matter." Long Ming rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Have you misunderstood something? I wasn't asking for your opinion. I was only informing you of this." Long Ming's single sentence made Koharu Yudatane and Hamura Mitokado even more enraged. "Little bastard, you're too arrogant. I can tell you clearly that this is impossible. Sparing your Uchiha clan is already an enormous mercy. Otherwise, based on what you've done, slaughtering the Uchiha 10 times over still wouldn't be too much." Now it wasn't just the third whose face looked awful. Even the other jonin turned pale. The smile on Long Ming's face also vanished. He looked at the 2 with icy eyes and said slowly, "You 2 old things have helped Danzo plenty behind the scenes. You also had a hand in the Uchiha massacre. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. And you jump out on your own to die?" The third's pupils shrank. Before he even had time to plead for mercy, Long Ming's figure suddenly appeared between Koharu Yudatane and Hamura Mitokado, his hands landing on their necks. Boom, boom. Long Ming pressed down on their heads and smashed them viciously into the ground, producing 2 dull crashing sounds. The 2 advisors' heads immediately became a bloody mess. Everyone was shocked and instinctively wanted to move to help. Wild Lion's main technique, along with the snapping sound of air being whipped, several white strands of hair wrapped around all the jonin who had tried to act. The one who made the move was of course Jiraiya. Although after Long Ming's tandem paper bombs, he barely had any hair left. Once extended it was still usable. While pinning the 2 advisors' heads down, Long Ming said, "V Long had enough of you so-called Konoha higher-ups. Your involvement was in every single thing, from Naruto's treatment to how the Uchiha were handled. Power has already corroded your bones, hasn't it? As the former guards of the 2nd Hokage, you couldn't even dodge one move from me. That's truly pathetic." The 2 who had been acting so arrogantly just now were now in an extremely miserable state. They struggled with all their might, but the only result was their heads slowly deforming in Long Ming's hands. These 2 lofty Konoha higher-ups finally couldn't hold on anymore. They shouted loudly, Wait, our attitude just now was bad. Sorry, this matter can still be discussed. Let go of us first." Long Ming remained unmoved and said flatly, "S fine. Be more careful in your next life." After saying that, Long Ming directly snapped the 2 advisors' necks. At this point, Long Ming had more or less finished cleaning up the Konoha higher-ups who had planned the Uchiha clan extermination tragedy. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, was left. Extreme anger appeared in some people's eyes. After all, Long Ming had killed Konoha's 2 senior advisors right in front of them. But others fell into thought. The heads of clans like the Hyuga and the Nara were all very smart people. The rise of the Uchiha was already inevitable. So why should they go against the heavens and risk their lives fighting the Uchiha? As long as the Uchiha could manage Konoha well and not suppress great clans like theirs, who became the leader was actually secondary. Besides, Fugaku Uchiha, the person Long Ming had recommended, was not some brutal man. He was gentle, steady, and qualified to serve as Hokage in both strength and prestige. Long Ming stood up, shook off the blood on his hands, and then said, "Third Hokage, I hope that before stepping down, you can make one last correct choice. You don't want Konoha to run with rivers of blood, do you?" The third wore a bitter expression, and some ninjas who supported him stepped forward and said, "Third Hokage, let's fight him to the end. You are the strongest Hokage. We absolutely cannot submit like this." Long Ming and Jiraiya just fought a huge battle. The chakra the two of them have left is definitely not much. If we gamble on this, we still have a chance. That's right. The Umbu will always be loyal to you. We still have a lot of people. Please give the order. Give the order. Looking at the Umbu members who had stepped out, Long Ming remained completely calm as he took out a scroll and tossed it into the sky. The scroll exploded in midair, producing an extremely brilliant burst of fire. Whoosh! 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 Countless sounds of rushing wind suddenly came from all around as a large number of ninjas completely surrounded the area. They all had one obvious trait. They were wearing vests patterned like a flame fan. That was the Uchiha clan's crest. Nearly the entire Uchiha clan had come out in force. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, Uchiha Tekka, Uchiha Toka, and even Naruto had all arrived at the battlefield. They formed a circle and completely surrounded the Konoha ninjas. Konoha's side looked a little flustered. They stood back to back, confronting the Uchiha with extreme tension. Long Ming extended a hand toward Jiraiya and slowly said, "Jiraiya, give me the key to the Nine-Tails seal." Jiraiya did not hesitate at all. After biting his finger, he quickly formed several hand seals. Summoning jutsu, Jiraiya opened his mouth, and a small orange toad with a body shaped like a scroll and covered in blue-green markings was spat out. This was the scroll toad Giratora. It was the seal key used to open the seal inside Naruto and release the Nine-Tails power. Long Ming grabbed Giratora, his figure flickered, and he appeared directly beside Naruto. "Naruto, open your mouth," Long Ming said with a light chuckle. Naruto froze for a moment, then asked, "What do you mean, open my mouth?" MMH. Before Naruto could finish speaking, Long Ming took advantage of the moment his mouth was open and shoved the scroll toad in his hand straight into it. The process was a little hard to look at, but it ended very quickly. Naruto felt a little sick and collapsed to the ground, dry heaving again and again. "Long Ming, why did you suddenly feed me a toad? That's way too disgusting. At the very least, you should have cooked it first, right? That's so unhygienic. I can still feel it moving in my stomach." Long Ming rolled his eyes. If it were cooked, then forget breaking through the Nine-Tails seal in this lifetime. The Nine-Tails seal? Naruto froze, then looked at his own body. He closed his eyes and felt the changes happening inside him. A while later, his body was suddenly surrounded by golden flames. His hair rose upward. Black magatama appeared near his collar, and a cloak formed from chakra appeared on his body. At this moment, Naruto entered Kurama mode. Compared to the timeline in Naruto, this scene had happened at least 4 or 5 years early. Naruto's strength had now leaped straight to Kage level. The reason he still was not beyond Kage level was because he had not yet learned his strongest ninjutsu, Rolling Rasengan. Anyone familiar with Naruto knew that Naruto's combat power had a direct relationship with the size and color of the Rasengan he rolled. Massive Rasengan, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, Spiraling Absorption Sphere, Planetary Rasengan, and so on. A Naruto who could not roll Rasengan still could not bring out his strongest battle power for the time being, so he could only rely on the Nine-Tails to fire tailed beast bombs and the like. But even in this state, it was enough to intimidate everyone below. That's the Nine-Tails power. He actually controlled the Nine-Tails power. That's too terrifying. We can't win this. Uchiha Fugaku, the Nine-Tails, Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, Uchiha Long Ming, every one of those 5 is at least Kage level, right? How did this happen? The faces of the Umbu members looked awful, and the third was even more ashen than death. Long Ming had already arranged everything. Today, Konoha was about to change. Long Ming took one step forward, and black Susanoo completely wrapped around him. The enormous skeleton stood towering on the earth. "Third Hokage, give me your answer. Will you fight or will you step down?" Long Ming's voice was sonorous and powerful, reaching every person's ears. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent for a long time. In the end, he sighed and said, "You win, Long Ming. I am willing to resign from the position of Hokage and let Fugaku become the 5th Hokage." After saying those words, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to age considerably. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi could have chosen to fight Long Ming to the death, but that would gain him nothing. Instead, it would only make Konoha vanish into the long river of history. He regarded the village as his life, so naturally, he would never allow such a thing to happen. The Umbu ninja beside him had shifting expressions, but in the end, they still said nothing. As for the heads of the major clans, they all looked thoughtful, their gazes constantly sweeping over Fugaku and Long Ming. As long as there was no war, that was already an excellent outcome for them. What they needed to think about next was how to gain the trust and favor of the new Hokage. Anyone with eyes could see that Fugaku was only a transition. In the future, the position of Hokage would definitely fall into Long Ming's hands. So the spark of using marriage alliances to win over Long Ming began burning again in the hearts of several clan heads. "We won. The clan head is now the 5th Hokage. We won. Long Ming-sama. Long live. We finally don't have to live like before anymore. Let us see who still dares to look down on us, Uchiha. The surrounding Uchiha clansmen burst into cheers. Just a few weeks ago, they had still been excluded by Konoha's higher-ups and treated as objects of suspicion. But in just a few short weeks, they had completely transformed and become Konoha's new rulers. And the strongest clan in Konoha at this moment. All of this came from Long Ming, a genius who awakened the Mangekyo at the age of 8. It was easy to imagine that everything that happened today would surely be recorded in history. Long Ming also withdrew his Susanoo. Although he wanted to wipe out all of Konoha's higher-ups, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still the Hokage. Unlike Danzo and those other hateful Konoha higher-ups, there were quite a few villagers and ninjas in the village who trusted Hiruzen Sarutobi. If he forcibly killed the third, it would trigger a huge backlash in Konoha. That was why Long Ming had not made a move. Itachi's expression was also full of emotion. Although he had seen Long Ming's extraordinary nature, he truly had not expected Long Ming to reach this step so quickly. Back when Long Ming said he would find a powerful ally for the Uchiha clan, Itachi had still been somewhat doubtful, until now, when he saw Jiraiya. I really can't believe how you did it. You actually used Kodoama Tsukumi to control the legendary one of the 3 ninja, Jiraiya, Itachi said with a sigh as he looked at Jiraiya behind him. Long Ming smiled slightly at Itachi, handed the crow in his hand to him, and said, "That's all thanks to Shursui. The process doesn't matter. This time you didn't fail Shursui's last request. Using his eye, you protected the honor of the Uchiha." Itachi had originally wanted to take it, but he seemed to think of something, and the hand he had extended withdrew again. "No, you can keep it. Consider it a gift. It has already completed its mission. Every use of Kodoama Tsukumi comes with a cooldown of several decades. There's no point in me keeping it. Leave it with you as a memento." Itachi did not know that Hashirama's cells could reduce Kodoama Tsukumi's cooldown time, so he directly offered to give Kodoama Tsukumi to Long Ming. "Heh, then I won stand on ceremony. Just so happens I still have some use for it." Long Ming accepted Shursui's eye without any politeness, planning to find time in the future to study Hashirama's cells. After Hiruzen Sarutobi announced that he would step down, the remaining procedures were the transfer of the Hokage hat, informing the fire daimyo, announcing it before the entire village, and so on. When all these small details were added together, it would still take around 10 days to half a month. On top of that, Long Ming's battle with Jiraiya had turned Konoha's Hokage Hall into ruins, so it would probably take about a month before Fugaku officially succeeded to the position of Hokage. The sun slowly rose in the east, shining over the land of Konoha. The Uchiha clan. Several people were training in the dense forest. Suddenly, one of them smashed a punch into the big tree beside him, and countless leaves scattered down from the branches. Several pitch-black kunai shot up from below, pierced through the falling leaves, and stabbed into a distant tree. One young man moved with extreme agility. With his Mangekyo Sharingan activated and dressed in a black robe marked with the flame fan crest, he kept flicking kunai from his hands. In the end, every single leaf was pierced before it could touch the ground. It was none other than Long Ming. Long Ming glanced at the kunai stuck all around him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With the insight of the Mangekyo, hitting these falling leaves is indeed very easy. But on a battlefield, if I want to adapt on the fly, I'll still need a certain amount of brains. As Long Ming pondered inwardly, he stretched his limbs. More than half a month had already passed since the end of the war. During this time, the village had been busy rebuilding the Hokage building, along with handling all the matters related to Fugaku taking over. The ordinary villagers still did not know the news for the time being, but among most ninja, it had already spread. Although some people were not too willing to see this happen, the minority obeyed the majority, and the weak obeyed the strong. There was nothing they could change. As for Long Ming, he had been training the whole time. Nearly all of his various dojutsu had already been exposed. If he fought others while relying only on those few eye techniques, it definitely would not be enough. So during this period, Long Ming had focused on practicing some other basic ninjutsu. For example, Konoha's most popular fire release, along with the standard ninja shadow clone jutsu, shuriken jutsu, and so on. "Oh, Brother Ming, you're learning shuriken jutsu way too fast. Why can't I ever do it?" A voice rang out. It was Naruto. Back then, Long Ming had jokingly said that since he helped Naruto control the Nine Tails power, Naruto should acknowledge him as big brother. He never expected Naruto to take it seriously. Long Ming laughed inwardly. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could almost completely predict the trajectory of the falling leaves. Naturally, learning shuriken jutsu gave him twice the result with half the effort. You have talents in other areas. I told you to go learn the Rinnegan with Jiraiya. How's your progress? Hearing Long Ming ask that, Naruto's face instantly drooped, and he said weakly, even mention it. That pervy guy only says a few words each time before making me practice by myself, then runs off to peep. My progress is super slow. Long Ming could not help laughing. Although Kotoa Mitsukami had changed Jiraiya's will, that personality of his really still could not be changed. Next time, you can try making a shadow clone first and have it help you gather the Rasengan. That might help your training. Naruto froze for a moment, then thought it over, and a wild look of joy appeared on his face. Brother Ming, you're a genius. Naruto gave Long Ming a fierce hug, then ran off to the side to continue practicing his spinning ball. Long Ming rubbed his nose. Naruto had come up with this method himself in the original story, so this could count as presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers. Long Ming, you're mastering it very quickly. It looks like your Mangekyo is even stronger than I thought. Itachi walked over from the side. If you wanted to train in Shuriken or Kunai, then of course you had to find Master Itachi. Long Ming had specifically asked Itachi to help train him, and Itachi was happy to do so. He even brought along his younger brother Sasuke, and the three of them had trained together for over a week. Sasuke tugged on Itachi's sleeve and puffed out his cheeks as he said, "Nisan, why haven't I awakened the Sharingan yet? If I had the Sharingan, I'd be as strong as Long Ming too, right?" Itachi broke into a cold sweat inwardly. Even if you awakened the Sharingan, you probably still wouldn't compare to the monster in front of you. And the Sharingan was not something you could just awaken whenever you wanted. It required intense stimulation, and Itachi was not so eager for Sasuke to open his eyes. After all, that process really was not a pleasant one. Long Ming looked at Sasuke and thought for a moment. Sasuke was Indra's reincarnation and was destined to be extraordinary in the future. It was just that because Long Ming had changed the outcome of the night of the massacre, Sasuke's growth had ended up becoming a little too slow. In the future, Long Ming intended to develop the Uchiha clan into the strongest clan in the ninja world, so Sasuke's strength would absolutely be indispensable. Itachi, in a couple of days, I plan to take Sasuke out for some experience. While we're at it, I'll also help him find a teacher. What do you think? Long Ming raised his head and said, "A teacher? Go out for experience?" Itachi and Sasuke spoke in unison. Long Ming nodded. By now, the matters in Konoha had basically settled down. The Uchiha clan firmly held Konoha's power, and some of Konoha's core upper ranks had also been purged by Long Ming. The crisis had already been resolved, and the title of Jonin was already secured. So next, Long Ming planned to head to Otogakure to check in, and while he was there, look for the scientist of the current era, Orochimaru. If I go out for experience, will it be very far away? Can I still come back to see my brother? Sasuke looked a little unwilling. After all, he had not even graduated yet and had never left the village. Well, of course not. At the very least, it would take about a month before you could come back. Long Ming rubbed his nose. The current Sasuke had become a total brother lover. He did not seem all that interested in getting stronger. After hearing that, Sasuke really did turn his head away and said firmly, "Then I'm not going. I can just have my brother teach me. If that really doesn't work, then Long Ming, you can be my teacher too. You're really strong too, aren't you?" Long Ming gave 2 dry coughs. In the original story, being Sasuke's teacher was a high-risk profession. Just look at Orochimaru. He carefully taught him for 2 years and raised Sasuke into a capable talent, only to get directly killed by Sasuke in return. Kakashi did not get any benefits either. Not long after teaching Chidori, his student became a rogue ninja. Of course, what Long Ming was most worried about was not that. It was that he really did not have much he could teach Sasuke. Most of his combat power depended on his cheat ability, and the ninjutsu he actually knew could be counted on one hand. He could not exactly dig out his eyes and give them to Sasuke. Could he? By contrast, Orochimaru was proficient in everything. The guy could do any kind of work. Curse marks, swordsmanship, ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, sealing jutsu, summoning jutsu. If you could think of it, Uncle Snake could do it. Put in modern terms, he was absolutely a top-tier all-round talent. Having him be Sasuke's teacher could not be more fitting. Sasuke, this teacher I'm finding for you is no ordinary person. He's proficient in all kinds of ninjutsu and has devoted his entire life to scientific research. He doesn't rely on his family, doesn't rely on connections, and doesn't talk people into winning. All by himself, he built up his own career. Most importantly, he's passionate about charity. He often takes in abandoned children from the ninja world and actively trains them. He is someone who has broken away from low-level tastes. He is a great scientist. If you can take him as your teacher, then your training speed will absolutely soar by leaps and bounds. It will definitely make your brother and your father look at you in a completely new light. Are you really not coming with me? There was a hint of temptation in Long Ming's patient, coaxing voice. Sasuke really did turn his head, then asked half-doubtingly, "Is everything you said true?" Long Ming immediately patted his chest and said, "Absolutely true. If I say even one lie, may I be struck by lightning." Sasuke was a little tempted. What he wanted most right now was his brother's acknowledgement. Itachi was the genius of the clan, and also the goal Sasuke looked up to. Gaining Itachi's acknowledgement was Sasuke's biggest motivation for becoming stronger right now. Then okay, I'll go out with you, but we have to come back as soon as possible, Sasuke said seriously as he let go of Itachi. Of course. Once we finish what we need to do, we'll come right back, Long Ming said as he made the promise, while secretly snickering to himself. Once we get to Otogekure, it won't be up to you anymore. Itachi thought about it for a moment. As an older brother, he naturally hoped his little brother could become stronger, even surpass him. At Sasuke's age, going out for training was a little early, but with Long Ming there was no way any danger would happen. Itachi rubbed Sasuke's head, then looked at Long Ming and said, since Sasuke agrees too, then I'll leave him in your care. When are you planning to leave? Long Ming thought for a moment. And the sooner the better. I want to set out tomorrow. Before we leave, I'll take Sasuke to say goodbye to the clan head first. Long Ming was already impatient to head to the second check-in location. Everyone did a simple cleanup of the place, and then Long Ming took Sasuke straight to the newly built Hokage building. The new Hokage building was basically finished, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had already handed over most of the Hokage's authority to Fugaku Uchiha. Now all village affairs, mission assignments, and political diplomacy were handled entirely by Fugaku Uchiha. As for the clan itself, its internal affairs were being managed by Itachi Uchiha, including the position of captain of the Konoha military police force. Root had been completely disbanded, and all its personnel had been absorbed into the Umbu. The Hokage advisor position was still held by Shikaku Nara, the smartest man in Konoha. Of course, quite a few jonin in the village still had their complaints about Fugaku taking over, and Fugaku had not yet earned the approval of all the jonin. Over on the Fire Daimyo's side, it was said there had also been quite a few obstacles. These matters could only be resolved slowly over time. The hardest period had already passed. Long Ming believed that as long as they kept moving forward, they would eventually come through into brighter days. His trip to Otogekure was also for the sake of increasing his own strength, winning Orochimaru over, and bringing him into the Uchiha Hokage building. Hayashi Hyuga was leading Hinata's toward the Hokage's office. Hayashi Hyuga's face was stern, while Hinata's expression was somewhat downcast. Seeing how absent-minded she looked, Hayashi Hyuga said in a heavy voice, raise your head. Don't show that kind of expression. It would disgrace the Hyuga clan. When we meet the fifth Hokage in a moment, perform well for me. You must secure the chance for a marriage alliance for the Hyuga clan. Hinata lowered her head even further and answered in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible, Hayashi Hyuga frowned, stopped walking, and rebuked her. Do you still look anything like a member of the Hyuga main family? Letting your younger sister inherit the main family really was the right choice. The main family has no need for someone like you who has no potential. Your only value now is to successfully form this marriage alliance and make our ties with the Uchiha clan even closer. Don't disappoint me again. Hayashi's sharp scolding made Hinata's body tremble slightly. Right now was the exact period when Hinata was being neglected by Hayashi Hyuga. Because the talent and potential Hinata displayed could not compare to Hanabi Hyuga, who was younger than her, Hayashi had begun to consider having Hanabi inherit the duty of protecting the main family. With that, when it came to marriage alliances, the eldest daughter Hinata became Hayashi Hyuga's first choice. While Hayashi was scolding Hinata, Inoichi Yamanaka suddenly appeared from who knew where and greeted him familiarly. "Isn't this Lord Hayashi? What are you doing here?" Hayashi put away his stern expression and replied with a smile. "Oh, Inoichi, nothing much. I just brought my daughter to meet the fifth Hokage and discuss a few matters on the way." Inoichi Yamanaka glanced at Hinata, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Ahem, what a coincidence. I also brought my daughter to talk to the fifth Hokage about something." Inoichi Yamanaka stepped aside, revealing that his daughter, Ino Yamanaka, was standing behind him as well. Hayashi. Both sides understood that the other had come to discuss a marriage alliance. At a time like this, the Uchiha clan held overwhelming power. Forming a marriage alliance with them would be greatly beneficial to the development of their own clans. And Long Ming was a genuine Kage-level combat force. For their clans, this marriage alliance was pure profit with no downside. Now more than one family had set their sights on this, and this marriage alliance had become a war without smoke among the major clans. But the two clan heads were no ordinary people either. They were both very confident in their daughter's looks. So they walked into the Hokage's office together. At this moment, Fugaku was sitting at the Hokage's desk handling various affairs. Accompanied by a round of knocking, Hayashi Hyuga and Inoichi Yamanaka entered the Hokage's office. When Fugaku saw that two of Konoha's great clan heads had come together, and had even brought two girls with them, he immediately put down the pen in his hand and asked in confusion, "Inoichi, Hayashi, you two are?" The two of them coughed awkwardly for a moment. Then Inoichi Yamanaka spoke first. "Lord Hokage, I came today because I have a happy matter I'd like to discuss with you. This is my daughter Ino Yamanaka. I believe you've seen her before, right?" Fugaku looked at the graceful Ino and nodded slightly. "Of course. If I remember correctly, that was several years ago, right? I didn't expect her to have grown this much already." She'll definitely become an outstanding kunoichi in the future. Praised by Fugaku, Ino's little face flushed red, and she revealed an embarrassed expression. Inoichi Yamanaka smiled and said, Lord Hokage, what do you think of my daughter? What do I think? Fugaku froze for a moment, then looked Ino over again and said, everything seems good. She'll probably grow into a great beauty in the future. Then what does Lord Hokage think about letting my daughter get engaged to your clan's Longming? Inoichi Yamanaka revealed a deeply expectant expression. Engaged. Fugaku's face showed both surprise and something strange. Then he rubbed his forehead and said, Inoichi, as far as I know, your daughter is the same as Longming, only 8 years old, right? At that age, I senti it a bit. Fugaku did not continue, but Inoichi Yamanaka already understood what he meant. He hurriedly explained, an engagement, just an engagement. The two children will grow up sooner or later. If they get engaged now, they can build feelings, and once they grow up, we can hold the wedding for them. Fugaku frowned, then looked at Hayashi Hyuga and hesitated. Hayashi, could it be that you also? Hayashi Hyuga said nothing. He only silently pushed Hinata forward. Seeing Hayashi's attitude, Fugaku knew right away that his goal was the same as Inoichi Yamanaka's. Fugaku gave a bitter smile and said, you two, this really came out of nowhere. It wouldn't be right for me to make the decision for Longming on my own. How about I send someone to call him over and ask what he thinks? Hayashi Hyuga and Inoichi Yamanaka both nodded in agreement. Just as Fugaku was about to have someone summon Longming, Longming kicked open the Hokage's office door with Sasuke in tow. Clan head, I've got something I want to talk to you about. Longming's carefree voice came from outside the door. Oh, why is it so lively in here? The heads of the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans are both here, and Hinata, you're here too. What is everyone doing? I've been practicing shuriken all morning and I'm dying of thirst. Where's the water? Longming swaggered into the office. After setting Sasuke down, he picked up the cool tea in front of Fugaku's desk and started chugging it. When Fugaku saw Longming, a kindly expression appeared on his face. He gave a simple explanation. Longming, you came at just the right time. I was just about to send someone to find you. The Hyuga and Yamanaka families both intend to marry their daughters to you, so I wanted to ask what you think. The tea in Longming's mouth sprayed straight onto Fugaku's face. Marry them to me? Both of them? Hinata and Ino? Longming froze on the spot, even forgetting to wipe the tea off Fugaku's face. In your dreams. Fugaku's face darkened. He went to the side, grabbed a towel, wiped his face clean and said, of course you can only choose one, but that still depends on your own wishes. If you think it's too early right now, I won't force you. Longming coughed twice. He thought he could have both. He turned to look at Hinata and Ino. Ino's eyes had been fixed on Sasuke the whole time, while Hinata had her head lowered, looking somewhat downcast. Longming rubbed his nose. Neither of them had their heart on him. Forcing those girls wouldn't be good. I think this can't just depend on what I want. If Hinata and Ino aren't willing, then it'd be better not to force it. The moment Longming finished speaking, Hayashi Hyuga stood up and answered first. Longming, you're overthinking it. I've already asked my daughter, and she's very satisfied with the marriage arrangement I made for her. Right, Hinata? Hinata's eyes dimmed, and she silently nodded once. Beside them, Inoichi Yamanaka also cut in, same on my side. Aren't you two classmates already? Ino has a very good impression of you, doesn't she, Ino? Ino gave a casual hum, her eyes still fixed on Sasuke. The corner of Longming's mouth twitched. Since when did both of you go blind? Couldn't you see the giant unwilling written all over your daughter's faces? One of these fathers looked down on his daughter, and the other didn't know how to communicate with his daughter at all. It was really a headache. But Longming couldn't directly refuse the two clan heads in public either. The Uchiha clan would still need their help in the future. Ahem, here's the thing. It's not that I'm unwilling. I just think something as important as marriage would take me a very long time to make a decision between the two of them. And very unfortunately, I'm actually here to say goodbye to clan head. I'm taking Sasuke out to train, so I won't be in the village for a long time. How about we talk about this later? Longming wasn't lying either. He really was going to take Sasuke out. As time passed, by the time he returned from Otogekure, these two clan heads would probably have calmed down. He had thought this would make them give up, but unexpectedly, Hayashi and Inoichi became even more excited. Then isn't this the perfect opportunity? Why wait until you come back? Just take my daughter with you to train. It'd be a good chance for you and Hinata to build some feelings together. What Lord Hayashi said is exactly what I wanted to say too. Take my daughter along as well. The four of you can form a team. Didn't you say you needed to choose between them? Well, here's your chance. You can take your time deciding. WTF? You can still spin it like that? Longming's face darkened, and he desperately shot looks at Fugaku. Fugaku glanced at Longming, then ignored him completely and turned to say, that's a good idea. I'll agree on Longming's behalf. Let the four of them form a team and go out to train under Longming's lead. Take your daughters home and make your preparations. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hayashi and Inoichi bowed at the same time, then left with their daughters. Long Ming sat directly on the desk and said helplessly, "Clan head, you're not doing this on purpose to get back at me because I sprayed tea all over your face just now, are you?" Fugaku chuckled, poured Long Ming a cup of tea, and said, "How could that be? Besides, you yourself just said you were willing. It's not like I forced you. That was because I didn't want to offend those two clans at the critical moment of your succession as Hokage. After all, I'm leaving for a while, and when that happens, you'll still need to rely on those major clans." Long Ming took the tea Fugaku handed over and drank a sip. Fugaku folded his hands and said thoughtfully, "That's right. The village is, after all, made up of clans. The reason I agreed to them just now was actually because I hope you can pick one of those two girls and marry her. Whether it's the Yamanaka clan or the Hyuga clan, both are extremely powerful clans in Konoha. The Uchiha also very much needs their support. A marriage alliance can greatly solidify the relationship between both sides. I think they probably have the same idea as I do. Clan head, didn't you notice those two girls aren't very willing? A forced melon isn't sweet." Long Ming rubbed his nose. "Maybe a forced melon isn't sweet, but it still quenches thirst." Fugaku said seriously, "Feelings can be developed slowly. I'm not asking you to choose right now, am I? Isn't this just going out to train? Maybe after spending time with those two girls, you'll gradually come to like one of them." Long Ming felt a little awkward. If something really did happen, then either Naruto or Sai would have to stay single. Long Ming waved his hand. "Forget it. I'll take them along then. But the activity funds you approved for me had better double, or I really can't afford to support these three. I don't want much, just give me 1 million ryo. Ahem, ahem, ahem." Fugaku coughed repeatedly, then couldn't help saying, "You're asking for a ridiculous amount. Did you forget how many explosive tags you took from me not long ago? You almost emptied out the Uchiha family savings, and now you're asking for another 1 million ryo? In Naruto, the currency is counted in ryo, though there are also paper bills and coins. Kishimoto once noted the purchasing power of currency in the ninja world in Naruto. 1 ryo equals 10 yen. That 10 refers to Japanese yen. In other words, the 1 million ryo Long Ming wanted was equal to 10 million yen, which in terms of purchasing power would be roughly 600,000 RMB. Long Ming coughed dryly twice and explained, "For people eating together puts me in a tough spot too. Besides, I've risked my life for the clan. Clan leader, you aren't seriously planning not to give me this mere 1 million ryo, are you?" Fugaku's expression turned strange. "What? Are you eating gold every meal?" "Long Ming, it isn't that I don't want to give it to you. The village's funds have mostly been used recently to renovate the Hokage building, and some of it is operating capital reserved for mission rewards. That part can't be touched. At most, I can scrape together 300,000 ryo for you." Fugaku held up 3 fingers, and Long Ming's face instantly fell. That little money probably wouldn't even be enough for him to buy some explosive tags. Long Ming gave a bitter smile. "No way, clan leader. You're really living too frugally as Hokage. Is there any other way? It's not that I don't want to give it to you. There are reasons for it." Fugaku smiled awkwardly, then lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "There actually is, but on one condition. When you go out this time, you need to complete a mission for the village while you're at it." "A mission? What mission?" Fugaku searched through the scrolls beside him, then found one with the letter A written on it and handed it to Long Ming. "It's an A-rank mission. The reward is 700,000 ryo. This matter is actually connected to me succeeding the position of Hokage." Long Ming took the A-rank mission scroll. Most of a ninja's usual income had to be earned by taking missions. D-rank missions were extremely trivial tasks added because of individual requests. The reward was usually between 500 and 10,000 ryo. C-rank missions were personal matters added because of individual requests. The reward was between 10,000 and 50,000 ryo. B-rank missions were personal matters added because of individual requests, between 50,000 and 150,000 ryo. Escorting people with enemy ninja involved among them, below the level of Chunin. A-rank missions concerned the movements of a country or village, ranging from 150,000 to 1 million ryo, escorting important people, subjugating ninja forces, and so on. S-rank missions concerned state-level confidential matters and paid above 1 million ryo. For example, assassinating important people, stealing classified documents, and so on. Long Ming opened the mission and read it carefully. Fugaku also explained from the side. "The Fire Daimyo is quite dissatisfied with me succeeding as Hokage. I heard he's been making a lot of small moves, recruiting Ronin and wandering ninja everywhere, and he cut off part of our financial support. That's also why I can only scrape together 300,000 ryo for you. This mission is to go to the Fire Daimyo's residence, negotiate with the Daimyo, and rebuild a good relationship with them." Long Ming frowned as he looked at the mission scroll. The Daimyo, also called, were the heads of state of the 5 great nations, known as the of the 5 great nations, possessing the highest administrative authority and the highest military authority. They could even convene meetings within their own countries and, after discussion, decide the candidate for the this time, The Uchiha had forcibly pressured Hiruzen Sarutobi to step down and taken the position of Hokage for themselves, so of course it angered these high and mighty daimyo. Do not think these daimyo were easy to bully just because they looked that way. From a certain angle, the village belonged to the military power of the Land of Fire and served the daimyo. Although they did not possess great strength, their economic power could not be underestimated. Most of the village's various expenses, the purchase of all kinds of ninja tools, including food reserves, scientific research, ninja welfare, financial subsidies for frontline scouts during high-risk periods, and so on, were borne by the daimyo. If they cut off economic aid to Konoha, it would be an almost devastating blow to the village. The reason such an important mission was A rank rather than S rank was because the daimyo did not dare truly cut off economic aid to Konoha either. Because if Konoha no longer existed, then ninja from other countries would launch war against the Land of Fire. Without a ninja village, the Land of Fire would have no power to resist at all. So the daimyo only wanted to hold a negotiation, making sure their ruling position remained unchanged. Just thinking about those muddle-headed fools annoys me. But you only get the reward after finishing the mission, right? So that means I still have to make a trip to the daimyo's residence first and then come back to the village? Long Ming curled his lip. This might as well be worse than just taking the 300,000 ryo and leaving. Fugaku looked around, then pulled out 1 million ryo in bills from a drawer and said, looking down on me too much as Hokage. Giving you a little special privilege is still something I can do. Take the mission reward first. Just remember to complete the mission. Long Ming grinned. Now that's my good clan leader. Thanks. I'll be taking Sasuke with me then. Sasuke, come say goodbye to your father. Sasuke ran up to Fugaku, bowed, and said firmly, Father, I will definitely work hard at my training. When I come back, I will definitely become an outstanding ninja. As expected of my son. You having this kind of drive makes me proud. Do your best. Once you're out there, follow all of Long Ming's arrangements. Looking at Sasuke, Fugaku's gaze returned to its usual strictness, but it did not lack encouragement for him. Hearing Fugaku's words, it was as if light appeared in Sasuke's eyes. He nodded heavily to Fugaku once again. Then I'll be leaving first, clan leader. Long Ming grabbed Sasuke and directly sprinted out of the Hokage building. Fugaku did not even have time to say a few farewell words. Carrying a whole box full of bills, Long Ming happily headed toward the Uchiha clan. But halfway there, he suddenly saw a somewhat lonely figure squatting at the street corner. Hinata? Long Ming stopped there, then scratched his head. He could roughly guess why Hinata was here. Long Ming turned and said, Sasuke, go back and pack your things first. I have something to take care of. Remembering his father's instruction to listen to Long Ming, Sasuke immediately nodded. Okay, then I'll wait for your news at home. After saying that, Sasuke jogged off toward home. As for Long Ming, he walked toward Hinata. Hinata, who had been squatting there, also sensed someone approaching. She turned her head, took a look, and quickly stood up. Lo, Long Ming-kun. It's you. Hinata greeted him softly. If one did not listen carefully, it would probably be impossible to hear what she was saying. Yeah. Why are you staying here? Didn't you go home? Long Ming regretted saying that the moment the words left his mouth. If Hinata was not going home, it was definitely because she was dissatisfied with her father's arrangement. He had really brought up exactly the wrong thing. Sure enough, Hinata lowered her head even more, clutching the corner of her clothes and rubbing it over and over, stammering without being able to get any words out. Hinata looking like this made Long Ming seem somewhat awkward too. He clearly had not done anything. But with Hayashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha stirring things up like this, it made him look like some overbearing villain who had stolen someone else's love. The atmosphere at the street corner fell into a deadlock. The two of them just stayed there without saying anything. At that moment, a strange grumble sound broke the stalemate. What was that sound? Long Ming subconsciously looked around. Hinata's little face turned red, and she stared at her own stomach in embarrassment. Only then did Long Ming realize what it was. He rubbed his nose and said in a probing tone, How about the two of us go eat ramen? I am not hungry. I should just go home first. Hinata had originally wanted to refuse, but her stomach let out an uncooperative growl. She covered her stomach, turned around, and was about to say goodbye. Stop. Long Ming suddenly called out to her. Hinata jumped in fright, secretly glanced at Long Ming, then quickly lowered her head again. Come here. Long Ming said in a deep voice. Hinata nervously intertwined her fingers and slowly dragged herself back over. Hurry up. Long Ming's tone grew heavier as he added another sentence. Only then did Hinata take small steps back. Probably because she had been frightened. Her body was trembling a little, and her little face looked so aggrieved it was as if she was about to cry. She had already prepared herself to be scolded. Who would have thought that Long Ming would suddenly sigh, rub Hinata's dark hair, and say with a gentle expression, If you're hungry, then you should eat. Ichiraku ramen isn't far from here. After we finish eating, I'll take you home. Faced with Long Ming's sudden gentleness, Hinata was startled and awkwardly refused. That would be too embarrassing. It would really be too much trouble for Long Mingkuin. As Hinata refused, she shifted her gaze away like a startled little deer. Seeing this, Long Ming couldn't help letting out a long sigh in his heart. Hinata's personality was actually very timid and lacking in confidence, and that was also related to the environment she was in. In the original story, it was only after the Chunin exams, when Hinata bravely fought her older cousin Niji, that she gradually became strong and confident. The Chunin exams are still far away. Take it slow. If this training can make Hinata stronger, that would be a good thing for her too. Long Ming thought this to himself. From his angle, he could just make out the high, elegant bridge of Hinata's nose beneath her long eyelashes, along with the clearly defined shape of her lips. What a sin, what a sin. Naruto, if something really happens during this training, you can't blame Big Bro. Long Ming silently added another sentence in his heart. After that, Long Ming pulled Hinata along to Ichiraka Ramen, which was only a few turns away from here. It was already evening by now, and quite a few customers had gathered inside Ichiraka Ramen. This shop was a favorite spot for Naruto and many Konoha ninja. The owner, Tucci, had focused on ramen for 34 years, and the stream of customers coming here never stopped. Long Ming lifted the white curtain of the ramen shop. Tucci looked up, and when he saw that it was Long Ming, he greeted him familiarly. So it's Long Ming. How about it? Is it 1 bowl of special pork miso chashu ramen again this time? No, 2 bowls this time. One is for her, Long Ming said, pointing at Hinata beside him. No problem. 2 bowls of special pork miso chashu ramen coming right up. Tucci skillfully began the smooth sequence of kneading dough, mixing dough, and pulling noodles. Taking advantage of the gap, Long Ming pressed Hinata onto the chair beside him and said seriously, just sit here properly, eat until you're full, and then I'll take you home. Got it? I got it. Hinata quickly answered in a low voice. She was afraid that if she answered too slowly, Long Ming would scold her again. Tucci at the side teased. I really didn't expect that a kid your age would already know how to please a girl by treating her to a meal. But your attitude won't do. Be gentler, or the girl won't accept your pursuit. Hinata's face reddened. She had already been shy to begin with, and now she felt like her face was about to catch fire. Just as Hinata was about to faint from the heat, a large bowl of ramen was placed in front of her. In the deliciously rich broth were the freshly cooked noodles, with tasty chashu, a plump soft-boiled egg, sour bamboo shoots, and green onions decorating the ramen like a delicate work of art. For a moment, Hinata forgot her shyness and focused all her attention on the ramen in front of her. Long Ming thoughtfully took a pair of chopsticks from the side, handed them over, and said, here, hurry and eat. If it's not enough, remember to order more. Hinata snapped out of it like waking from a dream, accepted the chopsticks with a red face, and silently began to fight. Don't be fooled by Hinata's small frame and her usual delicate appearance. In fact, her appetite was enormous. For example, she could eat 46 bowls of Ichiraka ramen. That amount was nearly several days' worth of food for an ordinary person. Under Hinata's battle, 1 bowl of ramen was quickly polished off, while Long Ming had not even finished half of his own bowl. Hinata glanced at Long Ming, uneasily put down her chopsticks and said softly, Long Mingkuin, I am full. Are you really full? Long Ming gave Hinata a doubtful look. Hinata glanced at the half bowl of ramen Long Ming still had left, then quickly looked away and nodded with difficulty. I'm full. Seeing Hinata acting stubborn like this, Long Ming was immediately speechless. It was like Hinata was afraid that if she ate too much, Long Ming would sell her off. I'll have to check whether you're really full or not. After saying that, Long Ming suddenly placed his hand on Hinata's stomach and rubbed it in front of her shocked gaze. Then he said, your stomach is still flat. Tucci, another 10 bowls. Long Mingkuin, why you? Hinata parted her small lips, stammering so much she couldn't get the words out. Don't worry. Yemping. Just eat boldly and without worry, Long Ming said with a grand wave of his hand. Hinata was so embarrassed she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. In her heart, she cried aggrievedly, how could you just touch a girl's stomach like that? However, as a few steaming bowls of ramen were brought over, Hinata turned her grief and indignation into appetite and continued to fight. Long Ming had already finished his own bowl of noodles early on and sat at the side patiently watching Hinata, occasionally even asking Tucci to add more noodles. When Hinata finished the 21st bowl, she finally let out a satisfied burp. Then she realized that what she had done was too impolite and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Long Mingkuin. I ate too much. Long Ming grinned and said indifferently, it's fine. Be more confident. Eating a lot isn't something shameful. Long Ming's words warmed Hinata's heart, but then her face flushed red again. It was her first time showing such a huge appetite in front of an outsider. Long Ming stood up and went to settle the bill with Tucci. After counting it up, Tucci said, 1 bowl of special pork miso chashu ramen is 80 ryo. You ordered 22 bowls in total, so the total is 1,760 ryo. When Hinata heard the amount, she felt even more embarrassed. After all, she had not yet become a ninja, and the spending money she usually had was only a tiny bit. She rarely spent this much on a single meal. Long Ming briskly pulled out two 1,000 ryo bills from his pouch and placed them on the table. 2,000 ryo. No need for change. Hinata opened her mouth in surprise. She thought Long Ming was amazing, to have so much money at such a young age. While Hinata was still dazed, Long Ming had already pulled her out of Ichiraku Ramen. By now, the sky was completely dark. Bright moonlight spilled over Konoha, and from time to time, patrolling ninja could be seen darting across the rooftops. Hold on to me, don't get lost. Long Ming held Hinata's small hand as they walked down the street, while Hinata followed beside him with a red face. Long Mingkuin is holding my hand again. I'm so nervous, but Long Mingkuin's hand is so warm. Hinata thought to herself, and couldn't he help tightening her grip on his hand a little more. Long Ming also sensed Hinata's little movement. He rubbed his nose and deliberately slowed his pace. He forcefully stretched what should have been a little over 10 minutes of walking into half an hour. Hinata, you're here. When Long Ming said this, Hinata still hadn't snapped out of the peaceful feeling. Once Hinata realized she had arrived home, she hurriedly let go of his hand with a flushed face. Then she gave Long Ming a deep bow and said softly, Thank you, Long Mingkun, for bringing me home so late, and for treating me to dinner. I'll prepare everything for the trip tomorrow and wait for you. Long Ming rubbed Hinata's hair and said seriously, You don't have to force yourself. About what your father said, if you don't want to, you can tell me honestly. I'll personally go talk to your father. Hinata's face reddened, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, I'm not forcing myself. If the person is Long Mingkuin, then there's no problem. By the time Hinata finished speaking, her face was red all the way to her ears, and she looked like she wanted to shrink into her clothes. Looking at the treasure-like girl in front of him, Long Ming truly wanted nothing more than to pull her into his arms and dote on her properly. Naruto was seriously blind to chase after some flashy but useless cheap flirt. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Hinata. As Long Ming spoke, he opened his arms and pulled Hinata into a hug. This seemingly gentle farewell directly caused Hinata's brain to overheat, and she fainted on the spot. Long Ming's expression stiffened. Hinata? Hinata, wake up. Hinata, if you faint like this, I can't explain it to your father. It took Long Ming a long time explaining things at the Hyuga clan before he finally proved his innocence and sent the unconscious Hinata back inside. After returning home, Naruto suddenly ran over with an excited look on his face. Brother Ming, you're finally back. Let me show you the results of my training. As he spoke, Naruto formed hand signs with both hands. A shadow clone was created by Naruto. It stretched out a hand at the side to help him control his chakra, and a blue sphere of chakra quickly appeared in Naruto's hand. Long Ming knew Naruto had already mastered the Rasengan. That made him feel a bit more at ease about leaving the village. Looking at the excited Naruto, Long Ming suddenly thought of Hinata again and muttered inwardly, Naruto, don't blame your big brother for being heartless. Blame your future wife for being too charming. To compensate Naruto from a certain angle, Long Ming pulled out more than a dozen large 1,000 ryo bills from a box and stuffed them into Naruto's hand. Naruto, who had been poor all his life, had never seen so much money before. His eyes went wide. Brother Ming, is all this money really for me? Where did you even get this much money? Naruto's voice was trembling. Long Ming smiled and said, I'm preparing to go on a long trip tomorrow. I'm taking Sasuke, Ino, and Hinata out for some training. This is the event funding approved by Lord Hokage. I'm leaving some for you as pocket money. After hearing that, Naruto's body suddenly stiffened, and his expression turned extremely serious as he stared blankly at Long Ming. Long Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought Naruto was about to make a fuss over Hinata going with him. But instead, this idiot asked with complete seriousness, Brother Ming, you mean? For a long time after this, I won't be seeing Sasuke in the village? Long Ming froze for a moment, then nodded instinctively. Of course, at the very least, probably a few months. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, and he started jumping up and down with joy. That's great. That means for the next few months, Sakura and I can spend time alone together. Hooray! Thank you, Brother Ming. Tomorrow I'm taking the money to treat Sakura to a meal. I'm going to do my best to win her over during these next few months. Long Ming's face darkened, and that tiny bit of guilt in his heart vanished without a trace. I overestimated you. Just keep being your simp. As long as you don't neglect your training over these next few months, that's enough. After leaving those words behind, Long Ming's figure flashed, and he went straight into his room. After one night passed, Long Ming stood at the door with a large amount of prepared luggage, saying goodbye to Izumi and Naruto. Alright, Nasen, Naruto, you can stop here. While I'm gone, the two of you need to take good care of yourselves. Don't worry, Brother Ming. By the time you come back, I'll have become even stronger. Naruto raised his arm and swore confidently. As for Izumi, she rolled her eyes. You should just take care of yourself. Be careful on the road. Got it? Izumi helped straighten Long Ming's clothes. Although her words sounded calm, there was still a trace of reluctance in her eyes.
Hehe, ILLB fina.
It's just that, if I'm not here, I won't be able to keep an eye on Itachi anymore. So sis, you absolutely have to restrain yourself, alright? Long Ming said in a weirdly teasing tone. Izumi's face reddened, and the sadness of parting was instantly blown away by his words. She raised her hand to hit him. Long Ming burst out laughing, then directly activated Infinity and ran off. When he arrived at the village gate, the place was already packed with people. Besides Hinata and the other two, there were also Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku, Jiraiya, and a large number of Uchiha clan members. Lord Long Ming is here. Lord Long Ming, we came to see you off. Lord Long Ming, you have to come back soon. One after another, the Uchiha clan members greeted Long Ming warmly. After several major battles, Long Ming's status in their hearts was already comparable to the clan head's. After hearing that Long Ming was leaving today, they had all voluntarily come to the village gate to send him off. No way, right? I'm just going out for training. There's no need to make it this grand. Long Ming rubbed his nose. He had originally wanted to leave quietly. Fugaku smiled kindly and said, this is everyone's goodwill. After you leave, don't forget to send word back to the village. Long Ming nodded slightly. Itachi tapped Sasuke's forehead, then said, I'll leave Sasuke in your care. I'll be waiting in the village for your return. Equivalent exchange. You just need to take good care of my sister. Long Ming replied with a smile. Itachi froze for a moment, then actually turned his head away a little awkwardly. In his heart, he also liked Izumi. Long Ming passed through the crowd all the way to Jiraiya's side and said, protect the Uchiha clan for me. I'll bring your close friend back for you. Jiraiya, who had been calm a moment ago, suddenly shrank his pupils. Although his will had been altered by Kodo Amatsukami, Orochimaru still remained deeply engraved in his heart. He opened his mouth, originally wanting to suggest going along, but considering that the Uchiha clan needed someone to guard it, he swallowed the words back down. With me here, don't worry. With Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, giving his word, the Uchiha clan could be said to be completely secure. Long Ming came before Hinata and the other two, who had already packed their luggage, then turned and gave everyone a slight bow. Everyone, Long Ming will take his leave here. The sun was already high in the sky, with blue heavens and white clouds overhead. The wind rustled through the dense branches and leaves, making a soft sha-sha sound. Light and shadow swayed, like shattered pieces of gold. In a forest like this, there was never any real peace. From time to time, rabbits, deer, wild boars, and other animals could be seen darting through the woods. Occasionally, the roar of a fierce tiger would echo through the area. Beneath the shade of the trees, a huge brown-maned boar was lying there, resting. Whoosh! The sound of wind suddenly rose. A few pitch-black kunai shot straight toward the maned boar. Startled awake by the sound, the boar had no time to dodge. The kunai stabbed deeply into the boar's flesh. It let out a pained howl, rose to its feet with bloodshot eyes, and searched all around for the enemy that had attacked it. Your aim is still a little off. If that kunai had hit its eyes just now, this wild boar would have lost its fighting ability right away. Long Ming's unhurried voice came from the distance. The maned boar turned its head and saw several youths in different outfits standing far away. One of the girls still held the kunai that had hurt it, and the boar instantly understood who its enemy was. Roar! The maned boar let out an angry roar, spread its four thick legs, and charged toward them with heavy thuds. Long Ming did not make a move. Sasuke and the others also stayed still as they watched the boar rush over. The boar's ferocity was overwhelming. Its two sharp tusks were enough to make anyone shiver in fear. If it were an ordinary person, their legs would probably have gone weak already. 20 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Hinata now, seeing that the boar was about to reach them, Long Ming finally shouted a reminder. Yes. Hinata's Byakugan was active, her hands set in the stance of the 8 trigrams palm. At the very last moment before the boar arrived, she turned her body and dodged the attack, then struck the boar with her left palm infused with chakra. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan excelled at seeing through the meridians, nerves, and tenketsu. Hinata's palm struck one of the boar's tenketsu, making the massive boar cry out in pain. Its head jerked, and it slammed off to the side. Boom! The boar's tusks rammed straight into the large tree beside it. At this point, the boar looked extremely miserable. A small half of both tusks had shattered. Its teeth were covered in blood, and the rage in its crimson eyes only deepened. Sasuke seized the chance. His hands flew through signs, while fire release chakra gathered in his throat. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke opened his mouth and spat a huge fireball forward. The scorching flames instantly ignited the boar's fur. The pain triggered the boar's will to survive. It forcefully yanked its tusks out of the tree, let out an enraged howl at the sky, and charged at Sasuke again. Boom! 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 The boar kept launching attacks, while Hinata, Sasuke, and Ino continuously wore it down and dragged out the fight against the beast. After a battle lasting nearly half a shuriken, the maned boar finally died in the flames. It fell to the ground with a thud, kicking up drifting dust, and there was even a faint smell of roasted meat in the air. Finally over. Sasuke dropped onto the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ino and Hinata also seemed to have used up a lot of strength, leaning against each other wearily to rest. Long Ming flashed over to the half-roasted boar and snorted. What, you're done for after dealing with just one maned boar? Get up. Before dark, carry it back to camp for me. Otherwise, I'll punish you with 2 more shuriken of chakra control practice. The faces of the 3 went pale, and they instantly jumped up from the ground. Very quickly they took out rope, tied up the wild boar, and dragged it off in one direction. It had already been nearly over half a month since they left Konoha. During this time, Long Ming had not been in a hurry to travel. Instead, he had been traveling while also putting Sasuke and the other 2 through strict training, setting cultivation plans for them. At first, Sasuke and the others had been full of confidence, but they quickly realized that when it came to helping them train, Long Ming seemed like a completely different person, exceptionally serious and strict. Aside from the time spent traveling each day, he used all the remaining time to supervise their constant training. Shuriken jutsu, chakra control, hand sign speed, and actual combat practice. Every day the 3 of them usually trained until midnight, so exhausted that they could barely lift their fingers. But under this kind of harsh training, their progress was also advancing by leaps and bounds. Long Ming trained them according to their different personalities and traits. The one who improved the most was Sasuke, living up to his title of genius. He learned everything extremely quickly. What Long Ming focused on most with Sasuke was theoretical education, such as how to awaken the Sharingan and knowledge about the Mangekyo Sharingan. After awakening their eyes, members of the Uchiha clan were especially prone to becoming extreme in personality. Long Ming did not want to raise the strongest missing nin with his own hands. As for Hinata and Ino, Long Ming focused more on making them pay attention to developing their Kekkei Genkai and secret techniques. Hinata's Byakugan had room for development. If it could evolve into the legendary Tenseigan, then her strength would be immeasurable. Unfortunately, evolving into the Tenseigan required possessing Otsutsuki clan chakra, and for the current Long Ming, that was almost impossible, because in the Otsutsuki clan, 6 paths level beings were everywhere, and those beyond Kage were like dogs. Even the weakest one could crush the Kage of every nation. So during training, Long Ming still focused on changing Hinata's timid nature and habit of giving up, always assigning her extremely important positions in actual combat. At first, Hinata had been so scared that she cried. Later, only with Long Ming's constant encouragement did she gradually gather the courage to face it. Over this period of training, it was obvious that Hinata's personality had become tougher, and Ino's mind-body switch technique had also become much more proficient. Dragging the boar's corpse, Sasuke and the other 2 arrived at a simply built canopy. This was their temporary camp. They immediately let go of the rope and collapsed onto the ground in utter exhaustion. Not bad. You've improved. Today's meal looks pretty good. Let us get food ready first. Long Ming smiled faintly, then picked up the travel bag beside him and took out charcoal, an iron rack, an iron pot, a kettle, dried flatbread, and so on. Long Ming moved very skillfully, cutting a few bones and several pieces of belly meat from the boar's corpse. Then he went to the bag beside him, dug out a sack of shiitake mushrooms, and quickly cooked a pot of meat soup. The aroma drifting out carried a rich freshness. All right, come eat. Long Ming looked at the exhausted 3 with a smile. Using the last of his strength, Sasuke picked up a ladle and wolfed down the food, 1 mouthful of soup and 1 bite of bread at a time. Hinata and Ino, meanwhile, were much more refined, eating in small bites. Ever since their training began, mealtime had become the happiest part of their day. Long Ming took out a few more flatbreads from the side and handed them over. Eat as much as you want today. This is our last meal here. Tomorrow, we go all out on the road. Sasuke's whole body shook. Were these utterly inhumane days finally coming to an end? For the time that followed, the 4 of them, Long Ming included, began traveling without stopping. When they were thirsty, they drank spring water. When they were hungry, they ate flatbread. After going around 2 patches of forest and crossing for large mountains, they finally saw a huge city. This was the most prosperous center of the Land of Fire, Dongjing. From here, they could already see the constant flow of pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages below. There were even ronin carrying blades as well as ninja. The Land of Fire was located in the center of the 5 great nations, so since ancient times it had been a key transportation hub and the most prosperous great nation. Wow, it's so bustling here. Ino's eyes lit up as she turned and said, Sasuke, after we get inside, wanna go shopping together? Sasuke rubbed his eye socket. He had no interest in shopping at all. He just wanted to find a proper inn. Eat a meal and then get some real rest. Long Ming smiled from the side. Let's go down first. We didn't come here to shop. Ino stuck out her tongue and ran to Sasuke's side. Long Ming, Sasuke, and the others followed the crowd and gradually approached the city gate. Line up properly, one at a time. Anyone entering Dongjing must register. Once inside, fighting is forbidden without permission. Violators will be thrown into jail for at least 3 days. The soldiers guarding the city gate shouted. As the city where the daimyo lived, Dongjing naturally had quite a few rules and regulations. If people from other countries or ninja entered Dongjing and ignored the rules, it would be seen as a challenge to the authority of the Land of Fire. If it got serious, it could even trigger a small-scale war. Dongjing, the daimyo. Long Ming snorted coldly in his heart. He had no good feelings toward those ordinary people who spent all day waving fans around and ordering Konoha about. If Kodo Amatsukami hadn't already been used, he might even have wanted to directly control the daimyo, though that would be a bit of a waste of Shirsue's eye. Please stop. You four. Where are your parents? A guard at the city gate came over to the four of them. The four of them were all dressed in ordinary clothes and looked just like civilians. They were not very tall either. At a glance, they were obviously children. Even the tallest, Long Ming, was only close to 5 feet 3. Ninja from Konoha. This time, we're here on behalf of Konoha to meet the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Long Ming was not nervous at all as he handed over a pass. Konoha ninja? The guard showed a suspicious expression. Since Sasuke and the other 3 had not graduated yet, they did not have the Konoha ninja forehead protectors that represented their identity. As for Long Ming, although he had one, he could not be bothered to strap a piece of iron to his head. Still, the pass was genuine. After checking it over, the guard stepped aside. Please go ahead. If you're here to request an audience with the daimyo, you'll need to stay at the post house first. Someone will contact you there. Long Ming gave a slight nod, then led Sasuke and the others into the city. Watching the backs of the 4 of them, the guard muttered in a low voice, "Why did Konoha send 4 kids to meet the daimyo? What a waste of all that preparation. Whatever, I'd better report it to the daimyo first." The guard took out a carrier pigeon, wrote something on a note, and then released it into the sky. News that Long Ming and the others had entered Dongjing quickly reached the daimyo's ears. Inside a luxurious estate, the long-faced daimyo, with a fan perched on his head, angrily threw the slip of paper down below. Uchiha Fugaku has gone too far. He actually dares send a few children to meet me. I've really given him too much face. The daimyo's tone was full of dissatisfaction, and his eyes carried deep arrogance. Pass down the order. Cut the funds allocated to Konoha this month by another half. The daimyo waved his fan, venting his displeasure. Why yes. May I ask, Lord Daimyo, how should we deal with those children who came to Dongjing? Asked a subordinate wearing a tall hat beside him. The daimyo was in an irritable mood and waved his fan a few times carelessly. I don't know. Just leave them there. Now get out of my sight. The subordinate fell silent as a cicada in winter and quickly got up to take his leave. At that moment, a figure hidden in the shadows spoke up. My lord, don't be so angry. The people of Konoha aren't fools. If they dared send a few children here, maybe those kids really do have something special. The daimyo pondered for a moment and felt that made some sense. Then he said, Then what do you mean? The figure in the shadows stood up and said in a hoarse voice, After all, my lord has paid such a generous reward. If we don't do any work, that would be hard to justify. How about we chop those kids into mincemeat, then send them back to Konoha? As he said this, several more figures stood up behind him. The daimyo was startled, and some hesitation appeared on his arrogant face. Teach that, chopping them into mincemeat won't be necessary. Just teach them a small lesson and make them get back to Konoha and deliver a message to Uchiha Fugaku. Konoha represented the strongest ninja village in the Land of Fire after all. If he completely fell out with Konoha, then his position as daimyo would more or less be finished too. Got it. You're the client, so you have the final say. But I can't guarantee anything. The figure in the shadows swung an enormous broadsword and walked out with his men. The daimyo's expression shifted several times, but he did not dare say anything more. After passing through the towering city gate, what came into view for Long Ming and the other 3 was an extremely wide street. The street was packed with people, and tall, straight trees were planted along both sides of the road. Noodle stalls, vegetable stalls, jewelry shops, clothing stores, and geisha houses could be seen everywhere, with a dazzling array of goods on display. Kids, need a place to stay? Ours is cheap and they're all big bedrooms. It only costs 50 ryo for one night, and we have all kinds of delicious food. Satisfaction guaranteed. A plump, middle-aged woman walked over with a smile plastered across her face. The 3 of them, Sasuke included, were clearly tempted. They had been sleeping rough and eating whatever they could for more than half a month, and it had been a long time since they had eaten a decent meal. Long Ming glanced at her and walked away without saying a word. Although Sasuke and the other 2 were tempted, Long Ming did not stop, so they did not dare stay behind either. The plump, middle-aged woman refused to give up and continued after them. This is your first time in Dongjing, right? It's dangerous here. Even if you don't want a room, these two girls can't be sleeping on the street at night. Can they? The inns ahead are all expensive. You should think about your companion's feelings too. As she spoke, the woman's gaze kept sweeping over Hinata and Ino, and a trace of greed showed in her eyes. Get lost. Long Ming revealed his 3-tomo Sharingan, his voice icy to the bone. The middle-aged woman's expression changed drastically, and her body froze in place. Haha, looks like the owner of the geisha house misjudged this one. These kids are actually ninja. She saw pretty little girls and wanted to trick them into her own shop. Now she finally hit a wall. The nearby vendors who had also set up stalls around them burst into noisy laughter. The middle-aged woman collapsed onto the ground, her face looking extremely ugly. Only then did Sasuke and the others understand. Hinata and Ino's cheeks both flushed slightly. If not for Long Ming, they might really have followed that woman away. TCH, so disgusting. Ino showed a look of disgust as she glanced at the fat woman, then quickly stuck close to Long Ming. Long Ming led the group around Dongjing, and in the end, they arrived at a 3-story building. The place had white walls, black tiles, crimson doors, and great pillars. The scent of food filled the air. After making a round through the area, this was the biggest restaurant Long Ming had found. For guests, please come right in. The owner inside was very welcoming, and he did not put on an adult-like tone just because Long Ming and the others looked young. After entering the restaurant, Long Ming frowned and said, "The main hall is too noisy. Take us upstairs." The owner showed an awkward expression and explained, "Guest, it's like this. Our second floor and above are only for ninja or lords from various countries." Long Ming let out a snort and tossed over his Konoha forehead protector. The owner immediately bowed. "So you are actually ninja from Konoha. I truly failed to recognize greatness before me. Please come this way." Long Ming brought Sasuke and the other two up to the second floor. Not long after, a bald man appeared in the hotel's main hall. "Excuse me, shopkeeper. Did For Children come here just now?" The owner at the reception looked puzzled, but when he saw the fire character cloth around the bald man's waist, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Why you are? They're upstairs. Please." Long Ming and the other three sat in a private seat on the second floor. A moment later, a whole table full of dishes was placed in front of them, each one excellent in color, aroma, and taste. Sasuke and the other two immediately felt their mouths water. While training in the wild, they could occasionally catch some meat like wild boar, but most of the time they were filling their stomachs with the flatbreads Long Ming bought. "After coming out with you for so many days, this is finally the first time I've seen you act generous. I thought you were going to hold that box of money until it gave birth." Sasuke spoke resentfully while stuffing his mouth full. Long Ming rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. "Our funds are limited. Besides, eating coarse grains is good for your health." Black lines immediately appeared across Sasuke's forehead. Beside them, Hinata carefully picked up a slice of meat, then placed it into the bowl beside Long Ming. She quietly stretched out a finger, pushed the bowl over, then withdrew her hand again as if covering her ears while stealing a bell. "You should eat more too. If it's not enough, we can order more. After we finish eating, we'll go rest. Tomorrow I'll head to the daimyo's residence." Long Ming patted Hinata on the head, then picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks and started eating heartily as well. The dishes here really did taste good. After eating, a lingering fragrance remained on the lips and teeth, and even Long Ming could not help ordering more several times. When they were about done eating, a bald warrior monk slowly walked up from the staircase. Long Ming noticed the other party. His gaze paused on him briefly before shifting away again. But the warrior monk walked straight toward Long Ming. "You must be Konoha's envoys. Hello. I am Chiriku, and there is something I would like to discuss with you." The warrior monk gave a brief self-introduction. He was none other than Chiriku, one of the elite ninja of the 12 Guardian Ninja who had once been appointed to protect the daimyo. He was also Sarutobi Asuma's close friend. As for why he had appeared here, Long Ming could roughly guess. Most likely, he had been invited back by the daimyo to protect him again. After all, there were not many ninja combat forces around the daimyo. Long Ming set down the chopsticks in his hand. He turned to look at Chiriku and said with a faint smile, "So it's one of the former 12 Guardian Ninja. May I ask, are you here on your own behalf, or on behalf of the daimyo?" Chiriku was startled inwardly. He had not expected Long Ming to expose his identity in a single sentence. Beside them, Sasuke, Hinata, and the third teammate opened their mouths in shock. Back at the academy, they had also heard legends of the 12 Guardian Ninja. In their eyes, that title represented strength and glory. Faced with Long Ming's question, Chiriku hesitated slightly before answering, "Only on my own behalf. Then there's nothing for us to talk about. I'm here to negotiate terms with the daimyo. Not with you." After hearing that, Long Ming immediately lost interest and cut off the conversation with Chiriku. Seeing Long Ming act so arrogantly, Chiriku could not help frowning. In a low voice he said, although I do not represent the daimyo, if you do not listen to me, then next, you and your companions will be in mortal danger. Long Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Chiriku. What do you mean by that? Threatening me? Long Ming stirred up the chakra in his body. A three-tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Chiriku. A member of the Uchiha clan. A drop of cold sweat ran down Chiriku's forehead. The Sharingan instantly exposed Long Ming's identity. And from Long Ming, Chiriku felt a powerful pressure. It was like an ordinary person with no weapon facing a ferocious tiger. Chiriku was certain that, if he fought Long Ming, his chances of survival would likely not exceed 10%. I don't mean to threaten you. I'm only reminding you, and the one who wants to make a move isn't me either. Chiriku lowered his stance and gave an explanation. Long Ming let out a cold snort, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. Then talk. I'll give you the time of 3 sentences to explain this clearly. Otherwise, you'll be carried out horizontally. Chiriku gave a bitter smile. This isn't something that can be explained clearly in just 2 or 3 sentences. That's one sentence. Long Ming reminded him flatly. Chiriku's expression changed, and he began to explain. To ensure that the negotiations with Konoha's new Hokage can proceed safely, the daimyo offered a large reward to recruit many wandering ninja and missing nin. That's the second sentence. The Sharingan in Long Ming's eyes had already begun to spin slowly. They want to kill you. Those missing nin are hard to control. They ignored the daimyo's orders and want to kill all of you. Chiriku hurriedly finished the last sentence. His forehead was already covered in sweat. Long Ming stared at Chiriku for a long while, then finally withdrew his Sharingan. Only then did Chiriku let out a huge sigh of relief. Beside them, Sasuke and the other 2 were dumbfounded. The legendary 12 Guardian Ninja, elite ninja who protected the daimyo, was actually so wary of Long Ming. Even though they had spent more than half a month with Long Ming, they had rarely seen him fight. They had only occasionally heard others talk about his strength. But they had never expected that Long Ming could make Chiriku, one of the 12 Guardian Ninja, lower his head through pressure alone. Hinata looked at Long Ming's overflowing dominance with eyes full of admiration. At the same time, she recalled what her father, Hayashi Hyuga, had told her before she left. Hinata, remember this. Long Ming is a genius ninja with the strength of a Hokage. If you want to be worthy of him, then work hard to make yourself stronger. Do not bring shame to the Hyuga clan. Hinata tightened her grip on the chopsticks in her hand and silently said in her heart, I will definitely become stronger. I will become a kunoichi worthy of Long Ming-kun. Long Ming continued asking, which missing nin did the daimyo invite? Tell me so I can hear. Chiriku looked a little hesitant, but after Long Ming glared at him, he still answered honestly. There's Hakiyama Shin, the Konoha missing nin known as Firelight. Sabukawa Ao, the Sunagakure missing nin known as Mass Slaughter. Motokawa Kigo, the Awagakure missing nin known as Mountain Ghost. And Momochi Zabuza, known as the Demon of the Mist. If there had been any Umbu here, hearing the names Chiriku listed would definitely have left them shocked. Because every single one of them was an S-rank missing nin from various villages, with strength mostly at the elite jonin level. What a complete mixed bag. Isn't the daimyo afraid these missing nin will just kill him? Long Ming let out a scoff after hearing the names. Sasuke and the others beside him still looked confused, since they had never heard much about missing nin before. Chiriku sighed. The daimyo was confused for a moment, but if we trace it back to the root of this, it still started with the Uchiha. Chiriku stopped mid-sentence. He really didn't dare speak ill of the Uchiha clan in front of Long Ming. Long Ming gave a sly grin. To be honest, if you hadn't come here to warn me, just based on what you said earlier, I'd have killed you and taken you to the black market for the bounty. Chiriku broke out in a cold sweat. The bounty on his head in the black market was as high as 30 million ryo. Because of that, he was often harassed by people, though they were usually just petty thieves. He had never run into a ninja on Long Ming's level. I spoke out of turn. Then what are you planning to do now? Chiriku asked carefully this time. Long Ming waved his hand and said casually, I already know everything. Since you told me so much intelligence, I won't make things hard for you. Go now. Chiriku froze for a moment, then subconsciously asked, why you not going to run? Run? Why would I run? Long Ming rubbed his nose. I haven't even met the fire daimyo yet. Once I've spoken with him, I'll naturally leave. Chiriku grew anxious. He did not want Long Ming and the others to die here. If Long Ming died, then the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo would completely deteriorate. And if Uchiha Fugaku then led people to seize power, the Land of Fire might erupt into a serious civil war. That was exactly why he had come here, risking himself to warn Long Ming and the others. I may not know who you are, but please believe me, those missing nin are all extremely terrifying. Every one of them has blood on their hands, and all of them have records of killing jonin. There's no way you alone can beat them. You should leave quickly, Chiriku said anxiously. Long Ming rubbed his forehead and said flatly, got it. You don't need to worry about this anymore. Leave now or I might change my mind. Chiriku's expression kept shifting. In the end, under Long Ming's forceful gaze, he could only slowly back out of the second floor. Hinata asked worriedly, Long Ming-kun, are those missing nin he mentioned really that strong? Long Ming gave a soft hum. More or less. I'm not too clear on most of them, but Momochi Zabuza really does have elite Jonin level strength, and he's very skilled in assassination techniques. He's fairly well known in the ninja world. Ino's expression changed, and she asked nervously, then if the few of them attack together, Long Ming-kun, will you? Long Ming chuckled, stretched lazily, and said, don't worry.
I am invincible.
The heavy atmosphere was eased by Long Ming's words, and things became relaxed again. Everyone had also eaten their fill. Although the owner had courteously given them a 10% discount, it still cost Long Ming more than 4,500 ryo, as expected of Dongjing. Even the prices here were this outrageous. The moment Long Ming and the others stepped out of the building, Long Ming sharply noticed that quite a few miscellaneous ninja had suddenly mixed into the street. Their gazes drifted toward Long Ming's group from time to time. The corners of Long Ming's mouth lifted slightly, and then he said to Sasuke and the others, it's still early. How about we stroll around nearby a bit more? We can treat it as walking off the meal. Ino made a defeated face and said bitterly, but I really want to lie down and get some proper rest. These past few days of training, we've been sleeping out in the wild, and we haven't even been able to bathe. I feel so dirty. Sasuke gave a dry cough. Clearly, he felt the same way. Long Ming pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, in that case, Hinata and Ino, you two should go find an inn and settle in first. I remember there was an inn on the way called Chongha that seemed pretty good. Go stay there. Sasuke and I will keep walking around a bit. Sasuke? Long Ming took out several large 1,000 ryo bills and handed them to Ino and Hinata. Long Ming, you're the best. Long live. Ino jumped up happily, kissed the bills in her hand, then grabbed Hinata and ran down the street. Long Ming rubbed his nose, the corner of his eye sweeping around briefly, then said to Sasuke, come on, I'll take you to buy some ninja tools. Sasuke gave an then followed Long Ming through the busy street. Several of the ninja tailing them started whispering among themselves. These brats split up. What do we do? Report to the boss first? They're just a bunch of little kids. Do we really need to notify the boss? We split into two groups. You go after the two boys. I'll go after the two girls. Once we catch them, we'll offer them up to the boss. That is not appropriate, is it? The boss told us to report first. Then you go report. We'll split into two groups and move. As they spoke, the ninja split into three groups. One group went after Long Ming and Sasuke, one after Hinata and Ino, and one went to notify Zabuza and the other missing nin. Bei's shop. Long Ming glanced at the signboard and stepped inside. This was a shop that bought and sold ninja tools. Welcome, honored guests. May I ask what the two young masters are looking for? A woman in charge of reception walked over and asked softly. The moment Sasuke entered the shop, he was immediately drawn in by the spacious interior and the dazzling variety of ninja tools. As the center of the 5 great nations, the land of fire naturally saw a constant flow of ninja passing through. Where there was demand, there was naturally a market. The ninja tool shops of Dongjing could fully satisfy all your needs for training, assassination, close combat, and sneak attacks. A must-visit place for home and travel, and for killing people in secret. The woman snapped her fingers, and a young girl in a kimono immediately brought over 2 cups of fragrant tea. After setting them down, she withdrew again. Buy some explosive tags, soldier pills, and a katana suitable for the companion beside me. If you have any special ninja tools, you can introduce those to me as well. Long Ming replied as he picked up the teacup. The woman's eyes lit up at once. A big sale had just walked in. No problem. Please wait a moment, honored guests. I'll go fetch them for you. The woman gave a slight bow, then walked toward the shelf nearby. The woman was very professional. Before Long Ming had even finished a cup of tea, she had already brought everything over. Placed in front of Long Ming were 1 katana, 3 different kinds of explosive tags, and a small cloth bag. Picking up the cloth bag, the woman explained, this is a new type of soldier pill developed by our shop. Besides the original ingredients, we also added honey to improve the taste. If an ordinary person eats one, it can make them feel full and it also gradually restores chakra. After opening it, Long Ming gave it a quick look over. This kind of soldier pill was food many ninja like to carry, and it could handle a lot of harsh environments. Long Ming gave a slight nod in satisfaction, and the woman went on to introduce the next item. She took out 3 different kinds of explosive tags from the side and introduced them. These are the 3 best-selling explosive tags in our shop. The standard explosive tag, the delayed explosive tag, and the 5-element explosive tag. The standard explosive tag is 300 ryo each. After detonation, it can release power no weaker than a high-level fire release ninjutsu used by a jonin. The delayed explosive tag is 400 ryo each. It can be used together with kunai and the like, and it can also be used to set traps. As for this 5-element explosive tag, as she spoke, the woman picked up the largest explosive tag. This tag was obviously different from the others. The sealing formula was much more complex. There was one explosion character in the center, and 4 black runes extended outward from it. At the end of each rune was a smaller explosion character. This 5-element explosive tag costs 1,000 ryo each. It has 5 fire release ninjutsu sealed inside it. Once detonated, it will produce 5 consecutive explosions, and its power is extremely astonishing, the woman explained softly. Hearing the price, Long Ming was a little dumbfounded, but when he heard about its power, his eyes lit up again. If this kind of explosive tag were used together with his mutually multiplying explosive tags technique, the power would simply be like adding wings to a tiger. But at 1,000 ryo each, even all the money Long Ming had on him would only be enough to buy 100 of them. It was really a bit too expensive. Seeing that Long Ming was very interested in the 5-element explosive tag, the woman smiled and said, "If honored guest wants them, the price is negotiable. If you want a large quantity, I can give you a 20% discount." Holding the explosive tag, Long Ming pondered for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I really do like this 5-element explosive tag, but I need a large quantity, and it's impossible for me to come to Dongjing to purchase every time. How much are you selling the sealing formula for these 5-element explosive tags?" Explosive tags were actually made by ninja sealing fire release ninjutsu in advance into specially prepared paper. Since this 5-element explosive tag could seal 5 fire release ninjutsu, it was obviously using a rather advanced sealing formula. The woman frowned slightly, putting on a troubled look. As the saying went, rare things were valuable. The sealing formula for this 5-element explosive tag had cost their shop a great price to develop, and it was the only one of its kind in the entire ninja world. No shop would casually sell something like this. As long as it's a product, it has a price. You might as well name one first. We can discuss it, Long Ming said. Giving a man a fish was not as good as teaching him how to fish. The logic was simple. The method of catching fish was far more valuable than the fish itself. With the method of catching fish, it meant having a steady stream of fish. Long Ming himself could use fire release. As long as he had this sealing formula, it meant there would be an endless supply of 5-element explosive tags in the future. Seeing how straightforward Long Ming was, the woman stopped beating around the bush and held up 3 fingers. "If honored guest sincerely wants it, 30 million ryo." That price shocked Sasuke beside him. He was very clear on how much money Long Ming had brought this time. The price the woman quoted was 30 times the money Long Ming had brought. Could be said that even if Long Ming were sold off, he still would not be able to afford it. But Long Ming's expression did not change much. The price this proprietress gave was fair. 30 million ryo sounded like a lot, but if it were used to buy these 5-element explosive tags, it would only be enough for 30,000 of them. "This price is acceptable, but I can't produce it right now. It will have to be some days later. Go on and introduce the sword," Long Ming said leisurely, taking a sip of tea. "Then I will await your good news." The woman smiled slightly, then picked up the samurai sword at the side and introduced it. This sword is called Yubashiri. It is one of the 50 skillful grade swords, forged by a master. The blade is light and tough, able to withstand chakra of different attributes. The price is 800,000 ryo. Long Ming took Yubashiri, and looking at the exquisite and gorgeous scabbard, he was quite satisfied. He turned and handed it to Sasuke. "Try it. If you like it, we'll take this one." Sasuke felt a little moved. This sword was worth 800,000 ryo, which meant more than half of the money Long Ming had brought would be spent. Originally, Sasuke had planned to draw Yubashiri and take a look, then refuse it, but the moment he pulled out the blade, he was captivated. The pitch-black blade, together with the irregular small clove-like temper pattern on it, made Sasuke unable to put it down. "Alright, this is the one. Also get some soldier pills and those smoke bombs over there and those gauntlets." Long Ming decisively bought Yubashiri, then picked out quite a few more things until he had spent almost all the money on him. Watching Long Ming spend all the money in his backpack, Sasuke felt a little guilty and said, "Long Ming, this sword is too expensive. Doesn't that mean we won't even have money to eat now? How about returning it?" "Relax. We have money. Very soon, someone will be bringing me money." Long Ming's gaze shifted casually, then he stepped straight out the door. Although Sasuke had no idea what was going on, he could only follow closely behind. "Out. Get ready to move." After Long Ming and Sasuke stepped out, the ninja who had been lurking outside the whole time could no longer hold back. They all pulled out their weapons and closed in from all directions. Directly in front was a one-eyed ninja with a sharp claw blade hidden in his sleeve, just waiting to get close enough to Long Ming to kill him. As for some daimyo's orders, they did not care at all. The ANBU of the 5 great villages had always been constantly hunting rogue ninja like them. Now that they had a chance for revenge, there was no way they would miss it. As the distance between him and Long Ming grew closer and closer, a flash of excited, sinister light passed through the one-eyed ninja's eye. When the two sides were less than 1 meter apart, The one-eyed ninja suddenly struck. Gripping the claw blade in his right hand, he slashed toward Long Ming's neck. The fierce move carried a sharp sonic boom. If the strike landed, Long Ming's artery at his neck would definitely be severed, and he would bleed without stopping until he died. Long Ming reacted as if too late, turning his head to look at him, his eyes full of panic. The one-eyed ninja became even more pleased. It was as if he had already seen Long Ming collapsing in a pool of blood, struggling and crying for help. A brat is just a brat. Not a shred of awareness at all. Let me hear your miserable screams of despair. The one-eyed ninja brought his blade down. Along with the cracking sound of bones splitting, splattered blood instantly dyed the ground red. Long Ming covered his wound in disbelief, blood constantly seeping from the wound on his neck. Like a carp flopping onto shore, he struggled to breathe. Long Ming collapsed to the ground, and the light slowly faded from his eyes. The one-eyed ninja kept sneering, kicked Long Ming's corpse, and said, "What the hell, he died just like that. A brat's life is really fragile. Is this really Konoha's ninja?" Just then, a sudden change occurred. Long Ming's corpse suddenly stood up, then underwent a bizarre transformation, turning into a giant centipede that wrapped itself around the one-eyed ninja's body. The one-eyed ninja was so terrified he nearly pissed himself. He frantically raised his hands and stabbed at the centipede on his body. "Touch this. What is this? Get away from me. I hate centipedes the most. Godi. D." The one-eyed ninja showed no mercy with his blade, viciously stabbing the centipede again and again. In reality, Long Ming was still standing there perfectly fine, while the one-eyed ninja, who had just believed he had killed Long Ming, was now raising the knife in his hand and repeatedly stabbing his own body. From the bloody wounds, blood kept spraying out, dyeing the one-eyed ninja's upper clothes red. That amount of blood loss was already enough to make someone pass out. Yet the one-eyed ninja still had empty eyes and kept raising his hand to stab himself. The surrounding civilians were all stunned by this bizarre scene and cried out in alarm. Is that guy insane? Has he gone crazy? In fact, from the moment the one-eyed ninja made eye contact with Long Ming, he had already fallen under Long Ming's genjutsu. Next, this one-eyed ninja would keep mutilating himself until all signs of life disappeared. Several rogue ninja companions who had wanted to make a move were all intimidated, because everything happening was simply too strange. Alright, who's next? Long Ming rubbed his chin and turned to look at the few rogue ninja behind him. The few rogue ninja being stared at instantly felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, don't be afraid. What this guy just used should be genjutsu. As long as we watch out for each other and don't fall for it, we'll be fine." The few rogue ninja immediately gathered together after hearing that, because one of the simplest ways to break genjutsu was by injecting foreign chakra. The reason genjutsu could make the victim experience illusions was because it disrupted the target's chakra flow. To break genjutsu, all that was needed was the injection of another different chakra. Seeing the 4 or 5 enemies in front of him, Sasuke immediately drew Yukike's as well and took up a fighting stance. Long Ming, are they the rogue ninja that Monk mentioned? More or less, but they're just small fry. Consider it combat practice for you. How about I leave 1 to you, and the remaining 3 to me? Long Ming calmly assigned the targets to Sasuke. Sasuke had just gotten a new weapon, and his confidence had risen quite a bit too. He shook his head and said, "No, let's be fair. Half and half. I promised father that I would become stronger." Well, now, the rain had stopped, the sky had cleared, and Second Pillar thought he could do it again. Still, a rise in confidence was a good thing. Long Ming nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll do it your way. 2 each." The rogue ninja on the opposite side saw that not only were Long Ming and Sasuke not nervous in the middle of battle, they even had the leisure to discuss how to split them up, and their anger instantly shot through the roof. "Fuck, you 2 brats really have a death wish. So what if you know genjutsu? Brothers, get them." One rogue ninja roared, and the 4 of them stomped hard with their feet and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, Long Ming activated infinity, his figure like lightning. He rushed straight in front of the 4 of them. Slash! A fierce wind stirred. 2 of the rogue ninja felt their vision go black, and before they could react, Long Ming's fist slammed into their chests. In an instant, a wave of intense pain struck them without warning, and the 2 rogue ninja almost blacked out from the pain on the spot. The wind howled past their ears. Their field of vision rapidly pulled away, and the 2 of them flew dozens of meters before finally stopping after rolling several times. The 2 rogue ninja who had narrowly avoided that attack were drenched in cold sweat. What terrifying monstrous strength was this? "Then I'll leave this side to you, Sasuke." Long Ming smiled faintly and handed this part of the battlefield over to Sasuke. Then he activated infinity again and appeared in front of the 2 rogue ninja who had been sent flying. Cough, cough. One rogue ninja coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and struggled to climb up from the ground. Actually, Long Ming hadn't used his full strength just now, because he still had some questions he wanted to ask these people. "Die Brat." One of the rogue ninja saw Long Ming suddenly appear and formed several hand seals without hesitation. "Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. The ground began to liquefy and transformed into a dirt dragon head. The dragon head opened its mouth and spat several mud bullets at Long Ming. But all of the mud bullets stopped in front of Long Ming, completely unable to touch his body. That scene once again scared the rogue ninja out of his wits. What kind of ninjutsu was this? The rogue ninja only felt his vision blur, and Long Ming disappeared from where he stood. Then an irresistible force came from behind his head. Long Ming directly stomped down on him. This kick, Long Ming did not hold back. The wind roared. The rogue ninja's head smashed hard into the ground, his skull shattering in an instant. Blood slowly flowed out and soaked into the dirt. Long Ming looked down from above, and the whole surrounding scene seemed to freeze in place. Only after more than 10 seconds did cries of alarm ring out around them. "Es dead. Quick, go call the guards. Ninja are fighting in the city." The civilians watching scattered in all directions, and the only remaining rogue ninja nearby also had a look of terror on his face. In fights between ninja, death really was unavoidable. But being stomped to death alive like that was truly rare. Long Ming ignored the screaming ordinary people nearby. He reached out and searched the rogue ninja's corpse. Other than getting a few explosive tags and ninja tools, he also found more than 30,000 ryo in cash. Long Ming frowned slightly. "Poor bastard. And you're trying to be a rogue ninja like this? Aren't you afraid of starving to death?" The rogue ninja at the side was speechless. Even after dying, he still had to be humiliated once more. That was something he had not expected. But Long Ming's actions gave him a sliver of hope, and he pulled out all his savings from his body as fast as he could. "And my lord, this is all my money. There are 80,000 ryo. Please spare my life just this once. I'm begging you." The rogue ninja trembled as he handed over the blood-stained bills in his hand. Quite sensible." Long Ming smiled faintly. After taking the 80,000 ryo from his hand, he stuffed it into his bag. "Let me ask you a few questions. Whose subordinate are you? Where is your leader right now?" The rogue ninja hurriedly replied, "I'm a subordinate of the Konoha rogue ninja Bashin Exion. Our leader is currently staying in the daimyo's mansion waiting for our news, but someone already went to inform him earlier, so he should be here very soon." Long Ming smiled faintly and continued asking, "You rogue ninja should have made quite a bit of money from assassination jobs usually, right? Why are you all so poor?" The rogue ninja froze for a moment, then immediately replied, "We do have money, but all the assassination fees we earn are kept by the leader. If my lord is short on money, our leader's price on the black market is as high as 18 million ryo." As he spoke, the rogue ninja also took out a small black booklet. Long Ming took the booklet and flipped through it. It had been printed by some black market organizations, and it recorded many bounty targets. There were important figures from various countries here: daimyo, lords, ninja, rogue ninja, and so on. The prices ranged from several million ryo to tens of millions, and Long Ming also saw bounty listings for Asuma and Chiriku. "Not bad. I'll take this. Take it slow on the road." Long Ming stood up while flipping through the little black book. The rogue ninja thought he had gotten his life back and was just about to flee. Then he suddenly noticed an exploding tag burning on the side, and his pupils shrank. Boom! A massive explosion rang out. This rogue ninja followed his companions on their final journey as well. Long Ming closed the little book. He felt like he finally understood Kakuzu's enjoyment. Killing the people on these bounty lists was simply insanely profitable. This was much easier than doing missions. Long Ming looked over at Sasuke's side. His battle was almost over too. With the training from the past half-month or so, Sasuke's stamina and combat experience had both improved quite a bit, and from time to time, his eyes revealed a sharp light like an eagle's. After driving Yukimura through one rogue ninja's chest, he ended the fight with a great fireball jutsu. Sasuke was breathing heavily. There were a few more wounds on his body, but the expression on his face was full of excitement, because he could feel that he really had grown stronger. Long Ming nodded in satisfaction, then walked over to the two corpses and searched them, getting nearly 100,000 ryo in cash. But that amount was still far from enough for him to exchange for the method to make 5 ryo exploding tags. "Let us go. We're heading back to the inn. Hinata and the others have probably run into battle too." Long Ming pulled out Yukimura and handed it to Sasuke. Although Long Ming had, to be safe, also stored the ocular jutsu Kamamusubi in Hinata's eyes, it was still better to get back to their side as soon as possible. After all, according to what that rogue ninja had said just now, they had also sent people to notify Zabuza and the others. Sasuke nodded seriously, and the two of them set off toward the inn. At this moment, 3 rogue ninja had also quietly made their way to the entrance of the inn. They took out kunai and hid them behind their backs, then knocked on the door. Knock! Knock! Inside the room, Ino was taking a bath. When she heard the knocking, she called out loudly, "Hinata! Sounds like Sasuke and the others are back. Go tell them to wait a bit." "Okay." Hinata got up and went to the door, softly saying through it, Long Mingkuin, Ino is taking a bath. We rented 2 rooms and the other one is next door. You can go rest there first." There was no sound from the other side of the door. Hinata looked puzzled. Long Mingkuin? Boom! With a huge crash, a broad and burly rogue ninja smashed the door open. Hinata reacted at once, rolling backward to avoid the flying wood fragments scattered everywhere. What happened? Hinata, what happened? Hearing the impact from the bathroom, Ino hurriedly called out. There are enemies, Ino. Don't come out yet. Hinata responded quickly, then activated her Byakugan and firmly locked onto the 3 enemies in front of her. Hehehe, who would be thought this little girl actually has the Byakugan? If we catch her and sell her on the black market, she'll definitely be worth a lot of money. The burly rogue ninja sized Hinata up from top to bottom, the greed in his eyes completely undisguised. In the ninja world, Kekkei Genkai were extremely precious things. No matter which clan it was, they all placed great importance on protecting their own Kekkei Genkai. The reason the Hyuga clan had split into the main family and branch family was precisely to protect their clan's Kekkei Genkai. Unlike when dealing with wild boars, when facing rogue ninja who lived with their lives on the line, Hinata still couldn't help feeling nervous again. No, I can't be nervous. I have to protect Ino. I swore I would grow stronger for Long Mingkuin. Thinking this, Hinata's heart slowly calmed down again. The rogue ninja opposite her pulled out a chain from somewhere and snarled, "Little girl, stand there obediently and don't move. Let me tie you up, or I'll kill you together with your companion." As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand grabbed toward Hinata. Hinata showed no fear. Her left hand turned into a palm strike and shot forward. Palm met palm with a muffled thud, and the rogue ninja was actually forced back several steps by Hinata. That result greatly shocked the rogue ninja's 2 companions. Kekkei Genkai really is amazing. A girl this young actually managed to force me back. The rogue ninja shook his numb arm, his gaze turning completely cold. You don't know what's good for you. In that case, I can only kill you first and then take your eyes. With that, the rogue ninja suddenly let out a roar. The muscles all over his body seemed to swell slightly, and veins bulged across his face. This rogue ninja was clearly a ninja skilled in taijutsu. Whoosh! He stamped both feet and lunged at Hinata, raising his right fist and smashing it viciously toward her. Before the right fist even hit Hinata, the force of the wind already blew her hair backward. Hinata seized the opportunity, ducked low, and then struck a palm toward the rogue ninja's armpit. The rogue ninja's whole body instantly stiffened. He felt the chakra in his arm suddenly get blocked, and for a moment he couldn't exert any strength. In the brief instant his body stiffened, Hinata struck another palm at the rogue ninja's chest. Even though it wasn't a tremendously powerful palm strike, it made the rogue ninja cough up blood on the spot. The 2 rogue ninja nearby showed looks of shock and blurted out, "This is the Hyuga clan's tenketsu striking. This girl is actually this talented? She's developed her Byakugan to this extent?" But at that moment, the rogue ninja struck by Hinata let out a roar. Using his 1 remaining arm, he smashed viciously toward Hinata. Boom! Hinata was sent flying on the spot. Both her arms were numbed from the impact. She struggled to stabilize herself in midair, twisted at the waist, flipped over, and only then landed steadily on both feet. The rogue ninja let 1 arm hang limp at his side and angrily cursed behind him. "What are you 2 still standing around for? Get over here and help." The 2 rogue ninja behind him didn't waste words. They immediately drew their weapons and stood together. Hinata's heart sank. She really wasn't confident she could handle 3 rogue ninja at once. Even if Ino joined the battle, they would probably still lose. Right at this critical moment, a look of delight suddenly appeared in Hinata's eyes, and she shouted toward the backs of the 3 rogue ninja. "Long Mingkuin, you're finally back." The 3 rogue ninja were stunned for a moment, then sneered. "Little girl, do you think we're idiots? Using such a childish trick? Your 2 companions have probably already been killed by our people by now. But don't worry too much, you'll be joining them very soon." The 3 of them were convinced this was Hinata's ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Without even turning their heads, they kept staring fixedly at Hinata. "You really are idiots." A calm voice came from behind them. Immediately after, 2 rogue ninja felt their heads suddenly being grabbed by someone. Bang! Long Ming directly grabbed the 2 rogue ninja by the head and slammed them at extreme speed into the head of the one in the middle. The violent impact caused all 3 of their skulls to deform slightly. The 3 of them only felt intense pain and dizziness flooding their minds, as if the whole room were spinning non-stop. Long Ming let out a cold snort and released his hands. Having lost their support, they immediately collapsed to the floor, their eyes unfocused. Seeing Long Ming resolve the crisis so easily, the heart Hinata had been holding in suspense finally settled down. "How is it? You and Ino weren't hurt, right?" Long Ming stepped forward and checked Hinata over. Hinata gently shook her head. "I'm fine. They only showed up not long ago too. Ino is in the bathroom, and she wasn't hurt either." Long Ming nodded, though he was a little surprised when he realized his dojutsu was still active. He had originally thought that, with Hinata and Ino's strength, the conditions for using Takamagara would be triggered very quickly. It seemed that more than half a month of training had indeed brought them quite a bit of help. Ino got dressed and walked out of the bathroom. Looking at the 3 rogue ninja already lying on the ground, she still couldn't help showing an angry expression. Showing up at someone's door while they were taking a bath. These rogue ninja really knew how to pick their timing. Long Ming briefly cleaned up the battlefield and also found about 100,000 ryo worth of money and valuables on the rogue ninja on the ground. Although it was a little less than expected, no matter how small a fly was, it was still meat. Outside the inn, Zabuza and the other rogue ninja had already arrived. Seeing the murderous looks on Zabuza and the others' faces, the surrounding civilians all backed away, afraid of getting caught up in it. A huge man, 8 feet tall, with black chest hair all over his chest, stepped forward first. A fierce aura radiated from his whole body, as if he were a volcano about to erupt. The Konoha ninja who killed my subordinates is hiding in there? The big man glared with wide eyes, flames of hatred flickering inside them. He was Beishin Exion, an S-rank rogue ninja wanted by Konoha, and a top-tier ninja with a bounty of 18 million ryo on the black market. He specialized in fire release and wind release ninjutsu. At this moment, a squad of Dongjing's guard troops rushed over after hearing the commotion. When they saw Zabuza and the others carrying weapons in front of the inn, they immediately surrounded them. T-move, we received a report that ninja were fighting here. Was it you? Put down your weapons at once and come with us. The captain in the lead barked sternly. The surrounding soldiers also raised their weapons and aimed them at Zabuza and the others. Beishin Exion looked at the soldiers around him and sneered again and again. The next second, he turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of the nearest soldier. Before the soldier could even react, Beishin Exion grabbed him by the neck and, with a crack, snapped it on the spot. What are you things? A bunch of ordinary people who aren't even genin. And you dare order Lord Beishin Exion around. Beishin Exion casually threw the corpse aside. The surrounding guards looked at their companion, who had still been alive just a moment ago. The next second, he died right before their eyes, and ugly expressions appeared on all their faces. But clearly, their nightmare had only just begun. Beishin Exion got excited from the killing and decided to use ninjutsu to wipe out all the guards in one go. He formed the hand seal, and the air around them immediately began to shimmer with heat, as if they were standing under the blazing sun at noon in summer. Fire release, demon lantern. Beishin Exion gave a low shout, and countless fireballs with the appearance of Hanya demons immediately appeared around him, as if they had lives of their own. The moment these fireballs finished forming, they slammed fiercely toward the guards all around. The instant they touched someone, that person would immediately burst into flames, and one companion after another died at high speed. The surrounding guards could no longer bear the pressure. They threw away their armor and weapons and desperately dodged the ghostly flames coming at them. Run. We're no match for these guys. Damn this fire. Help. Screams kept ringing out all around. In just a short moment, the nearby civilians and guards suffered terrible casualties, and several charred corpses appeared on the street. A man wearing bracers and many pieces of protective gear said, This going too far, Beishin Exion? Don't forget we were invited by the daimyo. Slaughtering his people like this isn't a good look. The man who spoke was a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, Motokawa Kigo, who specialized in earth-style offense and defense. Beishin Exion curled his lip in disapproval. As he casually burned another guard to death, he said, So what? Does that daimyo dare be rude to me? As long as I kill the Konoha envoy inside, I won't even need to act. Konoha will be more than happy to get rid of the daimyo for me. As Beishin Exion spoke, his contempt and hatred for Konoha were overflowing. A gaunt man with several summoning scrolls on his back gave a sinister laugh. Looks like you've really suffered a lot at the hands of Konoha Zumbu. Still, after killing so many ordinary people, you'd better be careful of heavenly punishment. Beishin Exion showed contempt and replied with a cold sneer, When it comes to killing, who has killed more than you? The sandrogue ninja known as Butcher of 10,000, Zangbuchuin Bai. The number of people I've killed probably doesn't even reach 1% of yours. Zangbuchuin Bai gave no response, only touched the scrolls behind him. As a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, what he was best at was, of course, puppet techniques. Enough. Stop the nonsense and end this already. Get rid of the brats inside. Momochi Zabuza said as he drew the executioner's blade and pointed its nearly 2-meter-long edge at the inn in front of them. At this point, the whole street was already empty. Anyone still around had either been slaughtered or fled for safety. Beishin Exion revealed a bloodthirsty smile. That's right. Getting to the main point early is best. They killed a few of my subordinates, so I'll use the same method to take care of them one by one. With that said, the hand seals in Beishin Exion's hands changed. Ram, horse, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger. Beishin Exion gathered fire-release chakra in his mouth, then took a deep breath, drawing in so much air that his whole stomach swelled slightly. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The flames Beishin Exion spat out split into 3 directions, front, left, and right, and attacked the inn at the same time. This was a fire release jutsu with extremely high power. The flames danced like violent dragons. The direction of the fire dragons was controlled by chakra, and they could turn the enemy into ashes in an instant, making them very hard to dodge. Boom! The entire inn was hit head-on. Along with a loud explosion, even the walls were instantly destroyed. Under the assault of the flames, the entire inn was swallowed by fire. Some civilians who had already fled far away discussed it with lingering fear. These guys are way too terrifying, aren't they? They're all rogue ninja, right? Why would they appear inside Dongjing? Everyone in that inn should be completely dead by now, right? The power of that fire release was just too great. Run. If these guys start killing like mad and come after us next, what do we do? Looking at the black smoke spreading before him, Beishin Exion nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and said, "Sorry about that. I solved it directly. Once the flames die down, you can go in and collect their bodies." The few rogue ninja around him shrugged indifferently, and some of them even showed bored expressions. Butcher of 10,000, Zangbachuanbai, said disdainfully, "What the hell, Konoha ninja with empty reputations. I thought they'd be impressive, but in the end, they couldn't even put up a decent fight? Got me excited for nothing." Just as the rogue ninja were all planning to leave, Long Ming's teasing voice came from the black smoke. "Oh, then let's have a decent fight. But the side that loses."
Vildi.
Several rogue ninjas' pupils shrank as they all looked toward the inn. As the black smoke gradually dispersed, they saw that although the inn should have been completely destroyed by the fire dragon flame bullet, one area was strangely untouched, without the slightest trace of burning. Long Ming was standing there with Sasuke, Hinata, and the others behind him. So it was blocked? Yashankson thought to himself. Although he was a little curious how Long Ming had done it, deep down, he still did not see the kids in front of him as opponents. With a flip of his hand, he pulled out a kunai from his sleeve and demanded, "Pretty lucky. Brat, which one of you killed my 4 subordinates? Get out here." Long Ming smiled slightly and pointed his thumb at himself. "I can't do the rolling part, but I am the one who killed your subordinates. What advice do you have for me?" Yashankson was thoroughly enraged by Long Ming's arrogant attitude, and he let out waves of horse-cold laughter. "No advice. I just want to take the head of a sharp-tongued brat like you. Judging by your eyes, you seem to be from the Uchiha clan. Perfect. I'll take your eyes while I'm at it." Long Ming burst out laughing. "What a coincidence. I also want to take your heads. I saw your bounties on the black market are pretty good. Added together, it should be enough for 70 or 80 million ryo. I happen to be short on cash, so I was just wondering where I could find you." The moment those words came out, Zabuza and the others were instantly furious and started shouting. "What kind of bullshit is this brat spouting? You dare say you want to claim the bounty on our heads? I was killing people while you were still drinking milk. You arrogant punk. I'm gonna have my puppets tear you in half alive." Yashankson sneered again and again, looking at Long Ming as if he were already dead. "Ignorant little brat, you must have never seen a true strong person before. Today, I'll show you exactly what it means to be worth 18 million on the black market." As soon as he finished speaking, chakra erupted from Yashankson's body. His hand formed the tiger hand sign again, and dozens of flaming ghost heads appeared out of thin air once more, looking as though they were ready to charge at Long Ming at any moment. Long Ming crossed his arms and scoffed. "Being wanted is exactly what proves you're weak. It's because someone can kill you that there's a bounty on your heads. If you were really strong enough, then no one would dare put a bounty on you, right?" The scene fell into dead silence. Yashankson choked on his words and for a moment could not think of anything to say in response. Veins bulged on Zabuza and the others' foreheads. If they were provoked to their faces and did not strike back, then who would fear them anymore? The Sunigakure rogue ninja Zangbachuanbai was the first to pull open several scrolls behind him and said coldly, "If I don't kill you with my own hands today, then my name, Zangbachuanbai, will be written backward. You monkey, Jiao sheep." Zangbachuanbai summoned 2 puppets from the scrolls, each about the size of an adult human. These 2 puppets were Zangbachuanbai's finest creations. They were fitted with multiple mechanisms, and every weapon on them had been coated with poison. Even the slightest scratch would mean certain death. "This brat is making me pretty angry too. Let's use our strength to make him face reality," said Benchuan Kigo of Iwagakure flatly. Then, his hands rapidly formed several seals, and his right hand of flesh and blood quickly transformed into stone. Earth release, rock fist jutsu. As for Zabuza, he tightly gripped the executioner's blade, ready to deliver a killing blow the moment Long Ming exposed an opening. These rogue ninja each had their own strengths, and the ninjutsu and fields they specialized in were all different, but one thing was certain. They were all ninja capable of standing on their own. "Well, now that we've all made our move, aren't you going to show those eyes of yours?" Yashankson said smugly, looking at Long Ming with a provocative gaze. Long Ming smiled faintly as the Mangekyo in his left eye began to spin rapidly. "Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Yashankson froze for a moment, clearly not understanding what Long Ming meant. But in the next second, Long Ming's figure appeared in front of Yashanksen like lightning. Whoosh! A sharp sonic boom rang out. Yashanksen's vision went black. And before his mind could even react to Long Ming's sudden appearance, Long Ming had already kicked him in the chest. Pain. An indescribable agony spread from his chest through his entire body. Boom! Boom! Yashanksen's whole body flew out like a cannonball, crashing through 2 shops in a row without stopping. He did not stop until he slammed into a utility pole 2 streets away. At this moment, Yashanksen was covered in dust and blood. He collapsed weakly onto the ground, and the chain of impacts sent intense pain shooting through every part of his body. But compared to the pain in his chest, all of that was nothing. He lowered his head with difficulty and looked at his chest, and was instantly scared out of his wits. The inside of his chest had been beaten into a deep collapse. Flesh was torn open, and white ribs were even visible. It was obvious that many of them had been broken. A large amount of blood was constantly seeping out from his chest. The other rogue ninja stared with eyes wide open. After their shock, their vigilance toward Long Ming rose to the highest level in history. Be careful. This brat isn't that simple. Benchuan Kigo roared loudly. But before he could finish speaking, his vision suddenly blurred, and then Long Ming's voice sounded by his ear. Before reminding others, you should take care of yourself first. Long Ming raised a leg and viciously kicked toward Benchuan Kigo's face. The fierce wind from the blow made Benchuan Kigo's face sting with pain. Boom! Before Benchuan Kigo could even let out a scream, Long Ming's kick struck his head and sent him flying away at even greater speed. Benchuan Kigo's entire neck twisted at a 90-degree angle. Countless teeth mixed with blood sprayed through the air, and with his head facing forward, he slammed straight into the nearby general store. As one of the most important parts of the human body, his brain suffered a devastating blow, and he died on the spot. Nearby, Zangbuchuan Bai was already somewhat terrified. He frantically waved the chakra strings in his hands, making his 2 puppets open all of their mechanisms. Monster, you monster! Go die! Zangbuchuan Bai kept roaring as Yu Monkey and Jiao Sheep unleashed countless tiny sunbon needles, iron thorns, and ring blades from their bodies. Every one of those hidden weapons contained deadly poison. Even from a distance, the foul, fishy stench clinging to the weapons could be smelled. Swish, swish, swish. Long Ming neither dodged nor avoided them. All the hidden weapons stopped in front of him, blocked by an invisible space. After reaching the limit of their flight distance, they all fell to the ground. Cold sweat poured down Zangbuchuan Bai's face. After realizing his hidden weapons were useless, he did not hesitate any longer and decisively chose to run. Are you kidding me? I'm not dying in a place like this. That brat is basically a monster. Zangbuchuan Bai directly threw down a smoke bomb. After obscuring the line of sight, he quickly put away his puppets and ran toward the rear. Although the smoke obscured Long Ming's vision, he still did not panic. He slowly raised a finger. A huge amount of chakra suddenly gathered in his hand, and a small red sphere gradually formed on his fingertip. Infinite Orb. As Long Ming threw the Infinite Orb forward, a massive energy shockwave directly engulfed the entire street. Boom! Large stretches of ground were blasted upward, and countless houses were struck by the aftershock of the Infinite Orb. Zangbuchuan Bai, who had been trying to escape, was immediately caught by the energy wave. Within the dazzling surge of energy, Zangbuchuan Bai's eyes widened in terror. He regretted it beyond measure. Why did he have to come to Dongjing and take on a bounty mission to protect the daimyo of all things? Unfortunately, his regret came too late. Within the energy wave, Zangbuchuan Bai's body was rapidly devoured, completely vanishing from the world. The aftershock of the Infinite Orb slowly faded, and a gully dozens of meters long appeared on the ground. Earlier, Beishin Exion and the others had gone on a killing spree here, causing everyone on the street to flee in panic, so all Long Ming had done was destroy some houses. Sasuke and the others were so shocked their mouths would not close. Looking at Long Ming, who seemed like a god of war, they only felt that the figure before them had suddenly become incomparably towering. Then this god of war suddenly slapped his forehead and said in great regret, "Damn it, I was so busy showing off that I forgot to leave him an intact corpse. What am I supposed to use to claim the bounty now?" Okay, the image collapsed again, and that lofty figure instantly returned to normal. "Well then, you're the only one left. What are you planning to do? Zabuza?" Long Ming turned with a smile to look at the only one remaining, Zabuza. Cold sweat poured down Zabuza's face beside him. Facing Long Ming, who had already killed 3 people in a row, he felt an emotion called fear for the first time. But Zabuza was no ordinary person either. Among these people, his strength was considered the greatest. As a man who had once tried to assassinate the Mizukage, there was no way he would not dare swing his blade just because he was afraid. And besides, he was not alone. Whoosh! A ninja wearing a special ANBU mask and a cyan top arrived in front of Zabuza. It was Haku, Zabuza's companion, who possessed the ice-release Kekkei Genkai. "Mr. Zabuza, the enemy is too strong. We should retreat first." Haku held several sunbon needles in his hand and spoke in an extremely serious tone.
No, Haku.
By me time. I'm confident I can defeat him. Zabuza replied coldly, then stabbed the executioner's blade into the ground and began forming hand seals. Haku opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but stopped himself and still chose to obey Zabuza's order. He spread both hands, and countless senbon needles scattered from his sleeves toward Long Ming. At this time, Haku was still young and had not yet fully mastered his ice release. Naturally, this kind of ordinary attack could not deal with Long Ming. Long Ming directly activated Infinity, easily dodged the senbon needles, and arrived in front of Haku, throwing a punch at his stomach. Erg. Haku immediately vomited from the blow, his body curling up on the ground. That was with Long Ming intentionally holding back. Otherwise, Haku would already be dead from that hit. To deal with the Sharingan, you should first block his vision. Zabuza paid no attention at all to the injured Haku. Forming a hand seal with one hand, he pointed a finger toward the sky. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu. Long Ming frowned. Dense mist began appearing rapidly in the surrounding air, growing thicker and thicker. Very quickly, Zabuza's body was hidden within the fog. Although the hidden mist jutsu obstructed everyone's vision, including Zabuza's own, Zabuza could determine his opponent's position by sound alone, so the mist barely affected him. Zabuza's ear twitched slightly. After confirming Long Ming's location, he revealed a smile like a hunter closing in on prey. He concentrated chakra throughout his body, erupting with a dark crimson chakra aura like that of a demon god. This was Zabuza's signature technique.
Silent homicide technique.
It allowed him to hide within the mist and launch high-speed attacks on enemies across a wide area, then finally reveal himself to deliver the ultimate executioner's blade decapitation strike. Zabuza moved. He was incredibly fast, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Brats, I've got you, Zabuza said with a savage grin. The three of them were shocked, because Zabuza was not attacking Long Ming at all. He was coming straight for them. That brat is too fast. Even if I use the silent homicide technique, I can't catch up to him. But as long as I take these three little brats hostage, even if I can't win, I can still get away unharmed. That was what Zabuza was thinking. A sharp light burst from his eyes as the executioner's blade slashed directly toward the three of them. Sasuke immediately drew Snow Walk, trying to stop Zabuza in front of him. But how could his strength possibly contend with Zabuza's? Clang! With a crisp sound, Snow Walk was instantly knocked away, and even Sasuke himself was sent flying from the impact. Hinata and Ino were just about to be taken hostage by Zabuza. At that critical moment, a burst of black chakra erupted from Hinata's body, instantly freezing the space within a 3-meter radius at astonishing speed. The Takama Musubi that Long Ming had previously left in Hinata's eyes activated. Aside from Hinata herself, Zabuza and Ino within that space were instantly frozen in place. Only Sasuke, who had been knocked flying away, happened to escape it. Hinata was stunned by this scene, but Sasuke reacted immediately, without caring about anything else. He instantly picked up Snow Walk and shouted, "Hinata, move!" After saying that, Sasuke used all the strength in his body to throw Snow Walk from his hand. After reacting, Hinata immediately shifted her body to the side and dodged Snow Walk. The blade flying at high speed pierced straight into Zabuza's body. The bloodied blade burst out from his back, and Takama Musubi was immediately undone because of it. Pooh! What is this? Zabuza's face showed disbelief as he coughed up blood and dropped to one knee. The hidden mist jutsu could no longer be maintained because of Zabuza's injury. After the white mist dispersed, it could be seen that Long Ming was also running towards Sasuke's side. Seeing that Zabuza had suffered a fatal wound while Sasuke's group was unharmed, Long Ming let out a sigh of relief. It was not that he did not want to activate Infinity and attack immediately. It was that in this dense fog, where things were almost impossible to distinguish, he could not use Infinity to shorten the distance between objects, because he truly could not see anything at all. Even if he could see just a little more clearly, Long Ming would have been able to activate Infinity and teleport immediately. But this hidden mist jutsu really blocked vision too completely. Long Ming's figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Zabuza. Sasuke's strike just now had indeed been precise. It had directly hit Zabuza's heart, completing a kill against someone above his level. Long Ming felt a bit regretful. The reason he had left Zabuza for last was because he wanted to take in a missing nin so proficient in assassination techniques. But he had not expected things to almost slip out of his control. If Zabuza had really injured Hinata and the others, Long Ming would have killed him directly as well. Mr. Zabuza. Seeing that Zabuza was hurt, the curled-up Haku could not hold back any longer. He immediately used the body flicker technique to rush to Zabuza's side and support him. Blood kept spraying from Zabuza's mouth, dripping down along the bandages. He shoved Haku away and said in a low voice, "No need to support me. Haku, get up there. Kill those brats." Seeing the blood constantly flowing from Zabuza's body, Haku's tears poured non-stop from beneath the mask. "Mr. Zabuza, please stop talking. You've lost so much blood. Haku reached out and pressed his palm against Zabuza's wound, trying to stop the blood that kept pouring out. But Sasuke's slash had already cut off all of Zabuza's life force. Even if Tsunade came, she wouldn't be able to save him. Feeling his life gradually draining away through the wound, Zabuza only felt his head getting heavier and heavier. Even Long Ming's figure in front of him had started to split into doubles. This was a symptom of excessive blood loss. Zabuza seemed to realize that he was about to die. He no longer shouted about killing Long Ming. He knew very well that his mission had already failed. But there was still one thing he couldn't let go of. Zabuza turned his head with difficulty, looked at Haku crying beside him, and let out a sigh. Zabuza raised a hand and wiped away the tears on Haku's chin. Haku, you have the ice release Kekkei Genkai. Live well. Don't let me see you down there so soon. After saying that, Zabuza's hand dropped, and his body gradually lost its warmth. Hearing Zabuza's final words filled with deeper meaning, Long Ming felt a little emotional. Although Zabuza was cold, he was not heartless. Before dying, he had deliberately mentioned that Haku possessed the ice release Kekkei Genkai. He was hoping that Long Ming would notice Haku's talent because of this and, like he had, take Haku in as a subordinate. That way, at least Haku's life could be preserved. Mr. Zabuza. Haku seemed to freeze in place, as if stunned, and the eyes beneath the mask lost all light. Mr. Zabuza. Wake up. Mr. Zabuza. Haku numbly shook Zabuza's already cold corpse, but never got any response. He's already dead. Stop doing these foolish things. Bury him properly. Long Ming's voice entered Haku's ears from the side, as if waking him up. He raised his head and stared fixedly at Sasuke, who had killed Zabuza. Sasuke stared right back without the slightest fear. Long Ming frowned and said in a deep voice, Haku, don't say I didn't warn you. If you want to make a move and avenge Zabuza, I'll kill you immediately. Think carefully about his last words. Don't waste his painstaking effort. Haku's ice release Kekkei Genkai was an extremely rare ability in the ninja world. If possible, Long Ming naturally didn't want to kill Haku. No matter when, the clan was always lacking this kind of rare Kekkei Genkai ninja. Haku lowered his head. He knew that, with Long Ming here, there was no way he could avenge Zabuza. He took off his mask, revealing a very delicate and refined face. I am Mr. Zabuza's tool. Without him, I am an existence not needed in this world. I understand what he meant, but without Mr. Zabuza, there is nothing left in this world worth my attachment. Haku held Zabuza's corpse tightly, then rammed his body onto the blade behind Zabuza's back. Long Ming's pupils shrank. By the time he wanted to save him, it was already too late. Slash. Kubikirabocho's blade pierced straight through both their bodies, and blood dripped from the corner of Haku's mouth. This scene left Sasuke and the others stunned. They hadn't expected Haku to be so decisive. The moment he saw Zabuza die, he immediately chose suicide. Long Ming let out a long sigh, shook his head, and said, Why go this far? Haku gazed gently at Zabuza and slowly said, I am Mr. Zabuza's tool. He has gone to that world, so naturally I must accompany him. If possible, I want to ask you to bury us together. Long Ming said nothing, only nodded silently. Thank you. Haku slowly leaned his head against Zabuza's body and slowly closed his eyes. Even though he had won, Long Ming felt his mood was unusually complicated. He pulled Kubikirabocho out of Zabuza and Haku's bodies, then said to Sasuke and the others beside him, Clean up a bit. We're getting ready to head to the daimyo's mansion. The Fire Country daimyo had caused him so much trouble, so of course he had to properly pay a visit. The streets were filled everywhere with traces of battle. Long Ming first ran across 2 streets and found Baishin Exion, whose chest bones he had shattered with a kick. Baishin Exion also seemed to have only stopped breathing not long ago. His corpse still retained some warmth. Without a medical ninja to save him, he had probably endured quite a long period of pain before dying. Long Ming slung his corpse over his back, then found Benchuan Kigo, who was also dead, inside another collapsed shop. Compared to Baishin Exion, who had suffered greatly, Benchuan Kigo's situation was much better. At least he had been instantly killed and hadn't felt much pain. It was just that half his face was now not very recognizable. Long Ming didn't know whether that would affect claiming the bounty or not. Although Long Ming wanted to find Zangbuchuan Bai's corpse, he had been blasted by infinite jade until not even scraps remained. After searching for quite a while, Long Ming only found half of a puppet arm. It was probably hopeless. As for Zabuza and Haku, although Zabuza also had a bounty on him, out of respect for him and Haku, Long Ming did not take away his corpse. Instead, he arranged for Sasuke and the other 3 to bury them properly. So in the end, the only ones Long Ming could exchange for bounty money were Konoha missing Nin Baishin Exion and Iwagakure missing Nin Benchuan Kigo. They were worth 18 million Ryo and 16 million Ryo respectively. Added together, that was just enough to exceed the requirement for buying the method to make 5 Ryo explosive tags. I still need to find a bounty station to cash in these 2. If I remember right, There seems to be one nearby. Long Ming pulled out the little black notebook and started looking through it. A little over 10 li from here, there happened to be a bounty station where he could redeem the bounty. Then should we deliver these two first to exchange for the money? Sasuke asked very seriously. No, we're going straight to the daimyo's mansion. Long Ming closed the little black notebook and formed hand seals with both hands, pressing his index and middle fingers together and crossing his hands into a cross shape. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang! With a burst of white smoke, Long Ming summoned a shadow clone. A shadow clone was a physical clone created with chakra. It possessed awareness independent from the caster's main body and a certain level of durability. After being dispelled, the clone's memories and experience would return to the original body. A shadow clone could also use Susanoo and some ninjutsu, but it could not use Mangekyo ocular techniques. For example, Long Ming's Infinite and Takama Masubi were both unusable by a shadow clone. Long Ming had also spent quite a long time learning the shadow clone jutsu. Based on Long Ming's current chakra reserves, he could probably create around 12 shadow clones. While it wasn't as terrifying as Naruto's, compared to ordinary people, it was already considered quite outstanding. These two corpses are yours. After you cash in the bounty, remember to come meet up with us. Long Ming handed the two corpses to his shadow clone. The shadow clone nodded, then picked up the two corpses and kicked off the ground, leaving the street in an instant. As for Long Ming, he left with the others as well. What Long Ming didn't know was that not far from the street, a bald monk had witnessed the entire battle. And that bald man was Chiriku. Cold sweat poured down Chiriku's face. He looked like he'd just been fished out of water, his clothes completely soaked through. Just this kid. Who exactly is he? Too terrifying. Even I couldn't deal with 4 S-rank rogue ninja that easily. My instincts really were right. Good thing I didn't make a move on him back in that shop. Chiriku slowly watched Long Ming disappear into the distance, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. But then he thought of something, and his expression suddenly froze. That direction is... Damn it! He's going to settle accounts with the daimyo. Chiriku snapped awake and hurriedly climbed up from the rooftop, then rushed toward the daimyo's residence at top speed. The daimyo's residence wasn't hard to find. The most luxurious and largest estate in all of Dongjing was where the daimyo lived. Security here was extremely tight. In front of the massive red-lacquered iron gate alone, there were as many as 80 elite guards. Inside, there was also a guard posted every 10 steps, just in case anything happened to the daimyo. Long Ming brought Sasuke and the other two as he slowly walked toward the daimyo's residence. The moment he stepped onto the stairs, the guards raised their spears and pointed them at Long Ming. Captain at the front spoke first and shouted, "What are you here for? This is the daimyo's residence. Not some place for little kids like you to play. Get lost. Move it." The lead captain tapped Long Ming's shoulder with the tip of his spear, seemingly trying to scare him off. Long Ming's face remained calm as he reached out and grabbed the spear tip in front of him. The lead captain froze for a moment, then sneered. "Brat, what are you trying to do? You think you can snatch my spear?" Before he could finish, the captain only felt an irresistible force surge through the spear shaft. His whole body became like a leaf caught in a violent wind. Long Ming gripped the spear tip, lifted it up, and flung him away at terrifying speed. Boom! The lead captain slammed into a wall in the distance, his life or death unknown. The remaining soldiers were all stunned. It wasn't until Long Ming continued walking forward that they snapped back to their senses. "Es ninja! They're ninja! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Ninja are attacking the daimyo's residence! Kill them! Protect the daimyo!" All the guards raised their spears and charged at Long Ming and the others. "Protect the daimyo? You really don't know your place." Long Ming let out a cold snort and didn't even raise a hand. He simply cast a genjutsu on everyone with his eyes. Anyone who met Long Ming's gaze instantly froze in place, as if their bodies had locked up. The anger and determination in their eyes slowly turned hollow. Even some jonin couldn't resist the Sharingan's genjutsu, let alone ordinary people like these. Long Ming walked straight ahead, and the guards along the way all went limp and collapsed to the ground. Sasuke followed behind Long Ming with deep envy. He knew this was the power of the clan's Sharingan. While feeling proud of it, he also became even more eager for this power. Long Ming slowly walked up to the gate. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly felt a strange blocking force, and a faint fluorescent glow covered the gate. This force seemed to be some kind of barrier, used to protect the daimyo's residence. V got quite a few tricks. Long Ming stopped walking. Just like Konoha had a sensory barrier, the place where the daimyo lived naturally wouldn't be left completely unguarded. If they relied only on ordinary soldiers, then any jonin could easily assassinate the daimyo. Long Ming looked at the massive iron gate, then at the 2 stone statues beside it that looked like Rakshasa, and began to think. This barrier was most likely activated through those 2 stone statues. The 2 stone statues could identify anyone passing through the main gate. As long as the person had chakra, without the owner's permission, they would be unable to enter the daimyo's residence. Under those circumstances, there were two ways to get through the barrier. One was to be like Obito, skilled in spacetime ninjutsu and able to pass through barriers. The other was to use force far beyond the barrier's limits and smash it open. Long Ming took a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and slammed it into the gate like lightning. Yong! A dull boom rang out from the entire gate, and a large amount of dust fell from above. The gate covered in fluorescent light didn't move at all, and at the same time, an extremely strong recoil force came back at him. Long Ming's right arm went numb, and he had to take 3 steps back before he could steady himself. Pretty tough. Long Ming shook his somewhat aching arm. This barrier probably couldn't be blasted open even if a jonin used fire-release ninjutsu on it. The guards inside seemed to notice what was happening, and they shouted, "Everyone get over here and hold the gate. That ninja is trying to break in. Let the ninja outside rush in. Get over here and brace it. It's a barrier on the gate set up for us by the 3rd Hokage. That ninja won't open it that easily. Everyone, hold the gate together." A dense mass of guards crowded at the entrance, using their bodies to brace the gate shut. Long Ming gave a cold snort and threw another incredibly fast punch into the gate. Yong! With those guards joining in, the barrier on the gate seemed to become even tougher. This time, Long Ming was shaken back 5 steps. "It's working. Hold on, brothers. We'll defend the daimyo to the death. This is a barrier set up by the legendary 3rd Hokage. No matter who is outside, there's no way they'll break it open easily." Long Ming rubbed his nose and chuckled. "You think a single barrier can stop me? Even if the 3rd Hokage himself were here, he wouldn't dare speak so arrogantly." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Ming's eyes slowly spun, and black chakra began to appear around his body. Long Ming used the first form of Susanoo, forming a massive skeletal upper body around himself. Susanoo's body was nearly the same height and width as the gate. Long Ming controlled Susanoo to raise its arm, bend it slightly, and take on a charging posture. The next second, boom! A force on a completely different level from before crashed into the gate. The fluorescent glow covering it shattered instantly. The 2 stone statues beside it also broke into pieces, and with a thunderous crash, the gate collapsed directly. Quite a few guards were too slow to run and were pinned beneath the iron gate, which weighed hundreds of pounds. Long Ming slowly walked into the daimyo's residence. The enormous Susanoo brought an overwhelming sense of pressure to the guards. Their legs trembled slightly, and every time Long Ming took 1 step forward, they took 1 step back. Long Ming controlled Susanoo and casually grabbed one of the nearest guards. The guard's face turned deathly pale, and he struggled desperately in Susanoo's hand. "Let me go. Don't. I don't want to die. Help!" The guards around them hesitated. Their hands were soaked with sweat, and not a single one dared step forward to stop Long Ming. Long Ming dragged the guard in front of him and said flatly, "Stop shouting, or I'll cut out your tongue." The guard's voice stopped abruptly. He looked at Long Ming with grief and fury on his face. "Why you? What do you want?" Long Ming glanced around the huge courtyard and asked, "Where is the daimyo?" The guard let out a cold snort, his expression one of facing death without fear. "Dream on. Let me tell you, I am the daimyo's loyal guard. Even if I die, even if I jump off Dongjing Tower, there's no way I'll tell you where the daimyo is." Long Ming gave him a flat look and controlled Susanoo to wave a hand. With a boom, the surrounding soldiers were instantly sent flying, and armor scattered all over the ground in pieces. The guard's face stiffened. He gave 2 dry coughs and said, "Here's the thing. The daimyo is currently staying in a special safe house. Go straight from here, turn left, circle around a few times, and you'll get there. Then thank you very much." Long Ming dispelled Susanoo and casually tossed him aside. Inside the safe house, the daimyo paced anxiously in circles, beads of sweat the size of beans constantly dripping from his head. He kicked over the table in front of him and roared, "Where's Chiriku? Why I sent Chiriku here to protect me yet? Konoha's ninjas have already fought their way right up to me. Where the hell has he gone?" The people around him were as silent as cicadas in winter. No one dared step forward at a time like this. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of urgent knocking came from the door. The daimyo's face instantly turned deathly pale, and he fumbled his way under the table. "They're here to kill me. Konoha's ninjas have come. Go out. Hurry and stop them." The people around him were also extremely nervous. One guard forced himself to go open the door. Click. After the door opened, a soldier stained with blood crawled and stumbled into the safe house. "This is bad, daimyo. Those few ninjas have already broken in. They're too strong. We can't hold them off at all. The guards have taken heavy casualties. They're almost here already. Daimyo, please evacuate at once." The guard spoke in a hurried tone, his eyes filled with panic and fear. The daimyo lay under the table, his face shifting uncertainly. He said to the people beside him, "Quick, come help me leave. My legs won't obey me anymore." Only when they stepped forward did everyone realize that the daimyo's legs had been trembling the whole time. He did not even have the strength to crawl up. They struggled to pull the daimyo out from under the table and supported him as they prepared to evacuate. Just as they were about to open the door, with a bang, a hole was smashed straight through it. A pale fist stopped right in front of the daimyo's nose. Just a little closer, and the daimyo would have died on the spot. The moment the daimyo saw the fist in front of him, he wet himself on the spot. A stream of liquid ran down his pant leg and dripped onto the floor. Long Ming withdrew his fist, and the door was ripped open along with it. The daimyo's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground uncontrollably. Long Ming frowned as he looked at the daimyo slumped in a puddle of urine. He had not expected the ruler of the Land of Fire to be this pathetic. But thinking about it carefully, the way these daimyo had acted in Naruto really did not make them seem all that wise or imposing. The few times they appeared, all they did was play mahjong and make their presence known. This daimyo of the Land of Fire had once been silenced by nothing more than a glare from Danzo. Long Ming slowly walked forward. The daimyo was so frightened that his body kept shrinking backward. As he shrank back, he shouted himself hoarse. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? I am the ruler of the Land of Fire. I order you to stand down. Long Ming looked at the daimyo coldly. Looks like you still haven't figured out your place. Long Ming directly lifted his leg and sent a flying kick over. The daimyo's body was kicked into the air, and when he fell, he smashed through a table in the distance. That kick was heavy and powerful. After the daimyo crashed onto the table, blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, and several teeth were spat out as well. Long Ming strode over, then immediately stepped on the daimyo's face and ground down hard as he said, word by word, I was originally planning to have a proper talk with you. After all, you're also the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and we Uchiha aren't some kind of evil demons. But what did you do? Before I even came to see you, you sent a few rogue ninjas to kill me. Can I take that to mean that you, on behalf of the Land of Fire, are declaring war on the Uchiha and on Konoha? As Long Ming spoke, he pressed down slightly with his foot. Under Long Ming's foot, the daimyo's head let out creaking sounds. At this moment, the daimyo truly regretted it to the core. He had originally only wanted to negotiate with the Uchiha. Ever since Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain, the two Konoha higher-ups, had died, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had been forcibly removed from office, the daimyo had almost completely lost control over Konoha. This time, he really had only wanted to negotiate, but because he did not know the Uchiha clan's attitude, he had recruited some ninjas to protect his own safety. Who could have known that these rogue ninjas would completely ignore his orders and run off to attack Long Ming and the others, creating the situation now before them? The daimyo was filled with grief and fury. In his heart, he had already cursed Zabuza and the ancestors of his entire family line over and over. But no matter how much he cursed them, he could no longer change the situation, because he could feel Long Ming's foot gradually pressing down harder. Under the pressure, the daimyo began to find it harder and harder to breathe, his eyes bulging so much they were nearly popping out. The people nearby could not bear to watch anymore and turned their heads away one after another. Just as the daimyo was about to die under Long Ming's foot, an anxious voice came from outside the door. Mercy! Show mercy, little brother. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Long Ming eased up with his foot. As soon as the pressure on his head disappeared, the daimyo, having just walked through the gates of death, immediately began gulping down air. Huff! Huff! Chiriku! Save me! Hurry and save me! Chiriku! The daimyo broke down crying and shouted for Chiriku to save him. The one who had just spoken up to stop Long Ming was none other than the hurriedly arrived Chiriku. At once, the people in the room seemed to have found a warm safe harbor, and the daimyo's subordinates all hid behind Chiriku. Lord Chiriku, you finally returned. This villain has taken the daimyo hostage. Please make a move and subdue him. That's right, Lord Chiriku. Among all of us, only you can do it. Please make your move. Everyone looked at Chiriku with hopeful eyes. Chiriku's face darkened. Can you all stop giving such terrible ideas? I still want to live a couple more years. Ignoring the people beside him, Chiriku walked straight forward and gave Long Ming a Buddhist salute. Little brother, thank you for showing mercy. This matter is actually a misunderstanding. The daimyo did not want to go to war with the Uchiha clan. Those rogue ninjas acted on their own and tried to make a move against you and your companions. The daimyo under his foot also nodded repeatedly and said in a trembling voice, Why yes, I never ordered those ninjas to kill you. They did it all on their own. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Long Ming's voice rose a notch. He ground the daimyo's face with his foot again and barked. You were the one who brought that guy in, right? And you still dare say this wasn't a declaration of war against my Uchiha clan? Tomorrow I'll go back, gather my people and slaughter Dongjing. From now on, the Land of Fire will bear the Uchiha name. Chiriku was drenched in cold sweat. Talking to Long Ming was truly terrifying. At the slightest disagreement, he wanted to wipe out an entire country. Still, Long Ming's words were not entirely unreasonable. Zabuza and the others really had been brought in by the Fire Daimyo. If the daimyo had not issued bounty missions to gather those rogue ninja, then none of what followed would have happened. Facing the overwhelmingly forceful Long Ming, Chiriku could only steel himself and say, "Little brother, calm down first. War is not child's play. There are so many people in Dongjing. If you do something like that in a moment of anger, the entire land of fire will be crippled because of it. And when that happens, the other 4 great nations will come carve up our land." At this moment, Long Ming acted like a complete thug and snapped, "I don't care. You were the one who declared war on my Uchiha clan first. And now you say it's a misunderstanding, so it's a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm that easy to bully? If you don't give me an explanation for this, then tomorrow I'll lead the Uchiha and kill my way into Dongjing." Long Ming's firm attitude made Chiriku's eyes light up. He could hear it now. Long Ming wanted compensation. Although being extorted at a time like this was unpleasant, the situation left them no choice. As long as they could calm Long Ming down and preserve the daimyo's life, everything would be worth it. Chiriku immediately shot the daimyo a look and reminded him, "Daimyo, this matter really was our fault. You must give little brother a satisfactory explanation. Don't you agree?" Under Chiriku's frantic signaling, the daimyo finally reacted. He immediately cried out, "Yes, I'll give one. I'll definitely give Konoha, no, give the Uchiha, a satisfactory explanation." The corner of Long Ming's mouth curled into a faint smile that was hard to notice, but his tone remained aggressive. "Then tell me, how are you going to compensate our Uchiha? If you dare try to brush this off, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As Long Ming spoke, killing intent flashed in his eyes, scaring the daimyo into wetting himself again. Yellow and white mess spilled all over the floor. Chiriku truly could not bear to watch the daimyo remain in such a state. So he said, "Little brother, look, the daimyo has already agreed to your demand. How about you let him go first and we discuss this slowly?" Long Ming rolled his eyes. He did not want to keep stepping on this foul-smelling daimyo either. So Long Ming lifted his foot, and the daimyo finally regained his freedom. Chiriku stepped forward and helped the daimyo up. The daimyo had to rest for quite a while before he finally caught his breath. "Well then, tell me, how do you plan to compensate us?" Long Ming blew the dust out from under his fingernails and asked casually. The daimyo subconsciously glanced at Chiriku, then said cautiously, I am willing, when allocating Konoha's next round of funding, to raise it from the original 20 billion ryo to 40 billion ryo. What do you think? What? Only 40 billion ryo? Long Ming flew into a rage at once and strode forward to grab the daimyo by the collar. "Who are you trying to dismiss like a beggar? Who is that little money enough for? Are you not taking my words seriously at all? Shut your mouth. I'll name the number. 5 days from now, the Land of Fire must pay the Uchiha clan 100 billion ryo. If you don't, then tomorrow we go to war." The daimyo's face turned deathly pale with fright, and he explained bitterly, "The Land of Fire only collects 40 billion ryo in taxes in a year. More than half of that is needed for daily expenses. 100 billion ryo is simply too much." Long Ming let out a cold snort and released the daimyo's collar. "That's not my problem. Anyway, if I don't see that 100 billion ryo, I'll lead my people to attack Dongjing. Figure it out yourself." The daimyo was caught in a dilemma. Although he was the fire daimyo, there were many matters he could not decide with a single word. With an ugly expression, the daimyo said, "This matter is too far-reaching. I must first gather the Bugyo and Daikan of the Land of Fire for discussion before I can give you an answer." The Bugyo and Daikan were also subordinates of the daimyo. They were responsible for finances, administration, the judiciary, military logistics, and other concrete affairs, as well as managing cities on behalf of territorial lords. Although the vast majority of authority rested in the daimyo's hands, moving such a massive amount of tax revenue as 100 billion ryo still required serious discussion with them to see whether it could be agreed to. Most likely, they could only agree. After all, if Konoha really came killing its way over, then they would have nothing left. "Humph, then I'll give you 1 day. You'd better not disappoint me," Long Ming said coldly. In truth, he was already quite satisfied with 40 billion ryo. But with such a good opportunity, if he did not ruthlessly butcher the Land of Fire for a huge payout, it really would not make sense. As for killing the daimyo, it was not as if Long Ming had not thought about it. But ninja were good at fighting, not at production, and even less did they understand how to govern a country. Some things still had to be done by ordinary people. After delivering his threat, Long Ming directly left the daimyo's residence with Sasuke and the others. The aftermath here was left for the daimyo and his people to clean up. 1 day later, the daimyo gathered his subordinates to discuss the conditions Long Ming had proposed. After a fierce debate, the Land of Fire agreed to the demand of giving Konoha 100 billion ryo in annual operating funds. After the news was sent back to Konoha, Fugaku was so happy that he practically danced with joy, repeatedly praising Long Ming as a gifted negotiation expert. And after completing his task, Long Ming did not stay in Dongjing for long. After collecting the bounty through the black market and exchanging it for the method to make 5 yuan explosive tags, he left Dongjing directly. A few days later, the Land of Fire also officially announced Uchiha Fugaku's lawful succession to the position of Hokage. With the Fire Daimyo's recognition, Fugaku's position as Hokage was finally fully legitimate. After going through a whole series of twists and turns, many people began discussing the drastic upheaval that had taken place in Konoha this time. Some organizations skilled at gathering intelligence learned quite a bit about Long Ming and found out about this newly emerged genius of the Uchiha clan. Long Ming, too, gradually began to gain some fame in the ninja world. Inside a pitch-black cave, Obito, wearing a mask, looked at the intelligence in his hand with a thoughtful expression. Beside him stood Zetsu, who resembled a flytrap. Ever since returning from the Uchiha clan, Obito had ordered Zetsu to continuously gather intelligence on Long Ming, hoping to figure out exactly through what channel Long Ming had learned his identity. They had not found that channel, but every piece of information Zetsu brought back left him alarmed. Killing Danzo, fighting the third Hokage, controlling Jiraiya, seizing the position of Hokage. One terrifying achievement after another kept reminding him just how troublesome the enemy he was about to face truly was. What a pity. If someone like this could be recruited into the Akatsuki, then my Eye of the Moon plan would surely be completed much faster, Obito said, his tone filled with regret. After a fierce battle between Jiraiya and Long Ming, Obito had also completely grasped Long Ming's abilities. In his own words, they were practically unsolvable. Just as Long Ming had once said, he was Obito's absolute nemesis, because Obito simply had no way to touch him. Hehehe, if that's the case, then why not try persuading him to join us? Zetsu beside him said darkly, rethinking too simply. Not everyone is as easy to manipulate as Nagato. From the first moment I saw that guy, I knew he wasn't the type to stay under someone else's command. Obito rubbed his forehead and asked in a hoarse voice, where has Long Ming reached by now? Zetsu replied, probably north of the Land of Fire. His exact location is still unclear, but he should be close to the border of the Land of Fire by now. North? Obito stroked his chin, then suddenly turned and asked, if I remember right, Orochimaru and Sasori are active around that area right now, aren't they? Zetsu gave a slight nod. Yes. Ever since they captured the Five Tails, they've been lingering around the border of the Land of Fire. Nagato still hasn't assigned them any other mission. The Five Tails Jinchuriki was named Han, a ninja from Iwagakure. Obito fell into thought. He might not be able to kill Long Ming himself, but that didn't mean he would just sit there and wait for death. Long Ming knew his true identity. Just thinking about that made Obito unable to eat or sleep in peace. So no matter the cost, Obito had to kill Long Ming. He definitely couldn't do it himself anymore, but Orochimaru was proficient in all kinds of ninjutsu, and he was one of Konoha's famed 3 ninja. If he went after Long Ming, there should be no problem. Obito handed the intelligence in his hand back to Zetsu and ordered, have Nagato notify Orochimaru and Sasori. Order them to hunt down Long Ming. Zetsu answered briefly, then his body slowly sank into the ground, and the entire cave fell silent once more. Under the evening glow, the red clouds at the horizon blazed like fire. 2 figures wearing black cloaks embroidered with red clouds were sitting cross-legged on rocks. Both wore straw hats hung with wind chimes, and on their fingers were rings marked with code names. One of them had a pair of golden vertical pupils and purple eyeshadow extending to the sides of his nose. His complexion and skin were both extremely pale, and he wore teal magatama-shaped earrings on his ears, giving off a very sinister feeling. The other was shorter in stature. He wore a black mask over his head that hid his face, leaving only a pair of narrow eyes exposed. These 2 were none other than Orochimaru and Sasori, currently partners. After a long while, the 2 slowly opened their eyes. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled. Brother Sasori, looks like we've got work to do again. An Uchiha clan member. Kukuku. This is truly something to look forward to. As Orochimaru spoke, an extremely greedy look showed in his eyes, making Sasori beside him displeased. Watch it, Orochimaru. Judging from the intel, this brat is extremely troublesome. I'm afraid my puppet techniques won't be of much use, Sasori analyzed calmly. Orochimaru's expression became slightly more restrained. They had already received intelligence on the various ninjutsu Long Ming excelled at, as well as the ocular abilities of his pair of Mangekyo. There was no denying that an ocular jutsu that controlled space and time was something even Orochimaru found very troublesome. There will always be a way. Let's wait until the organization finds his exact location before deciding anything. For now, let's make some preparations in advance. Orochimaru's golden eyes shifted around, clearly plotting something. What kind of preparations are you thinking of making? Sasori asked flatly. Orochimaru gave a mysterious smile and looked north. I still have some influence in the land of rice fields. You can count it as one of my small bases. We can head there first and rest for 2 days, and while we're at it, study a way to deal with this brat called Long Ming. When did you gain influence in the land of rice fields? What a surprise. I never thought there would be followers willing to stick with someone as gloomy as you. Sasori sneered at Orochimaru again and again. It could be said that his relationship with Orochimaru was extremely poor. On one hand, it was because the two had different ideas about immortality and eternity. On the other hand, it was because Orochimaru was a Konoha ninja, while Sasori's parents had died at the hands of Konoha ninja. Orochimaru paid no attention at all to Sasori's mockery and instead replied, "It was only established recently, to be honest. It's only just beginning to take shape. Only a few of my loyal subordinates are staying there, just in time to take you for a look. Let's go." After saying that, Orochimaru slowly walked northward. Sasori let out a cold snort and silently followed behind him. The land of rice fields was a small country bordering Konoha, and in the past it did not have a ninja village. According to the original plot, after losing to Itachi, Orochimaru left the Akatsuki. After that, he bribed the daimyo of the land of rice fields and established Otogekyure within its borders. Otogekyure was not employed by the land of rice fields. After bribing the daimyo, Orochimaru occupied the land of rice fields, and in the future it became his main base. And now, because of Long Ming's interference, Itachi had not joined the Akatsuki. But Orochimaru had still established Otogekyure, which showed that he had long already intended to leave the organization. Long Ming stood on the mountaintop, gazing out at the scenery of the land of rice fields. It had already been half a month since they left Dongjing. Along the way, they had traveled on and off, stopping from time to train. Compared to Dongjing's prosperity, the land of rice fields felt like a remote backwater. There were no large numbers of merchants or passing ninja on the roads. Only a small number of civilians could be seen moving through the streets. Sasuke could not help but question it. Long Ming, that super amazing master you told me about. He lives in a place like this? From the outside, the land of rice fields really had nothing special about it. Totally didn't look like the kind of place an expert should live. In Sasuke's mind, the teacher Long Ming had found for him should either be living in a luxurious residence or hidden deep in a forested mountain. But it turned out to be neither. Long Ming knocked Sasuke on the head and explained in a deliberately profound tone. "What would a kid like you know? This is called the truly hidden dwelling in the city, not the mountains. Don't underestimate this place. There are several very powerful genius ninja here." "Really?" Sasuke rubbed his head, looking half believing and half doubtful. Long Ming smiled faintly and did not answer. The genius ninja he meant were naturally Kabuto Yakushi and Kimimaro. Those two were definitely stronger than Sasuke right now. They had both been taken in and trained by Orochimaru from a young age, carrying out all kinds of missions and battles. Especially Kimimaro. His strength far surpassed ordinary jonin, and he was the holder of the Kekkei Genkai, Shikatsu Myaku. "Alright, let's head down first and find a place to rest. I'll go gather some information." Long Ming led the group into the land of rice fields. Unlike Dongjing, the land of rice fields was managed very loosely. No one cared whether you were a ninja or what kind of person you were. Everyone was allowed through without exception. Long Ming settled the three of them, Hinata included, then planned to scout the area nearby for the location of Otogekyure, or information on Orochimaru. Long Ming was not worried at all that Orochimaru might not have established Otogekyure, since the system had issued such a mission that proved Otogekyure definitely existed. The day to check in was already close at hand. What Long Ming needed to pay attention to, though, was whether Orochimaru was still a member of the Akatsuki at this point. If Orochimaru was still in the Akatsuki, then Long Ming would have to be prepared to face the other Akatsuki members as well. As for who in the land of rice fields could provide news about Orochimaru, Long Ming had already picked out a target in his mind. He searched all around the land of rice fields, and in the end found the residence of the land of rice fields feudal lord. Looking at the guards at the entrance, who were dozing off a little, Long Ming broke out in a cold sweat. The security here was really weak. Ignoring those guards, Long Ming pushed off with both legs and jumped straight into the feudal lord's residence. A burst of laughter and teasing between men and women drifted into his ears. "Lord, hurry up and catch me. As long as you catch me, I'll be yours tonight. Lord, I'm over here. Hurry up and come find me. Hee little beauty. Once I catch you, you're in for it tonight. Then I'll show you what it means to be in heaven and hell." Long Ming rubbed his nose. This feudal lord of the land of rice fields was really in quite the playful mood. Following the sound, Long Ming made his way over. In a small garden, he saw a mustached man with his eyes covered, fooling around with three women in kimono. Whenever he brushed against a woman's clothes, a lewd smile would appear on the mustached man's face from time to time. This man was presumably the feudal lord of the land of rice fields. "Lord, I'm right beside you. Come on." A woman in a cyan kimono stepped closer and blew into the land of rice fields feudal lord's ear. "Little beauty, you can't run. Take this." The feudal lord of the land of rice fields let out two vulgar laughs, then lunged forward with his body. He really did manage to catch someone. Overjoyed, the feudal lord of the land of rice fields squeezed hard with both hands, as if he wanted to properly enjoy the woman's softness. But the next second, a strange expression appeared on his face. Little beauty. Your chest is so small and kind of hard too, just like a man's. Feeling that something was wrong, the feudal lord of the land of rice fields pulled the blindfold off his head. A young man was standing right in front of him, staring at him with a displeased expression. Why you? Who the hell are you? How dare you break into my residence? Where are my little beauties? The feudal lord was startled and quickly let go. After that, he even wiped his hands on his clothes in disgust, as if he felt sick over what he had just done. Long Ming also patted his own chest, puckered his lips, and said, "They're behind you. Didn't you notice?" The feudal lord turned his head and discovered that the women who had just been playing with him were now all standing there with vacant eyes. They had clearly been caught in a genjutsu. When the feudal lord saw this, his pupils shrank, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. He immediately realized that the young man in front of him had come to cause trouble for him. Guards! There's an assassin. Without caring about anything else, the feudal lord opened his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs. He was just an ordinary man after all. He had no confidence that he could escape from a ninja. Smack! Before the feudal lord of the land of rice fields could finish speaking, Long Ming had already slapped him across the face, sending him flying with a single blow. Collapsed on the ground, the feudal lord of the land of rice fields was seeing stars from that slap, and half of his face had already swollen high up. Long Ming rubbed his nose and chuckled. Don't shout. I'm not an assassin. I just want to ask you a few questions in a friendly way. As long as you answer honestly, I won't make things difficult for you. Do you agree? The feudal lord of the land of rice fields covered half his face, his expression full of anger. Although he knew very well that Long Ming was a ninja, being threatened like this after someone barged right into his home truly made him feel that his dignity as a feudal lord had been insulted. The feudal lord of the land of rice fields took a deep breath, steeled his heart, and said coldly, "Don't get too arrogant. Our land of rice fields is not easy to bully. If you dare kill me, naturally a powerful ninja will come and take your life. That person is definitely not someone you can afford to provoke. In front of him, you're no more than an ant." The reason the feudal lord of the land of rice fields dared to say this was naturally because Orochimaru had given him confidence. A few months ago, when Orochimaru came to him and said he wanted to establish a ninja village in the land of rice fields, the feudal lord had been so happy he danced with excitement. Their country was poor, so poor that they did not have a single ninja at all. When Orochimaru arrived, not only did he give him money, he also established a ninja village for his country, with the title of one of the Sannin, who would dare recklessly make a move against the land of rice fields. Smack! Just as the feudal lord of the land of rice fields was still reminiscing and fantasizing, Long Ming woke him up with another crisp slap. The feudal lord of the land of rice fields was sent flying again. This time it was even worse than before, and the swelling on the other half of his face was even more severe than the first. You've gone too far. The feudal lord of the land of rice fields had blood all over his mouth as he looked at Long Ming with grief and fury. He had not expected Long Ming to be so shameless. He had not even finished speaking before Long Ming started hitting him directly. Long Ming dusted off his hands and said leisurely, "I didn't really want to do this either, but you just had to show off in front of me. I'm the kind of person whose hands get itchy whenever I see someone showing off, and I really like slapping people in the face when they do. I hope you can forgive my impulse." The feudal lord of the land of rice fields was so angry he wanted to cough up blood. By your logic, was it somehow my fault? Long Ming paid no attention to what the feudal lord was thinking. He casually sat down on the flower bed beside him and asked, "You just said there's a powerful ninja in your country. Who is this ninja?" From what the feudal lord of the land of rice fields had just said, Long Ming was already 80% sure that Orochimaru was within the land of rice fields. But he still needed this feudal lord to confirm it. The feudal lord of the land of rice fields looked hesitant, because Orochimaru had once warned him not to casually expose his identity or address. He had only intended to say it just now to scare Long Ming. "Looks like you're unwilling to cooperate with me." As Long Ming spoke, he raised his right hand again. The feudal lord's face turned deathly pale. If he took a few more slaps, he was afraid he really would die at Long Ming's hands. He hurriedly stopped him. Don't hit me. The ninja I was talking about is actually Konoha's rogue ninja, Orochimaru. He is currently living in the land of rice fields." Long Ming's eyes lit up, and the hand he had raised lowered once more. Then where exactly is he staying now? Did he establish Otogekure in this country? The feudal lord's heart jumped. He had kept this information tightly sealed. Even many of his own country's people did not know about it. Yet this young man in front of him actually knew? Why yes, Otogekure was established in the northwest corner of the land of rice fields, and Orochimaru returned there 10 days ago. After hesitating for a moment, the feudal lord of the land of rice fields chose to tell everything. Compared to Orochimaru's warning, resolving the current crisis was what mattered most. 10 days ago, Long Ming stroked his chin, putting on a thoughtful look. Orochimaru's return really was well-timed. He had come back not long before Long Ming arrived. Long Ming had originally thought he would be staying in the land of rice fields for quite a while. Now it seemed that after checking in, he would be able to meet Orochimaru directly. One of Long Ming's goals in coming out this time was to win Orochimaru over and pull him out of the Akatsuki to join the Uchiha. But doing that would not be so easy. Orochimaru himself was extremely ambitious. He had always been researching all kinds of jutsu, probing the secrets of immortality, and deeply craving the Sharingan. If Long Ming brought Orochimaru into the Uchiha without being able to keep him under control, then for the Uchiha, it might become a disaster instead. If only Shirsui's Kodowa Mitsukami could still be used. Long Ming felt rather regretful. If Shirsui's Kodowa Mitsukami were still available, then he could copy the same method and alter Orochimaru's will as well. Unfortunately, without Hashirama's cells, Shirsui's Kodowa Mitsukami had far too long a cooldown. There was no way it could be used this time. As for Hashirama's cells, both Orochimaru and Yamato had them, but the only one who had mastered the transplantation technique was Orochimaru himself. Long Ming could hardly go to Orochimaru and say, "I want to use Kodowa Mitsukami to alter your will, so please transplant Hashirama's cells into me." He would probably be treated like an idiot. "Young hero, I've told you everything I should have. You can let me go now, right?" The daimyo of the land of rice fields had a face swollen like a pig's head as he asked pitifully. Long Ming patted the daimyo of the land of rice fields on the shoulder and said with a light laugh, of course. But to keep you from tipping anyone off, I'll have to make you sleep a little longer." Sleep? Sleep a little longer? The daimyo of the land of rice fields froze for a moment. Before he could react, Long Ming had already brought a hand chopped down on his neck. The daimyo of the land of rice fields' vision went black, and he passed out on the spot. After finishing what he needed to do, Long Ming walked out of the daimyo's residence and headed straight toward the northwest corner. Orochimaru's strength was different from the opponents he had met before, so Long Ming had not brought Sasuke and the others with him, choosing instead to go alone. On the street, two white-haired young men were walking together, drawing quite a few looks from the people along the way. One of them wore a pair of black glasses and a black shinobi top, giving off a very gentle impression. The one beside him was a boy with green pupils and two red dots between his brows. These two were naturally the talents Orochimaru had picked up from Konoha and the Kagaya clan, Kabuto and Kimimaro. "Kabuto, do you think there really is a dojutsu in this world that can control space and time?" Kimimaro asked flatly as they walked. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said with a light smile, "Maybe. Since Lord Orochimaru said so, then the matter is probably not wrong. Why do you care about that?" Kimimaro was silent for a moment, then said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking that if that's true, then I'm not qualified to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel anymore." There was some regret in Kimimaro's tone. He had been raised by Orochimaru since childhood. Because of that, he worshipped Orochimaru deeply in his heart, to the point of madness. Since Kimimaro still did not know about his illness, he had been overjoyed when he learned that he could become Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel. But a few days ago, Orochimaru had suddenly returned and ordered them to search for someone named Long Ming. Only after asking in detail did Kimimaro learn that the other party was a member of the Uchiha clan, and an Uchiha who had awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Kimimaro knew that compared to someone like that, he was far too lacking. He was no longer able to serve as Orochimaru's first choice for a reincarnation vessel. Seeing the regret in Kimimaro's heart, Kabuto said with a light smile, "That's a good thing too. You get to keep your useful body and continue serving Lord Orochimaru. Now that Lord Orochimaru has established a ninja village, this is exactly the time when he needs people." Kabuto's words seemed to help Kimimaro pull himself together again. "You're right. I have to continue serving Lord Orochimaru. I'll find this Uchiha named Long Ming and bring him before Lord Orochimaru." Kimimaro raised the drawing in his hand. On it was a portrait of Long Ming, drawn by Zetsu and then handed over to Orochimaru. It was somewhat rough, but the general features were still recognizable. Kabuto laughed helplessly and patted Kimimaro on the shoulder. "How could it be that easy? We've already been looking for 7 or 8 days, and there's not even a ghost of him anywhere near the land of rice fields. We can't seriously expect him to just appear right in front of us, can we?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure hurried past them. Kabuto had only glanced casually at first, but that one glance made him freeze. He quickly turned his head and rubbed his eyes hard. Kimimaro frowned. "What, did sand get in your eyes?" Kabuto shook his head, then snatched the drawing from Kimimaro's hand and compared it to the person ahead. After confirming it carefully, Kabuto stared blankly and said, "Holy crap, that guy looks like Long Ming." "What did you say?" Kimimaro's eyes lit up. He grabbed the drawing back and carefully compared it to the figure ahead, then said excitedly, "That's right. It's him. Kabuto. Lord Orochimaru has blessed us." Kabuto rolled his eyes. He was clearly the one who spotted him. "Okay? Now that we've found him, let us hurry back and report to Lord Orochimaru." After saying that, Kabuto turned and prepared to head back to Otogekure. But Kimimaro did not move. Instead, he stayed where he was, staring in Long Ming's direction the whole time. Kimimaro, Kabuto called out in confusion. As if snapping back to himself, Kimimaro turned to Kabuto and said seriously, Kabuto, I'll leave the task of reporting to Lord Orochimaru to you. I'm going to test first whether this brat is qualified to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel. Kabuto's brows furrowed as he barked, Are you crazy? If the intel is true, then going up against him is just suicide. Only Lord Orochimaru can deal with him. Come with me now. With that, Kabuto reached out to grab Kimimaro, but the latter easily dodged. Kimimaro's gaze was firm. Kabuto, don't try to persuade me. This is something I have to do for Lord Orochimaru. If he really is as strong as the intel says, then dying at his hands is nothing. That would only prove that he is a vessel far superior to me. Seeing how stubborn Kimimaro was, Kabuto let out a sigh. Then he took out a small bird, wrote down the information, attached it to the bird, and let it fly. Fine, let us go. I'll go with you. With 2 people, the odds are better at least. Even if we're not his match, escaping should still be possible. Kabuto moved to stand beside Kimimaro. Together, the 2 of them chased after Long Ming. Long Ming sped all the way forward, and the 2 people following behind him frowned. Strange. Judging by where he's headed, it looks like he's going to Otogekure, Kabuto muttered to himself as he watched Long Ming ahead. Kimimaro beside him didn't care about that. Once they were close enough, Kimimaro raised both hands. Let me see whether you have the qualifications to become Orochimaru-sama's vessel. If you're nothing but an empty reputation, then I'll eliminate you in Orochimaru-sama's place. A trace of killing intent flashed in Kimimaro's eyes. Dead bone pulse. 10-finger drilling bullets. Kimimaro's fingers suddenly began to squirm in a bizarre way. Then 10-finger bones pierced through the skin and shot explosively out from flesh and blood. This was the power of Kimimaro's dead bone pulse. He could freely control osteoblasts and osteoclasts, and could even control calcium concentration to form bones. The hardness of his bones exceeded steel, which meant he had a defense that made ordinary physical attacks unable to get close. And once he counterattacked, those bones could become the strongest spear. Those 10 tiny finger bones were like bullets as they shot straight at Long Ming's body, letting out bursts of sonic booms. The moment he heard the sound, Long Ming immediately turned his head. When he saw Kimimaro and Kabuto, a slight look of surprise appeared on his face. He had been busy rushing on his way just now and had not noticed the 2 of them on the road at all. But in the face of the attack, Long Ming still reacted at once. Infinity activated in an instant. The finger bones that had shot over at high speed stopped in front of Long Ming, then fell weakly to the ground. Seeing that one strike had failed, Kimimaro immediately pulled a bone blade from his left arm and charged at Long Ming. Want to use taijutsu? Long Ming smiled faintly, and his hands began forming seals at high speed. Snake, ram, monkey, boar horse, tiger. Long Ming took a deep breath, gathered chakra in his throat, and then spat it forward. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A huge fireball rolled toward Kimimaro with wave after wave of heat, and the scorching temperature baked all the surrounding ground red. The fireball jutsu used by Long Ming was much stronger than when used by ordinary ninja. But Kimimaro did not stop. Instead, he charged straight into it. Water release, wild water wave. Just as the fireball was about to swallow Kimimaro's body, Kabuto gathered chakra in his mouth and sprayed out a waterfall-like volume of water toward the front. SSS. The collision produced a huge hiss of steam. Kimimaro burst out from the steam, with sharp bone spikes appearing from his wrists, back, and palms. Dead bone pulse, willow dance. Kimimaro leaped into the air and launched a continuous string of attacks at Long Ming with exquisite taijutsu, almost like a dance. But no matter how many times Kimimaro swung his bone blade, he could not touch even the corner of Long Ming's clothes. It was as if he were only attacking empty air in front of Long Ming. So it really is just like the intel said. Kabuto's heart sank as he watched the scene before him. With that dojutsu, nearly more than half of all ninjutsu had no effect on Long Ming. Kimimaro paid no attention to any of that and continued launching attacks at Long Ming with taijutsu that looked like a dance. Alright, stop dancing. Watching Kimimaro twisting around wildly in front of him, Long Ming felt so awkward his cringe was kicking in. Long Ming directly activated Susanoo and opened the first form, then threw a punch straight at Kimimaro. Feeling the immense pressure brought by the Susanoo, Kimimaro decisively caused his bones to proliferate, increasing their toughness beneath his skin. He raised both hands to protect his head, intending to take the Susanoo head-on. Boom! Along with a crack, Kimimaro's body was sent flying backward uncontrollably, and tiny fragments of bone could even be seen along the way. Kabuto hurried forward and caught Kimimaro, but the impact still made him stagger and nearly fall. Kimimaro did not care in the slightest about his shattered hand bones. Excited, he said, "Good. Your strength really is powerful. Only like this are you worthy of becoming Orochimaru-sama's vessel." "Me? Become Orochimaru's vessel? Long Ming was slightly stunned, then shook his head. I'm afraid Orochimaru doesn't have that qualification. Of course, he also doesn't have the ability to defeat me. Although in terms of overall strength, Orochimaru might be a bit stronger than Long Ming was right now. That did not mean Orochimaru could defeat Long Ming, because Long Ming knew all of Orochimaru's trump cards perfectly well. Among the ninjutsu Orochimaru excelled at, there were none that could counter Long Ming's techniques. A fanatical look appeared in Kimamaro's eyes as he declared with complete certainty, Orochimaru-sama is omnipotent. The moment you were chosen by him, your fate was already decided. All you need to do is accept it calmly. Being able to become Orochimaru's vessel is your honor. Really Orochimaru's diehard fan. Huh? Daring to talk like that? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Long Ming narrowed his eyes, and an astonishing burst of chakra exploded from his body. A massive air burst and shockwave swept through the entire street. The originally skeletal Susanoo rapidly grew meridians and flesh at incredible speed, then became covered in an imposing black Tengu armor, with a double-edged warblade gripped in its right hand. This was the third form of Susanoo. In this state, Susanoo's defense would increase dramatically, and the weapons it could use would also become more varied. But the chakra consumption also rose drastically. An ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan would find it hard to maintain this state. Do you dare repeat what you just said? Long Ming stepped forward slowly, his voice echoing through the street. Kimamaro's heart trembled. The enormous gap in strength, along with the terrifying pressure of Susanoo, gave him a trace of clarity in his fanatical worship of Orochimaru. But that trace of clarity was quickly snuffed out by him. Gritting his teeth, Kimamaro said, I am willing to give everything for Orochimaru-sama. Even death is a price I'm willing to pay. As he spoke, Kimamaro tore open his clothes. On his chest was a strange curse mark formed by 3 black dots. This was Kimamaro's earth curse mark. This kind of curse mark was made by Orochimaru from bodily fluids extracted from Yugo, a member of a clan with a special Kekkei Genkai and a sage body constitution. Orochimaru injected it into ninja through his snake bite, making them stronger while causing unnatural changes in their bodies and drastic alterations to their appearance. Although those given a curse mark could unleash great power, it would also forcibly draw out power without limit, causing severe erosion to the user. So it was a double-edged sword. The curse mark on Kimamaro's body seemed to come alive, giving off a dark red color as it spread across his entire body. Kimamaro's skin turned black, huge bones burst out from his back, and he even grew a thick tail covered with rows of bone spikes. Kabuto, get out of the way first. You might get caught in this in a moment. Kimamaro raised his right hand, forming a huge bone drill from the hardest bones in his entire body. Kabuto's pupils contracted. It was as if he understood Kimamaro's thoughts, and he said in a deep voice, then be careful yourself. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. After all, the one who should be dealing with Long Ming was never supposed to be us. Kimamaro did not answer. He only nodded silently. Seeing that, Kabuto directly used the body flicker technique to leave. After appearing dozens of meters away, he still seemed to feel it was not safe enough. So after a few more movements, he ran to a spot over 100 meters away. Kimamaro closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Without Kabuto by his side, he could finally fight without holding anything back. Suddenly, Kimamaro's eyes snapped open, like 2 sharp swords. Dead bone pulse. Dance of the Clematis. Kimamaro let out a low shout and plunged his palm into the ground. Right after that, the entire street began to shake violently. This was Kimamaro's strongest strike, a ninjutsu he used as his trump card. It could make sharpened bones continuously grow out of the ground to attack the opponent. Their number was enormous, and the bones basically covered the entire ground like a forest of white bones. It was a terrifying move that launched all-around attacks on the enemy, making it impossible to guard against. On top of that, he himself could attach to the extending bones and attack the opponent with the strongest spear. Boom! 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 Massive bone spikes shot up from the ground one after another, endlessly thrusting toward Long Ming's Susanoo. These bones were harder than steel and sharper than blades. Even rock would be pierced open with a huge hole. But when they crashed into Long Ming's Susanoo, those bones shattered like tofu, unable to leave even the slightest mark on the armor. However, the bone spike attacks continued without end. The moment one spike shattered, another would immediately appear to fill its place. Long Ming stood inside the Susanoo and moved step by step toward Kimamaro's position. The bone spikes that had already grown along the way could not stop the Susanoo in the slightest. The moment they touched it, they shattered. Kimamaro roared, kicked off with both legs, and his whole body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Raising the bone drill on his right hand, he slammed straight toward the Susanoo. Facing Kimamaro's counterattack, Long Ming merely controlled the Susanoo to raise a hand and grab the bone drill, then applied a little force. The bones that were said to be comparable to steel instantly shattered into pieces. This is way too monstrous. Is this the power of the Uchiha? Kabuto muttered absent-mindedly, his gaze unfocused. Even Orochimaru had praised Kimimara's strike as a powerful ninjutsu without holding back. Yet, in front of Long Ming's Mangekyo, it looked like nothing more than a child fooling around with an adult. It was not taken seriously at all. Kimimaro stared at his right hand in disbelief, while Long Ming had already arrived in front of him. Kimimaro looked at Long Ming before him, and his eyes could not calm down for a long time. In the end, he said in a hoarse voice, "With a body like yours, Lord Orochimaru will definitely be very satisfied. I lost. Come and take my head." As he spoke, Kimimaro lowered both hands and assumed a posture of awaiting death. "Trying to die won't be that easy. I still need you to serve me in the days to come." Long Ming grabbed Kimimaro by the neck and, in the instant he opened his eyes, cast a Sharingan genjutsu on him. Kimimaro's body stiffened, and then he immediately went limp. Kimimaro was an extremely rare possessor of the Dead Bone Pulse Kekkei Genkai. After the Kagaya clan was destroyed, he became the only person in the ninja world with this Kekkei Genkai. Bringing this kind of talent into the Uchiha clan was absolutely the right choice. Of course, if he wanted to recruit Kimimaro, he still had to start with Orochimaru. Kimimaro regarded Orochimaru as a godlike existence. As long as he could persuade Orochimaru to join the Uchiha, then taking Kimimaro in would be effortless. In the distance, Kabuto's expression was incomparably ugly. "Before he notices me, I'd better hurry back to Otogekure first. A guy like this can only be dealt with by Lord Orochimaru." Thinking that, Kabuto lifted his foot and prepared to leave. But the moment he turned around, Long Ming was already standing behind him at some point. Kabuto was instantly scared out of his wits. By instinct, he condensed a chakra scalpel and slashed at Long Ming. The result was that Long Ming easily dodged it, then knocked him unconscious with a heavy punch to the stomach. Long Ming leisurely grabbed this Dreammaker Master from Naruto. Although Kabuto's strength was not very high right now, his talent in medical ninjutsu and his ability as a spy were beyond many others. Susanoo held Kabuto in one hand and Kimimaro in the other as it sped toward Otogekure. Because Otogekure had only just been established by Orochimaru, and because Orochimaru did not have many subordinates, the village was not large. There was not even a signboard, only a few houses standing here. When Long Ming descended from the sky, the system's voice finally sounded in his mind again after a long absence. Detected host arriving at Otogekure. "Congratulations, host, for completing the second check-in mission." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Jura body." Ding. Detected that the host has achieved the title of Jonin and fulfilled the special reward requirement. Rewarding host with Indra Chakra. Would you like to claim it immediately? Holy shit. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Long Ming could not help blurting out a curse. But this was not a pissed-off holy shit. It was an excited holy shit. Long Ming had never expected that the reward for the second check-in would be this generous. Its value even far surpassed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Who was Ajura? He was one of the legendary sage of Six Path Sons, the one who inherited powerful life force and physical energy. As for the Ajura body, just look at the physique of Hashirama, the god of shinobi, and you would know how monstrous it was. Hashirama was Ajura's reincarnation. The reason this first Hokage was honored by the people of the ninja world as the god of shinobi was in large part because of his absurdly powerful body. This physique first gave Hashirama an almost inexhaustible supply of chakra. Second, it gave Hashirama astonishing life force, allowing him to recover extremely quickly no matter what kind of injury he suffered. As long as he was not killed instantly, there was no wound that could not be healed. Back then, Hashirama had even relied on this physique to put on a fake suicide act in front of Madara with a kunai, moving Madara so deeply that he was completely overwhelmed, not realizing that a kunai could not possibly kill Hashirama. It could be said that it was precisely because of this physique that Hashirama was able to suppress Madara and dominate the ninja world. Compared to Hashirama's physique, the Ajura body would only be stronger, not weaker. As for the special reward, it also deeply moved Long Ming. Indra's chakra. Indra was the sage of Six Path's other son. He inherited the power of chakra and spiritual energy. Although the amount of his chakra was not as great as Ajura's, his spiritual power was terrifying. If Long Ming obtained Indra's chakra, then his ocular power would soar several times over. He might even be able to activate the complete body Susanoo. Moreover, the Indra chakra rewarded by the system had another extremely crucial use. That was to fuse with the Ajura body and obtain one of the Sage of Six Paths powers. The Rinnegan system claimed the reward. Long Ming took a deep breath and silently said in his heart, "Ding," distributing the reward to the host now. In 10 seconds, the host's body will be reconstructed. Please prepare yourself. As a strange energy poured into his body, Long Ming felt his body and cells undergoing earth-shaking changes. Waves of pain, like his muscles were being torn apart, kept flooding into his mind. Long Ming could not help but suck in a sharp breath, and he could not even maintain Susanoo anymore. With a pained expression, He dropped to his knees on the ground as the endless pain surged into his mind like a tide. After several minutes of painful torment, that energy gradually disappeared, replaced by a light and refreshing sense of comfort. Long Ming felt as if every pore on his body had come alive, letting out pleased moans. Long Ming clenched his fists. His body now contained an extremely terrifying life force, likely enough to rival Tsunade with the strength of 100 seal activated. Even his chakra was several times greater than before. Although Indra's chakra was not much, it still gave him tremendous help. That powerful spiritual energy greatly enhanced Long Ming's ocular power. But, damn it, where the hell are my Rinnegan? Why hasn't anything changed at all? Long Ming somehow pulled out a small mirror and shouted as he looked at his Mangekyo, which had not changed in the slightest. The Rinnegan was awakened by combining the powers of Indra and Asura. There was absolutely no mistake about that. As for why it had not awakened, Long Ming thought about it for a long time, and in the end guessed that it was probably the same situation as Uchiha Madara. He needed to wait for a certain amount of time so the two powers could fully fuse before the Rinnegan would awaken. Hopefully it won't be like Madara, where I have to wait until I'm practically dying before the Rinnegan awakens. Long Ming muttered a complaint to himself, then stood up. At that moment, Long Ming suddenly realized that several different jutsu seemed to have appeared in his mind. Wind Release, Tornado, Gale Rasengan, Massive Multi-Layered Gale Rasengan, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, would release, true several thousand hands. Top Transformed Buddha. A look of surprise appeared in Long Ming's eyes. Aren't these Indra S and Asura S jutsu? Why do I suddenly know them? Long Ming froze for a moment. Then his heart suddenly heated up. So the system had not only given Long Ming the powers of Asura and Indra, but also all the jutsu the two of them had learned in their lifetimes. With these jutsu, even without awakening the Rinnegan, Long Ming's strength could easily reach the Super Kage level. If he went all out, his power would rise even further. This special mission was really worth completing. Long Ming said inwardly. Reward distribution complete. Check-in location updated. Next check-in location. Mangekyo. If the host completes 10 S-rank missions before the next check-in, an additional reward will be triggered. Host, please work hard to improve. After saying that, the system once again fell into dead silence. But Long Ming's ambition soared to the heavens. At this rate, he would soon be able to lead the Uchiha clan to the peak of the ninja world. Mangekyo could be said to be the birthplace of the Akatsuki. Long Ming was not in a hurry to go there yet. Right now, the most important thing was still subduing Orochimaru. Long Ming walked into Otogekyo and looked at the few buildings around him, his gaze stopping on the largest one. Orochimaru, stop hiding. I heard you were looking for me. Now that I'm here, aren't you planning to come out and get acquainted? As soon as Long Ming's words fell, a giant black python suddenly shot out from the house, so fast it was like a streak of black lightning. The giant python opened its mouth wide and viciously bit straight toward Long Ming's neck. Long Ming's expression did not change. A skeletal arm of Susanoo appeared once again in the air and grabbed the giant python's head. Crack! With a squeeze of the Susanoo's hand, the terrifying force crushed the giant python's skull on the spot. A large amount of blood splattered onto the ground, giving off bursts of a foul, fishy stench. Long Ming casually threw the giant python aside and chuckled. Orochimaru, you're one of the legendary Sannin. Is hiding in the shadows and using tricks like this all you can do? A sinister cackling laugh came from inside the house, and Orochimaru said in a strange, mocking tone, you really are as strong as the rumors say. Possessing such a powerful Kekkei Genkai really makes me envy you. There's no need for introductions. I've already investigated a lot of information about you. Looks like you've done the same. Orochimaru slowly walked out of the house. He was still wearing the Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds, and his greedy gaze kept sweeping over Long Ming's body. Besides Orochimaru, there was also Sasori, hiding inside Hiriko. He slowly walked to Orochimaru's side, his gaze fixed dead on Long Ming. When I heard the intel, I could hardly believe it. I didn't expect it to really be just a little brat. Could it be that, like me, he used puppet techniques to modify his own body? Sasori's hoarse voice came from within Hiriko. Although Sasori's true body looked like that of a child, his real age was already over 30. He was a genuine middle-aged man. So when he saw Long Ming, who was just as young in appearance yet possessed such powerful strength, it was only natural for him to have some strange thoughts. Absolutely not. After staring at Long Ming for a long time, Orochimaru shook his head decisively. His body moves completely normally. There's none of a puppet's stiffness. Sasori, I don't mean to mock you, but you and this child are on completely different levels. His body and talent are simply too perfect. It's practically a work of art. The fanaticism in Orochimaru's tone made Sasori increasingly displeased, and he said in a deep voice, don't forget, the organization's mission is to eliminate him on the spot. You'd better not do anything unnecessary.
Hehehe, don't worry, brother Sasori.
I'll only do what I'm supposed to do, Orochimaru replied with a sinister laugh. But in his heart, He was already thinking about how to seize Long Ming's body. As for the Akatsuki's orders, they meant nothing at all. He had joined the Akatsuki in the first place to seize the Rinnegan and gather related intelligence. But after all this time, Pain had remained extremely mysterious and had almost never appeared in front of him. There were only a few members left in the organization, and they were usually scattered all over the world, taking orders from the organization to accept war commissions from small countries at low prices and earn operating funds for the organization. Orochimaru had long since grown sick of this 9-to-5 kind of life. Long Ming's appearance only made Orochimaru's desire to leave the organization even stronger. The organization? Long Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He had thought Orochimaru had somehow heard news about him and had come because he wanted to seize his body. Now it seemed that was not the case. It was the Akatsuki that had first issued the order to get rid of him, and only after Orochimaru received information about him did he start setting his sights on Long Ming. Sasori sneered. That's right. Even though I don't know how you offended us, the order from above is to eliminate you. Today you're destined to leave your little life here. As he spoke, Sasori also controlled Hiriko to raise the sharp spike on its tail, putting on a threatening posture. That's hard to say. It's also possible that I'll defeat you, tear apart that puppet body of yours piece by piece, then destroy your heart so you can never revive again. Don't you think? Long Ming rubbed his nose and replied in an amused tone. Sasori let out a string of cold laughs and said in a deep voice, "Hehe, you really do have guts. But unfortunately, we've already figured out how to counter that eye technique you're so proud of. So today, you're definitely going to die." As he spoke, Sasori's Hiriko opened its mouth. Immediately after, a thick purple mist gushed out from Hiriko's mouth and spread in all directions at astonishing speed. The purple mist was extremely dense, and it spread very quickly. Everything swallowed by it turned black-purple within moments. The grass on the ground instantly withered, the flowers instantly shriveled, and the white walls of several nearby houses quickly turned pitch black and began to corrode. What a powerful poison! Long Ming narrowed his eyes and instantly understood Sasori's plan. Unlike ordinary flying weapons, poison gas could keep flowing through the air and would not drop just because it lost momentum. Sasori's attainments in poison were extremely high. Nearly all the weapons on his puppets were coated with his specially made toxins, all of them deadly poisons that would kill as soon as they seeped in. This purple poison mist was clearly even worse. Hehe. Brat, struggle and die in this poison mist. Enjoy the poison I prepared for you. Sasori sneered again and again. The poison mist he had prepared spread extremely fast. If Long Ming wanted to use his eye technique to widen the distance, he would definitely burn through a huge amount of chakra. And once Long Ming ran out of chakra, he naturally would no longer pose any threat. What Sasori needed to watch out for was Long Ming escaping directly. Sasori threw a blue pill out from the puppet to Orochimaru and said in a deep voice, "Eat it. It's the antidote. Otherwise, even you won't be able to endure this poison mist." Orochimaru caught the pill and said darkly, "How thoughtful of you, Sasori. My thanks." The poison mist spread through the entire Hidden Sound village at incredible speed and was still continuing to spread outward. Long Ming stood where he was, his left eye's infinity already activated. Right now, he had two ways to resolve this situation. One was to increase his chakra output and extend infinity's distance so the poison mist could never touch him, although that would consume a great deal of chakra. For Long Ming, who had just obtained the Azura body, it was not unacceptable. The second was to use wind release ninjutsu to blow away the poison mist around him. Among the ninjutsu Azura excelled at, there just happened to be wind release. With these two simple methods, the crisis before him could be resolved. Long Ming did not hesitate. Following the impression in his mind, he began to form hand seals, and the wind release chakra in his body was rapidly mobilized. Wind release, gale tornado. The moment Long Ming finished the hand seals, a violent wind suddenly rose around him. Centered on Long Ming, wind attribute chakra formed a massive tornado that wrapped around him. This was a ninjutsu similar to Tobarama Senju's water release, water formation wall, one that had once blocked Indra's lightning release. Now, using it to disperse poison mist was naturally an easy task. Along with bursts of violent wind, the poison mist around him began to retreat rapidly. From above, the poison mist had also formed a vortex-like airflow. The gale swept up nearby branches and wild grass, carrying them into the air in a wild dance. Inside Hiriko, Sasori's expression turned ugly, and he cursed angrily. Damn it, the intel never said he could use wind release ninjutsu either. Orochimaru, your turn. Take him down. Sasori's puppet technique was not much of a threat to Long Ming. It was not completely useless, but at a time like this, sending Orochimaru in was obviously the better choice. Orochimaru licked his lips and replied seriously, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll make sure he can't get back up." Naturally, Orochimaru did not want to kill Long Ming. After all, he still wanted to make Long Ming the next vessel for his living corpse reincarnation. However, defeating Long Ming and taking him away was definitely a necessary step. Otherwise, Orochimaru would have no way to calmly complete the reincarnation process. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru quickly formed several hand seals, then spat out a massive tornado from his mouth. Completely surrounded Long Ming. Orochimaru's tornado covered a huge area, almost enveloping all the poison mist nearby. But unlike Long Ming, who wanted to blow the poison mist away, Orochimaru used wind release to wrap it all up and contain it within one area. Long Ming's wind and Orochimaru's wind moved in completely different directions. As the two intertwined, neither side could gain the upper hand for a time. The poison mist rolled continuously within the winds, like a furious beast. Looking at the two locked in stalemate, Sasori said in a hoarse voice, "Looks like you still need my help after all." Orochimaru snorted coldly and did not respond. A burst of white smoke suddenly exploded outward. Sasori put Hiriko away and appeared before everyone in his true form. Sasori's real body was also a modified human puppet, and every weapon on his body carried deadly poison. After being modified, his abdomen contained highly poisonous steel cables that could freely extend to attack. His lower back had been modified to equip him with propeller blades, which could be used together with the steel cables. His back was equipped with a scroll holder. On the left side of his chest was the core of regeneration used to produce chakra. This core of regeneration could be transferred onto other puppets during battle and continue acting through them. As long as this core of regeneration existed, Sasori was nearly immortal. Even if his body was destroyed or his head was cut off, he could still revive. But this was also Sasori's weakness. Once it was attacked, he would suffer a fatal wound. Sasori raised both hands and aimed at Long Ming's position. Two dark tubes suddenly appeared in his palms. Scroll, flaming sea of hell. From the tubes in Sasori's palms, enormous flames with powerful melting force and terrifying heat blasted out and rushed into the tornado storm ahead. The wind fed the flames, and under the tornado's rotation, the power of Sasori's flaming sea of hell increased several times over. It formed a gigantic fire tornado. Even the hard ground was torn apart directly by the fire tornado. Countless crushed stones and clumps of dirt were swept up and burned to ashes. From outside, Long Ming's body was almost no longer visible. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru frowned, clearly somewhat worried. After all, if Long Ming really died, then his vessel would be gone. Just as Orochimaru was hesitating over whether to undo his wind release, a pitch-black flame, carrying extreme heat and destructive force, emerged from within the fire tornado. The black flames devoured Sasori's flaming sea of hell at astonishing speed, and even devoured Orochimaru's wind release, burning everything to nothing. What kind of fire is this? Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and a deeply shocked expression appeared in his eyes. This fire can actually burn wind release. Looking at the wind in front of him that had already been completely burned away, Orochimaru revealed a look of disbelief. These black flames completely ignored the rule of elemental advantage and disadvantage. What Long Ming used was the highest level fire release dojutsu, Amaterasu. After obtaining Indra's chakra, Long Ming had awakened two additional dojutsu. One was Amaterasu, and the other was Kagutsuchi. Amaterasu was in his left eye, while Kagutsuchi was in his right. At the very moment he was swallowed by the flame storm, Long Ming directly used the Amaterasu in his left eye. He burned away all the wind release and fire release in front of him, and even quite a bit of the poisonous mist ahead was scorched away. Watching Long Ming walk out of the poisonous mist completely unharmed, Sasori's gaze grew darker and darker. What kind of intel did the organization even gather? They didn't even discover a fire release this powerful. They're seriously being way too careless with us. Sasori's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Then he took out a scroll from behind his back. It was the human puppet he was most proud of, praised as the strongest Kazekage in ninja history. The third Kazekage. Even if poison was useless, Sasori still firmly believed that his puppet technique was inferior to no one. To die beneath my art is a blessing granted to you by heaven. You should be grateful for it. Sasori sneered repeatedly, and then a burst of white smoke exploded. The body of the third Kazekage appeared on the battlefield. Since it was a puppet, Sasori connected it with chakra threads, allowing it to float in midair against the enemy. Sasori's 10 fingers moved slightly, and the third Kazekage puppet immediately deployed all of its weapons. There were giant blades, arms, poison needles, poison spikes, and among them was also the third Kazekage's signature technique, magnet release. Looking at his art, Sasori showed a satisfied and intoxicated expression. Then he said smugly, "D better use your full strength. Otherwise, the moment my third Kazekage makes a move, you probably won't even have a chance to fight back. Because he can convert highly condensed chakra into magnetic force, changing it into various forms for attack and defense. Once it invades a person or a puppet body, it can completely paralyze the target. Of course, your dojutsu will also be useless, because magnetic force will make my attacks keep tracking you, until you're hit and die." Looking at Sasori bragging about his own art all by himself, Long Ming laughed and shook his head. Stop showing off, Sasori. Your puppet technique is completely useless against me. In my eyes, this puppet isn't even as good as the actual third Kazekage. I'm not interested in you. Get lost already. Although Sasori was also very strong and ranked fairly high within the Akatsuki, Long Ming had no intention of recruiting him, because Sasori's growth potential was limited. In battles at the Super Kage level, puppet techniques were almost completely useless. Sasori had already abandoned every part of his body except for his heart. While that gave him protection, it also cut off any future growth for him. Long Ming's words made Sasori so angry that he stamped his feet. What he hated most in his life was people looking down on his art. You ignorant brat, today I will definitely take your life. And then I'll turn you into one of my works too. With a before Sasori had even finished speaking, black flames ignited all over his body and the third Kazekage's body. The speed was unbelievably fast. It happened almost without any warning at all. Damn it, doesn't this fire release need hand signs? Sasori cursed wildly in his heart. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Why did this happen? Why did I suddenly catch fire? Sasori was burned to the point of doubting his entire life. It wasn't because he was careless. To be honest, Sasori had already been very wary of Long Ming's Amaterasu just now. But common sense in the ninja world made him believe that Amaterasu's black flames had to be a ninjutsu. And if it was ninjutsu, then it had to require hand signs. In the end, the heavens played a huge joke on him. Long Ming's black flames were actually a dojutsu. Wasn't this just bullying an honest man? In almost the blink of an eye, the black flames were about to burn both puppet bodies to nothing. Sasori threw out a puppet, then decisively detached his heart from this body. That was the only reason he didn't end up with the same fate as the third Kazekage. However, looking at the puppet in front of him that had been burned to ashes, Sasori's heart ached like hell. There was no need to even mention the third Kazekage. It was a Kage-level puppet, and it also carried the magnet release Kekkei Genkai. Now it was gone. The body he had poured massive effort into, covered head to toe in weapons, was now gone too. The scrolls on his back, Hiriko, and nearly 300 human puppet scrolls, all of them were burned away. Long Ming let out a soft sigh and gave a faint smile. I already told you not to show off. You just had to make me act. And now you almost got yourself killed. Tell me, what was the point of that? Sasori was so furious he almost wanted to spit blood. He had suffered because of bad intel this time. If he had known earlier that Amaterasu was a dojutsu, he definitely would not have said all that nonsense. And he definitely would not have stupidly stood in place and let it happen. He gone too far. Sasori roared in fury. He immediately turned his head and said, Orochimaru, my puppets have already been destroyed. The rest can only be left to you. Help me kill him. As long as you help me kill him, I can agree to any condition you want. Orochimaru licked his lips. No one knew what he was thinking, and replied in a sinister voice, T worry, little brother Sasori. I will definitely avenge you. After Sasori nodded, he retreated to the side. This was only one of his ordinary puppets. If he still wanted to join the fight again, that would be a bit too overconfident. Orochimaru stepped forward. Strangely, he did not hurry to make a move. Instead, in a hoarse voice he asked, Long Ming, this playful battle has gone on long enough. It's about time you explained your purpose for coming, isn't it? Sasori and I have been searching everywhere for your whereabouts because we came to kill you. But you came here for what reason? Sasori stayed silent in the rear. After Orochimaru pointed it out, Sasori also found Long Ming's sudden appearance strange. Long Ming smiled calmly and said, Is that very important to you? Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh and responded, That depends on the situation. If it can be used as a condition for negotiation or a deal, then it is indeed very important. It could be said that Orochimaru was determined to obtain Long Ming's body. But getting Long Ming's body did not necessarily have to be done through battle. Take Kimimaro, for example. If Orochimaru wanted his body, would he need to fight for it? He would only need to crook a finger, and Kimimaro would come running right over. Or take Sasuke in the original story. Orochimaru didn't try to obtain his body through battle either. Instead, he used Sasuke's desire for power to tempt him and make a deal with him. Although it failed in the end, at the very least Sasuke agreed at the beginning. So Orochimaru wanted to see whether some other method could be used against Long Ming. After all, if it came down to pure combat, Orochimaru also felt somewhat unsure deep down. The intelligence provided by the Akatsuki was not completely accurate. That left Orochimaru without complete confidence that he could defeat Long Ming. Long Ming laughed. He stared at Orochimaru and said with a smile, Heh, then I'll get straight to the point. Do you want to join the Uchiha? Orochimaru? Join the Uchiha? Orochimaru was slightly surprised. Clearly, he hadn't expected that Long Ming's purpose in coming here was actually to recruit him. But as one of the Sannin, what kind of storms had he not seen before? Orochimaru quickly recovered from his surprise, then said with a sinister smile, Being invited by you really is quite an honor. But if I choose to join the Uchiha, what benefits would I get? Sasori's pupils shrank as he shouted in shock and anger, Orochimaru, What are you saying? Are you trying to betray the organization? Facing Sasori's harsh questioning, Orochimaru merely gave him a disdainful glance and sneered. Hehehe, little brother Sasori, don't get so worked up. Nothing's certain yet. Aren't I still negotiating? Just calm down for now. After speaking, Orochimaru flicked his hand towards Sasori. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several giant snakes appeared from Orochimaru's sleeve and launched a surprise attack on Sasori. With Sasori's current puppet body, he naturally couldn't compare to Orochimaru. In an instant, several giant snakes tightly bound Sasori's puppet body. Because they had been summoned, they were stronger and more intelligent than ordinary snakes, making them even better at subduing enemies. Sasori was both shocked and furious, cursing Orochimaru loudly. Orochimaru, you bastard. I knew from the day you joined the organization that you were up to no good. You ungrateful wolf. Think you'll have good days ahead just because you joined the Uchiha. Pain will hunt you down forever. Bastard, shameless trash, scum, MMP. Sasori wanted to keep cursing, but the giant snakes had already coiled around his mouth. Orochimaru turned his gaze back to Long Ming, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he said, Now then, we can have a proper talk. Long Ming-kun, why do you want me to join the Uchiha? Is it because my combat strength is formidable? Long Ming rubbed his nose and shook his head. Not really. Your fighting ability isn't weak, but in the Uchiha clan, there are quite a few who can defeat you. Hearing someone say that really is a little unpleasant. Orochimaru replied gloomily, and it was obvious he wasn't convinced. But what Long Ming said was also true. Jiraiya, Naruto in his nine-tail state, and Itachi all would not be inferior to Orochimaru in terms of strength. Long Ming spread his arms and said seriously, The reason I'm spending so much effort to invite you is because I value your scientific research skills. I want you to use your techniques to help me. I want to build the strongest clan in the ninja world, lead the Uchiha to a new peak, and make them the new masters of the Land of Fire, or even the 5 great nations. Long Ming's voice was firm and forceful, filled with confidence and strength. And Black Zetsu, who had been secretly observing from afar the whole time, couldn't help letting out a hoarse sigh when he heard such bold words. What an ambitious fellow. Even Madara back then was only this much. If he had been born earlier, I might have chosen him as my pawn instead. White Zetsu, who was being possessed by Black Zetsu, asked, Now that Sasori's been captured and Orochimaru is negotiating with Long Ming, this mission has completely failed. Should we step in and rescue Sasori? Watch the situation a little longer. After thinking for a moment, Black Zetsu responded in a low voice. Long Ming-kun, your ambition really is huge. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Orochimaru's forehead, because he had never heard of anyone truly conquering the entire ninja world. The only one who might have been able to do it was Hashirama, the god of shinobi, from decades ago. Unfortunately, he did not advocate war and instead loved peace. Otherwise, the 5 great nations would probably already have been unified by now. Orochimaru, I know you want to research every ninjutsu in the ninja world. But with only yourself, how can you obtain forbidden techniques from so many forces across the 5 great nations? Leave the Akatsuki and join the Uchiha. I will make your dream come true. Long Ming spoke persuasively, and Orochimaru's expression kept changing, as if he were weighing the pros and cons. A moment later, Orochimaru licked his lips and said, Long Ming-kun, it's not that I don't want to agree to you, but the Akatsuki has treated me quite well, and the members there are brothers who have gone through life and death with me. You will have to offer a little more. The bound Sasori, what the foo? Faced with Orochimaru's attempt to raise the price, Long Ming smiled faintly and calmly asked, Then what do you want? Depending on the situation, I might agree to it. Orochimaru's gaze first swept greedily over Long Ming's body. What he wanted most was, of course, Long Ming's body. But he also knew that Long Ming definitely would not agree to that kind of request. So he said, I want a body from an Uchiha clansman, one that has awakened the Sharingan. Besides that, I also want to conduct some human experiments and research several of Konoha's secret technique clans. As long as you agree to these 2 conditions, I will immediately leave the Akatsuki. Orochimaru, your greed really is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Long Ming lightly shook his head, then said, I won't agree to either of those conditions. I will not allow others to harm my clansmen. Konoha is now under Uchiha rule and likewise, I won't let you lay a hand on the Uchiha's allies. Orochimaru frowned and said in a deep voice, Long Ming-kun, aren't you being a little lacking in sincerity? I can take a step back and stop asking for an Uchiha body. Just give me a few Sharingan for research. As for the human experiments, I can also guarantee that I won't take the lives of those secret technique clan members. How about it? Long Ming smiled and shook his head again. As for the Sharingan, I can agree to that. After all, quite a few Uchiha died in battle throughout history, and their eyes have always been properly preserved. As for the secret technique clans, you can stop thinking about them. Even if your human experiments don't harm the body, they still cause tremendous torment to the mind. I won't make that decision for others without their consent. Orochimaru fell slightly silent, as if thinking it over. Long Ming reminded him, "My patience is limited, Orochimaru. If you refuse, I have other ways to control you as well. Believe me, you cannot resist my power." If it had been before, Long Ming definitely would not have been confident. But now he possessed Ajura's body, with the enhancement of that physique. As long as he transplanted Shirsui's Mangekyo, he could shorten the cooldown time of Kodo Amatsukami to just dozens of minutes. At that time, one Kodo Amatsukami on Orochimaru would be enough, and the matter could be declared over. What big talk. Long Mingkuin, those words of yours really are a bit arrogant. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh, utterly dismissive of Long Ming's claim that he could control him. Although he was indeed wary of Long Ming's abilities, after being provoked like this, Orochimaru's competitive spirit was stirred, and he decided to show Long Ming a bit of his strength. Orochimaru stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Since Long Mingkuin is so confident, how about we make a bet?" Long Ming laughed and asked, "What do you want to bet on?" Orochimaru spread his hands and said, "Since neither of us can convince the other, then how about this? I'll have a match with you, Long Mingkuin. If I win, then Long Mingkuin has to agree to all my conditions. On the other hand, if Long Mingkuin wins, then I'll withdraw from the Akatsuki unconditionally, join the Uchiha, and follow your arrangements." Long Ming rubbed his nose. Coming to his door just to get beaten up? There was actually someone this strange. Ahem. If that's your request, then I have no objections. How about this? There's no need to decide any winner or loser. As long as you can withstand one move from me, I'll agree to all your conditions. Long Ming responded calmly, then stepped into the center of the field. Withstand one move from you? You think you can defeat me in a single move, Long Mingkuin? Orochimaru pointed at Long Ming and burst into laughter. He laughed so hard he bent over, clutching his stomach, tears nearly coming out. Defeat me in one move, heh, ha ha. Orochimaru laughed wildly without stopping, covering half his face, as if this were the funniest joke he had ever heard. But Long Ming did not get angry because of Orochimaru's behavior. He simply stood there at ease, waiting for Orochimaru to finish laughing. Looks like your sense of humor is pretty low, Orochimaru. I don't think this is funny at all, because I'm being very serious. Only after Orochimaru finished laughing did Long Ming speak indifferently. In fact, it wasn't just Orochimaru who laughed. Sasori and even Zetsu in the distance were the same. White Zetsu shook his head with a laugh. This Long Ming is too arrogant. Maybe he still doesn't know Orochimaru's true strength. Even Black Zetsu remained silent, clearly not approving of Long Ming's words. Because Orochimaru's strength within the Akatsuki was absolutely among the top few, and even far above Sasori. Especially when it came to escape and defense, he had the triple Rashomon, the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique, Curse Seal Jutsu, and more. Even the few members in the Akatsuki who were much stronger than Orochimaru would not dare say they could defeat him, much less do it in a single move. That was simply a fool's dream. Long Mingkuin, if you're saying that, then I won't hold back. You only get one move. If I'm still standing afterward, then you must agree to all my conditions. Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. With terms this favorable to himself, he could not wait to agree. Long Ming gave a slight nod, crossed his hands together, and said, "No problem. Give me a signal. Once you do, I'll start immediately." Orochimaru stared at Long Ming closely, and after confirming that the other party was not joking, he took a deep breath. Although he had more than enough confidence in himself, Long Ming's attitude still made him raise his guard to the highest level. It's only one move. No matter how powerful that black flame is, I'm confident I can dodge it with the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique. As for his Susanoo, those explosive light spheres, and that dojutsu that freezes time, all of that counts as one move. Even with those, he still can't kill me. I've already won. Orochimaru sneered repeatedly in his heart. Then, just to be safe, he bit his finger and quickly formed several hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru slammed his palm into the ground, and then the entire Hidden Sound village began to tremble. 3 towering Rashomon gates in red, green, and blue rose from the ground, giving off deafening roars. Their mouths opened wide without restraint. This was a defensive gate summoned to absorb all attacks. The first gate to withstand the attack. The second gate to reduce its power, the third gate to spread out its power. With these 3 gates of different functions, by the time any attack reached the caster, its power had already been greatly reduced. Summoning even 1 Rashomon required a considerable amount of chakra. To summon 3 Rashomon at once. Perhaps only Orochimaru, once known as one of the 3 Sannin, could use this ultimate defensive ninjutsu. As expected, Orochimaru's triple Rashomon appeared. If that's the case, then that black flame won't be able to do anything either. Under these circumstances, Long Ming has already lost for sure, White Zetsu muttered to himself. Black Zetsu, attached to his body, also said, Amaterasu can only ignite black flames where the user is looking. Right now, Orochimaru is completely hiding behind the gates, so Amaterasu is already useless. The only one to blame is his own arrogance for underestimating Orochimaru. The outcome has already been decided. Inform Obito and prepare to rescue Sasori in the chaos. Understood. After saying that, White Zetsu opened the flytrap around his body. He pressed both hands to the ground, and his entire body suddenly began to split apart. It was as if someone had torn him in half. Very soon, a brand new White Zetsu clone appeared on the ground. It glanced at his main body, then the ground beneath his feet seemed to melt, slowly swallowing him in. Orochimaru, this Rashomon can be considered your preparation complete, right? Long Ming asked loudly. From far behind the three gates came Orochimaru's voice. Brimming with confidence, he said, of course. Long Ming-kun, come at me as you please. I'll stand right here and let you attack. Alright, here I come. As soon as Long Ming's words fell, an incomparably terrifying chakra suddenly erupted from his body, sending out bursts of sonic booms and shockwaves. It was just that when those shockwaves struck the Rashomon, all of them vanished without a trace. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh. After standing behind the Rashomon, he was completely at ease. He firmly believed that no matter what method Long Ming used, it would be impossible to break through the Rashomon. Even if Long Ming really had the ability to shatter the Rashomon, after being withstood, reduced, and spread out by the triple Rashomon, Orochimaru was certain he could still endure the remaining power. A sharp light burst from Long Ming's eyes. In an instant, he poured a huge amount of his chakra into the ground, then shouted in a deep voice. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Now it wasn't just the hidden sound village. Nearly half of the land of rice fields was shaking without end. Take this is. Seeing such a tremendous upheaval appear on the ground, Black Zetsu's expression showed shock and panic for the first time. Black Zetsu could not mistake this incredibly familiar power. He had existed in the world of shinobi for years. He had once sought out and witnessed countless people use this power. That was the power of Asura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. How is this possible? How could Asura's reincarnation be born among the descendants of Indra? Black Zetsu's tone carried an indescribable heaviness. While Black Zetsu was still thinking, the trees sleeping beneath the earth had already begun growing and expanding at high speed. Giant trees thicker than elephant legs kept erupting from the ground. They split mountain ranges, pierced through rock, and covered the entire ground. Orochimaru's eyes widened, and he could not help but cry out, what would release ninjutsu? How do you possess the Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi? Among the countless powers Orochimaru had pursued, the wood release of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju was absolutely an extremely important part. For this, he did not hesitate to cooperate with Danzo and carry out a large number of human experiments, all for the sake of obtaining wood release. This isn't what you should be worrying about right now. Think about how you're going to block this move instead. A sharp glint flashed in Long Ming's eyes, and even stronger chakra erupted from his body. The surrounding trees grew even more wildly. Several of the thickest trunks, after shooting high into the air, suddenly slammed down together toward the Rashomon below. The front ends of their branches turned sharp and pointed, crashing viciously into the triple Rashomon. Countless giant trees around them followed right after, growing madly before surging toward the triple Rashomon. Under the continuous barrage of impacts, the three Rashomon gates quickly failed to hold out. The trees smashed them apart from the ground up, then buried them in the sea of trees. This is way too terrifying. White Zetsu couldn't believe his own eyes and couldn't help pinching himself hard. Only when sharp pain came from his body did he realize that everything in front of him was not an illusion. Orochimaru's Rashomon had actually been broken by force. Black Zetsu, meanwhile, remained silent the entire time. His gaze fixed tightly on Long Ming. No one knew what he was thinking. Damn it, that brat bastard is actually this strong. Sasori's face on the ground was deathly pale. Just thinking about how he had arrogantly declared earlier that he wouldn't even give the other side a chance to fight back made Sasori's legs tremble uncontrollably. Creating an enormous forest in just a moment, in Sasori's eyes, that was already a power close to myth. The trees were still growing. Some of them, after stretching to their limit, did not attack. Instead, several large red flowers bloomed on them. Orochimaru's expression was incomparably ugly as he fled miserably through the madly growing trees. Though these trees were thick and massive, they were abnormally agile. Every so often, they lashed at Orochimaru from extremely tricky angles or tried to bind him. Damn it, I never thought he could actually use wood release too. But there's no way this move alone can defeat me. As long as I endure until this jutsu ends, then I'm the winner. Orochimaru roared inwardly, then formed hand seals. He was going to use one of his strongest forbidden jutsu, the Yamata no Jutsu. This was Orochimaru's ultimate trump card. Could summon 8 giant snakes and transform into a massive serpent monster with 8 heads. These giant snakes were as large as a Susanoo. Moreover, their attack power could rival that of a tailed beast. After using the Yamata no Jutsu, Orochimaru was practically equivalent to a Jinchuriki. In this form, Orochimaru possessed extremely powerful attack strength, and he could also use the 8 giant snakes to attack enemies continuously, leaving them no chance to fight back. Most importantly, the Yamada no Jutsu had the ability of infinite resurrection. Orochimaru himself, after transforming into the Yamada no Orochi, could revive endlessly. No matter how many times an enemy killed him, he would be resurrected completely unharmed. And these 8 giant snakes possessed the same ability. Even if an enemy cut them apart, they could recover in less than a few seconds. Even for a genius like Orochimaru, mastering this ninjutsu had taken several months. Aside from using sealing techniques or some other special methods, this jutsu was practically unsolvable. Back then, in that room full of forbidden jutsu, Orochimaru had chosen only 2 techniques: Impure World Reincarnation and Yamada no Orochi. That alone was enough to show how highly Orochimaru valued the Yamada no Jutsu. Orochimaru first opened his mouth, then 8 enormous white snakes shot madly out from it, opening their bloody maws and biting toward the surrounding trees. In the blink of an eye, a serpent monster with 8 enormous snake heads and spikes on its back appeared on the ground. Yamada no Orochi's attack power was extremely fierce. Often, a single bite was enough to snap even the thickest tree trunk. They attacked, rammed, and tore without pause, and it quickly had some effect, biting through the wildly growing trees nearby. Although Yamada no Orochi's body was also pierced through by many trees, and some of its scales were shattered by heavy lashes, its terrifying recovery power let it heal very quickly. Looks like Orochimaru isn't completely unable to resist after all. At this rate, maybe Orochimaru can still win. White Zetsu's eyes lit up once again. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "This jutsu isn't that simple. Watch carefully, White Zetsu." As time passed, the trees gradually began to stop growing, and no more trees actively attacked Yamada no Orochi. Seeing this, Yamada no Orochi seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Its heads lowered slightly as it panted, clearly exhausted from the battle just now. At this moment, less than half of the land of rice fields had already been covered by the sea of trees, and large stretches of houses and facilities had completely vanished. Bursts of wild laughter came from inside Yamada no Orochi's body. "Gaga, I won. I'm the winner. I'm still completely unharmed. Long Minkuin." As the words fell, one of Yamada no Orochi's snake heads suddenly opened its mouth wide. Covered in slime and completely naked, Orochimaru excitedly wriggled out from the snake's stomach. Although Orochimaru knew very well that he had been at a disadvantage in the battle just now, Long Ming had personally said that if he couldn't defeat him within one move, then Orochimaru would be the winner. "Long Mingkuin, you'll keep your promise, right? According to our agreement, you're going to provide me with the body of a member of the Uchiha clan, and let me freely conduct human experiments on the secret jutsu clans." "Hehehe, don't worry, Long Mingkuin, I'll make very good use of their bodies." Orochimaru was full of himself, like a rooster that had won a fight, proudly flaunting his victory. "Of course I'll honor our agreement. I hope you'll do the same." Long Ming smiled and said, "It's just that you're celebrating a little too early. My ninjutsu hasn't ended yet." "Hasn't ended?" Orochimaru let out a snort of laughter and mocked, "Long Mingkuin, even if you want to go back on your word, don't use such a low-level trick. These trees stopped growing long ago. Your jutsu is already over. Don't tell me you're planning to defeat me with those decorative flowers. Ha ha ha." Orochimaru's laughter suddenly stopped short, because he saw the huge red flowers nearby suddenly open. Large amounts of pale yellow pollen drifted out from them and spread through the air at an extremely fast speed. The entire land of rice fields looked as if it had been covered in a layer of pale yellow mist. Orochimaru's pupils shrank. His instincts told him these pale yellow pollens were absolutely not simple. As the pollen approached, Orochimaru shrank back into Yamada no Orochi's stomach at top speed, trying to avoid the pollen's attack that way. But Orochimaru in the Yamada no Orochi state and these 8 giant snakes were actually connected as one. If Yamada no Orochi was hit, then Orochimaru was directly hit as well. And with 8 snake heads breathing in the pollen, that was 8 times what an ordinary person would inhale. Even someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara in the Warring States era had nearly collapsed after inhaling the pollen, let alone Orochimaru. Yamada no Orochi looked as if it had gotten drunk, its mind turning drowsy and muddled, until with a thunderous boom, it crashed down onto the vast sea of trees. After the Yamada no Orochi fell, the entire Otogekure went silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open and their mouths hung open. They wanted to cry out, yet no sound came out. Orochimaru had actually lost, and he had lost to Long Ming in just one move. One of the legendary Sannin couldn't even survive a single exchange. If this got out, probably no one would believe it. I didn't expect it. That pollen was the real attack method. Would release really is terrifying. White Zetsu swallowed hard, deeply wary of Long Ming's power. Black Zetsu's gaze also couldn't calm down for a long time. He wanted to confirm whether Long Ming was truly Ajura's successor. If he was, then Black Zetsu's plan to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki might need some adjustments. "Let's go. Obito is already here. Go down and give him a hand." Black Zetsu gave the order briefly, and white Zetsu controlled the body as it sank into the ground. Orochimaru's unconsciousness naturally also caused the Yamata no Jutsu to be interrupted. After a burst of smoke exploded, the huge body of the Yamata no Orochi had already disappeared, replaced by Orochimaru lying unconscious on the ground. At the same time, Sasori naturally broke free from his restraints. Since he only had one heart and no respiratory organs at all, pollen and the like were useless against him. He didn't dare make any noise. He only wanted to control his puppet body and escape as fast as possible. Long Ming turned to look in Sasori's direction and said calmly, "Only thinking of leaving now? Don't you think it's a little too late? I gave you a chance to go just now, but you didn't know how to cherish it." Sasori's face looked extremely ugly. He stomped his foot, and his puppet body shot into the distance at astonishing speed. Just as Long Ming was about to make a move, his brows suddenly furrowed, because white swollen masses suddenly started growing on his body at incredible speed, and a bizarre human face appeared as well. White Zetsu's spore technique. Long Ming recognized it immediately. What had appeared on his body was White Zetsu's spore clone. Before the spores grew, they could not be detected. Once activated, the spores turned into white Zetsu-like swollen masses that wrapped around the possessed target. They absorbed the possessed person's chakra and could transfer that chakra to replenish others. Zetsu's main body emerged from beside Sasori and said in a deep voice, "Go forward. I'll hold him back. Someone will come save you." Seeing Zetsu come to help him, Sasori immediately showed wild joy on his face, sped up, and ran into the distance. Zetsu looked toward Long Ming and formed a strange hand seal with both hands. The white Zetsu on Long Ming's body began swelling rapidly. Very soon, it had submerged more than half of Long Ming's body and was absorbing his chakra. "With tricks like this, you think you can save someone from my hands?" Long Ming smiled faintly. Then his left eye flashed, and Amaterasu activated in an instant. The black flames directly burned the white Zetsu on his body into ashes. Zetsu's expression changed. Knowing the power of those black flames, he didn't dare take them head-on at all and decisively used the mayfly technique to sink into the ground. Seeing this, Long Ming fixed his gaze on the direction Sasori was fleeing, and the black flames surged like a tide, sweeping towards Sasori along with Long Ming's line of sight. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Sasori was horrified out of his wits and let out a shrill scream. Whoosh! At this life-and-death moment, the space in front of Sasori suddenly twisted into a vortex, and then a figure shot out from the spatial whirlpool. It was Obito. His reaction was extremely fast. After seeing the black flames about to arrive, he decisively grabbed Sasori and prepared to retreat with him. A spatial vortex appeared at Obito's right eye once again as he tried to suck Sasori into the Kamui dimension. At that moment, the black flames had already burned onto Sasori's body. But Sasori's body was only a puppet. As long as Obito could pull him into the Kamui dimension, he would have a chance to separate his heart and preserve his life. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Long Ming let out a cold snort. "Obito, I remember saying that the next time you met me, I wouldn't let you retreat so easily again. You want to save someone in front of me? You're still too green." After saying that, the six-pointed star in Long Ming's right eye began to spin. Kagetsuchi. The black flames on Sasori's body suddenly changed shape, turning into a sharp blade that directly pierced Sasori's heart. Sasori looked at the black blade protruding from his chest in disbelief and muttered, "How is this possible?" Kagetsuchi was a jutsu that could raise both the power and practicality of Amaterasu's black flames to another level. It could control changes in the shape of the black flames, transforming the fire into shields, blades, arrows, senbon, magatama, fireballs, sharp spikes, and other forms. After his heart was pierced, Sasori's body began to collapse and fall apart. Without the heart controlling them, the puppets scattered across the ground and were quickly burned to nothing by the black flames. Watching Sasori die miserably right before his eyes, Obito was filled with both shock and fury, and his gaze toward Long Ming carried deep hatred. Every member of the Akatsuki had been carefully selected, each with at least Kage-level strength or higher. The death of every single one was a massive loss to the organization. Long Ming had not only killed one, but also taken one away. That made Obito feel even more that his Eye of the Moon plan was still far out of reach. "Long Ming, you damned little beast. I'm definitely going to kill you here today." Obito flew into a rage and quickly began forming hand seals. Fire release. Wild dance of exploding winds. Obito used Kamui to distort the surrounding space and create a violent wind, then spat out a huge fire serpent from his mouth to attack. This move had an extremely large range, and its attack speed was also incredibly fast. The constantly spinning flames assaulted Long Ming with lightning speed, and the powerful impact destroyed all the wood growing along the way. "With just fire release, you're no match for me," Long Ming said calmly, then unleashed Susanoo. In the next instant, terrifying black chakra covered his whole body. A gigantic skeleton appeared in the blink of an eye, growing meridians, flesh, and armor. At this moment, This Susanoo was even more powerful than before. Crackling explosions continuously sounded through the air. Although it was still only the third form, the black phantom of the Susanoo seemed almost solid, more than twice as strong as before. That suffocating aura swept out in all directions at incredible speed, filling this entire area. Boom! When the sky-filling flames slammed into Susanoo, they failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Like ants trying to shake a giant tree, they scattered in every direction and vanished after turning into countless tiny sparks. How is that possible? Is Indra's power? Watching from the side, Black Zetsu's eyes went wide as saucers, his face looking like he had seen a ghost. What the hell? How did the reincarnates end up in one person's body? Black Zetsu felt his entire worldview taking a violent hit, but he believed his senses could not possibly be wrong. That familiar eye power clearly belonged to Indra's chakra. Asura and Indra had clearly sworn an oath that their chakras would possess outstanding ninjas of later generations and continue fighting each other's reincarnations. If both attached themselves to one person, then how were they supposed to fight? With his left and right hands fighting each other? That was complete nonsense. Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. Indra, Asura. His brows were tightly furrowed as he kept repeating those two names under his breath. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind. Could this guy be someone from the main Otsutsuki family? Deep wariness appeared in Black Zetsu's eyes. To possess both Asura's and Indra's power at the same time, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, the only possibility Black Zetsu could think of was the main Otsutsuki family. If that was the case, then his plan to save Mother would be greatly affected. After all, the relationship between the main Otsutsuki family and Kaguya was truly irreconcilable. Damn it, I can only take it one step at a time. Black Zetsu muttered bitterly, then continued observing the battle. Even more frustrated than Black Zetsu at this moment was Obito. Looking at the Susanoo whose body was like a mountain peak, Obito felt only a deep sense of powerlessness. Damn it, if my left eye were here too. Obito ground his teeth. With his ability, as long as he could gather both eyes, he would also be able to activate Susanoo. Obito, on the night of the massacre, you slaughtered the clansmen in the police force. Back then, I didn't yet have the power to kill you, but now, you'll pay for what you've done. A trace of killing intent appeared in Long Ming's eyes, and in the next instant, under Infinity's control, Susanoo teleported in front of Obito, its massive fist mixed with black flames as it smashed toward him. But Obito had intelligence on this already, so how could he be careless? The moment Long Ming disappeared, he had already activated intangibility. Boom! A deafening roar rang out. That terrifying impact made the entire sea of trees tremble slightly. What terrifying power! Seeing the giant crater beneath his feet, Obito's expression changed. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. If not for intangibility, taking that punch would have killed him on the spot. Even if I can't think of a way to kill Long Ming, as long as I control the timing of my intangibility well, I can remain undefeated. Thinking this, Obito took a deep breath and said with disdain, Your Susanoo may be strong, but it's useless against me. Maintaining this form must consume a lot of chakra, right? I'd like to see how long you can keep it up. Unlike the Kamui of the left eye, the chakra consumption of the right eye's intangibility was extremely low. On top of that, Obito had Hashirama cells in his body, and his chakra reserves were also quite good, so he could fully support long-term combat with intangibility. Pretty good at analyzing. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Long Ming's mouth. Then he said, Your eye technique really is impressive, but I also know its fatal weakness. Your ocular power is only enough to maintain intangibility for 5 minutes, right? If I keep attacking you without pause during those 5 minutes, then what do you think will happen? Obito's pupils shrank, his face filled with shock and disbelief. This secret, which belonged to him alone, had never been told to anyone. Even he himself had only discovered it by accident once. Just when had Long Ming learned about it? With a whoosh, the huge black Susanoo swung another punch at Obito. That enormous fist, mixed with scorching black flames, came crashing down. Obito's expression turned ugly to the extreme. Now that his trump card had been seen through, this time he did not choose intangibility. Instead, he pulled out a huge war fan from his right eye and directly met the attack head-on. This was a gourd-shaped fan with patterns of 2 sets of 6 tomo, a weapon passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. Made from part of the god tree, it had the ability to use wind release to control fire release ninjutsu and reflect attacks. After Madara died, he handed it over to Obito. Boom! One fist and one fan, 2 completely mismatched weapons in size, collided together. In an instant, centered on Long Ming and Obito, the surrounding air buzzed continuously, forming waves of pressure that swept in all directions. The black flames attached to Susanoo's surface had all been absorbed by the war fan. Obito let out a low shout, Uchiha reflection. The war fan emitted a dazzling white light, converting all the absorbed attack into wind-released chakra and reflecting it back. A shockwave several times stronger than before blasted straight toward Long Ming. A huge roar sounded out as countless broken stones and snapped trees were swept far away by the wind release. In front of Obito, dust had already spread everywhere, making it impossible to see the situation inside at all. Huff huff. That guy should have been blasted away, right? Obito panted heavily. Long Ming's Susanoo was too powerful. Even with the Uchiha War Fan, he had still suffered a lot of impact from the remaining force. Unfortunately, this move, Uchiha Reflection, was all smoke and no damage. When the dust cleared, Long Ming's Susanoo was still standing in place. Oh, if there was any change, it was that it seemed to have moved back a few inches. Obito's expression stiffened. Long Ming's strength was even greater than he had imagined. At the very least, his ocular power far surpassed Obito's. Your performance should be over too, right? Next. It's my time to dance. The corners of Long Ming's mouth curled up slightly, then he formed hand seals with both hands. As bursts of smoke exploded out, 4 or 5 shadow clones appeared around him. For Long Ming alone, if he wanted to attack non-stop for 5 minutes, there would probably still be openings left for Obito to catch his breath. But if it were 5 people instead, Obito was going to get beaten into shit. As the other shadow clones also revealed Susanoo at the same time, Obito completely lost his composure. He decisively chose to retreat. His body sank toward the ground, planning to switch to a safe place and then suck himself into the Kamui dimension. But in the next second, the entire ground was directly flipped up by Long Ming's Susanoo. Boom! 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 Black flames, Susanoo, explosive tags. All kinds of attacks bombarded Obito one after another without end, and waves of impact kept spreading out from the center of the battle. Teach this monster. Obito is being completely suppressed one-sidedly now. What should we do? That Long Ming is ridiculously strong, like some kind of monster. White Zetsu's face looked ugly as he asked Black Zetsu for his opinion. Black Zetsu was just as agitated. He had already identified Long Ming as someone from the main Otsutsuki family. We can only try to rescue Obito. Come with me. As he spoke, White Zetsu sank into the ground following Black Zetsu's instructions. And on the battlefield, Long Ming still kept attacking Obito without the slightest pause. As time passed, Obito grew more and more anxious. At this moment, the instant he deactivated intangibility, he would be hit by Long Ming's fierce barrage like artillery fire. Not good, my time's up. Suddenly, Obito's expression changed wildly. His body shifted from its intangible state back into a solid one. Goodbye, Obito. Killing intent burst out fully in Long Ming's eyes. Susanoo clenched its fist and charged straight at Obito. Obito let out a loud roar from beneath his mask, watching helplessly as the fist grew larger and larger before him. Boom! A dull sound rang out across the field. Obito's body was smashed straight into the ground by a punch from Susanoo, and the cracking sound of breaking bones kept ringing out. When Long Ming raised his hand, all that was left on the ground was a pool of blood. Obito was dead beyond any doubt. But Long Ming did not dismiss Susanoo. Instead, he focused and stared at Obito's corpse. He knew Obito, like Danzo, had the ability to use Izanagi. Sure enough, the blood on the ground began to slowly disappear. Obito had rewritten the reality of his own death. Long Ming's gaze kept sweeping across the surroundings. The moment Obito appeared, he would immediately use infinity to close the distance and finish him off. Now, move! At the critical moment of Obito's revival, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally could not hold back any longer. Dozens of thick branches suddenly shot up from the ground, tightly binding Long Ming and several shadow clones. Right after that, the explosive tags attached to the branches detonated with a roar. Boom boom boom. A chain of massive explosions rang out, and the spreading smoke caused Long Ming to lose track of Obito's revival position. Taking advantage of this precious chance, Obito directly activated intangibility and, at the fastest speed possible, sucked himself into the Kamui space. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu also did not dare stay any longer and immediately used the mayfly technique to slip underground. When the dust settled, aside from Long Ming and the unconscious Orochimaru and the others, no one else remained on the field. Ran pretty fast. Long Ming narrowed his eyes, not surprised at all by Black Zetsu making a move. After all, Obito was an important chess piece to him. As long as there was even the slightest possibility, Black Zetsu would never let Obito die now. Long Ming dismissed Susanoo. Although Obito had escaped, killing him had never been Long Ming's goal in the first place. He had only come for Orochimaru and the check-in. Now all his goals had been completed. It was time to go back. Mangekyo, inside a pitch-black room. A man wearing the Akatsuki's black robe with red clouds, with strange black rods on his nose and ears, was resting with his eyes closed. His whole body seemed to have entered a dormant state, completely motionless. That was right, this person was the Akatsuki's leader on the surface, Deva Path Pain. At this moment, Pain seemed to sense something. He opened his purple Rinnegan and looked coldly toward a corner of the room. The space there suddenly twisted like a vortex. A moment later, Obito's figure appeared from Kamui in a miserable state. Ha! Damn it, I almost died there. Obito was still shaken, and his voice carried deep wariness. The transplanted Sharingan beneath his mask had already closed forever. This was the price of using Izanagi, but fortunately only the transplanted left eye had closed. Pain's brows furrowed slightly as he asked expressionlessly, "Why have you come here? What happened?" Pain had been working with Obito for quite a long time, but he had never seen Obito show such a state before. Obito did not answer right away, instead adjusting his breathing first. After a long while, Obito finally responded in a hoarse voice. Something happened. Sasori just died, and Orochimaru was defeated and betrayed the organization. Pain's body trembled slightly. While finding it unbelievable, he was also somewhat shocked. After all, both of them had Kage-level strength, and Orochimaru was even among the top 5 strongest in the Akatsuki. What exactly happened? Weren't they following your orders to deal with Long Ming? Did they run into a ninja ambush on the way? Pain asked in a cold tone. Pain had long since heard of Long Ming's existence. After all, the Akatsuki's intelligence-gathering ability was second to none. Because Long Ming was protecting the Nine Tails, Pain did not find it strange that Obito wanted him killed, and had even supported it. That was why he had let Orochimaru and Sasori go together. Obito was silent for a while, then shook his head. No, they were all dealt with by Long Ming alone. Even I almost fell into his hands. Pain's pupils contracted, and he said in a low voice, "Not joking with me, are you? Even with knowledge of the enemy's intelligence, they still got taken out in a 2-against-1 fight?" Obito nodded with a grave expression. Nagato, who was controlling Pain from the shadows, could no longer sit still. Based on the intelligence they had obtained, Long Ming treated Naruto extremely well. If the Akatsuki wanted to capture the Nine Tails, then Long Ming definitely would not stand by and do nothing. The stronger Long Ming was, the harder it would be for the Akatsuki to realize their plan. Our plan needs to speed up, and the Akatsuki's manpower also needs to be replenished. Leave that side to me. It's time for you to act as well. I'll leave the mission of capturing the Nine Tails to you. Obito looked deeply at Pain. Since his trump card had been seen through, he no longer intended to fight Long Ming again. So he very decisively handed this mission over to Nagato. Uchiha Long Ming. A cold glint flashed through Pain's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Before the power of a god, all resistance is futile. I will eliminate him and bring back the Nine Tails Jinchuriki." After speaking, Pain formed hand seals with both hands. Astral projection technique. A strange fluctuation spread out from the Rinnegan. This was one of the Rinnegan's abilities. Akatsuki members sat down and released thought waves converted from chakra. After Pain received these waves, he amplified them and manifested them as illusions in a specific place. This technique was often used for Akatsuki gatherings, allowing communication to be more convenient and concealed. After a while, Pain finished receiving them. One by one, the members' phantom projections were manifested. So urgent? As soon as one of them appeared, he frowned and said coldly, "I let a ninja on the bounty list get away for this. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'm going to lose my temper." Another phantom carrying a strange greatsword on his back laughed and said, "T gets so worked up. Maybe it's something important. Leader, Deidara has already chosen to join the organization. Should we bring him in too?" A slender-looking phantom asked. "Let him in. You've worked hard." When Pain spoke to this phantom, his tone eased slightly. Very soon, another phantom appeared on the field. Pain swept his gaze around and said to everyone in a deep voice, "Everyone, the work of gathering funds is nearly complete. I'm going to assign your next tasks. Capture the tailed beasts scattered across different places, as well as the Jinchuriki of each nation." Hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately focused over. So the stage of gathering funds is finally over? All the money I've contributed to the organization wasn't for nothing. Then how are we dividing the tasks? My Samahata has long been thirsty. Hearing Pain's words, no one felt nervous or afraid. Instead, excited and cold smiles appeared on their faces one after another. Pain quickly assigned tasks to everyone. Deidara and Zetsu would be responsible for the one tail in Sunigakure, while Kakuzu and Kisame would handle the 2 tails and 8 tails in Kumogakure. Nagato and Konan, meanwhile, would be responsible for all the other tailed beasts that had not yet been captured, including the 9 tails. Of course, if anyone finished their task first, they would still be assigned to help with the capture of new tailed beasts. No one had any objections to this and nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, Orochimaru and Sasori still haven't completed their mission? We didn't see them this time. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Hearing Kakuzu's question, Pain fell briefly silent, then said, "Sasori is already dead, and as for Orochimaru, he has betrayed the organization. All of this was done by an Uchiha named Long Ming. He is also the guardian of the Nine Tails, and he is an enemy we will have to face in the future." Hearing of their companion's death, these rogue ninja showed little reaction. They had long since grown used to this cruel ninja world. Instead, they became quite interested in Long Ming, wanting to see what kind of person had killed Sasori and taken Orochimaru away. Sounds like this guy is qualified to be cut down by me. Without Orochimaru and Sasori bickering, there's a lot less fun. To take down Sasori and Orochimaru by himself, this Long Ming really isn't simple. I've heard a lot about him. It's just a pity this guy doesn't have a bounty yet. Kakuzu and the others were all proud and arrogant people. Even after hearing Pain's introduction, they still did not take Long Ming seriously and instead kept joking about him. Zetsu let out a cold snort and said icily from the side, "Put away your pride. Orochimaru was defeated by that guy in a single move. Do you think you can instantly kill Orochimaru in one move?" Hearing this, Kakuzu and the others' expressions changed. Some of them were confident they were no weaker than Orochimaru, but killing him in one move was something they simply could not do. If anyone else had said such a thing, they probably would not have believed it at all. But Zetsu was the organization's master of intelligence gathering. The information he gave carried absolute authority. Everyone's expressions turned slightly serious, and none of them showed any more disdain toward Long Ming. Kakuzu turned his gaze to Pain and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "No wonder you're personally taking on the task of capturing the Ninetales. Against an opponent like that, only you can defeat him, right?" Pain's purple Rinnegan was incomparably deep as he slowly said, "Of course. Mortals can never rival the power of a god. Go complete your own tasks. I'll head to the land of water first and capture the Six Tails. Contact me immediately if anything comes up." After saying that, Pain cancelled the mystical palm lantern body technique, and everyone's projections slowly disappeared. At the same time, Orochimaru slowly woke from his unconsciousness, and the first thing he saw was a white ceiling. Clearly, he was lying on a bed now, finally awake. Long Ming's familiar voice came from nearby. Orochimaru immediately sat up in shock and saw Long Ming leaning against the wall, looking at him with a faint smile. "Where is this?" Orochimaru asked with an ugly expression. Although he vaguely realized he had already lost, he still unwillingly asked the question. "Did you forget? You passed out in my jutsu. I carried you back here." Long Ming replied to Orochimaru with a smile. Orochimaru recalled that forest of trees that had blotted out the sky, and his expression shifted again and again. He understood that he had lost completely. "I truly didn't expect Long Ming-kun to possess the power of the first, the god of shinobi, and to have developed would release to this level. It's truly enviable." Orochimaru gave Long Ming a deep look. He was not lying when he said that. He truly envied Long Ming for possessing the wood-release Kekkei Genkai. It was a power he had always pursued. Long Ming shook his head and said, "Heh, this isn't Hashirama's power. It's something on a higher level than his. According to our bet, you've already lost. Are you ready to fulfill your promise?" Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. The secrets on Long Ming's body had stirred tremendous interest in him. With his help, perhaps he really could achieve his dream faster. Most importantly, Long Ming himself was truly powerful. No one would refuse a powerful ally. Thinking this, Orochimaru stood up and said in a hoarse voice, "A bet is a bet. When are we going to Konoha?" Hearing that, the smile on Long Ming's face grew even brighter. He stepped forward, patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, and chuckled. "Of course, the sooner the better. I've been away for almost half a year already, and I don't know how Konoha is doing right now. Let me introduce someone to you first." After saying that, Long Ming turned his head and said, "Come out, Sasuke." As soon as the words fell, the door was slammed open with a bang. "Lord Orochimaru, how are you? You're not hurt, are you?" Lord Orochimaru. The ones who came in were not Sasuke, but Kimimaro and Kabuto. After they had fallen unconscious, Long Ming had naturally brought them here as well. Orochimaru regained his usual cold demeanor and said, "What could have happened to me? Pack up your things. We're preparing to leave this place." "Leave this place? Then where are we going?" Kabuto asked subconsciously, his gaze unconsciously flicking toward Long Ming. Orochimaru said in a deep voice, "You guessed right, Kabuto. Starting today we belong to the Uchiha. Besides obeying my orders, you must also obey Long Ming-kun's orders. Understood?" Kimimaro had always treated Orochimaru's words as absolute law. After hearing this, he immediately bowed and said, "This subordinate understands. Lord Long Ming, I offended you before. Please forgive me." After hesitating for a moment, Kabuto also made the same gesture as Kimimaro. Long Ming waved his hand and said calmly, "Get up. Your talents are both quite good. Once you arrive at the Uchiha, work hard. I won't treat you unfairly." The two immediately stood up and stepped aside. Only then did Sasuke walk in from outside with an embarrassed look. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke and, from the clan crest on him, recognized that this child was also from the Uchiha clan. "Long Ming-kun, this child is?" Orochimaru asked, somewhat puzzled, not knowing what Long Ming was planning. Long Ming smiled and introduced him. "This child's name is Sasuke. He's Itachi's younger brother. Because my training methods are rather special, I'm not good at teaching this child, so I want you to help train him. Hearing that he was Itachi's younger brother, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he could not help taking several more looks at Sasuke. But very quickly he felt a little disappointed, because Sasuke seemed far inferior to Itachi. Not only had he not awakened the Sharingan, but in other aspects he was not especially outstanding either. This was not really Orochimaru being disdainful of Sasuke. On one hand, their meeting now was several years earlier than in the original story, and Sasuke's talent had not yet fully shown itself. On the other hand, after witnessing a monster like Long Ming, Orochimaru's standards had unconsciously risen. He could not help comparing people to Long Ming, and the result was naturally deep disappointment. Sigh. After all, this is the first command Lord Long Ming has given me. I can't exactly refuse. I can only reluctantly teach this kid for a bit. Orochimaru sighed inwardly, and was just about to speak and greet Sasuke. Unexpectedly, Sasuke started disliking him first. Pouting, Sasuke said, Long Ming, you really were lying to me. This guy looks half dead. How is he anywhere near as amazing as you said? Orochimaru was unhappy the moment he heard that and immediately retorted, Brat, judging people by appearances is a flaw in your character. How do you know I'm not strong? Maybe once you learn what I can do, you'll be begging to become my student. Sasuke paused, feeling that Orochimaru seemed to have a point, so he seriously asked, Then can you beat Long Ming? Ooh, no. A disappointed look appeared on Sasuke's face, and then he asked again, Then can you beat my brother Itachi? Also no. Sasuke put that look of disdain back on and said speechlessly, You can't beat anyone, and you still say you're strong. Aren't you embarrassed? Orochimaru was so angry he wanted to cough up blood. Couldn't you pick a normal person to compare me to? To protect his dignity, Orochimaru, who originally had not planned to teach seriously, secretly made up his mind to take Sasuke as his disciple no matter what. He had to let him know that his title as one of the Sannin was not something blown in by the wind. So during the following days of the return trip, Orochimaru began giving Sasuke extremely harsh training. Long Ming was very satisfied with this. On the way back, whenever he had nothing to do, he flirted and teased Hinata, so his days were fairly comfortable. What Long Ming did not know, however, was that Konoha was brewing a conspiracy at this very moment, waiting for him. In front of Konoha village, an extremely beautiful blonde woman was standing at the gate. She wore a green coat, and on the back was a huge gamble character. Her surging figure was hard to hide even with oversized clothes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of something cutting through the air came over. Lady Tsunade, you've finally arrived. The third Hokage has been waiting for you for far too long. A ninja wearing Konoha's green flak jacket said excitedly. That's right. The woman standing at the village gate was none other than Konoha's princess, Tsunade, and also the last of the Sannin, jokingly called the legendary sucker. Originally, because of the deaths of her lover and younger brother, the grief-stricken Tsunade should have been wandering around and making a living through gambling. But a few months ago, she had suddenly started winning every bet, sweeping through the casinos. Such an abnormal situation made her realize that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Tsunade soon learned about the change in Konoha's ruling power. Originally, Tsunade had no intention of getting involved, because she strongly resisted returning to Konoha, this place full of painful memories. But a suddenly delivered letter forced Tsunade to put down what she was doing and hurry back to Konoha. Tsunade looked at Konoha's gate with a complicated expression, then asked, Where is the old man right now? This ninja cautiously glanced around and said in a low voice, Lady Tsunade, please come with me. Uchiha clan informants are everywhere here. You absolutely must not let them notice you. Tsunade nodded slightly, then entered Konoha through the shadows together with Shizune. After following the ninja ahead through a winding path, Tsunade arrived at a small room protected by a barrier. Many ninja had already gathered here. Aside from familiar faces like the third, Asuma Sarutobi, Kakashi, and the others, the head of the Shimura clan was also present. Tsunade, you've finally come back. Sit down quickly. We've been waiting for you for a long time, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a relieved smile, taking the initiative to invite Tsunade to sit. The people beside him also moved aside one after another, allowing Tsunade to sit in the main seat. I really didn't expect Konoha to change this much in just a few years. Old man, do you now have to sneak around just to hold a meeting? Tsunade let out a sigh. The third's old face reddened. After taking a puff from his smoking pipe, he explained, There's no helping it. The Uchiha are in charge of Konoha now. We have to be more careful. You're our last chance. Tsunade rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, Don't hand such an important task to me. I can't fight anymore in my current state. I can only help you contact Mount Myaboku. Are you sure that bunch of toads has the ability to break the Genjutsu Jiraiya is under? That's right. The reason Tsunade had come back this time was precisely because of Jiraiya. The third nodded heavily and replied, According to the ancient records we found, Mount Myaboku should have this ability. I've heard that the great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku is a powerhouse from the same era as the Sage of Six Paths. He once entrusted Jiraiya with an important mission. I think that as long as we tell Mount Myaboku this news, they will definitely find a way to break the genjutsu on Jiraiya. Tsunade thought for a moment, remembering Jiraiya's broad back, and said, "Fine. For Jiraiya's sake, I'll help you this once." Tsunade took a deep breath, closed her eyes, bit her finger, and quickly formed several hand seals. Summoning Jutsu Katsuyu. Along with a burst of white mist, a small blue and white slug appeared on the table. It raised its head and happily said, "Lady Tsunade, you've finally summoned me again. I've missed you very much." Tsunade smiled slightly and touched Katsuyu's body. Ever since she developed hemophobia, she had rarely even used the summoning jutsu, a simple C-rank ninjutsu. If it weren't for Jiraiya, there was no way she would have summoned Katsuyu. Tsunade placed Katsuyu on her hand and said, "Katsuyu, I called you out this time because I want to ask you for a favor. Can you contact the Toad clan of Mount Myaboku?" "Yes. There is a way for the three great sacred lands to contact each other. I can help you reach them." Katsuyu's words made everyone let out a sigh of relief. The third Hokage looked wildly overjoyed and quickly said, "First, then I'll have to trouble Sage Katsuyu to contact them immediately, if possible. Tell them something major has happened to Jiraiya, and we need the great Toad Sage's help." "Alright, I understand." Katsuyu nodded, then burst into a cloud of white mist and disappeared from the spot. Not long after, Katsuyu, carrying a strange scroll, was summoned out again by Tsunade. Lifting the scroll on her body, Katsuyu said, "The great Toad Sage said he has been waiting for you for a long time. He said he has a way to save Jiraiya. This is a specially made reverse summoning scroll that can send one of you to Mount Myaboku." The third Hokage carefully took the scroll as if it were a treasure, then bowed deeply to Katsuyu. "Thank you very much, Sage Katsuyu. Konoha will never forget the help you've given us." After thinking for a moment, the third handed the scroll in his hand to Tsunade and said, "Tsunade, I'll leave the mission of going to Mount Myaboku to you. You must meet the great Toad Sage and ask him to help Jiraiya. Don't worry, that's exactly why I came back." Without any hesitation, Tsunade accepted the scroll and opened it. A strange force immediately wrapped around Tsunade, and she vanished from the spot in an instant. Mount Myaboku. This was a sacred land of inheritance on par with Shikatsu Forest and Ryuchi Cave, home to all kinds of different toads. And it had a cultivation system completely different from that of ninja, able to use a power called senjutsu. Tsunade was directly transported by the reverse summoning jutsu to a temple deep within Mount Myaboku. When Tsunade opened her eyes again, the first thing she saw was a gigantic orange toad. This toad already looked extremely old. Around its neck hung a string of Buddhist beads, with a pale purple cat's eye gem set in the middle, marked with a black character. Tsunade knew that this sleepy-looking old toad before her was none other than the legendary Great Toad Sage, Gamamaru. "Hello, Great Toad Sage. I am Princess Tsunade of Konoha. I heard you have a way to remove Jiraiya's genjutsu." Tsunade's attitude was extremely respectful. She knelt on one knee on the ground and waited for the Great Toad Sage's instructions. She knew that the Great Toad Sage before her was an ancient being who had lived for over 1,000 years and possessed power not inferior to the Sage of Six Paths. Before this toad, she was a junior among juniors. Finally here, the Great Toad Sage kept muttering, then suddenly asked in confusion, "You? Who are you again?" "Huh?" Tsunade looked completely baffled. Hadn't she just introduced herself? At the side, Fukasaku Sage quietly reminded him, "Great Elder, this is Tsunade, the successor from Shikatsu Forest. Didn't you say you saw her in your dream too?" "Oh right, I remember now. What a pretty girl." The Great Toad Sage put on a look of sudden realization. Shima Sage was instantly speechless and scolded. Really getting senile. You just gave her the reverse summoning scroll yourself. Every time it's the same routine with you. Are you done yet? Didn't you hear that little Jiraiya is already in trouble?" Shima Sage gave the Great Toad Sage a full round of scolding. The Great Toad Sage stopped playing dumb, opened his cloudy eyes and said, "Then I'll get straight to the point. Of course there is a way to save Jiraiya. Mount Myaboku has two great treasures. One is the Sage's talisman, and the other is the Sage's soul. The former can heal all physical injuries, while the latter can remove all negative mental effects. As for the Sage's talisman, I already gave it to an old friend 1,000 years ago. The Sage's soul, however, has been preserved until now. With this talisman, Jiraiya will be able to recover his true self." Tsunade's face lit up with joy when she heard this, and she said excitedly, "Is that true?" Even Shima Sage couldn't sit still anymore and immediately asked, "If that was the case, why didn't you say so earlier? We could just reverse summon little Jiraiya back here. Couldn't you just use that Sage's soul thing directly?" Jiraiya had trained at Mount Myaboku for several years, and both Fukasaku and Shima had long regarded him as one of their own juniors. After learning that Jiraiya had been controlled by genjutsu, they were naturally deeply worried about him as well. "Ahem, it's not that I wouldn't let you do that. It's just that the sage's soul will stir up the most instinctive desire buried deep in a person's mind. Only by letting him complete the one thing he most wants to do in the depths of his spirit can he fully recover. As the great toad sage spoke, he turned his gaze toward Tsunade. One thing? What kind of thing? Tsunade immediately pressed. The great toad sage revealed a meaningful smile. The most primal thing between living beings. Only you can complete this, Tsunade. At that moment, no matter how slow Tsunade's reaction was, she understood what the great toad sage meant. Her cheeks flushed red, and for a moment she did not know what to say. Even Fukasaku and Shima awkwardly turned their heads away. After all, this kind of thing really couldn't be forced on anyone. Willing. Please, you two sages, summon Jiraiya. Tsunade's voice was barely audible. The great toad sage smiled and took out a talisman, handing it to Fukasaku as he said, after summoning him, immediately stick this talisman onto Jiraiya's head. After that, you may leave. Understood, great elder. Fukasaku carefully accepted the talisman, then brought Tsunade to an empty room. Inside the room, Fukasaku sage took out a scroll, then formed several hand seals. Reverse summoning jutsu. Along with a burst of white smoke, Jiraiya, who was far away at the Uchiha clan, was immediately summoned to Mount Mayaboku. Before he could even react, Fukasaku had already slapped the sage's soul talisman onto Jiraiya's head. Along with a burst of blinding green light, Jiraiya clutched his head in pain. Then his breathing grew heavier, and his face turned bright red. Shima sage knew the sage's soul was taking effect, and she coughed dryly. Father, since it's done, let's head out first. Oh right. Then we'll leave the rest to you, Tsunade. Fukasaku sage's old face turned red as he spoke, and he directly shot out of the room. Tsunade gave Jiraiya a complicated look, then stepped forward and hugged him. The pain on Jiraiya's face seemed to ease quite a bit. This time, let me save you, Tsunade said softly, then undid the buttons on her clothes. One night passed quickly. Jiraiya sat half upright at the edge of the bed with his upper body bare, his face full of indescribable awkwardness and guilt. Kodo Amitsukami had already been dispelled. Tsunade, about last night. Jiraiya stammered for a long time and still couldn't get a single useful word out. Tsunade lay half reclined on the bed, clutching the blanket tightly around herself, and said softly, say anything. I did it willingly. You don't need to take it to heart. You should hurry and go thank the great toad sage instead. Jiraiya had always listened to Tsunade, so he slowly got up and walked to the door. At the moment he was about to close it, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, Tsunade, don't worry. About yesterday, I'll take responsibility. After saying that, he immediately ran off in a flash. Under the blanket, Tsunade's cheeks were slightly red. Wasn't that obvious? Of course you had to take responsibility. Great toad sage, thank you for helping me break free from Kodo Amitsukami's control. Jiraiya knelt on one knee before the great toad sage and said. The great toad sage slowly shook his head and said with a smile, no need to be polite. Saving you from genjutsu was also something I had to do. Jiraiya, the future in my prophecy has already undergone a major change. The child of the prophecy has disappeared, and I can see that the entire ninja world is about to face a terrifying disaster. For the first time, the great toad sage's tone revealed an incomparably grave weight. Jiraiya asked in a deep voice, is it because of Uchiha Longming? The great toad sage slowly nodded. Yes. In my dream, I vaguely saw his figure. He brought great disaster to the ninja world. I saw him in the flames of war, slaughtering the ninja of the 4 great ninja villages and spreading the war across the entire world. Jiraiya's expression changed, and he said solemnly, Great Toad Sage, I will definitely stop him. Please let Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage return to Konoha with me. With me in sage mode, I will definitely strangle him in the cradle. The Great Toad Sage's voice echoed continuously through the temple. Go. The future of the ninja world is in your hands now. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had already passed. In the sky, layer upon layer of dark rain clouds hung overhead, while the spring rain fell in a lingering drizzle. Thin as cow hair, the strands of rain drifted down, shrouding all of Konoha in a faint mist. Long Ming and his group had finally returned to Konoha from the land of rice fields. Konoha! I really never thought I'd one day come back like this. Orochimaru gazed dimly in Konoha's direction, feeling deeply moved. Long Ming let out a light laugh. Your old friend Jiraiya is here too. I think he should be very happy to see you. Orochimaru gave a soft snort when he heard Jiraiya's name. Not necessarily. People change. Long Ming neither agreed nor disagreed, but at least he knew that Jiraiya had always been searching for Orochimaru. Alright, let's head down already. It's been so long since I've seen my brother. I want to show him the results of my training. Sasuke clenched his fist and made a provocative gesture. Hinata also said with a face full of hope, Long Ming, I kind of miss Nijin Ai-san and my little sister too. Then let's go. Long Ming rubbed his nose, took the initiative to hold Hinata's small hand, and led everyone toward Konoha. Even though this wasn't the first time they had held hands, Hinata's pretty face still instantly flushed red through her pale complexion. At the entrance of Konoha, a large number of ninja had already gathered. There were Uchiha Fugaku, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Asuma, Kakashi, and others. Besides them, the clan heads of the Shimura, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans were all there as well. When he saw Long Ming, Uchiha Fugaku warmly stepped forward to greet him. Long Ming, you finally returned. Your negotiations with the Land of Fire have brought great merit to the village. I must reward you properly. Long Ming could not help but smile and said leisurely, Clan head, you're too polite. How come I don't see Itachi? Oh, he's been busy dealing with clan matters lately, so he's rather occupied. That's why only I came. Fugaku's expression did not change as he explained. Long Ming did not pay much attention to it. Then he brought Orochimaru beside him forward and said, Clan head, this is Orochimaru, one of the Sannin alongside Jiraiya. He has already agreed to join the Uchiha clan. I hope the village can revoke Orochimaru's missing nin warrant. It was actually Orochimaru. Everyone around them was shocked. A person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. As one of the Sannin, Orochimaru's vicious reputation resounded throughout the entire ninja world. During the Second Great Ninja War, he had made countless contributions to Konoha and killed an unknown number of elite ninja from enemy nations. Could be said that in Konoha, there was practically no one who did not know this S-rank missing nin. Rumor had it that when Orochimaru defected from the village, even Jiraiya, who was also one of the Sannin, had failed to persuade him to return. No one had expected Long Ming to actually bring him back to Konoha. The expressions of the people behind Fugaku turned incomparably grave, especially Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose old face was nearly wrinkled into a knot. As Orochimaru. Truly, it has been a long time. Fugaku's tone seemed to turn somewhat strange, stammering as though he were very excited. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said slowly, Fifth Hokage, it seems we do not have much of a relationship. Your attitude really leaves me somewhat flattered. Oh, I lost my composure. It's just that the village has welcomed back another one of the Sannin, so I got a little excited. Long Ming, come on, let's go. Everyone is waiting for you. Fugaku changed the subject and reached his hand toward Long Ming. Long Ming frowned, feeling that today's atmosphere was somewhat off. He looked at the people behind Fugaku. Within the Uchiha clan, aside from Fugaku, no one else had come. The Hyuga clan, Yamanaka clan, and Nara clan also had no representatives at all. Instead, the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inuzuka clans were especially active and had sent quite a few people. Just as Fugaku's hand was about to touch Long Ming, a sense of danger enveloped his heart. Long Ming did not hesitate. At the fastest speed, he shoved Hinata away from his side. Then he was about to activate infinite defense, but it was already too late. The attacker's speed was faster than he had imagined, at least beyond Kage level. The moment Long Ming pushed Hinata away, an utterly terrifying surge of Sage Chakra erupted from Uchiha Fugaku's shadow. Sage Art. Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. Along with a low roar, the Sage transformed Jiraiya flew out from Fugaku's shadow. At this moment, Jiraiya's aura soared to the heavens, his chakra like a boundless ocean. Standing on his shoulders were the two sages from Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya condensed an enormous Rasengan in his right hand and, with lightning speed, slammed it directly onto Long Ming's body. Long Ming! Hinata cried out in shock. The dense chakra sphere instantly shredded Long Ming's upper clothes, and then his entire body was sent flying several hundred meters by the Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. With a loud, Long Ming crashed into a small mountain in the distance, and the shattered, collapsing rocks buried him directly underneath. Asust, Lord Jiraiya hit him. That guy didn't have time to use that eye technique. He's definitely dead for sure. So this is Lord Jiraiya's true power. Too brutal. The Uchiha clan's good days are over. Watching Jiraiya send Long Ming flying with a single Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, the crowd behind immediately burst into waves of uproar. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with a dark expression and said coldly, I was wondering why there was a familiar feeling on Fugaku. So it really was you. Jiraiya. It's been a long time, Orochimaru. I don't know why you're with Long Ming, but everything is already over. I don't want to be your enemy. I hope you understand. Jiraiya's face was stern, and every word he spoke struck the hearts of everyone present like a giant hammer. The aura of Sage Mode swept across the battlefield like raging waves. Over? Orochimaru's expression suddenly became extremely strange. Then he mocked, Jiraiya. After all these years, how are you still so naive? You're stupid in such an adorable way. You don't actually think that attack alone could defeat Long Mingkuin, do you? Jiraiya was startled and quickly turned to look into the distance. But the mountain-bearing Long Ming showed no movement at all. Jiraiya smiled and said, Orochimaru, are you bluffing? My Ultra Big Ball Rasengan is dozens of times stronger than an ordinary Rasengan. He didn't use his eye technique to defend just now, so even if he isn't dead, he must have lost the ability to fight. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya as if he were looking at an idiot, rubbed his forehead, and said, If Long Mingkoin were that easy for you to deal with, do you think I would have been dragged back to Konoha by him? Jiraiya's face instantly stiffened when he heard that. With a crash, Long Ming flew out from the shattered mountain rocks. Although his chest was covered in blood, he looked full of spirit, completely unlike someone who was injured.
Hehe, sorry.
I came out a bit slow. I was just thinking about how you broke free of Koto Amitsukami. With a blur, Long Ming returned to where he had been standing. There was a horrifying wound on Long Ming's chest. That was the result of Jiraiya's strike just now. But under Long Ming's powerful Azura physique, the wound healed at an astonishing speed. There was not even the slightest scar left behind, as if he had never been injured at all. All the surrounding ninja sucked in a cold breath. What kind of monstrous physique was this? He did not even need to form hand seals, yet he had such terrifying recovery power. If a medical ninja saw this scene, they would probably be so ashamed they would want to crawl into a crack in the ground. It was practically a medical miracle. The two great sage toads on Jiraiya's shoulders also looked grave. Fukasaku sage spoke, "Little Jiraiya, this brat is even more outrageous than what your intel said. His body is filled with powerful life force. My guess is, if we can't kill him in one strike, then he'll recover very quickly." Shima sage frowned. That put him on par with that god of shinobi? This is getting troublesome. No matter what, we have to stop him here and change the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy? Long Ming frowned. Jiraiya did not hide anything and replied directly, according to the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, in the future, you will stir up a massive war in the ninja world and slaughter the ninja of the other 4 great nations. The Great Toad Sage helped me break free of Koto Amitsukami, so I could come stop you. So it was the Great Toad Sage who undid Koto Amitsukami. What a busybody. He makes some prophecy and you just believe it? Long Ming snorted coldly, extremely dissatisfied with Gamamaru, that toad who was always interfering in the development of the ninja world on his own initiative. From Kaguya being sealed away, to Black Zetsu trying to save his mother, to Naruto and Sasuke joining forces to seal Kaguya. Behind every major event in the ninja world, Gamamaru had a hand in it. Calling him the true boss would not be an exaggeration. Jiraiya answered with complete conviction, of course I believe him. The Great Toad Sage is the sage of the ninja world. Everything he does is to stop war and bring peace to the ninja world. Long Ming shook his head and said, Wrong. The Great Toad Sage isn't trying to stop war. He's only doing it for himself. Since when would a toad care how many humans die? Do you normally care whether ants live or die? Jiraiya's tone stalled, and he asked instinctively, what do you mean by that? A faint smile curved at the corner of Long Ming's mouth. Then he pointed at the 2 sages and said, Mount Myaboku, as one of the 3 great sacred lands of inheritance, possesses methods to cultivate sage jutsu. Its natural energy is incredibly abundant. You could call it a true blessed land. But have you ever thought about it? Why haven't the people of the 5 great nations gone looking for a place that good? Jiraiya had wanted to answer that it was because Mount Myaboku's location was extremely hidden. But on second thought, if a nation poured all its power into the search, then no matter how well hidden it was, they would definitely be able to find it. Jiraiya could not help sinking into thought, and Long Ming directly gave the answer. Of course it's because the ninja world still isn't unified. The 5 nations are always guarding against each other. They simply don't have the energy to search for these sacred lands. And this is exactly what the Great Toad Sage wants to see. He doesn't want any huge war in the ninja world, because if one side really does win and unify the ninja world, the next unlucky one would definitely be Mount Myaboku. That's why Gamamaru has made those so-called prophecies again and again, using the excuse of stopping war to trick people like you into working for him. Long Ming's words were sharp and direct, making cold sweat stream down Jiraiya's back. Just twisting logic. Going by what you're saying, are you claiming that advocating peace is wrong, and promoting war is right instead? Jiraiya retorted unwillingly. Of course. Without the unification of the ninja world, where would peace in the ninja world even come from? Long Ming replied without the slightest hesitation. One day, I will lead the Uchiha clan to conquer even greater territory, and then establish an even greater nation on top of it. That completely unhesitating response made Jiraiya's face darken. Jiraiya, don't think this is a joke. Long Ming glanced at Jiraiya indifferently, then said, do you know how many years the wars between clans in the Land of Fire lasted before it was unified? A full several hundred years. It was only after the Senju clan won the war, defeated the Uchiha, unified all the clans within the territory, and established the village that the century-long warfare within the Land of Fire finally came to an end. You can think of the current 5 great nations as different clans from that war-torn era. Only by unifying these great nations again can true peace finally arrive. Jiraiya was starting to waver. Long Ming's words struck directly at his heart. They forced him to think seriously. Little Jiraiya, you can't let him mislead you. This brat is full of nonsense. Shima Sage said in a deep voice. That's right. Although the old master is usually a bit muddle-headed, you should know he isn't a bad person. Fukasaku sage also reminded him. The words of the two sages helped Jiraiya recover for the time being. He cast Long Ming's words aside and decided to defeat him first before talking about anything else. Seeing how stubborn Jiraiya was, Long Ming let out a sigh. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. You don't even understand such a simple truth, Jiraiya. Still, Long Ming had already said enough. Since Jiraiya insisted on going his own way, then they could only settle it with their strength. Just as both sides were preparing to make a move, the head of the Shimura clan suddenly stepped forward. He looked at Long Ming coldly and said, Long Ming, you'd better surrender without resistance. All the Uchiha clansmen have already been captured by us. If you still dare resist, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I order you now, kneel and confess your crimes immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill your sister first, then kill Itachi, and that damned Ninetails Jinchuriki too. As soon as the head of the Shimura clan said that, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. You dare threaten me? Long Ming's eyes suddenly turned incomparably sharp, and his overwhelming killing intent was completely undisguised. Long Ming stepped out with one foot, his figure turning into an afterimage as he appeared directly in front of the head of the Shimura clan. Why, you little beast? What are you trying to do? The head of the Shimura clan's expression changed. Long Ming was too fast. He had no time to react. I want you dead. Long Ming clenched his right hand, unleashing a powerful surge of chakra. This was an ability that belonged to the Senju clan. After precisely controlling chakra, it was concentrated and unleashed in a strike, with enough power to easily pierce rock. This was the so-called monstrous strength. The Senju clan were descendants of Asura. After obtaining the body of Asura, Long Ming had naturally gained control over monstrous strength as well. Using infinity to drive monstrous strength and throw a punch, absolute speed combined with absolute power. The force of this punch was enough to shatter a small mountain. With a bang, the blow landed. The head of the Shimura clan was blasted apart on the spot, flesh and blood flying everywhere. He did not even have time to scream before dying instantly. Everyone was shaken to the core, horror reaching its peak in their hearts. They hurriedly backed away, keeping a safe distance from Long Ming. Long Ming wiped the blood that had splashed onto his face and slowly said, If anything happens to my clansmen, then everyone here will meet the same end. The members of the Aburame clan and several other families looked extremely grim. Long Ming's brutality made them vaguely regret taking the third Hokage's side. Jiraiya, who saw this scene, also had an ashen expression. Long Ming's move of killing one to warn the rest directly caused more than half the people present to lose their will to fight. Now, he could only rely on himself. Two great sages, I need your help. Jiraiya took up a fighting stance. Don't worry, little Jiraiya. We've been ready for a long time. Let us attack together and take him down. As they spoke, the two-toed sages inhaled deeply at the same time. Sage Art, Gomen. One man and two toads worked in perfect coordination. Great Sage Fukasaku used wind release, Great Sage Shima used fire release, and Jiraiya spat out oil. They unleashed a powerful senjutsu formed by combining these three techniques. This move could burn the enemy to ashes over a wide area, and in theory, could devour all tangible matter. The burning oil, like a towering wave, surged toward Long Ming to swallow him whole. Everything along its path was burned away, and the scorching heat made all the surrounding ninja watching the battle break out in sweat. Long Ming raised his palm and used infinity to release a protective space of at least 1,000 meters around himself. After the hot oil slammed into the area around Long Ming, its speed became incomparably slow, almost as if it had stopped completely. Long Ming just stood there openly in the burning oil, and not even a corner of his clothes was harmed. Looks like this move won work, old man. Great Sage Shima said in a deep voice. Then we'll switch to another one. Great Sage Fukasaku stopped his fire release, his hands forming seals. Long Ming brought his hands together and snorted coldly. Since you made a move, I'll return the favor. Take one from me too. Long Ming skipped the hand seal step entirely. With his hands pressed together, whatever he wanted came instantly. Buzz. The moment his words fell, an extremely terrifying chakra fluctuation erupted from Long Ming's body. Would release secret technique. Deep forest emergence. Along with a low shout, boom, the entire battlefield began to quake violently, and massive cracks appeared across the ground. Under the horrified gazes of countless ninja, towering trees with tangled roots burst out from underground, carrying an unstoppable force as they crushed toward Jiraiya. The rolling hot oil all flowed into the cracks. A few places did set the giant trees ablaze, but it was only a drop in the bucket. This is the legendary wood release. How does Long Ming know wood release? Could he be a descendant of the Senju clan? The shocked cries of many ninja rang out from Konoha. Jiraiya crouched low, nimbly dodging everywhere within the descending forest. I really didn't expect him to hide things this deeply. He even possesses the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Great Sage Fukasaku said in a deep voice, Little Jiraiya, we need to find a way to strike back. Call those boys out and have them create an opening for us. Okay. Jiraiya replied in a deep voice, then bit his finger. Summoning jutsu. Bang! 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 3 thunderous booms rang out one after another as the 3 Toad brothers of Mount Myaboku descended onto the battlefield. Looking at the sea of trees beneath his feet, Gamabunta complained, "Seriously, Jiraiya, why is it always such a troublesome opponent every time you summon me?" Great Sage Shima snapped, "This is not the time for your complaints. Focus and deal with the guy in front of you. Buy us some time." When Gamabunta saw that Great Sage Shima was there too, the attitude he had just shown immediately vanished. After glancing at Long Ming, he thumped his chest and said, "Don't worry, you 2 elders 1T need to step in. Leave this guy to us 3 brothers." After saying that, Gamabunta drew the short blade at his waist. "Gamahiro, Gamaken, come with me," Gamabunta shouted, then charged forward first. The 3 massive creatures rushed toward Long Ming together. Ninja Art, Toad Short Blade Slash. Ninja Art, Toad Twin Blade Slash. Ninja Art, Toad Iron Fork. The 3 toads each displayed their own abilities, attacking Long Ming from different angles in a pincer assault. Now this is a little interesting. Long Ming smiled, pressed his palms together, and the chakra in his body once again surged wildly into the sea of trees beneath his feet. Wood release. Wood dragon jutsu. Boom! The ground trembled once more. The towering trees beneath their feet suddenly changed shape, and from the sea of trees grew several enormous wooden dragons with long hooked noses and spines all over their bodies. These wooden dragons carried an astonishing presence, their golden eyes fixed firmly on the 3 charging toads. "Catch them," Long Ming said lightly. After receiving the order, the 3 wooden dragons threw back their heads and roared, then launched their attack on Gamabunta. What the hell are these things? Facing the wooden dragon charging at him, Gamabunta did not dare be careless. He opened his mouth and spat several large water bullets at it. Water release, gunshot. Boom! Boom! Heavy impact sounds echoed through the sky. Although the wooden dragon was hit head-on, aside from its body becoming wet, it suffered no damage at all. Gamabunta was startled, and the short blade in his hand slashed directly at the wooden dragon's head. Unexpectedly, despite its massive appearance, the wooden dragon was actually extremely agile. It directly dodged Gamabunta's short blade. Swish! With a twist, the wooden dragon directly coiled around Gamabunta's huge body. The barbs on the wooden dragon's body stabbed into Gamabunta, making his entire face twist in pain. While desperately hacking at the wooden dragon's head with his blade, Gamabunta cursed loudly, "What the hell is this thing? Why is it so hard? Let me go, damn it! Stop struggling. The wood dragon has extremely strong binding power. You can't break free from it. It will also continuously absorb your chakra, so you'd better save your strength," Long Ming reminded him flatly. This wood dragon jutsu was a ninjutsu that had once suppressed the Ninetales. Even the Ninetales could not break free, much less Gamabunta. Sure enough, not long afterward, Gamabunta's aura gradually weakened. The chakra in his body was continuously being absorbed into the wooden dragon. The other 2 toads ended up no better. Before they even had a chance to show what they could do, Long Ming's wooden dragons had already tightly bound them, constantly absorbing their chakra. The Konoha ninja watching the battle all revealed shocked expressions. They knew it was not that these toads were too weak, but that their opponent was too strong. Among everyone watching here, 80% were not even as strong as those 3 toads. Bang! After most of their chakra had been absorbed, the 3 Toad brothers were directly forced to end the summoning and return to Mount Myaboku. Bunta was actually taken care of this quickly. Great Sage Fukasaku's eyes filled with shock. As one of Mount Myaboku's top figures, having lived for hundreds of years, he knew very well how strong the 3 Bunta brothers were. Even some tailed beasts would find it hard to match them working together. He had never expected Long Ming to deal with them so easily. "Doesn't matter, old man. Our preparations are already complete too. Let's begin," Shima said with a grave expression. Fukasaku nodded. The 2 sages took a deep breath at the same time, their mouths puffing up high. They chanted one strange syllable after another. Terrifying chakra and natural energy were frantically gathered into the 2 sages' bodies, and even the surrounding space began to twist faintly. This was the ultimate genjutsu known as Mount Myaboku's strongest, demonic illusion, Toad confrontation chant. With 2 or more toads singing together, it produced an exquisite melody. Once the enemy heard this melody, they would be lured into a genjutsu world that bound the spirit, unable to move and left at their mercy. Take this. Is this the true strength of the 2 sages of Mount Myaboku? So terrifying. Even the surrounding space is twisting. Good thing it isn't being used on us, or we probably wouldn't even have the ability to resist. Watching the senjutsu used by Mount Myaboku's 2 great sages, all the Konoha ninjas revealed dumbfounded expressions and regained confidence in Jiraiya. Sound can only travel through a limited space too. Long Ming raised his arm and used infinity, preparing to block the toad chant. The sound waves were blocked around Long Ming, But as the melody kept growing stronger, the stones around Long Ming were shattered by the vibrations, and the protective space began to show slight distortion. Then came a soft crack. For the first time, Long Ming's infinity had been broken head-on by someone, no, by two toads. The moment he heard the toads singing, Long Ming felt his spirit being pulled into another space. When Long Ming came back to his senses, he found himself inside a sealed gray square barrier. Around him, he was surrounded on all four sides by giant toads carved with the four characters, and as for Jiraiya, he stood below the barrier. A genjutsu that can twist space. That's really something. Long Ming glanced around, showing no panic even though he was trapped. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, Long Ming, you can't do anything here. Your real body can no longer move. If I wanted to make a move, you would definitely die. Oh? Then why aren't you doing it? Long Ming curled his lips and simply sat down inside the sealed barrier. Jiraiya remained silent. What Long Ming had just said really had made him start to doubt Mount Myaboku's actions. The general trend of the world was always that what had long been divided must unite, and what had long been united must divide. Yet the great Toad Sage always interfered in the development of the ninja world with his own will. If someone said he truly wanted nothing at all, it would really be hard for others to believe, because I can't refute what you just said either. I've traveled the ninja world for years and seen quite a few people dissatisfied with war but lacking the courage to change this world. Compared to them, at least you have enough courage, Jiraiya said in a deep voice. Seeing that Jiraiya was finally starting to get it, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Long Ming's mouth. That's one thing you got wrong. My goal is only to bring the Uchiha to the peak of the ninja world. Changing the world is just something I do along the way. The two sages' faces darkened. He really dared to brag without fear. Changing the world was just something done along the way. A brat trapped by us still dares to talk big. Right now, all it takes is a flick of our fingers, and your little life will be gone, Shima said, narrowing her eyes. Because Long Ming had kept trying to drive a wedge between Jiraiya and Mount Myaboku, Shima's attitude toward him was extremely bad. Long Ming glanced at Shima indifferently and said with disdain, Do you really think trash genjutsu like this can control me? Trash genjutsu? Jiraiya and the two sages' faces twitched. Ever since this technique had been created, Mount Myaboku had always treated it as a senjutsu passed down through the generations. It was immensely powerful and at the same time, the training conditions were extremely harsh, so it had always been held in extremely high regard. Yet in Long Ming's mouth it had actually become trash genjutsu. Fukasaku said coldly, Mount Myaboku's strongest genjutsu is not something a brat who only knows how to run his mouth can casually insult. If you really have the ability, then break this genjutsu and show me. Oh, and what if I really do break this genjutsu? Long Ming crossed his arms and asked with interest. Fukasaku froze for a moment, then directly sneered, If you really can break our ultimate genjutsu, then we'll admit defeat on the spot and let you deal with us however you want. Good. Then open your eyes and watch carefully. Witness the power of the Uchiha. Long Ming rose from the barrier. At its core, any genjutsu was a manifestation of spiritual power and belonged to the power of in release. The clash between genjutsu also depended on the strength of both sides' in release. Indra's chakra could be called the pinnacle of in release power. Even Mount Myaboku's two great sages were far inferior to Indra's power. So trying to control Long Ming with demonic illusion, Toad confrontation chant was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Buzz. Long Ming's eyes began to turn scarlet, and the three tomo in his pupils connected together, forming a strange six-pointed star. Susanoo. Along with a massive wave of chakra, a huge black skeletal frame enveloped Long Ming's body. The gradually growing Susanoo directly burst apart the barrier trapping him. And this was only the beginning. Meridians and flesh also grew over the skeletal frame, and cloak-like chakra appeared. Its lower body and both legs appeared as well. This was the fourth form of Susanoo, between the second form and the complete body. While retaining the balance and all the abilities of the second form, it also gained excellent mobility, making up for the original defensive gap below. And Long Ming's body was located in Susanoo's head, feeling a Susanoo several times stronger than before. Even Jiraiya could not help but have his heart tremble. Not just Jiraiya. Even the two sages beside him wore blank, stunned expressions. No way. How did this brat do that? Demonic illusion. Toad confrontation chant is an ultimate genjutsu. Once it hits, there's no way he should be able to break through the binding barrier. Fukasaku muttered to himself, his worldview clearly having taken a considerable hit. Long Ming looked down at the two sages below and said flatly, Times have changed. Just because you two frogs in a well haven't seen it doesn't mean no one can break it. Every technique has a weakness, and this technique's weakness is me, Uchiha Long Ming. As soon as he finished speaking, Susanoo grabbed through the void. A double-bladed war sword appeared in its hand without warning, and Long Ming frantically poured the chakra inside his body into the double-bladed war sword. The dual-edged war blade became incomparably huge once again, almost taking up half of Susanoo's body. That alone still wasn't enough. Long Ming then coated the war blade with Amaterasu's black flames, boosting its power, and slashed viciously at the 4 giant toads around him. SHHK. The massive blade aura mixed with black flames shot toward the 4 toads at extreme speed. With just this simple slash from Long Ming, a slight crack actually appeared in this genjutsu world. Defend now, old man. Facing Long Ming with his firepower fully unleashed. Shima's face turned pale, and the 2 sages formed hand seals at the same time. The 4 giant toads raised the short swords in their hands and blocked in front of themselves. But how could such a fragile defense withstand Long Ming's terrifying strike? With a clang, the short swords shattered on the spot. The 4 giant toads were cut in half at the waist by a single blow, and large amounts of blood sprayed out, directly dyeing this world red. Along with the deaths of the 4 toad guardians, countless spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared across the entire space, as if it could collapse at any moment. Those 4 giant toads were the guardians maintaining this genjutsu world. Once they died, the entire genjutsu world collapsed on the spot. He actually really broke Toad confrontation chant. Looking at this scene, Jiraiya looked like he had seen a ghost. This was a bound mental space. Logically speaking, in this mental world, Long Ming should not have had the ability to fight back. But not only had Long Ming broken free from the barrier binding him, he had even slain all 4 guardian toads of the genjutsu world and destroyed this entire genjutsu world. This was freaking outrageous. In reality, Long Ming opened his eyes again. Because the genjutsu had been broken, the 2 sages from Mount Myaboku directly spat out blood, their faces full of shock. Jiraiya, meanwhile, stared at Long Ming in a daze. He knew very clearly that he had already lost. Demonic illusion. Toad confrontation chant was Jiraiya's strongest attack in sage mode. Since even this move had been easily broken by Long Ming, there was no need to continue the battle. You win. After a long while, Jiraiya took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, "Am not your opponent. Do whatever you want with me, but I hope you won't make things difficult for the 2 sages." After speaking, Jiraiya voluntarily exited sage mode. Little Jiraiya, you. The 2 sages' expressions turned ugly to the extreme. Now that Jiraiya had exited sage mode, they truly did not have even the slightest chance left. Long Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the 2 sages. That movement gave the 2 sages a fright. If Long Ming truly intended to kill them, they probably would not even have the chance to end the summoning and return to Mount Myaboku. However, Long Ming did not make a move. He only gave the 2 sages a cold glance, then said, "Go back and tell Gamamaru not to interfere in the affairs of the ninja world so casually. Otherwise, I'll personally go to Mount Myaboku and settle accounts with him." After saying that, he directly pressed a hand onto Jiraiya's body and forcibly cut off the chakra connection of this summoning jutsu. Bang! Bang! The 2 sages burst into clouds of white smoke and disappeared from where they stood. Konoha has you. I really don't know whether that's a blessing or a disaster. Looking at Long Ming, so powerful and so domineering, Jiraiya let out a deeply emotional sigh. For Konoha, it's a blessing. For the ninja world, maybe it's a disaster. Long Ming said flatly, then turned his head to look at the ninjas watching from afar. A trace of coldness appeared in his eyes as he said, "As for everyone who took part in dealing with the Uchiha clan this time, I won't let a single one of them off. That includes you too. Be mentally prepared." "I understand." Jiraiya nodded bitterly, then was taken by Long Ming toward Konoha. Everyone's expressions were incomparably ugly, and some people's legs had already started to go weak. Long Ming's powerful would release made it impossible for even the thought of resistance to rise in their hearts. Long Ming first went to Fugaku's side. Earlier, he had been controlled by Jiraiya's toad-flat shadow manipulation technique, but now he had already returned to normal. "Long Ming, this time it's thanks to you again. Luckily, you made it back in time. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would have been doomed all over again." Fugaku's tone carried a lingering fear. Long Ming comforted him, "It's all over now. How are the others? What about my sister and Naruto and the others?" Fugaku hesitated for a moment, then said, currently being held in Konoha's prison. "Your sister is fine, but Naruto and Itachi were injured a bit during the battle." "Is that so?" Long Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, then his sharp gaze swept over the group of Konoha ninjas in front of him. The expressions of the many Konoha ninjas all became a little unnatural. When Long Ming's gaze landed on them, they all avoided it one after another. When he saw the 3rd Hokage, Long Ming let out a cold laugh and said, "Hiruzen Sarutobi. So it really was you. No need to say it. This incident was definitely arranged by you, wasn't it?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression shifted repeatedly. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. But I don't regret it. Everything I did was for Konoha." Smack! Long Ming's body flashed, and a slap landed on Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face. The immense monstrous strength directly sent Hiruzen Sarutobi flying into a wall so hard that he was embedded in it and couldn't even be pulled out. Long Ming clapped his hands and said, "Hiruzen, All you know how to do is talk about doing things for Konoha. During your time in power, how many good things did you actually do for Konoha? On the contrary, your suppression of the clans never stopped. And after I went out once, I brought back 5 times the active funds for Konoha village. So who exactly is the one truly doing things for Konoha? Don't you know that yourself? As soon as those words came out, many of the Konoha ninjas began discussing among themselves. Now that you put it that way, it really does seem like it. Wasn't that person from the Hyuga clan forced to show up because of Lord Third? 100 billion Ryo. Long Ming is way too capable. Yeah, we've never been this tough with the Land of Fire before. The third Hokage was always timid and submissive. Back then that daimyo was practically holding his tail up to the sky. I remember when that daimyo came some time ago, he was unbelievably polite, and he even brought a huge amount of gifts. Looking at it this way, Long Ming has actually made enormous contributions to Konoha. Embedded in the wall, Hiruzen Sarutobi heard those people's words, got so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted on the spot. After Long Ming had someone pry him out, he directly threw him into Konoha's prison. As for the other clan heads, seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi's downfall was already inevitable, none of them wanted to suffer alongside him, so they immediately chose to submit. But Long Ming paid them no attention. As long as they had participated in this incident, he did not let a single ninja off. Among them, the Shimura clan, which had made the most moves, was directly wiped out clean by Long Ming. As for the ninjas of the other clans, all of them were thrown into Konoha's prison, and all of their clan assets were confiscated. Long Ming released all the imprisoned Uchiha clansmen, as well as the Hyuga and other clans that had been placed under surveillance. The great authority of Konoha once again returned to the Uchiha's hands. Konoha Year 57. The news that Long Ming had imprisoned nearly 1/3 of the clan ninjas, wiped out the Shimura clan, and imprisoned the third Hokage quickly spread throughout the ninja world, especially after people heard that Long Ming had displayed the power of wood release and turned a stretch of land into a sea of trees. The entire ninja world was shaken. It had to be known. The legend of the first, the god of shinobi, had always been widely spread throughout the ninja world. His strength was a fact acknowledged by the entire ninja world. Ever since Hashirama's death, no powerful wood-release user had ever appeared in Konoha again. That had also let the other 4 great nations breathe a sigh of relief, because if another figure like Hashirama were to appear, the 4 great nations would be suppressed for at least another 100 years. Everyone had thought wood-release had already been completely lost, but who would have thought it would appear in the world again today? Some people had already begun secretly calling Long Ming the next god of shinobi. Such news inevitably made the 4 great nations uneasy, but some people also saw opportunity in this incident. Konoha had lost 1 clan, and 1/3 of its ninjas had been imprisoned. That meant Konoha's overall strength had clearly declined. If a war were launched at this time, would this Konoha be able to withstand it? For a time, undercurrents began surging among all the major forces of the ninja world. Sanagekyo. Haha, what a great fight. Why didn't those Konoha guys just fight a civil war to the death? If that happened, our Sanagekyo could invade the Land of Fire without any obstacles. Raza held the intelligence report in his hand and laughed wildly in delight. The village closest to the Land of Fire, and the one that had the most friction with it, was naturally them. During the first 3 great ninja wars, Sanagekyo and Konoha had fought each other fiercely. The hatred between both sides ran as deep as the sea. Granny Chiyo's son, Sasori's father, had died at the hands of Kakashi's father, the White Fang of Konoha. Later, if the third Kazekage had not gone missing and caused Kumogakure to launch a large-scale invasion, Raza would never have chosen to make a truce with Konoha. Raza licked his lips. What had happened in Konoha this time once again ignited his desire to invade the Land of Fire. Because the Wind Daimyo had been constantly reducing the number of ninja and cutting the Hidden Sand funding, Sanagekyo's military strength had been steadily declining. As the 4th Kazekage, he had to find a way out for his village. If they could seize land from the Land of Fire, then with the abundant resources there, the people of Sanagekyo would definitely be able to live without worrying about food or clothing. Maki, from this moment on, the entire Sanagekyo will enter a state of full war preparation. This time I'm going to deal Konoha a fatal blow. Killing intent poured from Raza's eyes without the slightest concealment. Maki hesitated for a moment, then reminded him in a deep voice, Lord Kazekage, that Uchiha Ryūmei from Konoha is rumored to possess power no less than the god of shinobi. Shouldn't we reconsider this? Raza let out a cold snort and said disdainfully, ridiculous nonsense. It's just a bunch of weaklings exaggerating the facts. How could a child not even 10 years old possibly possess power equal to that god of shinobi? Bring Gaara to see me. Kumogakure. Deafening thunder echoed non-stop through the mountain peaks. Bang! Inside the Raikage's office, the 4th Raikage smashed the desk to pieces with a single punch. What would release ninja? What bullshit new god of shinobi? Those Konoha bastards are pretty arrogant. Huh? Have they forgotten which village is the strongest in the ninja world right now? Terrifying chakra erupted from S body, flipping over the surrounding tables, chairs, and tea sets onto the floor. For Kumogakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, a village skilled in kenjutsu and lightning release and known for popularizing ninja taijutsu, they had the capital to be arrogant. Not only did they possess 2-tailed beasts, they also had a way to train perfect jinchuriki. Their military strength was also currently the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. The Hyuga kidnapping incident, where Kumogakure forcefully threatened Konoha, was enough to show just how strong Kumogakure was now. Lord Raikage, please calm down. According to the intelligence we've gathered, this Uchiha Ryūmei really is extremely terrifying. If he is allowed to keep growing, it really is possible for Konoha to produce a new god of shinobi. At the side, the Raikage's secretary Mabui handed over a report. It was not some foolish Raikage with nothing but muscles for brains. After reading the report and calming down, he said in a deep voice, "That will never happen. Kumogakure will never allow Konoha to suppress us for several more decades. I will make Konoha experience the might of Kumogakure once again." Iwagakure, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, stared at the intelligence report on his desk with a grave expression. Would release. Forest Sea, Susanoo. Unlike the Kage of the other villages, Anoki was a ninja who had truly lived through the Warring States period. He had personally witnessed the god of shinobi and that man's terrifying power. If Konoha produced another person like Uchiha Madara, or even Hashirama Senju, then Iwagakure would once again have to beg Konoha for peace. Thinking of the humiliation Uchiha Madara had once brought him, the 3rd Tsuchikage could not help tightening his grip on the report in his hand. And Ryūmei's growth potential was unbelievably terrifying. Not only did he possess the Sharingan, he also had the 1st Hokage's would release. Wouldn't that mean the power of the god of shinobi and the power of Uchiha Madara had been combined? How could that be allowed? Konoha must absolutely not be allowed to rise again. Now that they've lost 1/3 of their ninja, this is the best time to attack Konoha. A sharp, intimidating light burst from Inoki's cloudy old eyes. Kirigakure. Because Obito had controlled the 4th Mizukage and carried out many brutal policies, the entire Kirigakure had fallen into darkness and chaos. Only after the higher-ups discovered something was wrong with the 4th Mizukage and broke the Genjutsu did Kirigakure's tyranny finally come to an end. Kirigakure did not want the matter to blow up, so they had kept it hidden as a secret all this time. After losing its Mizukage, Kirigakure had been under the authority of the elder Genji the whole time. Because this elder possessed authority equal to that of the Mizukage, all important matters in the village had to be discussed with him. Lord Genji, regarding what is happening on the mainland this time, should we intervene? Ao asked softly from the side. Several of the higher-ups nearby immediately shouted, "We absolutely have to make a move. I heard the other 3 great ninja villages are already sharpening their blades and preparing their troops. If they swallow up Konoha, then the gap between us and the mainland will only grow bigger. Kirigakure has always been far from the mainland, and that's exactly why we Haven Tea developed as well as they have. I think this is a good opportunity. Our Kirigakure can take this chance to enter the mainland. Yeah, Konoha is at its weakest point in decades. The other 3 great ninja villages will never let this chance slip by. We have to join in." Mei Terumi, sitting in the corner, frowned slightly. She felt that invading the Land of Fire was still not very reliable. Ryūmei's combat power in every aspect was obviously off the charts. If the invasion of the Land of Fire failed, then could Kirigakure really withstand the other side's retaliation? But at this moment, Mei Terumi was still not the 5th Mizukage, so her words held no weight. Genji let out an aged and low voice. "Gather Kirigakure's forces and keep watch on the mainland at all times. The moment the 3 great ninja villages make a move, we will immediately join the war and carve up Konoha." Half a month later, led by Kumogakure, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure sent consecutive declarations of war to Konoha. The reason was actually that they were concerned about Konoha's internal affairs. They believed Long Ming's actions of imprisoning the 3rd Hokage and locking up a large number of ninja were immoral. As allied nations, they could not stand by and do nothing, so they decided to send troops to attack Konoha. Although the reason was absurd to the extreme, the content of the news was explosive enough. The moment it was released, the entire ninja world was completely thrown into an uproar. The 4 great ninja villages were actually going to attack Konoha at the same time. Could it be that the 4th Great Ninja War was about to begin? In the long course of history, the 4 great ninja villages acting at the same time had only happened once. That was the First Great Ninja War. After Hashirama Senju died decades ago, after Hashirama passed away, the 4 great ninja villages took advantage of Konoha being leaderless and scrambled to organize large numbers of ninja to invade Konoha. Unexpectedly, after several decades, history was repeating itself once again. It's just a pity that this time, Konoha no longer had a legendary figure like the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Countless ninja could not help but sigh, and the people of the Land of Fire were even more terrified. After all, Konoha had gone through consecutive internal wars and lost quite a few elites. Then after Long Ming returned, he imprisoned nearly half of the clan ninja. For Konoha's military strength, this was simply an incomparably major blow. For a time, rumors spread everywhere across the ninja world. Most people believed that Konoha was definitely finished this time and would be wiped out by the combined forces of the 4 great ninja villages. A small portion of people also believed that Long Ming was a genius comparable to the first Hokage and the 4th Hokage, and that he could lead Konoha to turn the tide. However, in the end, those who held this view were only a minority. After all, Long Ming had risen to fame only recently, and many people's understanding of him was based only on hearsay. Even taking 10,000 steps back, even if Long Ming really was very strong, 2 fists still could not fight 4 hands. Ants can bite an elephant to death. With so many people in the 4 great ninja villages, even if all those ninja did nothing and just stood there letting Long Ming kill them, they could still make him exhaust all his chakra and die. And with the thought of taking advantage of the situation to gain a little benefit, it was not only the 4 great ninja villages sending out ninja this time. Some small countries had even sent ninja to join the war, hoping to gain some benefits from it. The 4th Great Ninja War seemed ready to break out at any moment. At the border of the Land of Water, a huge forest, the place was full of devastation, with signs of battle everywhere. A large number of trees had been destroyed, and there were also traces of severe corrosion on the ground. There were also 6 people in the field wearing the Akatsuki's black cloaks with red clouds. They were Nagato's 6 paths of pain. Aside from them, there was also one person lying on the ground. It was Utakata, the rogue Kirigakure ninja who was the 6 Tails Jinchuriki. The 6 Tails capture is complete. Forget about the 3 Tails for now. Getting back to the mainland is more important first. The ninja world is already in chaos, Pain said indifferently. The other 5 Pains all nodded. After learning what had happened in Konoha, as well as the movements of the ninja world, Nagato was dumbfounded on the spot. Just a few days ago, he had still regarded himself as a god and said that as a mortal, Long Ming could not possibly resist his power. In the end, Long Ming had immediately gained the title of god of the ninja world. That was a real slap in the face. Smack, smack, smack. The 5 great ninja villages were now about to go to war, so Nagato had no choice but to consider changing his strategy a little. During wartime, the ninja villages would definitely guard the tailed beasts with extra strictness, and might even use them as weapons in battle. It would no longer be so easy for the Akatsuki to succeed. Pain placed the already unconscious 6 Tails Jinchuriki to the side, then sat cross-legged on the ground and once again activated the astral projection jutsu. As time slowly passed, the members of the Akatsuki gradually appeared in the form of phantoms. We all heard about it, right? The plan to collect the tailed beasts should have met quite a bit of resistance by now. Has anyone had any recent success? Pain swept his gaze around indifferently. Deidara scratched his head and coughed dryly. To even mention it, that 1 Tails Jinchuriki in Sunagakure is being guarded way too tightly right now. If I want to catch him, I can only forcefully attack Sunagakure. I heard the 4th Kazekage, Raza, is skilled in magnet release, gold dust, and has the power to suppress tailed beasts. I really don't have much confidence. If Sasori were Deidara's partner at this time, maybe Deidara really would have dared to give it a try. Unfortunately, with Zetsu as a partner who only knew how to gather intelligence and had worrying combat ability, Deidara truly did not dare to take the risk. Kakuzu also pondered and said, Kisame and I risked a lot to capture the 2 Tails, and right now we're being hunted by Kumogakure. The 8 Tails has now been summoned back inside Kumogakure, so it's not easy to make a move. For people as powerful as Kisame and Kakuzu, the task of capturing a tailed beast was not difficult for them. As long as they were given enough time, even the 8 Tails could still be taken down. Beside them, Konan pondered and said, the new member Haiden and I are near Takigakure. The 7 Tails Jinchuriki is quite strong, so we need to find a suitable opportunity to act. Because the Akatsuki lacked manpower, Obito had dug up Haiden ahead of time instead of having him join later as he originally would have. Listening to Konan, Haiden said unhappily, what suitable opportunity? If you ask me, we should just charge in and do it. Anyone who refuses to obey Lord Jashin should be sacrificed. All of them. Heh. Kakuzu let out a hoarse voice. What a brainless guy. Your head probably isn't worth much bounty, right? I really don't know how you got into the organization. Haiden raised his brows, ready to get angry on the spot. Quiet down, all of you. Pain's cold voice rang out, and everyone fell silent. Pain thought for a moment. Now that the Akatsuki had the 2 Tails and the 6 Tails, the number of captured tailed beasts had reached 3. Although they were still a bit far from their goal, at least 1/3 of it had already been completed. After thinking for a moment, Pain said in a deep voice, the 4 great ninja villages are all preparing for war right now, and their security has increased to an unprecedented level. Our plan to collect the tailed beasts must be temporarily postponed. After hearing that, Kakuzu shrugged indifferently and said, then postpone it. I can just take a few bounty missions in the Land of Lightning. No. You must all return to the Land of Fire immediately, including the others who are currently capturing tailed beasts. All of them. Pain immediately rejected Kakuzu and issued the order in a deep voice. Why? Didn't you say we're postponing it? Kakuzu subconsciously frowned. As a man who valued money above all else, not letting him earn extra cash was harder for him to bear than being killed. Pain sneered a few times, then said, postponing it doesn't mean we're not capturing them anymore. It means waiting for the right opportunity. Now that the 4 great ninja villages are attacking Konoha together, we might be able to capture the hardest one of all, the Ninetales. Pain's words made everyone's eyes light up. Kisame said hoarsely, Leader, you mean we should wait until Konoha is defeated, then go in and fish in troubled waters to capture the Ninetales? Pain lifted his head and said indifferently, this time, we will sit back and reap the fisherman's profit. Let the 5 great ninja villages fight among themselves. When their great war is over, that will be the moment for the Akatsuki to complete its mission. At the same time, Konoha of course also entered its highest state of alert. Every day, Fugaku sent out large numbers of ninja to scout enemy movements and monitor every action of the 4 great ninja villages. It had to be said, Fugaku had truly worried himself sick these past few days, because Konoha's remaining fighting force now only consisted of the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan, the Akimichi clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Uchiha clan. As for the rest, they had either been wiped out or thrown into prison by Long Ming, including some ANBU ninja. So now, the basic combat strength Konoha could actually deploy was extremely limited. Fugaku wished he could split himself in half and use both parts. Frontline report. 2 squads from Sunigakure have already entered the Land of Fire. Leading them is Sunigakure's elite jonin, Maki. Eskarui has also brought 5 squads to the border. There hasn't been any movement from them yet. A large number of ninja from Iwagakure and Kirigakure have mobilized in full force. They are expected to reach the border of the Land of Fire in about 2 weeks. Inside the Konoha office, report after report was read aloud without pause. Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, and the other higher-ups all wore grim expressions as they discussed strategy and countermeasures. This situation is terrible. The 4 great ninja villages are even crazier than they were during the first Great Ninja War. I heard they're even planning to use Jinchuriki, and many smaller countries have also joined this war, Shikaku said in a deep voice. If we lose this war, Konoha will probably be doomed beyond recovery. We have to use every bit of strength we have, because this is a war we absolutely cannot lose. Fugaku's expression was exceptionally serious. Easier said than done. Yamanaka Inoichi let out a sigh and said, this time, the 4 great ninja villages have brought out everything they have. There are no fewer than 10 Kaga-level fighters alone, and there are close to about 5-tailed beasts. The gap in combat strength is simply too huge. Because every village kept information on their tailed beasts under extremely tight lockdown, Konoha had no way of knowing whether any Jinchuriki had defected or been captured. They could only analyze things based on the number of tailed beasts distributed years ago, and the actual number would likely have a significant margin of error. So what if the gap in strength is huge? If they dare come, we'll fight. Hyuga Hayashi slammed the table and stood up, rolling up his sleeves as he said, the 4 great ninja villages may be strong, but Konoha isn't made of paper either. If they want to swallow us just like that, it won't be so easy. Bang! That's right. Akimichi Choza also slammed the table hard and said in a deep voice, even if we can't win, we'll make them understand that Konoha isn't easy to mess with. If we're lucky, we might even drag 1 or 2 of those ninja villages down with us. Konoha isn't fighting the 4 great ninja villages for the first time. Who's afraid of who? Let them see how powerful Konoha's strongest clans are. The clan heads were all shouting themselves red in the face, each one slamming the table excitedly, as if they wanted nothing more than to charge out and start killing right now. But it was also clear that they had little confidence in actually winning this war. They were just forcing themselves to act brave. Then Fugaku took out a map and said, assign the battle lines first. Hayashi, you'll lead 2,000 ninja against Sunigakure's forces. Shikaku, you'll lead 1,500 ninja to meet Iwagakure's attack. Inoichi, you. Fugaku divided Konoha's forces into 4 parts to face the 4 great ninja villages separately. As for top-level combat power like Orochimaru, Long Ming, and Itachi, he planned to keep them in reserve and send support immediately to whichever battle line fell into a disadvantage. Naturally, the clan heads had no objections to this and all nodded in agreement. I don't think this kind of tactic will work. Long Ming, sitting at the corner of the table, spoke lightly, instantly drawing everyone's attention. As Konoha's current strongest fighter, Long Ming naturally had the right to attend a high-level meeting like this. Fugaku hesitated and said, Long Ming, are you saying you don't recommend splitting our forces into 4 routes? Of course. Long Ming stood up, looked around at everyone, and said, Konoha currently has less than 10,000 ninja, while the 4 great ninja villages together have a full 60,000 or so. If we split up our forces, our numbers will only get smaller. I can say for certain that if we use a four-way split, all 4 battle lines will be at a disadvantage. Then when the time comes and we're rushing around trying to reinforce every front, won't we be completely overwhelmed? Can that even be called strategy? Long Ming rolled his eyes at Fugaku. Fugaku looked somewhat embarrassed and explained, I don't want to do it this way either, but we really don't have more manpower. If we concentrate our forces in one place, then the other ninja villages will be able to push all the way to Konoha without any resistance. Meet the enemy right here in Konoha. This is our home ground. Gather all of our ninja together and fight the 4 great ninja villages all at once. Long Ming said calmly. Fight in Konoha? Fugaku subconsciously dug at his ear, thinking he must have heard wrong. The hell kind of strategy is that, Long Ming? It was even worse than his own 4-way split. Even Shikaku's mouth twitched as he said, Long Ming, if the fighting starts inside Konoha, then the situation will become impossible to control. Not only would a prolonged war cause widespread destruction to Konoha, but if those ninja enter the village and use ordinary civilians as hostages, the consequences would be unthinkable. The others also nodded one after another. A ninja world war was no small skirmish. There was a reason why, when the 5 great nations went to war, they did not choose to fight on their own territory. Instead, they chose places like the Land of Rain or the border regions between nations. It was because wars lasted too long and caused too much destruction, so much that even great nations could not bear the cost. Facing the opposition from everyone in Konoha, Long Ming touched his nose and said, It won't drag on. If the 4 great ninja villages all arrive together, I can end the war in one day. Looking at the supremely confident Long Ming, everyone could only laugh helplessly. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Long Ming's strength, but war was not the same as a one-on-one fight between ninja. What it compared was the national strength of both sides. No matter how strong Long Ming was, he still had his limits. He could beat 100 people, he could beat 1,000 people, but could he beat 10,000 people? Not to mention that the enemy was not 10,000, but a full 60,000. No matter how they looked at it, this was not a wise choice. Fugaku's expression kept changing. Although from a theoretical standpoint, Long Ming's strategy was extremely risky, everything that had happened during this period had given Fugaku an almost inexplicable confidence in Long Ming, a belief that this child in front of him could bring about a miracle. In the end, Fugaku grit his teeth and stamped his foot as he said, Fine, Long Ming, we'll do it your way. We'll let the 4 great ninja villages come in. Long Ming smiled faintly. Since he dared to say something so bold, he naturally had enough confidence and backing to do so. It wasn't only because he had Asura's body and the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was also because he had obtained a brand new power, the Rinnegan. As for how terrifying Long Ming would be when going all out now, even he himself didn't know. Then let the 4 great ninja villages serve as a test stone this one time. After adopting Long Ming's strategy, Fugaku immediately recalled all the ninjas he had sent out. At the same time, he reinforced the defenses around Konoha. Large-scale protective barriers were set up, along with sensory barriers, traps, and more. While Konoha was bustling with activity, there was one person who was especially idle, and that person was Orochimaru. He didn't hold any position in Konoha, and as for scientific research, there still wasn't any space cleared out for him yet. Bored out of his mind, he could only spend all day giving Sasuke special training. Your hand signs are too slow. This is the genius of the Uchiha clan? What kind of swordsmanship are you swinging around? I'd be embarrassed to even have you peel pears for me with that. Watch carefully. Now you know how amazing I am. Huh, you brat. Long Ming could hear Orochimaru's smug voice from far away, and he couldn't help but laugh. It looked like Sasuke's mocking had really affected Orochimaru quite a bit. Over the past month or so of teaching, this was the line Orochimaru had repeated the most. Long Ming walked over. This time, he had naturally not come just to take a look. Orochimaru noticed Long Ming approaching and greeted him with a smile. Long Ming-kun, instead of being in the Hokage's office for meetings, how do you have time to come see me? Don't tell me you've already thought of a way to deal with the 4 great ninja villages? Long Ming smiled faintly and waved his hand. Just a bunch of trash mobs. What strategy is there to think about? Just hit them directly. Orochimaru instantly broke into a sweat. That show-off line was simply on another level. After all, even the Hokage wouldn't dare call the 4 great ninja villages trash mobs. But when Long Ming said it, Orochimaru strangely didn't feel any sense of mismatch. Orochimaru coughed twice, then asked, Long Ming-kun, so did you come to assign me some combat mission? There is a mission, but it's not a combat mission. Long Ming smiled slightly, then formed a hand sign with one hand and spat out a black crow from his mouth. Orochimaru froze for a moment, then said in surprise, this is a Sharingan? How was it installed on a crow? For a lot of reasons, I guess. Orochimaru, I want to ask you something. With your scientific skills, can you transplant Hashirama cells into this crow? Long Ming handed over the crow in his hand. Shirsue's Kodo Amitsukami had to rely on Hashirama cells to shorten its cooldown time, although Long Ming's Asura body could do the same thing. It would be too troublesome to have Long Ming do the transplant himself. After all, Shirsui's eye wasn't as useful in battle as Long Ming's Rinnegan. If possible, it was better to transplant it directly into the crow on its own. That way, Shirsui's eye could be used like a ninja tool, which would be very convenient. After taking the crow, Orochimaru thought for a moment, then said frankly, Long Ming-kun, to tell you the truth, the technology for transplanting Hashirama cells still isn't very mature. I don't have complete confidence that I can make the transplant succeed, but if you give me a large amount of Hashirama cells for research and experimentation, then I think in less than 1 month, I'll succeed. Long Ming wasn't too disappointed, because he knew Orochimaru would succeed sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. Long Ming put the crow away, then took out a key and said, V already helped you get approval for a laboratory. You can begin your research anytime. As for Hashirama cells, I'll arrange for a ninja to cooperate with you. A ninja? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, you mean Konoha has an experimental subject with a successful Hashirama cell transplant? Orochimaru had originally only been thinking of digging up the first Hokage's corpse and extracting some flesh and tissue for experiments. He hadn't expected Long Ming to give him such an unexpected surprise. Long Ming shrugged and said, of course. Come to think of it, this person was one of your experimental subjects back then. Do you remember the human experiments you and Danzo secretly conducted behind the third Hokage's back? Orochimaru's pupils shrank. Then he said, you mean it succeeded back then? Out of that batch of children, someone survived? Long Ming nodded slightly, then said, yes. Danzo hid him away, named him Tenzo, and had him work for Root all this time, until the third discovered it and transferred him to the Umbu. That bastard Danzo, Orochimaru cursed through gritted teeth. He hadn't expected the other party to secretly hide from him the fact that an experimental subject had survived. If he had known earlier, Orochimaru might have already finished most of his would-release research by now. Why else would his progress have been this slow? Long Ming-kun, I can start the research right now. When will you hand this person over to me? Orochimaru asked with blazing eyes. Long Ming rubbed his nose and said, probably in 1 or 2 days. Half a month ago, he followed that old man Hiruzen and caused trouble, so he's still in prison. Orochimaru, a few days later. Within the Land of Fire, a vast black mass of troops was slowly advancing in the direction of Konoha. They were Sunagekyo's forces. As Konoha's neighboring country, their deployment speed was naturally the fastest. At the center of the army, Raza, Gaara, Maki, Chiyo, and the others were standing atop a gigantic lizard summon. They were the highest combat power in all of Sunagekyo. This invasion into the Land of Fire has been going a little too smoothly, hasn't it? We haven't run into a single ninja along the way. Could Konoha's army have gone to block the other ninja villages?
Raza frowned.
He had never encountered a situation like this before. Maki beside him immediately shook his head after hearing that and said in a low voice, Lord Kazekage, according to the intelligence we've received, the other ninja villages haven't faced any resistance either. Ever since entering the Land of Fire, they haven't encountered a single battle. Could they be planning something? Kankuro said with a laugh, Captain Maki, you're overthinking it. Maybe Konoha's people are scared. After all, the combined forces of the 4 great ninja villages are 6 times Konoha's. Raza glanced at his son and said, that may be true, but Konoha can't possibly just stick its neck out and let us chop it off. If they're doing this, then they must be plotting something. Pass down the order to slow the army's pace and let the ninjas from the other countries attack first and test the waters. Lord Kazekage is truly wise. I'll handle it right away. Maki's figure flashed, and he vanished from atop the lizard summon. After Sunagekyo slowed its pace, the ninjas of Kimogekyo and Iwagekyo also successively entered the heart of the Land of Fire. They had originally wanted to attack, but after seeing Sunagekyo stop and refuse to advance, they also caught the scent of a scheme. They believed Konoha must have some trap waiting inside, so none of them wanted to be the one to take the lead. Each one was trying to outsmart the air. Long Ming's unintentional move instead caused this attack to be delayed by nearly half a month. It wasn't until Kirigekyo also entered the Land of Fire, and all 4 great ninja villages had gathered near a spot several dozen li outside Konoha, that the Kage finally couldn't sit still anymore. They arranged to meet in a forest and began a 4 Kage summit that excluded Konoha. Several dozen li outside Konoha. Seated around a huge square table were the 3rd Reikage, the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki, the 4th Kazekage Raza, and the great elder of Kirigekyo, Genji. Aside from the Kage of each village, there were also the top experts from their villages. For example, Mei Terumi from Kirigekyo, Maki from Sunagekyo, Kuratsuchi from Iwagekyo, Darui from Kimogekyo, and so on. Even several villages Jinchuriki had come here as well. The 8-tails Jinchuriki Killer B, the 1-tail Jinchuriki Gaara, and the 7-tails Jinchuriki Fu. With such a luxurious lineup, they could practically sweep away any force in the ninja world. This 4 Kage summit had been proposed by Inoki. The main purpose of the meeting was to have the 4 ninja villages temporarily form an alliance and divide up Konoha together. After all, no one wanted to be the first to launch an attack and end up letting a third party reap the benefits. The 4 ninja villages were all wary of each other. If this kept dragging on, it would likely be delayed until next year. So Inoki, the oldest and most senior among them as the 3rd Tsuchikage, was the first to make the proposal. Although it was called a 4-Kage summit, each Kage had also brought quite a few elites in case something unexpected happened during the meeting. Inoki looked around, then said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone's here. If no one has anything else, then I declare that this 4-Kage summit officially begins." Seeing Inoki speak first, I laughed and said, "Of course. I'll state my position directly. Kumogakure is definitely taking Konoha. An alliance with you is fine, but when we divide the land of fire afterward, Kumogakure must take the biggest share. We want 50% of the land of fire's territory." Kumogakure had long been carrying out military expansion, and as the strongest ninja village at present, A's attitude was naturally arrogant enough. Right from the start, he wanted to seize control of the negotiations. But obviously, the other villages' Kage were not pushovers either. Raza shot a cold look and said, "The war hasn't even started yet. What gives you the right to take the biggest share? Just because you've got dark skin and a bunch of muscles? That's fucking hilarious." Because Kumogakure had once attacked Sunagakure, Raza had never had a good impression of the Raikage at all, and immediately clashed with a head-on. A's mouth twitched. If this weren't such a serious setting, he would have thrown a punch already. A narrowed his eyes and said mockingly, "I was wondering which dog was barking. So it's the Kazekage. I heard you got here a long time ago, yet you've been cowering and refusing to move for the past half-month. Looks like you're scared of Konoha. In that case, you should hurry up and crawl back to Sunagakure. Stop wasting time here." A vicious glint flashed through Raza's eyes. He was just about to slam the table and confront the Raikage when Inoki beat him to it. Bang! Inoki slammed the table and said in a heavy voice, "Enough. You're all Kage of your respective villages, yet you've lost your composure like this. I didn't gather you here to argue." Raza let out a cold snort and sat back down resentfully. "Hey, Lord Tsuchikage is the one who called this meeting, so please go ahead and share your thoughts first. How exactly should this alliance work? How should Konoha be divided? And who should the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki belong to? As long as the result satisfies everyone, an alliance isn't out of the question." Genji's voice was old and low, and in just a few short sentences, he had made his stance clear. The other Kage also remained silent, clearly meaning the same thing as Genji. Inoki looked around, then snorted coldly. "I think all of you are being far too optimistic about this war. The battle hasn't even started, yet you're already discussing how to divide Konoha. Do you really think you can handle that Uchiha called Longming?" I replied dismissively, "S just a dead brat. What's there to be unsure about? For Lord Raikage to say that, I'm afraid you haven't properly gathered intelligence at all." Inoki gave a deep look, then waved his hand. Beside him, Kuratsuchi took out a large stack of intelligence reports. "You might as well read these first. Uchiha Longming is absolutely the key to deciding victory or defeat in this war." The Kage exchanged glances, then took the reports and started reading with doubt in their eyes. After seeing the intelligence described inside, all the Kage could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His dojutsu can freeze time, and he even has Kodo Amatsukami, which can change another person's will. The massive battle in the land of rice fields that nearly destroyed half a town was caused by Uchiha Longming. He apparently defeated one of the 3 ninja, Orochimaru, in a single move. The expressions of the Kage immediately turned grave. Frowning, A asked, "Tsuchikage, is your source for this intelligence reliable? Why does it sound so exaggerated? Could this be fake information deliberately spread by the Uchiha to scare us?" "The source of this intelligence is absolutely reliable. The reason you're saying that now is because you have no idea how terrifying the Uchiha clan truly is, or what would release really represents." Inoki's expression was extremely complicated, filled with recollection, fear, resentment, and admiration. "I lived through an era of war and truly witnessed the peerless power of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Leaving Hashirama aside for the moment, Madara alone was enough to heavily injure me and the second Tsuchikage in just a few moves even when we joined forces. As for Hashirama Senju, there's even less need to say anything. His power was above Madara's. And now this Uchiha Longming has actually combined the powers of both into one. Just think about it. How terrifying is someone like that?" After hearing this, the Kage finally realized the seriousness of the matter and began discussing it seriously. I rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "Since even you, Tsuchikage, are saying this, then we'll gather all top-tier combat power together. Once Uchiha Longming appears, we'll kill him first, then slowly attack Konoha afterward." Inoki nodded slowly. Clearly, that was exactly what he had in mind as well. Raza, beside him, added, "The top-tier combat power will naturally be us Kage, plus the Jinchuriki from each village. Then the 7 of us will act together when the time comes." "Not appropriate. The Jinchuriki should still be used as trump cards. They can't be sent to the front lines of the battlefield. Let them stay in the rear and fire tailed beast bombs at Konoha. A refused sternly. He had once sworn that he would never let an enemy lay a hand on Killer B. If it weren't for the fact that the Two Tails Jinchuriki Yujito had been taken away by a strange organization, making him uneasy about leaving Killer B alone in Kimogakure, he wouldn't even have brought Killer B out with him. Looking at A's resolute attitude, Genji said hoarsely, "Then we'll do as the Reikage says. The Kage of each village will form the strongest assault unit and stay on guard against Uchiha Longming at all times. This old man is not good at fighting, so I will leave this matter to an elite jonin from our village, Mei Terumi. She is proficient in 2 Kekkei Genkai, and her strength is no worse than any of yours." Everyone looked at Mei Terumi a few more times, quite surprised that she possessed 2 Kekkei Genkai. The 4 Kage discussed a few more details. In the end, the Tsuchikage said in a deep voice, "In that case, our 4 great ninja villages will temporarily form an alliance. Once Konoha is taken, when the time comes to distribute the spoils, we'll each rely on our own abilities." The Tsuchikage extended his palm, and the other Kage placed their hands on top of it one after another. "No problem. I agree." After reaching the agreement, the 4 Kage returned to mobilize their armies and prepare to officially ignite the war. One day later, the 4 great ninja villages began assembling all their forces and marched toward Konoha in a vast, mighty advance. Rumble, rumble. The footsteps of tens of thousands of ninja were like deafening drumbeats, striking people's hearts again and again. They were like a swarm of locusts sweeping past, uprooting all the towering trees along the way, while the birds and beasts in the forest scattered in panic. At some point, a massive dark cloud covered the clear sky, making Konoha's atmosphere feel even more oppressive. Konoha, Fugaku, Itachi, Hayashi Hyuga, Inoichi Yamanaka, and the others looked down with grave expressions at the more than 60,000 ninja below. Just one glance was enough to make anyone feel an overwhelming pressure. Inoichi Yamanaka swallowed and forced a smile. "Lord Hokage, don't worry. We've set up a large number of traps on the outer perimeter. If the ninja of the 4 great villages want to come over, they'll have to lose at least a few thousand first." As soon as he finished speaking, bursts of explosions suddenly rang out from the army ahead. These were the explosive tags Konoha had planted in advance. The chain explosions caused quite a few casualties among the Kimogakure ninja walking at the very front. The vast dark army came to a stop. Seeing this, Fugaku let out a breath of relief. It seemed things were not as bad as he had imagined. But in the next second, Fugaku's expression froze. Several dozen Iwagakure ninja in red outfits walked to the very front of the battle line, took out blueprints, bit their fingers, and pressed them onto the designs. Earth style. Underground projection fish technique. This was a high-level earth style. As chakra flowed through the blueprint into the ground, the terrain would quickly change according to what was drawn on it. It was an extremely practical earth-style ninjutsu. As chakra poured in, the earth began to tremble violently. The terrain in front of Konoha began to change, causing the large number of traps Konoha had set in advance to be directly destroyed. Large amounts of soil and rock reshaped the land, forming a massive semicircular clearing. Then the ninja of Sunagakure, Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure spread out into formation across that clearing. At a glance, the ground was packed solid with ninja. And Mei Terumi, Raza, and Anoki stood at the very front of the line. The appearance of the Kage greatly boosted the morale of the many ninja. Their faces were mixed with excitement and exhilaration as they raised their swords and kunai and shouted, "Flatten Konoha! Flatten Konoha! Flatten Konoha!" The wave-like roar shot into the sky and reached the ears of every Konoha ninja. A trace of anger flashed across Fugaku's face. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Konoha, prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of Konoha ninja leaped down from the high walls. Itachi, Naruto, Orochimaru, and the others stood in the very first row of the battle line. They lined up side by side before the 4 great ninja villages, drew the weapons at their waists, and prepared to meet the enemy. But their small numbers were completely out of proportion with the dark mass of troops before them. Even the 4 great ninja villages on the opposite side let out bursts of mockery. "No way, Konoha only has this many people? We from Kimogakure alone have more than that. Konoha brats, surrender now, or your grandpa from Iwagakure won't hold back. This feels so damn good. Konoha suppressed us for so long before, and now we from Sunagakure can finally hold our heads high." Hearing the constant ridicule from the enemy ninja, all the Konoha ninja furiously tightened their grips on their weapons. Beside them, Hayashi Hyuga slammed a fist into the wall and said in a low voice, "Lord Hokage, give the order to attack. The Hyuga clan members are ready to die for Konoha at any time." "Yeah, Lord Hokage, attack. I have to chop these bastards to death." Fugaku laughed bitterly in his heart. With a 6-fold difference in numbers, if they charged head-on, Konoha would definitely suffer terrible casualties. Fugaku said nothing. Instead, he turned to look at Long Ming, and that look seemed to say, Long Ming, we're counting entirely on you this time. If you can't do it, then Konoha is finished today. Standing at his side, Long Ming seemed to see through Fugaku's worries. He let out a light laugh and comforted him. Clan head, there's no need to worry. Let me go down first and release a ninjutsu. You can launch the attack after me. After saying that, Long Ming's figure flashed. By himself, he appeared in front of the 4 great ninja villages. This bold move shocked Inoki, Meitarumi, and the others. That little brat is Uchiha Long Ming? The one called the new god of shinobi? A frowned, looking like he didn't quite believe it. There is no mistake. He looks exactly the same as the photo we obtained. Don't let your guard down. I can sense an extremely terrifying chakra from him. Inoki replied in a deep voice. Raza stepped forward, and gold dust continuously gathered around him as he said coldly, just as we agreed, the 4 of us will strike first and kill him. As long as he dies, Konoha's morale will definitely collapse. Meitarumi said nothing, which counted as agreeing with the other Kage. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Attack together. Wrapped in lightning-style chakra armor, the Raikage stomped down hard with both feet. Boom! The ground beneath A's feet instantly shattered, and his whole body shot out like a blue bolt of lightning. Humph, you muscle-brained fool. Don't drag me down. Not willing to fall behind the Raikage, Raza condensed a large amount of gold dust into his hand, forming a golden spear. You young people really are impatient. But these old bones of mine can't fall behind either. Inoki floated in midair, spread his hands, and aimed at Long Ming's position. A translucent barrier appeared in Inoki's hands, and one could feel an extremely terrifying chakra fluctuation coming from it. Meitarumi said nothing. Her hands flew through seals as she gathered a large amount of water-style chakra in her throat. Then her cheeks puffed up high, as if they were about to burst. Water-style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Magnet-style, Gold Dust Spear. Particle-style, Atomic Dismantling Jutsu. Lightning-style, Lariat. The 4 Kage attacked at the same time, and the terrifying chakra fluctuations made the surrounding ninja tremble with fear. The Raikage A was the fastest and reached Long Ming first. Looking at Long Ming, who had not even had time to raise a finger yet, a trace of disdain flashed through A's eyes. Is this all you've got? Looks like this so-called god of shinobi is nothing more than an exaggerated title made up by the weak. I will use your death to show the strength of Kimogakure. A sneered inwardly again and again. A raised the broad golden guard on his arm and smashed it toward Long Ming's chest. With lightning released chakra gathered throughout his whole body. Crashing in at that kind of extreme speed, combined with A's terrifying arm strength, it was enough to completely crush Long Ming's ribs and internal organs. That was exactly what made Lariat so powerful. If another person used it together with him, then this move could directly sever the enemy's head. Quite a few people shut their eyes right away, unable to bear watching the bloody scene that was about to happen. But Long Ming showed not the slightest panic or fear. Looking at the Raikage rushing in front of him, a trace of mockery flashed through his eyes.
Mere gravel.
Not even half of me. In that split second, the Mangekyo in Long Ming's eyes transformed into purple Rinnegan. At that moment, the aura around Long Ming surged like a dragon ascending into the heavens. Rinnegan. Pressure. Boom. An invisible pressure suddenly erupted, radiating in all directions and sweeping across every side. This pressure was like a mountain, towering between heaven and earth, unmoving and majestic. It was also like the sky itself, looking down upon the mortal world and seeing through all things. With Long Ming at the center, the terrifying pressure spread outward in a 360-degree vortex, crushing toward the shinobi of the 4 great ninja villages. This. What level of pressure is this? In the face of that immense pressure, Inoki, Raza, and Meitarumi all had their expressions drastically change, shock filling their faces. The ninjutsu in their hands was forcibly interrupted, and every hair on their bodies stood on end. Now the 4 Kage no longer doubted Long Ming's true strength. Forget comparing him to Uchiha Madara. If someone said he was the sage of 6 paths himself, they'd believe it. Boom! The pressure, spreading like a shockwave, slammed fiercely into the forces of the 4 great ninja villages, and at that moment, countless shinobi felt their minds tremble violently. Although the pressure from Long Ming's Rinnegan was not a dojutsu, it was still a direct manifestation of spiritual power that could impose overwhelming mental oppression on a single enemy or a large area of enemies. Could cause enemies to faint and lose their fighting ability, or even die on the spot. The many shinobi only felt a non-stop buzzing in their heads, as if someone were beating on their skulls with steel pipes. The whole world doubled in their vision, spinning endlessly, making it impossible to keep their balance. Thud! A genin from Kimogakure was the first to give out, collapsing headfirst onto the ground and passing out. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground kept coming one after another as shinobi from the 4 great ninja villages dropped to the ground in large swaths. Only a small number of elite Jonin and Jinchuriki were spared, able to remain conscious under that pressure. When the people of Konoha saw this scene, they all sucked in a cold breath. They realized that they seemed to have been mistaken the whole time. It wasn't that the 4 great ninja villages had surrounded Konoha. It was Long Ming alone who had surrounded the 4 great ninja villages. More than 60,000 shinobi, and before the battle had even started, Long Ming had already taken out nearly 90% of them just by releasing his pressure. Fewer than 100 people were still standing on the battlefield. This couldn't even be described as awesome anymore. He was basically a human-shaped nuclear bomb. No wonder Long Ming had been so confident all along. It turned out he had already prepared a way to deal with the enemy. Looking at the tens of thousands of shinobi lying on the ground, the entire battlefield fell into deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded by Long Ming's heaven-defying attack. It wasn't until Orochimaru softly murmured, "A new god of shinobi has truly been born." Those few short words from Orochimaru struck everyone's ears like thunder. Only then did everyone snap out of it as if waking from a dream. Lord Long Ming is way too strong, right? He instantly wiped out so many people. Now our numbers are several times theirs. Ha ha ha. So the 4 great ninja villages are only this much, huh? I thought they'd be way more ruthless. And this is it? Keep barking. The Konoha shinobi burst into waves of cheers, their eyes full of fanatic passion as they looked at Long Ming. The gloom on Fugaku and the others' faces was completely swept away, and the more they looked at Long Ming's back, the more satisfied they became. Compared to the excitement in Konoha, the expressions of the 4 Kage were as ugly as if they had eaten tons of shit. They never could have imagined that Long Ming could release such an overwhelming large-scale pressure and knock out so many shinobi. Now, all those unconscious shinobi had become lambs waiting for slaughter. There was no need to even send shinobi. An 80-year-old old lady with a pair of scissors could probably stab them to death. Uchiha Madara. This Long Ming is even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara. The fear in Inoki's eyes had still not faded. Long Ming's pressure reminded him of the terror of once being dominated by Uchiha Madara. Cold sweat also flowed down Raza's and Mei Terumi's foreheads. Just from that pressure alone, Long Ming had already left an indelible impression on them. As for he was the closest. His whole body was already drenched in sweat, and the iron guard on his right arm was only a few inches away from smashing into Long Ming. But those few inches were something he just could not bring down, because Long Ming's pressure had made his body instinctively fear the man before him. It left him completely unable to move. "Damn it! Move for me!" roared inwardly again and again, forcing himself to overcome his body's fear of Long Ming. His arm smashed viciously toward Long Ming. Joy flashed across A's face, but in the next instant, his arm froze in place, and then a massive repulsive force burst from Long Ming's body. Shinra Tensei. Long Ming raised his right hand, and the terrifying repulsive force struck the Reikage's body like a giant hammer. Like a cannonball, he was blasted straight back. After awakening the Rinnegan, aside from the dojutsu it gave rise to, Long Ming naturally also possessed all the abilities of the 6 paths of pain. He could use techniques like Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, Chibaku Tensei, and so on. Seeing it get blasted back, Inoki hurried forward and braced A's body with one hand. After feeling the immense impact force coming from A's body, Inoki shouted in a deep voice, "Lightweight rock technique." This was one of Inoki's best earth release techniques. It could reduce the weight of an object, and it was precisely with this ninjutsu that Inoki was able to fly. Once the Reikage's weight was reduced, the impact force naturally lessened as well, allowing Inoki to barely catch him. At this moment, I no longer had any of his previous contempt for Long Ming. He raised his vigilance to the highest level and stared fixedly at him. "Everyone, we can't retreat anymore. Our only way out is to defeat the guy in front of us. For the sake of our villages, let's fight with our lives on the line," the Reikage said in a deep voice. Inoki remained silent, because he knew the Reikage was telling the truth. This time, the 4 great ninja villages had almost mobilized everything they had. Now most of their shinobi had all fallen here. If they retreated, those shinobi would undoubtedly die, and without them, the 4 great ninja villages would definitely suffer devastating blows. The only way to salvage the situation was to defeat Long Ming and crush Konohagakure. Mei Terumi, Raza, and the others gathered all their remaining combat power and faced off against Long Ming from afar. Looking at the mere dozens of ninja left by their side, the 4 Kage could only smile bitterly. The situation had reversed far too quickly, but this time, none of them had even the slightest thought of underestimating Long Ming anymore, because Long Ming had taught them a truth with his strength. This was what it meant for a great reputation to be fully deserved. There truly was not a single bit of falsehood in those rumors and pieces of intel about Long Ming. Some minor country lords now regretted it beyond words. Why did they have to court death and come to Konoha to wade into this mess? It would have been one thing if they had gained nothing from it, but all their own ninja had also been buried here. Seeing the low fighting spirit on some people's faces, the Reikage said in a deep voice, "Everyone, We can't count on the others anymore. Everything now depends on the four of us Kage. Raza's expression was incomparably grave as he turned and said, I'm afraid even the few of us aren't enough for him. Sai, this isn't the time to hold back anymore. Let the Jinchuriki fight too. The Kazekage is right. To deal with a powerhouse comparable to Uchiha Madara, we have to deploy the Jinchuriki, Anoki that Tsuchikage added from the side. Gritted his teeth. He did not want to see Killer Bee get hurt, but if he was not allowed to fight now, then Kumogakure would probably be finished. Fine. Let the Jinchuriki join the battle too. Killer Bee, get over here. Roared toward the rear. A ninja wearing sunglasses and carrying several swords on his back, looking a bit careless and unruly, ran over. Fool, idiot, you should let me, Lord Killer Bee, make my move long ago. Let him see what the power of the Eight Tails really is. Killer Bee leaped to AS side. The one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara and the seven-tails Jinchuriki Fu also joined the battle. The seven of them completely surrounded Long Ming. Floating in midair, Anoki said, even though it's 7 against 1, don't blame us for being despicable. After all, you possess the power of those two legendary ninja at the same time. Using some methods is unavoidable. Long Ming shrugged indifferently and said flatly, then come at me together. I was planning to deal with all of you anyway. But before that, I'm going to slaughter all the ninja of the 4 great ninja villages. That is the price for your attack on Konoha. After speaking, Long Ming lightly pressed his hands together. A pitch-black sphere appeared in Long Ming's hand, and within that black ball brewed incomparably terrifying chakra. Planetary devastation. Long Ming gave a low shout, then tossed the black sphere in his hand into the air. The gravitational core formed by planetary devastation kept rising upward. BZZ. The instant it stopped after reaching a certain height, the gravitational core released terrifying suction that covered the entire land. Crack. Crack. The ground across the whole battlefield began trembling non-stop, and countless cracks spread out like a spiderweb. Be careful. That black sphere is dangerous. What kind of jutsu is this now? Faced with the black gravitational core's overwhelming pull, Raza, Anoki, and the others all changed expression as a wave of unease surged into their hearts. Rumble, rumble. The ground gradually split apart, and several massive boulders were drawn onto the black gravitational core. Dozens of ninja were also pulled into the sky in an unconscious state. Damn it! He wants to wipe out all the unconscious ninja at once. Move now! Roared wildly and took the lead, charging over with Killer Bee. Together, we absolutely can't let him succeed. After hearing AS words, Anoki, Raza, and the others charged over without hesitation, erupting with the strongest chakra of their lives in an attempt to stop Long Ming from using planetary devastation. With just you people, you think you can stop me? Long Ming coldly glanced at the crowd rushing in. Then black as ink chakra burst out from his body and at incredible speed formed into Susanoo, wrapping Long Ming within it. A flash passed through Long Ming's left eye, and the black flames of Amaterasu immediately attached themselves to Susanoo's body, burning fiercely. At this moment, Susanoo wore a dark Tengu armor, held Yasaka Magatama in its left hand, and a double-bladed war sword in its right. Black flames constantly coursed around its body. It looked like a fiendish god that had walked out of hell. You can play with my Susanoo for a while first, Long Ming said blandly. Then Susanoo actually separated from Long Ming's body and charged toward the 4 Kage in an independent form. Susanoo can actually leave the body? Anoki's eyes nearly popped out, and they were filled with disbelief. How was that possible? That was not how Susanoo was supposed to work. Anoki's face turned ashen. After losing to Uchiha Madara, he had even carefully studied Madara's Susanoo. He knew the power and drawbacks of several Susanoo forms. He had heard that Susanoo had its own exclusive weapons, and he had heard that Susanoo could grow legs. But damn it, he had never heard that Susanoo could separate from the caster and fight on its own. This Long Ming, why doesn't he play by the rules? Anoki roared inwardly. At that moment, Susanoo had already arrived. It infused the burning black flames into the war sword and Magatama. The searing high temperature distorted the surrounding air. Even from far away, the Kage could feel the heat wave from the black flames crashing against their faces. Susanoo slightly bent its arm, then, after gathering power, fiercely hurled the Yasaka Magatama in its hand, sending it flying toward the 4 Kage at extreme speed. This constantly spinning Magatama also contained a large amount of Amaterasu's black flames. Everyone's expression changed, and none of them dared be careless as they all used ninjutsu to resist it. Water style, water encampment pillar. Along with Mei Terumi's soft shout, a huge pillar of water shot from her mouth and spread outward at extreme speed, attempting to neutralize the attack of the Yasaka Magatama. Boom! The water encampment pillar and the Yasaka Magatama slammed violently into each other, releasing a massive amount of high-temperature steam. The Yasaka Magatama exploded directly, and a large amount of black flames spread out, instantly forming a wall of black fire. The water encampment pillar was completely evaporated at astonishing speed. and the black flames seemed completely unaffected as they devoured their way toward the four Kage. What kind of demonic fire is this? It actually ignores my water style. Meiterumi's pupils shrank as she hurriedly dodged the spreading black flames. Susanoo pressed the attack, raising its double-bladed war sword and charging at the four Kage. With Amaterasu's enhancement, Susanoo's combat power had risen quite a bit, and for the moment, the four Kage were actually unable to shatter it. Damn it! Think of something quick! We're being blocked by this Susanoo. We can't get close to that guy at all. This Susanoo is way too tough. Just how did this Long Ming train? Hurry up! The suction from that black sphere is getting stronger and stronger. Feeling the battlefield shaking like heaven and earth were overturning and cracking apart without end. Inoki and the others were frantic with anxiety, yet utterly helpless. Susanoo firmly held them back, making it impossible for them to get close at all. As for a large-scale ninjutsu like planetary devastation, they had no idea how to break it. Trying to save them one by one was simply too late. In his panic, shouted furiously, Long Ming, you have no honor. What kind of skill is it to attack ninja who can't fight back? If you've got the guts, then let us have a real fight head-on. So what if I have no honor? Long Ming glanced at A and teased, don't blame me for being despicable. After all, you are the four Kage. Using a few methods is only natural. I was so furious he wanted to spit blood, and he shot Inoki a vicious glare. They could only watch helplessly as one ninja after another kept flying up into the sky. After landing on the surface of the meteor formed by planetary devastation, they were pinned down by even more rocks. Some were even smashed to death on the spot by the rocks, their blood dripping down from the meteor in the sky, forming a rain of blood. Rumble. The power of attraction was still raging without end, and the ground kept releasing thunderous roars. A few minutes later, a huge circular crater appeared on the ground, and planetary devastation was fully formed. That terrifying suction force finally stopped. Looking out over the battlefield, shocking cracks covered the ground everywhere, and the bloodstains left in the pit proved that just a few minutes ago, a massive number of ninja had once stood here. Tragic. It was simply too tragic. Every unconscious ninja on the entire battlefield had been sucked into planetary devastation, and not a single one was spared. That was more than 60,000 ninja. Even in the first Great Ninja War, the four great ninja villages had never lost so many people. Looking at the devastated ground, S' expression was unbelievably ugly, his face filled with disbelief. The military strength that Kumogakure had built up over 100 years had actually turned to nothing in just a few short minutes. And Long Ming had only used a single ninjutsu. He pinched his own waist, desperately wanting to fool himself into thinking this was only a dream. But the sharp pain coming from his side still told him that this was not a dream, but reality. It's over. Sonogakure is finished. Raza collapsed to the ground in a daze, repeating that sentence over and over. Inoki and Meiterumi also seemed petrified, standing there stiffly. For this war, they had brought out every bit of their own foundations. They had originally thought they would win a great victory and divide up Konoha. But what happened? They had been defeated so miserably it was unbearable to look at. Especially Kirigakure, which had sent more than 10,000 ninja across the sea at great cost. Looking at it now, that move was simply stupid to the extreme. It would not be an exaggeration to say they had rushed over just to throw their lives away. What a monster. Abito, Pain, and the others hiding in the shadows also let out repeated sighs of shock. The Akatsuki had rushed here from the very start of the battle, hoping to seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after the four great ninja villages crushed Konoha. But nothing had developed the way they expected. The four great ninja villages had suffered a total defeat. An army of more than 60,000 had actually been completely wiped out by Long Ming within just a few minutes. Abito and Pain exchanged a glance. Both could see the shock in each other's eyes. They were not only shocked by Long Ming's strength, but even more shocked that Long Ming also possessed the Rinnegan. Just thinking about taking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from someone like that made both Pain and Abito feel a heavy pressure. The four great ninja villages are finished this time, Zetsu said in a hoarse voice. With so many ninja dead, what awaited the four great nations would be invasion from other forces. The entire power structure of the ninja world was about to undergo earth-shaking changes. The daimyos of those countries would probably cough up blood from anger when they learned their ninja had been wiped out. But there was no helping it. This was war. If Long Ming had not been strong enough at this moment, then the one facing destruction and annihilation would have been Konoha. Lord Long Ming is way too strong. Not even the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, had a record of fighting the four great ninja villages alone. Lord Long Ming has already surpassed the first Hokage. In my eyes, he is the new god of shinobi. Konoha's ninja looked at Long Ming with reverence. So excited in their hearts they almost wanted to fall to their knees in worship. God of shinobi. Ever since the death of the first Hokage, no one in the ninja world had possessed the strength to deserve that honor. After nearly 100 years, they had finally seen another genius who was not inferior to the first Hokage in the slightest. With the power of one man, He had fought the 4 great ninja villages alone, and with such a huge gap in military strength. He had turned the tide at the moment of collapse and propped up a building on the verge of falling. With only a single burst of pressure and 1 ninjutsu, he had created a miracle. Konoha's ninja silently gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. As for the god of shinobi, the only one I acknowledge is Uchiha Ryūmei. Boom! Just as everyone still had not come back to their senses, a terrifying chakra suddenly erupted from the battlefield. Along with a frenzied bellow of a bull, the body of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee suddenly began to change. Several tentacles grew out from his back. And in just a few seconds, a giant ox with 8 octopus-like tails behind it and 2 horns on its head appeared on the battlefield. You bastard! You actually killed so many of my comrades. Now properly feel the wrath of the 8 Tails. Killer B's voice came from the 8 Tails' mouth. Only this time, he had none of his usual mood for rapping. There was only endless fury and killing intent in his tone. Killer B looked at his brother, and a look of resolve flashed through his eyes. He ripped open the clothes on his upper body and roared, in the name of the Raikage, I will definitely avenge our dead comrades. Come, let us fight to the death, Uchiha Ryūmei. Boom! After saying that, Raikage unleashed all the chakra in his body and stood together with the 8 Tails. The battle intent erupting from A also snapped Raza out of it. He no longer muttered like a madman, but instead turned his head and said viciously, Gaara, let Shikaku out. The last thing you can do for Sunagakure is let Shikaku die together with Ryūmei. With the power of the tailed beast you should be able to do it. Gaara looked at his crazed father, and a trace of complexity flashed through his eyes. Understood. After saying that, coldness returned to Gaara's eyes, and he formed a strange hand seal.
Feigning sleep technique.
This was a high-level hypnosis technique that could fully awaken the one tail inside Gaara. After Gaara fell asleep, another surge of chakra also erupted from within his body. Although this chakra was much weaker than the 8 Tails, its power was equally astonishing. Gaara's body gradually began to change, and a yellow tanuki covered in curse mark patterns with a single tail on its back also appeared on the battlefield. Following right after was the 7 Tails Jinchuriki Fu. The ninja of Takigakure had also died under planetary devastation. As a tailed beast Jinchuriki, she also wanted to rely on the power of the tailed beast to avenge them. Along with the eruption of red chakra, Fu transformed into a strange beetle with 3 pairs of wings and 1 tail. Tailed beast Jinchuriki. All 3 tailed beast Jinchuriki actually fully transformed into their tailed beast forms. Looking at the 3 colossal monsters, the Konoha ninjas all revealed terrified expressions, because it made them recall the 9 Tails incident from a few years ago. The fear buried deep in their hearts was stirred awake once again. The 1 Tail Shikaku let out its eerie cackling laugh the moment it appeared. It looked around at everything on the battlefield and roared excitedly. Ha ha ha! I'm finally out. I really want to kill every last human, ha ha ha. Yuki frowned tightly as he looked at Shikaku and said in a deep voice, Shikaku, stop messing around. Help us deal with the enemy in front of us properly. We can't be careless. What bullshit enemy? How does this brat have the Rinnegan of that old man of the 6 paths? Who is he? Shikaku had been full of disdain at first, but when it saw Ryūmei's eyes, it suddenly froze. Its gaze carried a trace of disbelief. As tailed beasts, they knew far more than humans did. They knew all the stories behind the Rinnegan. Who he is doesn't matter, Shikaku. We need your help to defeat him together. Chomei let out a shrill voice. Shikaku hesitated a little. Unlike the 7 Tails and 8 Tails, its relationship with its Jinchuriki was not very good. It had no intention at all of doing anything for Gaara, and with an opponent who possessed the Rinnegan of that old man of the 6 paths, it really did feel a bit uneasy. Looking at the 3 massive tailed beasts, Ryūmei chuckled and said, Beasts, your discussion should end here. Let us settle this quickly. Hiss! The moment Ryūmei's words fell, everyone on the battlefield sucked in a sharp breath. These were the legendary tailed beasts. The appearance of any one of them could bring devastating destruction to an entire nation. Calling them ferocious beasts, strange beasts, or divine beasts would not be an exaggeration. And yet Ryūmei actually called them beasts. Shikaku, Chomei, and Gyuki all showed expressions of humiliation. Shikaku also threw all of its earlier concerns out of its mind and thought only of killing Ryūmei. You damn brat! Along with waves of furious roars, the several tailed beasts began condensing tailed beast balls in their mouths at the same time. Terrifying chakra continuously gathered in their mouths, gradually forming a massive black-tailed beast ball. This was an ultradense sphere formed by mixing and compressing yin and yang at a ratio of 2 to 8 inside the mouth. When released all at once, its power was enough to easily destroy several mountains or an entire ninja village. It's not over yet. Gyuki suddenly let out a low growl, and then the 3 tailed beasts suddenly merged their tailed beast balls together. High-density chakra surged wildly inside the tailed beast ball, growing larger and larger. Just the shockwaves it gave off shattered the surrounding ground, and countless rocks flew through the air and smashed into Konoha's walls. This is the true power of the tailed beasts. It's way too huge. Did they combine the power of all three tailed beasts? Facing the terrifying and enormous tailed beast ball, countless Konoha ninjas were left staring in shock, because this gigantic tailed beast ball was simply too terrifying. Even just looking at it made people feel suffocated. So you finally brought out a decent attack. Long Ming took a deep breath, and battle intent appeared in his eyes for the first time. Ever since obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had never used the complete form of Susanoo. In the past, it was because he did not have enough chakra, but ever since checking in at Otogekure, he had gained the ability to activate the complete Susanoo. Buzz! Long Ming's Rinnegan released even more terrifying pressure, carrying an intensely oppressive aura, as a powerful surge of chakra burst out from his body. Before everyone's eyes, a black skeletal frame enveloped Long Ming's body. Right after that, on top of the skeleton, meridians and flesh grew out, it donned dark Tengu armor, and a pair of enormous wings spread from its back. At this moment, the size of the Susanoo became extraordinarily massive, even towering over the other tailed beasts. This was the ultimate form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Complete body Susanoo. Looking at such an enormous Susanoo, everyone present felt their hearts tremble. The several Kage beside the tailed beasts felt wave after wave of powerlessness. They had no idea how they were supposed to defeat an opponent like this. Long Ming's endless abilities had already exhausted them mentally. They could only place all their hopes on these tailed beasts now. The next second, the three tailed beasts fired the gigantic tailed beast ball they had condensed straight at Long Ming. Rumble. Rumble. The tailed beast ball destroyed all the ground along its path, leaving behind a huge deep trench several meters long. Perfect timing. Long Ming laughed loudly, then controlled the complete body Susanoo to raise the twin-bladed war saber in its hands and slash down sideways. A terrifying blade aura that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth in half suddenly appeared. The air across the entire battlefield seemed to be completely sucked away the instant the complete body Susanoo swung its blade. Slash. With no resistance whatsoever, the massive tailed beast ball was split cleanly in half by Long Ming's single slash. It was like a sharp blade cutting through tofu, without the slightest resistance. Right after that came two massive explosions. Boom! Boom! The huge tailed beast ball, now split in half, exploded after flying several thousand meters away. The terrifying energy shockwaves spread from the distance in a vortex all the way to Konoha's front gate. Trees and rocks were all swept into the sky and smashed chaotically back onto the earth. Quite a few people were even blown straight off Konoha's walls by the shockwaves. And that was only the aftermath. Long Ming had just split that kind of attack in two head-on. Hey, this guy isn't the reincarnation of that old man of the six paths, is he? How are we supposed to fight this? Shikaku's face was livid. Long Ming's strength gave it the same helpless feeling as if it were fighting the Sage of Six Paths himself. It was vaguely starting to regret impulsively helping in the fight. I'm not the Sage of Six Paths, Long Ming grinned, then continued, but sooner or later, I'll become a ninja far beyond the Sage of Six Paths, arrogant bastard. Don't think that just because you blocked the tailed beast ball you can defeat us. Yuki roared, then spread its four legs and charged straight at Long Ming. Seeing this, Chomei and Shikaku had no choice but to follow. They swung their massive tails and unleashed a storm-like barrage of attacks against the complete body Susanoo. Horn ram, wind release, drilling air bullet, continuous tailed beast balls. Faced with the nearly frenzied assault of the tailed beasts, Long Ming also became excited for once. He controlled the complete body Susanoo to put down the twin-bladed war saber in its hands. He directly traded blows with the three-tailed beasts using only fists, every punch crashing down, every punch landing solidly. And the attacks of the three great tailed beasts also landed on the complete body Susanoo without holding anything back. Rumble, rumble. The entire battlefield was shaking madly, as if the end of the world had arrived, terrifying to the extreme. The ground kept trembling, and storm-like shockwaves continuously rolled out from the battlefield. This is already not a fight we can take part in at all. So this is Uchiha Ryūmei's true strength? He can actually suppress three-tailed beasts by himself. Anoki, and the others stood at the edge of the battlefield, staring dumbfounded at Ryūmei as he unleashed his attacks like mad. They covered their heads with their hands, because the constant wind pressure coming from the field was making their faces sting with pain. The fierce clash went on for more than 10 minutes. Boom! 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 Along with one deafening roar after another, the three great tailed beasts were all blasted flying backward at the same time. They no longer had their earlier high-spirited look, and their bodies were covered in injuries. Shikaku was in the worst condition. Half an arm had been beaten off, and there was also a huge crater-like dent in his stomach. Chomei had lost a pair of wings, while Yuki was the least injured, with only one of his horns snapped off by Ryūmei. Standing atop the head of the perfect Susanoo, Ryūmei faced the three-tailed beasts and laughed wildly. Not bad. It's been a long time since I've had a fight this satisfying. You guys have made me very happy. You almost made me want to spare your lives. The last time a battle had excited Ryūmei was during his first fight with Jiraiya. But after Ryūmei grew stronger through check-ins, his second fight with Jiraiya could no longer bring him any enjoyment. Ryūmei did not even need to use all his methods to crush him with ease. This time, facing three-tailed beasts at once, Ryūmei had finally once again experienced the joy of battle. How is this damn human brat so strong? Our attacks are completely useless against him. A trace of fear still remained on Shikaku's face. With only one tail, he was the weakest among the tailed beasts. And just now, when facing the perfect Susanoo, he had almost no power to resist. If Chomei and Gyuki had not protected him, then in that fight just now, he likely would have been beaten to death alive by the perfect Susanoo. Don't lose heart, Shikaku. Gyuki roared, then said, no matter how strong this guy is, he still has a limit. Let us hold on a little longer. When his chakra runs out, that'll be our chance to strike back. That's right. There's no way a human's chakra can compare to us tailed beasts. Chomei added from the side. Listening to the three great tailed beasts loudly plotting right in front of him, Ryūmei only found it a little amusing. Leaving aside the fact that he possessed the Asura body and had an almost terrifying amount of chakra, even the perfect Susanoo had still not reached the limit of his combat power. I played enough. It's time to end this battle. Ryūmei stretched lazily, and then the ocular power in his Rinnegan surged once again. Susanoo, infinity. Using infinity while in the Susanoo state could greatly increase the speed of the perfect Susanoo, and speed was power. With the boost of Ryūmei's infinity buff, the perfect Susanoo's combat strength surged once more, and its massive body moved like black lightning. Whoosh! In a single flash, Ryūmei controlled the perfect Susanoo and arrived before the three great-tailed beasts in the blink of an eye. That terrifying speed left Gyuki, Chomei, and Shikaku with no time to react at all. The perfect Susanoo threw a punch, carrying Amaterasu's black flames and a horrifying sonic boom, smashing viciously toward the top of Gyuki's head. That punch was terrifyingly fast, beyond the speed of sound, and even twisted space itself. Yes, you heard that right. Even space itself had warped. Then, under the gaze of countless shinobi, the perfect Susanoo's fist smashed onto the top of Gyuki's head at extreme speed. Boom! Along with a deafening explosion, Gyuki's entire body was smashed into the ground, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in a vortex-like form in all directions. There were no words left to describe the scene before them. The trembling of the earth was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, and the dust kicked up shot a full 100 meters into the sky. When the dust finally settled, Gyuki had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a horrifying pit so deep that its bottom could not be seen. By estimation, Gyuki had been punched at least several hundred meters underground by Ryūmei. Gyuki's presence is gone. Staring at the scene before him, Shikaku was the first to react. Looking at the perfect Susanoo that resembled a demonic god, his face showed the same expression as if he had seen a ghost. Among the nine-tailed beasts, they could all sense one another. At the moment Gyuki was struck, Shikaku clearly felt that the chakra belonging to Gyuki seemed to have vanished. That meant Gyuki had already been taken out. Just how terrifying was the power behind that punch? It had actually caused Gyuki, ranked second among the nine-tailed beasts, to die on the spot. This was freaking absurd. But as a tailed beast, Gyuki would never truly die. This kind of death was only temporary, because the nine-tailed beasts were aggregates of chakra. Given enough time, they would be able to revive somewhere in the world. When the Raikage saw his brother smashed into the pit, with his life or death unknown, his eyes instantly split with fury. Ignoring the enormous difference in strength between himself and Ryūmei, he charged over directly. Raza's expression kept changing. He knew that letting his son die together with Ryūmei had already become nothing more than a fantasy. The only thing he could do now was take advantage of the fact that Ryūmei was still entangled with the two-tailed beasts and retreat quickly. As long as he, the Kazekage, was still here, Sunagakure still had hope. At worst, after returning, he would immediately write a letter of surrender and bow his head to Konoha. As long as he could preserve Sunagakure and keep himself, the Kazekage, alive, there was nothing he could not do. Everyone, my apologies, but I will be withdrawing from this. Raza had a solemn expression. Just as he was about to finish speaking and lead the few remaining Sunagakure shinobi in retreat, with a whoosh, under the incomparably astonished gazes of Raza and Mei Terumi, Inoki grabbed Kuratsuchi and the others and flew straight into the sky, heading toward Iwagakure without even looking back. That's right. Inoki ran without the slightest hesitation. He did not even plan to say a single word about retreat. Sachikage, if you do this, do you still consider us allies? Mei Terumi shouted angrily at the departing Inoki. Little girl, you're still too young. What bullshit allies? It's nothing more than a piece of paper. The defeat is already decided. If I don't retreat now, then when would I? Inoki replied disdainfully to Mei Terumi while flying away. As the Tsuchikage, he no longer had any will to fight at this moment. He was truly afraid. Inoki's fear of Uchiha Ryūmei had even surpassed the fear he felt toward Madara decades ago. He could not imagine at all how to defeat a monster like Ryūmei. Being able to escape from the other side's hands would already count as the victory of this operation. As for the alliance with the other 3 great ninja villages, to hell with it. At a time like this, who still cared about an alliance? Everyone here was an adult, so stop being so naive, alright? Watching Inoki fly faster and faster, Raza couldn't even be bothered to curse that rotten old man anymore. After all, he and Inoki had the exact same thought right now. The only difference was that he wasn't as fast at running as Inoki. I don't want Sunigekyo's remaining combat strength to be wiped out here by Uchiha Ryūmei. Everyone from Kirigekyo until we meet again. After saying that, without waiting for Meiterumi to respond, Raza quickly formed several hand seals. As chakra rippled through Raza's body, a huge amount of gold dust seeped up from underground. Under Raza's control, the gold dust lifted the remaining people like Maki and the others and flew toward Sunigekyo. From the way Raza was acting, it was obvious he had directly abandoned Gaara. The Tsuchikage and Kazekage each showed their own skills and shot out several hundred meters in a flash, leaving only the Kirigekyo ninja in utter disarray in the wind. Holy shit! Watching Raza and Inoki flee like stray dogs, Meiterumi's expression turned ugly to the extreme. Men really were all big liars. Ao hurried forward and tried to persuade her. Captain Meiterumi, we should retreat too. As long as the green hills remain, there'll be firewood to burn. Forgot to mention, the weak Genji hadn't been able to withstand the pressure of the Rinnegan just now. After fainting, he was sucked into planetary devastation, so he was already dead. So now, the highest commander of Kirigekyo had automatically become Meiterumi. Meiterumi hesitated as she looked at the wreckage charging forward, then gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it, we're leaving too." After saying that, Meiterumi led the few dozen remaining Kirigekyo ninja in a swift retreat. It was just that since the people of Kirigekyo had no special escape technique, their speed was the slowest among the 3 forces. Trying to run, Ryūmei noticed Inoki and the others trying to flee, and was just about to raise his hand and give them a fatal blow, when the wreckage AI charged out from the side, but his seemingly powerful body looked no more than an ant in front of the Susanoo. "Pay with your life for my brother, Uchiha Ryūmei." I roared. Blinding lightning flashed across AI's body, and his right hand became like a sharp blade. Liger bomb horizontal chop. AI leaped up with all his strength, his body reaching midair as he charged straight for the Susanoo's head. "Are you an idiot? Get lost." Ryūmei frowned, extremely displeased by the wreckage AI's overestimation of himself. Like swatting away a fly, he controlled the complete body Susanoo and casually slapped down. Boom! AI was smashed from the sky into the ground by Ryūmei, landing in the same pit as his brother Killer Bee. By the time Ryūmei dealt with the wreckage AI and looked up again, Inoki and Raza had already escaped without a trace. After all, they were flying, and they weren't slow, and without a target in his field of vision, Ryūmei couldn't activate infinite pursuit. "Tsh, they got away? Fine, I'll let you off for now." Ryūmei gave up on chasing them and turned his gaze back to the battlefield. At this point, the only ones left on the field were the one-tail Shikaku, the seven-tails Chome, and the Kirigekyo group who had not yet successfully escaped. Being stared at by Ryūmei, Shikaku only felt cold sweat pouring down its back. It would rather be sealed away for another 100 years than face Ryūmei like this. Shikaku had been completely beaten into submission. Ryūmei looked at Shikaku and Chome, rubbing his chin as he muttered, "Killing you would be a bit of a waste. Konoha just happens to be lacking 2 gatekeepers right now. If you're willing, I can spare your lives." It was as if Shikaku had heard heavenly music, and it nodded frantically. I will. Chome, hurry up and nod too." Chome showed hesitation, but when it saw Ryūmei threateningly raise the Susanoo's fist, it ultimately compromised. I'm willing too." That's more like it. "Stay here and wait properly for now." A friendly smile appeared on Ryūmei's face as he casually dispelled the complete body Susanoo. Watching Uchiha Ryūmei take 2 major-tailed beasts in as gatekeeping lackeys, countless Konoha ninja had already gone completely numb inside. It was numbness brought on by a whole series of shocks. "Ryūmei-kun, you really are a monster. Choosing you as my ally may very well have been the most correct choice I've made in my life." Orochimaru stared fanatically at Ryūmei in the distance. To be honest, Orochimaru really wanted to dissect Ryūmei and take a look right now. Just what kind of body could possibly give birth to such a terrifying powerhouse? Once the battle is over, I'll ask Ryūmei-kun for a drop of his blood. If that doesn't work, hair would do too. Orochimaru thought to himself silently. After dispelling the complete body Susanoo, Ryūmei's figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. The next second, he appeared beside Meiterumi and the others. Everyone instantly turned ashen-faced. After witnessing Ryūmei's world-destroying strength, no one had any confidence left that they could escape from his hands. "This war was started by you. Trying to run away all of a sudden is a bit too rude, don't you think?" Ryūmei looked indifferently at the Kirigakure group before him, black flames of Amaterasu igniting in his right hand. What do we do? We're dead for sure. Let's just fight this monster to the death. We're dead either way. The people of Kirigakure drew their weapons and stared at Ryūmei, but though they wanted to make a desperate stand, their legs couldn't stop trembling. Terumi let out a deep sigh and stopped the Kirigakure group from trying to throw their lives away. Stop it, all of you. You'll only die for nothing. Kirigakure only has us ninja left now. Throw down your weapons. Terumi's words calmed everyone down. Although Ao looked unwilling, he still obeyed Terumi's order and threw away his weapon. Then, Terumi made a move that left everyone utterly stunned. She walked in front of Ryūmei and actually knelt down directly. Lord Ryūmei, we lost this war. Kirigakure is willing to pay war reparations, and we're also willing to agree to all of Konoha's conditions. Could I ask you to show us mercy? Terumi's tone was almost pleading as she lowered her head deeply. Ryūmei watched Terumi for a long while. To the people of Kirigakure, those short dozens of seconds felt like a lifetime. Finally, the black flames in Ryūmei's right hand slowly dispersed. I can spare your lives, but you still can't leave Konoha for now. Especially you, Terumi. Ryūmei said lightly. Terumi possessed 2 Kekkei Genkai, and among Kaga-level fighters, she counted as fairly strong. It was rare for someone to be this sensible, and on top of that, Orochimaru's research into transplanting Hashirama cells was nearly complete. Once the research succeeded, the cooldown time of Koto Amatsukami could be reduced to a little over 10 minutes. At that point, wouldn't it be perfect for Ryūmei to just use Koto Amatsukami on Terumi directly? No problem. I won't leave. As long as you spare our lives, that's enough. After hearing that, Terumi let out a sigh of relief, completely unaware of what she was about to face next. At the edge of the battlefield, Pain and the others all wore constipated looks on their faces. When Long Ming unleashed the complete body Susanoo, Nagato had almost wanted to give up on the plan to seize the Nine Tails. He had originally thought that, with the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, he was already an invincible existence in this world. Calling himself a god had also been a kind of acknowledgement of his own strength. But now, when he saw the Rinnegan Long Ming had revealed, along with the complete body Susanoo, only one sentence kept repeating in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? Nagato's confidence had suffered a heavy blow, but that still did not make him give up on the plan to seize the Nine Tails. He lived for the dreams of himself and the Akatsuki. Even if choosing to go against Long Ming was something with a 9 in 10 chance of death, he would still do it. And besides, it was not as if he had no confidence at all in dealing with Long Ming. At the very least, if he was pushed to the limit, he still had one method. It was just that the price of that method was too great. Unless absolutely necessary, Nagato had no intention of using it. As withdraw. Staying here is already meaningless. We'll think of a way to deal with Uchiha Long Ming after we return, Pain said flatly. Kakuzu, Haiden, and the others stiffened, then all gave awkward laughs. Leader, snatching the Nine Tails from someone like that is way harder than when I tried to assassinate the first Hokage back then. How about we just forget it? Yeah. The Lord Jashin is still waiting for me to recruit more believers for him. I don't want to go see the old man ahead of schedule. Pain's face darkened. Leading a team these days was not easy. Worry. I won't send you to your deaths. At the very least, I won't have you face Uchiha Long Ming directly. Come with me. After throwing out those words, Pain turned and walked straight toward the rear. Only after hearing that did Kakuzu and the others look much more relieved, and they quickly followed. At this moment, only Obito and Zetsu remained standing where they were, without moving. Pain frowned and said, "You too? What's wrong?" Zetsu seemed to have just come back to his senses. He glanced at Pain, then said, "I'm going down below to take a look. Maybe some chakra is still left on the dead Eight Tails Jinchuriki. So, it can barely be used to feed the demonic statue of the outer path." When it came to matters involving the tailed beasts, Pain was naturally very willing. Then go ahead. Be careful. Obito also spoke at this time. I also have something to take care of. You all leave first. After speaking, Obito did not wait for Pain's reply. He directly activated Kamui and pulled himself in. Then I'm heading out too. It would be troublesome if someone came to recover the Eight Tails Jinchuriki's corpse. After saying that, Zetsu also sank straight into the ground. When Zetsu surfaced again, he had already arrived beside Killer Bee, who had been smashed into a deep pit by Long Ming. Zetsu climbed out of the ground and reached out to check Killer Bee's chest, revealing a trace of surprise. Is actually still breathing? Looks like the Eight Tails protected this guy. It's pretty weak, but there really is still a bit of chakra left. After muttering that to himself, Zetsu then split a white Zetsu off from his body. He disguised it as Killer Bee and had it lie there in place. As for himself, he stuffed Killer Bee into the flytrap and recovered him. After finishing all this, Zetsu grew thoughtful. More accurately, Black Zetsu grew thoughtful. He could not quite figure out whether Long Ming was from the main Otsutsuki family or not. If he was, Then Long Ming should have paid close attention to collecting the tailed beasts, rather than directly blowing up the 8 tails with one punch. From that point alone, Long Ming did not fit the identity of someone from the main Otsutsuki family. But if he was not, then Black Zetsu truly could not think of anyone other than a member of the main Otsutsuki family who could possess strength comparable to the Quasi-Six Paths at such a young age. Things are getting more and more complicated, but I will definitely revive you, mother. Black Zetsu silently said this in his heart, then casually sank underground again together with White Zetsu. So where did Obito go? Naturally, he was not out taking a stroll either. After seeing Long Ming's world-destroying power, Obito decided to improve his strength. If he fought Long Ming again, and was still standing still like he was now, then he would definitely be instantly killed. Before realizing his Eye of the Moon plan, Obito absolutely would not allow himself to die. He released himself from the Kamui dimension, and at this moment, he had arrived inside Konoha's great prison. The ninja imprisoned here were usually Konoha rogue ninja who had committed monstrous crimes. But a few weeks ago, a large number of ninja from the major clans and even the Umbu had been locked up here. Obito had come here precisely to find someone who had been imprisoned. His former close friend, Kakashi Hatake. Obito strolled through the prison at an unhurried pace, and all the inmates around him noticed him. Hey, no way. Why is some masked guy coming in here? Who is this guy? He doesn't look like a guard. The inmates fell into chaos, and this disturbance naturally alarmed the Konoha guards responsible for watching the place. 2 Uchiha clan members surrounded Obito from the front and back, sternly shouting, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into Konoha prison?" Obito acted as if he had not heard them at all. His gaze kept sweeping across one cell after another, searching for Kakashi's figure. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Who exactly are you?" One of the Uchiha clan members continued questioning Obito, but before he could finish speaking this time, a black iron chain suddenly shot out from Obito's sleeve. After nimbly wrapping around him, it viciously smashed him into the ceiling. Boom! That Uchiha immediately ended up with a cracked head and blood all over, passing out on the spot. "You bastard!" When the other Uchiha guard saw his companion get hurt, he was instantly furious and shocked. Drawing his sword, he attacked Obito. Konoha-style sword technique. Moon dance. A flash of sword light swept past, and the blade directly passed through Obito's body. What's going on? Before this young Uchiha clansman could understand what was happening, Obito had already grabbed his arm. "I don't have time to waste on you. It'd be troublesome if that guy Long Ming got drawn here." After Obito said that, the space around his right eye immediately twisted into a vortex. In the blink of an eye, that Uchiha clansman was sucked inside. Now, no matter how stupid the people locked in the prison were, they could tell that Obito was not on the same side as the Uchiha. They all pressed themselves against the prison bars and shouted loudly, begging Obito to let them out. But Obito paid no attention at all to whether they lived or died, and still kept searching for the person he wanted to find. His eyes swept across the cells one by one. The figures of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Asuma Sarutobi, Heiate Gecko, and others appeared in sequence. When he reached the very last cell, Obito stopped, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. "I finally found you, Kakashi. I've come to take back what belongs to me." Facing the sudden uninvited guest, Kakashi frowned. "Who exactly are you? What are you here to take from me?" Obito let out 2 sinister chuckles, then stepped into the prison cell. The bars of the cell door and the barrier did not hinder him in the slightest. His intangible body could pass directly through those obstacles. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously stepped back a little. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but everyone imprisoned here had their chakra suppressed. In other words, Kakashi's combat strength right now was not even as good as a Genin's. He could only be at someone else's mercy. "Don't worry, it'll be over soon. If you cooperate obediently, you can still keep your life." Obito threatened him in a deep voice, then reached out and clawed toward Kakashi's left eye. Seeing that this mysterious man was actually here to seize the keepsake left behind by his dead best friend, Kakashi immediately became agitated. "Get the hell away from me. Don't come near me. There's no way I'm giving you this eye." Kakashi wildly swung his bound hands around, but every time, his arms passed right through Obito's body. Obito directly touched Kakashi's left eye, and at that very moment, Kakashi stopped. Because he felt a familiar power from the masked man, the power of the Sharingan, and it was exactly the same as his own. Thinking back to how the masked man had just said he was here to take back what belonged to him, Kakashi's heart jolted in shock. He stared at the masked man in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice, Are you Obito?" However, what awaited Kakashi was not Obito's reply, but Obito gouging out his eye. "Ah!" Faced with the sudden pain, Kakashi still couldn't help but cry out as he covered his left eye, blood pouring non-stop from it. Obito paid no attention at all to Kakashi on the ground. Instead, he took out a container filled with nutrient solution from his clothes and carefully placed his eye inside. Once he returned to his hideout, Obito would transplant his own eye back in. Only then could Obito truly bring out his full strength. Any Mangekyo Sharingan could only unleash its greatest power when the pair was complete. In the original story, Kakashi had once experienced the power of double Kamui, directly opening perfect Susanoo and going toe-to-toe with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Although his title got stripped afterward, it still counted as the peak of his life. And since Obito was the original owner of this pair of eyes, he naturally wouldn't be any worse. After putting away his eye, Obito turned and prepared to leave. Ignoring the pain, Kakashi shouted, "Obito, where are you going? Why didn't you come back to find me all these years if you were still alive?" Obito gave Kakashi a cold glance and replied in a hoarse voice, "Obito is already dead. From the moment you killed Rin, he died." Kakashi's body suddenly stiffened, and a trace of guilt flashed through his eyes. Obito had no intention of saying anything more. He directly activated the Kamui vortex and drew himself into it. The prison gradually returned to silence. But someone's heart could no longer be calm. The news that Uchiha Longming had slaughtered the 4 great ninja allied armies, killed the 8 tails and the 4th Raikage, and captured the 1 tail, the 7 tails, and the remnants of Kirigakure alive spread throughout the entire ninja world in just one day. There was no helping it. This war had alarmed far too many people. Almost every force in the ninja world had been watching the outcome of this war. When the news of Konoha's victory reached ninja villages big and small across the ninja world, and countless shinobi heard it, almost no one could believe their ears. After all, those were the 4 great ninja villages. The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, the 4th Raikage A, the 4th Kazekage Raza. Which one of them wasn't a figure famous throughout the ninja world? On top of that, there were tailed beast Jinchuriki and more than 60,000 elite shinobi. This lineup could practically be called world-destroying. Everyone had thought this would be a war where the 4 great ninja villages crushed Konoha. But the result slapped every single one of them in the face. Uchiha Longming alone had butchered the 4 great ninja villages so thoroughly that not a single piece of armor remained intact, and Kumogakure had even lost its Raikage in Konoha. If the intelligence hadn't been confirmed again and again, no one would have believed it. Uchiha Longming's terrifying strength shocked and horrified countless people across the ninja world. Sanagakure. The 4th Kazekage Raza held a letter sent to him by the land of Wind daimyo. His expression extremely ugly. The letter harshly rebuked Raza for attacking Konoha this time and demanded that he immediately go to Konoha to apologize. Bang! That damn daimyo, you've gone too far. Raza smashed the table apart with one punch, his eyes practically spitting fire. But very quickly he slumped in defeat again. Because Raza knew that other than surrendering and apologizing, he had no other choice at all. At present, fewer than 200 Sanagakure shinobi remained in the entire village. It could be said to be the weakest period Sanagakure had seen in nearly 100 years. What Raza could hope for now was only that Konoha would accept his surrender. Raza rubbed his aching temples, then turned his head and said, "Maki, immediately write a letter of surrender and send it to Konoha. Tell them that no matter how much they demand in war reparations, we're willing to pay it. Also send all the gold dust from some time ago to Konoha as well." Gold dust was a specialty of Sanagakure, and also the capital they used for trade with other countries. Now, in order to survive, Raza had no choice but to painfully give it up. After all, if the gold dust was gone, they could still gather more later, but if the village was gone, then everything would be gone. "Yes, Lord Kazekage." Maki bowed slightly, then hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I ask, Lord Kazekage, what should be done about Gaara? I heard he didn't die and was only captured alive by Uchiha Longming. Should we ask Konoha to return Gaara?" As Gaara's teacher, Maki was still very concerned about him. In the original story, he had once pushed through all opposition to support Gaara in becoming Kazekage. "Are you an idiot, Maki?" Raza snorted coldly, then said, "A tailed beast is an extremely powerful war resource. Do you think Konoha would easily return it after taking it from us? If Gaara was captured, then he was captured. Anyway, he's just a failed product." Maki's expression kept changing. In the end, after letting out a long sigh in his heart, he slowly withdrew from the room. As for Raza, he was worrying over the war reparations that would have to be handed over to Konoha next. The same scene was playing out in the other ninja villages as well. A few days after this brief 4th Great Ninja War, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sanagakure, and Kirigakure sent letters of surrender to Konoha one after another. Because Kumogakure's Raikage had died in battle, the position of Raikage was temporarily assumed by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, who managed the village's affairs. As for Kirigakure, since Jinjiro had died and the remaining people all strongly supported Mei Terumi, the position of Mizukage could only belong to her. After this battle, whether in prestige or strength, Longming stood above the peak of the ninja world. No one questioned his title as the god of shinobi ever again. Konoha, the Hokage Hall, Uchiha Ryūmei, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and others were all gathered together. Everyone's faces were glowing with energy, as if they had become decades younger. Kumogakure, Kirigakure, Sanagakure, and Iwagakure have already announced to the ninja world that they are surrendering to Konoha unconditionally. At the same time, they have paid massive compensation in money and land. Here are the signed documents. Everyone spoke non-stop, holding the intelligence in their hands and continuously reading out one compensation clause after another. They had lived in Konoha for decades, yet they had never been this happy before. Konoha's financial income was at least more than 10 times what it had been before, and the land and all kinds of resources they had gained were even more countless. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Ryūmei and said with some excitement, "Ryūmei, it's all thanks to you. Konoha is now, without question, the #1 ninja village in the ninja world." Konoha now not only had a god of shinobi like Ryūmei standing guard over it, but also 3 great-tailed beasts, the 1-tail, 7-tails, and 9-tails. Looking across the entire ninja world, there was no country left that could contend with it. Lord Ryūmei truly deserves to be called Konoha's greatest genius of the past 100 years. If you ask me, the position of 6th Hokage can belong to no one but Lord Ryūmei. If Lord Ryūmei succeeds to the position of Hokage, I, Hyuga Hayashi, will absolutely support it with both hands. Lord Ryūmei is still so young. He can protect Konoha from decline for 100 years. Everyone spoke one after another, and Fugaku was not angry at all after hearing it, because he knew that Ryūmei becoming the next Hokage was already a done deal. On top of that, Ryūmei was also one of the Uchiha. Better to keep the benefit within the family. Hearing everyone's praise, Ryūmei did not become complacent because of it. He knew that the truly powerful enemies were never the 5 great nations. It was the Otsutsuki clan beyond this planet. Those were the real powerful enemies. The mission of the Otsutsuki clan was to devour the life of other planets, plant god trees on other people's worlds, and then reclaim the formed chakra fruits. With Ryūmei's current strength, although he was almost invincible in the ninja world, if he had to face any member of the Otsutsuki clan, it would probably be very difficult. However, it should still be a long time before they descended here, so Ryūmei still had enough time to use check-ins to grow stronger. After this exciting meeting ended, Ryūmei immediately went to Fugaku to accept missions. Ryūmei had not forgotten that before going to Mangekyo for a check-in, he first needed to complete 10 S-rank missions. Only then could he trigger the extra reward during the check-in. When he heard that Ryūmei wanted to take on as many as 10 S-rank missions, Fugaku was almost dumbfounded on the spot. After all, as the most difficult missions in a ninja village, S-rank missions had always been completed by one team, or even several teams. Only occasionally would a single ninja be sent to complete one alone. Of course, someone like Ryūmei definitely had the qualifications to complete an S-rank mission by himself. What Fugaku had not expected, however, was that Ryūmei wanted to take 10 S-rank missions all at once. Although he found it a little strange, Fugaku still selected 10 relatively high-difficulty S-rank missions and handed them to Ryūmei. After all, with such a powerful worker, if Fugaku did not assign some high-difficulty missions, he would feel unworthy of his position as Hokage. These 10 S-rank missions covered a wide range: investigation, dealing with rogue ninja, protecting important personnel, and even commissions to intervene in wars. Looks like completing these missions is still going to take quite a bit of time. Ryūmei calculated it quietly in his heart. To finish these missions, at the shortest it would take 3 to 5 months, and at the longest 1 to 2 years. It seemed that, in the short term, he would not be able to go to Mangekyo. Ryūmei put away all the mission scrolls. Just then, the door was slammed open with a bang.
Ryūmei-kun.
I succeeded. I finally succeeded. Orochimaru's excited voice came from outside the door. Ryūmei turned to look and saw Orochimaru with an excited face, holding a square little cage in his hand, with a white mouse crouching inside. Ryūmei-kun, look at this. What is it? As Orochimaru spoke, he brought the white mouse in his hand in front of Ryūmei. Isn't this just a mouse? Fugaku looked at Orochimaru with a face full of black lines, not understanding at all what was so exciting about catching a mouse. This strange hobby was truly hard to figure out. Ryūmei, however, was different from Fugaku. The moment Orochimaru brought out this mouse, he knew. The experiment of transplanting Hashirama cells had succeeded. The vitality coming off this mouse was something an ordinary mouse simply could not compare to. To confirm the effect of the Hashirama cell transplant on this white mouse, Ryūmei took out a kunai from his clothes and lightly sliced across the white mouse's back. The sharp blade immediately cut open the white mouse's skin, and the blood that came out instantly stained its white fur red. Then an astonishing scene took place. The wound on the white mouse's back stopped bleeding within just a dozen seconds. After bursts of white smoke rose out, it began healing at high speed. Very good, Orochimaru. Take me to your lab at once. A rare trace of excitement was also contained in Ryūmei's tone. His Kodo Amatsukami could finally be unsealed. The two rushed out of the Hokage's office like a gust of wind, leaving behind only Fugaku, whose face was full of confusion as he had no idea what had happened. Inside Orochimaru's laboratory, the The place was fully equipped, with all kinds of instruments and scrolls available. As long as Orochimaru was not carrying out certain inhumane experiments, Ryūmei would still satisfy many of his conditions. Ryūmei walked into Orochimaru's laboratory. Suddenly, he heard a muffled cry for help. Ryūmei turned his head and looked. He saw Yamato with tears in his eyes and a grief-stricken face, tightly bound to an experiment table, with white cloth stuffed in his mouth. At this moment, he was trying to say something to Ryūmei in a muffled voice. MMPH. 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 Ryūmei really could not hear clearly, so he walked over and directly pulled the white cloth out of Yamato's mouth. Big brother, I'm begging you, get me out of here. That Orochimaru is not right in the head. I'd rather be thrown into prison by you than stay with him for even one more minute. Yamato said that line almost in tears, which was enough to show just how huge a psychological shadow Orochimaru had left on him. Ryūmei could only laugh helplessly at this. He had actually reminded Orochimaru not to take Yamato's life. But now it seemed that mental damage was actually more deadly than physical damage.
Hehehe, Danzo-kun.
Are you really that eager to part with me? That makes me a little sad. Orochimaru's gloomy voice came from behind. The moment he saw Orochimaru come in, Yamato immediately screamed. He looked like a girl being harassed by a thug on her way home. Why you? Don't come over. Or I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. Yamato was on the verge of tears. Over the past few days, Orochimaru had almost driven him insane with all his torment. All right, stop yelling. Orochimaru's experiment is already finished. You can leave now. Long Ming dug at his ears. Yamato's voice sounded like a donkey braying, and it was making his head swell. Yamato's whole body shook, and he looked at Long Ming excitedly as he asked, Why you? What you said is true?
Yeah.
And since you cooperated with the experiment during this period, the rest of your sentence is waived. Go straight back to the Umbu. As Long Ming spoke, he also undid the restraints on Yamato's body. Yamato's eyes instantly filled with tears. These hellish days had finally come to an end. As for Long Ming saying his sentence was being waived, Yamato barely even heard it. His mind was full of only one thing, escaping this sea of suffering. After Long Ming removed the restraints from him, he immediately bolted out of the laboratory in a puff of smoke. Long Ming rolled his eyes at Orochimaru and reminded him, Be a little more careful when you do experiments. If everyone ends up like this, how am I supposed to send people to you in the future? Orochimaru gave an awkward chuckle and coughed dryly. I sent it because it's so rare to get such a perfect test subject. I got excited for a moment. I'll pay attention in the future. Long Ming let out a light snort, then formed hand seals and spat the crow out from his mouth. The crow flapped its wings and quietly stood on Long Ming's shoulder, preening its feathers. When Orochimaru saw it, he immediately took out a specially made green syringe from the side. Inside it were Hashirama cells. 10 minutes after injecting the Hashirama cells into the crow's body, Long Ming could clearly feel that Kodo Amitsukami in the crow's right eye had recovered. Long Ming put the crow away and said with a smile, Orochimaru, you did very well this time. The successful transplantation of Hashirama cells is of extraordinary significance to the Uchiha clan. About how long would it take you to produce a syringe like this? Long Ming had never forgotten the prosperity of the clan. To him, even Konoha's strength was secondary. The main thing was still to make the Uchiha clan stronger. For Uchiha clansmen who had awakened the Sharingan, Hashirama cells were practically like jade from a mountain of gold, able to greatly ease the pain they suffered when using the Sharingan. Just look at Obito and it was obvious. He used the Mangekyo Sharingan so frequently that an ordinary person would have died long ago. But because half of his body was made of Hashirama cells, Obito had almost never suffered the side effects of the Sharingan. Then look at Itachi. By the later part of the original story he was nearly blind. Hashirama cells were also of enormous significance to Itachi. Orochimaru pondered slightly for a moment, then said, If you include the time needed to cultivate the cells, I estimate I can produce 200 syringes within 1 month. Long Ming nodded and said, That's enough. Every time you make a batch, have someone send it directly to the Uchiha clan and arrange for them to undergo the transplants. Hehe. Just leave it to me, Long Ming-kun. Orochimaru gave a sinister smile, then seemed to remember something and continued, By the way, Long Ming-kun, I also want to ask you for a favor. A favor? What are you trying to do? Long Ming looked at Orochimaru, who seemed up to no good, and asked with some vigilance. Orochimaru gave a chuckle, then said, It's like this. I'd like you to find me a few ninja who have awakened the Sharingan to accompany me in some human experiments. It'd be best if there were both men and women. Human experiments are out of the question, let alone using my clansmen. I can't help you with that. Long Ming refused outright. Orochimaru grew anxious and quickly said, Don't be so hasty, Long Ming-kun. I'm doing this for the Uchiha clan. Besides, didn't you already pull me into the Uchiha? How could I possibly do anything that would harm the interests of the Uchiha? Long Ming paused and pondered. Then explain first what you want these people for. What kind of experiment are you actually planning? Seeing that Long Ming was willing to hear him out, Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief and immediately began explaining. This experiment is actually also related to the Sharingan. Didn't you have me help Sasuke train some time ago? This kid really learns things insanely fast. He can master almost everything I teach him in just one day. To be honest with you, I'm actually quite satisfied with him now. I want to cultivate him so he can inherit my mantle in the future. The only regret is that he hasn't awakened the Sharingan. I can tell he cares a lot about that too, so I want to give him a push. Long Ming's face instantly darkened. There was no way Orochimaru didn't know how the Uchiha clan awakened their eyes. You want to give him a push? Going by what you said, you want to kill Itachi. Leaving aside whether you could succeed, the key point was that you couldn't even beat Itachi. Looking at Long Ming's strange expression, Orochimaru immediately understood that the other party had misunderstood him, and said with a helpless laugh, Long Mingkuin, what are you thinking? I already said I wouldn't do anything harmful to the Uchiha clan. I want to use scientific methods to help Sasuke awaken his eyes. Long Ming touched his nose and coughed dryly. Ahem, so that's what you meant. I thought you were going to challenge Itachi to a duel. Let me think about this. If it were an ordinary human experiment, Long Ming would definitely have rejected Orochimaru right away. But this experiment was no small matter. If scientific methods really could be used to help members of the Uchiha clan awaken their eyes, then this experiment would be recorded in history and push the Uchiha clan to a brand new peak. After thinking it over again and again, Long Ming ultimately agreed to Orochimaru's request. But the experiment had to be carried out on the premise that no Uchiha clansman would lose his or her life. After chatting with Orochimaru for a while, Long Ming also took his leave from him. However, before he left, Orochimaru insisted no matter what that Long Ming leave behind one drop of blood for his research. Considering that Orochimaru really had made quite a contribution this time, Long Ming agreed to his request. In the days that followed, Long Ming used Kodoha Mitsukami to carry out large-scale brainwashing on people throughout Konoha. This included the new 5th Mizukage Terumi, Gaara, Fu, Might Guy, Kakashi Hatake, and others. While brainwashing Kakashi, Long Ming also learned about Obito invading the prison and taking Kakashi's eye. For Long Ming, this naturally could not be considered good news. After all, Obito and the Akatsuki were enemies of Konoha, and giving the Sharingan back to Obito was equivalent to increasing the Akatsuki's strength. But for Kakashi, it might not be entirely a bad thing. As someone who was not an Uchiha, Kakashi had never been able to perfectly bring out the Sharingan's power in the first place. It had taken him more than 10 years just to discover that his Sharingan also had the ability Kamui. And when he used it, there were all sorts of restrictions, slow activation, difficulty aiming, and dying from complete chakra exhaustion after using it twice in a row. Could be said that, from a certain angle, the Sharingan had also held Kakashi back. Without the Sharingan, although Kakashi lost the ability to use Lightning Blade, his ninjutsu talent from his youth and his chakra reserves also returned. As a genius with all 5 basic nature transformations by birth, he could fully unleash his talents. The seasons kept shifting, and time flew by at a rapid pace. Before anyone knew it, the ninja world had already passed through 3 autumns and winters, arriving at year 60 of Konoha. After the 4 great nations successively submitted, the ninja world also welcomed a rare period of peace. Aside from the Akatsuki and Black Zetsu, who had been operating in the shadows all along, no country openly dared to start a large-scale war. To be honest, they did not have that ability now either. Among the smaller countries, there were still occasional frictions and conflicts. Konoha, which had emerged victorious in the 4th Great Ninja War, had truly been thriving over these 3 years. It achieved rapid development. The influx of massive funds gave Konoha a much more abundant budget to train talent, build schools, purchase ninja tools, and so on. Aside from that, there was also Orochimaru's cell transplantation technology. Over these 3 years, through Orochimaru's scientific advancements, most of Konoha's people had all transplanted Hashirama cells, and their strength had increased tremendously. Especially Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, and the others. After transplanting Hashirama cells, the side effects brought by the Mangekyo Sharingan were greatly reduced. Itachi would no longer have to suffer from illness in the future. It was worth mentioning that although most people had Hashirama cells, very few could truly master wood release. Because learning wood release required long-term training. Even Yamato had only gradually mastered wood release after a long period of cultivation at the start. There were very few people like Long Ming who could directly cheat their way into it. During these 3 years, outstanding ninjas from the major clans also emerged one after another, constantly graduating from the Ninja Academy. Niji Hyuga, Tenten, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and the other 12 rookies had begun to gradually show their talent. Long Ming stood outside Konoha, breathing in the fresh air mixed with the scent of earth. 3 years had passed and Long Ming had grown much taller. The childishness on his face had already disappeared. In its place was a deep and unfathomable aura, making his temperament seem even more outstanding. Over these 3 years, Long Ming had already completed a full 10 S-rank missions. That was slightly longer than expected, mainly because many matters in Konoha could not be handled without Long Ming. For example, Orochimaru's new experiments, the Hashirama cell transplantation work, policy matters regarding the 4 great ninja villages, and so on. If not for these things, Long Ming could have cut the time needed to complete his missions by at least more than half. After finishing his missions, Long Ming immediately decided to head to Mangekyo to check in. He had waited far too long for this day. Long Ming-kun, you have to come back quickly. Hinata's soft and delicate voice came from behind him. She, Sasuke, and the others were standing at the village entrance to see Long Ming off. Got it. You should all head back. While I'm gone, remember to train hard, Long Ming said with a smile as he waved to everyone. After 3 years, Hinata had already grown into a graceful young woman, and their feelings had steadily deepened through spending time together. As for Sasuke, under Orochimaru's guidance, he had also become a ninja capable of standing on his own. A few days ago, he had just passed the assessment for Special Jonin. He had become the most outstanding ninja of their academy class. Although Orochimaru still had not developed a scientific method to open the eyes, according to what was said, there had already been a major breakthrough, and success should come very soon. After saying farewell to everyone, Long Ming set out alone on the road to Mangekyo, toward the Akatsuki's headquarters. Over these 3 years, the Akatsuki had also made no small moves. They had been operating recklessly throughout the ninja world. According to intelligence sent back by the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, they had already successfully captured the 3 tails. Aside from that, Rashi, the 4 tails Jinchuriki who had left Iwagakure, had also lost all trace in the ninja world, and it seemed he too had fallen into the Akatsuki's hands. By that calculation, the current Akatsuki already possessed the 2 tails Matatabi, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Son Goku, 5 tails Kokuo, and 6 tails Saiken, a full 5-tailed beasts. It could be said that aside from Konoha's 3 major tailed beasts and the 8 tails, which was still in the process of revival, the Akatsuki had already gathered all the tailed beasts. This point had shocked every force other than Konoha, because they were currently in the weakest period in their history. If the Akatsuki had any designs on them at this time, then they would have no power to resist at all. So many villages had sent requests to Long Ming. They hoped Konoha would take the Akatsuki's threat seriously. This time, aside from checking in at Mangekyo, Long Ming also intended to deal with the Akatsuki while he was there. That way, those guys would stop obsessing over reviving the 10 tails and causing chaos in the ninja world. After Long Ming left Konoha, in a mysterious cave somewhere in the Land of Fire, Obito, Long Ming has left the village again. Zetsu emerged from the ground and reported the intelligence he had gathered to Obito. The mask Obito wore now had already been changed to a white mask with 3 tomo, revealing a pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. Clearly, after taking back his own eyes from Kakashi, Obito's strength had undergone a massive leap. This time, is he also going out to complete a mission? Obito asked expressionlessly. The Akatsuki paid extremely close attention to Long Ming's every move. They even had to investigate clearly what Long Ming ate for lunch. Zetsu slowly shook his head, then said heavily, "I'm afraid not this time. The direction of his trip is toward Mangekyo. He is most likely coming for us." Hearing this news, Obito very much wanted to stay calm, but the unintentional trembling of his hand still betrayed him. Yes, even though Obito had now completely mastered his Mangekyo, he still did not have enough confidence to defeat Long Ming. What was more, 3 years had passed. Who knew whether Long Ming had become even stronger? 3 years ago, he had already been able to defeat the 4 great ninja villages by himself. 3 years later, wouldn't he just go straight to the heavens? Inform Nagato immediately. "We are holding an emergency meeting," Obito ordered in a deep voice, then crossed his legs and sat down. After receiving the order, Zetsu immediately used the mayfly technique to dive underground. A long while later, under Pain's astral projection jutsu, the phantoms of the Akatsuki members appeared one by one in the area. Kisame let out a low and hoarse voice. "How rare. The organization is actually having another full gathering. If I remember right, the last meeting was 3 years ago. Time really flies. How come I don't feel that way?" Ever since Uchiha Long Ming crushed the 4 great ninja villages, there hasn't been much war in the ninja world these past 2 years, which means there have been a lot fewer bounty missions. With no money to earn, every day feels like a year to me. Damn it, just talking about it pisses me off. A few days ago, I was recruiting followers for Lord Jashin, and that brat actually said Long Ming was his idol, and that Lord Jashin was worthless trash. I was so mad I stabbed myself on the spot. Alright, everyone quiet down. Pain's voice held not the slightest trace of emotion. The crowd immediately fell silent. Pain swept his gaze around. Zetsu had just informed him about Long Ming. Though it was very sudden, they had to find a way to deal with it. Pain said coldly, "Everyone, I have bad news for you. Uchiha Long Ming is on his way to Mangekyo. The purpose of this trip is very likely to eliminate us." The moment those words came out, The expressions of the phantoms turned grave. A few of them even started trembling involuntarily. After all, the world-shattering battle from 3 years ago was still vivid in their minds. Seeing the Akatsuki members looking terrified, Konan advised Pain, "How about we temporarily withdraw from Mangekyo? Long Ming's strength is far too terrifying. I think we should avoid his edge for now. No, if we run every time we encounter Long Ming, then who knows how long the plan will be delayed." Pain rejected Konan in an extremely indifferent tone, then said casually, "Aside from the tailed beasts belonging to Konoha, we've already collected all the rest. Long Ming leaving Konoha this time is also a rare opportunity for us. We absolutely cannot let it slip by." In truth, the Akatsuki had already gathered all the tailed beasts outside over a year ago, but they could never come up with a way to deal with the 3 that belonged to Konoha. Long Ming had stayed in the village for a very long time. Even when he went out to carry out missions, it was always within the land of fire. The Akatsuki didn't dare take the risk and had been waiting for an opportunity the whole time. That wait had lasted until now. Nagato was already getting anxious. He didn't want to wait any longer. Long Ming was still young, with plenty of time and lifespan ahead of him. But Nagato was different. The repeated use of the Rinnegan had caused his body to deteriorate day by day, leaving him gaunt and skin and bones. Although his current condition was still acceptable, Nagato could not possibly live a long life. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for Nagato. Hearing Pain's words, everyone's pupils contracted. Kisame said in a deep voice, "Leader, do you mean to take advantage of Long Ming attacking Mangekyo and use that chance to strike Konoha?" Pain slowly nodded and said in a low voice, "Other than that, do you have a better idea? Konoha may be powerful right now, but without Long Ming, it's not impossible for us to fight them." Pain was not joking with that statement. Although they had lost Orochimaru and Sasori, the Akatsuki's overall strength had not actually suffered too much damage. If anything, Obito gaining double Kamui had vaguely strengthened them. As long as Long Ming, that peak combat power, was not counted, the current Akatsuki was capable of fighting Konoha. Zetsu thought for a moment. Although he still feared Long Ming's strength, his desperation to save his mother made him stop caring so much. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right, I agree with this plan." With Zetsu taking the lead, the others, Hoshigaki Kisame, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Haiden, could only speak up one after another. "I agree too. I'm in favor. As long as I don't have to fight Long Ming, I agree with this plan too." "Very good." Seeing everyone agree, Pain nodded in satisfaction, then analyzed, "If Long Ming receives news that Konoha has been attacked, he will definitely rush back to Konoha at full speed. So we need to split into 2 groups. One group will fight him in Mangekyo and stall for time, while the other group will be responsible for attacking Konoha and capturing the tailed beasts. Which of you is willing to take the initiative and stay in Mangekyo to delay Long Ming?" The moment those words were spoken, everyone's faces darkened. What kind of joke was that? Take responsibility for holding back Uchiha Long Ming? Wasn't he that just asking us to die? Kakuzu immediately coughed twice and said, "Ahem, Haiden, I heard long ago that you're protected by the Jashin and possess a true immortal body. If you ask me, this task is perfect for you." Haiden's body stiffened. An immortal body was useless if he didn't even have a body left. If he fought Long Ming, his ashes would probably get scattered. What immortal body was there to talk about then? Haiden shot Kakuzu a fierce glare and said with a fake smile, "Kakuzu-san, what are you saying? What's my immortal body worth? I've long heard you were called the man who lives as long as heaven and earth and that you once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. I'm sure stalling the god of shinobi this time should be no problem for you either. I just threw a kunai from 800 li away, that's all. By the way, Kisame, didn't you call yourself the tailed beast without a tail? How about you take this task? Why are you looking at me? Didn't you damn well see what happened to the ones with tails? Let Deidara do it. Maybe his art will actually be useful. If you put it that way, then I might as well quit working with clay." The Akatsuki members all started shoving the responsibility around. Clearly, none of them were willing to fight Long Ming head-on. Pain felt somewhat helpless. He knew this task could only be carried out by himself. "All right, stop arguing. Leave the task of delaying Long Ming to me. As for you all, head to Konoha and work with Afei to capture the tailed beasts." Pain coldly issued the order. Afei was Obito's alias within the Akatsuki. Mysterious as he was, he had always acted alone. So the Akatsuki members did not know Obito's true identity. A trace of resolve also flashed through Obito's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. This time we will definitely succeed. Once the tailed beast capture is complete, I'll come help you immediately." Pain nodded, then coldly ordered, "Go and act. I hope that in a few days, I'll receive news that you've already captured all the tailed beasts." A few days later, Mangekyo. This place lay at the junction of 3 great nations, and its people had long been displaced by war. It was only after Pain killed Hanzo of the Salamander and imposed terrorism upon Mangekyo that this country gained a repressive yet stable peace. Long Ming stood outside Mangekyo, gazing at the scenery within the village. At this moment, an endless drizzle was falling over Mangekyo. This was not ordinary rainwater, but the rain tiger at will technique mixed with Nagato's chakra. Every drop of rain was closely linked to pain's senses. Because chakra from outside the village would block the rain, intruders could be detected. Looks like pain is here. Then there's no problem. Long Ming smiled faintly, then stepped forward into the rain. At that moment, deep within Mangekyo, a figure standing atop a tower suddenly opened his eyes. With emotionless Rinnegan eyes, Pain stared from afar in Long Ming's direction. So you've finally come, Uchiha Long Ming, detected host arriving at Mangekyo. Congratulations, host, on completing the third check-in mission. Congratulations, host. You have obtained perfect sage mode. Ding. Detected that host has completed 10 S-rank missions and fulfilled the special reward requirement. Rewarding host. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Claim immediately. It's actually perfect sage mode and Yamatsu Hirasaka. Listening to the system's usual cold voice, even Long Ming's normally calm, still heart stirred slightly. Sage mode is a state where one absorbs a certain amount of natural energy to create senjutsu chakra, greatly boosting the power of one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. After using sage mode, the body undergoes certain changes. Only a sage mode with eyeshadow is a complete one. And the strength of this perfect sage mode was that it made up for the two flaws of ordinary sage mode. The first was the startup time when entering sage mode. The user had to first sense natural energy, then gather it together. This process was extremely long. Just look at Jiraiya and you'd know. He had to keep his hands in a seal for several seconds, and during that time, the user was actually in great danger. Perfect sage mode had no such concern. Entering sage mode required no advanced gathering at all. Hands together, eyeshadow instantly on. Perfect sage mode also made up for the second flaw, which was the issue of how long sage mode could last. If no special method was used, sage mode generally only lasted around 5 minutes. To break through this limit, one had to either learn from Jiraiya and keep 2 toads on one's body, or do like Naruto and create shadow clones in advance to help gather natural energy. But Long Ming's was ridiculous. Once activated, he could remain in sage mode indefinitely. His body would automatically absorb natural energy and maintain the operation of sage mode. As for Yamatsu Hirasaka, there was even less need to say more. An ultimate space-time ninjutsu. It belonged to the Kekkei Mora. This technique had the ability to move freely through space. By opening a black portal out of thin air, it allowed the user to travel within the same space, and also move freely between real space and alternate dimensions. With this technique, Long Ming would no longer have to go through all the trouble of traveling. He could just open a space portal and go wherever he wanted. This time, the system's rewards were really amazing too. Long Ming silently said in his heart, "Claim immediately." The moment the words fell, Long Ming only felt a strange energy flow through his entire body once again. Only this time, there was none of the pain from before. Instead, his body felt pleasantly warm, with an indescribable sense of comfort. After fully absorbing this energy, Long Ming could clearly feel that he had already mastered perfect sage mode and Yamatsu Hirasaka. Reward distribution complete. Check-in location updated. Next check-in location, Mount Mayaboku. If the host subdues Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest before the next check-in, an extra reward will be triggered. Host is advised to work hard and improve. Long Ming's heart stirred. He had never expected that the next check-in location the system arranged for him would actually be Mount Mayaboku. The locations of the 3 Great Sage regions had always been extremely well hidden, unknown to outsiders. For an ordinary person, finding even one would require endless hardship. Yet Long Ming had to go to all 3 and even subdue 2 of them. Looks like the next check-in will be a bit challenging. Long Ming stretched his body. He was already nearly invincible in the ninja world. This was the perfect chance to experience just how strong the legendary White Snake Sage and Slug Sage really were. But for now, Long Ming still had to deal with the matters of Mangekyo first. Leaving the Akatsuki around would always be a disaster waiting to happen. Long Ming couldn't possibly stay on guard every moment in case they caused chaos in the ninja world. Only by wiping them out would this be the best choice. Long Ming took a deep breath, and his figure slowly rose into the air. The black pupils in his eyes gradually formed into 3 tomo, which then merged into the Eternal Mangekyo, and finally became the Rinnegan. Floating in midair, Long Ming looked down over all of Mangekyo. When he saw the tallest stone tower in the distance, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Pain, you know I've already arrived, don't you? Come out now. Today, whether it's you or your Akatsuki, neither of you will escape the fate of destruction." Long Ming's voice boomed like thunder, and his eyes erupted with terrifying ocular pressure. Without any warning, a horrifying aura that seemed capable of forcing heaven and earth into submission swept in all directions, covering the entirety of Mangekyo at an unbelievable speed. The terrifying Rinnegan pressure, as heavy as a mountain, slammed down hard on every ninja in Mangekyo. In that instant, countless rain ninja felt a roaring sound explode inside their minds, followed immediately by darkness before their eyes. Thud! Thud! Countless rain ninja and civilians collapsed one after another, unconscious. At the same time, the members of the Akatsuki were gathered together. Pain, Konan, Obito, Haiden, Kakuzu, Kisame, and the others were all there. The moment they felt the pressure Long Ming released, everyone's expressions instantly changed. This powerful force was indeed just as familiar as it had been years ago. Incomparably overbearing, incomparably terrifying. Long Ming has already entered Mangekyo. Time is extremely tight. Take them to Konoha immediately. Pain's expression was icy as he gave the order at once. They would split into 2 groups for the next battle. Nagato alone would control the 6 paths of pain and hold Long Ming back. Obito, meanwhile, would lead all the remaining members and use Kamui to descend on Konoha and seize the tailed beast. Alright, I'll leave immediately. Obito nodded heavily, then placed his hand on the Akatsuki members beside him. The Kamui vortex unfolded, sucking them all one by one into his Kamui space. After Obito also left, Nagato controlled all 6 paths and went out to meet Long Ming. They stood atop the high tower, facing Long Ming from afar. Looking at the 6 paths of pain created from 6 corpses, Long Ming shook his head and said, "If you don't use your real body and rely only on these puppets, then you simply can't fight me. You should let your real body come out instead." Hearing this, Nagato, hidden behind the scenes, was shaken to the core. Ever since he gained the Rinnegan, no one had ever recognized at a glance that pain was made of corpses, and he had relied on this secret to sweep through every battle. Most of the time, he never even needed to act personally. He only had to control the 6 paths to easily defeat his enemies. But this time, before the fight had even started, Long Ming had already effortlessly seen through his greatest secret. "Humph, whether I can fight you or not, we'll know only after we've fought. Don't talk so big. Between your Rinnegan and mine, it's not certain which one is stronger." Pain replied stubbornly. When it came to using the Rinnegan, Nagato believed he was still far ahead of Long Ming. After all, he had developed the Rinnegan for decades, while Long Ming was only in his teens. Even if he had awakened it early, he was definitely far inferior to him. Hearing Nagato start talking to him about the Rinnegan, Long Ming directly rolled his eyes and said, "Whichever one is stronger has nothing to do with you anyway. Those Rinnegan of yours belong to Madara Uchiha." Huh? Nagato, controlling things from behind the scenes, was instantly dumbfounded when he heard that. "My Rinnegan became Uchiha Madara's?" Pain frowned tightly and snorted coldly. "Ridiculous. I've had the Rinnegan since I was very young. How could these eyes possibly belong to Uchiha Madara? Because those eyes were transplanted into you when you were very young. Uchiha Madara gave you those eyes so that when the time was right, you'd use Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive him." Long Ming spilled out Uchiha Madara's entire plan in one go. It's even more absurd. Although Samsara of Heavenly Life technique really can revive the dead, Uchiha Madara is clearly alive and well, yet you're saying he's dead. Pain kept shaking his head, obviously treating Long Ming's words like they were nothing but wind in his ears. Long Ming gave a light chuckle and continued, "You clearly possess the Rinnegan, known as the Supreme Dojutsu, yet you can't even see through such a simple conspiracy. Truly pathetic. The masked man by your side was never Uchiha Madara, but an Uchiha clansman named Obito. Madara arranged for him to watch you and make sure you would use Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive him. Believe it or not, that's up to you. It doesn't benefit me either way." Nagato, hidden in the shadows, broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that all this time, the masked man's purpose had been to make him revive Uchiha Madara at the cost of his own life? The moment that thought appeared, Nagato hurriedly shook his head and threw it out. "Long Ming is trying to shake my will to fight. Even if that's true, if I'm unwilling, who can force me to use Samsara of Heavenly Life technique? I should still find a way to stall for more time." But while Nagato wanted to drag things out, Long Ming still had no intention of wasting more words. "Let's end the small talk here. Call out the rest of the Akatsuki members. If all of you come at me together, you might still have a bit of a chance. You alone are not my opponent." Long Ming narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous aura spread from his entire body. Nagato laughed bitterly inside. "If they really dared to fight you, why would I have had to stay behind personally?" Even though that was what he was thinking, Nagato naturally couldn't reveal Obito's whereabouts. So Devapath Pain responded, "I alone am enough. Come. Let me show you what a true god really is." As he spoke, Pain slowly floated up into the air as well. For the moment, Long Ming didn't think much about where the other Akatsuki members had gone. He stretched his body and said, "Looks like you think you're pretty capable. Then I'll play with you a bit." Whoosh! The moment his words fell, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. Long Ming activated Infinity and vanished directly from the sky. "So fast." Nagato, controlling things from behind the scenes, was startled. The 6 paths of pain searched for Long Ming's trace in all directions through their shared 360-degree vision. By the time they spotted Long Ming, he had already arrived behind the Naraka Path. The Naraka Path's ability was to summon and control the King of Hell, allowing it to gather intelligence and revive the other pains. Infinity. Super Strength. Long Ming combined his dojutsu with super strength and, at extreme speed, slammed his fist viciously into the Naraka Path's back. As powerful chakra poured out, the air itself let out a sharp sonic boom. The Naraka Path had no time to dodge at all and was blown apart on the spot, turning into countless fragments. Damn it! Seeing the Naraka Path instantly destroyed, Nagato's expression changed drastically. His hands formed seals as he controlled the remaining pains to launch a counterattack. Almighty Push. Under Nagato's control, Deva Path Pain raised his right hand, and a powerful repulsive force formed a shockwave that tried to blast Long Ming away. Unfortunately, the Almighty Push that had always worked without fail did not force Long Ming back even the slightest bit after hitting his body. Instead, it directly dissipated in front of him. So an Almighty Push at this level really is useless against him. Nagato's heart sank. The Akatsuki had long since thoroughly studied all of Long Ming's dojutsu, including Infinity. Although that strike had failed just now, Nagato was not discouraged. As long as he used a more powerful Almighty Push and broke through Long Ming's Infinity defense, that would be enough. The eye power pressure in Devapath's Rinnegan became even more terrifying. He spread both arms and shouted in a deep voice, "Long Ming, this time it won't be so easy for you to block it. Super Almighty Push." Boom! A repulsive shockwave several times stronger than the last one burst out from Devapath Pain as the center. Everything beneath Pain's feet was destroyed in an instant, leaving behind a massive crater that kept blasting outward in every direction. That terrifying might even forcibly scattered the clouds in the sky. From the look of it, Pain wanted to blast away Long Ming together with the entire Mangekyo. Feeling the repulsive shockwave like death itself descending, Long Ming showed not the slightest panic. Instead, he said unhurriedly, "Almighty Push isn't used like this. Let me teach you." As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying fluctuations of eye power erupted from Long Ming's Rinnegan. A mass of black chakra rapidly surged out from his body, forming a huge Susanoo that tightly wrapped around Long Ming. Under Long Ming's control, the Susanoo raised both of its hands. Susanoo. Almighty Push. A repulsive shockwave no weaker than Devapath's suddenly poured out from the Susanoo's body. Using Almighty Push in the Susanoo state greatly enhanced its power, to the point that it was not inferior to Super Almighty Push. Boom! In a flash, the two powerful repulsive shockwaves collided with each other. A deafening roar instantly rang throughout the entire Mangekyo. Centered on the point of collision, countless pieces of steel and stone flew into the air and scattered in every direction. Immediately afterward, Devapath's Almighty Push began to collapse step by step. It only held on for a few breaths before Long Ming's repulsive shockwave smashed it all the way back. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. At this moment, Devapath was forced to endure his own Super Almighty Push. His body was blasted thousands of meters away like a cannonball and crashed into a house on the edge of Mangekyo. At that speed of impact, Devapath had already been completely reduced to a pile of flesh. Nagato was both shocked and enraged. Less than half a minute had passed since the battle began, and both the Naraka Path and the Devapath had already been taken out. At this rate, forget stalling Long Ming. He was afraid even his own life would be in danger. Thinking of this, Nagato wasted no time and directly took control of the animal path. He wanted to summon all of his creatures and rely on numbers to hold Long Ming back. After receiving the order, the animal path immediately bit its finger, rapidly formed several hand seals, and pressed its hand onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Hellcrab, Summoning Jutsu, Chameleon, Summoning Jutsu, Hellhound, Summoning Jutsu, Yada Bird. The animal path bit its finger like mad and summoned more than a dozen creatures in one go before finally stopping. These summoned creatures had all been modified by the Rinnegan and often possessed strength far greater than ordinary summoned beasts. Take the Hellhound, for example. After being attacked, it would keep splitting apart until the animal path was defeated. Then there was the Yada Bird. Besides its sharp beak, it could also drop explosive eggs onto the ground. The other summoned beasts each had their own strengths as well. Some could turn invisible, some could defend, some could spit water, and on top of that, all of them could share vision with the original body. Any one of the summoned beasts here would be extremely troublesome to deal with on its own. But right now Long Ming had to face more than a dozen of them at the same time. Huff huff. Now even for you, dealing with these beasts should take quite a bit of time, right? Nagato panted lightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a smug smile. This was the power of the Rinnegan. Savor it properly. As if they had received Nagato's command, the summoned beasts immediately roared and charged at Long Ming. More than a dozen summoned beasts moved at once, stomping the ground so hard it rumbled like an earthquake. The Hellhound was the fastest. It rushed in front of Long Ming first and, without a second word, opened its huge bloody mouth, trying to swallow Long Ming whole. Even though the hellhound had not touched Long Ming yet, he could already smell waves of foul stench coming from its mouth. Felt like walking into a bathroom that had not been cleaned for months. Damn, did you eat crap or what? Long Ming covered his nose in disgust. Then he summoned the twin-bladed war saber of Susanoo and, with one slash, directly chopped off all 3 of the hellhound's heads. But this method obviously could not kill the hellhound. New heads immediately began growing from the severed spots, and it split into 3 hellhounds.
Hehe, how naive.
The more you attack, the more the hellhound splits. Seeing that Long Ming's attack was ineffective against the hellhound, Nagato felt extremely pleased, as if he had already won. And it was no wonder Nagato was so happy. Since Akatsuki had fought Long Ming several times, they had almost never held the upper hand. The hellhound's offensive gave Nagato quite a bit of confidence. Nagato intended to press the advantage and once again controlled the hellhound to charge forward, while the other summoned beasts waited at the side for chances to attack. I let you live a little longer, so don't get cocky. Long Ming glanced at the hellhound with disdain. He had only been disgusted just now, so he had slashed at it on instinct. That did not mean he did not know how to deal with the hellhound. Long Ming placed both hands before his chest, and a surge of blue chakra quickly poured out from his hands. Multi-massive gale sphere. The blue chakra formed a giant gale sphere similar to a supermassive Rasengan. This was a ninjutsu mastered by Ajura. It was somewhat similar to the Rasengan, but it was not the Rasengan. Right after that, 5 smaller gale spheres appeared inside the giant gale sphere. Hidden in the shadows, Nagato sneered again and again at the sight. Ignorant. You think wind release alone can deal with my hellhound? Nagato was already impatient to see Long Ming's frustration after his failure. But what happened next completely slapped Nagato in the face. Long Ming's left eye flashed, and the ocular jutsu Amaterasu activated at once, covering the entire gale sphere in black flames. With the gale sphere amplifying it, Amaterasu let out a sharp whooshing sound. Wind fueled fire. With this move, Long Ming multiplied the power of Amaterasu several times over. Amaterasu, multi-massive gale sphere. With a low shout, Long Ming then pushed the sphere in his hand forward. Boom! The moment the Amaterasu, multi-massive gale sphere hit the hellhound, it suddenly exploded, releasing a huge amount of black flames that instantly engulfed the hellhound. Before Amaterasu, which would never go out until it completely burned its target to ashes, the hellhound's splitting ability was useless. It could only struggle in agony within the black flames, little by little burning away completely. After striking the hellhound, the 5 small gale spheres inside the Amaterasu, multi-massive gale sphere also scattered apart. They each hit the areas where the remaining summoned beasts were gathered the most, and an overwhelming mass of black flames swallowed every single summoned beast whole. Roar! Roar! The summoned beasts all let out painful wails and collapsed onto the ground, rolling non-stop. Seeing this, Nagato's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly controlled the Pretapath, wanting to absorb those black flames. The Pretapath was the pain among the 6 paths of pain mainly responsible for defense, capable of absorbing chakra and ninjutsu. Under Nagato's control, it ran swiftly toward the summoned beasts, trying to absorb Amaterasu's black flames. You still want to use blocking technique absorption seal in front of me? Long Ming let out a mocking laugh. With a thought from Long Ming, and without any warning at all, a black portal suddenly appeared in front of the Pretapath. This was the spacetime ninjutsu Long Ming had just mastered. Yamatsu Hirasaka. The Pretapath was in the middle of a charge and had no time to react to the suddenly appearing spatial portal. The next second, a fist carrying a shrill howl of wind shot out from the portal and slammed viciously into the Pretapath's head. Faced with that terrifying force, the Pretapath was blown apart on the spot. Its entire head burst like a smashed watermelon, scattering pieces everywhere. After missing the best chance to save them, the hellhound, the 8-headed bird, and the chameleon were all burned by the black flames until not even scraps remained. With that, the animal path was basically useless too. Nagato's face looked ugly to the extreme. Only about 1 minute had passed since the battle began, and he had already lost 4 pains in succession. The Naraka path, the Deva path, the animal path, and the Preta path. Only the Ajura path, which could summon weaponry, and the human path, which could capture memories and souls, remained. The human path's combat power was approximately equal to 0. With a dark expression, Nagato turned to the white Zetsu clone beside him and asked, "How is the plan to seize the tailed beast in Konoha going? Are they almost done?" The white Zetsu clone closed its eyes, as if communicating with the original body. A few seconds later, white Zetsu opened its eyes and scratched its head a little awkwardly. "You might have to hold on a little longer. They just got to Konoha." The corner of Nagato's mouth twitched, and he was so angry he nearly stood up. "I'm about to freaking die here. And you Haven Tea even started over there? Tell them to hurry up. I can only hold on for 5 more minutes at most." Nagato forced the words out through clenched teeth. The white Zetsu clone broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly began contacting the original body. Meanwhile, Obito, Kisame, Kakuzu, Haiden, and the others had just stepped out of Kamui's vortex. Looking at Konoha right in front of them, Kisame grinned and said coldly, "This time I can finally make a real mess. I want to see just how many people in Konoha are even worth one swing from me. Heh. My art has been starving for this too. This time I'm gonna make a proper scene." Deidara beside him licked his lips and pulled out a handful of clay from his clothes.
Kehehe, Lord Yashin.
"Please accept the large number of sacrifices I'm about to offer you. If I remember right, there are still quite a few bounties in Konoha. Time to make a big haul." The group laughed wildly, all with cruel and bloodthirsty looks on their faces. Without Long Ming, Konoha was nothing but a piece of fat meat in the eyes of this group of S-rank rogue ninja. Every one of them was itching to rush up and take the first bite. But among them, one person's expression was unusually ugly. This person was White Zetsu. He had just received the message sent back by his clone and learned that the plan to stall Long Ming was not going smoothly. Looking at the excited crowd in front of him, White Zetsu said gravely, "Stop wasting time. Nagato has already run into Long Ming, and the situation is very bad. We probably only have 5 minutes." The crowd's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop. The name Long Ming seemed to carry some kind of magic. It plunged the entire scene into a strange silence. After a long moment, Haiden finally shouted, "Then what the hell are we waiting for? Charge already. I don't want Long Ming to grind my bones to dust. That's right. We have to finish this battle within 5 minutes." The Akatsuki members put away the fear in their eyes and rushed toward Konoha at top speed. None of them wanted to face Long Ming in his fury. Obito stood where he was without moving. After hesitating for a moment, White Zetsu asked, "Do you want to go help him? I doubt Nagato can hold out for 5 minutes. Obito let out a cold laugh and said indifferently, "Then he can't hold out. I've already made complete preparations. When the time is right, I'll head to Mangekyo." After saying that, Obito also strode into Konoha. Kisame and the others had already clashed with Konoha's shinobi. Faced with the invasion of powerful enemies, Konoha's defenders naturally launched a counterattack immediately. But how could ordinary shinobi stand against Kaga-level rogue ninjas like Kakuzu, Kisame, and Deidara? Most of the time, the moment they charged in, they were simply throwing their lives away and got taken out by a single combo of ninjutsu. Secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, Samahata, Chakra Devour. Art is an explosion. Boom, boom, boom. After Deidara's clay exploded, the unending blasts alarmed all of Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, when they heard the explosions, Konoha's higher-ups were startled at first. Then their expressions turned strange. Ever since Long Ming became the god of shinobi and unified most of the ninja world, no one had dared to oppose Konoha. And today, someone actually attacked Konoha? Fugaku pulled out a crystal ball and poured chakra into it. He immediately saw the scene of the Akatsuki members wreaking havoc throughout Konoha. They were moving in pairs, constantly searching for the tailed beasts. Because Akatsuki had been highly active over the past few years, and Long Ming's purpose on this trip was also Akatsuki, Konoha had already learned a lot of intelligence about Akatsuki in advance, including what kind of clothes they wore. Nara Shikaku, Konoha's strategist, frowned and said, "Lord Hokage, Akatsuki's intentions are clearly hostile. They deliberately chose a time when Lord Long Ming was away. They were obviously planning this for a long time. I can see that too. These desperados are truly outrageous." Fugaku slammed his fist onto the desk, venting his anger. At that moment, Itachi, who had been sitting in the corner, suddenly stood up and said, "Lord Hokage, the urgent matter now is to deal with them first. Please send me. Long Mingkuin isn't here, so I will protect the village for him and protect the Uchiha." Looking at the resolute Itachi, Fugaku's face was full of gratification. "Good. Be careful in everything. You only need to handle the two on the south side. I'll send people to the other areas." Itachi replied in a deep voice. Then with a swish, he disappeared from the spot. The south side of Konoha, Kakuzu was grabbing a shinobi and beating him non-stop. Holding his neck, he threatened, "Talk. Where are the 1 tail, 7 tails, and 9 tails? Tell me their information and I'll spare your life." The beaten Konoha shinobi was covered in wounds. He spat a mouthful of bloody foam onto Kakuzu's face. "Keep dreaming. You infamous rogue ninjas. Once Lord Long Ming gets here, he'll make you pay." Kakuzu sneered. "What a pity. Your god of shinobi isn't in the village right now. You can go wait in the other world." After saying that, Kakuzu tightened his grip and directly crushed the Konoha shinobi's throat. Just as he tossed the corpse aside and was about to grab another shinobi to torture for information, a giant 3-tomo Sharingan pattern attacked him, with red chakra on it blazing like flames. Yasaka Magatama, this was one of Itachi's Susanoo ultimate techniques. Could pierce prey from several miles away and was Itachi's most powerful long-range attack. Kakuzu's pupils shrank, and he immediately used Earth Release, Earth Spear. He hardened his body and entered a defensive stance. But the power of Itachi's attack was astonishing. It directly broke through Kakuzu's defense and pierced his body. With a bang, Kakuzu fell to the ground. And Itachi, now in the second state of Susanoo, also appeared on the battlefield. He glanced at Kakuzu, then turned to look at Haiden nearby. One down, one left. In Susanoo's hands, the Yata mirror and Tatsuka blade manifested respectively. One balanced defense and offense. The former could reflect ninjutsu and physical attacks, while the latter could extend and retract freely, sealing people within a dream. Hey, who are you saying is done for? You've got a big mouth. The fallen Kakuzu slowly climbed back up from the ground. At the same time, one of the masks behind him separated from his body and turned into nothingness. That meant Kakuzu had already lost one heart. Looking at Kakuzu, who was completely unharmed, Itachi frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a bizarre ninjutsu before. Haiden shouted from the side. Kid, dumbfounded now? We are Lord Haiden and Lord Kakuzu, known as the Immortal Duo. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and tell us where the Jinchuriki are. Itachi did not waste words. He raised the Tatsuka blade and stabbed straight at Haiden. If it had been someone else, they might have had no way to deal with Haiden and Kakuzu. But Itachi was different. He did not need to figure out how to kill Haiden and Kakuzu. As long as the Tatsuka blade could hit them, it could seal them away, and their so-called immortal bodies would become a joke. However, the sharp Haiden had obviously sensed that the Tatsuka blade was extraordinary. He did not dare take it head-on at all and used the body flicker technique to dodge immediately. Kakuzu, there's something strange about this brat. We can't be careless. Let's attack together. Fine. I'll take the lead and break his Susanoo first. As soon as Kakuzu finished speaking, two masks suddenly mounted themselves on his shoulders. Combined ninjutsu, scorching wind wave, along with Kakuzu's low shout, fire release, intelligent hard work and wind release. Pressure damage were unleashed at the same time, creating an enormous sea of flames. Itachi was not willing to be outdone either and also used Amaterasu, burning through the sea of fire. TSK, this brat isn't simple. Haiden, help out too. Seeing the black flames, Kakuzu did not dare be careless and immediately called for Haiden. Woohoo, no problem. Watch my bloody triple-bladed scythe. Haiden leaped down from the air and raised his scythe, smashing it fiercely onto Itachi's Susanoo. But Itachi blocked it with the Yata mirror. Looking at Haiden right in front of him, Itachi smiled lightly. I was still wondering how to get close to you too. Didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to me. Seeing the malicious smile on Itachi's face, Haiden suddenly felt a little uneasy inside. Itachi's Mangekyo suddenly changed, transforming from a triangular shuriken pattern into Long Ming's six-pointed star Mangekyo. Pitch-black chakra instantly spread out from Itachi's body. Wherever the black chakra covered, both time and space were frozen. This was Long Ming's dojutsu, Takamikura. Haiden was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. He cried out in shock, "Why you? How can you use Long Ming's dojutsu?" A cold sneer appeared at the corner of Itachi's mouth as he said, "Long Ming has been on guard against your Akatsuki for a long time. Every time he leaves the village, he plants a dojutsu in my eyes beforehand. He'll receive news of Konoha being attacked very soon. None of you are getting away." As soon as his words fell, the pitch-black chakra wrapped around Haiden. Time stopped. Taking advantage of Haiden's helpless state, Itachi raised the Tatsuka blade in his hand and pierced straight through him. The illusory flaming long sword passed through his body. Yet not a single drop of blood was left behind. Haiden lowered his head with difficulty to look at his chest and gritted his teeth. "Why you bastard? If it weren't for Long Ming's dojutsu, how could I have been taken down by you so easily?" Haiden, who claimed to have an immortal body, was completely useless before the Tatsuka blade. Before he could finish speaking, his body melted out of control, was sucked into the gourd, and sealed within a dream. Akatsuki's third. Haiden was officially out of the game. Kakuzu's mouth twitched. A sword this broken was just plain cheating. The moment Haiden was sealed, Kakuzu understood that Itachi was his natural enemy. Without another word, he immediately planned to leave and head elsewhere to find help from the other Akatsuki members. But unfortunately, it was already too late. "Where do you think you're running?" A furious shout came from the air. Right after that, Jiraiya charged out from who knew where and kicked Kakuzu straight back to where he had been. Itachi froze for a moment when he saw Jiraiya, then asked, "Lord Jiraiya, why are you here too? Don't the other places need help?" "Relax. Your father already arranged people for the other places. He wasn't at ease about you, so he sent me over to take a look too. Seems like things are going very smoothly on your side." Jiraiya replied with a light laugh. Kakuzu's face turned extremely ugly. In front of him was one of the Sannin, Jiraiya. Behind him was his nemesis, Uchiha Itachi. Whichever one he fought, it would be a losing battle. And in the various places where the Akatsuki members were trying to seize the tailed beasts, they were likewise met with fierce resistance. Deidara and Konan were being held back by Kakashi and Orochimaru. Kisame and Obito had also run into Might Guy and the other Konoha Jonin. The two sides had erupted into intense battle. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Long Ming also sensed that Itachi had used his dojutsu. He narrowed his eyes and tossed the Azura path, which had already been beaten beyond human shape, aside. Then he looked at the human path on the ground, who only had half a body left, and said, "Heh, looks like you managed to scheme against me after all, Nagato." Long Ming was not stupid. After all this time, the only one fighting him had been Nagato alone. The other Akatsuki members had vanished as if into thin air, and at this exact moment, his dojutsu had been triggered. That left no doubt. The Akatsuki had clearly taken advantage of the time he came to Mangekyo to head for Konoha and seize the tailed beasts. Even now, Nagato was still playing dumb, acting like he knew nothing. Long Ming looked toward the high tower and sneered. "Looks like there's no time to waste with you now. I'll deal with you in the shortest time possible. Then return to Konoha and wipe out the Akatsuki." Seeing the coldness in Long Ming's eyes, the white Zetsu clone inside the same tower shuddered hard inside. "He found out about our plan.
Vuod dovedo.
Should we retreat?" The white Zetsu clone asked in a panic. Nagato took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "T-panic. How is the plan on Tobi's side going?" The white Zetsu clone sensed the condition of its main body and replied, "V already found the traces of two-tailed beasts, but the capture process isn't going too smoothly. They're all being resisted by Konoha ninja right now, and it looks like someone has already died." What the white Zetsu clone was referring to was, of course, Haiden, who had been sealed. Nagato fell silent for a moment. Then a trace of resolve flashed through his eyes, and he formed hand seals. "Then we can't retreat. This is our only chance. If we miss this one, Long Ming will never give us another chance to invade Konoha. I'll use the last of my strength to stop him." Looking at such a stubborn Nagato, the white Zetsu clone felt a bit speechless inside. "If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Didn't you hear that I was trying to run?" As a clone of white Zetsu, he naturally also knew the message passed back from Obito's side. Nagato had already become a pawn. He had no intention of stupidly following a pawn to his death. "LL, watch from the side. The commotion from you two fighting is too big. I'll avoid it for now." After saying that, the white Zetsu clone dove into the ground without waiting for Nagato's reply. Nagato paid no attention to it. He was going to devote all his focus to dealing with Long Ming. Summoning Jutsu, Nagato gave a low shout, and several bursts of white smoke exploded onto the scene. But what Nagato summoned were not summoned beasts, but people. 2 tails Yujito Ni, 3 tails Yagura Karatachi, 4 tails Rashi, 5 tails Han, and 6 tails Utakata all appeared in the room. "I originally didn't want to use this move. You forced my hand." A fierce glint flashed through Nagato's eyes. Then he grabbed Utakata, who was closest to him, and activated blocking technique absorption seal. A massive amount of tailed beast chakra was absorbed into Nagato's body. As the chakra was absorbed, Nagato's hunched and shriveled body regained its strength. His hair gradually turned deep red, his appearance returned to youth, and even his body no longer looked skin and bones, but much more robust. Nagato did not stop. He successively absorbed the chakra of 5 tails Han, 4 tails Rashi, 3 tails Yagura Karatachi, and 2 tails Yujito Ni. Who? After finishing the absorption, Nagato had become like a young man in his 20s. He lifted his head and let out a comfortable breath. At this moment, he had completely recovered to his peak condition. Nagato slowly stood up and walked out of the massive mechanical cart. Because his legs had once been injured by explosive tags, and because long-term use of the Rinnegan had drained him too heavily, he had basically lost the ability to walk. So he had always been forced to rely on machinery for movement. This method of absorbing chakra could let him temporarily return to his peak and walk freely. But afterward, it would also bring powerful side effects. After all, his body was too weak. This method of forcibly absorbing other people's chakra to fight would damage his body even further. That was why, unless absolutely necessary, Nagato did not want to use this method. Boom! Just as Nagato was admiring his own body alone, the entire high tower was split into 2 by a horizontal slash. The broken section of the tower had an extremely neat and smooth cut, as if tofu had been sliced apart by a razor-sharp blade. Long Ming controlled Susanoo as he stood high in the air, and the twin-bladed war saber in his hand was still held in the motion of a slash. Obviously, that strike just now was his handiwork. "Long Ming, you came at just the right time. Now we can have a fair fight." Nagato showed no fear. Having recovered his peak strength, he felt like he could do it again. Looking at Nagato, who had regained his youth, Long Ming sensed him slightly and quickly realized the other side had only forcefully absorbed chakra to recover. He immediately shook his head. "Using a method that shortens your lifespan just to fight me. You really are stupid. Is this the sorrow of being a pawn?" Nagato's expression froze. Then he snarled, "Cut the crap. You think I believe someone like you? Let me show you what the true power of the Rinnegan really is." As he spoke, Nagato formed hand seals with both hands, and the Rinnegan SI power poured out once again. This terrifying power far surpassed the combined total of the 6 paths of pain. Seeing Nagato's actions, the white Zetsu clone's expression changed wildly in the distance. That jutsu. Could it be that Nagato plans to use that move? He has gone mad. Does he want to destroy the entire Hidden Rain village too? A rare trace of panic leaked into the white Zetsu clone's voice, as if once Nagato used this jutsu, the entire Hidden Rain village would truly cease to exist.
Méfli technique.
Without a word, the white Zetsu clone directly burrowed underground and, in the blink of an eye, fled beyond the range of the Hidden Rain village. As for Nagato, he still stood atop the broken tower. His body slowly rose into the sky, looking down over everything. Watch carefully, Long Ming. I am the true god of the ninja world. Nagato's expression was crazed as he roared word by word. True planetary devastation. Buzz. As his voice fell, the chakra Nagato had just absorbed and the Rinnegan SI power poured out rapidly from his body. It formed into a gigantic black sphere that floated in the air. The surrounding space twisted non-stop, as if it might split apart at any moment. This was the upgraded version of planetary devastation, true planetary devastation. Unlike the small black sphere that formed gravity to absorb others, true planetary devastation directly covered a person inside, making the target the center of gravity. Its might and destructive power were several times more terrifying than planetary devastation. Nagato threw out the gigantic black sphere in his hand, and the entire gravity core began to expand without stop. The black sphere spread at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down over Long Ming's head, and a terrifying sealing power enveloped the entire Hidden Rain village. The first things the gravity core touched were naturally the tall stone towers standing throughout the Hidden Rain village. Boom! Any building or tower that touched the giant black sphere was destroyed instantly. The entire Hidden Rain village trembled violently. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck the village. Massive numbers of buildings shattered, and many stones rose uncontrollably into the air. Long Ming was also directly covered inside and entered the massive gravity core. After successfully engulfing Long Ming, the gravity core stopped expanding as well, intending to completely seal him first. But things did not seem to be going as smoothly as Nagato had imagined. Long Ming was firmly protected inside Susanoo, and the sealing power was blocked outside. Feeling the sealing power constantly trying to pass through Susanoo and invade his body, Long Ming let out a silent laugh. Although this true planetary devastation was indeed terrifying, that also depended on who was using it. If it were a half 6 paths level or 6 paths level powerhouse, then Long Ming definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. He'd be instantly killed in minutes. But Nagato was different. Even with the Rinnegan, at most he was only quasi 6 paths. To put it bluntly, Nagato simply wasn't strong enough. Even if he used true planetary devastation, he still couldn't seal Long Ming. Long Ming began observing his surroundings inside the gravity core, then controlled Susanoo to float toward a certain place. Seeing Long Ming strolling leisurely inside the gravity core, an extremely disbelieving look appeared in Nagato's eyes. What kind of joke was this? This was true planetary devastation. At present, it was the strongest defensive method he could use. How could it have no effect on Long Ming at all? Inside the gravity core, Long Ming looked like he was taking a walk through his own backyard. The white Zetsu clone, who had long since hidden far away, sighed and said, "It's not that Nagato is too weak, but that Uchiha Long Ming is too strong. If it were some other enemy, maybe the one who won would be Nagato. But unfortunately, forget it, I'd better hurry and report everything to the main body." On the other side, Long Ming controlled Susanoo to stand at the center of the gravity core and slowly said, "Nagato, every ninjutsu has a weakness. Planetary devastation is no exception. The center of the gravity core is its most fragile point." After saying that, pitch-black chakra and eye power surged out from Long Ming's body. Complete body Susanoo suddenly appeared, looking imposing in its black Tengu armor. Right after that, Long Ming also infused Senjutsu chakra and Amaterasu's black flames into the complete body Susanoo to increase its power. "Break for me." Long Ming let out a low shout. The next moment, complete body Susanoo raised its gigantic fist and smashed it viciously toward the gravity core. Boom! An unceasing roar rang across the land. The spot struck by Long Ming erupted with blinding white light, obscuring everyone's vision. Under Long Ming's single punch, the massive gravity core shattered like a cracked mirror, exploding into countless fragments. And the shockwave produced by the explosion dealt secondary damage to the Hidden Rain village. Buildings and giant rocks were continuously lifted and hurled into the air, and even the great trees more than a dozen miles away were bent over by the pressure of the wind. When the dust finally settled, the gravity core formed by true planetary devastation had vanished without a trace. Only Long Ming, controlling the complete body Susanoo, remained standing in the field. Shock, utter shock. Seeing Long Ming destroy true planetary devastation so easily, Nagato seemed completely stunned. How is this possible? This is the gravity core I condensed with nearly all of my chakra. Nagato said absent-mindedly. Feeling the enormous gap in strength, his rage and panic attacked his heart, and he actually coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. A large mouthful of blood spilled from Nagato's mouth. His body was too weak. Since the battle began, he had already consecutively activated 2 great ultimate techniques, Super Shinra Tensei and True Planetary Devastation, and he had never stopped using smaller techniques either. Nagato had no choice but to admit that he no longer had the strength to fight. Looking at Long Ming slowly approaching, Nagato gave a miserable smile, closed his eyes, and said, "Come kill me. Even if I die, the Akatsuki will not perish. They will take my place and complete the dream." Still stubborn, Long Ming frowned, then said, "They'll be gonna keep you company very soon. Just wait for them in the world on the other side." After speaking, Long Ming condensed an arrow formed from black flames and shot it straight at Nagato's face. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. Just as the black flame arrow was about to pierce Nagato, the space suddenly twisted into a whirlpool shape. The black flame arrow was directly absorbed by the distorted space, and Nagato thus managed to keep his life. Kamui? Long Ming recognized this advanced spacetime ninjutsu at a glance. It was the dojutsu of Obito's left eye, specializing in remotely sucking targets into a different dimension. Long Ming had guessed right. A moment later, Obito's figure jumped out from the spatial vortex, and beside him stood Zetsu, who had been hiding inside the flytrap. The instant he appeared, Obito immediately revealed his new power. The Mangekyo in both his eyes erupted with astonishing ocular power. Saiyan chakra surged rapidly out of his body, condensing into enormous bones, meridians, and flesh. In the blink of an eye, Obito entered the 4th form of Susanoo, with a massive tachi in his hand. "Long Ming, we meet again." Obito faced Long Ming with extreme caution, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Before Long Ming could speak, Nagato beat him to it with excitement. "You finally came. So, did the plan succeed? Were all the tailed beasts captured?" Obito cast Nagato a cold sideways glance. "Of course not. Do you really think that in just a dozen or so minutes we could snatch away the tailed beasts? You're way too optimistic." Nagato instantly grew anxious and snapped angrily. "Then why did you come back? Do you know how precious the time I bought for you was?" Looking at Nagato, who still had not recognized the situation, Obito let out bursts of sinister laughter. "Why did I come back? Of course I came back to take your life. If you really died, wouldn't my plan go down the drain?" "What did you say?" Nagato's pupils shrank, clearly not understanding what that meant. The next second, a mass of black liquid suddenly shot out from a crack in the ground and instantly wrapped itself tightly around Nagato. It was Black Zetsu, who had been hiding ever since the battle began. Before the plan started, Obito had kept him hidden in Mangekyo the whole time instead of bringing him to Konoha. The purpose was to have him control Nagato and make him cast Samsara of Heavenly Life technique when Nagato was defeated, reviving Madara Uchiha. That's right, revive Madara Uchiha. This was a decision Obito had made only after careful consideration. Uchiha Long Ming's strength could be called unmatched in the current age. With only their own power, it would be extremely difficult to forcibly gather the remaining tailed beasts from Konoha. So Obito had prepared 2 plans. If Nagato could stall for enough time and let them gather the tailed beasts, that would naturally be for the best. But if Nagato could not stall them, and even the Akatsuki could not seize Konoha's tailed beasts, then Obito could only choose the final method. Revive Madara Uchiha and use him to fight Long Ming. Although Obito didn't have any good feelings toward Madara either. Could even be said that the 2 of them were simply using each other. However, their goal was the same. Both wanted to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi on the entire world. If everything had gone smoothly, Obito had not planned to revive Madara. He wanted to go solo, but then Long Ming appeared out of nowhere. Forget going solo, even the Akatsuki was on the verge of being completely wiped out. If this continued, the Eye of the Moon plan would likely die before it was even completed, so Obito had no choice but to revive Madara. Black Zetsu's body slowly covered half of Nagato's body. To be honest, if Obito had not shown up, Black Zetsu truly would not have dared recklessly control Nagato. On one hand, he feared Long Ming's strength. On the other, he was afraid Long Ming might really be a member of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, the Otsutsuki clan hated Kaguya. As Kaguya's illegitimate son, if he were discovered by the Otsutsuki clan, he definitely wouldn't get away with it. Of course, that was only if Long Ming really was an Otsutsuki. Up to now, Black Zetsu had just been scaring himself. Mental control. Black Zetsu activated his ninjutsu and began forcibly controlling Nagato. It looked as if a new face had grown on the right side of Nagato's body. At this moment, Nagato no longer had the strength to resist. With his weakened body, he was easily controlled by Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu moved Nagato's arm around and said in satisfaction, "Not bad. A little weak, but it should still be enough to cast Samsara of Heavenly Life." "Why you?" What exactly are you trying to do? Nagato demanded in shock and fury. Black Zetsu did not respond. He only kept sneering as he controlled Nagato into forming the hand seals for samsara of heavenly life. Looking at those hand seals, Nagato already understood Black Zetsu's intentions, and also understood what Obito had meant when he said he had come back to take his life. Why you, from the very beginning, got close to me, just to control me, and use samsara of heavenly life. Nagato's body trembled as he said this in broken fragments. Only now did he realize that Long Ming had been right before. From beginning to end, he really had only been a chess piece. Obito's voice was hoarse as he said, "Of course. But don't blame me for being too ruthless. Madara tampered with the Rinnegan a long time ago. Even if I didn't do anything, once the appointed time came, it would activate on its own. So sooner or later you were going to die anyway. Dying a little earlier makes no difference, right? Look on the bright side. Good lord. Even Long Ming couldn't stand listening to that anymore. A murderer who wanted to kill someone was actually telling the victim to look on the bright side. Obito's values were truly bizarre. However, Long Ming did not stop Black Zetsu's actions, because the person they wanted to revive was Madara Uchiha. This man, whose name alone could intimidate the 5 great nations, was someone Long Ming had wanted to meet for a long time. Even meeting him as an opponent was fine. It would be the perfect chance to experience just what kind of strength this legendary ninja possessed. And Madara Uchiha was also a member of the Uchiha clan. Maybe, by relying on that bit of blood connection, he could pull Madara back to the Uchiha side again. That was also why Long Ming did not make a move. The one feeling the most aggrieved on the field right now was probably Nagato. Whether enemy or ally, every one of them wanted his life. The only one who had truly been sincere to him, Konan, had been sent to Konoha, and her fate was still unknown. Nagato lay limp on the ground, despair showing in his eyes. Before dying, he saw the happy days when he had lived together with Konan and Yahiko. I hope that, in the next life, we can live together in a world without war and without ninja. Nagato sighed in his heart. Then, for once he calmed down, closed his eyes, and waited for death to descend. Sensing that Nagato had given up resisting, Black Zetsu laughed even louder. Don't worry. Once Lord Madara is revived, he'll avenge you. Just go in peace. With that said, Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique was activated. A stream of emerald green light shot out from Nagato's body like a bolt of lightning and swiftly escaped into the distance. In an underground cave somewhere in the Land of Fire, an old man in his 60s, with a full head of white hair and dressed in a blue robe, was sitting there with his eyes tightly shut. There was not the slightest trace of life from his body. There was even a faint stench, showing that he had been dead for a long time. This man was none other than the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha. That emerald green light was flying straight here. It entered the cave and enveloped Madara Uchiha's body. A miraculous scene occurred. The lifeless body actually began to gradually radiate brand new vitality. His white hair began to turn black again. The wrinkles and sagging skin began to disappear and tighten. The next moment, Madara Uchiha suddenly opened his eyes. He, Madara Uchiha, had returned. At last I've been revived. Uchiha Madara stood up from his seat, his tone filled with barely concealed excitement. He lowered his head and checked his body, then muttered in satisfaction, "Not bad. It really is the samsara of heavenly life technique. Looks like my plan has gone very smoothly. The time has finally come to build the ideal world of peace." At this moment, although Uchiha Madara did not have the Rinnegan, he had transplanted the eyes of an ordinary Uchiha clansman, so he was not blind. "Madara-sama, you've finally been revived." At that moment, a white Zetsu clone emerged from the ground and called out respectfully. Uchiha Madara gave a slight nod, then asked indifferently, "The tailed beast collection plan should already be complete by now, right? Where's that brat Obito? I've been revived, yet none of them are here?" Madara's tone carried a heavy aura of authority, giving off a pressure that inspired fear even without anger. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Madara's voice, the white Zetsu clone trembled slightly. He had no idea how to explain that the tailed beast collection was still unfinished. According to the original plan, only after all 9 tailed beasts had been gathered would Black Zetsu and White Zetsu look for a chance to revive Uchiha Madara. After all, Uchiha Madara did not trust Obito either, so he had made 2 preparations for his revival plan. The first was that once Nagato had grown to a certain level, the Rinnegan would automatically trigger the samsara of heavenly life technique, similar in nature to a transcription seal. This process would take a very long time, long enough for Nagato to gather all the tailed beasts. The second backup plan was, of course, the utterly loyal Black Zetsu. Madara had always believed Black Zetsu was his own will, so he trusted Black Zetsu 100%. If the time had come and Obito had gathered the 9-tailed beasts ahead of schedule, then Black Zetsu would act according to Madara's arrangements and control Nagato into using samsara of heavenly life. In Madara's view, his plan was absolutely foolproof. But what Uchiha Madara could never have imagined was that Black Zetsu was actually a traitor. and the only one he truly wanted to revive was his own mother. What was even more impossible for him to imagine was that, in the decades after his death, Long Ming had risen out of nowhere and suppressed the ninja world by himself, throwing all of his plans into complete chaos. He had even forced Obito to choose reviving Madara. The White Zetsu clone lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Madara-sama, the Tailed Beast collection plan has run into temporary obstacles. A new god of shinobi has appeared in the ninja world. He alone controls 3 tailed beasts and is currently fighting the main body and Obito." A new god of shinobi? Lord Madara narrowed his eyes, and an extremely terrifying burst of chakra suddenly erupted from his body. The words god of shinobi had touched his reverse scale. The ground split apart in an instant, and the terrifying pressure turned into a shockwave that pressed the White Zetsu clone so hard he could barely breathe. How laughable. In this world, only one person is qualified to bear that honor, and that is my lifelong rival Hashirama Senju. What kind of fool dares be so overconfident as to call himself the god of shinobi too? Madara's tone was full of disdain, and the terrifying pressure directly sent the White Zetsu clone flying. As the #1 Hashirama fanboy in the ninja world, Madara's feelings toward Hashirama were extremely complicated. Though they were enemies in reality, they were also kindred souls and close friends, and their bond ran incredibly deep. When Hashirama was called the god of shinobi, Madara had no objection at all, because he acknowledged Hashirama's strength. But if anyone else dared call himself the god of shinobi, Madara would never allow it. In his eyes, only Hashirama was worthy of that title. Anyone else taking that name was an insult to Hashirama. And on top of that, this person was also someone obstructing his plan. That only made Uchiha Madara even more displeased. Uchiha Madara's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the White Zetsu clone who had been blasted away, grabbing him up with one hand like he was lifting a chick. "Tell me, is the one calling himself the god of shinobi that brat Inoki?" In Uchiha Madara's eyes, there were pitifully few strong people left in the current ninja world. Before his death, only a handful like Inoki and Hanzo of the Salamander were still fairly decent. As for the others, hehe, not even worth mentioning. The White Zetsu clone had already been scared out of his wits by Madara and replied in a trembling voice, "No, Madara-sama. It's a brat from the Uchiha clan. His name is Uchiha Long Ming, a member of the Uchiha." Madara narrowed his eyes, tossed the White Zetsu clone aside, and commanded with overwhelming authority, "Starting from after my death, recount everything that has happened. Not a single detail may be omitted." The White Zetsu clone felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly recounted everything that had happened in the ninja world over the past years to Uchiha Madara. "After you left, Madara-sama, Obito took on your identity and went to." At the same time, the White Zetsu in Mangekyo also received the news of Madara's revival. He said excitedly, "It worked, Obito. Madara-sama has already been revived." The moment those words came out, everyone present was shaken. Without the slightest hesitation, Black Zetsu detached himself from Nagato's body and attached himself to White Zetsu. And the moment Black Zetsu left Nagato's body completely lost all signs of life. Of course, Black Zetsu did not forget to take the Rinnegan from Nagato's body. "Retreat at once. We'll meet up with Madara-sama first and talk after that." Black Zetsu gave the order in a hoarse voice. Although he still had not figured out whether Long Ming was a member of the Otsutsuki clan, staying by Uchiha Madara's side was obviously very safe. After speaking, he moved to sink underground together with White Zetsu. Obito was also preparing to retreat, and a ripple of spatial distortion immediately appeared. "Running now? Don't you think it's a little too late?" Long Ming sneered coldly, then brought his hands together as the chakra inside his body surged wildly into the ground. Would release. Deep forest emergence. SHHK. The entire ground began to tremble violently, and massive numbers of trees were torn up from their roots, trapping Obito, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu firmly in the center. "Damn it! Retrait!" Obito and White Zetsu's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately tried to flee. But before Obito could suck himself in, several enormous trees came crashing toward him. Obito had no choice but to stop phasing, draw the great saber from his Susanoo, and cut down all the giant trees charging at him. Boom! 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 Obito fought while retreating, constantly dodging through the wildly growing trees. As for Zetsu, he had it much worse. He had little combat ability to begin with, and inside deep forest emergence, he was like a small boat in a storm, tossed around and ravaged at will. He did not even have a chance to use the mayfly technique. "Be Black Zetsu. Do you have any way out of this?" White Zetsu shouted anxiously. Black Zetsu's expression kept shifting, as if he were trying to think of a way to escape. But right at that moment, a space portal suddenly appeared beside them. A Susanoo longsword thrust out from the portal and pierced straight through White Zetsu's body on the spot. It was Long Ming, using Amanamanaka to cross the distance directly and launch a fatal strike on White Zetsu. White Zetsu's body went rigid. He lowered his head and stared at the blade piercing his chest in disbelief. As if afraid White Zetsu wouldn't die, Long Ming followed up with an Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames instantly swallowed White Zetsu's body. Ah! White Zetsu let out a miserable scream within the black flames, and very soon, he was burned clean away. As for Black Zetsu, he turned into a puddle of liquid and fell toward the ground. Unlike living creatures, Black Zetsu was a product of Kagaya's will and couldn't be killed by ordinary methods. Bastard! Bastard! How can there be such a freak? He even mastered Yamatsu Hirasaka. He has to be from the main Otsutsuki family. Black Zetsu was terrified beyond measure. The ability to freely travel through space was also standard for the main Otsutsuki family. He believed it. He completely believed that Long Ming was from the main Otsutsuki family. After reaching that conclusion, Black Zetsu didn't want to stay here for even one more second and immediately burrowed into a crack in the ground. He ran pretty fast. It would have been nice if Itachi were here. Long Ming closed the space portal. He wasn't skilled in sealing-type ninjutsu, and it was obvious that Amaterasu or would release couldn't kill Black Zetsu. If Itachi were here, then with his Tatsuka blade, he should be able to seal Black Zetsu. Long Ming turned to look toward Obito's position. With the fourth form Susanoo, although Obito was able to withstand the assault of deep forest emergence, breaking out of the situation was extremely difficult. Especially after seeing Long Ming kill White Zetsu, Obito became even more anxious. Screw it. I'll bet it all on one move. Obito gritted his teeth, and his Susanoo took out several shuriken, infusing them with Kamui's power. Kamui shuriken. In an instant, Obito threw all the shuriken out. These Kamui shuriken could send any part they hit into another dimension. Even the slightest contact would trigger that effect. Looking at the Kamui shuriken flying toward him, Long Ming curled his lip in disdain and spoke in the tone of a senior lecturing a junior. 3 years have passed, and yet you've only developed your Mangekyo to this level. You truly disappoint this god. When Obito heard that, he was so angry he almost coughed up blood. What do you mean, only developed it this little? This is already the fourth form. I'm only one step away from the complete body. Okay. You think everyone can cheat like you? Would release. Would human technique. Long Ming brought his palms together and let out a light shout. A giant wooden arhat with golden eyes, thick brows, a large nose, and tusk-like fangs suddenly rose from the dense sea of trees. This wood human was enormous, even comparable to Long Ming's complete body Susanoo, and coiled around one of its arms was a hook-nosed wooden dragon. The wood human technique was one of the strongest techniques in wood release, balancing offense and defense. It could directly withstand the nine-tailed beast bomb and the slashes of the complete body Susanoo. The wooden arhat stretched out its massive palm and grabbed all the Kamui shuriken before it. The tremendous grip crushed the Kamui shuriken in its hand to pieces, but the Kamui power contained within them also dealt the wooden arhat quite a bit of damage. The space around its palm twisted instantly, nearly sucking half of its arm into another dimension. Crack, crack. A large amount of wood chips fell from the sky as the wooden arhat lost nearly half an arm from Obito's attack. But for the wood human's huge body, that was practically nothing worth mentioning. Obito's expression turned extremely ugly. He controlled his Susanoo and tried to flee, but the wooden arhat caught up in an instant. Though it looked incomparably massive, the wooden arhat moved with exceptional agility and speed. SHHK. The wooden dragon on the arhat's body moved swiftly and, with a single coil, tightly restrained Obito's Susanoo. It's over. That was the first thought to flash through Obito's mind after being restrained. The wooden arhat brought its 5 fingers together and, with its one remaining arm, suddenly blasted out a punch. Boom! That seemingly plain wooden fist erupted with incomparably terrifying power the instant it was thrown. At the moment of impact, Obito's Susanoo shattered like a spiderweb, breaking apart into scattered chakra across the sky. But because Obito possessed intangibility, the wooden arhat's punch failed to injure him. However, Long Ming immediately followed up by firing several arrows formed from Amaterasu, and he used Yamatsu Hirasaka to continuously change the arrow's direction. He kept them attacking Obito one after another without pause, ensuring that Obito's intangibility would be broken. Watching the black flames continuously pass through his body, Obito could only smile bitterly. I only went intangible for a bit, okay? Did you really have to go this far on me? Very soon, Obito's intangibility was nearing its limit. He dejectedly raised an arm and said, Long Ming, please wait a moment. I surrender to you. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to do anything. Obito had no choice but to surrender. He could no longer maintain his intangibility, and he also couldn't use Izanagi. This was his own Mangekyo Sharingan, one of a kind in the entire world. If he used it, then one of those eyes would go blind forever. Oh, you want to surrender? Long Ming was slightly stunned. First, he didn't believe Obito was sincerely surrendering, but after thinking about it a little, he understood. Obito wanted to preserve his useful body and live until the time when infinite Tsukuyomi could be activated. His obsession with the Eye of the Moon plan had reached the point of near paranoia. For that, he could revive Madara at any cost. And he could even beg Long Ming for mercy. Also, he could enter that dream world where Rin existed. Long Ming pondered for a moment, and in the end stopped the black flames before him, not launching a fatal attack on Obito. Covered in cold sweat, Obito collapsed limply to the ground. Just now, he had truly felt like he had taken a walk right in front of the god of death. Don't lie there on the ground pretending to be dead. Tell me, how is Konoha right now? If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I may change my mind at any time. Long Ming's icy voice came from the side. Obito was so startled that he jerked, then immediately stood up and replied, Konoha is still fairly safe. After we entered, we ran into resistance from a large number of Konoha ninja, so we didn't capture the tailed beast. What about the others in your Akatsuki? How are they doing? Long Ming continued to question him. Obito smiled bitterly and said, as soon as we entered the village, we split up to capture the tailed beast. I came back in a hurry, so I don't know how things are going with them now. Originally, Obito had been searching for Konoha's tailed beast together with Kisame. But on the way, they ran into Might Guy, whose superb taijutsu firmly intercepted them. If he had enough time, Obito naturally wouldn't fear Guy. But then White Zetsu suddenly passed him the news that Nagato was about to die. So Obito could only order Kisame to hold everyone off. He himself rushed back to Mangekyo first to save Nagato before anything else. Seeing that Obito didn't seem to be lying, Long Ming gave a cold snort, then grabbed his body and threw him straight into the other dimension. Obito was thrown into a space completely shrouded in darkness. Just as he still hadn't figured out what Long Ming wanted to do, a pitch-black crow appeared before his eyes. It was the crow carrying Shusui's Koto Amatsukami. Looking at the Mangekyo Sharingan in the crow's eye, Obito instantly felt something was wrong. But by the time he wanted to put up any kind of guard, it was already too late. Koto Amatsukami activated instantly and rewrote Obito's will. After Obito came out of the different dimension, he had completely become Long Ming's puppet. Dropping to one knee, he said respectfully, Lord Long Ming, your subordinate has already seen the truth. I am willing to return to the Uchiha clan. I beg you to put aside past grievances and take me in. Long Ming gave a soft hum, then said, I can agree to your request to return to the clan, but first you need to do one thing for me. Obito's will was now completely loyal to Long Ming and the Uchiha. The moment he heard that Long Ming had a task for him, he immediately said excitedly, Please command me as you wish, Lord Long Ming. I am willing to do anything for you. Long Ming nodded in satisfaction, then said, I want you to return to the Akatsuki. No, to be more precise, return to Madara's side and act as my eyes and ears. I want to know everything he says and does, as well as his next movements. Understood? Obito memorized every word without missing a single one, then respectfully said, This subordinate understands. Please rest assured, Lord Long Ming. I will definitely complete the mission. After saying that, Obito opened the Kamui dimension and absorbed his entire body into it. Watching Obito gradually disappear, Long Ming couldn't help sighing. Old man Madara really didn't have it easy. Now everyone around him was a double agent. Black Zetsu was constantly thinking about reviving his mother, and Obito had now also become Long Ming's man. Uchiha Madara had practically infiltrated the Akatsuki from the inside all by himself. Long Ming collected his thoughts and looked at Mangekyo, which had already completely become ruins. His figure flashed, and he appeared at the high tower that had just been reduced to rubble. The few unconscious tailed beast Jinchuriki that had originally still been here were already gone. It looked like White Zetsu had just used its clones to transfer them away. White Zetsu's spore clones were extremely peculiar. Even if the main body died, they could still survive as independent individuals. They ran pretty fast, but whatever. Even if they get a few tailed beasts, they still won't be able to stir up much of a wave. Long Ming rubbed his nose. These tailed beasts couldn't kill anyone anyway. If they got taken, then they got taken. With that thought, Long Ming opened Yamatsu Hirasaka, planning to hurry back to Konoha first and deal with the Akatsuki causing trouble there. Konoha. Might Guy was locked in fierce battle with Kisame inside an enormous water sphere. At this moment, Might Guy's skin was bright red. It was obvious he had already opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Wonder. Kisame was also going all out. His upper body was bare, and he had fused with Samahata, turning into a half-shark state. Bang, bang, bang. One muffled impact after another kept coming from the water. Guy, after opening the 7th gate, was engaging Kisame in the purest kind of hand-to-hand combat, and in the blink of an eye they had already exchanged more than a dozen blows. Boom! A heavy strike echoed through the water sphere. During the clash, Kisame failed to block Might Guy's punch and was sent flying instantly. The powerful shockwave carried him hundreds of meters through his own water sphere. This guy really is a rare beast. After taking a punch from Might Guy, Kisame grimaced in pain and shook his arm, his expression incredibly grave. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome opponent in taijutsu. If they weren't in water, that punch just now would have been enough to deal him serious damage. There are more and more Konoha ninja gathering outside. I can't keep stalling with this guy any longer. Kisame glanced at the ninja continuously gathering outside the water sphere and made a decision. He was going to use Great Shark Bullet technique to finish off the opponent in front of him in one shot. Kisame took a deep breath and formed a pose with both hands similar to firing a shockwave. Water release. Great Shark Bullet technique. Chakra surged wildly over Kisame's body, and in the blink of an eye, it formed into an enormous shark-shaped water bullet. The giant shark opened its illusory fangs and viciously bit down toward Might Guy. Guy's pupils contracted. Just as he was about to counter with Daytime Tiger, a space portal opened inside the water sphere, appearing right between him and the Great Shark Bullet technique. The one who stepped out from within was Long Ming, who had just returned from Mangekyo. The moment Kisame saw who it was, he almost wanted to immediately stop his jutsu, turn around, and run. But he knew very well that even if he wanted to flee now, it probably wouldn't be that easy. If the strike could affect Long Ming, then maybe he would still have a chance to slip away. The moment that thought appeared, Kisame poured in even more chakra. The violently surging shark water bullet seemed to grow even larger as it roared toward Long Ming. Looks like I came back at just the right time. Long Ming smiled faintly at the Great Shark Bullet technique. Facing the attack right before his eyes, he showed no fear at all. His 5 fingers clenched tight, and he threw a fierce punch forward. Infinite. Super strength. Boom! The instant they made contact, the enormous shark-shaped water bullet was blown apart by a single punch. Holy crap! Kisame's expression changed instantly. His Great Shark Bullet technique was a jutsu that grew stronger against stronger opponents, able to absorb the chakra of others' ninjutsu to make itself more powerful. He already knew Uchiha Longming was strong, but he truly hadn't expected that his ultimate move would be this utterly worthless in front of the other man. Damn it! Didn't that guy say he went to Mangekyo to help? Where the hell is he now? At a time like this, Kisame could only place his hopes on Obito, hoping Obito would arrive in time and use Kamui to rescue him. What he didn't know was that Obito had already been brainwashed by Long Ming and had cheerfully gone back to Madara's side. There was no way he would come save him. At the same time, a shocking burst of chakra erupted from Long Ming's body. His figure turned into an afterimage and vanished from where he stood, appearing right beside Kisame. Susanoo. Buzz. Along with that icy voice, Long Ming's body was covered by a gigantic black Susanoo. A fist as large as an elephant's leg smashed into Kisame at blinding speed. Bang! Kisame's eyeballs nearly burst from the impact, the features on his face almost being crushed together, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball, slamming hard into the ground. Kisame felt as if all his internal organs had shattered in an instant. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, dyeing the nearby clear water red. At this point, he no longer had the strength to maintain great exploding water colliding wave, and the massive water sphere instantly broke apart. Might Guy's mouth hung wide open, and inside he could only shout, "Awesome." For him, Kisame was already one of the rare powerful enemies of his life. In his view, if he didn't use Daytime Tiger, there was absolutely no chance he could defeat him. But the moment Long Ming arrived, he crushed Kisame like dead branches and rotten wood, defeating him instantly. I'll keep training with Lord Long Ming as my goal. My youth is burning once again. Might Guy looked at Long Ming with blazing passion, deciding to do 100,000 push-ups after the battle ended. Long Ming unhurriedly arrived at Kisame's side. At this moment, Kisame's injuries were extremely severe. Pale ribs were exposed from his chest. There were multiple bleeding wounds all over his body, and several of his internal organs were damaged as well. But under such horrifying injuries, Kisame still hadn't died. He was even recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. That was because his great sword, Samahata, had the ability to absorb other people's chakra and use it to heal its master. Although its recovery speed couldn't compare to Long Ming's hand-signless healing, it was still extremely terrifying. After recovering from his injuries, Kisame slowly stood up, his eyes already filled with despair. Under normal circumstances, once healed, he would have felt smug and shown off his ability to his enemy. But now his heart held nothing but endless despair. After all, this was a battle he had no chance of winning. What use was recovery alone? If he couldn't beat Long Ming, all it would do was prolong the time until his death. Kisame Hashigaki, I'll give you one chance. Submit or die. Long Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and the pressure of the Rinnegan directly descended onto Kisame. Boom! The powerful pressure nearly forced Kisame to his knees. Faced with Long Ming's godlike power, Kisame, who had always possessed unshakable will, rarely felt fear. Reason made him fear death, and in the end, that fear turned into awe and submission. Kisame hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and said, I choose to submit. Very good. Long Ming nodded slightly and immediately withdrew the pressure of the Rinnegan. Now that Kisame had been subdued and Haiden had already been sealed by Itachi, the remaining Kakuzu definitely couldn't stand against Jiraiya and Itachi working together. That meant the only Akatsuki members left in Konoha were Konan and Deidara. You stay here and keep an eye on him. I'll be back in a moment. After leaving behind those words, Long Ming's figure instantly vanished from the spot. On the other side of Konoha, Konan and Deidara were fighting against Orochimaru and Kakashi. Facing one of the legendary Sannin in battle, they were naturally struggling, especially against Kakashi's lightning release, which almost made Deidara cough up blood. His clay bombs were completely useless. He couldn't even make them because lightning release countered earth release. The elemental suppression was displayed to the fullest on Deidara's body. The moment he released clay, Kakashi immediately answered with lightning release. Filled with grief and indignation, Deidara could only barely use some earth release to deal with Kakashi. Deidara felt so stifled he was about to explode. He was an S-rank missing nin, a man hailed as a genius and a monster in Iwagakure. But now what? He was being completely suppressed by Kakashi, and as time passed, Deidara grew more and more worried about whether they could retreat safely. Just thinking about it made Deidara feel utterly miserable. Fortunately, Konan was still beside him. Her paper ninjutsu wouldn't be suppressed by elemental affinity, and this time Konan had brought a huge amount of explosive tags. Through non-stop explosions, Orochimaru and Kakashi were unable to take the two of them down for the moment. After all, both Deidara and Konan were at least Kaga level in strength. If they fought desperately, even Orochimaru had to deal with them carefully. How annoying. I can't fight properly here at all. Konan, how about we pull back first? That white-haired guy's lightning release is way too irritating, Deidara said irritably. Nothing made him suffer more than being unable to display his art. Konan frowned slightly. She felt rather helpless toward Deidara's constant muttering. Still, she really hadn't expected Deidara to be countered by lightning release to this extent, to the point that he couldn't use his abilities at all. If she had known this earlier, they might not have brought Deidara into the organization. After all, a Deidara who couldn't make things explode was just too useless, simply terrible. But as for Deidara's suggestion to retreat, Konan didn't object. After all, Deidara's combat strength was dragging badly right now. If this continued, they would definitely lose to Kakashi and Orochimaru. Konan thought to herself, looks like I can only listen to Deidara and retreat first. We'll find the others and regroup before anything else. I wonder if anyone managed to capture a tailed beast. Poor Konan was still thinking about the organization's mission, completely unaware that they were already the only Akatsuki members left. Deidara, fall back first. The jutsu I'm about to use might catch you in it too, Konan said briefly before flying up into the sky. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Konan activated the paper person of God technique, and countless explosive tags appeared around her. As for exactly how many, there was no way to count them within sight. While it wasn't as terrifying as the 600 billion in the original story, there were at least over 100 million of them. Aside from those Konan had folded herself, half of them had been purchased with the funds Kakuzu had contributed to the organization. If Kakuzu found out Konan had used all his money to buy explosive tags, he would probably cry himself unconscious in the bathroom. Even Orochimaru and the others below couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Faced with this many explosive tags, even they would have to pay a heavy price to withstand them. And this was Konoha. If all 100 million explosive tags were allowed to explode, it would likely bring serious destruction to the village. For a moment, Orochimaru and Kakashi were caught in a dilemma. As for Deidara, he looked utterly obsessed and said fanatically, "It's too beautiful. As expected, art is an explosion. Hurry up and finish them, Konan." At this moment, Deidara had turned into a loyal little fangirl. Crazily cheering for his Konan took a deep breath. Every single explosive tag stood upright, preparing to all fall at once and kill Orochimaru and Kakashi in one strike. At this moment, Kakashi had already prepared to burrow underground, and Orochimaru had even readied his great serpent-style replacement technique in advance. But right then, boom! A terrifying black flame suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At incredible speed, it formed a sea of fire across the sky and swept all the explosive tags into it. With the extremely high temperature of Amaterasu's black flames, those explosive tags didn't even get a chance to work before they were burned to ashes. What the hell? Which bastard did that? Deidara subconsciously cursed. He had almost been able to admire the art of explosion, only for someone to disrupt it at this moment. It felt like wearing expensive clothes and tasting food in the most luxurious hotel, only for someone to suddenly flip your table and slap you across the face. Konan in the air barely dodged the black flames attack. After turning into sheets of paper and landing on the ground, she reformed, the fear in her eyes still not gone. After all, if she had been hit by Amaterasu just now, she would have had no way at all to get rid of its black flames. Deidara's face turned ashen as he searched all around for the culprit. But when he saw Long Ming walking out from a spatial gate, his expression instantly froze. Judging from the lingering black flames still remaining in the other party's eyes, There was no doubt that Long Ming was the one who had just attacked. Long Ming's appearance made Orochimaru and the group of Konoha ninja beside him let out long sighs of relief. They had been worrying about how to deal with Konan's paper ninjutsu. Long Ming-kun, you've finally returned. Otherwise, the situation might have become hard to control. Orochimaru let out 2 sinister chuckles, then put away the Kusanagi sword in his hand, because he knew that once Long Ming arrived, the next battle had nothing to do with him. Kakashi also put away his kunai and walked to the side with a look like he was just there to watch the show. Konan and Deidara looked awful at this moment, especially Konan. He knew that if Long Ming had appeared here, it meant something had already happened on Nagato's side. Long Ming slowly walked into the field and asked Deidara with a half-smile, "Were you cursing me just now?" Though Long Ming's voice was very light, when it fell into Deidara's ears, it sounded like thunder exploding. "It's over, it's over. He still heard what I said just now. This fiend is definitely going to skin me alive." Deidara was on the verge of tears. He hated himself for having such a loose mouth just now. "Uchiha Long Ming, what did you do to Nagato?" Konan rushed forward and demanded. Long Ming shifted his gaze away from Deidara, glanced at Konan, and said, "You already know the answer. He's dead. But I wasn't the one who killed him. It was one of your own people. His codename in your organization is Zetsu. He controlled Nagato and made him use samsara of heavenly life technique. Nagato died after exhausting the last of his life force. How could this happen?" Konan looked like she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. She stood there blankly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. After crying for a while, Konan directly closed her eyes and said bitterly, "Nagato is dead. Mangekyo is finished too. And there's no way I can beat you. Just kill me." Looking at Konan, who was bent on dying, Long Ming rubbed his chin, then shook his head and said, "That would be too much of a waste. Your jutsu is pretty good. Keeping you alive will be very useful to me." Konan's paper ninjutsu could create explosive tags. This thing was definitely good stuff. Not only was it quite valuable, but any ninja could use it. If he had to face the Otsutsuki clan in the future, and the other side sent out a white Zetsu army while Long Ming couldn't spare a hand, he could just have Konan throw hundreds of millions of explosive tags at them. Even if it didn't wipe them all out, at least more than half would die, right? And even if he really couldn't use them, he could still sell them for money. If one explosive tag was priced at 300 Ryo, then 100 million of them would be 30 billion Ryo. Good lord, putting it that way, Konan had used 600 billion explosive tags in the original story. That was equivalent to 450 years of the Land of Fire's tax revenue, or 1,800 years of Konoha's budget. This woman is really too wasteful. Long Ming broke into a cold sweat as he glanced at Konan. When it comes to who has more money, I, Uchiha Long Ming, acknowledge you as the strongest. But Konan clearly didn't care about Long Ming's recruitment. She turned her head away and said stubbornly, "I will never work for you. Give up on that idea." "Do you think this is up to you?" Long Ming chuckled, then said, "Even if you refuse, I can still use Koto Amitsukami to rewrite your will. By then, you might not even remember the name Nagato anymore. Why you dare?" Konan's face turned extremely ugly, and her whole body trembled with anger. Why wouldn't I dare? Your Akatsuki already dared to come to my Konoha to kill people and seize tailed beasts. What do I have to fear? You should be grateful you still have some value. Otherwise, I would have killed you already." Long Ming pinched Konan's chin and said it without the slightest bit of tenderness. Despair appeared on Konan's face, and with reddened eyes, she dropped to her knees at the side. She knew that, in front of Long Ming, she had no power to resist at all. She probably couldn't even commit suicide if she wanted to. I agree to your condition, but you can't make me forget Nagato." In the end, Konan bitterly said those words. She had no choice. In the face of absolute power, she couldn't even choose how she died. A faint smile curled at the corner of Long Ming's mouth, and he released Konan. Once Koto Amitsukami finished cooling down, he would also modify Konan's will once, to ensure that she would not betray him or commit suicide. Meanwhile, Deidara, who was standing at the side, was a little nervous. Seeing that Konan had already been brought over to their side, he guessed he would be next. So right now, he was thinking about what lines he should say in a moment. Should I refuse once first or just agree right away? If I agree right away, will it make me seem too casual? But if I refuse, I'll get threatened again. TSK, I'd better just agree directly. He should come ask me in a moment, right? Deidara was thinking to himself like this, and even gave a dry cough as he straightened his clothes. Orochimaru, standing nearby, had a strange look on his face and said to Long Ming, Long Ming-kun, what should we do with this blonde-haired guy?" Long Ming turned his head, only to see Deidara looking at him with a face full of expectation. "Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. He's useless. Kill him." Long Ming said it lightly. Deidara instantly turned to stone. Damn it, this script is wrong. Deidara was cursing in his heart. This was blatant gender discrimination. Why was it okay if it was a woman but not if it was a man? Actually, it really wasn't that Long Ming was discriminating. The main reason was that Deidara's combat power in Akatsuki really wasn't that high, and his shortcomings were especially obvious. He couldn't compare it all with Konan, Obito, or Kisame. Seeing that Orochimaru and Kakashi were about to make a move, Deidara thought about his own life and decisively lunged forward and hugged Long Ming's thigh. "Big brother, I'm begging you, just take me in. To be honest, I've admired Konoha's wonderful life since I was little. The biggest wish in my life is to join Konoha." Long Ming's face went dark. Wasn't the wish of your life that heaven would have no Uchiha? Faced with Deidara's overwhelming will to survive, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. At the start of the battle, Deidara had been unbelievably arrogant. Even though his ninjutsu was being countered, he still wouldn't stop provoking Kakashi with his mouth. But now, he was actually begging for mercy this cleanly and directly. "What happened to the big scene you promised? What happened to your claim that your art could hardly wait any longer?" Orochimaru crossed his arms and chuckled softly. "I thought you were going to fight to the death for Akatsuki. It seems you don't have that kind of resolve." Deidara coughed dryly and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Actually, my strength is pretty good. It's just that I got countered a bit too badly by lightning release." Orochimaru thought for a moment, then said to Long Ming-kun, "Why don't we keep him for now? I've recently been researching the restraining relationships between chakra natures, and I happen to be short on a test subject. How about giving him to me?" Long Ming looked at Deidara with a bit of disdain, then said, "All right then, Deidara will stay with you. But remember to keep an eye on him. Don't let him cause any trouble for me in Konoha." Deidara instantly looked overjoyed and thanked Orochimaru, saying, "Thanks a lot. When we were fighting just now, I thought you were some gloomy, sinister guy. But now it looks like you're actually a good person." Orochimaru, even Long Ming could not help but laugh. Deidara really had a talent for stepping on landmines with perfect precision. This time, Deidara was probably going to have a hard time during the experiments. After dealing with Deidara's matter, Long Ming did not forget to go check on Itachi's side as well. As expected, with Itachi and Jiraiya joining forces, Kakuzu alone was completely outmatched. Before Long Ming arrived, Kakuzu had already been defeated and sealed. With that, the turmoil caused by the Akatsuki trying to seize the tailed beasts was officially declared a complete failure. Just as Long Ming had said, the Akatsuki at this moment existed in name only. Sasori, Nagato, and White Zetsu were dead in battle. Haiden and Kakuzu were sealed. Kisame, Deidara, Konan, and Orochimaru had defected to Konoha. Of the entire Akatsuki, only Black Zetsu and Obito were still outside. And Obito had already been controlled by Kodo Amatsukami, while Black Zetsu could only count as half a member of the Akatsuki. Could be said that from this day on, the Akatsuki had been completely erased from the ninja world. After this matter spread, countless Konoha ninja admired and worshipped Long Ming even more. With him around, it felt like there was nothing in the entire ninja world that could threaten Konoha. No matter what kind of enemy it was, they would all be destroyed with crushing force. So what if the Akatsuki had 5-tailed beasts? Didn't they still get their heads smashed in by our Konoha god of shinobi? Now every Konoha ninja walked around with head held high, and the Uchiha clan members were even more incomparably proud to have been born into the same clan as Long Ming. Meanwhile, in an underground cave somewhere in the Land of Fire, to think something like this happened. After listening to White Zetsu's long account, a rare look of surprise appeared in Uchiha Madara's originally calm eyes. With his strength and vision, he had long since reached the point where even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, his expression would not change. Even in the original story, when facing the 5 Kage, he was not flustered in the slightest, as if he were merely playing around. Only when he encountered Hashirama Senju would he reveal an incomparably excited and stirred expression. But now, after hearing the White Zetsu clone's account, Madara was actually surprised. He had not expected that so many things had happened in the years since his death. And then there was Uchiha Long Ming. This child, only in his teens, had lived a life so unbelievable. First, with overwhelming strength, he overthrew Konoha's original regime and put the Uchiha clan in power. Right after that, he fought the 4 great ninja villages by himself, crushed them all, and completely unified the ninja world, accomplishing what Madara had once wanted to do but never managed to complete. He also possessed all kinds of heaven-defying abilities such as would release, complete body Susanoo, and the Rinnegan. Any one of those taken on its own would be enough to drive the entire ninja world mad. Uchiha Madara truly was shaken. Long Ming's talent, strength, and ambition were not inferior to his own in the slightest back then. But he was only shaken, nothing more. There was absolutely not the slightest trace of fear or wariness on his face, because he was Uchiha Madara, the man who truly stood at the peak of all shinobi. No matter what kind of enemy it was absolutely impossible for him to feel fear. Before long, the coldness returned to Madara's face. An interesting fellow. Perhaps in this era without Hashirama, he can bring me a bit of fun. Where is Obito? Madara was just about to ask for Obito's location so he could personally go meet Long Ming. Buzz! A spiral distortion of space suddenly appeared beside the white Zetsu clone. Immediately after, Obito's body flew out from within and landed steadily on the ground. Madara swept his gaze over Obito and said indifferently, "So you've already returned. That saves me the trouble of going to find you. Where are my Rinnegan now?" Facing the fully revived Madara, Obito only felt like an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. He tried his best to remain calm and not reveal any flaws. "The Rinnegan are with Black Zetsu. He and I were forced to split up and flee. At this time, he should be arriving soon as well," Obito replied in a hoarse voice. Madara narrowed his eyes and sized Obito up from top to bottom. After a long while he said, "That Long Ming. Is he really that hard to deal with, to leave you fleeing in such a sorry state?" Obito froze for a moment. He had not expected Madara to already know about Long Ming, but when he saw the white Zetsu clone beside him, he understood what had happened. "Yes, very hard to deal with. At the very least, I'm not his opponent. Only if you act personally will it work." Obito's eyes flickered for a while. Long Ming's order was for him to keep watch on Madara's movements. If Madara decided to head for Konoha, then he had to report it immediately. "I'll go soon enough. But before that, I still have something to deal with." Madara paused there, and then an incomparably vast aura suddenly erupted from his body. His figure flashed, and his hand directly grabbed Obito by the throat, slamming him against the wall beside them. Boom! The massive force shattered the wall behind Obito with cracks everywhere, and Obito could not help coughing up a mouthful of blood. Madara's speed was simply too fast. Obito did not even have time to activate intangibility before being restrained. Since he did not know whether Madara had seen through his true purpose, Obito could only pretend to be angry and say, "Uchiha Madara, what are you trying to do? I helped you for so many years. Now that you're revived, are you planning to kill the donkey after it's done pulling the mill?" Madara let out a cold snort and said darkly, "You still have the nerve to say you helped me for so many years. I trained you, granted you Inyang release, and even gave you wood release and the gunbai. Yet after all these years you still couldn't even gather all 9-tailed beasts. You've truly disappointed me." Madara was extremely dissatisfied with Obito slacking off all these years. In his view, it was only 9-tailed beasts. Even if he collected just one a year, Obito still would have had 4 or 5 years left over for vacation. But what was the result? In more than 10 years, Obito had only collected 5-tailed beasts. And they were not even the especially powerful ones, only the 2 tails through 6 tails. What the hell was the use of that? He had not collected a single one of the strongest tailed beasts, and in the end Madara still had to act personally. Of course that made Madara angry. Obito grabbed Madara's arm and struggled as he said, I didn't want it to be like this either, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Long Ming is just too powerful. Besides, aren't you already revived now? For you, collecting the tailed beasts should be easy, right? Humph. Madara directly threw Obito aside, let out a cold snort and said, of course. Next, I will personally make my move and capture every remaining tailed beast. Before long, Black Zetsu and a White Zetsu clone returned here separately, bringing the Rinnegan and the 5-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu glanced at Obito, who had also escaped back here. Though he was a little surprised, he did not grow suspicious of him. Madara's expression was indifferent as he said flatly, too slow. You actually made me wait this long. Black Zetsu's heart tightened. He had just been about to explain when his vision suddenly blurred, and before he knew it, Madara had already appeared right in front of him. Whoosh, the Rinnegan in Black Zetsu's hand was instantly snatched away. Madara casually gouged out the ordinary 3-tomo eye in his socket, then placed the Rinnegan into his own eye socket. Madara already had Hashirama's power inside his body, and his self-healing ability was equally terrifying. So casually gouging out one of his own eyes for fun would have no effect on him at all. After Madara replaced his eye with his own Rinnegan, wisps of white smoke rose from both eyes, and the bleeding quickly stopped. Good. Only like this can I be considered complete. Uchiha Madara stroked his Rinnegan with satisfaction, and the aura around him became even more unfathomable. Congratulations, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu replied perfunctorily, as if absent-mindedly. Under normal circumstances, if Madara had truly revived and regained the Rinnegan, Black Zetsu would definitely have been extremely excited, because that would mean he was one step closer to reviving his mother. But the current Black Zetsu did not feel the slightest bit of excitement, only endless misery. After witnessing Long Ming use Amanaka, it felt as if a monstrous wave had erupted in Black Zetsu's heart, and he had been unable to calm down since. The fear of the Otsutsuki clan buried deep in his memories had already made him no longer dare to oppose Long Ming. Even with the invincible Madara by his side, it made no difference. Black Zetsu knew very well that in front of the Otsutsuki main family, those in the ninja world who called themselves strong were as laughable as ants. The Rinnegan Madara dreamed of was merely standard issue in that clan, and they even possessed eyes more advanced than Madara's level of Rinnegan. Black Zetsu, what are you thinking about? Madara seemed to sense that something was off with Black Zetsu's state and asked with a frown. Black Zetsu came back to himself, gave 2 dry coughs and said, Nothing, Lord Madara. May I ask what you plan to do next? Madara's gaze was cold, and he replied domineeringly, of course I'll storm Konoha and seize the tailed beasts, and while I'm at it, I'll meet that Uchiha Ryūmei. Black Zetsu's mouth twitched. This was the answer he least wanted to hear right now. After all, as a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Ryūmei was definitely far stronger than Madara, and the power he had displayed so far might only be a part of it. Madara was a pawn Black Zetsu had painstakingly cultivated. Black Zetsu did not want Madara to throw his life away for nothing. Even if they were going to act, they had to make thorough preparations first. They absolutely could not rashly charge into Konoha. Ahem, Lord Madara, forgive me for speaking frankly, but Uchiha Ryūmei's strength is rarely seen in this world. He is almost comparable to Senju Hashirama at his peak. I think the plan to capture the tailed beast still needs to be considered carefully over the long term. Faced with Black Zetsu's tactful persuasion, Uchiha Madara was extremely displeased. He looked at Black Zetsu coldly and said, Black Zetsu, it seems that even you, as my will, have fallen. So what if it's Senju Hashirama at his peak? The current me far surpasses my own former peak. Even if Hashirama were still alive, he might not be able to beat me. Back in the battle at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara had only possessed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. At that time, Hashirama's sage art and wood release had both reached their peak. Even under those circumstances, Madara had still nearly fought Hashirama to mutual destruction. After the battle at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did he absorb Hashirama's cells and master wood release, but at the final stage of his life, he awakened the Rinnegan and even summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Madara was confident that if the current him fought Hashirama again, the one who would absolutely win would be himself. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who simply would not be controlled by him, Black Zetsu's expression kept changing. He really wanted to move behind Madara and say something straight from the heart to him. But unfortunately, the timing had not yet come. After remaining silent for a long while, Black Zetsu gritted his teeth and said, Lord Madara, if you truly wish to attack Konoha right now, then I still advise you to wait a while first. Seal all the tailed beasts into the demonic statue of the Outer Path before heading to Konoha. It won't be too late then, and it will also increase our battle strength quite a bit. Unable to persuade Madara, Black Zetsu could only choose to help him carry out the plan. However, he had already mentally prepared himself. He absolutely would not appear before Otsutsuki Ryūmei again, unless Madara was truly lucky enough to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Madara glanced at the several fallen tailed beast Jinchuriki nearby and snorted coldly. Black Zetsu, are you playing with me? Even if we want to seal them, we still have to start with the one-tail. Isn't the one-tail Jinchuriki still in Konoha right now? A strange smile appeared on Black Zetsu's face. Lord Madara is correct. The one-tail is in Konoha, but I never said we didn't have the one-tail. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and demanded, what do you mean by that, Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu did not continue speaking. Instead, he nodded toward the white Zetsu clone at the side. Seeing that, the white Zetsu clone immediately sank into the ground. After a while, he brought back several items. They were one of One-Tail Shikaku's arms, Seven-Tails Komiai's wing, and the body of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. These were all parts Ryūmei had torn off from the 3 great tailed beasts 3 years ago. Following the principle of never wasting anything, Black Zetsu had picked every one of them back up. With these, it meant they already possessed part of the chakra of the One-Tail, Seven-Tails, and Eight-Tails, and the demonic statue could begin absorbing the tailed beasts normally. Well done, Black Zetsu. Creating you really was the right choice. Madara had not expected Black Zetsu to bring him such an unexpected surprise. With this, he only needed to capture the Nine-Tails, and the demonic statue of the Outer Path could begin transforming toward the Divine Tree state. For the Ten-Tails to transform toward the Divine Tree, it did not necessarily require the complete tailed beasts. In the original story, after gathering the One-Tail through Seven-Tails, along with part of the chakra of the Eight-Tails and Nine-Tails, the Ten-Tails could also transform toward the Divine Tree state. It was just that the speed would become exceptionally slow. It would probably take around 15 minutes. Without another word, Madara bit his finger and summoned the enormous demonic statue of the Outer Path. Having lost all chakra, the demonic statue of the Outer Path looked like a gigantic humanoid creature, with 9 eyes growing on its head. After absorbing all the tailed beast's chakra, those eyes would open. Despite lacking the tailed beast chakra, the Ten-Tails at this moment was still unstoppable in power and could use techniques such as demonic statue chains, chakra dragon, and the 9 Phantom Dragon Seal. 9 Phantom Dragon Seal. Madara leaped onto the head of the demonic statue of the Outer Path, and his immense chakra surged wildly. The sealing technique that required 10 powerful ninja and the collective consciousness of all of them to activate was effortlessly used by Madara alone. The demonic statue of the Outer Path opened its huge mouth, and several illusory dragons formed from chakra flew out of it. They bit onto one-tail Shikaku's arm and dragged it toward the demonic statue's mouth. Watching this scene, Obito beside them fell silent. He knew absolutely nothing about Black Zetsu secretly hiding away parts of the One-Tail and Seven-Tails, which showed that Black Zetsu had been guarding against him for a long time. Now Madara only lacked the Nine-Tails to trigger the demonic statue's transformation. He had to report this news to Long Ming as quickly as possible. A few days later, the news that Mangekyo had been destroyed and the Akatsuki had been completely wiped out rapidly spread throughout the entire ninja world. Countless ninja were all amazed by the terrifying strength of the god of shinobi, Long Ming. The four great nations were even more relieved inwardly. Thankfully, they had surrendered early. Otherwise, wouldn't they have ended up just like Mangekyo and become dead souls under Long Ming's command? After this battle, aside from the four great nations, some small countries and small ninja villages also began voluntarily offering letters of surrender one after another, expressing their willingness to become vassals of the Land of Fire. As for this, Uchiha Fugaku naturally welcomed all of them, and he was overjoyed inside. The situation in the ninja world was developing entirely in Konoha's favor. Inside Orochimaru's laboratory, Sasuke was lying quietly on an experiment table, a hint of burning excitement in his eyes. That's right, just 2 days ago, the Uchiha awakening method that Orochimaru had painstakingly researched for years was finally completed. For a member of the Uchiha clan to awaken their eyes, they had to lose an important love or fall into despair. Because when that happened, a special chakra would surge forth in the brain and act on the eyes and optic nerves, causing the eyes to change. Through analysis and research, Orochimaru had finally developed a kind of eye drops that could stimulate the minds of Uchiha clan members on its own, causing that special chakra to emerge. Just 2 tiny drops, and an Uchiha could have their dream. Long Ming took the small bottle of eye drops that Orochimaru handed over and could not help sighing at the greatness of science. According to Orochimaru, long-term use of these eye drops could also enhance ocular power and protect the eyes. In other words, even if members of the Uchiha clan did not transplant for an Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, they could still rely on these eye drops and Hashirama cells to no longer suffer from blindness. Orochimaru smiled and said, Long Ming-kun, these eye drops were just successfully developed, and they don't have a name yet. Why don't you decide it? Long Ming pondered for a moment. Orochimaru's experimental achievement was something that would be recorded in history, so it really should have a loud and memorable name. Looking at the bottle of eye drops, countless words flashed through Long Ming's mind. After a long while, he said seriously, how about we call it Sapat? Sapat. Orochimaru repeated it with a strange expression, then gave a dry cough and said, the name Long Ming-kun came up with sounds a little strange at first, but the more I say it, the smoother it feels. This style of name isn't from the Land of Fire, is it? Long Ming rubbed his nose and said with a light laugh, it's the name a certain famous medical organization gave one of its products in a country I once stayed in. They were devoted to providing treatment to ordinary people with very poor eyesight. I see. What a group of righteous people. Orochimaru put on an enlightened expression, then nodded and said, then let's call it Sapat. Long Ming-kun, let's begin quickly. Sasuke is probably already too impatient to wait. Long Ming had no idea at all just how lofty Sapat's status in the Uchiha clan would become in the future. It helped at least tens of thousands of Uchiha clan members awaken their eyes, and for a time it was regarded as the sacred medicine of the Uchiha clan. Every batch that was produced would be carefully preserved by each generation of clan head. Long Ming pulled open Sasuke's eyelid and gently dripped 1 drop into his eye. As Sasuke absorbed the medicine, in less than 10 seconds his eyes began to change. Ah! Sasuke let out a low roar. His expression twisted in pain as he covered both of his eyes. Orochimaru said in a deep voice, Sasuke, hold on. As long as you can endure chakra remolding your eyes, you'll awaken the Sharingan. Orochimaru's words seemed to give Sasuke confidence. His voice gradually weakened, but his aura grew stronger and stronger. A few minutes later, when he lowered his arms, 3 Tomo Sharingan had already appeared in his eyes. Although he had not awakened the Mangekyo yet, this had already boosted Sasuke's strength by several levels. As long as he kept using these eye drops over time, opening the Mangekyo was only a matter of time. Looking at Sasuke, Long Ming asked with some surprise, your medicine is that strong? He opened straight to 3 Tomo. Can every Uchiha member get this kind of result from using it? Orochimaru also seemed to freeze for a moment, as if he had not expected Sasuke to open directly to 3 Tomo either. The effect of the eye drops varies from person to person. In normal experiments, it usually only opens 1 Tomo. It seems Sasuke is very gifted. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke with great satisfaction in his eyes. He had indeed put in painstaking effort for this successor of his. Long Ming also nodded slowly. After all, if 1 drop could open 3 Tomo, that would be way too outrageous. If it were used for a while longer, wouldn't the Uchiha clan enter an era where Mangekyo were everywhere, and 3 Tomo Sharingan were worth less than dogs? Long Ming had Orochimaru continue mass-producing Sapot, and at the same time asked him about Ryuchi Cave. After all, before the next check-in, Long Ming first had to subdue the two major forces of Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest. Although Orochimaru's Manda came from Ryuchi Cave, he had never exposed Ryuchi Cave's location to Orochimaru. Just look at the relationship between the man and the beast and it was obvious. Every time Manda appeared, he demanded Orochimaru prepare sacrifices for him, or else he would throw a fit and refuse to work. So Orochimaru had only found clues to Ryuchi Cave himself through various traces and hints. He told Long Ming that Ryuchi Cave was located between Sunagakure and Iwagakure. If one went west all the way from Takigakure, they would find many caves between two huge mountains. Snakes naturally liked cool and shady places. Caves were their favorite kind of location. After getting the information, Long Ming planned to head there immediately. After all, he now had Yamatsu Hirasaka, which allowed him to travel through space at will. It would not even take 1 minute for him to get there. But at that moment, another guest arrived in the laboratory. Whoosh! Along with the rippling of a spatial vortex. Obito, wearing a white mask, dropped out of the Kamui dimension and landed steadily inside the laboratory. It's you. The moment he saw Uchiha Obito appear, Orochimaru's pupils shrank and his gaze immediately darkened. Back in the Akatsuki, he had once vaguely seen Obito's secret conversation with Pain, and knew that the man before him was very likely the legendary Uchiha Madara. Even if he wasn't, he was definitely an extremely powerful figure. We meet again, Orochimaru. This new lab of yours is pretty nice. Obito replied in a hoarse voice. Humph, cut the crap. Why exactly did you come here? Orochimaru shouted sharply, chakra flaring from his body and making his robe billow. Long Ming placed a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder and said calmly, relax, Orochimaru. He is not our enemy anymore. Obito, take off the mask. Hehe, as you command, Lord Long Ming. Obito gave a slight bow, his attitude extremely respectful. Obito's respectful attitude nearly made Orochimaru's jaw drop. Since when had the masked man become one of them? And from the look of the relationship between the two, this clearly wasn't cooperation, but superior and subordinate. When exactly had Long Ming brought the masked man under his control? Could it be that from beginning to end, every move Akatsuki made had been completely under Long Ming's control? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. On the surface, Long Ming had attacked Amigakure and baited Akatsuki into launching a surprise attack on Konoha, making Nagato think he was on the second layer in this game of psychological warfare. But in truth, Long Ming had long since been on the third layer, calculating everything down to the last detail. Thinking of this, Orochimaru couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine, and he felt incredibly grateful that he and Long Ming were allies. If Long Ming knew about Orochimaru's bizarre mental overthinking, he would definitely laugh and not know whether to cry or laugh, because he was really only on the first layer. Obito slowly removed his mask, revealing that face with strange wrinkles on one side. Orochimaru paused slightly. To be honest, he did recognize Obito. Back then, he was still in Konoha. When he heard that this Uchiha boy had died, Orochimaru hadn't paid much attention. After all, at the time Obito was only a chunin. In an era of war, death was an extremely common thing. He just never would have imagined that Obito hadn't died, and that so many years later, he would become someone capable of stirring up the entire ninja world. Long Ming sat down in a nearby chair. After motioning for everyone else to sit as well, he asked, "You came to see me so quickly. Did something happen?" Obito nodded, then said with a grave look, "Uchiha Madara may be attacking Konoha very soon." Uchiha Madara? When they heard that name, even Sasuke's expression stiffened, and a look of intense shock appeared on his face. Within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara was a man revered as a legend. When Sasuke was still young, he often heard the elders of the clan mention him, so he knew very well just how powerful the man was. So many years have passed, and that man is still alive? Sasuke asked in disbelief. Long Ming explained casually he already died once, but a few days ago, he was revived by Akatsuki's leader using the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. Only then did Sasuke and Orochimaru suddenly understand. After all, for one person to live over 100 years was simply too outrageous. Ahem, of course, immortality like Orochimaru's was even more ridiculous. If Uchiha Madara had mastered Uncle Snake's techniques, why would he need to go through all the trouble of using Samsara of Heavenly Life? Wouldn't he living for several thousand years on his own be way better? Long Ming turned his gaze back to Obito and slowly asked, "About when will Madara attack?" "Very soon. He might even come today." After hesitating for a moment, Obito said nervously, "He is already using the demonic statue of the outer path to absorb the chakra of seven-tailed beasts. Right now, he is absorbing the eight tails. Once he succeeds, he'll immediately come to Konoha to capture the nine tails. So the demonic statue of the outer path has already absorbed eight-tailed beasts." Long Ming was a little surprised, but after thinking it over briefly, He guessed that what the demonic statue of the outer path had absorbed were not complete tailed beasts. But even so, with 8 tailed beasts absorbed, the demonic statue of the outer path was only one step away from evolution. Looks like the trip out would have to be delayed for now. Long Ming stood up and ordered, inform the 5th Hokage. Evacuate the civilians immediately and have them hide somewhere safe. The ninjas too. Have them stay as far from the village as possible. If they were going to fight Uchiha Madara, ordinary ninjas would be no help at all. They would only be throwing their lives away for nothing. Understood. I'll go right away. Orochimaru nodded solemnly and quickly ran out of the lab. At the same time, on Konoha's Hokage Rock at some unknown point, there stood a man with black hair, dressed in a black skin-tight combat suit with layered red armor worn over it. That man was none other than Uchiha Madara. After discovering that Obito was gone, Uchiha Madara realized the seriousness of the situation. After absorbing the 8 tails, he immediately brought black Zetsu and a large number of white Zetsu with him to Konoha. Hashirama. Madara lowered his head and looked at the stone face of the first Hokage on Hokage Rock, a trace of reminiscence flashing through his eyes. He and Hashirama had fought each other for many years, but each regarded the other as a soulmate and dearest friend. In truth, both of them had been pursuing a path that could bring eternal peace. But it was precisely because of his competitive nature and his unwillingness to place himself beneath Hashirama that the two ended up diverging. Especially after he saw the contents of the stone tablet, altered by Black Zetsu. He completely abandoned the path of striving together with Hashirama and chose another, more extreme method that could achieve peace, the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hashirama. Only after a long while did Uchiha Madara slowly say, the path you longed for, where people would cast aside hatred, understand one another, and unite was wrong. While people long for peace, they also long for war. The great wars that erupted again and again in the ninja world after your death have already proven your failure. I will create a true dream world. There will be no suffering of any kind, and peace will arrive in an instant. Buzz. After saying those words, a terrifying burst of ocular power and chakra exploded from Uchiha Madara's body, and that chakra formed a blue Susanoo around him. Madara formed hand seals, and the Susanoo surrounding his body also began to change at that moment. The blue Susanoo grew 2 heads and gained 4 arms, and just like Madara, they formed different hand seals. In an instant, a massive shadow gradually covered Konoha. What's going on? Is it raining? I need to get home and bring in the laundry. This damn weather really changes out of nowhere. As many villagers and ninjas complained, they all looked up as well, wanting to see what was happening with the sky. But when they looked into the heavens, every single one of them revealed terrified expressions filled with disbelief. Some people's legs even started trembling uncontrollably, as if they had seen something unimaginably horrifying. A gigantic meteor with a diameter of 1,000 meters was breaking through the clouds and hurtling toward the earth at incredible speed. You've got to be kidding me. What the hell is with that meteor? It's over. We're all going to die. Run. Countless villagers were in complete chaos, screaming as they fled in every direction. The scene was extremely chaotic. After seeing the meteorite, Uchiha Itachi, Fugaku, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the others all had their expressions drastically change as well. They quickly gathered the ninja and rushed to the area beneath the meteorite. The villagers were fleeing in panic, and the chaos had even caused quite a few trampling incidents. Fugaku gritted his teeth and said, arrange people immediately and organize the villagers to evacuate in an orderly manner. We'll think of a way to hold that meteorite back. Understood, Kakashi replied in a deep voice. Then he took Gai, Kurenai, and the others to handle the task of evacuating the villagers. Meanwhile, Itachi, Jiraiya, and Might Guy stayed where they were, staring at the enormous meteorite with grim expressions as they tried to think of a solution. Guy clenched his fists. Had the time come to use that move? The meteorite was indeed terrifying, but Guy was not completely without a way to deal with it. In the state of having opened the gate of death, he could absolutely smash this meteorite into nothing with a single punch. You over there, are you the Hokage of this generation of Konoha? Just as everyone was anxiously trying to think of a solution, Uchiha Madara, standing atop the Hokage rock, suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. The moment they saw Uchiha Madara's face, everyone could not help but suck in a cold breath. A man's name casts a shadow like a tree. Madara Uchiha's statue had stood in the Valley of the End for many years. In the ninja world, how many people did not recognize this god of slaughter? Why, you really are Uchiha Madara? Was this meteorite you're doing? Fugaku's gaze was filled with shock, but it also contained an anger that could not be calmed. Madara crossed his arms and said disdainfully, so what if it was? Don't think that just because you're the Hokage you can shout at me. I merely wanted to see how much weight this generation's Hokage carries. If you dare keep talking, I'll kill you first. You! Fugaku was furious, but did not dare say more. Although the Hokage's strength already surpassed that of the many ninja in the village, in front of Madara, he truly had no power to resist at all. Madara shifted his gaze and let it rest on Itachi. Then he slowly said, compared to you, this Hokage, I'm more interested in that brat beside you. Not only have you awakened the Mangekyo, but I can also sense Hashirama's power from you. Your spiritual energy is not bad either. Are you Uchiha Longming? Itachi, who was present, froze for a moment. He had not expected Madara to bring up Longming's name. Since Madara had never met Longming, when he saw the young Itachi with Hashirama cells transplanted into him, plus the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan he had revealed, Madara naturally mistook him for Longming. I'm not. Itachi shook his head and looked at Madara seriously as he said, he is far more powerful than I am. No matter what purpose brought you to Konoha, he will stop you successfully, Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha, then let him come and try. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tell me where the Ninetales is, and I'll remove the meteorite above your heads. Madara casually pointed upward. At this moment, the meteorite was already extremely close. The meteorite's enormous mass scraping against the air produced a roar like an earthquake. Quite a few people were even being pressed so hard by the wind pressure generated by the meteorite that they could barely breathe. So you came for the tailed beast. Humph, we would rather die than hand Naruto over to you. Fugaku immediately refused in the harshest terms. But that also made Uchiha Madara's expression turn completely gloomy. Then you can all die, Madara said coldly. Then an incomparably terrifying power erupted from his body. Heaven concealed. Fall. Rumble. The meteorite accelerated in its descent, and an invisible shockwave covered its surface. It was easy to imagine what kind of consequences would occur if such a gigantic meteorite struck Konoha at such a terrifying speed. It would be no different from dozens of nuclear bombs exploding in Konoha. Inside Konoha, all the villagers and ninja who had not yet escaped the meteorite's range revealed looks of despair. Under such an impact, there was absolutely no way they could survive. We can't delay any longer. Might Guy gritted his teeth, and an astonishing aura burst from his whole body. He was going to open the 8th gate and use Night Guy to shatter the meteorite with a single kick. Yet, at this critical moment, a majestic voice resounded across the sky. Sage art. Would release. Hobi technique. As that voice fell, the entire earth began to tremble, and every ninja in Konoha witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw Longming standing high in midair, with black markings beneath his eyes and incomparably complex black curse seal patterns across his face like bolts of lightning. This was Longming's unique perfect sage mode. Boom, boom. Massive tree trunks began to burst endlessly from the ground, growing into the sky at incredible speed and fusing together, ultimately forming a wooden shield with fangs and a demon face that covered more than half of Konoha. Hobi is the divine artifact of the legendary thousand-armed cannon. This move was Hashirama's absolute defense. Bang! The instant the Hobi technique took shape, the meteorite's impact arrived as well. Rumble. The deafening roar echoed throughout Konoha like a heavy hammer striking people's hearts. Everyone's ears rang for a short time. Only after a few seconds did it gradually ease. Looking at the Hobi technique overhead, completely undamaged, Might Guy on the ground asked blankly, did it successfully block it? There's another wave. Cover your ears, Longming reminded them calmly. Sure enough, a few seconds later, another crash no weaker than the previous one rang out across heaven and earth. This time, its power was even fiercer than the first impact. Crack, crack. The Hobi technique was constantly trembling, and visible cracks began appearing across it. Some broken stones kept rolling down through the cracks, causing the villagers to scream non-stop. But fortunately, in the end, the Hobi technique still completely defended against heaven concealed. Aside from some villagers being injured by falling rocks, Konoha as a whole did not suffer the slightest damage. Looking at Longming standing in midair, everyone felt the joy of surviving a disaster. Faced with a meteorite like that, almost no one dared guarantee they would survive. If Longming had not acted in time, Konoha would probably have lost more than half its people. Good thing the god of shinobi is in Konoha today, or we'd be finished. Longming-sama, long live. Hurry up and blow up that guy who threw the meteorite. With Longming present, the many Konoha ninja were like they had been injected with stimulants, cheering non-stop. Fugaku frowned and sternly shouted, why are you all still standing here? Hurry up and evacuate the villagers. With your strength, staying here will only become a burden on Longming. Move out immediately. After saying that, Fugaku took the lead and left. The rest of the Konoha ninja also quickly began to move, slowly guiding the villagers toward the safe underground shelters that had been prepared in advance. In the distance, Black Zetsu silently watched the battlefield of Konoha. Seeing Longming display overwhelming power once again, he swore he would never take even one step closer to Konoha. Meanwhile, Madara stared at the Hotei no Jutsu above his head, his eyes showing clear interest. So you really can use wood release. And it seems even stronger than the Hotei no Jutsu Hashirama used. Is it because you mixed in Sage Chakra? Without anyone needing to say more, He had already guessed that the young man using Hotei no Jutsu in midair was the real Uchiha Longming. Madara's tone carried a long-lost excitement, because Longming's would release had completely confirmed one thing for him. That was that Longming truly had the qualifications to fight him. As if sensing Madara's gaze, Longming in midair turned his eyes toward him. With a flicker, his figure appeared in front of the Hokage rock. When the two finally met, they did not immediately start fighting as the Konoha ninja below had expected. Instead, the scene was strangely calm. The two simply stood there, looking at each other, almost like old friends who had not met for many years. In the end, it was Longming who spoke first. "Uchiha Madara, we finally meet." Longming grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and took the initiative to extend his hand. "I'm Uchiha Longming. I'm very happy to meet you. Since we're both from the Uchiha clan, let us shake hands first. Otherwise, once we start fighting, there won't be time for pleasantries. You like dealing with your enemies before a battle? What an interesting brat." Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. After confirming that Longming was not trying to pull some trick, he reached out his hand. "Your name has also thundered in my ears for a long time. My subordinates have received quite a bit of your care. But I should thank you as well. If not for you, I probably wouldn't have been revived this quickly." As he spoke, Madara cast a meaningful glance at Obito in the distance. After all, if Longming had not put that much pressure on Obito would never have thought of reviving Madara. No need to thank me. To prepare for dealing with certain enemies in the future, I want to build the Uchiha clan into the strongest clan in the ninja world. Since we're both Uchiha, how about giving me a hand? Longming's tone was extremely serious. Madara froze for a moment when he heard that, and then he actually laughed. "Ha ha ha, brat, you really are interesting. I came here to kill you all and seize the tailed beasts. Yet you're inviting me to rejoin Konoha? You really are generous. But I refuse your proposal. Because once I complete the infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone in this world will be saved. At that time, there will no longer be any suffering or conflict. Alright, you also possess the Rinnegan. Then you must have seen all the contents of that stone tablet too, right?" Longming thought of the stone tablet left beneath the shrine and slowly nodded. Madara chuckled lightly. "Even if you don't believe me, do you not believe the Sage of Six Paths? Infinite Tsukuyomi is a ninjutsu he left behind that can save humanity." Longming rubbed his nose. If something that good really existed, why wouldn't the old man Sage of Six Paths do it himself? Madara, who had always been exceptionally intelligent, actually believed such nonsense without question. If Infinite Tsukuyomi truly had that kind of effect, then the Sage of Six Paths would have used it himself back then. Instead of recording it on a stone tablet like this, it was obviously a conspiracy. Longming looked at Madara and said, "Infinite Tsukuyomi was never a technique meant to save the world. What you saw was content altered by Black Zetsu. All this time you've been used by Black Zetsu. He only wanted to use you to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi, then revive his sealed mother, the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki." After hearing those words, Black Zetsu, hiding in the distance, shuddered violently, his eyes full of shock. This was even more terrifying than Black Zetsu thinking Longming was an Otsutsuki. Because if Longming were an Otsutsuki, then as long as he did not know his identity, he would not be obsessed with killing him. But now it seemed that Longming not only knew his identity, he even knew his plan. Black Zetsu had always thought he was the greatest schemer in the ninja world, hiding in the shadows and controlling everything without anyone knowing. Now it seemed the clown had been himself all along. Black Zetsu no longer planned to stay. Originally, he had wanted to observe the situation a little longer, but now staying here was no different from waiting to die. Once Longming dealt with Madara, the next one would be him. Damn it, I'm out. I'm out. Worst case, I'll hide for 1,000 years. After Longming leaves Earth and returns to the main family, I'll find another way to revive Mother. Gritting his teeth, Black Zetsu directly burrowed into a crack in the ground beside him. On Hokage Rock, completely unaware that Black Zetsu had already run off, Madara frowned and denied it. "That's impossible. Black Zetsu is my will. I created him only a few decades ago. How could he possibly alter the stone tablet left behind by the Sage of Six Paths?" That's because Black Zetsu was never your will at all, but Kagaya Otsutsuki's will." Longming looked at Madara with a helpless expression and said, "For 1,000 years, he's been trying to revive his mother. Think about it carefully. If Black Zetsu really were your will, then after you died, why didn't he disappear? Because behind him is Kagaya, who was sealed away, giving him power." Those words were like a thunderbolt striking Madara on the head, instantly waking him from a dream. How could this be? Was I really deceived? From beginning to end, Black Zetsu was just using me? He was treating me like a chess piece? I was actually fooled by a lump of black liquid for decades. Madara could not help clenching his fists, his heart sinking into endless humiliation and fury. After all, for this so-called ideal, he had endured humiliation and carried heavy burdens all this time. For this peace, he had even broken with Hashirama, constantly traveled everywhere, captured tailed beasts, and even set up an extremely grand plan, manipulating countless people including Obito and Nagato. But what was the result? All of it was actually a joke. Everything he had done had only been making wedding clothes for someone else. That was something the always proud Uchiha Madara simply could not accept. Long Ming sighed inwardly. The only thing to blame was that Black Zetsu's methods were too skillful. Even a turtle that had lived for 1,000 years would have some abilities. Black Zetsu had to be better than a turtle, right? His scheming, his methods, and the patience with which he endured and hid were all the reasons he had been able to successfully deceive Madara. Long Ming said seriously, Madara, everything I said is true. If you still don't believe me, you can confront Black Zetsu. But I'm guessing he's probably already run away by now. That's enough. Shut your mouth. Madara roared furiously, bursting with terrifying killing intent as he asked word by word. Why? Why did you have to tell me something like this? I'd rather not know. Long Ming frowned. Madara, now that he knew the truth, looked like he had exploded out of shame and anger. But that was understandable. Anyone who had been deceived for decades would not be able to let it go just like that. What Madara needed now more than anything was to vent. In that case, then I'll fight you. A faint smile traced across Long Ming's lips, and his aura suddenly changed. A terrifying pressure of ocular power instantly shook Hokage Rock and split it with crack after crack. Uchiha Madara, come fight. Humph. You think I'm afraid of you? Looking at Long Ming with his aura fully unleashed, terrifying chakra also erupted from Uchiha Madara's body. Crack crack. The cracks beneath the two of them on the Hokage Rock grew larger and larger, as if it would collapse the next second. Seeing that Long Ming was still completely unharmed even under his aura, Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort and said, not bad. But how can the light of a firefly hope to compete with the bright moon? After saying that, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed, and the Rinnegan released even more terrifying ocular power. His aura formed a blue shockwave that howled toward Long Ming. For a moment, Long Ming's aura was suppressed by Uchiha Madara, and the blue shockwave made his clothes flap loudly. Long Ming smiled faintly and said proudly, then let us see who's the firefly and who's the bright moon. After saying that, Long Ming's aura also shot upward, forming a vast, endless black shockwave that met it head-on. The blue and black shockwaves slammed fiercely into each other. Boom! Both of them possessed the Rinnegan, and in this clash of aura, they were almost evenly matched. The shockwaves dissipated at the same time, but the Hokage Rock beneath their feet finally could no longer withstand the impact of their auras. The fifth Hokage stone statue shattered with a loud crash, and a huge amount of falling rock tumbled toward the village below. Jiraiya and the others' expressions changed as they looked at the two standing on the rocks in shock. Just the clash of their aura already has this kind of power? If these two really start fighting, how terrifying will it be? How about we back up a little too? I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. Excellent, excellent. Let us go together. Jiraiya and the others watching the battle had originally been confident enough in their own strength to stay and see if they could help. But now that they had seen the fight between the two, better forget it. At this moment, Madara launched another attack at Long Ming. Fire release. Dragon flame release song technique. Uchiha Madara stomped down heavily with both feet, sending his whole body into the air, and spat out 5 fire dragons from his mouth. This was one of Uchiha Madara's best fire release ninjutsu. The 5 fire dragons would fly toward Long Ming simultaneously from above, below, left, and right. It could be said to be a ninjutsu with a 100% hit rate. Other than taking it head-on, there was no way to dodge it, and it required an enormous amount of chakra to use. The 5 fire dragons came roaring in, and the high heat they gave off distorted the surrounding air. Long Ming chuckled lightly. Facing Madara's attack, he showed no panic at all. He slowly raised his right hand and said, Madara, using this kind of probing attack is way too boring. Shinra Tensei, BZZZ. At the instant the fire dragons were about to smash into Long Ming, a powerful shockwave burst wildly out of his palm, and the enormous repulsive force slammed hard into the 5 fire dragons. Immediately after, all 5 fire dragons were blasted away and crashed into the nearby houses. Along with violent explosions, the area below the Hokage Rock was instantly engulfed in flames. Jiraiya and the others, who had dodged in time, swallowed hard. If they had still been standing where they were just now, they probably would have been caught in the ninjutsu. Looks like your control over the Rinnegan is no worse than that brat Nagato's. To deal with you, I really should get a little more serious. Seeing his strike fail, the coldness in Madara's eyes deepened. His hands formed seals, and blue Susanoo once again covered his body. In its hands it held 2 curved longswords. This was Madara's favorite 4th form Susanoo, but when Madara used it, it was on a completely different level from Obito. Long Ming could feel the immense energy contained within the Susanoo. Susanoo, twin blade dance. Along with Madara's low shout, Madara's Susanoo swung its long swords, slashing out several sharp blade waves in succession. The rocks on the ground were easily cut apart by the blade waves as they crushed toward Long Ming with unstoppable force. Good timing. Facing several gigantic blade waves that made one suffocate just by looking at them, a flash of excitement passed through Long Ming's eyes. His entire body was wrapped in black chakra, and he likewise revealed his own Susanoo. His Susanoo was wrapped all over in black flames, and it threw out a punch directly without even planning to use a weapon. Break for me! With a low roar from Long Ming, his Susanoo's fist slammed directly into the blade waves. Foolish. You think you can block my twin blade dance with only Susanoo's defensive power? This move of mine is made specifically to break through defense. Crack. Before Madara could even finish speaking, the blade waves he had unleashed were already smashed to pieces by Long Ming's punch. Unlike an ordinary Susanoo, Long Ming had also added the power of Sage Art and Amaterasu into his own Susanoo. With the boost from those two, in a clash between Susanoo of the same level, Long Ming had nothing to fear at all. Long Ming dug at his ear and asked, "What were you saying just now? The wind was too loud. I didn't hear it clearly." Madara. After failing to show off, Madara's anger burned even hotter when he heard Long Ming say that. "Don't think that just because you got lucky and took 2 of my moves, you can beat me. The real battle is only starting now. Get ready to dance." The hand seals in Madara's hands changed, and terrifying chakra surged from his body into the Susanoo. The Susanoo's body became incomparably huge, fully equipped with blue chakra armor, and wearing a dark Tengu mask on its head. This was Madara's perfect Susanoo. Madara's perfect Susanoo had 4 arms and could wield 4 longswords as weapons. 2 of them were carried on its back, somewhat in the shape of wings. Boom! Madara's perfect Susanoo stepped down onto the Hokage rock with 1 foot, as if making the entire mass of rock sink by a few points. What a perfect Susanoo. As expected of a ninja revered as a legend in the Warring States era. Looking at Madara's majestic Susanoo, Long Ming secretly praised it in his heart. Present, in the entire ninja world, there were fewer than 5 people who could awaken perfect Susanoo, and Madara was absolutely one of the best among them. This time, Long Ming planned to make the first move. He brought his hands together, and what burst out from his body was Sage Chakra fused with natural energy. Sage Art. Ultra-large wood dragon technique. A ninjutsu released by consuming Sage Chakra could be greatly strengthened on top of its original foundation. For example, the Sage Art Hotei no Jutsu Long Ming used earlier had defensive power far beyond the ordinary Hotei no Jutsu used by Hashirama. As Long Ming's Sage Chakra poured into the earth, the trees deep underground began to grow wildly. Rumble, rumble. Continuous roaring sounds rang out, and several thick, towering trees burst out from the Hokage rock. And their appearance became the final straw that crushed the Hokage rock. The foundation of the Hokage rock was completely destroyed. Starting from the first Hokage, all the remaining Hokage statues began to collapse one after another, and the broken stones buried a huge number of houses and buildings. Seeing this scene from afar, Fugaku felt incomparable heartache. After this battle, Konoha might as well be rebuilt from scratch. As if sensing Fugaku's resentment, Long Ming rubbed his nose awkwardly. He didn't want this either, but Madara had made his move right there on the Hokage rock. The rubble on the ground did nothing to stop the growth of the wood release. Thick tree trunks easily forced the rocks aside, then transformed into a gigantic wooden dragon 2 to 3 times larger than an ordinary wood dragon. Just one of this wooden dragon's barbs was as thick as a utility pole. If it fully spread out, its size would be almost no different from the complete body Susanoo. Roar! The wooden dragon threw back its head and roared. Under Long Ming's control, it opened its huge mouth and charged at Uchiha Madara. Another Sage Art. Looking at the enormous wooden dragon that was suffocatingly huge, blazing battle intent ignited in Madara's eyes as well. The familiar wood release gave him the same thrill he used to feel when fighting Senju Hashirama. The complete body Susanoo placed a hand on its sword hilt, its body sinking slightly. The moment the gigantic wooden dragon was about to rush up, the complete body Susanoo suddenly drew its sword. Susanoo. I/slash. Swish. A sword aura that stretched across heaven and earth swept out, directly cutting the wooden dragon clean in half at the waist. This wood dragon jutsu, enhanced by Long Ming's Sage Art, had actually been split in 2 without even the slightest power to resist. The sword aura's power did not diminish. Carrying a sharp, tearing sound through the air, it slashed toward Long Ming at a speed too fast for the naked eye to track. Facing such a terrifying strike, Long Ming naturally had no intention of taking it head-on. His left eye flashed, and he immediately used Infinity to set up spatial protection extending several thousand meters around him. Buzz! When the sword aura swept to Long Ming's front, the 4th form Susanoo was shattered as easily as if it were made of paper. But when the sword aura reached Long Ming, its speed immediately slowed down. From the surface, it looked like only a tiny distance remained before it could hit him, but in reality, the attack was still very far from Long Ming. As long as Long Ming kept stacking space, This sword aura would never be able to hit him until its energy was exhausted. Madara was not surprised by what he saw. Through White Zetsu, he had already learned most of the ninjutsu and dojutsu Long Ming possessed. Madara snorted coldly. As expected, that's quite a good dojutsu. But unfortunately, the one you ran into is me, Uchiha Madara. Watch how I break your dojutsu. As soon as he finished speaking, the complete body Susanoo once again took the stance for an IAI slash. Swish! Another slash came down. This time, the sword aura came even more fiercely and even faster. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Long Ming. It caught up to the first sword aura and fused with it. After the power of the two IAI slashes combined into one, both its speed and power surged once again. Long Ming's speed in stacking space could no longer keep up with the sword aura's flight speed. Under the horrified gazes of countless Konoha ninja, Long Ming was struck directly by the IAI slash, and splattered blood dyed the rocks on the ground red. Long Ming was sent flying several thousand meters by Madara's strike, only stopping after crashing through and flattening two small hills in a row. At this point, Long Ming could no longer be seen from Konoha, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. The hearts of the many ninja watching the battle clenched tight. Ever since Long Ming had been named the god of shinobi, it had been who knew how long since anyone had managed to force him back. After taking an attack like that, could he still survive? At this moment, all the Konoha ninja stared into the distance nervously, hoping Long Ming would stand up again. Hehe. Uchiha Madara let out a few cold laughs, dropped the IAI slash stance, and looked at the many Konoha ninja as he said, after taking that attack from me, there's no way he could be fine. Even if he was lucky enough not to die because of Hashirama's cells, he's surely at death's door by now. In this world, the only one who can stop me is Hashirama. Hand over the Nine Tails and I can spare your lives. Although Uchiha Madara already knew everything about Black Zetsu, the obsession in his heart still made him want to gather the tailed beasts. After all, if he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he could possess power equal to the Sage of Six Paths. At that point, even without using the infinite Tsukuyomi, he could still fulfill his ideal through other methods. If Black Zetsu knew what Madara was thinking, he would probably be overjoyed inside. After all, against Madara in his six-path state, all he would need was one light stab of his hand. If you want the Nine Tails, then step over our corpses first. Jiraiya strode forward, his eyes showing incomparable resolve. That's right. Don't get cocky. Lord Long Ming will be back soon to beat the hell out of you. I'll protect the Nine Tails until Lord Long Ming returns. If you want to take it, then step over our corpses first. With Jiraiya taking the lead, a large number of Konoha ninja also surged forward around him. Though their strength was only around Jonin level to Madara, they were far too insignificant. Ha ha ha, just how confident are you people in that brat? Madara laughed mockingly twice, then crossed his arms and said, "I'm right here. If he really isn't dead, then let him come beat the hell out of me right now." Ha ha ha. The moment his words fell, whoosh, a harsh buzzing sound suddenly rang out behind Madara. It was the sonic boom produced by high-speed movement. Madara's pupils shrank. His wild laughter stopped abruptly, and he violently turned his head to look behind him. He saw a wooden arhat larger even than the complete body Susanoo, raising its fist straight at him, and standing on top of that wooden arhat's head was none other than Uchiha Long Ming. Although the clothes on his chest had been shattered, there were no visible wounds at all. Clearly, he had already healed. He lived this long, and this is the first time I've heard someone make such a request. I'll be generous and grant it for you, Long Ming said flatly, bringing his hands together. Sage Art. Infinity. Wooden Arhat Jutsu. Golden light blazed from the wooden Arhat's eyes. It threw back its head and let out a long howl. Then with a punch faster than the speed of sound, it smashed hard into the complete body Susanoo's Crow Tengu mask. Boom! The wooden fist slammed into the Susanoo, and the terrifying collision energy formed a shockwave that swept outward. Even the nearby air exploded directly apart. The horrifying power made countless ninjas' scalps go numb. Crack! Crack! Under a punch of such power from Long Ming, the complete body Susanoo ultimately still failed to endure it. Countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared all over the Crow Tengu mask, and then it exploded apart with a thunderous crash. My Susanoo was actually broken. An extremely shocked look appeared in Madara's eyes. In Madara's nearly 100 years of ninja life, his complete body Susanoo had only ever been shattered once, and that was by the Sage Art, would release, true several thousand hands used by the former god of shinobi, Hashirama. This guy is even stronger than Hashirama. The moment that sentence surfaced in Madara's mind, his body was blasted away by the wooden Arhat's punch. Bang! 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 Madara's body smashed through an unknown number of houses along the way, practically crashing from one end of Konoha village to the other. When Madara finally stopped, the red armor on his body had already vanished without a trace, and his black skin-tight battle suit was even more tattered. His body was covered in grass scraps and black mud. The smell of dirt and blood mixed together and rushed into Madara's nose. Supporting himself with one hand against the ground, Madara couldn't help coughing up a large mouthful of blood. After crashing all the way here like that, even a man of iron would have been smashed apart, let alone a body of flesh and blood. After taking a moment to steady his breathing, Madara lowered his head to look at his injuries and couldn't help sucking in a sharp breath. This was easily the heaviest injury he had suffered aside from fighting Hashirama. Multiple ribs, hand bones, and leg bones were fractured. His internal organs were damaged. Bruises covered his body from head to toe. The entire lower right side of his chest, which had been directly hit by Long Ming, was torn open, and blood poured out in thick streams like it was free. Only a battle-hardened man like Madara could endure this inhuman pain without crying out. If it were an ordinary person, just seeing injuries like this would probably scare him to death. The people around them fell completely silent. Or rather, they were too shocked to say anything. There was no helping it. Uchiha Long Ming's move had simply been too shocking, too overwhelming. With one punch, he had forcibly blown apart Uchiha's complete body Susanoo and severely wounded Uchiha Madara. That was Uchiha Madara, a man once spoken of in the same breath as Hashirama, the god of shinobi. His Susanoo was famous throughout the entire ninja world. And now, Long Ming had actually destroyed it so utterly and decisively. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they never would have believed something like this. Sizzle, sizzle. Waves of white smoke rose from Madara's body. It was the Hashirama cells healing the injuries inside him. But the damage from that strike was far too severe. Even with Hashirama cells, Madara could not recover in an instant. Long Ming remained calm and unhurried as he controlled the wooden golem and had it walk toward Madara step by step. Every step it took left a deep crater in the ground of Konoha. Ever since Hashirama died, no second person has been able to inflict injuries like this on me. Uchiha Long Ming, I acknowledge you now. Madara climbed up from the ground, madness showing in his eyes, and growled. Come, if you can take my last move as well, then I'll grant your wish and rejoin the Uchiha. Otherwise, go die. After saying that, Madara wiped his hand across his body, smearing a large amount of blood onto his palm. Immediately after, Madara rapidly formed several hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, demonic statue of the outer path. Boom! As the earth trembled violently, a gigantic withered humanoid figure appeared on the battlefield. It had 9 eyes on its head and 10 pillar-like protrusions on its back. It was none other than the shell of the Ten-Tails, the demonic statue of the outer path. Because it had absorbed the chakra of 8-tailed beasts, the demonic statue of the outer path had already opened 8 eyes, and its power far surpassed any single-tailed beast. Roar! As if sensing that the 9-tails was nearby, the demonic statue of the outer path became abnormally agitated and kept letting out savage roars. Seeing such a bizarre creature, the people of Konoha around them could not help erupting into an uproar. My god! What kind of monster did Uchiha Madara summon? Is that even a summoned beast? It looks more like a person, and it actually has 9 eyes. My god, so ugly. Madara leaped up and landed on top of the demonic statue of the outer path. At the same time, a white tube extended out from his body and connected to the statue. The demonic statue of the outer path had once been used by Madara to cultivate Hashirama cells, so the statue contained even more Hashirama cells than Madara's own body did. After connecting to the statue, the speed at which Madara's injuries healed began to accelerate, and in the blink of an eye he was almost fully recovered. The 9-tails is nearby. I should be able to try it. Even though I can't maintain it for long, I'll use this move to decide the winner. A trace of coldness flashed through Madara's eyes. Long Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations, forcing him to use the demonic statue of the outer path to assist himself. Madara formed hand seals with both hands and shouted in a low voice, "Come out, Ten-Tails!" At the same time, Naruto in the distance suddenly felt a heat in his chest, as if he were responding to some kind of summon. The 9th eye of the demonic statue of the outer path suddenly opened, but unlike the others, this eye opened only halfway. This was Madara using the connection between the demonic statue of the outer path and the tailed beasts to forcibly push it into a temporary Ten-Tails transformation. But this state was extremely brief. It could probably only maintain the Ten-Tails form for 1 minute before reverting back. Only by completely gathering the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts could it truly become the Ten-Tails. Oh! The demonic statue of the outer path opened its huge mouth and roared continuously toward the sky, while dust around it spun and flew wildly. Looking at the increasingly powerful aura of the demonic statue of the outer path, Long Ming inwardly sensed that things were bad. This was Konoha. If the demonic statue of the outer path completed its Ten-Tails transformation here, the destruction it caused would likely be immeasurable. Thinking of this, Long Ming no longer hesitated. He clasped his hands together once more and poured a massive amount of Senjutsu chakra into the ground below. Sage Art would release. The Great Forest Hand Jutsu. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Around the demonic statue of the outer path, Countless giant wooden hands burst out from the ground and quickly grabbed toward it. Long Ming could control these wooden hands however he pleased. Compared to the wooden golem technique used to drive the giant wooden golem, this technique had greater versatility and mobility. Although this jutsu released many giant hands, it required very little time to activate. The enemy had no idea where those hands would appear, and this unpredictable ability made it difficult for ordinary people to avoid. The demonic statue of the outer path clearly had not reacted in time either. It was directly pinned to the ground by 7 or 8 huge hands and force-fed dirt. Oh. Pinned to the ground and eating dirt, the demonic statue of the outer path was obviously enraged. Its hate-filled eyes locked onto Long Ming as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. You beast! And you still dare glare at me? Long Ming snorted coldly and raised his hand with a wave. Another 7 or 8 giant wooden hands slammed down onto the demonic statue of the outer path and suppressed it further. The demonic statue of the outer path struggled madly, clawing with its hands and biting with its teeth, using every possible method. But gradually, as more wooden hands piled on, its resistance slowly began to weaken. After a while, there was almost no movement left at all. Seeing this scene, not only was Long Ming not happy, but a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes, because he could feel that inside the demonic statue of the outer path, an incomparably powerful chakra was awakening. The next second, boom! 10 gigantic tails suddenly whipped wildly through the air, and the enormous force directly shattered all the wooden hands pressing down on it. Wood chips and broken wooden arms scattered all over the ground. The demonic statue of the outer path was no longer in its previous withered humanoid state. Instead, it had become a monster with 1 6-tomo Rinnegan and a huge gaping maw. At this moment, the demonic statue of the outer path had successfully transformed into the first form of the 10 tails. It's not over yet. Watch carefully. Uchiha Madara let out a wild laugh, and that terrifying chakra surged madly once again. Majestic attire, 10 tails Susanoo. Under Madara's control, chakra began forming blue armor over the 10 tails body, wrapping around it inch by inch until its entire body was covered. On its 10 tails, it even held 4 Susanoo longswords. Roar! The 10 tails let out an excited roar, and the shockwave it created instantly blasted away all the rubble and houses within several hundred meters. Looking at such a monster, the many Konoha ninja watching the battle were all unable to stay calm. No matter how strong someone was, just based on its size and appearance alone, the 10 tails was enough to make anyone suffocate. Take this. Is this the true power of the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara? As expected, it's terrifying. It feels like even a Kage-level powerhouse would be instantly killed by that monster. An enemy like this. Only Lord Long Ming can fight against it. Facing the terrifying 10 tails, the only thing the Konoha ninja present could do was silently pray for Long Ming. Looks like there's no way to worry about the village anymore. I can only go all out. Long Ming took a deep breath, and the fighting spirit in his eyes kept rising. Earlier, because he was worried about the village, he hadn't used any large-scale ninjutsu to attack. But now, it seemed there was no way to care about that anymore. Long Ming closed his eyes and absorbed the natural energy scattered between heaven and earth, because the next attack would nearly exhaust all of his chakra. What is this guy trying to do now? Wait, this jutsu. Could it be? Standing atop the 10 tails head, Madara's pupils shrank as he thought of the fear of once being dominated by a certain jutsu. He stopped waiting and controlled the 10 tails to launch an attack at Long Ming. The 10 tails opened its mouth, and within that huge fang-filled maw, an enormous red and black-tailed beast ball slowly condensed. The power contained inside it was enough to easily flatten a small country. Godi! Uchiha Long Ming! Madara roared loudly. The 10 tails stabbed all 4 Susanoo longswords into the tailed beast ball and snapped them off inside it. Right after that, the 10 tails spat the tailed beast ball out from its mouth. Its violent rotation made the tailed beast ball look like a disc. Doing this could greatly increase its offensive power and ensure that it couldn't be caught. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to slam into Long Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and terrifying chakra and natural energy poured out. Sage art. Would release. True several thousand hands. Top transformed Buddha. Rumble. As the earth shook wildly, a gigantic Buddha statue with over 1,000 arms emerged from underground onto the battlefield. Its size even surpassed the 10 tails, as if it reached straight into the heavens. Seeing such an enormous true several thousand hands, everyone watching was shaken to the core and fell into a daze. This is way too ridiculous. How can there be such a huge Buddha statue? Just how did Lord Long Ming train to reach this level? He must work really hard all the time. It's too big. Feels like one hand could grab a tailed beast and play with it. Before everyone could recover, the 10 tails' enormous tailed beast ball had already slammed into Long Ming's Buddha statue. Boom! Along with a deafening roar, the exploded tailed beast ball formed spiraling shockwaves that swept in every direction. People could clearly see huge amounts of wood chips and rubble mixed together, flying through the air. There was no denying that the ten-tailed beast ball had indeed damaged the true several thousand hands. But for its massive body, it wasn't a terrifying fatal wound at all. Only less than half of the Buddha statue's body had been damaged. The arms on its back and Long Ming himself were completely unharmed. Madara's expression turned incomparably ugly. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Because even Hashirama back then, if he had used true several thousand hands to clash with him, absolutely wouldn't have been able to overpower the ten tails. After all, he had once nearly destroyed all of its arms using just the nine tails. So now that he was using the ten tails by all logic, the true several thousand hands should have been blown apart. What Madara didn't know was that what Long Ming was using wasn't Hashirama's jutsu. It was Asura's jutsu. This was even older than Hashirama's would release. Back then, Asura still didn't know Sage Jutsu, yet he defeated Indra with would release, true several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha alone. Now, Long Ming had added Senjutsu Chakra on top of that foundation, so its power naturally far surpassed Hashirama's. Madara, come. Long Ming let out a long shout, and the gigantic Buddha statue dragged its body forward as it charged toward the ten tails. Even without the tailed beast ball, the ten tails' power can still destroy heaven and earth. Madara gritted his teeth and controlled the ten tails to pounce fearlessly toward the true several thousand hands. Crack, crack, crack. Countless sounds of wooden arms twisting echoed through the air. A huge number of wooden hands bent at the same time, clenched into fists, and smashed toward the ten tails. The countless wooden arms rained down on the ten tails' body like a violent storm, unleashing countless terrifying shockwaves. Facing the near world-destroying assault of the true several thousand hands, the ten tails lasted less than 10 seconds before the dark Tengu armor on its body was shattered, and the wooden fists landed solidly on the ten tails' body. Bang! 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 The ten tails' body was like a punching bag, crazily hammered by countless fists, and its entire body began to cave in and twist unnaturally. The intense pain made the ten tails let out a piercing wail, but Long Ming had no intention of holding back because of that. All the remaining wooden fists struck at the same time, blasting toward the ten tails' six-tomo Rinnegan. Boom! The power of that combined strike directly smashed the massive ten tails into the ground, and huge cracks spread out from where it fell. Maybe because Long Ming's power was too great, the ten tails was actually beaten until it threw up. From its mouth, it spat out all the tailed beasts it had previously absorbed. And after losing the tailed beasts, the demonic statue of the outer path could no longer maintain its ten-tailed state. It reverted to its previous shriveled humanoid form, except this time, there were many fist-shaped dents all over its body. If it wanted to recover, it would probably need a very long time. The entire battlefield had already become something no words could properly describe. The moment the giant Buddha statue made its move, nearly more than half of Konoha was destroyed. Ruins and cracks were everywhere, and the Hokage rock would need to be completely rebuilt. In the distance, Fugaku had already cried himself unconscious in the bathroom. Konoha's budget for one whole year would probably have to go toward repairs. This guy. What kind of monster is he? Uchiha Madara, standing atop the demonic statue of the outer path, coughed dryly a few times and raised his head with difficulty. When he looked at the true several thousand hands before him, towering like a mountain range, he couldn't help but reveal a lingering fear. That power was simply too terrifying. Long Ming's true several thousand hands had not only shattered the Susanoo, it had directly blown apart the ten tails and even forced the tailed beasts back out. Although the proud and arrogant Madara didn't really want to say it, he had to admit it. In this battle he had lost. Lord Long Ming is way too strong. The monster Madara summoned has already been blown apart. We won again. Sure enough, even Uchiha Madara is no match for Lord Long Ming. This battle is enough to go down in history. The story of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara's final battle has been passed down for decades. This battle should be remembered for hundreds of years at the very least. Damn, you're seriously underestimating Lord Long Ming. If you ask me, it should be remembered for thousands of years. We should build a statue for Lord Long Ming and write his deeds on it. The many Konoha ninja watching the battle were discussing it heatedly, and every one of them had eyes filled with worship and admiration for Long Ming. In the center of the battlefield, several tailed beasts looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. How did we get out? The demonic statue of the outer path was actually beaten into this state. Just who could possibly do something like this? Forget that. Since we're out, let us run now. From now on, I'm staying as far away as possible. I never want to be sealed by humans again. After a brief exchange, the several tailed beasts actually turned and prepared to flee without another word. But how could Long Ming allow them to just leave like that? Although the power of a single-tailed beast really was inferior to his, the 10 tails formed by all 9 tailed beasts together was enough to make Long Ming take it seriously. As long as that kind of power was used properly, it could become a means to protect Konoha and fight against the Otsutsuki. For now, don't even think about leaving. Stay here, all of you, Long Ming said blandly. Right after that, the giant Buddha statue opened its only 2 remaining hands and grabbed at the 5-tailed beasts on the ground. Compared to the giant hands of the Buddha statue, those tailed beasts were like figurines, easily seized in its grasp. A few of the tailed beasts tried to break free by firing tailed beast balls, but the wood release enhanced by senjutsu was abnormally tough. Ordinary tailed beast balls simply couldn't blast it open, so they could only be caught in its hands with grief and fury written all over their faces. Madara remained silent off to the side. He could confirm that Long Ming's strength had already surpassed Hashirama's. Especially the sage art would release, true several thousand hands. Top transformed Buddha. It far surpassed Hashirama's final strike back then. Long Ming leaped down from the Buddha statue, and with a flicker, appeared right in front of Madara. Still want to keep fighting, Madara? Long Ming's voice pulled Madara back from his thoughts. He looked at Long Ming in front of him, his expression unbelievably complicated. After all, aside from Hashirama, he had never lowered his head to anyone. No more. You won this battle. Only after a long while did Madara let out a breath of stale air and say in a deep voice, in terms of strength, among everyone who has ever fought me, no one can compare to you. I, Madara, acknowledge you as the strongest. Heh, strongest? Not really. Hearing that, Long Ming could not help but shake his head. His strength was indeed already very great. Even though he still had not layered Susanoo onto true several thousand hands. Even if he did, his strength would at most only reach the peak of the half-six paths level. Although no one in the ninja world could defeat him openly, there were still quite a few in the shadows who had that kind of power. Leaving aside the distant Otsutsuki clan for the moment, the great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku and Might Guy in the state of the Eight Gates both had such strength. But according to Long Ming's guess, as long as he checked in one more time, his power should be able to break through to the six paths level. Once he reached that level, he would truly possess the power to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. Long Ming glanced at the demonic statue of the outer path lying defeated on the ground nearby and said blandly, Madara, this world is very big. The power of the Sage of Six Paths that you dream of is nothing more than a drop in the ocean of this vast universe. It isn't worth mentioning at all. By my side, you will see a broader world than the one you know now. You will live an incomparably brilliant life. A drop in the ocean? Not worth mentioning. Madara was stunned. In Long Ming's eyes, did the Sage of Six Paths, who existed only in legend, carry only this much weight? If those words reached anyone else's ears, they would probably call him insane. But when they came from Long Ming's mouth, they somehow sounded completely natural. Even Madara had the feeling that the Sage of Six Paths was nothing special. Sigh, our era really has passed. Now the world belongs to you young people. For the Uchiha clan to produce someone like you really is a blessing from the ancestors. Don't worry. I will keep my promise and return to the Uchiha, Madara said, his tone full of emotion. He had not expected that after so many years, the day would come when he would return to the clan again. Long Ming also seemed to be in a good mood. After all, once Madara was brought in, the strength of the Uchiha clan could be said to rise in a straight line. When the time came to fight the Otsutsuki clan in the future, they would be much more confident as well. Good. Then go stay with the Uchiha for now. With you in the village from now on, I can relax a lot more. Work hard from here on out. Long Ming stepped forward and patted Madara on the shoulder, acting like a good buddy, completely forgetting how he had just beaten Madara senseless a moment ago. Madara rolled his eyes at Long Ming. If they were going by age, he was old enough to be Long Ming's grandfather. Couldn't the guy show at least a little respect for his elders? Alright, where is the Uchiha clan now? I haven't been back to Konoha in too long, so I can't remember anymore. Madara frowned, seeming to recall where the clan had been in the past. Did your Rinnegan go blind? Isn't it right over there? Long Ming raised his hand and pointed toward the center of Konoha, but he also froze, and his voice stopped abruptly. The originally grand and glorious Uchiha clan grounds were already gone, replaced by a stretch of rubble and broken stone. The scene became extremely awkward for a moment, but it could not be helped. The battle between the two had simply been too violent, especially Long Ming's final strike, which had nearly flattened 1/3 of Konoha's buildings. It wasn't just the Uchiha. The Hyuga, Nara, and Yamanaka clan grounds had also been wrecked beyond recognition. Fortunately, all of the villagers and Uchiha clansmen had already hidden in safe air raid shelters. Otherwise, Konoha probably would have had to start encouraging second children. Ahem, it was originally over there. How about you just find somewhere to rest for now? Long Ming rubbed his nose and looked a little embarrassed as he glanced at Fugaku in the distance. Whatever, you don't need to worry about me. Madara did not care at all. He directly plopped himself down on top of the demonic statue of the outer path's head, then suddenly asked, right? You seem to know quite a lot about Black Zetsu and the history of the ninja world. Why don't you tell me about it? When Black Zetsu was brought up, Madara's expression immediately turned grim and cold again. After all, Madara now knew that Black Zetsu was not a manifestation of his own will. The feeling of having been deceived for decades was even harder for him to bear than being defeated by Long Ming. After the battle ended, Madara had actually tried to sense Black Zetsu's location, but the place was already empty. Madara knew that Black Zetsu was extremely skilled at escaping and hiding, so for now he could only give up the idea of pursuing him. The history of the ninja world, huh? Long Ming sat down beside Madara. A trace of recollection flashed through his eyes as he slowly said, "Actually, this has to start with an ancient clan from another planet." Madara's forehead instantly filled with black lines. "I asked about the history of the ninja world, so why the hell are you bringing up another planet?" First, Madara thought Long Ming had lost his mind, but the more he listened, the more frightened he became. So it turned out that the entire Earth was nothing more than a seedbed the Otsutsuki clan used to cultivate chakra fruits. And Otsutsuki Kagaya, the legendary progenitor of chakra and the so-called creator god of the ninja world, was actually just a servant of the Otsutsuki family tasked with guarding the god tree. This completely shattered Uchiha Madara's worldview on the spot. He had thought he was standing at the peak of the world, but now it looked like he had only just left the beginner village. That intense sense of disparity left Madara's feelings extremely complicated. But when he heard about Black Zetsu's plan and the steps it took to deceive him, Madara was so furious he wanted nothing more than to skin him alive, tear out his tendons, and hang him up for a beating. If Long Ming hadn't told him in time, he probably would have gotten hit by Black Zetsu's sneaky backstab. Long Ming talked with Madara for a long time. They talked about the future development of the Uchiha, about how to fight the Otsutsuki clan, and even about the Otsutsuki living on the moon. Only when both of them were feeling parched did they finally end the conversation. Still not quite satisfied. "I really didn't expect this. There are such terrifying enemies on other planets. Yet the ninja world is still busy slaughtering itself from within. If you hadn't unified the ninja world, then by the time the Otsutsuki family descended, the ninja world probably would still be fighting itself." Madara's tone was filled with emotion. He suddenly felt that all his little scuffles with Hashirama before had been utterly ridiculous. Even if he won, so what? Once the Otsutsuki clan descended, everything would be reduced to nothing. Long Ming smiled slightly, then said, "Even if I didn't make a move, the future ninja world would still stop its wars eventually. I just sped that process up. After all, the sooner we prepare to fight the Otsutsuki clan, the better." In the original story, Naruto and the other villages were caught unprepared at the start, and in their rushed response they suffered repeated defeats. Only after regrouping did they finally stabilize the situation. If you want to shoulder the future fate of the ninja world, the road ahead will be very hard. "Are you really prepared?" Madara gave Long Ming a deep look. After hearing everything Long Ming had described, Madara developed a sense of admiration for this boy who was only in his teens. Because even he, after hearing how powerful the Otsutsuki clan was, could not help but feel some despair and discouragement. But Long Ming had still resolutely chosen to resist them, and even to defeat the Otsutsuki clan. Madara felt ashamed of his own inferiority compared to that spirit and courage. "Actually, it's really not that bad. It's not too hard. I'm just serving the people." Long Ming rubbed his nose. What preparation was even needed? All he had to do was check in here and there. Madara, of course, had no idea Long Ming had a system. Hearing how humble and low-key Long Ming sounded, he admired him even more. "Don't worry, Long Ming. As long as I, Uchiha Madara, still have one breath left in me, I'll stand with you against the Otsutsuki." Madara forcefully patted Long Ming on the shoulder, as if he wanted Long Ming to feel his determination. Long Ming smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be too nervous. I estimate it'll still be a long time before they come to Earth. For now, the most important thing is to deal with what's right in front of us." After saying that, Long Ming stood up. Maybe because he had been sitting too long, Long Ming felt that even his thighs had gone numb. At this moment, all of Konoha's ninjas had already been fully mobilized. Each of them was using the release techniques they were best at to clear the piles of rubble and broken timber throughout Konoha. Earth release. Swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya formed a few quick hand seals, then slammed his hand into the ground, turning the earth into a massive liquid-like swamp. Move all the rubble into the swamp and clear out an open area as quickly as possible. Jiraiya pointed at the swamp in front of him and shouted loudly. Understood. Konoha's ninjas began rapidly clearing away the damaged buildings and scattered rocks. Earth release. Lightweight rock technique. Wind release. Blast. Water release. Water shockwave. Everyone displayed their own skills. Some reduced the weight of giant boulders before carrying them away directly, while others used wind release and water release to move damaged buildings. Naruto and Gaara were even less willing to fall behind. They directly entered Tailed Beast mode, and the One Tail and Nine Tails, those two old rivals, couldn't go anywhere without trading a few insults. Cage, stupid fox, aren't you moving those rocks way too slowly? Sure enough, having more tails is totally useless. You sure talk a lot, Tanuki. Believe it or not, I'll bite off your other arm too. You damn fox. If you've got the guts, then come on. Come on, woof woof. The two-tailed beasts bickered while working like mad. With those two fresh powerhouses joining in, the cleanup speed became much faster. Hey, you over there, come help move this rock. The wood here still looks usable. Why don't we keep it for the foundation later? Hey, the one over there using fire release, that's too much. What are you trying to do? With all the Konoha ninjas working together with one heart, by the time it was almost dark, most of the ruins and rubble across Konoha had already been cleared away. Fugaku looked at the empty stretch of land in front of him and felt waves of headache coming on. After all, destroying was easy, but building was hard. The construction fees and material costs needed to restart Konoha were practically astronomical. Thinking of that, Fugaku directly put on a pain mask. Everyone, go spend the night in the air raid shelters for now. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin the reconstruction of Konoha. Narashikaku began arranging for everyone to return to the air raid shelters. At that moment, Long Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared in the middle of the area. With a faint smile, he said, "There's no need to go into the shelters. Konoha can be fully rebuilt today." Narashikaku froze for a moment, then subconsciously said, "How is that possible? Even if the whole village is mobilized, it would still take at least 2 months to rebuild Konoha." Shikaku wasn't joking. After all, Konoha's area was simply too large. 2 months was only a conservative estimate. In actual construction, it would probably take even longer than that. A mysterious smile appeared on Long Ming's face. "I have my own way." Long Ming had all of Konoha's ninjas stand behind him. Everyone felt it was a little strange, but out of trust in Long Ming, they all still stood behind him. Long Ming formed a few simple hand seals with both hands, and chakra continuously poured from his body into the ground. Wood release. Connected pillar house technique. Long Ming gave a light shout, then slammed his palm into the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground began to tremble slightly, and immediately after, a huge number of tree trunks burst out from underground. Only this time, those trunks were not violent. Instead, they were exceptionally gentle. The tree trunks that emerged often linked together with one another, forming complex wooden houses that slowly rose upward. 1 house, 10 houses, hundreds, thousands. The land that had originally been completely empty was, in the blink of an eye, covered by a luxury residential district. This was an upgraded version of wood release, wood pillar house technique. It could instantly create enough wooden houses for an entire nation, but the chakra cost was extremely enormous. Only a monster physique like Long Ming's could withstand it. The scene before their eyes left everyone dumbfounded. No one had expected Long Ming's wood release could be used like this. It was simply insane. In the blink of an eye, he had rebuilt Konoha. So amazing. Konoha came back to life in an instant. I'm going to learn wood release too. Once I master this move, I'll sell houses and become a boss in the future. In your dreams, did you transplant Hashirama cells? Without Hashirama cells, what wood release are you using? My ass. Everyone was incredibly excited. After all, at a time like this, nothing was more uplifting than seeing their homes restored. Fugaku was grinning from ear to ear. This one ninjutsu from Long Ming had saved Konoha at least several billion ryo. Long Ming hid his merit and fame away. After building the houses, he casually picked one and moved in first. There was nothing inside the house at the moment, only a crude wooden bed and a set of table and chairs. Without another word, Long Ming threw himself onto the bed. Today, he had used too many large-scale ninjutsu in a row. Even with the Azura body, he was starting to feel the strain. He planned to recover for a day before heading to Ryuchi Cave. The next day, another piece of news shocked the ninja world. That was that Long Ming, all by himself, had defeated Uchiha Madara, who had been revived through samsara of heavenly life technique. The moment the news came out, it was like a stone thrown into a 1,000-layered wave. Many ninja could hardly believe their ears. That ninja who had only existed in Warring States legends had actually come back to life, and he had even been defeated by Long Ming's hand? Before this happened, many people had secretly compared Long Ming to Uchiha Madara or the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. They believed that no matter how strong Long Ming was, he still shouldn't have reached the level of those two legendary ninja. Some of Long Ming's supporters were unconvinced, but since Hashirama and Madara were already dead, there was no way to refute those people's claims. But now things were different. Madara had actually been revived, and he had truly lost to Long Ming in battle. As a result, the group of people who had previously bragged that Madara and Hashirama were stronger got blasted from all sides. Didn't you say Uchiha Madara was more awesome? Wasn't he still defeated by Long Ming in the end? Go on, brag some more if you can. Of course, these things were only a small episode in the ninja world. Very quickly, they became just another topic of conversation after meals. 2 days later, at the border between the land of earth and the land of wind, a pitch-black space gate suddenly opened. Long Ming and Orochimaru stepped out from inside. Cough, cough. This is where Ryuchi Cave is located? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Long Ming waved away the fine sand drifting through the air and asked with some doubt. Heh. Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh, then said, "Relax, Long Ming-kun. It's not far from here. Please follow me." After saying that, Orochimaru walked at the very front by himself. Long Ming followed behind him. Ryuchi Cave. It was a sacred inheritance land as famous as Mount Myaboku and Shikatsu Forest, and it was inhabited by a large number of snakes. And the ruler here, the White Snake Sage, was a white-scaled great serpent that had lived for over 1,000 years, from Kagaya's era until now. Under normal circumstances, everything that happened in Ryuchi Cave would reach the White Snake Sage's ears. Unlike the relatively gentle inheritance of Mount Myaboku, here in Ryuchi Cave, the White Snake Sage would directly use her fangs to inject natural energy into humans. She would devour whole those whose bodies could not endure serpentine transformation. If someone failed to pass Ryuchi Cave's trials, they might not even get to see the White Snake Sage before being eaten by her subordinates. Only madmen who sought power with all their hearts would come here. After winding around again and again, Long Ming arrived before a hill with multiple caves. The cave entrances here were so black that they seemed bottomless. Even Long Ming's Rinnegan could not see clearly into the depths. I'll find someone to guide us. After all, directly entering Ryuchi Cave is a bit difficult. As Orochimaru spoke, he bit his finger and then slapped his hand onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Along with a burst of huge white smoke, a giant python with purple stripes appeared in the field. The one who had arrived was none other than Orochimaru's strongest summoned beast, Manda of the hidden cave in Ryuchi Cave. The moment he appeared, Manda started cursing loudly. "What the hell are you doing, Orochimaru? Don't you know I was eating? Be careful, or I'll eat you as an aftermeal snack." Unlike ordinary summoned beasts, Manda was a representative of evil summoned beasts. Though powerful, he had absolutely no loyalty to his master. Every time Orochimaru summoned him to deal with an enemy, he had to prepare 100 sacrifices. Orochimaru seemed not to care about Manda's disrespect toward him at all, and said calmly, "Manda, I summoned you this time because there's something important. I need you to guide me and Long Ming-kun safely into Ryuchi Cave to meet the White Snake Sage." "Meet the White Snake Sage? What do you want to see her for? Wasn't it already proven that you don't have the qualifications to cultivate senjutsu?" Manda glanced at Orochimaru in confusion. Back then, Orochimaru had of course also come here in an attempt to obtain the power of senjutsu. Unfortunately, because Orochimaru often used living corpse reincarnation, the constant exchange between soul and body made him unable to control natural energy stably. Although he had passed the trial, he was unable to perfectly withstand the natural energy bestowed by the White Snake Sage. Originally, Orochimaru, who had failed, was supposed to be killed. But as everyone knew, Orochimaru might not have many other talents, but he was good at surviving. So relying on his own abilities, although Orochimaru had not passed the final test, he still managed to save his life from the White Snake Sage's hands. Just as Orochimaru was about to speak, Long Ming beside him directly cut in. "Manda, you don't need to ask so many questions. I'm the one who wants to see the White Snake Sage. You just need to lead the way." Long Ming's commanding tone made Manda explode on the spot.
You wanna di?
"You ill-mannered little brat. Do you think you can see the White Snake Sage just because you want to? You have to pass the screening of the 3 snake princesses of Ryuchi Cave first. Otherwise, you're just daydreaming." Manda roared loudly, and his tail continuously whipped out bursts of sonic booms. Long Ming frowned and said, "What a pain. Then hurry up and lead the way. I still have to go to Shikatsu Forest after dealing with things here. If we don't get moving soon, don't blame me for being rude to you." Manda was so furious he laughed instead. His vertical pupils locked tightly onto Long Ming as he said viciously, "Brat, you've pissed me off. Today, I'll use you to fill my stomach." With that, Manda moved. His huge body charged over with shocking agility. He opened his blood-filled maw, intending to swallow Long Ming whole in a single bite. "Show mercy!" Orochimaru hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs. Manda looked at the anxious Orochimaru, a cruel smile flashing through his eyes as he said viciously, "It's already too late, Orochimaru. Even if you kneel and beg me, it'll be useless. I'm going to eat this brat today no matter what. Just get ready to collect his corpse." Orochimaru's mouth twitched. He vaguely felt that Manda seemed to have misunderstood what he meant. Facing Manda, who had already charged right in front of him, Long Ming didn't even blink. He casually raised a hand and gave a random wave, like an ordinary person shooing away a fly. In a flash, a gigantic hand of Susanoo appeared out of nowhere and, following Long Ming's motion, slammed fiercely into Manda's forehead. Whoosh! A violent gust suddenly rose. Manda's vision went black. Before he could even react, he was struck head-on by the Susanoo, and his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. In that instant, Manda only felt a burst of intense pain suddenly crash over him. The terrifying force nearly made him pass out from the pain on the spot. And this was only Long Ming's casual strike. Only then did Manda realize. That Orochimaru's earlier cry of show mercy had never been directed at him at all, but at the boy in front of him. Manda wanted to cry but had no tears. Next time, couldn't you at least say the name too? With a loud boom, Manda's body was smashed into a nearby hill, and among the giant rocks tumbling down, many snake-like shadows could still be seen writhing. Long Ming's attack naturally alarmed all the giant snakes living inside Ryuchi Cave. Countless giant snakes raised their heads, flicked their tongues, and stared in shock toward the outside of the cave. Was it an enemy attack? Anger flashed through the giant snakes' eyes. Since the day they were born, they had never heard of anyone daring to attack Ryuchi Cave. As the coldest-blooded snakes among the 3 great sacred lands, it was already a blessing if they didn't go around eating people. And now someone actually dared to provoke them? But although they were furious, these giant snakes did not blindly rush out. Having absorbed natural energy for years, their perception had long become extraordinary. Even without going out, they could still investigate the situation outside. They could sense that Manda had already been defeated. Manda's strength was already not weak within Ryuchi Cave. If even he had lost, then if these snakes went up, they would only be delivering themselves for free. So the only thing they could do was keep passing this information upward. As the news spread rapidly, the entire Ryuchi Cave immediately entered a state of full battle readiness. Boom! 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 One fierce and tyrannical aura after another shot into the sky from every part of Ryuchi Cave. They all gathered before the temple deep inside Ryuchi Cave. A human actually dared to make a move at the entrance of Ryuchi Cave. How arrogant. We have to eat him no matter what. Otherwise 1T Ryuchi Cave become a laughingstock to the other 2 sacred lands? Be careful. I sensed that Manda has already been defeated. His aura is extremely weak. He must have gone through an extremely fierce battle. Manda's strength is no joke. Looks like the opponent isn't simple. In front of the temple, 3 beautiful women were frowning as they discussed the situation. They all looked to be around 20 years old, one with green hair, one with blue hair, and one with brown hair. Each one of them looked like an exceptionally beautiful young woman. However, if you were fooled only by their appearances, then you would definitely suffer greatly, because these seemingly delicate girls were in fact Ryuchi Cave's top brass. Tagaraheim, Ichikishimaheim, and Tsunadeheim. Their youthful appearances were only disguises. Their true forms were still snakes, and every single one of them was already over 1,000 years old. They were elder-level trusted aides of the White Snake Sage. Their status was about the same as Fukasaku's at Mount Maiboku, and they were usually responsible for selecting the people allowed to enter Ryuchi Cave's trials. Over the past 1,000 years, they had seen no idea how many people had come seeking power and wanting to enter Ryuchi Cave. Of all those who came here, every one of them had been respectful and courteous. They had never heard of someone daring to cause trouble right at Ryuchi Cave's gate. One of our kind sent back an image. Take a look and see whether any of you recognize this outrageously bold human. Tsunadeheim waved both hands, and a cloud of rainbow-colored smoke rose up. Then the scene outside appeared. They saw Long Ming riding on top of Manda's head as he rampaged through the cave. Every giant snake that blocked his way was cut down on the spot, and Manda didn't even dare resist. Under Long Ming, he didn't even dare breathe too loudly, dragging Long Ming at top speed as he slithered toward the entrance of Ryuchi Cave. Along the way, countless snakes were killed or wounded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. Arrogant. This bastard is way too arrogant. I'm gonna swallow this brat alive no matter what. Tagaraheim was furious beyond measure, revealing sharp fangs and a blue tongue as terrifying Senjutsu chakra erupted from her body. Don't get excited yet. I think I recognize this human. Ichikishimaheim spoke up to cut off Tagaraheim. She stared at Long Ming's figure and recalled carefully. After a while, as if she had remembered something, an extremely horrified look appeared in Ichikishimaheim's eyes, and she blurted out, I senti this human the new god of shinobi everyone in the ninja world has been talking about lately? Why would he come here? The new god of shinobi? Tagaraheim and Tsunadeheim looked puzzled. They had heard of Hashirama's title as the god of shinobi, but what the hell was this new god of shinobi? It's understandable that you don't know. After all, our Ryuchi Cave is isolated from the world and knows very little about the ninja world's intelligence. I only learned it by chance because one of my children became a ninja-s summoning beast in the ninja world. Ichikishimaheim let out a light sigh, then looked at Long Ming in the image and explained, this human is called Uchiha Long Ming. He is currently peak combat power in the ninja world and is hailed as the new generation-s god of shinobi. He once defeated the combined forces of the 4 great ninja villages and 3-tailed beasts all by himself. His strength is unfathomable, and he also possesses the legendary Sage of 6 Paths Eyes. Hiss! Ichikishimaheim's words made all the giant snakes present suck in a sharp breath. Although Ryuchi Cave had not communicated with the outside world for years, based on the information they had received a few years ago, the current 4 great ninja villages should each have at least tens of thousands of people, with no fewer than more than 10 Kaga-level fighters among them. And that kind of terrifying force had actually been dealt with by one person? Tsunadeheim's face was full of black lines as she asked in disbelief, "Are you sure the intelligence is correct? He even has the Sage of Six Paths eyes?" For Ryuchi Cave, which had lived through Kagaya's era, they understood better than ordinary people what those eyes meant. The intelligence absolutely cannot be wrong. Ichikishimaheim answered with complete certainty. Then she pondered and said, "I think for an enemy like this it would be better to invite the White Snake Sage out. But before that, someone still needs to stop him. Otherwise, all the snakes of our Ryuchi Cave will be slaughtered by this madman. Which of you is willing to go stop Long Ming?" Ichikishimaheim's gaze swept around. Tagaraheim, who had been furious just a moment ago, gave 2 dry coughs and retreated behind the others. Looking at the giant snakes around her as they all avoided her gaze, Ichikishimaheim's face darkened. "Your morale collapsed way too fast. If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything." Seeing that no one was willing to take the initiative and fight, Ichikishimaheim sighed and said, "Since that's the case, then Tsunadeheim and I will go stop him. Tagaraheim, you go wake the White Snake Sage." "No problem. Leave it to me." Tagaraheim secretly let out a sigh of relief, and then her figure slowly floated into the air before vanishing out of thin air. This was Tagaraheim's invisibility and floating ability. The former could help her avoid detection by ninja, while the latter let her float around for fun. The other 2 Ryuchi Cave higher-ups could also use these 2 abilities. They could both float and turn invisible. After the roles were clearly divided, the remaining Ichikishimaheim and Tsunadeheim led dozens of giant snakes out of the temple, preparing to intercept Long Ming. At this moment, Long Ming was rampaging through Ryuchi Cave like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. From the outside, it only looked like a cave, but only after Long Ming entered did he realize it. The space inside Ryuchi Cave was actually enormous, like an underground kingdom. Jagged stone pillars were often occupied by several or even more than a dozen giant snakes. Beside those giant snakes were snake eggs or the remains of various animals, and occasionally even human bones. Long Ming guessed that these were people who had wanted to enter Ryuchi Cave to obtain power, or had been forcibly brought here, only to end up becoming food for these giant snakes without even understanding what had happened. Long Ming let out a cold snort and casually smashed another giant snake, blocking his path into a pulp of flesh. Those not of our kind must have different hearts. If the system's requirement had been destruction instead of subjugation, Long Ming might have just dropped a planetary devastation right here. A perfect place for cultivating senjutsu, like the 3 Great Sage regions had been occupied by a bunch of toads, snakes, and slugs for thousands of years. It was about time they changed owners. Long Mingkuin, we're almost there. I remember it. The temple where the White Snake Sage lives is right ahead. Orochimaru's voice pulled Long Ming out of his thoughts, and there was even a trace of excitement in it. That was no surprise. After all, the last time he came to Ryuchi Cave, he had failed miserably and had not even gotten the chance to properly study Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu. Now, with Long Ming clearing the way, everything felt as easy as taking candy from a baby, and they had effortlessly approached the temple where the White Snake Sage lived. Even Manda, who had always been extremely arrogant in front of him, did not dare show the slightest disrespect under Long Ming's oppressive might. Though there was inevitably a bit of borrowed authority in that, it still left Orochimaru feeling extremely pleased, as if he had become dozens of years younger. Long Ming looked thoughtfully at the faint outline of the temple ahead. If he wanted Ryuchi Cave to submit to him, then he had to display strength and methods forceful enough to intimidate the White Snake Sage. For an old monster like the White Snake Sage, who had lived for thousands of years, no words or fancy phrases spoke better than a bigger fist. Although Long Ming did not know exactly how strong the White Snake Sage was, for it to have existed from Kagaya's era until now, it was definitely no ordinary figure. Right at that moment, a sudden change occurred. In the already dim underground space, a thick layer of white mist suddenly spread out, shrinking the visible area around them to an extremely narrow range. Seeing this, Manda had no choice but to stop for the moment. Long Ming also frowned and looked around. "Human powerhouse, you should not have come here. Before our ancestor has awakened, if you leave at once, you may still keep your life." A cold voice rang out from the mist in all directions, repeating over and over, making it impossible to tell where the speaker was. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, then stood beside Long Ming and explained, "That should be Ichikishimaheim, one of Ryuchi Cave's 3 top leaders. She possesses a unique senjutsu called absorption. When I entered Ryuchi Cave last time, I fell for her trick. She lures people into one of Ryuchi Cave's caverns, then seals the exit with a massive rock. For anyone who comes here to train and wants to get out, they must fill every hole in the rock with special crystals. During that process, the opponent's chakra is forcibly consumed. If it drags on too long, she will devour both their body and chakra." Hearing Orochimaru's grave explanation, Long Ming's forehead was full of black lines. "What the hell kind of trash senjutsu is this? And you're seriously telling me about it? Can chakra even run out?" Ever since Long Ming checked in and obtained the Azura body, he had never felt what it was like to lack chakra again. He could just stand there and let Ichikishima absorb freely for 3 days and 3 nights without a problem, as long as she did not burst from overeating. Kekkei, Orochimaru, you really do know us quite well. If you're smart, then take the human beside you and leave at once. Another sinister voice sounded from the thick mist. This time, before Orochimaru could explain, Manda beneath them spoke up first. Lord Longming, the one who just spoke is also one of Ryuchi Cave's 3 top leaders, Tagarheim. She knows a senjutsu called binding. It can make the opponent's body feel burning hot and unable to move, causing them to experience hallucinations. Enough, enough. Stop introducing them. Longming waved impatiently and cut him off. The strength of Ryuchi Cave's upper ranks was nowhere near comparable to Mount Myaboku's. No wonder in the ninja world, Mount Myaboku's reputation far surpassed Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest. The gap in strength was obvious enough. Longming narrowed his eyes. Since both Tagarheim and Ichikishima had turned invisible within the mist, even with his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could not capture them. I came all this way, yet the white snake sage 1T even show its face to meet me and just wants to drive me off. That's hardly the way to treat a guest. Since that's the case, then I 1T be polite either. A dangerous note seeped into Longming's voice. Ichikishima and Tagarheim in the mist instantly sensed that something was wrong, but by the time they wanted to say anything, it was already too late. A terrifying surge of chakra suddenly erupted from Longming's body, and his hands rapidly formed several seals. Wind release. Tornado. Longming gave a low shout. Streams of violent wind gathered non-stop in his hand, then quickly formed a massive tornado around his body. Even though this was an extremely simple wind release ninjutsu, in Longming's hands, it could still unleash terrifying destructive power. Whoosh whoosh. Only a few seconds after the jutsu was activated, a gigantic storm vortex appeared throughout Ryuchi Cave, and every snake inside sensed a powerful pulling force. The thick mist filling the surroundings was the first to be blown away. Next, a large amount of broken stone was drawn in by the storm and howled toward the center. Then, as the tornado continued to strengthen, the storm's pulling force increased by multiples. Countless giant snakes could only wrap their bodies tightly around stone pillars or bite into the ground with their gaping maws to keep from being dragged away. Bang! Bang! Very soon, some snakes could no longer hold on and shattered their fangs, while others were swept into the storm together with the stone pillars and had their bodies torn apart by the violent hurricane. Faced with that suffocating ninjutsu, Tagarheim and Ichikishima were completely stunned. They had prepared themselves mentally for Longming being very strong, but they never expected him to be this absurdly powerful. It was just a single wind-release ninjutsu, yet in his hands it had become this terrifying. If he used something even stronger, wouldn't he just tear Ryuchi Cave apart on the spot? Watching more and more giant snakes get sucked into the storm, Ichikishima and Tagarheim's expressions grew uglier and uglier. Though they could rely on their own strength to avoid being pulled into the storm, they had no way to stop Longming's ninjutsu. So Ichikishima and Tagarheim could only barely save a few giant snakes that were close by, while firmly attaching senjutsu chakra to the soles of their feet so they themselves would not be dragged into the storm. Time passed second by second. For Longming, it was only a ninjutsu that lasted a few dozen seconds, but in the eyes of Ichikishima and Tagarheim, it felt incomparably long, as agonizing as several centuries. Bang! Longming finally ended the ninjutsu, and the terrifying pulling force that had filled all of Ryuchi Cave disappeared. At this moment, the entire Ryuchi Cave was already in complete ruins, with not a single intact place to be found. Broken stone pillars, mangled snake bodies, and splattered blood were everywhere. All of it showed just how devastating the blow Ryuchi Cave had just suffered was. Ichikishima and Tagarheim swallowed hard, both revealing lingering fear on their faces. Was this the weight of the pinnacle combat power of the ninja world, the god of shinobi, Uchiha Longming? While the two were still in a daze, Longming flashed forward and had already arrived in front of them. Looking at Longming's mocking face, Ichikishima and Tagarheim finally snapped back to their senses. Longming, don't go too far. Why exactly did you come to Ryuchi Cave today? Ichikishima suppressed the fear in her heart and demanded in a low voice. Oh, you know my name? Longming glanced at the blue-haired lowly before him with interest. He had not expected his reputation to have spread all the way to Ryuchi Cave. So what if I do? Don't think that just because you're invincible in the ninja world, you can do whatever you want in Ryuchi Cave. You killed so many descendants of Ryuchi Cave. You will definitely pay the price for it. Ichikishima let out a cold snort. Looking at the fierce little lowly in front of him, Longming could not help but laugh. And what kind of price do you think you can make me pay? Stop saying such stupid things. If you don't want Ryuchi Cave erased from existence, then behave and take me to see the White Snake Sage. Orochimaru, standing nearby, felt a little awkward. Longming was saying the cruelest things in the calmest tone. Someone threatening to wipe out Ryuchi Cave the moment he arrived. Throughout all of history, Long Ming was probably the only one. In your dreams, arrogant human, even if I die, I'll make you pay the price. Faced with Long Ming, who had slaughtered more than half of Ryuchi Cave's descendants, Tagerheim had long since gritted her teeth in hatred. Finally unable to endure it any longer, she made the first move. Her originally beautiful young girl's face suddenly turned incomparably vicious, revealing sharp fangs and a blue tongue. At the same time, an extremely massive fluctuation of Senjutsu chakra erupted from her body. After all, this was Ryuchi Cave, the home field. Tagerheim had lived here for many years, so using Senjutsu chakra naturally came to her with ease. Bind! Tagerheim shouted low, then suddenly rushed in front of Long Ming, opened her hideously savage maw, and bit down on Long Ming's neck in one snap. It actually worked? Tagerheim was both shocked and delighted. She had not expected her sneak attack to succeed so easily. Looking at Long Ming, who was unable to move and had fallen into a genjutsu because of her senjutsu, Tagerheim revealed a delighted smile. But what she did not notice was that at some point, her eyes had already turned into the pattern of the Rinnegan. In reality, Tagerheim was hanging her head with dull, lifeless eyes. The moment she lunged at Long Ming, she had actually already fallen under a genjutsu. The gap between the two was simply too great. Tagerheim had no chance to resist at all. Tagerheim? Tagerheim. Looking at Tagerheim's hollow eyes, Ichikishimaheim shouted anxiously, but still could not wake her up. Don't waste your effort. Are you planning to end up like her and be controlled by me? Or are you going to behave and take me to see the White Snake Sage? Long Ming crossed his arms and waited for Ichikishimaheim's answer. I want to choose either one. Shin, come out. Gritting her teeth, Ichikishimaheim suddenly shouted toward a certain direction deep inside Ryuchi Cave. Immediately after, an extremely violent aura suddenly surged out from the depths of Ryuchi Cave. Before the snake even arrived, it had already stirred up the natural energy throughout Ryuchi Cave. Long Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Shin was also one of Ryuchi Cave's strongest combat powers, an enormous one-eyed snake with a reverse scale. Because Shin had lost one eye in battle before, it had become a troublesome creature that wrecked things everywhere. It was an extremely violent giant snake. Even the White Snake Sage could do nothing with it, and the snakes living in Ryuchi Cave all hated it. No one was willing to get near it. If not for a special situation like today, Ichikishimaheim would never have let it out. Shin slowly slithered into the area, flicked its tongue in Long Ming's direction, and it was hard to tell whether it was interested in Long Ming or just getting hungry. Kill him, Shin. As long as you get rid of this human. From now on you can cause trouble in Ryuchi Cave however you like. Understand? Ichikishimaheim said to Shin in a deep voice. There's a deal like that? Then just stay here and watch. Shin agreed without hesitation, then fixed its gaze on Long Ming. So it's this guy? He doesn't look all that impressive. But his flesh does look delicious. Then I won't hold back. As Shin spoke, it quickly slithered toward Long Ming. Opening its foul-smelling mouth, it spat out a mass of blue-black liquid and launched it at him. This was Shin's unique technique, capable of spraying a liquid that could instantly turn an opponent into stone. One after another. Are you people done yet? Get down. Before Shin could even charge up, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Long Ming's body, so overwhelming that even space seemed to tremble slightly. Powerful ocular force poured out from the Rinnegan, crushing the surrounding rubble into powder. And Shin, who had rushed right up to him, was slammed directly to the ground by that terrifying pressure, smashing out a deep pit and becoming unable to move. A trace of complexity flashed through Manda's eyes at the side. Why did this scene look so familiar? This pressure is actually this terrifying. Shock flooded Ichikishimaheim's snake-like eyes. Even from relatively far away from Long Ming, this pressure made Ichikishimaheim's mind tremble and her heart shake wildly, leaving her unable to resist the urge to submit. Thud. Perhaps because she truly could not hold on any longer, Ichikishimaheim's legs gave out and she dropped straight to her knees. The few giant snakes still left around them were even worse off. Their eyes rolled back, and they passed out on the spot. Being the closest, Manda suffered even more of the pressure. His entire snake body was pressed into the ground, and all the bones in his body creaked under the force as if they would shatter the next second. But Manda's temper was still as violent as ever. Using his only remaining eye, he glared at Long Ming and snarled, "Brat, do you know who I am? You think mere pressure can suppress me? How naive." As he spoke, even more powerful Senjutsu chakra erupted from Manda's body. With the support of Senjutsu chakra, Manda actually managed to raise his body little by little under Long Ming's pressure. "Ha ha ha, is this all you've got, brat?" Manda bared a grin and opened his fangs, intending to launch another attack. Looking at Manda, who completely failed to understand the situation, Long Ming said somewhat helplessly, "You really aren't afraid of death? Have you always been this brave?" Manda froze for a moment, not yet understanding what Long Ming meant by that. The next second, A pressure several times stronger than before crashed down on Manda like a mountain. Boom! Without any chance to resist, Manda was crushed directly into a pile of flesh. Every bone in his body was completely pulverized, and he did not even get the chance to scream. Long Ming withdrew his Rinnegan. He had controlled his power very well just now. Aside from Manda, the other giant snakes had not felt the suddenly surging pressure, so they were not killed. After Long Ming put away his Rinnegan, the snakes throughout Ryuchi Cave felt as if a massive burden had been lifted. Their whole bodies were like they had just come out of water, already soaked through with cold sweat. Looking at Manda, who was dead beyond any doubt, Ichikishimahime's expression turned completely blank. What kind of joke was this? Manda, who had run wild through Ryuchi Cave and even given the white snake sage headaches, had actually been instantly killed just like that? Ichikishimahime's body trembled slightly. Just what kind of terrifying strength was this? Stop standing there in a daze. Come with me. Long Ming glanced at the trembling Ichikishimahime, waved his hand, and directly pulled both her and Tagarahime onto Manda's back. One man and 4 snakes then slithered toward the distant temple. This temple was precisely where the white snake sage usually resided. It was enormous. The main gate alone was over 10 meters tall, and only the white snake sage lived inside. That's right, Long Mingkuin, this is the place. The last time I came, it was here that I met the white snake sage, who has lived for over 1,000 years. Orochimaru pointed at the temple, his tone carrying rare excitement. If there was still anything in Ryuchi Cave that Orochimaru wanted to study, then the white snake sage absolutely counted as one of them. A white-scale giant snake that had lived for over 1,000 years. Just the thought of it excited Orochimaru. If he did not get some cell specialties from the white snake sage to bring back, it would be letting down his title as the #1 scientist in the ninja world. Long Ming nodded slightly and said, "Good. Manda, charge in for me." Looking at the temple with its gates tightly shut, Long Ming casually waved his hand, and a repulsive force slammed the gates open. Manda entered the temple without any obstruction. The interior of the temple looked rather gloomy. In the dim space, only a few scattered flames flickered. Straight ahead were several large empty seats, and above them was a stone dragon with a scroll in its mouth bearing the 3 characters Ryuchi Cave. However, Long Ming and the others did not find any trace of the white snake sage here. A strange look appeared on Orochimaru's face as he said in confusion, "That's odd. I remember it was right here. Could it be that the white snake sage isn't home today?" Long Ming said nothing and merely stared silently at the large seats ahead. The white snake sage has always been here. It's just that you can't see them. This kind of invisibility that makes chakra impossible to sense is indeed quite good. But do you really think it can hide from my Rinnegan? Long Ming narrowed his eyes, and the pressure of his Rinnegan's ocular power turned into a shockwave that swept straight toward the large seats ahead. But at that moment, a bizarre scene occurred. Buzz! When Long Ming's pressure struck the large seats, it sank like a stone into the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. So it really is the Rinnegan. To think it has already been developed to this extent. Even the pressure of the Sage of 6 Paths back then would probably have been no more than this. Within the empty temple, the white snake sage's aged and hoarse voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a huge illusory snake shadow suddenly appeared on the large seat in front of them, and the shadow gradually shifted from illusion into solid form. It was a giant snake covered in white scales from head to tail. It had orange hair and yellow eyes, a green cat's eye gem on its chest, a purple silk ribbon as a forehead protector, an army green horn-shaped ornament set at the front of it, a red luminous pearl embedded atop its head, and a pipe clenched in its mouth. Even while simply staying there without moving, the white snake's seemingly vast and endless natural energy made everyone's hearts tremble. No introduction was needed. This great snake coiled upon the throne was the white snake sage of Ryuchi Cave. Even though this was already the second time seeing them, Orochimaru still could not stop himself from being intimidated by the white snake sage's overwhelming natural energy. As for Manda, Ichikishimahime, and the others, upon seeing the white snake sage, this ancient ancestor, they were already prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to move. Only Long Ming continued to observe the white snake sage with great interest, as if he had discovered something amusing. There was no denying that the natural energy possessed by Manda, Ichikishimahime, or Tagarahime was completely incomparable to that of the white snake sage before them. The gap was like that between a stream and the sea. Long Ming could say with certainty that if the white snake sage went all out, their strength would absolutely reach 6 Paths level. White snake sage, please quickly kill this brat who is causing trouble in Ryuchi Cave. Outside just now, he killed who knows how many of our descendants. Skinning him alive, tearing out his tendons, and sucking his marrow dry would still not be too much. Standing beside the white snake sage, Tagarahime opened her fangs, and a deep venomous hatred appeared in her eyes as she looked at Long Ming. So this was what people meant by a woman as vicious as snakes and scorpions. Faced with Tagarahime's accusation, Long Ming rubbed his nose and chuckled. I've seen many people say the exact same thing to me. Now the grass on their graves is already over 2 meters tall. If you're tired of living, then I don't mind sending you on your way. Tagerheim's expression changed. Of course she could hear the threat hidden in Long Ming's words. After all, she was not the White Snake Sage. Her strength was far below Long Ming's. For the sake of her own life, when it was time to back down, she had to back down. Tagetsuheim turned her head aside and continued speaking to the White Snake Sage. White Snake Sage, look how badly Ichikishimaheim and Takitsuheim got beaten. We sisters have followed you for 1,000 years. You have to stand up for us. Tagetsuheim lay against the White Snake Sage, speaking in a pitiful tone. That fawning attitude was completely different from how she had acted toward Long Ming. The White Snake Sage was expressionless, then suddenly rebuked coldly. Enough. Get out. Tagetsuheim licked her blue tongue and sneered at Long Ming. Did you hear that? The White Snake Sage told you to get out. Why are you still standing there? Do you want the White Snake Sage to personally make a move? Before Tagetsuheim could finish, the White Snake Sage suddenly whipped out her tail, directly wrapping Tagetsuheim up and dragging her in front of herself. Idiot. I was telling you to get out. Did I ever say I was going to deal with him? You really are too clever for your own good. The White Snake Sage's icy voice reached Tagetsuheim's ears, and then with one flick of her tail, she hurled her into the distant wall. Boom! The force behind that swing from the White Snake Sage was absolutely not light. Several clear cracks appeared in the wall. Tagetsuheim, who had been flung away, fell from the wall with a dazed expression. Took her a long while to recover. Damn it, the script was wrong. The one who killed so many giant snakes in Ryuchi Cave was Long Ming, and the one who brutalized the 2 higher-ups of Ryuchi Cave was also Long Ming. So why was I the one getting hit? The enemy is obviously Long Ming. Tagetsuheim felt so wronged her whole body trembled, but she did not dare question the White Snake Sage out loud, because the other party was the ruler of Ryuchi Cave and held the power of life and death over the entire sacred land. Not only could Tagetsuheim not understand the White Snake Sage's actions, but Long Ming and the others could not understand them either. Could it be that Long Mingkuin and the White Snake Sage knew each other before this? Orochimaru looked toward Long Ming with a puzzled gaze. In Orochimaru's impression, the White Snake Sage had always been an exceptionally cold and ruthless ruler. With someone invading her territory, not flying into a rage and tearing the enemy to pieces was already saying a lot. Yet she was actually taking the initiative to protect Long Ming. This matter was truly far too bizarre. Ichikishimaheim was also completely stunned. What was wrong with her boss? She was not playing by the usual rules at all. Hehe. Your name is Long Ming, right? I failed to discipline these subordinates properly. They attacked you just now, didn't they? If you want to deal with them here, I have no objections. After saying that, the White Snake Sage lazily reclined on the throne, as if she did not care about the life or death of those subordinates at all. Hearing those words, Ichikishimaheim and Tagetsuheim felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. A powerful sense of fear crashed against their hearts like a tidal wave. They knew the White Snake Sage never joked. Since she had said this, it meant she truly did not care whether they lived or died. No, White Snake Sage, what did we do wrong? Why are you treating us like this? Ichikishimaheim's heart turned cold as she desperately begged the White Snake Sage to spare her life. But the White Snake Sage turned a deaf ear and merely watched Long Ming in silence. At this moment, Tagetsuheim also understood that her only chance of survival lay with Long Ming. Without another word, she directly hugged Long Ming's thigh, completely changing from her previous venomous manner. She pleaded in a low voice, Lord Long Ming, I was wrong before. Please be merciful and spare me. I'm willing to be your summoned beast for life and serve you forever. At this moment, Tagetsuheim had disguised herself as a beautiful young girl, tears in her eyes and looking utterly pitiful. As she spoke, hidden meaning flickered in her eyes, as if she were trying to convey something to Long Ming. Long Ming let out a cold laugh and raised his leg to kick her right in the face. With a muffled thud, Tagetsuheim was sent flying. Such petty beauty could never tempt me. Long Ming glanced at Tagetsuheim with disdain. With looks like yours, you'd better just stay to the side. The White Snake Sage remained silent, as if the one Long Ming had just kicked was not a subordinate who had followed her for years at all. Ichikishimaheim beside them thought she would not escape disaster either and was just about to kill herself. But Long Ming said, I have no interest at all in your subordinates. As for you, White Snake Sage, you're suddenly being so courteous for no reason. What exactly are you after? Long Ming never believed in free lunches. Since the White Snake Sage was being so polite to him, she definitely had some motive. Hehe, you really are impatient. I originally wanted to get to know you a little more, but since you put it that way, I'll get straight to the point. The White Snake Sage slowly raised herself from the throne. Her originally enormous body suddenly began to grow smaller and more illusory. After a while, an elderly old woman in a white robe appeared in front of Long Ming. This was the White Snake Sage's disguise. Though her form was different, she was still the White Snake Sage herself. To be honest, I want to ask you to help me retrieve something. For others, This thing might be very difficult to get, but for you who possess the Rinnegan, it should not be hard. The white snake sage spoke in a sinister tone. Retrieve something? Long Ming frowned, then asked, what do you want to retrieve? The moment Long Ming asked that question, a flash of hatred suddenly passed through the white snake sage's eyes. She was silent for a while before slowly saying, a special shakujo. It's a relic left behind by that dead brat, the Sage of Six Paths. No, I suppose it can also be considered a weapon. The Sage of Six Paths weapon? The white snake sage's words gave Orochimaru quite a scare. The Sage of Six Paths was a legendary figure. Any weapon of his could not possibly be low grade. At the very least, it had to be on the same level as Kumogakure's treasured amber purifying pot. Long Ming rubbed his chin. In the original story, he had indeed seen that the Sage of Six Paths had a shakujo weapon. He just did not know what exactly that shakujo did, and judging from the white snake sage's tone, she seemed to hold a deep grudge against the Sage of Six Paths. There had definitely been some conflict between the two of them. Although Long Ming knew quite a few secrets of the ninja world, there were still certain details he could not possibly know all of. After pondering for a moment, Long Ming asked, what do you want that shakujo for? From the way you speak, it sounds like you have a grudge against the Sage of Six Paths. A grudge? It's far more than that. If not for that dead brat Six Paths, why would I have been trapped in Ryuchi Cave for over 1,000 years? I only want that shakujo so I can regain my freedom. As if recalling something unpleasant, the white snake sage's face turned extremely gloomy. Orochimaru and the others had their ears practically perked straight up. Not just anyone had the chance to hear secrets of the ninja world like this. And it even involved the Sage of Six Paths. This gossip was way too huge. The white snake sage looked at the throne behind her and let out a long sigh before continuing. Long Ming, with your eyesight, you should be able to see some clues from this throne, right? Long Ming glanced at the white snake sage's throne and said nothing. In fact, the moment he came in, Long Ming had already noticed it. Although the white snake sage's aura was incomparably powerful, reaching the Six Paths level, her overall condition was extremely strange. This throne, the white snake sage, and the natural energy of the entire Ryuchi Cave's earth vein were all connected together. Actually, this should have been a good thing, because that way, the white snake sage could freely mobilize the natural energy of the entire Ryuchi Cave and unleash terrifying senjutsu. But it seemed that someone had used the throne here to set up some kind of extremely powerful seal, using the earth vein's natural energy to restrict the white snake sage's movements. Long Ming was not wrong when he said the white snake sage had Six Paths level strength, but the only area she could move within was this throne chamber. That was also why, even after seeing that the white snake sage had Six Paths level strength, Long Ming was not flustered at all, because even if he could not win, at worst he could just open Yamatsu Hirasaka and run. The white snake sage would not be able to do anything to him. So what if I can tell? Are you trying to say the seal was set by the Sage of Six Paths? Long Ming asked flatly. That's right. A vicious look appeared on the white snake sage's face as she gritted her teeth and said, strictly speaking, that old toad was involved too. If he hadn't assisted from the side, how could I have been sealed here by that brat? The Sage of Six Paths? Long Ming crossed his arms and plopped down onto Manda's body, then said, tell me the whole process in detail. If it's interesting enough, I might consider helping you. Long Ming was indeed quite interested in the love-hate entanglement between the Sage of Six Paths, Gamamaru, and the White Snake Sage. But the main reason he wanted to hear it was because he wanted to learn more about the Toad Sage. After all, his final goal was to go check in at Mount Myaboku, and meeting the Toad Sage there was unavoidable. The Toad Sage saw Long Ming as a scourge and had once manipulated Jiraiya into killing him, while Long Ming also had no good feelings toward the Toad Sage. If the two met, a great battle would probably be inevitable. So before that, Long Ming also wanted to gather some intelligence about the Toad Sage. Where should I even begin? A trace of reminiscence flashed through the White Snake Sage's eyes as she slowly said, actually, thousands of years ago, the most powerful sacred land in the ninja world was originally my Ryuchi Cave. Because toads are naturally restrained by us snakes, and although slugs aren't afraid of us, they excel at healing rather than fighting, so Ryuchi Cave had always been the head of the three great sage regions. When she said this, the pride in the White Snake Sage's tone was obvious. She was clearly reminiscing about her former glory. Long Ming did not doubt the White Snake Sage's words, because in the original story, Manda had once fought Katsuyu and Gamabunta alone without falling behind. From that alone, it was clear that Ryuchi Cave's strength was indeed slightly greater than that of the other two great sage regions. Then why is it that Ryuchi Cave, as the head of the three great sage regions, is far less renowned than Mount Myaboku? Orochimaru asked curiously. The White Snake Sage's recollection was interrupted by Orochimaru, and she shot him a fierce glare before continuing. That was because Otsutsuki Kagaya appeared. She planted the God Tree, greatly affecting the survival and development of our three great sage regions. Although I also wanted to stop her, she was too powerful at the time. I believe that even if the three great sage regions joined forces, We still would not be that woman's match, so I sealed off Ryuchi Cave and stayed hidden. Who could have expected? At this point, the white snake sage paused, and a trace of mockery and disdain flashed through her eyes. Expected what? Orochimaru was itching with curiosity and quickly asked about what came next. The white snake sage was quite satisfied with Orochimaru's reaction. So she continued, who could have expected that old toad to use some unknown method to persuade Kagaya's two sons to kill their own mother? Though I hate to admit it, that old fellow is truly skilled at manipulating people's hearts. Long Ming did not refute her. With his power of prophecy, Gamamaru could seize the initiative in many matters and influence the development of the ninja world. The fact that Gamamaru appeared precisely when the Sage of Six Paths was most suspicious of his mother was likely also the result of a prophecy made in advance. After Kagaya was sealed, the Sage of Six Paths became the most powerful existence on this land. As for how high the old toad status became after helping him, that goes without saying. The white snake sage's tone gradually grew heavy. Long Ming narrowed his eyes and suddenly added, so after that, Gamamaru asked the Sage of Six Paths to seal you away? That's right. The white snake sage's face suddenly turned incomparably twisted as she said word by word, that old toad dominated the ninja world for years. He knew very well that once the Sage of Six Paths died, the strongest force in the ninja world would become my Ryuchi Cave once again. So he contacted me through a special method and made up lies, tricking me into believing that Kagaya had already left this land. I believed it and lifted Ryuchi Cave's seal. But what I encountered was a joint ambush from him and the Sage of Six Paths. I could hardly withstand them and could only retreat here, borrowing the earth vein's natural energy to resist the two of them. When the old toad saw that he could not kill me, he suggested to the Sage of Six Paths that they use the earth vein's natural energy to create a seal and trap me. And just like that, I was trapped for 1,000 years. The white snake sage let out a long sigh. Though she possessed strength comparable to the Six Paths level, she was trapped here, unable to see the light of day. The vast natural energy within the earth vein had become the strongest chain, firmly imprisoning the white snake sage here. Orochimaru and the others were already so shocked that they could not speak. They had never imagined that such secret history existed in the ninja world. The Toad Sage, who had always seemed gentle and benevolent, actually had this kind of dark past. This was way too explosive. Making ninja world headlines would probably be no problem at all. Compared to Orochimaru, Long Ming appeared much calmer, because he already knew many of the ninja world secrets. Although this conversation with the white snake sage had not given him much intelligence about the Toad Sage, it had cleared up some of his doubts about the ninja world. If Long Ming's guess was correct, the reason the white snake sage had always arranged for her subordinates to screen humans learning senjutsu was because she hoped to inject the excess natural energy of the earth vein into other people's bodies. She wanted to use that method to weaken the seal. Heh, Long Ming, I've already told you everything. To be honest, the Sage of Six Paths staff is the only way to remove my seal. As long as you're willing to help me, no matter what condition you ask for, I can agree to it. Two sharp gleams burst from the white snake sage's eyes. As a Six Paths level powerhouse, she was confident she could satisfy any demand Long Ming had. Since you put it that way, I only have one request. The corners of Long Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and his voice echoed through the entire temple. I want all of Ryuchi Cave to submit to me. When the white snake sage heard Long Ming's demand, her face immediately turned cold. She said gloomily, Long Ming, you've gone too far. Even if I need something from you, that doesn't mean I'll let you run wild and ride over my head. As she spoke, a terrifying surge of senjutsu chakra erupted from the white snake sage. A violent wind swept out with the white snake sage at its center, blowing out all the surrounding lights. Even the gate over a dozen meters tall was slammed shut. It made the entire temple even more gloomy and terrifying. So this was the white snake sage's power? Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply. This pressure was crushing him so hard he could barely breathe. He even had the feeling that if the white snake sage wanted to, she could take his head within 1 second. Looks like your desire for freedom isn't all that strong after all. I've already made my demand. Even if you don't agree, I can still use force to conquer Ryuchi Cave. It's just that by then, whether you can still stay alive is another matter. Under the white snake sage's pressure, Long Ming showed no fear at all. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and began threatening her back. Although Long Ming really couldn't beat the white snake sage right now. But don't forget, Long Ming still had the demonic statue of the outer path in his hands. At worst, he could have the Nine Tails contribute some chakra, let the complete 10 tails appear in the world, and directly blast Ryuchi Cave flat with one supersized tailed beast ball. What arrogant words. Do you think that just because you have the Sage of Six Paths eyes, you are the Sage of Six Paths? Do you believe I won't kill you right now? The white snake sage was so furious she laughed instead, and the senjutsu chakra erupting from her body became even more terrifying. Boom! Crack, crack. The sounds of walls splitting and floorboards being crushed kept ringing out through the temple. Long Ming narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you want to fight, then fight. Long Ming did not give an inch. Black chakra also surged wildly from his body, forming a massive Susanoo that stood in confrontation with the white snake sage. As the pressure from both sides clashed, the temple roof was directly blown away, and everything around them was sent wildly spinning into the air. The giant snakes around them and Ichikishimahime were on the verge of tears. Big brother, you may not be scared, but we are. Can you stop provoking our boss already? The white snake sage and Long Ming remained locked in this standoff. But after a long while, neither of them made the first move. Long Ming was not anxious in the slightest. He had Yamatsu Hirasaka in hand anyway, so he could advance or retreat as he pleased. If the white snake sage made a move on him, then next time he would come back with the Ten-Tails and Konoha's army. However, Long Ming believed the white snake sage would agree to his demand. After all, for the white snake sage, who had been trapped for 1,000 years, nothing was more important than regaining her freedom. If she missed this chance, the white snake sage would only be able to stay seated on this throne until death. Sure enough, after a few more minutes, the white snake sage was still the first to withdraw her terrifying chakra. That action made Orochimaru and Ichikishimahime and the others beside him let out a sigh of relief. After all, when gods fight, mortals suffer. If these two really started fighting here, they would definitely get caught in it. The white snake sage looked at Long Ming and said coldly, Ryuchi Cave can obey your orders, but it still has to retain a certain degree of autonomy. At the very least, I must still be Ryuchi Cave's ruler. A glint flashed through Long Ming's eyes, and he said with a light laugh, I can agree to that condition. But I will send people to Ryuchi Cave to train in senjutsu. You cannot set up tests to stop them, and you must help them, making sure they can train in sage mode as safely as possible. Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu training usually involved the white snake sage directly injecting natural energy into the human body. If the person could not endure it and began to transform into a snake, the training would fail. That method of training was simply too dangerous, and the failure rate was extremely high. But for the white snake sage, as long as she properly controlled the amount of natural energy being injected, and drew the natural energy back out before the person fully transformed into a snake, the trainee would not be in danger. It was just that the white snake sage in the past had disdained doing that. After all, to her, humans were hardly any different from food. No problem. Then it's settled. When can you help me retrieve the Sage of Six Paths Shikujo? The white snake sage agreed to Long Ming's condition quite readily, then brought up the matter of retrieving the Shikujo. I'll go once I'm done with my own business. Just wait properly. It won't take too long. Within 3 months, I will return here once again. After saying that, Long Ming turned and left with Orochimaru. After Long Ming's figure gradually disappeared from sight, the white snake sage's expression turned completely gloomy. She had actually wanted to make a move just now, but the strength Long Ming had displayed was far from weak. Combined with Long Ming's earlier threats, the white snake sage was also afraid that Long Ming might really have some means of killing her. This Long Ming is truly lawless. He's gone too far in bullying me. But as long as I can gain my freedom, there's nothing wrong with temporarily submitting to him. Once I break the seal, I will surely lead 100,000 giant snakes out of Ryuchi Cave and rule over the ninja world. The white snake sage let out a sinister laugh, imagining the wonderful life she would have in the future. On the other side, after Long Ming walked out of the temple, his expression eased slightly. He did not like this white snake sage. Although the two sides seemed to have reached an agreement, it was nothing more than a compromise made because each wanted something from the other. Long Ming was doing this to save time as well. After all, as long as the white snake sage agreed to him, he could go straight to Shikatsu Forest, then head to Mount Myaboku to check in. After checking in one more time, Long Ming's strength would absolutely not be weaker than 6 paths level. At that time, the white snake sage would only be left for him to butcher as he pleased. Thinking of this, Long Ming let out a weird gegegi laugh. White snake sage, I'm waiting for the check-in. What are you waiting for? Long Ming turned back and gazed toward the temple's location. Inside the temple, the white snake sage suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and muttered in confusion, Am I catching a cold? At the same time, elsewhere, the great toad sage, who had been dozing in his seat, suddenly woke with a start. A sharp gleam burst from his cloudy eyes as he looked far off toward the direction of Ryuchi Cave. Great Lord, did something happen? Fukasaku Sage looked at the great toad sage's unusual reaction and could not help asking. In Fukasaku Sage's impression, no matter what happened, the great toad sage had always been calm and unhurried, always wearing a kind smile on his face. He had never seen him lose composure like this. The great toad sage took a deep breath, his face grave as he said, I have foreseen it. A calamity is coming to Mount Myaboku. A calamity? Fukasaku and Shima Sage were both shocked at the same time. What kind of thing could make even the great toad sage, who had lived for over 1,000 years, call it a calamity? Yes, a calamity. The great toad sage nodded, his expression extremely grim. In my dream, I saw Long Ming, the one who disrupted the balance of the ninja world, coming to Mount Myaboku. He had become even stronger, and he even fought an exceptionally fierce battle with me. At the mention of Long Ming, the Great Toad Sage's expression turned very ugly. After all, Long Ming had ruined the balance of power in the ninja world that he had painstakingly maintained. With the 5 great nations all submitting to Konoha, what people would care about next would be development and expanding territory. And the 3 great sage regions would undoubtedly be the first targets. That was why the Great Toad Sage was always interfering with the development of the ninja world. He did not want the ninja world to become completely unified. He wanted them to remain wary of one another and keep fighting. If you think about it carefully, was the era under Kagaya's rule really nothing but bad? When the Great Toad Sage guided the Sage of Six Paths back then, he only spoke of Kagaya's faults and never mentioned her good side. At the very least, during that period, humanity really had stopped waging war, reducing the number of deaths caused by battle. Every race will sacrifice and deceive others' interests for its own safety. That is the essence of the world. Every race is selfish. For the sake of its own safety, even knowing something is wrong, it will still do it. For the sake of his own race, the Great Toad Sage had interfered with the situation of the ninja world for over 1,000 years. But what he feared most had still come in the end. Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage both looked rather grim, because the two of them had suffered a crushing defeat at Long Ming's hands a few years ago. They had already developed a bit of psychological trauma toward Long Ming's unreasonable strength. Great Master, in your opinion, what should we do? In all of Mount Mayaboku, aside from you, I'm afraid no one is his match, Fukasaku Sage said, his brows deeply furrowed. What are you panicking for? Let me divine first. The Great Toad Sage gave a cold snort and casually took out a crystal ball, injecting Senjutsu chakra into it. At once, a hazy watery image appeared on the crystal ball. Although Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage could not see anything, the Great Toad Sage seemed to be seeing quite a lot through the crystal ball. After a long while, the crystal ball had returned to normal, while the Great Toad Sage fell into thought. Seeing the Great Toad Sage with an expression like he was constipated, Shima Sage directly asked, "You old fool, what are you pretending to be so profound for? Hurry up and say it. What did you divine?" The Great Toad Sage's mouth twitched. "What do you mean pretending to be profound? I was clearly thinking, okay?" Too lazy to argue with Shima Sage, the Great Toad Sage explained, "I divined that Long Ming's target is not just our Mount Mayaboku, but also Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest. And he has already brought Ryuchi Cave under his command." "He subdued Ryuchi Cave?" Fukasaku Sage cried out in shock. He knew quite a bit about Ryuchi Cave. That White Snake Sage was the Great Toad Sage's mortal enemy, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. For Long Ming to be able to subdue him, didn't that prove that the other party already had 6 paths level strength? Worry, they only reached some agreements. It isn't that Long Ming truly defeated that old snake. But I estimate that Long Ming's strength should also be about at the 6 paths level. As if he had seen the fear in Fukasaku's eyes, the Great Toad Sage deliberately explained. "So that's how it is." Fukasaku Sage's expression eased a little, but his wariness of Long Ming still remained. "I also divined that the next place he is going to is Shikatsu Forest first, not our Mount Mayaboku. He has a space-time ninjutsu that lets him move quickly. I'm afraid he will soon find where Shikatsu Forest is located," the Great Toad Sage said. Shima Sage was stunned, murmuring under her breath, "Judging by this, he's planning to claim all 3 Great Sage regions for himself. What a greedy fellow. It's a pity we couldn't kill him back then." The Great Toad Sage snorted coldly. After thinking for a moment, he muttered to himself, "Letting Katsuyu take the lead first is actually a good choice. But Katsuyu isn't good at fighting. With him alone, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill Long Ming. I have to give him a hand." Fukasaku Sage's pupils shrank, and he could not help asking, "Great Master, could it be that you want to personally misunderstand?" The Great Toad Sage directly interrupted Fukasaku, then said, "I do not intend to go there in person. After all, I have stayed in Mount Mayaboku for too long and have developed a bit of dependence on the natural energy here. If I go to Shikatsu Forest, I can only bring out 70% of my full strength. For a 6 paths level expert, losing 30% of one's power was already an extremely terrifying amount. It was enough to affect the outcome of a battle. Before he had a very clear understanding of Long Ming's strength, the Great Toad Sage was unwilling to take that risk. "Then how are you going to help Sage Katsuyu of Shikatsu Forest, Great Master?" Fukasaku Sage asked in confusion. The Great Toad Sage smiled mysteriously and said blandly, "To deal with humans, of course it's best to let humans do it." After saying that, the Great Toad Sage took out several scrolls. After throwing them out one by one, more than a dozen white zetsu appeared on the scene. These were the Great Toad Sage's collectibles. 1,000 years ago he had stolen quite a few white zetsu from the god tree. After placing the white zetsu on the ground, he also had Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage prepare some soil. Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage were both full of confusion, but they still obeyed the Great Toad Sage's orders and set everything up. That's right. The great Toad Sage was preparing to use the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu to revive the strong of the ninja world to fight Long Ming. Although this S-rank forbidden jutsu was difficult for ordinary people to obtain and master, for the great Toad Sage, who had lived for over 1,000 years, it was as easy as pie. The great Toad Sage was familiar with nearly every ninjutsu in the ninja world. And after his improvements, the Impure World Reincarnation performed with Senjutsu Chakra would not only allow the reincarnated to possess strength far beyond what they had in life, but it also would not require the revived person's flesh and blood tissue. The great Toad Sage took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then an immense and boundless Senjutsu Chakra suddenly erupted from his body. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. His hands came together in a seal. Sage Art. Super Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu. Blinding rays of light shone from beneath the white Zetsus bodies. Immediately after, the soil beneath them began to rapidly swallow their bodies. The white Zetsu let out painful wails, but the sounds quickly ceased. After the soil swallowed the white Zetsu, it began reshaping appearances on the outside, and one familiar face after another appeared before Fukasaku and Shima Sage. The two of them trembled all over. From each other's eyes, both could see deep shock. This is Konoha's god of shinobi, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, and the fastest shinobi in the world, the second Hokage Tobarama Senju. Could that one over there be the third Raikage, who called himself the strongest spear and the strongest shield? Even the second Tsuchikage Mu, who developed Dust Release, a Kekkei Toda that surpasses Kekkei Genkai, has been revived. If anyone in the ninja world heard the names Fukasaku and Shima Sage had just spoken, they would definitely be so shocked they could not remain standing. Because every single one of the people here was a ninja who had dazzled an era. All of them had left a bold and unforgettable mark on the long history of the ninja world. Some of the ninja here, even Great Toad Sage Fukasaku and Great Toad Sage Shima, had no confidence they could defeat. When reviving one ninja beside the second Hokage, the reanimation body simply would not take shape no matter what. The Great Toad Sage narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look into the void, only to see a vicious-looking Shinigami appear there, dressed in a white robe and clenching a blade in its mouth. The soul really is still sealed, huh? But the fourth Hokage has half of the Nine Tails inside him, so his strength is indeed impressive. If he can't be revived, that would be a bit of a pity. The Great Toad Sage muttered to himself, then looked at the Shinigami and said seriously, Shinigami, I hope you can do me a favor and release Minato Namikaze's soul. The Shinigami's hollow eyes looked at the Great Toad Sage as if it were looking at an idiot. That gaze seemed to be saying, I finally came out for once. It's one thing that I didn't get any souls, but now you even want to take away the ones in my belly? Do you really think your face is worth that much? The Shinigami took the short blade from its mouth and slashed directly at the Great Toad Sage. Humph, something that doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. The Great Toad Sage's expression darkened, and then he waved one hand. Sage Art. Thousand-faced wild wind blades. A shocking amount of Senjutsu Chakra gathered in the Great Toad Sage's hand, followed immediately by a shrieking gale. Countless tangible wind blades carrying powerful Senjutsu Chakra passed through the Shinigami's body. Whoosh! The Shinigami was instantly sliced into several hundred pieces, and the souls inside it scattered in all directions. One of them also fell onto the reanimation body below. That last reanimation body that had failed to form finally took shape as the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash. The Great Toad Sage nodded in satisfaction, then spread both hands, and the many powerful figures below gradually began to wake up as well. Hashirama Senju was the first to open his eyes. He swept his gaze around at the surroundings, then looked at his own body, and finally fixed his eyes on the Great Toad Sage. Great Toad Sage? Why am I here? Were you the one who used reanimation to bring me back? Hashirama Senju scratched his head and opened with a deadly triple question right away. As the strongest man in the ninja world in the past, Hashirama naturally knew about a toad like the Great Toad Sage. The two had even met before, so of course he recognized him. However, the Great Toad Sage did not answer a single one of Hashirama's questions. He merely nodded slightly, then said with a faint smile, wait a moment first. After everyone wakes up, I'll explain the rest to you. The second to awaken was the third Raikage. He looked down at his body and said with a frown, this state is making me a little uncomfortable. And the second Tsuchikage of Iwagakure is actually here too. It really makes me want to fight. During the Third Great Ninja War, in order to let his comrades escape, the third Raikage had once faced as many as 10,000 ninja from the Land of Earth's forces alone and died from exhaustion. So he had absolutely no good feelings toward the Land of Earth. The revived second Tsuchikage at the side did not know the third Raikage, but from the other man's attitude, he could guess there was bad blood with his village. So he let out a cold snort and shot back without showing any weakness. With a muscle-brained idiot from Kumogakure here, my mood isn't good either. Why not fight? You said it. My Hellstab. Four-finger Nukite ISNT for show. What a joke. Is my dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique for show then? The The two of them went back and forth, and the war of words kept escalating. Meanwhile, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, stared at his own body and said in disbelief, "I never thought even I could be revived. Great Toad Sage, how exactly did you do it?" "Heh, don't underestimate me, Minato. Snatching someone from the Shinigami is nothing more than a piece of cake for me," the Great Toad Sage said proudly. The ninja revived nearby all spoke at once, each with a different attitude. Some were excited, some were furious, and some were filled with emotion. "Everyone, please quiet down. I am the Great Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku. I am the one who revived all of you this time, mainly because the entire ninja world has run into a huge problem." The Great Toad Sage's voice made everyone fall silent. Although the Kage from different eras might not know one another, everyone present had heard of the Great Toad Sage. "Great Toad Sage, just speak plainly. What huge problem has the ninja world run into?" Tobirama Senju demanded in a deep voice. The Great Toad Sage glanced at Tobirama Senju, then looked at the Kage from the other villages and slowly sighed. "A devil has appeared in Konoha in the ninja world. A few years ago, he slaughtered tens of thousands of ninja from the 4 great ninja villages by himself, nearly wiping the 4 great ninja villages out. Now he is even trying to seize the sacred lands and use the power of Senjutsu to conquer the world. If he succeeds, then the entire ninja world will fall into endless darkness." "What? My great Iwa Mist Sand Cloud village is gone?" Hearing the Great Toad Sage's words, the Kage of the major villages felt as if struck by lightning. Their minds buzzed, and for a moment, they could not react at all. "That's impossible. My Iwagakure has the 4 tails and 5 tails, and my disciple with the title Inoki of both scales is there too. How could we possibly be defeated by Konoha? There has to be a limit to your nonsense. Kirigakure produces special talents rich in Kekkei Genkai. How could we be defeated by a mere Konoha?" The Kage all tried their hardest to deny reality, unwilling to believe what the Great Toad Sage was saying. Seeing this, the Great Toad Sage calmly took out a crystal ball. A stream of Senjutsu chakra poured into it, and immediately an image appeared in midair. What it showed was Long Ming using planetary devastation to slaughter the allied shinobi forces, then blasting apart the 8 tails and killing the 4th Raikage. As he played the scene, the Great Toad Sage let out a grief-stricken sigh. The major ninja villages suffered devastating losses. By the time I wanted to go save them, it was already too late. I could only watch helplessly as the tragedy happened. The Great Toad Sage only played the parts where Long Ming was killing people. As for the reason the war started, and many of the detailed parts, the Great Toad Sage skipped over all of it directly and did not show a single bit. After seeing the edited footage, the Kage of the 4 great ninja villages were indeed furious. One after another, they began accusing the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage. "Hokage of every generation, your Konoha teaching and producing such a crazed beast is unforgivable. He actually attacked ninja who had already passed out and had no power to fight. 1st Hokage, is this the peace and understanding you believed in? How utterly laughable. We actually believed your nonsense back then. We should have gone to war at that time and wiped out your Konoha. If I run into that little beast, I'll tear him to pieces. Great Toad Sage, tell us at once where he is." Faced with the accusations from the assembled Kage, the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, looked grim. Even though he wanted to deny that the boy belonged to Konoha, those Mangekyo Sharingan and that complete body Susanoo had already nailed down Long Ming's identity as an Uchiha clansman. But calm as ever, he still kept his composure at a time like this. He argued steadily, although the person in the image is indeed a ninja from our Konoha, what the truth actually is still hasn't been confirmed. Aren't you all being too excessive, making such arbitrary accusations against us based on just one piece of footage? Tobirama's voice was firm and forceful, every word sharp and precise, but it still couldn't calm the fury of the gathered Kage. The 2nd Tsuchikage Mu let out 2 cold laughs and said darkly, "2nd Hokage, are you saying the Great Toad Sage is lying? He's someone from the same era as the Sage of 6 Paths. Are you questioning his character?" Seeing the 2nd Tsuchikage throw such a heavy accusation right away, Tobirama Senju frowned slightly and explained, "Tsuchikage, don't twist my words. I'm only discussing the matter as it is. You should know I've never favored the Uchiha clan." Before Tobirama Senju could finish, the 3rd Raikage cut him off with a violent roar and growled, "I saw my own son die at the hands of that Uchiha brat with my own eyes. There's nothing to discuss. I'm going over there right now to snap his neck. That's right. He killed so many ninja from our villages. So we'll kill all of Konoha's ninja to vent our anger too. Kill this Uchiha brat first, then flatten Konoha to the ground." Faced with the overbearing attitude of the 4 great ninja villages, the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, finally couldn't hold back anymore. In Hashirama's eyes, the village was above everything else. To talk about destroying the village right in front of him was basically asking for death. When Madara wanted to destroy the village, he had still stabbed him without hesitation, let alone this bunch of small fry in front of him. A sharp light flashed in Hashirama's eyes, and his authoritative voice rang through the temple. All of you, shut your mouths. Boom! A surge of purple chakra erupted along with a terrifying pressure, instantly splitting the entire ground apart. The faces of the people who had just been shouting changed at once, and cold sweat slowly ran down their foreheads. They had gotten so carried away that they forgot just how terrifying the man known as the god of shinobi really was. Truly impressive, Minato said with slight emotion, then stepped over to stand together with the first Hokage and second Hokage. After all, they were all Hokage of Konoha village. If the other Kage really wanted to make a move against the village, then they would definitely stop them. Fortunately, the other Kage didn't seem to have any intention of attacking right away. After Hashirama subdued the whole place, he slowly withdrew his pressure and looked at the image in midair as he said, "If this matter is true, then our Konoha will absolutely not avoid responsibility. I will personally take action and eliminate this boy. Humph. I hope you keep your word, first Hokage." The second Tsuchikage turned his head away resentfully and said nothing more. After all, Hashirama Senju had already made his stance clear, and his strength was right there for all to see. If they kept talking any further, they would just be failing to appreciate what was good for them. Everyone, every word I said is true. We cannot waste time now. Please set out for Shikatsu Forest as soon as possible, or even more innocent people will be killed or injured. The great Toad Sage still wore a compassionate expression, as if he was thinking for the good of the ninja world at every turn. The great Toad Sage is right. The sooner this devil is destroyed, the sooner the ninja world will know peace. Leave immediately. We'll definitely tear that brat Long Ming into pieces. Filled with righteous indignation, the gathered Kage all echoed the great Toad Sage's words. Looking at the human figures before him who had been stirred up so easily, the great Toad Sage only sneered inwardly again and again. Foolish humans. Go fight and give your lives for me. Only impure world reincarnation without direct control can bring out true battle power. Then the great Toad Sage told them the location of Shikatsu Forest, and the Kage all rushed out at once, heading straight for it. After everyone had left, the great Toad Sage's gentle expression gradually turned cold. Use our sacred land's special methods to contact Shikatsu Forest and give him a reminder. Long Ming will be arriving there very soon. Tell him he must hold on until reinforcements arrive. Then join the Kage and kill Long Ming in Shikatsu Forest. Fukasaku Sage lowered his head, then asked somewhat hesitantly, "But can Lady Katsuyu really hold out? She is, after all, only a healing type. I'm worried that by the time those Kage reach Shikatsu Forest, Lady Katsuyu will already have been defeated." The great Toad Sage seemed to have expected this long ago, and his tone remained calm. "She can hold on. She only needs a little motivation. Isn't Tsunade still in our hands? Tell Lady Katsuyu that if she can't hold Long Ming back, then she can forget about ever seeing Tsunade again for the rest of her life." Ever since Jiraiya left last time, Tsunade had remained in Mount Mayaboku. Although she had wanted to leave midway, the toads of Mount Mayaboku had always found all kinds of excuses to stop her. There was a deep bond between Katsuyu and Tsunade. The great Toad Sage knew this very well. As long as he used Tsunade as a threat, the other side would definitely risk her life to hold Long Ming back. As they hurried along, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, turned his head and asked, "Anija, big brother, do you really believe what that great Toad Sage said? I always feel like there's still something he didn't tell us." "Half and half, I guess. It's not like I completely believe him either," Hashirama replied casually. Tobirama was a little confused and pressed further. "Then why did you still agree to his request to go to Shikatsu Forest and deal with Long Ming? At the very least, we could investigate first. If we went back to Konoha, wouldn't everything become clear?" Hashirama said nothing. Instead, he recalled the footage the great Toad Sage had shown him. Long Ming's strength was so great that even he felt some caution. Hashirama took a deep breath and said, "Even if some of what the great Toad Sage said was false, the fact that Long Ming slaughtered the 4 great ninja villages is still true. This powerful, and he's also Madara's descendant. If he hasn't inherited my will of fire, then with how extreme their clan can be, he might destroy the village one day. So I have to go and confirm what is truly in his heart. If he has inherited my will, then I will naturally protect him. But if his personality is too extreme, then the ninja world having one less ticking time bomb would also be a good thing." Tobirama rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "There are far too few in the Uchiha clan who can inherit Big Brother's will of fire. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. If you ask me, back then you shouldn't have made peace with the Uchiha clan. Wiping them out completely would have been best." Minato stayed silent for a long while, then said, "You can't put it that way either. There were also many outstanding ninja in the Uchiha clan. They made great contributions to Konoha too. One of my students was once an Uchiha clansman, and he died in the war to protect his comrades." After those words were spoken, Tobirama also fell silent. "We cannot deny the Uchiha's contributions to the village, but if they ever give rise to thoughts that endanger the village, then they must be purged." A chilling cold light flashed through Hashirama's eyes. After leaving Ryuchi Cave, Long Ming first sent Orochimaru back to Konoha. After that he brought Madara, who knew where Shikatsu Forest was, and set out for it. Although Shikatsu Forest was also ranked as one of the 3 Great Sage regions. What made it different from the other 2 was that the entire Shikatsu Forest actually had only one summoning beast, Katsuyu Sage herself. Unlike Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave, where aside from the sages who had lived for thousands of years, there were also many descendants. What Tsunade summoned each time was only a part of Katsuyu Sage. The greater the amount of chakra, the larger the portion of Katsuyu Sage that could be summoned. In the azure sky, a pitch-black space gate suddenly opened in midair, and Long Ming slowly walked out of it with Madara. This was north of the land of Earth, several miles beyond its border. There were several towering mountain peaks beneath their feet, and from the dense forest below came the cries of birds from time to time. A space-time ninjutsu like this really is convenient. Teach it to me sometime if you have the chance. Madara looked back at the gradually closing space gate with obvious interest. Long Ming chuckled, rubbed his nose and said, I can't teach you this ninjutsu. If you want a space-time ninjutsu, why not just gouge out a Beto SI? His is pretty good. Madara rolled his eyes directly. What kind of rotten idea is that? You want me to give up the Rinnegan and put on a Mangekyo instead? Aha, just kidding. Hurry up and tell me where Shikatsu Forest is. Long Ming laughed as he patted Madara on the shoulder. Madara turned his Rinnegan to observe the area, then pointed in one direction and said, Over there. Back in my previous life when I was still alive, I came here once with Hashirama. It's just that I had no interest in training in Sage Jutsu at the time, so I left after taking a look. Long Ming nodded slightly. It did not surprise him that Hashirama's Sage mode came from Shikatsu Forest. After all, the original story had already hinted at this in many places. The 2 figures flickered and vanished from the air, heading straight for Shikatsu Forest. As one of the 3 Great Sage regions, Shikatsu Forest's location was equally hidden, concealed within a bamboo forest filled with miasma. With miasma as a natural barrier, ordinary people simply would not dare go deep inside. And Shikatsu Forest was right within this miasma-filled bamboo forest. Long Ming and Madara flashed down from the air and landed in front of the bamboo forest. Just as they were about to go in, Madara reminded him from the side, Be careful. This miasma isn't just highly toxic and corrosive. If you stay in it too long it will also erode a person's chakra. It was set up by Katsuyu Sage as a test. As he was speaking, a bird flew across the sky overhead. The moment it touched the miasma, its body suddenly stiffened, and it fell straight down from the air. While still in midair, the bird's corpse began rotting at high speed. By the time it hit the ground, all that remained was a black skeleton. Not bad poison. Long Ming smiled slightly. This natural miasma poison was probably far stronger than the poisons used by Sasori. But that was all. It was nowhere near enough to make Long Ming wary. Long Ming strode into the miasma. His left eye endlessly spread a barrier, and he began moving through the bamboo forest as if nothing were there. The miasma swirled all around him, yet it could not harm Long Ming in the slightest. It could only stop within inches of him. Heck, this guy's dojutsu really is enviable. Madara smiled and shook his head. Then he also activated Susanoo and stepped into the bamboo forest. And in a place the 2 of them had not noticed, a small slug was watching them the entire time. So amazing. They actually ignored all this miasma completely. How exactly did he do it? Katsuyu Sage's tone was full of disbelief. She had seen countless people try to break through her test. But someone doing it this easily was truly the first. Just thinking about fighting Long Ming made Katsuyu Sage's scalp tingle. But if she did not fight, Lady Tsunade would be in danger. With no other choice, Katsuyu Sage could only choose to fight Long Ming. Long Ming and Madara traveled through the bamboo forest for more than 10 minutes. At last, they discovered a horizontal stone monument, and on it were the 3 large characters. Shikatsu Forest. Looks like we've arrived. Long Ming's figure flickered, and he appeared beside the stone monument. It was as if some kind of barrier existed there. Once the miasma reached the monument it went no farther. Looking carefully, the inside of Shikatsu Forest was completely different from the bamboo forest outside. Here, birds sang and flowers gave off their fragrance. The bamboo forest was green like flawless jade, and the trickling sound of water was like a moving song. What a good place. Long Ming nodded repeatedly. Compared to Ryuchi Cave and Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest was probably the most suitable place for a ninja to cultivate sage jutsu. After all, one of those 2 places was too gloomy, and the other was too disgusting. Mount Myaboku even made you eat bug feasts from time to time. It was simply no life for a human. Long Ming was still very confident about subduing Shikatsu Forest. After all, unlike the white snake sage of Ryuchi Cave, Katsuyu Sage was smarter and gentler. She was a relatively easy target to tame. That's strange. Normally there are a lot of slugs here. Madara frowned. The last time he came here, there had been blue slugs of all sizes on the bamboo, the rocks and the grass. But this time there was not a single one. Madara's words also made Long Ming feel that something was off. Logically speaking, after they had passed through the outer bamboo forest, Katsuyu Sage should have come out to meet them. As the saying went, when something unusual happens, there must be a reason. This trip to Shikatsu Forest was probably going to lead to some kind of trouble. Just as Long Ming was thinking that, the ground of the entire Shikatsu Forest suddenly began to tremble wildly. Katsuyu Sage had made her move. As mentioned before, the entire Shikatsu Forest actually had only one slug, namely Katsuyu Sage's true body. What people usually summoned was often only a part of Katsuyu Sage, so just how big was the real Katsuyu Sage? Today, Long Ming and Madara finally got to see it. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. As deafening roars echoed non-stop beside their ears, the entire Shikatsu Forest shook continuously as if a massive earthquake of dozens of magnitudes had struck. And in the end, a gigantic slug as large as a small mountain appeared. What a huge thing. So this is Katsuyu Sage's true body? Madara looked up at the enormous Katsuyu Sage and could not help letting out a sigh of amazement. This size had already surpassed the complete body Susanoo. But compared to would release true several thousand hands, it was still quite a bit smaller. Even so, it was already terrifying enough. Looking at Katsuyu, who had directly revealed her true body, Long Ming was a little dumbfounded. From the looks of it, she clearly intended to fight him the moment she appeared. But he did not seem to have even stated his purpose yet, right? Starting off by attacking right away, this didn't seem like something the gentle slug sage would do. But Long Ming quickly snapped out of his confusion. No matter what had happened, since you wanted to fight, then he beat you until you submitted. Unlike the highly bloodthirsty white snake sage, Long Ming was still confident he could defeat a healing type 6 paths level summoning beast like the slug sage. And after defeating the slug sage, subduing her would definitely become much easier. Slug sage, since you were the one who provoked me first, then don't blame me. Long Ming narrowed his eyes, then brought his hands together. Black lightning-shaped markings appeared on his face once again. Perfect Sage Mode. He can enter Sage Mode with just a clap of his hands? Since when did Sage Mode become this easy? The Slug Sage was shocked once more as she looked at Long Ming. After all, not everyone was the first Hokage. Most people who learned Senjutsu did so with extreme caution, terrified that the slightest mistake in controlling natural energy would petrify or assimilate their bodies. But when Long Ming entered Sage Mode, it was as easy for him as drinking water or eating a meal. That was just too discouraging. The Slug Sage took a deep breath and focused with all her might to prepare for Long Ming. Buzz! A terrifying wave of Senjutsu chakra swept out from the Slug Sage's body. Though she was a healing-type summoning beast, this Senjutsu chakra was in no way inferior to the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave. The overwhelming Senjutsu chakra made the very space around them begin to hum non-stop. Sage Art. Slug Acid. Whoosh! The Slug Sage opened her mouth and spewed out a sky-covering flood of corrosive liquid. This was one of the Slug's rare offensive jutsu, and its effects were extremely powerful. Once it hit, it could dissolve anything. Slug Sage, you have far too few offensive senjutsu. There's no way someone like you can be my opponent. Sage Art. Amaterasu. Looking at the overwhelming wave of acid, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic in Long Ming's eyes. Flames of Amaterasu surged out from the void at once, forming a massive shield of black flames in front of him. With senjutsu empowering it, the power of Amaterasu was greatly enhanced, and even the surrounding space began to distort. Any acid that touched the black flame shield instantly turned into steam in less than a second. After blocking the Slug Sage's acid attack, Long Ming activated Kagetsuchi, transforming the black flame shield into an extremely long tachi, and fiercely slashed it toward the Slug Sage's body. Slug Great Split. Looking at the Amaterasu black flames so hot they warped space itself, the Slug Sage didn't dare take it head-on. She immediately split her entire body into countless clones to evade the attack. In this state, all physical attacks would become ineffective. No matter how powerful the attack was, it would become useless, and the enemy would gradually exhaust their stamina before finally collapsing. But the Slug Sage had still underestimated Long Ming's strength. The moment the slash was dodged through splitting, the tachi made of black flames immediately exploded apart, and the scattered black flames ignited a large number of slug clones. The Slug Sage let out a scream. The remaining split bodies rapidly gathered back together and formed a new Slug Sage. Only, compared to before, the aura of this newly formed Slug Sage was slightly weaker. There was no helping it. The many variations created by combining Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi were simply impossible to fully guard against. If Long Ming had been using Wood Release, the slug wouldn't have been afraid instead. After all, whether facing Wood Dragon Jutsu or Deep Forest Emergence, her Slug Great Split could effectively avoid the damage. But against a fire release like Amaterasu, the Slug Sage had no way to evade it perfectly. Slug Sage, I advise you to surrender. Long Ming looked at the slug, then said calmly, if you submit on your own, you can save yourself some pain. But if you insist on staying stubborn, I can't guarantee what the consequences will be. A conflicted look flashed across the Slug Sage's face. Then she gave a bitter smile. I have a reason why I must fight you. Unless I die, I will not stop fighting. Humph. Hearing that, Long Ming snorted coldly. Black chakra then surged continuously from his body, and the bones, meridians, and flesh of Susanoo rapidly formed. If that's the case, then I can only beat you flat first, and then force you to submit. Susanoo condensed a double-edged battle blade made entirely of Amaterasu black flames and charged straight at the slug sage. Danger.
Extrême danger.
By pure instinct as a living creature, the slug sage sensed an intense crisis and activated slug great split once again. Boom! The moment the slug sage finished splitting, Long Ming's slash had already arrived. This time, quite a few more split bodies were burned by Amaterasu and instantly reduced to ashes. After merging again, the slug sage's aura had clearly weakened, showing that she had suffered no small amount of injury. If you keep passively taking hits like this, how much longer can you last, slug sage? Long Ming narrowed his eyes, then condensed Yasaka Magatama in his hand. Just as he was about to add Amaterasu and throw it, a scene that left Long Ming dumbfounded appeared. He saw the slug sage suddenly split off one tiny slug after another and leave them on her back. Slug replication. Healing jutsu. The tiny slugs on her back suddenly replicated identical split bodies, then immediately used healing jutsu on the slug sage together. The slug sage, whose aura had weakened greatly just a moment ago, instantly returned to her peak. Long Ming's mouth twitched. Are you bug abusing here? No wonder you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the other two great sacred lands. I underestimated you, slug sage. Long Ming put away his earlier contempt. As expected, not a single summoning beast that could advance to 6 paths level was simple. Though the slug sage had no fearsome offensive power, her outstanding healing ability made her just like him, who possessed the Asura body, simply impossible to kill. If it were any other enemy, with this kind of recovery power, the slug sage could absolutely drag them to death alive. But unfortunately, the one she had met today was Long Ming. Long Ming's perfect sage mode could sustain itself by autonomously absorbing natural energy. And with the Asura body, both the amount of chakra and his recovery speed were even more terrifying. Then let us see who ends up dragging whom to death. A trace of a smile flashed through Long Ming's eyes, and then he clashed with the slug sage once more. The slug sage, who wasn't skilled in combat, would lose quite a few split bodies every time Long Ming struck, yet every single time the slug sage was able to recover. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. After fighting for 2 hours, the mountain where Shikatsu Forest was located had already become a complete wreck. Vast amounts of black flames rolled endlessly across the mountain like towering tidal waves. Boom! Another ear-shattering sound rang out. The slug sage, who had just merged together again, was once more forced to split apart. The two had already been fighting like this for 2 hours straight, to the point that Madara beside them was yawning nonstop. But one thing worth mentioning was that the slug sage's replication jutsu seemed to have a limit. Several minutes ago, Long Ming had already noticed that some of the tiny slugs on the slug sage's back had stopped replicating themselves. Why did it turn out like this? What kind of monster is this Long Ming? His strength clearly isn't at 6 paths level, yet the amount of sage chakra he has is so terrifying. There's not even the slightest sign of it running out. At this moment, Katsuyu Sage was mentally exhausted too. It had never seen anyone with as much sage chakra as Long Ming. It was like there was a separate dimension inside his body, with natural energy pouring out endlessly. It had split itself so many times that it had gone numb. Yet Long Ming only grew more energetic as the fight went on. If this kept going, Katsuyu Sage felt like it was going to be drained dry alive. Slash! Long Ming brought down another blade, and several hundred more of Katsuyu Sage's split bodies were burned away by Amaterasu's black flames. When they merged again, Katsuyu Sage's body had already shrunk by a full circle compared to the beginning, and its aura was far weaker than before. Long Ming said flatly, Katsuyu Sage, you're already at the end of your strength. Submit to me. In the name of the Uchiha, I promise you that as long as you submit, I absolutely won't make things hard for you. Katsuyu Sage's body trembled, and it could only laugh bitterly inside. If not for the great Toad Sage's threat, it would have surrendered long ago. Fighting a monster like Long Ming, if it wasn't courting death, then there had to be something wrong with its brain. Katsuyu Sage let out an inward sigh and forced itself upright again, wanting to continue fighting. Long Ming frowned tightly. Katsuyu Sage's stubbornness had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Looks like I can only make it lose its ability to fight first. Recovery will be slower that way, but better short pain than long pain, Long Ming muttered inwardly. Then the chakra around his body surged once more, and large amounts of black flames appeared in the empty air. Kagetsuchi. Long Ming's right eye turned slightly, and the black flames twisted continuously as if they had come alive, finally forming a gigantic longbow and an arrow. Long Ming drew the bow and set the arrow, and an unprecedented sense of danger rose from the depths of Katsuyu Sage's heart. For this arrow, Long Ming held nothing back at all. Contained an enormous amount of Amaterasu black flames. Once it hit and exploded, the quantity and range would be enough to burn an entire small country to ashes. Whoosh! Long Ming let the arrow fly, and the black flame arrow turned into a streak of light as it shot toward Katsuyu Sage. Overwhelmed by immense terror, Katsuyu Sage froze in place, completely unable to move, and was about to be hit. At this critical instant, a man wearing the Hokage's white robe and holding a three-pronged kunai stepped in front of Katsuyu Sage. The man's sudden appearance startled not only Katsuyu Sage, but even Long Ming was briefly stunned. Yellow flash of the leaf, fourth Hokage? There was a trace of disbelief in Long Ming's voice. Wasn't Minato Namake's soul sealed away? How could he appear here? While Long Ming was still thinking, the massive black flame arrow had already rushed in front of Minato. Compared to the black flame arrow, Minato's body could only be called tiny. Yet he extended his hand without the slightest hesitation. At the instant hand and arrow touched, Minato gave a light shout, flying Raijin, guiding thunder, swish. Along with a distorted blur in space, the enormous black flame arrow was instantly transferred away. This was one application of the flying Raijin jutsu, allowing an attack to be instantly relocated elsewhere. Minato could even use this move to transfer a tailed beast ball. A few seconds after the black flame arrow disappeared, a huge roar came from the east. From here, drifting black smoke could still be seen. Minato descended from the air and said with a light smile, "Looks like I made it in time. You're Uchiha Long Ming, right? Your attack really is impressive." At the moment of contact just now, although Minato had already used flying Raijin at extreme speed to transfer the attack away, black flames still got onto his arm. If not for the reanimation jutsu, that arm might have been ruined. After realizing the black flames couldn't be extinguished, Minato decisively cut off the limb and tore off the entire arm. His reanimation jutsu body allowed him to recover again very quickly. Long Ming frowned, but not because he thought Minato would be hard to deal with. Rather, he couldn't figure out who had used reanimation jutsu to bring Minato back. After all, there were only a handful of ninja in the entire world who had mastered reanimation jutsu, and most of those people had already been brought under his control. Who exactly was opposing him at a time like this? Long Ming began thinking about what enemies he still had left at this stage. Black Zetsu? That clump of spoiled period blood probably didn't have that kind of ability yet. Right now, who knew what corner it was hiding in? The Otsutsuki clan? With their strength, they would probably prefer to come kill him directly rather than use reanimation jutsu. Suddenly, a name flashed through Long Ming's mind. Long Ming's face turned somewhat gloomy. The Great Toad Sage. That old toad that had been opposing him ever since 3 years ago. Only it would have the ability to cast reanimation jutsu and accurately calculate that he would be in Shikatsu Forest at this moment. Thinking about it now, Katsuyu Sage's unreasonable persistence in battle was probably also to stall for time. Madara, who had been watching from afar, flashed over and appeared at Long Ming's side. A hint of excitement was on his face as he said agitatedly, "Long Ming, I sensed Hashirama's chakra. He seems to have been revived too, and he's on his way here right now." Long Ming narrowed his eyes, then used perfect sage mode to sense the area. Sure enough, he discovered Hashirama's chakra, along with the chakra of the other Kage. "Old Toad, you really think highly of me, huh? You actually revived so many Kage from the 5 great ninja villages." A cold glint flashed through Long Ming's eyes. From the look of the Great Toad Sage's setup, it was clearly planning to kill him here in Shikatsu Forest. Just as Long Ming was still thinking, a thunderous roar suddenly came from nearby. "You little beast, so you're Uchiha Long Ming? You slaughtered over 10,000 ninja from my Kumogakure, and even my son died miserably at your hands. Give me your life." As the words fell, a figure suddenly flashed into the air. His body was covered in blue lightning release chakra, with arcs of electricity constantly crackling across him. It was the third Raikage of Kumogakure. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze red. The moment he arrived, the third Raikage used his strongest jutsu on Long Ming Hellstab, Four-Finger Nukite. The fewer fingers used in this technique, the greater its power became. When strengthened until only one finger remained, it was known as the strongest spear. And at this moment, the third Raikage was using one finger. He intended to pierce through the Susanoo in one strike, then drive that finger into Long Ming's heart. Seeing the third Raikage attack immediately, Minato's expression changed. Unlike the brainwashed Kage, he and Hashirama had planned to gather some information first before making a move. He had never expected the Raikage to be this impulsive. Since he had never placed a flying Raijin mark on the Raikage, it was already too late for Minato to stop him now. The third Raikage's face twisted savagely as he roared and drove his finger at extreme speed into the body of the Susanoo. Bang! A dull impact rang out from Susanoo's body, and it could be felt that Susanoo's body trembled slightly. But it only trembled slightly, that was all. The scene the third Raikage had imagined, of Susanoo being shattered, did not appear. Instead, His finger bent down at a 90-degree angle. Minato, who had just wanted to stop the third Raikage, was also stunned. The third Raikage's body was extremely tough, a ninja proud of his strongest spear and strongest shield. It would have been one thing if he failed to break Susanoo, but how had the rebound force ended up fracturing his own finger bones? This was ridiculous. How is that possible? How is your Susanoo this hard? The third Raikage's face turned livid. When he was alive, he had fought quite a few Uchiha clan members. Their Susanoo could be pierced by him as easily as stabbing through tofu. But Long Ming's Susanoo was different. To him, it felt like stabbing into tempered steel that had gone through countless refinements. You're just too weak. Trash, like you should get out of the way. Killing you would feel like a waste of chakra. Long Ming let out a cold snort, then cast his gaze into the distance. The third Raikage was indeed very strong, but in front of someone like Long Ming, who was at the half-six paths level, he simply wasn't enough. His Susanoo had been strengthened by Indra's chakra and senjutsu. How could its toughness be compared to an ordinary Susanoo? The third Raikage was furious to the point of madness, wishing he could tear Long Ming into pieces on the spot. How glorious had he been in life? He had faced off against 10,000 IWA ninja by himself, yet Long Ming actually called him trash? What utter humiliation. Damn it, I am the third Raikage. Watch carefully. I will personally break your Susanoo. Burning with rage, the third Raikage kept stabbing at Long Ming's Susanoo with his remaining fingers. Hell stab, four-finger nukite. Hell stab, four-finger nukite. Hell stab, four-finger nukite. The third Raikage seemed to have gone mad, unleashing attacks on Susanoo like a violent storm. Under the third Raikage's continuous assault, a crack finally appeared on Susanoo. Although several more of his fingers had broken, his body was that of the reanimation jutsu, so it could recover very quickly. Looking at the cracked Susanoo, the third Raikage was overjoyed and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little bastard, now you know the terror of me, the third Raikage. Long Ming's face darkened. I really gave you too much face. With just this little bit of attack power, you still shamelessly praise yourself. To make the third Raikage face reality, Long Ming controlled Susanoo to raise its giant palm and slam it toward him. Infinite Susanoo. With the boost of infinity, Susanoo erupted with terrifying power, setting off a series of shrill sonic booms. That speed was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the third Raikage in lightning release chakra mode. The third Raikage's smile instantly stiffened. Realizing he could not dodge, he could only push his lightning release chakra to the limit, raise both arms to protect his head, and take Long Ming's palm strike head-on. With a bang, the lightning release chakra covering the third Raikage's body instantly dimmed. The moment his body was struck, it immediately fell apart and was blasted into the ground like a cannonball. If not for his reanimated body, this one hit alone would have been enough to take the third Raikage's old life. After being slammed underground, the third Raikage's body was damaged in many places. He had even lost an arm. Although his injuries were severe, his shattered body was repairing itself at an extremely fast speed, like torn pieces of paper being pasted back together. That was exactly what made the reanimation jutsu so disgusting. Not only was it impossible to kill, it also had infinite chakra. Damn you, Long Ming. The third Raikage struggled to raise himself, his face ugly to the extreme. Though it had only been a brief exchange, he already understood that he was not Long Ming's opponent. However, he had also discovered where his advantage lay. That was the fact that he had a reanimated body, while Long Ming was ordinary flesh and blood. The third Raikage sneered inwardly. Although I can't beat this little brat, he can't kill me either. As long as I keep attacking without pause, I'll eventually find an opening. Thinking of this, the third Raikage launched another attack. He formed hand seals with both hands, and black lightning release chakra burst out from his body. This was a lightning release developed by the third Raikage himself, and its power was extremely terrifying. Black lightning. With a loud shout, the third Raikage released a massive amount of black electric arcs from his body, preparing to launch another attack at Long Ming. However, before the third Raikage's ninjutsu could fully take shape, Long Ming slightly raised his hand. Universal Pull. A few words slowly came out of Long Ming's mouth, then centered on his palm. A terrifying suction force enveloped the third Raikage's body. When had the third Raikage ever seen a ninjutsu like this? He had no guard up at all and was directly pulled into the air, passing through Susanoo's protection and crashing toward Long Ming. Long Ming's right hand clamped around the third Raikage's neck, and immediately after, another black rod appeared in his left palm. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Ming drove the black rod straight into the third Raikage's heart. The black rod pierced straight through his chest. The third Raikage froze for a moment, then could not help but sneer. Long Ming, you're not actually an idiot, are you? I'm a reanimated body. Even if you tear off my arm, I can recover, let alone a mere fatal wound. However, before he could finish speaking, the third Raikage's body suddenly went stiff. To his horror, he discovered that the chakra points in his body used to refine chakra had been sealed by that tiny black rod. No matter how hard he tried, He could not refine even a trace of chakra. Why is this happening? What despicable trick did you use? The third Reikage panicked, struggling nonstop as he tried to pull out the black rod. But how could Long Ming let him have his way? With a backhand motion, he drove in 7 or 8 more black rods, turning the third Reikage into a hedgehog. Now, the third Reikage had completely lost the ability to move. Long Ming said flatly, Use your ignorance to judge my ninjutsu. I have plenty of ways to deal with the reanimation jutsu. Among all the many ninjutsu in Naruto, Long Ming understood the reanimation jutsu better than most. After all, in the original story, this was the key jutsu that started the Fourth Great Ninja War. How to use it, how to break it, how to break free of its control. Long Ming knew all of it clearly. The black rods were one of the methods that could restrain the reanimation jutsu. Black rods carrying the power of the Rinnegan could easily suppress the movements of reanimated ninja, making them unable to move. At this moment, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, the second Tsuchikage, and the others also arrived one after another, just in time to witness the scene of Long Ming restraining the third Reikage. Quite a few of them felt a chill in their hearts. They had never expected Long Ming to have a method that could counter the reanimation jutsu. This guy really is formidable. He can actually restrain the reanimation jutsu cast by the Great Toad Sage. He's truly not easy to deal with. The second Mizukage narrowed his mustache-framed eyes and made a quiet assessment. What the hell is there to be afraid of? We have so many people here. Even if he has a way to counter the impure world reincarnation, if we attack together, we can still grind this little bastard to dust. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, revealed a vicious glint in his eyes. When he looked at Long Ming, the killing intent in his gaze was completely undisguised. At that moment, Hashirama stepped out from the side and said in a deep voice, Everyone, don't act rashly yet. Before you make a move, I have a few questions I want to ask this Uchiha boy first. First Hokage, don't tell me you're thinking of protecting this murderer? He slaughtered so many ninja from our 4 great ninja villages. He is undoubtedly a disaster to the ninja world. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, let out a loud shriek. Among all the Kage present, his desire to kill Long Ming was the strongest. That was because, in Mu's view, as long as Long Ming died, then Iwagakure would be the only strongest power left in the entire ninja world. The neighboring Kumogakure had lost its Reikage, so it would definitely suffer heavy losses for quite some time. Sunigakure ranked at the bottom among the 5 great nations in terms of strength, so it was impossible for it to pose any threat. As for Kirigakure, it was far overseas and could not possibly scheme for the mainland again in a short time. Of the 4 great ninja villages, only his own Iwagakure was still in decent shape, and his disciple, Anoki of the 2 Scales, was extremely powerful. In Mu's view, as long as Long Ming died, Iwagakure would become the ruler of the ninja world. That was why the second Tsuchikage was being so active and aggressive about killing Long Ming. What the second Tsuchikage could never have imagined, however, was this: the current Konoha still had a large number of Kage level, and even beyond Kage level powerhouses besides Long Ming. For example, Madara Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi Uchiha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and a large number of tailed beasts. Even if Long Ming's combat power were excluded, any one of them picked at random would be enough to beat Iwagakure senseless. Hashirama seemed to have already seen through Mu's thoughts. He gave him a cold look and said word by word, I said I have a few questions. If you're dissatisfied, then go ahead and make your move. After speaking, Hashirama walked straight forward. The second Tsuchikage stared at Hashirama with eyes that looked ready to spit fire, as if he would erupt and attack in the next moment. But in the end, he held himself back. Couldn't he be helped? When your fist is bigger, even irrational people can be forced to stay calm in front of you. Hashirama raised his head and looked in Long Ming's direction. Then he noticed Madara beside him and said with a complicated expression, It's been a long time, Madara. I really didn't expect that you would truly be revived in the flesh. Madara grinned and said slowly, I didn't expect our reunion to happen under these circumstances either. And judging by the look of you, it seems you didn't come here to fight me. As Madara spoke, he also cast a meaningful glance at Long Ming beside him. I already fought enough with you when I was alive. Stand aside for now. After I finish talking with this boy, I'll speak with you. After Hashirama said that, he directly stopped paying attention to Madara and turned his gaze to Long Ming beside him. At this moment, the old and new gods of shinobi faced each other from afar. In different eras, both had been called men who stood at the peak of ninja. Which one was stronger? Before the two actually fought, no one would likely be able to give a definite answer. Long Ming smiled and slowly said, Hashirama Senju, as Konoha's first Hokage, are you also here to kill me like these people? What exactly did the Great Toad Sage give you people? To make the Kage of your 5 villages join forces to kill me? Long Ming's words made all the Kage behind him snort coldly. Why were they here to kill you? Didn't you have any idea yourself? The ninja of our 4 great ninja villages were practically slaughtered clean by you. Hashirama took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Before I answer that question, I want to ask you something first. 3 years ago, why did you slaughter tens of thousands of ninja from the allied forces and attack those unconscious ninja? Why? Long Ming revealed a mocking smile and said, of course because they wanted to seize Konoha. Speaking of which, your 4 great ninja villages really are shameless. Taking advantage of Konoha's internal turmoil, you casually made up some bullshit excuse and attacked together, trying to invade the Land of Fire. You really do show the bearing of great nations. Long Ming's voice was full of ridicule. After everyone present heard this, their expressions changed drastically. What was going on? This didn't seem to match what the great Toad Sage had told them at all. Wasn't it supposed to be that Long Ming had madly slaughtered the ninja of the 4 great ninja villages? They had originally thought they stood on the moral high ground, but now it felt like they had been slapped hard across the face, and it burned. But some people were just born thick-skinned, and Long Ming's words had no effect on them at all. The second Tsuchikage jumped out from the crowd once again and shouted, don't be fooled by him. Everyone, this brat must be talking nonsense and twisting the facts. Don't forget, we saw with our own eyes that he slaughtered those completely defenseless ninja. A madman like this telling lies is only natural, I senti it. As soon as he said that, many people's expressions eased somewhat. It wasn't because the second Tsuchikage's words made that much sense, but because people were often willing to believe what they wanted to believe. Compared to the truth that their own villages had wanted to invade Konoha, they would rather believe that Long Ming was a heinous demon and that Long Ming had been the first to slaughter the ninja of their villages. Tsuchikage, before I finish asking my questions, you'd better not interrupt again, Hashirama warned in a deep voice. Although the first Hokage was usually a bit goofy, that didn't mean he was stupid. He could still tell who was speaking the truth and who was distorting the facts. I was only afraid that the first Hokage might be deceived by this kid, the second Tsuchikage said resentfully, then retreated back into the crowd. The hostility in Hashirama's eyes when he looked at Long Ming had already lessened somewhat. At this moment, he had already confirmed that Long Ming was not an extremely radical Uchiha like Madara. At the very least, Uchiha Long Ming was still willing to protect the village. Now the only thing left to confirm was whether Long Ming had inherited his will of fire. Hashirama casually found a large rock and sat down. Then, as if he were chatting about everyday matters, he continued, Long Ming, the village must have changed a lot by now, right? Can you tell me a bit about what has been happening in the village? You must have made a lot of contributions to it, right? I wouldn't call it a lot of contributions. I just casually recruited 7 or 8 Kage-level powerhouses for the village, Long Ming said very calmly. Oh, you just casually recruited a few Kage-level powerhouses. Hashirama followed along with Long Ming's words, then immediately felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Hashirama shot up from the stone seat and stammered, what did you just say? The village gained 7 or 8 more Kage-level powerhouses. Hashirama was dumbfounded, and the surrounding Kage were even more stunned. What do you mean, casually recruited 7 or 8 Kage-level powerhouses? Do you think this is like buying cabbages? Hashirama was stunned for a long while before he gradually came back to his senses from the shock. He did not doubt that Long Ming would deceive him, because with the other party's strength, there was simply no need for that. I really didn't expect Konoha to be this prosperous now. Compared to the Konoha Madara and I knew back when we were alive, it's probably 30% stronger. Hashirama could not help but let out a sigh. The village's strength made him extremely gratified. But the faces of the Kage from the other villages looked as ugly as if they had eaten fly droppings. With this many Kage-level powerhouses, even if they defeated Long Ming, their own villages would probably be suppressed so badly they would never rise again. Hashirama took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Long Ming, I want to ask you one last question. What do you think of my will of fire? Your answer will decide whether I help the others deal with you. Everyone present felt their hearts tighten, especially Mu and the others. The strongest combat power on their side was undoubtedly the first Hokage. If the first Hokage switched sides and joined Long Ming, then there would be no point in fighting this battle at all. Heh. First Hokage, it seems you've been mistaken about something this whole time. Long Ming narrowed his eyes, then clapped his hands and smiled. I do not care at all whether you join forces with the other Kage. To me, you're just remnants of a past era. Even if you all come at me together, I have nothing to fear. The Kage were instantly enraged. Long Ming's words made it clear he did not take them seriously at all. Every one of them had once been the ruler of a village. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Even Hashirama frowned as well. Long Ming continued, but since you're asking, then I'll be merciful and tell you. Hashirama, in my eyes, your will of fire is a joke. As long as it's for the village's benefit, you can casually sacrifice the people important to you. As long as it's to protect the village, you can mercilessly strike down your own brother. An ideology this twisted would be better off not existing at all. Madara, standing to the side, felt that Long Ming had hit the nail on the head. Those words had gone straight to his heart. But Hashirama's expression turned ugly. He said coldly, absurd. The village exists to protect the people important to us. Protecting the village means protecting the people, the ninja, the children. Without my will of fire, the village would have ceased to exist long ago. Heh, then so be it if it ceased to exist. If the village is gone, you can always build another one. What exactly are you trying to protect, the important people or the empty shell called the village? Long Ming asked calmly, re-twisting the argument. It seems I misjudged you just now. At your core, you're still the same as Madara. Sooner or later, your way of thinking will harm the village. Hashirama's face completely darkened. Long Ming let out a cold snort and said indifferently, I do not know whether my way of thinking will harm the village, but because of your will of fire, Konoha already has no idea how many people have died. This kind of ideology should be abolished. How dare you? Hashirama was completely enraged. It would be one thing if Long Ming did not have his will of fire, but he even wanted to abolish it. The second Hokage let out a sigh from the side and said flatly, looks like this is another Uchiha who failed to inherit Big Brother's will of fire. Big Brother, what do we do? Hashirama's expression kept shifting as he said in a deep voice, Long Ming, if that's the case, then do not blame me. For the sake of the village's future, I must end you here and clean house for Konoha. Is that so? Long Ming glanced at Hashirama, then said leisurely, I would like to see how you plan to end me. All of you Kage, come at me together. I want to see whether your skills are as tough as your mouths. The blades of the Kage had long been thirsting for battle. With Hashirama's answer and Long Ming's provocation added on top of that, the second Tsuchikage was the first to jump out. He shouted sharply, you little beast. Even if you're the sage of six paths reincarnated today, you still won't escape death. Long Ming impatiently waved his hand and interrupted him. Enough. Stop bragging over there. A bunch of trash. Hurry up and make your move. After this is over, I still need to settle accounts with that old toad. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, trembled with rage. As the genius of Iwagakure who had developed dust release and stood above tens of thousands, how could he not be furious at being despised like this by a junior like Long Ming? Enough talking is useless. Let's kill him together. The third Kazekage let out a low shout and was the first to fly out, using magnet release to suspend himself in midair. Right after that, he formed hand seals with both hands, and astonishing chakra erupted from his whole body. Magnet release. Iron Sand World Method. The third Kazekage was the first to attack. A huge amount of iron sand formed into a massive barrier covered in long spikes in the air and launched piercing attacks toward the ground. Clang, 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 clang. The long spikes formed from iron sand kept crashing down ferociously toward the ground, and a vast area was covered by the third Kazekage's Iron Sand World Method. Susanoo raised its arm to defend, and the long spikes rained down on its body like a violent storm. Metallic collision sounds rang out.
Clang, 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 clang.
Although this iron sand could not pierce Susanoo's defense, it seemed endless as it kept falling from the sky. The third Kazekage said in a deep voice, Long Ming, in my reanimation state, my chakra is endless. That means this Iron Sand World Method will never stop either. Enjoy it. As he spoke, the third Kazekage erupted with chakra once more. A huge number of long spikes formed from iron sand once again came crashing down madly, attacking Susanoo without pause. Long Ming calmly glanced at the incoming spikes, shook his head, and said, just a petty trick. Your magnet release cannot deal with a true powerhouse, and it cannot break my Susanoo at all. As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying power fluctuations spread from Long Ming's Rinnegan. A huge amount of chakra fused into Susanoo's body. Its form kept growing larger. It put on a vicious crow Tengu mask, wore armor, and held twin-edged war blades. The surrounding Iron Sand World Method was even forced apart directly by Susanoo's constant expansion. Perfect Susanoo. Hashirama blurted out instinctively. Long Ming controlled the perfect Susanoo to hold the twin-edged war blades horizontally, then followed with a simple slash. Slash. Boom! The enormous blade aura formed into a sharp shockwave, as if it wanted to split space itself apart, sweeping across heaven and earth. The so-called Iron Sand World Method was like paper and was cut apart with ease. The power of the blade shockwave did not weaken in the slightest as it came roaring toward the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage's face filled with horror. The blade shockwave was so fast that he could not dodge it at all, and he was instantly sliced cleanly into two halves. Right after that, it also sheared flat two distant mountains. Everyone present broke out in cold sweat. Long Ming's attack methods were simply too violent. If they still had flesh and blood bodies, they would absolutely not dare jump out and fight Long Ming. Tobirama looked at the mountains behind him that had been shaved flat and said gravely, Aniki, looks like we still underestimated him a little. Hashirama nodded and replied with a serious face, to put it bluntly, this guy is stronger than me. The third Kazekage's damaged body gradually repaired itself, and the lingering fear on his face had yet to fade. Clearly, he was still shaken. Edo Tensei really is pretty good. How about taking another slash from me? As Long Ming spoke, he controlled Susanoo to raise its battle blade, ready to attack again. This time, the third Kazekage didn't dare keep showing off in the sky. He immediately chose to retreat back to his own side. Long Ming's slash wouldn't kill him, but if the black rod sealed his movements while he was injured and hadn't fully recovered yet, that would be a real problem. Looking at the third Kazekage shrinking back, the second Tsuchikage's face darkened as he said, "Lord Kazekage, what are you doing? Don't tell me one slash from this little bastard scared you." The third Kazekage coughed twice and hurriedly explained, No, I was just making a tactical retreat." "What a tactical retreat?" Long Ming nearly laughed out loud as he prepared to swing his blade. Being afraid of death, yet putting it in such fresh and refined terms that took real skill. "Tisei, I didn't warn you. Other than Hashirama, any one of you who comes at me alone will only get instantly killed by me. If you want to fight, then come at me together." Long Ming's sharp gaze swept across the Kage. Faced with such arrogant words, not a single one of the Kage refuted him, which was rare, because from Long Ming's slash just now, they had already realized it. In a one-on-one fight, there was absolutely no way they could defeat him. Among them, the only way any of these Kage could beat the powerful enemy before them was by combining their strength. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Minato Namikaze, Mu, Genjutsu Hozuki, and the third Kazekage exchanged glances with one another. Then all of them silently stood together. No one said a word, but when they looked at Long Ming, an invisible battle intent swept out from their bodies and shot straight into the sky. "Then we'll do as you wish." Hashirama took a deep breath and brought his hands together. Sage mode activated instantly. Black markings and eyeshadow appeared on his face. Beside him, Minato refused to be outdone and also activated Kurama mode. His entire body was wrapped in golden flames. His hair and forehead protector ties rose upward, and black magatama appeared at the collar. The cloak behind him also burned with golden flames. "Good. Now this looks more like it." Long Ming gave a slight nod, and there was a bit more seriousness in his eyes. Hashirama said in a deep voice, "Long Ming, you'll soon find out that your decision to deny the will of fire was wrong. Take this." Buzz. The moment his words fell, an extremely terrifying wave of Senjutsu chakra roared out from Hashirama's body. Sage art would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Hashirama gave a low shout, and immediately the entire battlefield began to tremble violently, with massive cracks appearing all across the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The Edo Tensei used by the Great Toad Sage allowed those revived to display power even greater than what they had in life. So the advent of a world of flowering trees Hashirama used now was far more terrifying than it had been when he was alive. Countless towering trees with intertwined roots burst from the ground and grew wildly upward, crushing toward Long Ming like a rampaging flood beast. "Good timing," Long Ming shouted in a low voice. Susanoo, blaze release, multiple massive Rasen flash circles. Facing the endless sea of giant trees, Long Ming brought his hands together and used Susanoo to unleash multiple massive Rasen flash circles. The multiple massive Rasen flash circles used by complete body Susanoo were dozens of times larger than the ones Long Ming normally used, and they were also filled with large amounts of Amaterasu's black flames. After the enormous Rasen flash circle was launched, it slammed viciously into the giant trees at the very front. Bang! Crack! Crack! After an ear-splitting collision, the trees charging at the front were instantly torn apart, and wood chips filled the sky. The explosive power of wind release only fed the black flames even more. Those towering trees had not even had time to bloom before they were burned to ashes by the black flames or shredded apart directly by the Rasen flash circle. Part of the black flames also bared their fangs and claws as they lunged toward the six Kage. Seeing things go wrong, Tobarama and Minato each grabbed two Kage and used the Flying Thunder God technique at the same time to evade the attack. Still trying to run, Long Ming narrowed his eyes. In perfect sage mode, his perception was extremely sharp. The instant Tobarama landed, Long Ming had already locked onto his position. Sage art. Universal pull. Senjutsu chakra surged continuously within Long Ming's body, and the terrifying attraction force tightly enveloped Tobarama. Not good. Tobarama's expression changed instantly, and his body flew backward uncontrollably toward Long Ming. Hashirama reacted extremely quickly and immediately used wood release to create several thick wooden vines that tightly seized Tobarama. Although in less than 2 seconds, those wooden vines were ripped out by the roots. The precious time Hashirama bought allowed Tobarama to use the Flying Thunder God technique once again and successfully escape the attraction range of Universal Pull. Thanks, Oni-chan, big brother. Tobarama's figure flickered and appeared not far away. While feeling grateful to Hashirama, he also became even more wary of Long Ming. Just as Long Ming failed with one strike and was about to pursue again, Mu, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages, had somehow arrived above his head. Mu brought his hands slightly together and aimed at the head of complete body Susanoo, where Long Ming was located. Then, a terrifying chakra fluctuation roared out from Mu's body. That chakra gathered in his palms and formed a semi-transparent oval-shaped small barrier. Uchiha Long Ming.
Mu shouted sharply.
Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. Pillar. As soon as he finished speaking, the oval barrier in Mu's hands released a dazzling white light, expanded hundreds of times in size, and roared toward Long Ming. The terrifying power of dust release made even space tremble faintly. This was an upgraded version of dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Not only had its range and power increased, but it also had a sustained effect. Any object that came close to the detachment of the primitive world technique would be reduced to an atomic state. In the original story, Inoki used this move to destroy the Susanoo of Madara. Uchiha's 25 would release clones in one strike. Now that Mu was using it, his power was several times more terrifying. Overestimating yourself. Faced with Mu's sudden attack, a trace of disdain flashed across Long Ming's face. Complete body Susanoo raised its giant hand and grabbed upward. A trace of ridicule flashed through Mu's eyes as he sneered. The one overestimating himself is you. My dust release can reduce any object into an atomic state. Even Susanoo can forget about. Before Mu could finish speaking, the dust release in his hand suddenly lost control. It flickered on and off, as if it would go out the next moment. Mu was horrified and hurriedly looked downward, only to see that all the chakra within the dust release was continuously flowing into Long Ming's body. What the hell was going on? Mu's eyes went wide, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. He had never encountered a situation like this before. Dust release, which could break matter down into atoms, was actually being absorbed? Actually, this was one of the Rinnegan's abilities, Sealing Technique Absorption Seal. It could reverse the chakra circulation inside the body and absorb the jutsu used by the opponent in front of him. Long Ming used the complete body Susanoo to perform this technique, making it even more powerful. In just a few seconds, he absorbed dust release completely. Mu's face turned livid. This slap to the face had come too fast, like a tornado, catching him completely off guard. Dust release doesn't work on him. I need to retreat now. Mu was extremely decisive. The moment he saw that his ultimate technique was useless against Long Ming, he immediately began rapidly pulling back. But after being ambushed, how could Long Ming let him have his way? He raised his palm, aimed at Mu's position, and activated Sage Art. Universal Pull once again. The terrifying gravitational force instantly stopped Mu, who had been retreating at high speed, and sent him flying back toward Long Ming. Mu tried to use the ultra-added-weight rock technique midway to break free from the control of the gravitational force, but unfortunately he still failed. Dragged by the gravitational force, he flew all the way into Long Ming's hand. Long Ming created a black rod and mercilessly drove it straight into Mu's heart, sealing the opponent's chakra points and preventing him from molding chakra. DB one thing if Tobirama or Minato showed off in front of me. They have flying Raijin, so it's hard for me to catch them. But what the hell are you? How dare you show off in front of me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't even know your own name anymore. Long Ming said coldly, then placed one hand on top of Mu's head. Seeing Long Ming's strange movement, a strong sense of unease rose from the bottom of Mu's heart. He felt that what Long Ming was about to do next would be far more terrifying than restraining him with the black rod. Why, you little bastard? What are you trying to do? Get your hand off me. Mu struggled in panic. LL no soon enough. Long Ming said flatly, and then the Rinnegan's eye power surged out once more.
Sous l'extraction technique.
Long Ming lifted his palm upward, and from Mu's body, he actually pulled out a purple energy mass similar to chakra. That was Mu's soul. The essence of the impure world reincarnation jutsu was to summon the souls of the dead and attach them to prepared sacrifices in advance. So as long as those souls were extracted, the impure world reincarnation jutsu would automatically be broken. Among the Rinnegan's 6 paths abilities, the human path had the ability to extract other people's souls. The speed of soul extraction was related to the target's chakra strength. Mu's chakra was relatively strong, so it was not pulled out immediately, but this already scared Mu out of his wits. He shouted crazily, "What are you all standing around for? Come help me. This guy is trying to pull my soul out." The other Kage immediately reacted as well and rushed over, planning to rescue him. Minato was the fastest. He was the first to charge in front of the complete body Susanoo, but compared to the gigantic Susanoo, his body was simply far too small. "Kurama, give me a hand," Minato called out in his heart. Right after that, a large amount of golden chakra surged out from Minato's body. The golden flames around his body seemed to come alive, continuously rising and spreading. In the end, they formed into a gigantic demon fox. This was precisely the other half of the 9 tails sealed inside Minato. After completely entering the tailed beast transformation state, Minato finally felt that he now had the qualification to contend with the complete body Susanoo. "Interesting. You're actually thinking of using the 9 tails against me." Long Ming smiled, glanced at Minato, and said, "You don't really think a tailed beast can hurt me, do you?" Minato's expression stiffened, but he still launched his attack right after. The 9 tails pounced at the complete body Susanoo and viciously bit toward its head. Crack! Crack! The sound of the Ninetales' teeth breaking rang out in the air. Clearly, the complete body Susanu's mask was not something that could be shattered with teeth alone. However, the Susanu was also shaken back 2 steps by the Ninetales' impact. Long Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, "The demonic statue of the outer path just happens to be missing a Ninetales. If I extract your Ninetales, Naruto won't need to contribute his chakra anymore." "What do you mean?" Hearing Long Ming mention his son, Minato subconsciously lost focus for a moment. Long Ming seized the opportunity and yanked Mu's soul out completely in one go. Having lost its soul, the impure world reincarnation body immediately went limp. After the dust scattered, the white Zetsu corpse inside was revealed. Realizing he had been tricked, Minato was both shocked and furious, but he had no way at all to break through the Susanoo in front of him. Long Ming looked at the extracted soul in his hand, then used the Naraka Path's ability to summon the King of Hell from the underworld. A monster with the character for King written on its head and an enormous mouth slowly emerged from the void and stood beside Long Ming. Long Ming handed over the soul in his hand. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the King of Hell opened its huge mouth, flicked out its tongue, and rolled Mu's soul into its mouth, then began chewing it wildly. Crack, crack, as if it were eating with great relish. Drool even dripped from the corners of the King of Hell's mouth. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Who could have imagined that people like them, who were already dead, could actually be killed by Long Ming one more time? After all, if the soul was killed, there would not even be a chance to return to the Pure Land. The Kage all felt a bit of fear in their hearts. Someone like the third Kazekage, whose strength was a little weaker, even started thinking about giving up. What revenge? How could that be more important than his own life? He had already died once. He had already made the contributions he was supposed to make for Sunagakure. There was no need to suffer another calamity after death. Thinking this, the third Kazekage silently retreated behind the others. And after sending the second Tsuchikage Mu on his way, Long Ming shifted his gaze to the Ninetales in front of him and muttered to himself, "To deal with the Ninetales, that move really is the best choice." As he spoke, Long Ming bit his finger and quickly formed several hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, with a low shout from Long Ming, a savage roar came from underground immediately after. The demonic statue of the outer path crawled up from beneath the earth, its bloodshot eyes fixed firmly on the Ninetales before it. Seeing such a monster, Minato could not help but be startled. He immediately controlled the Ninetales to fire a tailed beast bomb at it. Boom! Unable to dodge in time, the demonic statue of the outer path was hit head-on by the tailed beast bomb and let out a painful howl. "No need to rush. The good part is only just beginning," Long Ming said flatly, then changed his hand seals. Chakra chains. As soon as Long Ming's words fell, the demonic statue of the outer path opened its giant mouth and spat out several silver-white chains with dragon heads. These chains were incredibly fast. They directly wrapped around the Ninetales' neck, then began tightening. Minato's face changed dramatically as he controlled the Ninetales, trying to break free from the chain's restraint. However, the usually overwhelmingly powerful Ninetales seemed to wilt after being bound by these chains, unable to bring out even half of its strength. Looking at the anxious Minato, Long Ming explained leisurely, "Give up, Minato. These chakra chains aren't ordinary chains. They have sealing power and are specifically meant for sealing tailed beasts." Hearing Long Ming's explanation, Minato's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Wasn't this just shameless cheating? Fine, you had a way to counter the impure world reincarnation. But how did you even have a way to counter the tailed beast too? Yandaime, hold on. We're coming to help. Hashirama's voice came from the side in the distance. Tobirama placed his hand on Hashirama's body, using the flying Raijin mark he had previously left on Minato. The two of them teleported together to Minato's side. Hashirama clasped his hands together, and terrifying Senjutsu chakra surged out once again. Sage art. Would release. Would human technique. Bang! A towering tree rose from the ground, constantly evolving, and in the end formed into a gigantic wooden humanoid. Hashirama jumped onto the wooden humanoid's head and controlled it to grab the chains in front of it, trying to help the Ninetales break free by brute force. To even think about it, a cold glint flashed through Long Ming's eyes. He activated Infinity and instantly teleported in front of Hashirama together with the perfect Susanoo. Susanoo, Infinity, Super Strength. With a thought from Long Ming, Super Strength and Infinity activated at the same time. The gigantic fist was like a meteor slamming into the earth, blasting toward the wooden humanoid with overwhelming speed and power. Facing the attack in front of him, Hashirama could only grit his teeth and give up helping Minato, raising the wooden humanoid's palm to meet Long Ming's punch. The next second, a palm and a fist of equal size collided head-on. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions. The air exploded instantly, and the horrifying aftermath made everyone's scalp go numb. Crack! Under the stacking of Long Ming's triple power, the wooden humanoid's arm was like a shattered mirror, rapidly filling with cracks before collapsing outright, and its body was blasted backward. The power of Long Ming's Susanoo is actually this great. A trace of shock flashed through Hashirama's eyes. With the enhancement of Senjutsu and the added support of the Great Toad Sage's Impure World reincarnation, the toughness of his wood release had already reached an unbelievable level. But now it couldn't even take a single punch from Long Ming. That was truly hard for Hashirama to accept. After sending the wooden humanoid flying, Long Ming completely ignored the remaining Ninetales, Tobirama, and the others and directly pursued Hashirama. Naturally, Tobirama would not let such a great opportunity slip by. He quickly shouted, "Mizukage, come help too. We need to help the Ninetales break free from these chains." "Got it. Stop ordering me around." Genjutsu Hozuki flew out from the side. Beside him was a child-shaped clone. The child's right arm had a giant broadsword. This was a child-shaped clone Genjutsu Hozuki created using the oil and water inside his body. It was extremely fast and very agile and could fly freely in the air. Its outer childlike form was made of oil, while the inside was only water, making it highly sensitive to heat and cold. Once it moved, the oil on the surface would be rapidly heated, causing the water inside to evaporate and trigger a steam explosion. "Cut these damn chains apart for me," Genjutsu Hozuki shouted an order. After hearing it, the child clone rushed to the side of the chains at high speed and brought down its right arm in a slash. Saving the Ninetales won't be that easy. A mocking voice came from the side, and immediately after, a black shadow blocked the child clone's path. Bang! A heavy impact rang out, and everyone focused their eyes on the scene. They saw that the child clone's giant blade had been blocked by a massive fan decorated with Tomo. Tobirama's expression changed drastically, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I almost forgot about him." Suddenly, the giant fan swung fiercely. A violent hurricane blew Genjutsu Hozuki's clone far away, revealing Uchiha Madara beneath the fan. Madara twisted his neck and said flatly, "As long as I'm here, don't even think about interrupting the sealing process of the Ninetales. If you obediently stay there and don't move, I can consider not killing you." As he spoke, Madara also created black rods with his left hand. The meaning was obvious. "I can summon the King of Hell to kill you too, so behave yourselves." But with Tobirama's personality, how could he possibly obey Madara's order? Almost without any hesitation, the instant Madara finished speaking, Tobirama activated Flying Raijin and clashed with Madara. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Ming was also controlling the perfect Susanoo and continuously exchanging blows with the battered wooden humanoid. Wood chips filled the sky, constantly drifting through the air. More and more cracks appeared on the wooden humanoid, while Long Ming's perfect Susanoo also began to show tiny cracks. But clearly, if this continued, the first to fall would definitely be Senju Hashirama. Hashirama obviously knew this as well. After taking another punch from the perfect Susanoo, he directly controlled the wooden humanoid to leap back. "If this keeps going, I'll lose sooner or later too. I can only use that move now." Hashirama jumped to a safe ground fissure. His expression suddenly turned exceptionally serious, and terrifying Senjutsu chakra surged through his entire body. The blue chakra that suddenly erupted even distorted the surrounding space. Sage art. Would release. True several thousand hands. Top transformed Buddha. Along with a low roar, the earth once again began to tremble violently. A gigantic thousand-armed cannon appeared before the perfect Susanoo, suppressing the entire battlefield like a true god or Buddha. On top of this enormous cannon sat the battered wooden humanoid. And standing on the wooden humanoid's head was Hashirama himself. "Long Ming, if you surrender now and inherit my will of fire, I can consider not killing you," Hashirama said in a deep voice. Long Ming smiled. He looked at Hashirama and asked word by word, "You mean, you can kill me any time you want?" Hashirama frowned and said coldly, "Of course." Really confident. Long Ming gave Hashirama a deep look, then shook his head. "But unfortunately, I'm not Uchiha Madara. I'll use reality to tell you that you are no longer the god of shinobi of this era." As he spoke, Long Ming formed hand seals, and the perfect Susanoo made the exact same seals along with him. In the next instant, accompanied by a vast and endless fluctuation of Senjutsu chakra, wings grew from the perfect Susanoo, and it flew straight into the sky. Sage art. Susanoo. Planetary devastation. Heavenly fall. Long Ming let out a low shout. Rumble. The entire land shook as if hit by an earthquake of dozens of magnitudes. Countless shattered rocks were rapidly drawn into the sky, forming 9 gigantic planetary devastations. And that still wasn't the end. A flash of black flames flickered across the perfect Susanoo's body. The 9 gigantic planetary devastations were instantly completely covered in black flames. This was the strongest attack Long Ming could use in the perfect Susanoo state. Using 9 planetary devastations enhanced with blaze release to kill the enemy, Long Ming had further added the power of Senjutsu on top of that. Its power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Feeling the oppressive pressure brought by the 9 gigantic planetary devastations in the sky, Hashirama's fighting spirit and hot blood were stirred as well. am going in. Uchiha Ryūmei. Along with a furious roar, the enormous 1,000-armed cannon finally moved. The countless giant arms behind the cannon clenched their fists at the same time, gathering all their power into the arms behind it. At this moment, every single fist of the true several thousand hands could destroy a mountain range. Crack, crack, crack. Thousands of gigantic arms blasted toward the complete body Susanoo in the sky like a violent storm. Kome, Senju Hashirama. Ryūmei showed no fear at all, controlling the 9 planetary devastations to smash toward the true several thousand hands below in the formation of 9 stars in a line. Boom! An ear-splitting roar resounded through heaven and earth. Everyone present felt their ears go temporarily deaf, with the ringing refusing to stop. They could hear nothing except the sound of the collision. Just from this first impact alone, that terrifying shockwave spread out for hundreds of miles. The closer third Kazekage and the others even had to rely on ninjutsu to resist the incoming shockwave. Countless trees were uprooted, and giant boulders were blown into the sky. Where the two fought, the earth shattered and space twisted. The originally clear sky was thrown into chaotic darkness by the energy produced from the collision, as terrifying as the descent of the apocalypse. More than 100 arms of the true several thousand hands were destroyed outright in this collision. Countless wood chips scattered into the air, and black flames stained some of the other arms as well. As for Ryūmei's first planetary devastation, it was completely shattered, turning back into countless chunks of stone that fell at the feet of the true several thousand hands. Seeing this scene, Hashirama felt reassured. He only has 9 meteors, while I have thousands of arms. Even if I gave him both hands, the winner would definitely still be me. With that thought, Hashirama once again controlled the true several thousand hands to blast toward Ryūmei. Ryūmei didn't indulge Hashirama either. The planetary devastation slammed viciously into the 1,000-armed cannon again like a nuclear bomb. Boom! 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 Massive roars and energy shockwaves came continuously from the center of the battlefield, sweeping in all directions at astonishing speed. No matter what words were used, they would not be enough to describe the horrifying scene of the two clashing. If one's strength had not reached the Super Kage level, then just getting a little closer would probably get them torn apart on the spot. At the edge of the battlefield, Tobirama and the others swallowed hard. Luckily, they were only Edo Tensei bodies. But even though it was only the impact of the aftershocks, the power still made their hearts tremble without end. A few dozen seconds later, the true several thousand hands had lost nearly 700 more arms, while Ryūmei had also used up 7 planetary devastations. At this point, Ryūmei had only the last planetary devastation left, while Hashirama's true several thousand hands still had nearly 200 giant arms. Judging from the situation on the battlefield, Hashirama seemed to be the one holding the advantage. Next, it'll be time to decide the winner with one move. Hashirama let out a low growl and, brimming with confidence, sent out all the remaining 200 arms. Countless fist shadows sealed off every route of retreat for the complete body Susanoo. It really is time to decide the winner. Facing the suffocating giant arms, a faint smile curved at Ryūmei's lips, and the ocular power in his right eye suddenly surged. Susanoo, Takamagara. Using the body of Susanoo, Ryūmei activated his time-controlling dojutsu. In this state, the spreading speed and range of the dojutsu increased by multiples. Black chakra surged out from Susanoo's body at incredible speed and directly swallowed the true several thousand hands before him. In that instant, the entire cannon statue froze, as if someone had pressed pause and fixed it in midair. Hashirama, standing on top of the true several thousand hands, was the same. Uchiha Ryūmei actually has a time-controlling dojutsu too. Tobirama's expression was extremely ugly. When experts fight, victory and defeat are decided within the slightest margin. Often, a single small mistake is enough to determine the outcome of a battle, let alone having one's entire body frozen. Game over. Ryūmei controlled the sole remaining planetary devastation, weaving past the countless arms and smashing directly toward Hashirama atop the cannon's head. Within the frozen time, Hashirama could not make any move to resist. Rumble. The planetary devastation struck head-on, and time began to flow again. Hashirama felt the planetary devastation crash into his own body, and an incomparably horrified expression appeared on his face. Under the terrifying impact of the planetary devastation, a huge number of cracks immediately appeared across his body, spreading non-stop like a spiderweb. Though he desperately wanted to resist, it was already too late to try and control the true several thousand hands now. The black flames on the surface of the planetary devastation burned away both his arms completely. If he wanted to recover, it would still take a long time. Hashirama could only watch helplessly as the cracks in his body grew more and more and more. In the end, with the planetary devastation erupted with dazzling light. Along with Hashirama and the giant head of the cannon, it exploded apart with a thunderous blast. Wood chips, shattered stone, and dust rained down from the sky like a storm. Part of Hashirama was mixed in there too. Big Brother actually lost. Tobirama stared blankly at the center of the battlefield, muttering in disbelief. In Tobarama's impression, his older brother had always been invincible. Even Uchiha Madara could never gain any advantage against his big brother. But now, he had suffered such a crushing defeat in this way, and Ryūmei still looked like he had strength to spare. Genjutsu Hozuki, the third Raikage, the third Kazekage, and the others were directly stunned senseless by Ryūmei's strike. Their hearts trembled wildly, and they wished they could flee this place immediately. That damn great toad sage. Damn your ancestors. You actually had us come deal with this level of monster? If I make it back alive, I'll definitely stew every toad on Mount Myaboku into soup. Genjutsu Hozuki ground his teeth in hatred. If he had known Ryūmei was terrifying to this extent, then even if someone had held a blade to his neck, there was no way he would have come here. The third Kazekage was also full of regret. The moment the first Hokage was blown apart, the Kazekage's defeat had already been declared, and Ryūmei also had a way to kill Edo Tensei. As long as he wanted to, not a single person here could return to the Pure Land. Katsuyu Sanin looked at Ryūmei with a complicated gaze. It finally understood why the great toad sage would rather go through the trouble of reviving the Kage than come personally. This kind of time-freezing ability was something even 6 paths level summoned beasts like them had to fear greatly. If Ryūmei had been fighting Katsuyu Sanin with killing intent, then all he would have needed to do was use Takamagara and then deliver a fatal blow. But from the beginning of the battle, Ryūmei had no such intention, so he had been fighting a battle of attrition with Katsuyu Sanin the whole time. If I rely on Ryūmei, maybe we really can rescue Lady Tsunade from Gamamaru. Thinking this, Katsuyu Senin's eyes gained a trace more hope as it looked at Ryūmei. At the center of the battlefield, Long Ming dismissed the complete body Susanoo and slowly descended from the sky. Just over 10 minutes ago, this place had still been green mountains and open fields, but now nothing remained except ruins and scorched earth, with countless cracks covering the ground. Luckily, this place was far from the ninja world and barely inhabited. Otherwise, whoever lived here would have had the worst luck imaginable. Not far from Long Ming, bits of dust kept gathering together, gradually forming Hashirama's body. After all, this was an Edo Tensei body. As long as the soul remained intact, even being smashed to pieces would not stop it from restoring itself. Long Ming raised a hand, and 7 or 8 black rods shot straight into Hashirama's chest. Hashirama's body was sent flying and slammed hard into the ground. There was anger on Hashirama's face, but even more than that, there was deep helplessness and frustration. He knew very well that he had already lost. Even if they fought again, the result would still be the same. Long Ming's strength had already far surpassed his, even coming infinitely close to the 6 paths level. Uchiha Long Ming, you won this battle. Hashirama gave Long Ming a deep look, then sighed. Perhaps you were right. This is no longer my era. Konoha may need a new will. You should have realized that long ago. No matter where the ninja world is headed, it should not be interfered with by dead people like you. And it definitely should not be interfered with by that old toad. Long Ming said this calmly, then placed his hand on top of Hashirama's head. Hashirama's expression was very calm. He knew what Long Ming was about to do. Having already died once, he felt no fear. Perhaps when a man is about to die, his words become kind. Before his soul was extracted, Hashirama suddenly reminded Long Ming, the great toad sage is no simple figure. Decades ago, I personally saw him kill an extremely terrifying enemy. Its strength had already reached the 6 paths level. If you want to deal with it, you must be extremely careful. A terrifying enemy? Long Ming fell silent for a moment. He found it rather strange that Hashirama had come into contact with the great toad sage while he was alive. But his hand did not stop. Hashirama's soul was pulled out directly. The Edo Tensei in front of him was immediately undone, turning back into a pile of dust and a dead white Zetsu. Long Ming glanced at Hashirama's soul, then spread his 5 fingers and released it. Unlike people such as Mu, the second Tsuchikage, Hashirama had at least once been Konoha's first Hokage, and he had also been a ninja who suppressed an entire era. For someone like that, Long Ming still held a bit of respect. After undoing Hashirama's Edo Tensei, Long Ming turned to look at Tobarama and the others in the distance. By this time, Madara had long since finished his battle. The 9 tails inside Minato had already been extracted and sealed into the demonic statue of the outer path. Because Minato was in an Edo Tensei body, having the tailed beast extracted from him would not make him die on the spot like a normal Jinchuriki. A few minutes earlier, he had still been fighting Madara together with Tobarama and the others. But unfortunately, they had badly overestimated their own combat strength. Although the group had initially been able to exchange blows with Madara, once Madara got serious. After activating Limbo, Border Jail, he easily dealt with all of them, pinning them down with black rods. He had even captured the third Kazekage, who had been hiding nearby and watching the battle. Not bad, Madara. Long Ming's figure flashed, appearing atop the demonic statue of the outer path, a trace of excitement appearing in his eyes. He had not expected that by a twist of fate. He had already collected all of the tailed beasts. As long as he wanted to, the demonic statue of the outer path could be advanced into the Ten Tails at any moment. If he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, then in an instant, Long Ming would gain power equal to the Sage of Six Paths. However, Long Ming had no plans to absorb the Ten Tails for the time being. After all, he was about to go check in at Mount Mayaboku. If this reward could directly help Long Ming advance to the Six Paths level, then he could save the Ten Tails and use it as a convenient tool instead. Just like the Shursue's Kodoamatsukami Long Ming was using now. It was not only convenient, but also made the most of it. Long Ming formed hand seals, and the demonic statue of the outer path turned into a cloud of white smoke and vanished from where it stood. After putting away the demonic statue of the outer path, Long Ming turned his gaze toward the captured Kage. The third Kazekage and the others instantly broke out in cold sweat, panic reaching the extreme in their hearts. Unlike Hashirama and Minato, they were Kage from other villages. Long Ming might have let the first Hokage go, but that did not mean he would spare them. As for resisting, stop joking. Even if all of them charged together and fought with their lives on the line, they still probably would not be enough for Long Ming alone. The Kage all held their breath, like prisoners waiting for judgment. Looking down at the Kage before him, Long Ming smiled and said, "Since I collected the Nine Tails today and I'm in a good mood, I won't send you to the King of Hell. From now on, stay properly in the Pure Land and stop meddling in the affairs of the ninja world for no reason." To the Kage, Long Ming's words sounded like heavenly music. They felt excited and also let out a long breath of relief. "We absolutely won't dare again. We'll definitely stay properly in the Pure Land. Yeah. We didn't even want to come. It was all that damned Great Toad Sage. It insisted on reviving me. What rotten luck." The Kage cursed one after another, all turning their anger outward. Long Ming laughed despite himself. Then he and Madara each used a soul extraction technique on all the remaining Kage, undoing all of their Edo Tensei. The souls of every Kage flew back to the Pure Land. Only after everyone's Edo Tensei on the battlefield had been completely undone did the Slug Sage slowly crawl toward Long Ming. "Oh, don't tell me you still plan on fighting me, Slug Sage." Long Ming crossed his arms over his chest. In such a short time, the Slug Sage had not recovered much strength. If Long Ming wanted to, he could end the battle in less than 3 minutes. "No, I'm not that overconfident." The Slug Sage gave a bitter smile and shook her head, then said seriously, "I want to ask you for a favor. If you can do it for me, then from this day on, my Shikatsu forest will submit to you forever." "Another problem? Were you also sealed by the Great Toad Sage?" Long Ming froze for a moment, thinking the Slug Sage was about to tell another bizarre and twisting story. Not that." The Slug Sage looked a little embarrassed. Then she told Long Ming everything about how the Great Toad Sage had imprisoned Tsunade and used her life to threaten her. "Oh, so that's what it was. No wonder you were blocking me like you were pumped full of stimulants." Long Ming gave the Slug Sage a meaningful look. "I'm ashamed, truly ashamed." The Slug Sage lowered her head, then pleaded, "As long as you agree to save Lady Tsunade, I will agree to any condition you have." Long Ming stroked his chin, as if thinking about something. He was definitely going to mount Mayaboku anyway, so saving Tsunade along the way was not much of a problem. Tsunade being trapped actually had at least a little to do with Long Ming. If Long Ming had not brainwashed Jiraiya again, then Jiraiya should have returned to Mount Mayaboku to find Tsunade long ago. Thinking of this, Long Ming nodded and said, "Seeing how sincere you are, I'll agree. But from today onward, Shikatsu Forest will be an affiliated force of my Konoha. You will also take on the responsibility of teaching Konoha's ninja senjutsu. Understood? Understood. Understood." The Slug Sage nodded like a bobble drum, her head moving up and down non-stop. And so, the operation to subdue Shikatsu Forest finally came to a perfect conclusion with the Slug Sage's agreement. Long Ming raised his hand and opened a space gate beside himself. Just before stepping in, Long Ming looked in the direction of Mount Mayaboku and muttered to himself, "Next, Great Toad Sage." With that, Long Ming walked into the space gate without looking back. Mount Mayaboku. With a whoosh, the Great Toad Sage shot up from his seat, a trace of shock unconsciously appearing in his eyes. The Kage summoned by impure world reincarnation were actually all taken care of. The Great Toad Sage felt unusually heavy inside. Ever since Long Ming entered his sight, not a single thing had gone smoothly. Even his most prized prophecy could not show him much about Long Ming. But one thing the Great Toad Sage knew was that after those reanimated Kage were killed, Long Ming would soon come to settle accounts with him. He had to make complete preparations to face this powerful enemy who was about to arrive. The Great Toad Sage's expression was incomparably serious as he said in a deep voice, "Fukasaku, Shima, listen carefully, both of you. For the next period of time, all of Mount Mayaboku must enter the highest level of alert. Activate the Great Formation the Sage of Six Paths once left behind here on Mount Mayaboku, and prepare to face the enemy at any time. We have to use even the great formation left behind by the Sage of Six Paths? Fukasaku Sage was startled. In Fukasaku Sage's memory, the Sage of Six Paths great formation had only been activated once. And that had been 50 years ago. He would never forget the terrifying scene from back then, when the Great Toad Sage fought a powerful enemy. The Great Toad Sage had originally fallen into a disadvantage. But in the end, he turned the tide with the great formation left behind by the Sage of Six Paths and forcibly killed that enemy. That's right. The Great Toad Sage let out 2 cold laughs, then said, "The threat Long Ming brings me is no less than that person from 50 years ago, so make preparations at once. At the same time, have all the toads stand ready in full formation." Understood. Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage answered at the same time. Then their figures flashed as they withdrew from the temple. The Great Toad Sage's gaze shifted darkly. Even after making such thorough preparations, he still felt a faint unease in his heart. Meanwhile, after returning to Konoha, Long Ming did not head to Mount Myaboku right away. He first informed the 5th Hokage, Fugaku, that Shikatsu Forest had also been brought under control. After that, he held a high-level meeting and decided on the first batch of people to train in Sage Jutsu. Long Ming's plan was to first select the most talented group to cultivate Sage Jutsu and make them Konoha's top combat power. The first group sent over included Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Kakashi Hatake, and others. Over the next few days, Long Ming used Yumatsu Hirasaka several times to travel back and forth, sending them separately to Shikatsu Forest and Ryuchi Cave. For the next stretch of time, they would each train in these 2 great sacred lands until they had completely mastered Sage Mode. After settling everything, Long Ming then asked Jiraiya about the location of Mount Myaboku. But this time, Long Ming did not bring anyone with him. Because Long Ming knew very well that his showdown with the Great Toad Sage would be a hard battle. And he also had to rescue Tsunade from inside, so the fewer people on this trip, the better. Following the coordinates Jiraiya had indicated, Long Ming opened Yumatsu Hirasaka once again. When Long Ming stepped out of the space gate, the first thing he saw was an extremely beautiful scene. Ancient, towering trees grew throughout the mountains and forest, radiating vigorous life. All kinds of strange plants grew around them as well, and every few meters Long Ming could see stone statues of toads. The air was filled with a strong smell of oil and dense natural energy. Without a doubt, this was Mount Myaboku, the foremost of the 3 great sage regions. Long Ming took a deep breath, and immediately after, the long-absent voice of the system sounded in his mind. Detected host arriving at Mount Myaboku. Congratulations, host, for completing the 4th check-in mission. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6 Tomo Golden Rinnegan. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully conquered Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest, completing the requirements for a special reward. Rewarding host with Yin-Yang release. Claim now? Hearing the 2 rewards granted by the system, Long Ming's pupils instantly contracted. He was absolutely certain that after claiming these rewards, his strength would leap straight into 6 Paths level. The 6 Tomo Golden Rinnegan was a kind of eye that stood above the Sage of Six Paths Purple Rinnegan. Its ocular power was far beyond that of an ordinary Rinnegan. Most of the Otsutsuki clan's Rinnegan were mainly based on the 3 primary colors of red, yellow, and blue, and it seemed that the Golden Rinnegan possessed the strongest power. After their powers were enhanced, both Momoshiki and Urashiki awakened Golden Rinnegan. This kind of eye could give Long Ming an extremely terrifying boost in both speed and strength, and it also possessed the ability to release 360-degree blade-like shockwaves into the surroundings. As for Yin-Yang release, there was no need to say much. It was a secret technique of the Sage of Six Paths, a technique that created all things from nothing and bestowed life. Only after mastering Yin-Yang release could one use Yin-Yang release techniques to create form, then add high-density chakra with the 7 attributes of Yin-Yang, and the 5 elements to form truth-seeking balls. Claim. Long Ming took a deep breath and silently responded in his mind. The instant he said that, an immensely powerful chakra surged out from his mind and poured into his eyes. Long Ming only felt a sharp pain assault his eyes, and he could not help raising a hand to cover them. At this moment, Long Ming's eyes were undergoing a world-shaking transformation. One moment they felt hot, the next cold, and sometimes there was even a strange numb tingling sensation. This process lasted for nearly 2 or 3 minutes before it slowly faded. When Long Ming lowered his hand, his purple Rinnegan had already evolved into a golden 6 Tomo Rinnegan. As for claiming Yin-Yang release, it was not very complicated. His mind swelled slightly, and Long Ming instantly became thoroughly familiar with all the mysteries of Yin-Yang release. The system's ethereal voice rang out in his mind once again. Rewards have been distributed. Check-in location updated. Next check-in location. The moon. If the host kills an Otsutsuki clansman before the next check-in, an extra reward will be triggered. Host is advised to work hard and improve. Long Ming's eyelid twitched. Good lord, the next check-in had directly jumped beyond Earth now? The moon in the world of Naruto was anything but simple. It was created by the Sage of Six Paths using planetary devastation, and the shell of the Ten Tails was once sealed inside it. Back then, after the Sage of Six Paths sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, his younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura, remained on the moon and guarded the demonic statue of the outer path for generations. So in truth, there is still an Otsutsuki branch living on the moon even now. It's just that this branch holds no hostility toward the ninja world for the time being. After pulling his thoughts back, Long Ming once again lowered his gaze toward Mount Myaboku below him. Since he didn't know Tsunade's location, Long Ming had no intention of directly clashing head-on with Mount Myaboku. He would save Tsunade first, then make his move. The moment Long Ming lifted his leg, his body instantly shot forward several hundred meters, almost too fast to stop before crashing into a small hill. Long Ming's mouth fell slightly open as he stared at his own body in disbelief. This boost is way too terrifying. Although he knew the Golden Six-Tomo Rinnegan had greatly enhanced his body, Long Ming truly hadn't expected it to reach this level. Just now, he had only slightly lifted his foot and reached this kind of speed. If he unleashed his full power without limit, then that speed would probably. Long Ming's gaze turned heated. He was absolutely certain that his strength had already reached the Six Paths level. It could even be said that among Six Paths level fighters, he counted as average or even above average. Because after the Six-Tomo Golden Rinnegan gave him enormous boosts in power and speed, it had also brought him 2 new dojutsu. They were called Fumo Daiten and Hyakuren Kyura. Long Ming briefly sensed them, and both were exceptionally powerful dojutsu, even far surpassing the time-controlling Takamikura. But thinking about it carefully, that was only natural. After all, these were the dojutsu of the Golden Six-Tomo Rinnegan. When Long Ming had previously awakened the purple Rinnegan himself, it was probably because he hadn't fully developed it yet, so no dojutsu had emerged. After getting somewhat familiar with his power, Long Ming slowly descended from the sky into Mount Myaboku. The moment he landed, he vaguely heard 2 toads talking nearby. Long Ming concealed his aura and hid behind a patch of bushes, eavesdropping on their conversation. One of the toads sighed. "Sigh, what exactly has been going on lately? We've been pulling overtime every day on guard duty, but I haven't seen any invaders at all." Hearing the other toad complaining, an older toad scolded him. "Cut the crap. We just need to follow the Great Toad Sage's orders. If the Great Toad Sage says someone will invade, then someone definitely will. Be serious. For all you know, the enemy might come charging out the next second." The younger toad burst out laughing. "Who are you trying to scare? Where's the enemy? Tell him to come out. Tell him to come out and kill me." Before the young toad could finish speaking, a fair-skinned arm shot out from behind the bushes and instantly seized its throat. Crack. A string of bones shattering could be heard. Long Ming's terrifying strength had snapped the toad's neck in an instant. Holding the toad in his hand, Long Ming froze for a moment, then rubbed his nose. "I was just trying to stop you from showing off, but I didn't control my strength well enough. Sorry. Be more careful in your next life." As he spoke, Long Ming casually tossed its corpse aside. If that young toad could hear what Long Ming had just said, it would probably die of anger all over again. "What the hell do you mean you didn't control your strength well? Didn't I die way too casually?" The big toad nearby was horrified and just about to cry out when Long Ming directly grabbed its head. "I still don't want that old toad to know I'm here just yet," Long Ming said indifferently. Then the Golden Six-Tomo Rinnegan emitted a strange glow. The toad's eyes immediately transformed into the shape of a golden Rinnegan as well, and its gaze turned hollow and dull. With Long Ming's strength, using the Rinnegan to control a toad was simply far too easy. Long Ming let go, then began gathering information. "Where in Mount Myaboku have you imprisoned Tsunade?" The toad controlled by Genjutsu had no way to hide anything and immediately confessed everything. That human was locked inside the body of the rock-lodging great toad. "There are many toads guarding the place," the old toad answered dully. "The rock-lodging great toad, huh?" Long Ming muttered to himself. This toad could be considered one of the more mysterious existences in Mount Myaboku. In the original story, it only appeared once. Legend had it that this great toad could breathe fire, so its esophagus was highly effective against Uchiha Itachi, who excelled at fire release. In the original story, during Jiraiya's battle against Kisame and Itachi, Jiraiya summoned this toad's esophagus in the hope of trapping Itachi. As a result, its very first appearance ended with a perforated esophagus. Long Ming ordered the old toad to lead the way, while he used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself as that young toad. The 2 toads swaggered through Mount Myaboku. After passing around 2 large mountains, they arrived before a massive depression in the ground. "This is the place. The rock-lodging great toad lives down below," the old toad said respectfully. Long Ming leaned forward to look ahead and saw that inside the depression, which was nearly the size of 4 or 5 basketball courts, rested an incomparably enormous black toad. Its massive body could even rival a complete body Susanoo. Long Ming narrowed his eyes. Mount Myaboku truly was the strongest of the 3 great sage regions. This rock-lodging great toad's strength was likely in no way weaker than the 2 great sages, Fukasaku and Shima. At that moment, the resting rock-lodging great toad also noticed someone approaching. It raised its huge head, saw the toad Long Ming had transformed into, frowned, and asked, "Why aren't you staying properly in the area you're assigned to guard? What are you doing here?" Long Ming's expression did not change as he said calmly, "We are here to carry out the great toad sage's order and take away the human woman named Tsunade. Is that so? Then why didn't Sage Fukasaku personally come inform me?" The rock-lodging great toad's frown deepened. "Sage Fukasaku is busy, sir. To deal with the powerful enemy that's about to arrive, he has to stay with the great toad sage, so he sent us instead." Long Ming lied without the slightest change in expression or heartbeat, casually making up a reason on the spot. Fortunately, the rock-lodging great toad did not pursue the issue and opened its huge mouth. "Very well, come in. That human is imprisoned inside my esophagus." Long Ming calmly jumped down into the depression and slowly walked to the rock-lodging great toad's side. The rock-lodging great toad was simply too enormous. Once its mouth opened, the width was enough for several large trucks to pass through side by side. But it probably didn't brush its teeth often. The moment Long Ming entered its mouth, he smelled a strange foul stench. Suppressing the urge to vomit straight into the rock-lodging great toad's mouth, Long Ming hopped his way deeper into its body. Long Ming followed the great toad sage of the rock lodge's intestinal tract all the way down. The surroundings grew darker and darker, to the point where it was almost impossible to see his own hand in front of his face. After walking for about dozens of seconds, Long Ming finally reached the great toad sage of the rock lodge's esophagus. The place was dark and damp, with flesh walls all around. With one glance, Long Ming saw Tsunade trapped inside the flesh wall. Tsunade's condition looked very bad. Not only was she unconscious, but her chakra was also extremely weak. Her face was sallow and gaunt, as if she had been malnourished for a long time. Looking at the weakened Tsunade, Long Ming slowly jumped to her side and stretched out his palm to transfer a bit of chakra into her. Ordinary chakra did not actually have healing ability, but after mastering yin-yang release, Long Ming was able to inject life into a physical body. In the original story, after Naruto mastered yin-yang release, he even saved Guy, who absolutely would have died after opening the gate of death. So restoring Tsunade's body a little was naturally no problem at all for Long Ming. As chakra flowed into her, Tsunade slowly woke up from her unconscious state. The moment she saw a toad with its hand on her body, she immediately broke away. With an angry expression, Tsunade cursed, "Keep your disgusting claws away from me, you shameless, despicable toads. I really must have been blind to trust you back then. How much longer are you planning to keep me trapped here?" Facing Tsunade's furious scolding, Long Ming smiled slightly, then said, "That depends on whether you've had enough of staying here. If you have, I can take you out any time." Tsunade, who had thought she would still be refused, froze for a moment. After noticing that chakra seemed to have been injected into her body, she quickly asked, "Re not a toad, are you? Who exactly are you?" "My name is Long Ming. I came to save you at Lady Katsuyu's request." As he spoke, Long Ming released the transformation jutsu and revealed his true appearance. "So it's actually you." When Tsunade heard Long Ming's name, her pupils shrank sharply on instinct. Long Ming had simply been making too much noise lately. Even Tsunade, trapped in Mount Myaboku, had heard of him, and Tsunade had come to Mount Myaboku in the first place to deal with Long Ming, so she could not have been more familiar with that name. "I really didn't expect the one who came to save me would be you. Thank you very much." Tsunade lowered her head deeply. If Long Ming had not come here, she probably would have been stuck forever in this pitch-black esophagus. "You don't need to thank me. I'll get you out first." Long Ming walked forward, placed his palm on the great toad sage of the rock lodge's flesh wall, and said, "Pay attention. Don't move around." What are you trying to do?" "The great toad sage of the rock lodge's flesh wall is incredibly tough. There's no way you can pull me out by brute force alone. Do you know wind release? Maybe the cutting power of wind release could work." Tsunade gave a helpless reminder as she watched what Long Ming was doing. Because before Long Ming had arrived, she had already tried using her monstrous strength to break free. But the great toad sage of the rock lodge's body was not only abnormally tough, it was also extremely flexible. Her monstrous strength had been completely useless. Long Ming smiled slightly and ignored what Tsunade said. He directly grabbed with his hand and yanked hard. A large section of flesh wall was torn out by Long Ming by force. Tsunade was instantly dumbfounded. He had actually ripped apart the great toad sage of the rock lodge's esophagus alive, something even monstrous strength could not pull open. Just what kind of power was this? Long Ming did not stop at all. He tore away 4 or 5 chunks of flesh wall in a row, completely restoring Tsunade's freedom. As a man who had awakened the golden six-tomo Rinnegan, Long Ming had already obtained bizarre, godlike power. Something like this was nothing more than a piece of cake to him. Long Ming's actions inside the esophagus naturally alarmed the Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge, and it cried out in pain. The Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge clutched its stomach and let out a toad cry that was both painful and somewhat furious. Could feel its insides churning like rivers and seas overturning. Most importantly, it could tell that Tsunade had already been forcibly rescued. At this point, no matter how stupid the Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge was, it could tell there was something wrong with Long Ming. Damn it! Since you dare make trouble inside my stomach, then I'll burn all of you to death together. Gritting its teeth, the Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge erupted with a massive amount of Senjutsu chakra. Sage Art. 6 Yang Flames. Boom! The Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge's entire body suddenly turned red. Starting from its stomach, flames began racing through its entire body. Inside the Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge's body, Long Ming instantly felt the temperature rising. Tsunade, standing beside him, said anxiously, "This is bad. We've been discovered. What do we do now?" Panic. "Leave dealing with the enemy to me. Your job is to lie down and rest." Long Ming glanced at Tsunade and said flatly, "Yamatsu Hirasaka." The moment his words fell, a distorted space portal suddenly appeared beside them. Long Ming signaled for Tsunade to go in first. Looking at the pitch-black space portal in front of her, Tsunade gritted her teeth and jumped straight in. After Tsunade left, Long Ming also followed right behind her into the space portal. But before closing Yamatsu Hirasaka, Long Ming also tossed down a small ball that looked like a black hole. It was a truth-seeking ball created from yin-yang release. After doing that, Long Ming closed the space portal without hesitation. Immediately after, crimson flames swept through the entire esophagus. When the flames swallowed the truth-seeking ball as well, the originally pitch-black ball suddenly burst with blinding white light, illuminating the entire esophagus of the Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge. This feeling, not good. Outside, the Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge's expression changed. It could feel a huge amount of energy building up inside its body. "Gwa! Save me!" the Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge shouted, and then an explosion rang out. Boom! The immensely powerful truth-seeking ball exploded directly inside the Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge's body. Its terrifying power killed the Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge in an instant. Its corpse was blown into countless pieces and scattered everywhere, and blood dyed the entire depression red. With Mount Myaboku already on full alert, hearing such a commotion naturally caused the whole place to move at once. Tens of thousands of toads rushed toward the place where the Great Toad Sage of the Rock Lodge lived at top speed. Inside the Temple of Oil, the Great Toad Sage wearing a doctor's hat opened its eyes and gazed into the distance with a grave expression, muttering to itself, "So you've finally come. It's time to deal with you, this heretic." As it spoke, the Great Toad Sage slowly rose from its enormous chair. At that moment, it was as if the natural energy of the entire Mount Myaboku had been mobilized, becoming unusually excited. "Fukasaku, Shima, come with me to face the enemy." The instant those words fell, the Great Toad Sage's massive body had already vanished from the spot. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima responded in deep voices at the same time. They knew that today would probably be the moment that decided Mount Myaboku's life or death. Long Ming stood in the void, very satisfied as he looked at the destructive power caused by his single strike. A truth-seeking ball contained massive energy and could destroy an entire forest in an instant, so killing one Iwagakure lodging Great Toad was naturally nothing difficult. In truth, there were many ways to use truth-seeking balls. Long Ming making it explode was merely the simplest method, the most basic beginner-level one. Normally, a user could also freely control the truth-seeking balls according to their will, creating all kinds of powerful weapons to fight enemies. In the end, one could even develop powerful ninjutsu like Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion and Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, techniques that could only be performed by using truth-seeking balls. Of course, truth-seeking balls were not without weaknesses. They could not nullify the power of Senjutsu chakra. In other words, during Long Ming's battle with Mount Myaboku, the truth-seeking balls could only be used as extremely powerful tailed beast balls. Standing high in the sky, Long Ming watched more and more toads gathering from all around, then turned to Tsunade and said, "A big battle is about to happen here. You should leave first. Once you pass through the space gate, you'll return directly to Konoha." For Tsunade's safety, before his decisive battle with the toads of Mount Myaboku, Long Ming opened another Yamatsu Hirasaka and sent Tsunade back to Konoha. After that, he used one truth-seeking ball to form a board, sat cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed to rest, and waited for the Great Toad Sage and the other toads to arrive. In less than a few minutes, this place had already turned into a tide of frogs. Below Long Ming, toad heads packed together densely. Gamabunta, Gamakin, Gamahiro, Gamachu, Iron Wall Toad, Gamatora, Mice Toad, and the others had all gathered. When these toads saw the Iwagakure lodging Great Toad lying dead in the depression, they were naturally both shocked and furious, yet not a single one dared to attack first. After all, someone who could easily kill the Iwagakure lodging Great Toad was not someone they could deal with so easily. Charging up would only be throwing away their frog heads for nothing. After waiting a little longer, Long Ming, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and fixed his gaze in a certain direction. Gamamaru, you finally come. Long Ming spoke in a grim tone. The next second, with a boom, the enormous Great Toad Sage descended from the sky and landed directly on the battlefield. Its appearance instantly caused all the toads' morale to surge. Great! The Great Toad Sage has finally arrived. This is my first time seeing the Great Toad Sage leave the temple. What terrifying Senjutsu chakra. With the Great Toad Sage here, we're definitely winning this battle. The many toads spoke one after another, making the Great Toad Sage feel quite pleased. It even seemed as if the unease in its heart had been washed away quite a bit. The Great Toad Sage raised both hands, signaling for the toads to be quiet. The move was indeed effective, and the noisy scene quickly calmed down. The Great Toad Sage lifted its head and looked at Long Ming from afar. Although this was their first meeting, they had already clashed no fewer than 2 or 3 times. Truth-seeking balls, Rinnegan, golden. The Great Toad Sage observed Long Ming while murmuring in a low voice. In just these few short days, Long Ming's strength seemed to have risen again. He had actually even mastered truth-seeking balls, something only 6 paths level beings possessed. Long Ming, your speed of growth is truly unbelievably fast. If you were one of our Toad clan, you would definitely shine brilliantly and become the next Great Toad Sage surpassing me. What a pity you're human. The Great Toad Sage spoke as if sighing over an old friend it had not seen for many years, as though it felt toads were superior to humans. Long Ming cast a cold glance at the Great Toad Sage and said, "No need to feel sorry for me, because today, you will die at the hands of me, a human." As he spoke, the killing intent within Long Ming poured out without the slightest restraint. Quite a few of the toads below immediately changed expression. Even without the added pressure of the Rinnegan, some of them were already too terrified to move. Hehe. The Great Toad Sage let out 2 cold laughs, then said harshly, "Not certain. Maybe today you'll die at the hands of me, a toad. Don't forget, this is my home ground. Here, my strength can be brought out beyond normal limits. Even if you're 6 paths level, you're still not my opponent. But I know your cultivation hasn't been easy, so I'm willing to give you one chance. Make a contract with me and join Mount Myaboku, and I won't kill you. That little trick of yours for toying with people's hearts is useless on me. The only reason you'd say something like that is because you're afraid of me. If you really had that kind of strength, why waste words with me? Wouldn't it be better to just attack?" Long Ming shook his head and directly exposed the Great Toad Sage's little thoughts. The Great Toad Sage ground its teeth in fury. The kindness and benevolence on its face had long since vanished, replaced by majesty and gloom. "Sure enough, the ninja world can no longer allow someone like you to remain. Today, I will definitely take your life." As it spoke, the Great Toad Sage formed hand seals. A terrifying wave of Senjutsu chakra surged wildly inside its body. The natural energy of all Mount Myaboku was instantly mobilized, and the oily smell in the air became even stronger. Whoosh! A massive amount of natural energy was suddenly absorbed into the Great Toad Sage's body. With the support of such vast natural energy, the Great Toad Sage's body underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. Its body gradually shrank, and its skin, once full of wrinkles, began to tighten, even developing muscles. Its aged face even regained its youth, and its squinting eyes opened fully, bursting with intimidating sharp light. Long Ming's expression turned slightly grave. Through his golden 6-tomo Rinnegan, he could clearly see the changes taking place inside the Great Toad Sage's body. As the saying goes, compression is the essence. Even though the Great Toad Sage's body was smaller now, the Senjutsu chakra inside it had instead fused into its body even more tightly. In this state, the Great Toad Sage's strength would likely be extraordinarily terrifying. The Great Toad Sage suddenly raised its head, its gaze locking tightly onto Long Ming's position. Sage Art, Frog Kumite. The Great Toad Sage opened with a taijutsu attack. This Frog Kumite was considered Mount Myaboku's signature taijutsu. It could use the power of nature to gain wider range perception, thereby increasing hit rate and destructive power. The Great Toad Sage kicked off with both legs, and its whole body instantly turned into an afterimage and vanished from where it stood. What incredible speed! Long Ming's expression was grave. If he had not obtained the golden 6-tomo Rinnegan, then with the ordinary purple Rinnegan alone, he likely would not have been able to track the Great Toad Sage's figure. Whoosh! A gust of violent wind came from behind him. At some unknown time, the Great Toad Sage had already appeared behind Long Ming. Although its body had shrunk, the Great Toad Sage was still a full size larger than Long Ming. The Great Toad Sage shouted sharply, then slammed out with its palm. The terrifying power made heaven and earth change color, and the entire space twisted. The sage art used by the Great Toad Sage was on a completely different level from those ordinary toads. Before the attack had even arrived, Long Ming already felt a faint pain in his back. The moment the great toad sage moved, Long Ming had already locked onto its position with his golden six-tomo Rinnegan, so he reacted immediately. Infinite, monstrous strength. In a flash, Long Ming spun around at top speed and threw a punch straight at the great toad sage's webbed palm. Boom! The instant Long Ming's fist collided with the great toad sage's palm. A massive shockwave of air burst out from the center of the two of them, directly blowing some of the toads below away. Long Ming was forced back 5 steps in midair, while the great toad sage only retreated 3. In this simple exchange of probing attacks, the great toad sage had a slight upper hand. But there was surprise on the great toad sage's face. It had not expected that after taking one of its palm strikes head-on, Long Ming would only be pushed back a few steps without even coughing up blood. So he really is 6 paths level. The great toad sage's heart sank, and its expression grew even more serious. Long Ming also became serious. There was no doubt that the great toad sage was absolutely the strongest opponent he had ever encountered in his life. Perfect sage mode. Long Ming pressed his palms together and let out a low shout. The black lightning patterned face paint appeared on his face once again. Yin-yang release could not suppress sage art, so Long Ming planned to use magic to defeat magic. When it saw Long Ming activate sage mode, the great toad sage naturally looked down on it with disdain. It had been using sage art for 1,000 years. In the field it excelled at, how could it possibly lose to a junior like Long Ming? Sage art, water release, water gun bullets. The great toad sage gave a deep shout. As its hands formed seals, its cheeks swelled high as well. Then it suddenly spat out 2 enormous water spheres. They were like giant energy blasts, producing a huge sound as they tore through the air. Sage art. Almighty push. Facing the great toad sage's powerful strike, Long Ming showed no panic at all. The golden six-tomo Rinnegan released powerful eye power fluctuations. Then he raised his right hand in front of himself, and a tremendous repulsive force suddenly blasted out. That repulsive force also carried powerful senjutsu chakra, directly shattering the 2 water spheres the great toad sage had spat out. Rumble. The instant the water spheres burst apart, they produced muffled thunder-like booms. And it still wasn't over. Long Ming's right eye slowly turned once more, and a large amount of Amaterasu's black flames appeared around him. Sage art. Blaze release. Fuma Shuriken. After blowing apart the water spheres, Long Ming pressed the attack. After fusing the black flames into senjutsu chakra, he condensed them into 4 or 5 enormous Fuma Shuriken. Whoosh whoosh. With a sweep of Long Ming's right palm forward, the 4 or 5 Fuma Shuriken instantly transformed into howling hurricanes and flew toward the great toad sage. The great toad sage naturally knew the terror of Amaterasu as well. As its body rapidly retreated, its hands also formed seals at high speed, attempting to use sage art for defense. But Long Ming's offense linked one move into the next. How could he possibly let the great toad sage have its way? Sage art. Universal pull. Long Ming unleashed another killing move. He raised his hand toward the great toad sage's position and activated the power of universal pull. A huge gravitational force instantly enveloped the great toad sage's massive body. After firmly locking onto it, the great toad sage was instead dragged flying toward the sage art. Blaze release. Fuma Shuriken. The hearts of the toads below instantly leaped into their throats, and Fukasaku's face turned pale. Could it be that the great toad sage was going to be defeated this quickly? The answer was of course impossible. The great toad sage was still a 6 paths level powerhouse after all. Although it was controlled by the gravitational force, the hand seals it was forming never stopped. At the very moment it was about to be hit by the sage art, Blaze release, Fuma Shuriken, it still completed its sage art in time. Sage art, water release, toad water formation wall. The great toad sage spewed out a waterfall-like torrent of water from its mouth toward the front, forming a water wall that looked like a toad's head from the outside, wrapping around the great toad sage in a full 360-degree defense with no blind spots. Boom! The moment the sage art, Blaze release, Fuma Shuriken struck the water wall, extremely high-temperature steam erupted into the sky and completely swallowed the great toad sage's body. When the 2 sage arts collided, the terrifying shockwave cracked the nearby toad stone statues, and some of the houses even let out creaking groans under the unbearable force. The massive amount of steam made it impossible for the toads below to see what was happening inside. Still, some tiny black flames fell from the sky, clearly showing that the great toad sage had not completely defended against Long Ming's attack just now. What exactly are these black flames? Some of the surrounding toads that still didn't understand their terror tried to catch them with their hands, but the instant they touched them, they were burned until their skin split and flesh tore open. Ah, help! What kind of fire is this? Why can't it be put out? The toads below instantly fell into chaos. Fortunately, Fukasaku acted decisively and immediately cut off the arms of those few toads contaminated by the black flames, preventing them from dying on the spot. After sensing the terror of Amaterasu, these toads finally understood just how frightening the enemy their Grand Master was facing truly was. Just a trace of this black flame had such power, let alone the entire Fuma Shuriken. At this moment, all the toads looked at Long Ming with deep fear in their eyes. It was also at this time that the Great Toad Sage's body leaped out from the steam. Long Ming was not surprised by this. Although Blaze Release was indeed powerful, it was impossible to instantly kill a Great Toad Sage that had lived for over 1,000 years with just that kind of attack. However, Long Ming's strike had not been completely useless either. It was clearly visible that there were some burn marks on the Great Toad Sage's skin.
Sajar, mystical palme technique.
Not everyone had terrifying recovery ability like Long Ming or Hashirama. Although the Great Toad Sage was a 6 paths level summoning beast, its physique itself did not possess especially strong self-healing ability. So when it was injured, it still needed to use medical ninjutsu for treatment. The Great Toad Sage moved its webbed palm to the injured area. In the instant the medical ninjutsu activated, the burns on its body had already fully healed. Long Ming narrowed his eyes. The fact that the Great Toad Sage could not self-heal was an enormous advantage for him. As long as Long Ming kept attacking without pause and prevented the Great Toad Sage from using medical ninjutsu, he could drag the Great Toad Sage to death through attrition alone. With that thought, Long Ming directly descended to the ground and pressed his palms together. He poured a huge amount of Senjutsu chakra from within his body into the earth. Sage Art would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Before his words had even fallen, 7 or 8 gigantic wooden hands suddenly appeared around the Great Toad Sage and directly grabbed at its limbs. This would release activated in an extremely short time and was famous for being elusive and difficult to guard against. The moment the Great Toad Sage saw it, his pupils shrank violently. By the time he wanted to guard against it, it was already too late. He was directly tied up tightly by Long Ming. On the battlefield, a chance to strike could vanish in an instant. The Great Toad Sage was trapped at this moment, so Long Ming naturally had no intention of missing this perfect opportunity. His pair of Golden 6-Tomo Rinnegan released even stronger ocular power fluctuations, and a massive amount of black chakra surged out from Long Ming's body. Susanoo. The Susanoo surrounding Long Ming's body rapidly advanced, from skeleton to sinews to skin, then armor, war blades, and the Karasu Tengu mask. The entire process flowed in one smooth motion. Whoosh! The instant the Susanoo took shape, Long Ming directly controlled it to teleport in front of the Great Toad Sage. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed at the other's neck with a blade, wanting to decapitate it on the spot. Although these steps sounded like a lot, the time Long Ming actually spent was less than 2 seconds. At the very moment Long Ming's twin-bladed war sword was about to strike the Great Toad Sage's head, a smile of scheming success suddenly appeared at the corner of the Great Toad Sage's mouth. Sage Art. Ultimate Toad Call. The Great Toad Sage opened its mouth wide and let out an enormous croak. This was a sound-based genjutsu attack that could be released instantly and would immediately make any opponent who heard it stiffen. Back when the Elder Toad couple had fought Long Ming, they had also used sound-based genjutsu. But with their level of skill, the effect on Long Ming had basically been zero. Yet when used by the Great Toad Sage, the power was completely different. The huge cry caused Long Ming's body to freeze in place for a brief moment. Right after that, the Great Toad Sage immediately followed up. Compound Sage Art. Great Toad Oil Flame Bullet. The Great Toad Sage took a deep breath and first spat out a large amount of Mayaboku Mountain's unique oil. Then, as the oil blasted out at high speed, it added wind release chakra, and finally ignited it with fire release. After the three intertwined, they formed a gigantic pillar of fire that suddenly slammed toward Long Ming. This compound Sage Art was far from as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. With every extra attribute added, the power multiplied. The scorching heat twisted even space from the burning. With the enhancement of Mayaboku Mountain's special divine oil, the temperature of the Great Toad Sage's fire release even surpassed Long Ming's Amaterasu. Boom! The blazing fire pillar smashed fiercely into Long Ming's Susanoo. The massive energy shockwave, together with the flame's high temperature, instantly swept across the entirety of Mayaboku Mountain. Some of the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees were instantly annihilated by the flames. The mountain rocks were all baked red-hot, radiating searing heat. As for that oil waterfall in Mayaboku Mountain, its temperature instantly rose past 200 degrees, and bubbles continuously churned upward from the middle. Long Ming's complete body Susanoo actually cracked inch by inch. Then his body shot away like a meteor and slammed into Mayaboku Mountain's temple. That oil temple, made from special materials and built specifically for the Great Toad Sage to live in, was directly crushed into a pile of ruins by the shattered complete body Susanoo. And after crashing into the oil temple, the complete body Susanoo also completely shattered apart. This ninjutsu of the Great Toad Sage not only had an extremely high temperature, but also carried astonishing impact force. Otherwise, it could not have blasted such a gigantic Susanoo so far away. Long Ming stood up from the ruins. The clothing on his upper body had already vanished, and there were multiple severe burns across his skin. The intense pain made Long Ming suck in a sharp breath. It was the first time he had ever felt such agonizing burning pain. It can't heal. Wisps of white smoke began rising from Long Ming's body. Actually, with the effects of Long Ming's Azura body, these injuries should have healed in the blink of an eye. Long Ming shouldn't even have felt much pain in the first place. But the oil spat out by the Great Toad Sage seemed to have some special effect. It actually suppressed the self-healing speed of the Azura body. These mere burns were something Long Ming was unexpectedly unable to recover from in the short term. I underestimated this old toad. Long Ming's heart sank. He had not expected the Great Toad Sage to deliberately let itself be hit by his would-release ninjutsu, luring him into coming forward to attack before counterattacking. Judging from the power of that compound sage art just now, the Great Toad Sage was undoubtedly also at a mid-tier 6 paths level, and its battle experience was extremely rich as well. It knew how to make use of its own advantages. From the start of the fight until now, Long Ming had not gained any obvious upper hand. Boom! A huge roar suddenly came from outside. The Great Toad Sage had already jumped in front of him once again. Long Ming sprang up from the ground with a leap, his figure flashing as he opened up distance from the Great Toad Sage. Looking at the injuries on Long Ming's body that still had not recovered, the Great Toad Sage let out a few cold laughs. So it really works. I had already heard in the intelligence that you possess extremely terrifying regenerative ability. 50 years ago, I also encountered an opponent just like you. He was a messenger of the Otsutsuki main family. Back then, I suffered immensely in order to deal with him, so afterward I specially developed this divine oil that can suppress cellular activity. Well, doesn't it feel awful? Long Ming's pupils contracted. 50 years ago, the Otsutsuki main family? Long Ming frowned tightly. He had never heard any of this in the original story. It should be something that happened within this world's own timeline. From what the Great Toad Sage had revealed, it seemed that the Otsutsuki main family had descended upon Earth 50 years ago and had even come into conflict with it. Hashirama had once told him that he had personally witnessed the Great Toad Sage kill an exceptionally terrifying enemy. It was probably talking about a messenger of the Otsutsuki clan. Only someone from the Otsutsuki main family could make the god of shinobi of that era describe them as terrifying. And 50 years ago just so happened to be the time when Senju Hashirama died. The deeper he thought, the more horrifying it became. Senju Hashirama had a very high chance of dying at the hands of the Otsutsuki clan's messenger who descended back then. Seeing Long Ming remain silent, the Great Toad Sage assumed he had been intimidated by it, and could not help but feel a bit smug. Long Ming, your strength is indeed not bad, but compared to that Otsutsuki messenger from back then, you're still far inferior. Today, you will pay the price for your invasion of Maiboku Mountain. The Great Toad Sage's gaze grew even sharper. It was telling the truth when it said Long Ming's strength was inferior to that Otsutsuki messenger from back then. After all, from the beginning of the fight until now, Long Ming had not displayed any overwhelmingly crushing power. When it had fought that Otsutsuki messenger back then, it had been driven to the brink of death several times. Fortunately, it had used the grand formation left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, and only then had it managed to kill the opponent. With the idle talk over, the Great Toad Sage exploded into action again. The natural energy of the entire Maiboku Mountain began surging continuously, crazily pouring into the Great Toad Sage's body. Compound Sage Art. Thousand-Blade Wind Spirit Water Slash. This time, the Great Toad Sage once again combined wind release and water release, opening its mouth and instantly spitting out several thousand enormous water blades. A massive amount of wind release chakra had also been added to those water blades. While increasing their speed, it also boosted their cutting power. The sky-filling water blades completely sealed off every route of retreat for Long Ming, leaving not the slightest gap. Yamatsu Hirasaka, seeing that he could not dodge, and that neither his complete body Susanoo nor ordinary would release could withstand the Great Toad Sage's composite senjutsu, Long Ming decisively opened a space portal right in front of himself. A huge number of water blades came crashing in. The mountain behind Long Ming was directly sliced cleanly into two halves, the cut surface unbelievably smooth, as if it had been cutting tofu. But when those water blades rushed in front of Long Ming, it was as if pebbles had fallen into a deep pool, without stirring up even the slightest ripple. They vanished straight into the space portal. Even though the Great Toad Sage's water blades had terrifying speed and cutting power, if they could not hit the target, then they were truly useless. The Great Toad Sage's mouth twitched. What the hell, you can play it like this too? The countless water blades quickly shot themselves out, while Long Ming, hiding behind the space portal, remained completely unharmed. Don't think you're safe just because of that. The Great Toad Sage snorted coldly, then clapped his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. As soon as the words fell, two clouds of white smoke burst out on the field, and two identical Great Toad Sages appeared. This time it was going to launch a 360-degree attack on Long Ming with no blind spots. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three Great Toad Sages each jumped to different positions, and once again performed the same hand seals as before. Composite Senjutsu. Thousand-Blade Wind Spirit Water Slash. Composite Senjutsu. Thousand Blade Wind Spirit Water Slash. Composite Senjutsu. Thousand Blade Wind Spirit Water Slash. 3 composite senjutsu attacks were launched at the same time, completely treating Long Ming like a live target. This time, even if he opened a space portal, Long Ming still would not be able to avoid all the water blades. If Susanoo can't take it, then I can only summon something tougher. Long Ming muttered to himself, then bit his finger and slammed his hand onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, a huge cloud of smoke exploded out, and at the same moment, the sky full of water blades shot into the smoke. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of impacts rang out from inside the smoke as the water blades struck something. The Great Toad Sage's face lit up with joy, thinking Long Ming had been hit. However, in the very next second, an incomparably savage and furious roar came from within the smoke. Roar! Whoosh! The massive roar formed rolling sonic shockwaves that directly blasted away all the surrounding smoke. Damn it, why is it this thing? It's already revived. The moment it saw the figure appear within the smoke, the Great Toad Sage's face instantly turned stiff. When the other toads saw it, their eyes were filled with even more shock and fear. What Long Ming had summoned was a bizarre creature with 10 tails and a single eye. It was the super creature with the strongest chakra, transformed from the god tree itself. The 10 tails. After obtaining the 9-tailed beasts, the demonic statue of the outer path had gained the ability to evolve into the 10 tails at any time. As long as Long Ming was willing, he could make it enter its transformed state whenever he wanted. Roar! The 10 tails let out another savage roar, its gaze locked tightly onto the several great toad sages. It seemed to know that these toads were the ones who had injured it just now. The enraged 10 tails immediately opened its mouth wide. Blue and red chakra suddenly appeared out of nowhere inside it and began to gradually merge. In the end, it formed into a gigantic compressed mass of red chakra. It was none other than a super-tailed beast ball. But the not-so-intelligent 10 tails clearly did not know which great toad sage it should throw the super-tailed beast ball at. Long Ming directly made the choice for it. Senjutsu. Would release. Ultra-large wood dragon jutsu. Senjutsu. Would release. Hote no jutsu. Long Ming used 2 great senjutsu at the same time. Rumble. The elusive wooden hands burst out from the ground once again, each grabbing toward the positions of the 3 great toad sages. At the same time, 3 enormous wood dragons also erupted violently from the earth, roaring as they charged toward the great toad sages. Because shadow clones split power evenly, the great toad sage was now clearly struggling to deal with Long Ming's attacks. Very soon, the great toad sage had no choice but to release the shadow clone jutsu and use powerful senjutsu to directly smash apart all the wood dragons and wooden hands before it. And once there was only one great toad sage left, the 10 tails naturally had no trouble identifying its target. It suddenly spat out the tailed beast ball it had been gathering in its mouth. A gigantic tailed beast ball with a diameter of over 100 meters flew straight toward the great toad sage. Facing such an enormous tailed beast ball, the great toad sage could only grit its teeth and take it head-on. It had once participated in that great battle 1,000 years ago, and knew exactly how terrifying the destructive power of the 10 tails was. This was Mount Myaboku. If the tailed beast ball exploded here, then more than half of the sacred land would probably be gone. Senjutsu. 10-fold Rashomon. The great toad sage bit its finger, then fiercely slammed its hand onto the ground. Rumble. Rumble. The entire land of Mount Myaboku began to tremble violently. Countless rocks tumbled down, and even the oil flowing in the waterfalls spilled outside. 10 ghost gates, each one 100 meters tall and looking ferocious and vicious, intercepted the super-tailed beast ball. Bang! 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 The supposedly unbreakable Rashomon was like a child's toy in front of the super-tailed beast ball, getting crushed straight through all the way. However, the appearance of the Rashomon also caused the trajectory of the super-tailed beast ball to shift, making it bypass the great toad sage and hit a distant mountain instead. Boom! A gigantic mushroom cloud shot into the sky, and the terrifying shockwave even spread all the way to the ninja world. The entire mountain, along with the vegetation and living creatures inside it, and even the white clouds in the sky, were instantly reduced to ashes. That was just how terrifying the power of the 10 tails was. Damn it, he actually has the 10 tails. I can't keep dragging this out with him. If I let Long Ming do whatever he wants, Mount Myaboku is finished. The great toad sage gritted his teeth. The instant he saw the 10 tails, he decided not to waste any more time and to take Long Ming's life in one move. He brought his hands together, and the pale purple cat-eye gem hanging at his neck suddenly bloomed with a strange light. The character oil written inside it seemed to come alive. Senjutsu. Demonic illusion. Toad morning jutsu. The great toad sage poured a massive amount of senjutsu chakra into the bead in front of his chest, and a purple ray shot out like lightning. It contained a kind of power Long Ming had never felt before, filled with an intense aura of death. This was one of the great toad sage's trump card techniques. The so-called morning meant commemorating the dead. As long as someone was struck by the great toad sage's toad morning jutsu, the target would die immediately, and no ninjutsu could reverse it. Long Ming instinctively sensed the terror of this senjutsu, and without the slightest hesitation activated the dojutsu within his golden six-tomo Rinnegan. Fumo Daiten. This was the dojutsu in Long Ming's left eye. It had only one effect: forced decomposition. This is the dojutsu in Long Ming's left eye. It had only one effect: forced decomposition. In the entire ninja world, whether ninjutsu, senjutsu, or genjutsu, all of them fundamentally required chakra to activate. And to use chakra to launch these techniques, ninjas first had to refine it within their own bodies, allowing physical energy and spiritual energy to fuse together before chakra could be produced. If what they wanted to refine was senjutsu chakra, then natural energy had to be added on top of the original ratio. And the effect of Long Ming's demon-subduing overlord was to forcibly decompose already refined chakra or senjutsu chakra, returning them to their basic states of natural energy, physical energy, or spiritual energy. Although the Great Toad Sage's senjutsu was strange, in essence it was still activated through senjutsu chakra, so it played right into Long Ming's hands. The sixth tomo in Long Ming's left eye began to rotate slowly, giving off a faint golden glow. Right after that, a sweep of golden radiance passed across the space in front of him. The purple light formed by the Toad Morning technique suddenly began to tremble violently, and then it started dissolving at high speed.
Est-ce impossible?
The Great Toad Sage cried out, his eyes filled with shock. Long Ming breaking his ultimate move so easily shocked the Great Toad Sage even more than seeing the Ten Tails. Even the Sage of Six Paths had praised this Toad Morning technique back then, calling it a terrifying senjutsu that absolutely could not be taken head-on. And now, nothing is impossible. You have your trump card, and I have mine. Long Ming shot back flatly. How exactly did you do that? Was that a dojutsu of your Rinnegan? The Great Toad Sage's tone became extremely wary. The Toad Morning technique was already one of his strongest killing moves. Since even that had been broken by Long Ming, it meant there were not many senjutsu techniques left that he could still use next. And he had no idea what effect Long Ming's dojutsu actually had. He saw his technique get broken, but had no idea what had happened. Nor did he know whether the senjutsu he used next would be dissolved the same way by Long Ming's strange method. Faced with the Great Toad Sage's question, Long Ming directly looked at him with the kind of gaze one would use on a fool. Tell me the Great Toad Sage got beaten stupid. Does he really think I'd voluntarily expose my dojutsu? In a clash between experts, intelligence was crucial. Long Ming had no intention whatsoever of replying to the Great Toad Sage. The hand seals in his hands changed, and he once again drove the Ten Tails toward its next stage of transformation. Because this time the Ten Tails had devoured the chakra of half of the Nine Tails, the speed of its transformation was much faster than in the original story. Just during that brief exchange it had already entered the incomplete second form. Roar! The enormous Ten Tails let out another savage roar. Its 10 tails had actually transformed into claw-like shapes, wildly flailing through Mount Myaboku. Boom! 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 Continuous thunderous blasts came from the ground, and the entire Mount Myaboku seemed as if it were going through an earthquake. The ground was shattered, stone statues were destroyed, and countless cracks spread outward. Large numbers of toads in the distance could barely keep themselves steady. Their faces turned pale as they retreated frantically. At this moment, the Ten Tails had changed from the crawling appearance of its previous stage into a gaunt figure that could stand upright. The tails behind it had turned into claw-like shapes, and its head had only one eye and one ear. In this state, the Ten Tails could fire triangular-tailed beast balls, and it could also unleash overwhelming power to cause massive destruction. In the original story, the Nine Tails had called it Bang. Bursts of exploding air rang out as the Ten Tails' overwhelming power and suffocating terrifying presence instantly swept across all of Mount Myaboku. Damn it, it's already entered the second form. Could Long Ming be trying to revive Kaguya Otsutsuki? The Great Toad Sage's expression was extremely ugly. The appearance of the Ten Tails reminded him of the terrifying scene from 1,000 years ago when he fought Kaguya. That overwhelming power was still unforgettable to him even now. No, the Ten Tails absolutely must not be allowed to transform into its final form. With that thought, the Great Toad Sage rapidly formed hand seals, and a massive amount of Senjutsu chakra was gathered into his body once again. Compound Sage Art. Sevenfold Lightning Water Severing Technique. The Great Toad Sage's mouth swelled high. Then he spat out 7 blade-shaped water edges, covered in purple arcs of lightning and giving off crackling sounds. The water blades cut across the sky, as if trying to slice the entire Ten Tails in half at the waist. Long Ming narrowed his eyes, and demon-subduing overlord activated once more. Golden radiance swept across the space before him. The 7 enormous water blades were decomposed into natural energy the instant they touched the radiance, vanishing without a trace. Again with this, the Great Toad Sage was both shocked and furious. Although he did not know the exact effect of Long Ming's dojutsu, he could already guess that it was probably some kind of decomposition ability. With such a dojutsu, 70% of the Great Toad Sage's abilities were basically crippled. Other than taijutsu, Any attack was effectively useless. Just as the Great Toad Sage was thinking about what to do, Long Ming had already raised a hand and pointed in his direction. "Ten-tails, kill it for me." Upon receiving the command, the Ten-tails immediately roared and charged at the Great Toad Sage. The 10 claws on its back danced rapidly, each strike carrying power like a meteor crashing into the earth. Damn it! The Great Toad Sage gritted his teeth and met the attack. But 2 flippers could not stand against 10 claws. He could only flee in panic amid the non-stop assault. From time to time, he also launched counterattacks with his compound sage arts, but every time he used one, it would be instantly decomposed by Long Ming's demon-subduing overlord. The Great Toad Sage felt utterly stifled. His own taijutsu was indeed decent, but that depended on who he was being compared to. Against Long Ming or other humans, the Great Toad Sage naturally had nothing to fear, but if it was compared to the unbelievably powerful Ten-tails, then forget it. With a bang, the Great Toad Sage was accidentally struck by one of the Ten-tails' claws. His body was instantly sent back several hundred meters, and the blood and chi in his chest churned violently, making him feel awful. When the other toads saw that even their Grand Patriarch could not do it, their faces turned grim to the extreme. So this is that human's true power? He can actually control such a terrifying monster. Can Grand Patriarch really defeat it? It's too huge. One hand from it could probably slap all of us to death. The toads below broke into waves of alarm, falling completely into chaos. Some of them even had despair showing on their faces. The Great Toad Sage adjusted his breathing slightly. He turned to look at the panicked crowd of toads and made a certain decision in his heart. The Grand Formation had to be activated. If they delayed any longer, it would probably be too late. The Great Toad Sage took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice, "Descendants of Mount Myaboku, do not be afraid. If we unite, we can defeat this monster. Listen to my command and activate the Great Sumeru Samsara Formation left behind by the Sage of Six Paths." The Great Sumeru Samsara Formation? Standing on the Ten-tails' head, Long Ming frowned when he heard the name of the formation. Although he did not know what this Great Sumeru Samsara Formation the Great Toad Sage mentioned actually did, since it had been left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, it definitely had to be extraordinary. And for the Great Toad Sage to have kept it hidden until now as his trump card, it was clear how highly he regarded this move. As the Great Toad Sage's words fell, quite a few toads immediately came to their senses, and the panic in their eyes faded. That's right, the Grandmaster is right. We still have the Grand Formation left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. Once the formation is unleashed, it will definitely destroy this disgusting monster. Exactly. Let's activate the Grand Formation and kill this human together. Everyone, get to your positions and assist the Grandmaster in activating the formation. The toads below suddenly scattered in all directions, forming groups of 3 to 5, and sat cross-legged on the toadstone statues in Mount Myaboku. Then they pressed their palms together and shut their eyes tight, as if they were devoutly praying for something. What exactly are these toads up to? Long Ming frowned, already raising his perception to the highest level. The moment anything unusual happened here, he would strike at once. After all the toads had assumed their praying posture, the toadstone statues beneath them suddenly began to change. Threads of white gold glow slowly spilled from the mouths of the toadstone statues. After rising into the air, the glow formed a semicircular golden barrier that slowly descended. The barrier covered an enormous area, enveloping the entirety of Mount Myaboku. So this is the Grand Formation left behind by the Sage of Six Paths? Long Ming glanced at the toads around him. Clearly, this Grand Formation required a large number of toads to participate at the same time in order to activate it, and from the look of it, those statues were probably something like formation cores. Six Path Staff, come. The Great Toad Sage suddenly let out a loud shout and stretched out his webbed hand to grab forward. From the oil waterfall not far away, a pure black staff shot out like a meteor, then landed steadily in the Great Toad Sage's hand. The instant the Great Toad Sage gripped the staff, the entire Grand Formation completely stabilized and took shape. At this moment, all of Mount Myaboku was shrouded in white gold glow. Above the glow was the phantom of an enormous clock, with its minute hand and second hand slowly turning. Long Ming grew even more solemn inside. He could sense a mysterious and profound Six Paths power from this Grand Formation. And the moment the Great Toad Sage grabbed that staff, Long Ming had a feeling that the current Great Toad Sage could control everything in Mount Myaboku. After taking the staff, the Great Toad Sage seemed to swell with confidence again. He stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly to Long Ming, "Long Ming, let me make this clear to you. This is the Great Sumeru Samsara Formation, personally laid down by the Sage of Six Paths himself. Even if you have the Ten-tails by your side, in this formation, there is only death waiting for you." Before the Great Toad Sage had even finished speaking, Long Ming's mind moved, and he directly controlled the Ten-tails to teleport in front of the Great Toad Sage and launch an attack. Although hearing that this was a Grand Formation left behind by the Sage of Six Paths had indeed greatly surprised Long Ming. Long Ming had no intention of hesitating or getting tangled up at a time like this. As long as you are my enemy, who cares whether you're some sage of 6 paths or sage of 8 paths? I'll smash every last one of you. Infinite, majestic attire Susanoo. 10 Tails. With a soft shout from Long Ming, the 10 Tails body was instantly covered in Susanoo's hard armor. The 10 claws on its back turned into streaking afterimages, crashing toward the Great Toad Sage like lightning and meteors. Holy shit, you're attacking just like that. The Great Toad Sage stared with eyes wide open, not expecting Long Ming to have no sense of rules at all and openly launch a sneak attack on an old man over 1,000 years old. He had not even had time to pull back the hands behind his back before he was solidly hit by more than a dozen punches. Boom, boom, boom. A violent gale suddenly rose, and more than a dozen muffled impacts sounded from the Great Toad Sage's body almost at the same time. How terrifying was the 10 Tails' power. A casual strike could shatter heaven and earth and overturn the sun and moon. Now, with Long Ming's infinite enhancement, its power was even greater. The moment it threw a punch, even space twisted. The Great Toad Sage's body was blasted away like a cannonball, blood spraying wildly from his mouth, with even shattered internal organs visible within it. After landing one hit, Long Ming naturally intended to press the attack and widen his advantage. A flash passed through his left eye, and he directly moved with the 10 Tails to the spot where the Great Toad Sage was about to land. At this moment, the Great Toad Sage was still in midair, flying backward toward Long Ming. Long Ming's hand seals changed, and the 10 Tails beneath him immediately opened its blood-soaked maw. Super-tailed beast ball. Whoosh! A huge amount of blue-red chakra continuously gathered into the 10 Tails' mouth, forming a gigantic triangular-tailed beast ball. The 10 Tails' eyeball slowly turned, locking its gaze onto the Great Toad Sage. Then, with a bang, the triangular-tailed beast ball was fired from the 10 Tails' mouth, streaking toward the Great Toad Sage still suspended in midair. At this moment, the Great Toad Sage had no way to dodge at all. Being struck by the tailed beast ball seemed already inevitable. Yet not a single toad below showed any panic, as if the one about to be hit were not their grandmaster at all. The Great Toad Sage in midair was the same. Though injured, his face remained calm. Samsara? Reverse. The Great Toad Sage swung the 6 Paths staff in his hand, and the white gold glow within the grand formation suddenly burst out with even stronger light. The enormous clock in the sky suddenly began to reverse, both the minute hand and the second hand turning backward. Then the clock released a dazzling golden radiance, which poured into the Great Toad Sage's body at extreme speed. Something bizarre happened. Time around the Great Toad Sage began to flow backward, centered on him, and his body returned to the place where Long Ming had first blasted him away. Even more terrifying, all the injuries on the Great Toad Sage's body reversed and disappeared as well, and his entire condition returned completely to what it had been before he was hurt. This grand formation can actually reverse its own time? Long Ming was shocked, because the Great Toad Sage's position had changed. The triangular-tailed beast ball naturally missed and landed far away, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Looking into the distance, the Great Toad Sage sneered repeatedly. Long Ming, now you should have gotten a taste of this grand formation's power. What I just showed was only a part of its might. Next, let me show you the true terror of this great Sumeru Samsara formation. As he spoke, the Great Toad Sage once again waved the 6 Paths staff in his hand. Samsara, forward. The white gold glow in the formation bloomed once again, and the enormous clock in the sky began to rotate clockwise, and at an extremely fast speed. Then, another dazzling golden ray shot out and entered Long Ming's body at lightning speed. Long Ming had wanted to dodge, but the speed of that golden light was so fast that even Long Ming's golden 6-tomo Rinnegan couldn't track it. Not good. Long Ming's heart sank sharply. Right after that, as the clock in the sky spun faster and faster, Long Ming's appearance underwent a huge change. His face, which had still carried some youthful traits, became much more mature, and he grew taller as well. Growing up should have been something worth being happy about, but Long Ming was obviously in no mood to be happy now, because it was clear that time centered around Long Ming was rapidly passing away. The Great Toad Sage's grand formation could not only control the reversal of its own time, but also accelerate the time of others within the formation. In just a few short dozen seconds, nearly 5 years had already passed for Long Ming. If calculated by an ordinary person's lifespan, that was nearly 1/20th of a lifetime directly burned away. Sweat began to form on Long Ming's forehead, because the speed of this time flow was simply too fast. 1 minute in reality was consuming at least around 10 years of his time. Even if he had Azura's body and a lifespan far beyond ordinary humans, he still couldn't withstand this kind of consumption from the grand formation at all. Super-tailed beast ball. Long Ming controlled the 10 tails and directly fired another tailed beast ball at the Great Toad Sage. The Great Toad Sage glanced at the tailed beast ball with disdain and swung the 6 Paths staff in his hand. Rinne reversal. The clockwise hand of the clock in the sky immediately stopped and began rotating in the opposite direction. This time, the golden ray was injected into the Ten-Tails body. As the clock hand reversed, the tailed beast ball flew back into the Ten-Tails mouth. After watching the great Toad Sage display the power of the Grand Formation several times, Long Ming had gained some basic understanding of this formation. First, this Grand Formation could control the time of all living beings within the range of Mount Myaboku. It could reverse them back to a certain point in the past, or accelerate the passage of time. But the prerequisite for using it was that the golden ray had to be sent into the person's body. And Long Ming discovered that when the great Toad Sage used time reversal or acceleration, there could only be one target at a time. Just now, when the great Toad Sage was reversing the Ten-Tails time, Long Ming noticed that the time flowing away from him had stopped. In other words, the great Toad Sage could only control one target's time reversal or time flow. When he was controlling the Grand Formation to protect himself, he could not drain Long Ming's time. And when he was draining Long Ming's time or reversing Long Ming's time, he could not protect himself. Seeing the thoughtful look on Long Ming's face, the great Toad Sage sneered and said, "Long Ming, give up struggling. 50 years ago, that main family member of the Otsutsuki clan was drained of his lifespan by me alive and died. That will also be your fate next." Long Ming shook his head and said calmly, "Just because he couldn't break the formation doesn't mean I can't. Watch carefully. I'll personally break this formation, then take your head." "Humph. Overestimating yourself. Then try it." As he spoke, the great Toad Sage once again waved the six-path staff in his hand. At once, the golden glow filling the sky became even more terrifying, and the illusory clock in the sky also spun even faster. Rinne forward. Long Ming could feel the flow of time inside his body speed up again. Although he knew very well that the situation was extremely bad, Long Ming still forced himself to calm down and think of a way. Calm down. No matter what technique it is, it will have a weakness. The same goes for formations. Long Ming's gaze kept sweeping across the illusory clock in the sky, the great Toad Sage and the many toads on the ground. The clock in the sky was obviously just an illusion. If he wanted to destroy this grand formation, attacking that illusion was likely useless. Defeating the great Toad Sage was of course the best method, but the great Toad Sage held the six-path staff. As long as Long Ming attacked it, it would immediately reverse its own time and nullify the attack. The only method left was to try attacking the toads on the ground. But with Long Ming inside the formation, the moment he tried to make a move, his time would likely be reversed, causing the attack to become ineffective. Therefore, if Long Ming wanted to attack those toads on the ground, he had to seize a suitable opportunity. Thinking this, Long Ming no longer hesitated. At this moment, every second was especially important to him. Long Ming leaped down from the Ten-Tails head, brought his palms together, and pushed Sage Jutsu Chakra to the limit. Sage Art would release. True several thousand hands. Top transformed Buddha. Rumble. Rumble. As the earth shook wildly, a gigantic Buddha statue with over 1,000 arms emerged from underground onto the battlefield. Its size was so immense that it could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the Ten-Tails. The great Toad Sage glanced at Long Ming's top transformed Buddha and said flatly, "It's useless. No matter what kind of technique you use, as long as I reverse time, you have no chance of winning. Then go ahead and reverse it." A sharp gleam flashed through Long Ming's eyes. Then over 1,000 arms launched an attack at the same time, and countless giant arms roared toward the great Toad Sage. The great Toad Sage let out a cold snort, and the six-path staff in his hand swung again. Rinne reversal. The illusory clock in the sky reversed once more, and Long Ming's time was also turned back to before he had used the true several thousand hands. Then, at the very moment the great Toad Sage swung the six-path staff, Long Ming gave the Ten-Tails the order to attack the toads on the ground. Because at this moment, the Grand Formation was controlling him and could not manipulate the Ten-Tails at the same time. Roar! The Ten-Tails threw back its head and let out a savage roar. Would release. Cutting Sprigs Jutsu. The Ten-Tails slowly raised 10 enormous claws and released a Cutting Sprigs Jutsu of terrifying scale and quantity, scattering it across all of Mount Myaboku. Watching countless wooden spikes attack the toads below, only then did the great Toad Sage react. Its face instantly turned incomparably ugly, and it cursed Long Ming loudly. "Long Ming, you little thief! How dare you scheme against me?" The great Toad Sage hurriedly waved the staff to release its control over Long Ming, wanting to reverse the Ten-Tails attack. However, it was already too late. The Cutting Sprigs Jutsu was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already shot in front of those toads. In fact, these toads were the batteries supplying energy to the Grand Formation. At this moment, because they had to maintain the formation, they couldn't even perform basic dodging. The Cutting Sprigs Jutsu cast by the Ten-Tails was extremely terrifying, covering the entirety of Mount Myaboku. A large number of toads died miserably in an instant, directly nailed onto the stone statues by several wooden spikes. With the deaths of a large number of toads, the entire Grand Formation directly stopped operating, and the giant clock in the sky completely vanished. At this moment, Long Ming could feel that the sensation of being controlled by the Grand Formation had already disappeared. The Ten-Tail Strike broke the Great Sumeru Samsara Formation, and also caused devastating casualties among all the toads of Mount Myaboku. More than 90% of the toads died on the spot. Even the ones lucky enough not to have their vital points pierced by the wooden spikes were already on their last breath. Toad corpses were everywhere. The flowing blood dyed the gray-white toad statues a dark red, and even Mount Myaboku's unique sacred oil waterfall had been polluted by blood. Long Ming, you won to die a good death. The great toad sage ground his teeth so hard they crackled. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his face was twisted with ferocity. So many toads had died on Mount Myaboku that it was practically extinction. The strongest sacred land in the ninja world that it had painstakingly maintained for thousands of years had actually vanished like a dream bubble in just a few short minutes. At this moment, the great toad sage no longer cared about anything. Like it had gone mad. It raised the Sage of Six Paths staff and charged straight at Long Ming. Whether it was because rage had clouded its mind, the great toad sage was full of openings right now. It did not even use any senjutsu as it rushed over. The victor becomes king, the loser becomes a bandit. In your next life, remember to be reborn as a human. Long Ming looked at the great toad sage indifferently. Then he closed his left eye tightly, leaving only the golden six-tomo Rinnegan in his right eye open. To prevent the possibility that the great toad sage was playing some trick, he decided to use his dojutsu to erase the great toad sage forever. Hundredfold Gathering Void Rakshasa. Whoosh! Long Ming's golden six-tomo Rinnegan suddenly released an extremely terrifying fluctuation of ocular power, and a massive amount of chakra in his body was absorbed by his right eye. In the void, a monster suddenly appeared. It was incomparably huge, looked like a vicious evil ghost, and held a broken sword in its hand. This was the divine general from another world summoned by Long Ming through his right eye, Demon Shulua. If struck by Demon Shulua's broken sword, both body and soul would be sealed inside the blade and then taken to another world. Not even impure world reincarnation would be able to summon the dead person's soul back. Demon Shulua's combat power was measured according to Long Ming's own strength. Now that Long Ming had reached Six Paths level, Demon Shulua's combat power was also at Six Paths level. In addition, Demon Shulua could not be killed. No matter what kind of damage it suffered, it could recover rapidly, and it could not be seen with the naked eye. It could only be observed through sensory ability or the Rinnegan, just like Limbo. And all of this. Long Ming calmly gave his command. Demon Shulua let out a roar. Then it stepped forward, and the entire space faintly twisted. Demon Shulua's figure instantly appeared in front of the charging Great Toad Sage. Having lived for over 1,000 years, the Great Toad Sage instinctively sensed an enormous feeling of danger. It was the long-lost sensation of death approaching. But the Great Toad Sage did not dodge at all. It roared in fury, did not slow down in the slightest, and slammed head-on into Demon Shulua. In the next moment, Demon Shulua's broken sword had already pierced through its body. The Great Toad Sage's body stiffened in midair. No blood flowed from the spot where Demon Shulua had stabbed it. But on the broken sword, lines like cursed seals appeared and slowly crawled over the Great Toad Sage's body. As the cursed mark spread, wave after wave of weakness began surging through the Great Toad Sage's body uncontrollably. It could not even grip the Sage of Six Paths staff in its hand, and it fell from the sky. Long Ming floated over to the Great Toad Sage's side. There was not much sorrow or joy on his face. Death was something all living things could hardly avoid. Life and death struggles in battle were even more common. Long Ming would not feel anything over the death of a toad. He was only a little curious. Just now, the Great Toad Sage had clearly had a chance to dodge, so why had it done nothing? Even if it truly wanted to die, this was a little too eager, wasn't it? Wouldn't a normal person think that before dying, they should at least drag someone down with them? Just as Long Ming was feeling puzzled, the Great Toad Sage in front of him suddenly let out a strange cackling laugh and raised its head to stare fixedly at Long Ming with venomous eyes. Brat, are you wondering why I chose to die on purpose? Long Ming gave it a faint glance and said casually, a little. But I'm not interested in knowing the reason. Cackle, 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 how could that do? That would be letting you off too easily, you little beast. I want you to live every day from now on in fear. Cold light kept flashing in the Great Toad Sage's eyes. Word by word, it said, after the Great Formation was broken, I knew I couldn't kill you anymore. But I can make someone else kill you. Take a good look at what this is. The Great Toad Sage spread its arms, and its body suddenly turned transparent. Inside its belly, a human was lying quietly. No, to be precise, it was not a human. It was an Otsutsuki clansman with an incomparably ancient appearance, 2 horns on his head, and a golden Rinnegan on his forehead. Long Ming's pupils shrank. He knew this Otsutsuki clansman should be the unlucky bastard whom the Great Toad Sage had tricked to death 50 years ago using a Six Paths formation. The Great Toad Sage had actually swallowed him into its belly. Hehehe. The Great Toad Sage let out a sharp and eerie laugh. You recognized him, didn't you, Long Ming? After I killed this Otsutsuki back then, in order to prevent news of his death from being discovered by the Otsutsuki main family on the alien planet, I used special means to seal him, making the Otsutsuki main family think this person was still alive. Once I die now, the Otsutsuki main family will immediately receive the news. When that time comes, they will lead a large number of clansmen to destroy the ninja world. Not a single one of you humans will live. The great toad sage roared savagely, venting its emotions wantonly before death. Hehe. Instead of reacting with fear, Long Ming laughed after hearing this. So that's how it is. I was just worrying about where to find an Otsutsuki to kill, and you went and delivered me a huge gift. You almost made me want to spare you. But it sounds like only your death can bring the Otsutsuki clan down here, so sorry about that. The great toad sage was stunned. What exactly was the man in front of it talking about? That was the Otsutsuki clan. Every one of them was a top-tier Six Paths level expert, possessing power as mythical as legend. In their eyes, the humans of Earth were nothing more than ants and maggots. Yet Long Ming was actually saying he wanted to slaughter the Otsutsuki, and he even looked impatient to do it. Damn, the times really had changed. While the great toad sage was doubting its entire life, the cursed marks on Demon Shilua's broken sword had already completely spread over its whole body. 8 grasped sword seal. The broken sword in Demon Shilua's hand released an eerie black light, then sucked the great toad sage's entire body into the broken sword. The shattered blade let out waves of cries, as if it was extremely satisfied with the great toad sage's body. After killing the great toad sage, Demon Shilua also seemed to know it had completed its mission. After letting out a few low growls toward Long Ming, it slowly dissipated on the spot. Long Ming let out a breath of foul air, then sat down in midair somewhat tiredly. Activating Maharaga consumed an abnormal amount of ocular power and chakra. At this moment, the tomo in Long Ming's right eye had temporarily disappeared. This was one symptom of excessive ocular power consumption, but after resting for a while and recovering his eye power, the tomo would reappear. This battle against the great toad sage counted as one of the few fights that had made Long Ming feel troubled. After all, the other party had lived for over 1,000 years and possessed extremely rich combat experience and tremendous strength. Fortunately, after checking in, Long Ming had obtained the Golden Six-Tomo Rinnegan, and his strength had also skyrocketed to a terrifying degree, so this could be considered a hard-won victory. After resting for a moment, Long Ming climbed up from the void. He first stopped the Ten Tails transformation, cancelled the summoning jutsu and placed it somewhere safe, then began cleaning up the battlefield. First were the toads still remaining in Mount Mayaboku. Most of these toads that had survived the Cutting Sprigs jutsu were on their last breaths. Long Ming did not kill them all, because these toads had lived in Mount Mayaboku for years and were quite familiar with the place. In the future, when he arranged for ninja to come here and train in senjutsu, he would need their assistance. So Long Ming used Kodo Amatsukami to rewrite their wills, and used Inyang release to heal them all. Next, Long Ming also picked up the six-path staff dropped by the great toad sage. It was a staff with the shapes of the sun and the moon at both ends. It was obviously something left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, and the great toad sage had also relied on it to skillfully control the great Sumeru Samsara formation. Long Ming guessed that this six-path staff was most likely the very staff that could undo the White Snake Sage's seal inside Ryuchi Cave. After all, since it was the key capable of unsealing the White Snake Sage, with the great toad sage's personality, no matter where he put it, it would not be as reassuring as keeping it by his side. After putting away the six-path staff, Long Ming fell silent for a moment. He was thinking about how to deal with the Otsutsuki clan that might descend upon Earth next. Originally, under normal development, the Otsutsuki clan should still need several years before descending upon the ninja world. But the death of the great toad sage had accelerated that timeline. Although Long Ming had just said that the descent of the Otsutsuki clan was exactly what he wanted, his heart was not as relaxed as he had imagined. The Otsutsuki clan was born with powerful strength and did not need to cultivate like mortals. Moreover, their average strength was at the six paths level, and they usually descended in pairs, divided into the Guardian and the Protected. When carrying out missions normally, the Guardian and the Protected would form a duo and act together. In other words, Long Ming had to at least prepare himself to fight two six paths level powerhouses at the same time. It was worth mentioning that, in a critical moment, the Protected would turn their own Guardian into a chakra fruit. After eating it, the Protected would not only gain the Guardian's power, but would also open a golden Rinnegan on their forehead. The Otsutsuki clansman killed by the great toad sage had also opened a golden Rinnegan on his forehead, so he had most likely eaten his companion. Although the Otsutsuki clan is six paths level on average, not every one of them is a top powerhouse among the six paths. Some of them have only just entered the six paths level. As long as only ordinary Otsutsuki come, I should be able to handle them. Long Ming narrowed his eyes and analyzed. At this moment, with his full strength unleashed and with the help of some external support, Long Ming could probably reach the upper tier of the six paths level. His eyes included the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and the Golden Six-Tomo Rinnegan. His ocular jutsu included Infinity, Takamagara, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, Fumatai Ten, and Hyakuren Kyoro. As for modes, there was naturally no need to mention Perfect Sage mode, and his summoned beast was the Ten Tails. As for the rest, he had plenty of miscellaneous ninjutsu. For example, Planetary Devastation, Almighty Push, Sage Art would release, True Several Thousand Hands would Dragon Jutsu, Wind Release, Fire Release, Kodo Amatsukami, and so on. Even the Great Sumeru Samsara formation left behind after the Great Toad Sage's death could be studied by Long Ming when he found the time and turned to his own use. As long as Long Ming did not act recklessly in his battles with the Otsutsuki clan, then even if two Otsutsuki descended at the same time, he believed he could deal with them with ease. After using Kodo Amatsukami to rewrite the wills of all the toads in Mount Myaboku and healing them all, Long Ming ordered the toads there to clean up the battlefield, then opened a space gate and left. At the same time, the moment Long Ming killed the Great Toad Sage, many forces hidden in the shadows, as well as beings beyond the heavens, all sensed it. In a certain void somewhere in the ninja world, an old man with 2 horns on his head and a long beard, dressed in a white robe, suddenly opened his eyes. Gamamaru is dead? The old man's voice contained world-shaking fury, and the power in his body unconsciously poured out. That terrifying chakra could only be described as reaching the heavens and penetrating the earth. Even the surrounding space twisted because of his powerful aura. There were 6 black tomo-shaped markings on his chest, and on his back was a red whirlpool-like emblem, with 3 rows of tomo below it. This person was none other than the Sage of 6 Paths who created the ninja world. Only, the Sage of 6 Paths at this moment was not a physical body, but one formed purely from chakra. After all, he had died long ago. It was just that his chakra still remained within the ninja world. The relationship between the Sage of 6 Paths and Gamamaru could be considered that of master and disciple as well as comrades in arms. The Great Toad Sage had taught him Senjutsu and had joined forces with him to defeat his mother, Kagaya. The man and the toad had governed the ninja world together for several years, so their relationship was naturally extremely close. Now that he had sensed the Great Toad Sage's death, how could the Sage of 6 Paths not be enraged? Who exactly killed Gamamaru? Mother hasn't been revived. So who in the entire ninja world could possibly be Gamamaru's match? After his explosive anger passed, the Sage of 6 Paths slowly calmed down and began to think. Although, in his chakra state, the Sage of 6 Paths had always acted as an observer, silently watching everything in the ninja world. He was not omniscient or omnipotent either, because he only had a limited amount of chakra left, and every bit he used was 1 bit less. So, in order to conserve his power, the Sage of 6 Paths would usually only check once every several years to see how far the ninja world had developed. That was why he knew nothing about Long Ming. Now that he had sensed the Great Toad Sage's death, he had only vaguely realized that the entire ninja world had most likely already undergone earth-shaking changes. As the founder of the ninja world, the Sage of 6 Paths naturally did not want some powerful existence to interfere with and destroy the world he had created, so he decided to find out what exactly had happened in the ninja world. Gamamaru, no matter who killed you, I will make him pay the price. Anyone who wants to destroy the world I created, I will never forgive. A flash of killing intent passed through the Sage of 6 Paths' eyes. Then he muttered to himself, with the chakra I have now, I'm afraid it won't be enough. I'll need to find some helpers. Then the truth-seeking balls behind him transformed into a staff. He swung it toward the void in front of him, and a massive crack instantly appeared. The Sage of 6 Paths stepped into the crack, and after that, he vanished without a trace. On the moon, a huge red palace stood at the center of the moon. Inside the palace, a rather gorgeous man in white robes sat upright on the throne. He had pale skin, blue-white long hair, and slender willow leaf brows, but what was surprising was that such a gorgeous man actually had no eyes. This man was Tonari Otsutsuki, a descendant of Hamura Otsutsuki, the younger brother of the Sage of 6 Paths. It had been mentioned before that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon originally held no malice toward the ninja world. However, because of differing understandings and interpretations of their ancestors' final words, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon split into 2 factions, the main family and the branch family. Among them, the branch family believed that the world created by the Sage of 6 Paths had been locked in war for 1,000 years and was a failure that should be destroyed. So, using the Tensigen, they wiped out the main family who had advocated peace at the time. Tonari Otsutsuki was the last descendant of the branch family, living alone in the castle within the moon watching over Earth. Not long after Long Ming's great battle at Mount Myaboku ended, the previously quiet Tonari Otsutsuki suddenly raised his head. His hollow eyes faced in Earth's direction as he murmured, "S appeared again, the Ten-Tails aura. The world created by the Sage of 6 Paths really has strayed from its original purpose. Not only has it erupted into war again and again, but now even the Ten-Tails has been revived. It seems it's time for me to follow the S-will and destroy the failed world created by the Sage of Six Paths. Tonari Otsutsuki slowly rose from the throne. Whoosh, at that moment, a spatial rift suddenly opened inside the palace. Tonari Otsutsuki was first stunned, then his brows tightened. He might not have eyes, but that did not mean he could see nothing. As a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, he had many ways to determine what kind of person was standing before him. That appearance, and that astonishing chakra. You are Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths. Tonari Otsutsuki's tone was full of disbelief. Hagoromo had already been dead for over 1,000 years. So how had he suddenly appeared? Could it be that he had heard him just now saying he wanted to destroy his world, and was so furious that he came back to life? At that thought, Tonari Otsutsuki's expression stiffened a little. But clearly that was not the case. After the aged Sage of Six Paths looked at Tonari Otsutsuki, he said kindly and benevolently, "You are Hamura's descendant, aren't you? What a clever child." "I am indeed the Sage of Six Paths." Tonari Otsutsuki unconsciously took a step back and asked cautiously, "Why have you come here? Is it to stop me from destroying Earth?" Now it was the Sage of Six Paths' turn to be stunned. Good grief. The enemy was actually right beside him. Why do you want to destroy Earth? Is that how Hamura taught you all?" The Sage of Six Paths was so angry that his beard bristled and his eyes bulged, wishing he could drag Hamura out of the Pure Land and beat him up properly. "Humph, because the world you created is a failure. For 1,000 years, the ninja world has been at war without end, and now the Ten Tails has even been revived. I will carry out Hamura's heavenly mission and destroy it." Tonari Otsutsuki's tone was firm and decisive. Even facing the legendary Sage of Six Paths, he still held fast to his belief. Hearing Tonari Otsutsuki deny the world he had created, the Sage of Six Paths' face turned as ugly as if he had eaten fly droppings. He also did not know why the ninja world had never stopped fighting all these years, as if someone was always deliberately stirring up war. For 1,000 years, the humans of the ninja world had never been able to unite as one. But the Sage of Six Paths had a rather unusual way of thinking. Even if the ninja world had warred for thousands of years, he still did not want to interfere too much in its affairs. He believed that the ninja world he created would find its own path, and that someone would eventually appear on Earth who could lead the people of the world. And what he could do was protect his world from being destroyed by people like Kagaya Otsutsuki. The death of the great Toad Sage made the Sage of Six Paths suspect that a being like his mother, Kagaya, had appeared in the ninja world, which was why he had come here to seek help. In the end, not only did he fail to find a helper, but his own younger brother's descendant was instead shouting about destroying his world. The Sage of Six Paths' mentality completely collapsed. "Child, listen to me carefully. You must have misunderstood Hamura's will." Back then, for the next half hour, the Sage of Six Paths went on and on about the story between himself and Hamura, insisting that the other party could never have left behind words about destroying his own world. Tonari Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths also broke into a fierce argument, and the Sage of Six Paths got so worked up he nearly wanted to summon Hamura's soul out directly. After much effort, Tonari Otsutsuki finally accepted the Sage of Six Paths' explanation. The Sage of Six Paths was deeply gratified, and tactfully expressed that his chakra was insufficient and that he needed the others' help to go to Earth together and investigate the Great Toad Sage's death. Tonari Otsutsuki pondered for a moment, then said, "My guess is that the one who revived the Ten Tails is the murderer who killed that Great Toad Sage, because the time of death you mentioned is almost the same as when I sensed the Ten Tails aura. Your analysis is correct." The Sage of Six Paths nodded solemnly, then sighed. "Back then, in order to prevent the Ten Tails from reviving, I deliberately left behind many measures, but I never could have expected that someone would still revive it. This will bring enormous disaster to the ninja world. We must get rid of the one who revived the Ten Tails. Please rest assured. I will follow the S-will and help you protect your world." Tonari Otsutsuki gave the Sage of Six Paths a slight bow, then began summoning his subordinates, preparing to head for Earth on a chosen day. Those about to head to Earth were not just Tonari Otsutsuki on the moon and the Sage of Six Paths. Far away beyond the distant light years, the Otsutsuki main family also sensed the news of their companions' deaths at the same time. Several high-ranking members of the Otsutsuki family convened a meeting. Mingshiki and Luanshiki are dead. Completely dead. I can no longer even sense their existence. On such a tiny planet, are there really natives this powerful? If I remember correctly, that planet was under Kagaya's charge, wasn't it? She hasn't responded to our messages for years. Mingshiki and Luanshiki are dead, yet she still seems to be alive. What exactly happened on that planet? Humph, no matter what happened, those damned lower lifeforms actually dared slaughter members of the Otsutsuki main family. Dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. That's right. The authority of the Otsutsuki main family cannot be challenged. We must send people to completely destroy that planet as a warning to others. Then let Mamashiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki go together. But since that planet has beings capable of wiping out Mingshiki and Luanshiki, we still have to treat it cautiously. Grant them the true Ruowo Heavenly King as well. Exterminate all life on that planet and bring back the fruit. Konoha. Long Ming returned in triumph, and for Konoha, that was naturally a tremendous piece of good news. Now that the 4 great ninja villages and the 3 great sage regions had all submitted, Konoha had already become the undisputed overlord of the ninja world. There was no longer any force that could rival it. Long Ming, the first batch of people you arranged to train in Sage Jutsu, has sent back news. They all say the progress is very good. Lady Katsuyu said a few of the kids are very talented. After training for a month or so, they should be able to enter Sage mode. Fugaku smiled as he took out an intelligence scroll. This once serious clan head, who used to worry every day about the future of the Uchiha clan, now woke up smiling from his dreams every day. Everything Long Ming had done had likewise caused the Uchiha clan's status in the ninja world to rise with the tide. And the awakening method Long Ming had researched had allowed nearly 2/3 of the Uchiha clan members to awaken the Sharingan, greatly increasing their strength. There were even quite a few talented youths who had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and become the backbone of the clan, such as Sasuke, Inabi, Tekka, and the others. Among them, Sasuke's Mangekyo had naturally progressed the fastest in training, and his ocular power was also the strongest. As Indra's reincarnation, his cultivation speed was far ahead of the rest, leaving the majority of the Uchiha clansmen far behind. Long Ming took the intelligence and nodded repeatedly after reading through it. Not bad. Now that Mount Mayaboku also belongs to our Konoha, I think we can start selecting the second batch of people to train in Sage Jutsu in the next couple of days. Fugaku said, in such a hurry? Shouldn't we wait for the first batch to finish training first? No need to wait. Start the second batch of Sage Jutsu training as soon as possible. Our Konoha is going to enter a state of full war preparation over the next year. Everyone has to hurry up and train. Inform the 4 great ninja villages to do the same. Long Ming tapped the table lightly with his index finger. The threat of the Otsutsuki clan hung overhead like a sharp blade, so naturally he did not dare slack off. Aside from his own training, Long Ming also had to raise the overall strength of Konoha, and even of the entire ninja world. After all, Long Ming was only one person. If there were too many enemies, the other forces would also have to be ready to face them. Fugaku was startled. For Long Ming to say something like putting all of Konoha on war footing, something quite terrifying was probably about to happen. What Fugaku could not figure out was that in the current ninja world, Konoha had long since become the strongest village, and Long Ming was publicly acknowledged as the god of the ninja world. Who on the entire planet could threaten Konoha's safety? Although his heart was full of doubt, Fugaku ultimately asked nothing, because he believed Long Ming would never do anything that harmed the village's interests. I understand. I'll make the arrangements right away. After saying that, Fugaku got up to go screen the list for the second batch of people entering the sacred lands for training. Long Ming gave Fugaku a deep look. He had not told many people about the Otsutsuki clan, because even if ordinary people knew, they would not be able to change anything. The enemy's cultivation level was a realm that most people would never be able to reach in their entire lives. If this news spread, it would only trigger massive panic. Only a portion of the top-tier fighters needed to know about the Otsutsuki clan. Long Ming suddenly turned his head toward the window and said flatly, "You've been listening for long enough. Time to come out, I senti it?" The moment the words fell, whoosh, Uchiha Madara used a body flicker and appeared inside the Hokage's office. Madara crossed his arms and chuckled. "You really are sharp, Long Ming. I already tried my best to suppress my presence. Suppress my ass. You heard everything just now, didn't you?" Long Ming rolled his eyes. He had no idea why Uchiha Madara always had this habit of eavesdropping from rooftops. Many years ago, Madara had also eavesdropped on Tobirama and Hashirama's conversation from a rooftop. Who would have thought that after so many years, Madara still had this weird habit? Madara put away his teasing attitude and nodded seriously. "I heard it all. You're in such a hurry to raise Konoha's strength. So I assume those guys from beyond the heavens are about to arrive, right?" "Yes." While I was dealing with the Great Toad Sage, something unexpected happened. The Otsutsuki clan may already be on the way to the ninja world. Long Ming told Madara the entire process of how he dealt with the Great Toad Sage. After hearing it, Madara's brows furrowed tightly as well. So that means next we'll have to deal with 2 6-paths level powerhouses at the same time? Unlike an existence as absurd as Long Ming, Madara still held a certain degree of awe towards 6-paths level powerhouses. After all, even if he went all out now, he was only infinitely close to the 6-paths level, not truly at the 6-paths level. Though he could still fight them, he would ultimately lose. If it were only 2 6-paths level opponents, that would be great. Long Ming shook his head, then analyzed. My guess is that once the Otsutsuki clan discovers that the 2 clansmen sent here are dead, there's no way they'll only send 2 more. Could be 3 or even more. After hearing Long Ming's words, even Madara's mood grew heavy. 3 6-paths level fighters. That terrifying lineup would be enough to turn the ninja world upside down. Madara took a deep breath, then said, "It's fine. Don't we still have the 2 great sages?" Even if it's 3 6-paths level fighters, we can still handle it. You deal with 1. The White Snake Sage deals with 1, and with my strength plus Lady Katsuyu's support, I should be able to deal with 1 too. Looking at the confident Madara, Long Ming rubbed his forehead and said, if you hadn't brought it up, I almost would have forgotten about that two-faced White Snake Sage. Unlike Lady Katsuyu, that guy didn't sincerely submit to me. Getting it to risk its life for me will probably be a bit difficult. As he spoke, Long Ming took out the 6-path staff he had obtained at Mount Mayaboku. After returning, he had actually thought a bit about how to deal with the White Snake Sage. With his current strength, Long Ming was absolutely confident he could defeat the other party. It was just that killing a 6-paths level summoning beast like that right now would be a bit too wasteful. The Otsutsuki clan was about to descend, and if their side could gain 1 more 6-paths level fighter at this moment, it would be a tremendous advantage in the coming battle. But the White Snake Sage was much like the Toad Sage, an old schemer through and through. And a snake like the White Snake Sage was probably even more cold-blooded inside and even harder to control. Everyone had surely heard the story of the farmer and the snake. If the White Snake Sage were unsealed, it would definitely fight Long Ming in a great battle. According to Long Ming's own thinking, if the White Snake Sage refused to behave, then he would just kill it and be done with it. But the coming Otsutsuki invasion forced Long Ming to consider how to bring this 6-paths level summoning beast, the White Snake Sage, under his command. Long Ming stroked his chin. Shursui-S Koto Amatsukami is heaven-defying, but it probably still can't alter the will of a 6-paths level powerhouse. So if I want the White Snake Sage to submit, I'll have to use some other method. Just as Long Ming was still thinking, a few uninvited guests had already arrived at Konoha. In the pitch-black night sky, the moon hung high like a silver plate, spilling down moonlight like flowing water. Under the moonlight, several giant crows were flying through the air above Konoha. Standing on them were many masked figures with moon symbols carved into their forehead protectors and white bandages wrapped around them. These fellows were not actually human, but Otsutsuki puppets, all subordinates of Tonari Otsutsuki. They could extend for arms, and from every joint in those arms they could release several saw blades coated in deadly poison. They could also fire yellow spheres of light, making them highly aggressive mechanical puppets. Whoosh! Tonari Otsutsuki's figure suddenly appeared on top of a crow. His tightly shut eyes faced the Konoha below, and then he ordered, "Go. Bring back my fiancée Hinata, as well as Hyuga Hanabi's eyes." After hearing this, the puppets beside him all bowed and knelt, as if responding to Tonari Otsutsuki's will. Because Tonari Otsutsuki was born without eyes, he had to seize an extremely pure Byakugan and combine it with his own Otsutsuki chakra in order to awaken the Tensigen and gain powerful strength. In the entire Hyuga clan, the only ones with extremely pure Byakugan were Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata. So this guy Tonari Otsutsuki wanted to marry one and dig out the other's eyes. You could say he had quite the plan. But the Tonari here was not actually his real body, only a projection. His true body was still on the moon with the Sage of 6 Paths. After all, without obtaining eyes, his strength was only at the weakest 6 Paths level, roughly on par with the Sage of 6 Paths who had only chakra left. So before descending to Earth, he first had to seize Hanabi's Byakugan. After arriving above the Hyuga compound, countless Otsutsuki puppets leaped down and jumped into the Hyuga clan estate to begin searching. This batch of puppets was clearly divided into 2 teams. One team searched for Hanabi, and the other searched for Hinata. They kept moving through several residences in the Hyuga compound, and in the end, they found Hyuga Hanabi first. But such reckless behavior naturally alarmed the Hyuga clan guards. "Who goes there? How dare you barge into the second young lady of the Hyuga clan's room? Are you tired of living?" Several young men with their Byakugan activated shouted in low voices as they suddenly charged out. Blue chakra gathered in their palms, and they rushed forward to strike at the masked men's tenketsu. Bang! When a palm hit an Otsutsuki puppet, the sound of colliding with hard material could be heard very clearly. The hearts of the Hyuga guards jumped at once. They realized the masked men before them were not human, and striking tenketsu was completely useless. The few of them hurriedly retreated, trying to open up distance before attacking again. But these Otsutsuki puppets were hardly the slow, stiff type. The instant the Hyuga guards retreated, they opened their wrists and fired countless poison needles at them. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Several dozen poison needles easily pierced straight through these loyal Hyuga clansmen, and the toxins contained in the needles killed them instantly. After dealing with their opponents, the Otsutsuki puppets rushed into Hanabi's room at high speed. Although Hanabi had tried to resist at first with her strength, how could she possibly be a match for these elite Otsutsuki puppets? In less than a few seconds, Hanabi's scream rang out through the night sky, and that sound finally made the rest of the Hyuga clan react. Hayashi Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, Niji Hyuga, and the others all ran out of their rooms at top speed and rushed toward Hanabi's room. However, by the time they arrived, all they saw was Hanabi being taken onto a crow and flown away. "Who are you people? Put down my daughter!" Hayashi Hyuga roared at the departing crows, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams air palm. Hayashi Hyuga raised his palm and struck out a chakra shockwave through the air, trying to knock the crow from the sky. However, just as the shockwave flew into the air, an Otsutsuki puppet with gray cloth wrapped around its face blocked it midair and raised one palm to disperse the chakra shockwave. He was the leader of the Otsutsuki puppets, a rank above the other puppets, with strength probably exceeding that of a jonin. With the shockwave blocked, Hayashi Hyuga could only watch helplessly as the crows flew into the distance. He glared furiously at the Otsutsuki puppet leader and growled, "I'm warning you. If anything happens to my daughter, then even if I have to hunt you to the ends of the earth, I absolutely will not let you go." At that moment, Tonari Otsutsuki's projection appeared once more. He looked at Hayashi calmly and said, "Don't get worked up, Hayashi Hyuga. Your daughter will be fine. I only need to ask her to help me with something." Seeing this man suddenly appear and speak, the anger in Hayashi Hyuga's heart only grew stronger. A whole group of people had barged into your home for no reason, taken away your daughter, and then told you not to get worked up. No one without 10 years of brain damage could possibly say something like that. Hayashi Hyuga forcefully suppressed his rage and shouted in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? What help do you need from my daughter?" Hearing Hayashi Hyuga's question, Tonari Otsutsuki revealed a smile, then spread his arms and said, "I am the only surviving descendant of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. My name is Tonari Otsutsuki. Hayashi Hyuga, your clan and I are actually of the same lineage. We are both descendants of Himura Otsutsuki, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. The reason I came to take your daughter away is because I need her eyes to help me awaken the Tenseigan, so that I may descend upon earth, uproot all evil, and cleanse the world created by the Sage of Six Paths. You need Hanabi's eyes." Hinata beside him trembled in shock. She naturally understood what those words meant. Her little sister was going to have her eyes taken. "Don't even think about it. Give me back my daughter." Hayashi Hyuga was burning with rage as he charged out directly, a large amount of blue chakra gathering in his palms. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hayashi Hyuga's rapid hand movements turned into afterimages as he launched a continuous barrage at Tonari Otsutsuki. How foolish. A trace of a smile curled at Tonari Otsutsuki's lips, and the moment Hayashi Hyuga's palm shadows landed on him, he turned intangible and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki puppet leader at the side seized the chance to bypass Hayashi Hyuga directly, extending his arm and grabbing straight at Hinata. Under Long Ming's influence, Hinata was no longer the weak girl she used to be. Protective 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata gave a soft shout, then rapidly waved both hands, gathering chakra in her palms before refining it further and strengthening it into a needle-like form. The puppet arm reaching toward Hinata was instantly knocked aside, and fine cracks could be clearly seen appearing on it. This was Hinata's self-created absolute defense. Anything that came close when the technique was activated would be shattered, and its power was enough to rival the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The Otsutsuki puppet commander, having failed to land his strike, was clearly stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. 2 more arms sprouted from his body, and with his fingers spread wide, he lunged at Hinata again. Just as Hinata was about to use protective 8 trigrams 64 palms again, Hayashi Hyuga launched an 8 trigrams air wall palm at the Otsutsuki puppet leader's back. "If I don't show some force, you really think I'm some sick cat? Huh? You still dare lay a hand on Hinata? D." With a furious roar, Hayashi unleashed an even more terrifying 8 trigrams air wall palm in both power and range, slamming it hard into the Otsutsuki puppet leader's back. Boom! The Otsutsuki puppet leader was sent flying on the spot, his body rolling across the ground for dozens of meters before crashing into a small house. "Hinata, are you alright?" Hayashi Hyuga looked at his daughter with concern. By now, he no longer had the harshness and disappointment he once felt toward Hinata. After all, Hinata's relationship with Long Ming was already set in stone, and ever since she had gone out with Long Ming a few years ago, her whole demeanor had changed. She had become extremely strong-willed and hard-working, which gradually made Hayashi Hyuga acknowledge his eldest daughter. Hinata shook her head and said, "I'm fine, father. Please be careful. That masked man doesn't seem to be dead yet." Before she had even finished speaking, the Otsutsuki puppet leader had already climbed out of the rubble. He leaped onto the rooftop, suddenly dropped to one knee, and raised his clasped hands above his head. What is he doing? Hayashi Hyuga frowned deeply. The next second, 10 small yellow light spheres suddenly appeared around the Otsutsuki puppet leader. Each one contained a large amount of compressed chakra, and the power of each yellow sphere was almost equal to a high-explosive grenade. Not good. Hayashi Hyuga's expression changed. In an instant, the Otsutsuki puppet leader fired all the yellow spheres around him at once, sending them at Hayashi Hyuga with lightning speed. Whoosh, 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 gentle fist art. 8 trigrams rotation. At the moment he was about to be hit, Hayashi Hyuga's body suddenly began spinning at high speed, forming a constantly rotating semicircular chakra barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 yellow spheres exploded one after another, and even Hayashi Hyuga's rotation could not fully withstand the shockwaves from the blasts. Hayashi Hyuga let out a muffled grunt, and his body was blasted backward. Hinata cried out in alarm. The Otsutsuki puppet leader seized this perfect opportunity, instantly closing in and grabbing Hinata tightly, then kicking away Niji Hyuga, who had tried to help. Then he pushed off with both feet and shot straight into the air from where he stood, trying to escape. Hayashi Hyuga was burning with anxiety. Just as he was about to rush forward to rescue her, a large number of Otsutsuki puppets appeared from nowhere. Each of them could fire the same yellow light sphere. Although each could only fire one, there were simply too many of them. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of yellow spheres fell at the same time, forcing Hayashi Hyuga to temporarily avoid their edge. At that moment, the giant crow in the sky had already flown overhead, and the Otsutsuki puppet leader leaped onto its back. Just as he thought he had successfully completed Otsutsuki Tonari's order, a cold voice came from right in front of him. This ends here. Put Hinata down. Long Ming cast a cold glance at the Otsutsuki puppet leader's body, with a trace of anger hidden in his eyes. With his insight, he could naturally tell at a glance that these puppets were Otsutsuki Tonari's subordinates. When it rains, pours. Long Ming had not even figured out a tactic to deal with the Otsutsuki main family yet, and now Otsutsuki Tonari had come out to stir up trouble too. If the Otsutsuki puppet leader had not just attacked with those yellow spheres and caused such a huge explosion, Long Ming had no idea when he would have learned this news. The Otsutsuki puppet leader looked at Long Ming before him with extreme solemnity. Even though he was only a puppet, he could still sense just how terrifying the man in front of him was. Long Ming-kun, save me. Hinata immediately cried out loudly for help when she saw Long Ming. I'll be fine, Hinata. I'm here. Long Ming softly comforted her. Just as Long Ming was about to make his move, Otsutsuki Tonari's figure appeared once again. He stood between Long Ming and the Otsutsuki puppet leader, and with his tightly shut eyes facing Long Ming he said, "So we've finally met. I have sensed your aura on the moon several times already. Every single time, you were stirring up massive wars in the ninja world. You are the root of evil. I can even sense the aura of the Ten Tails from you. Just wait. Very soon, I will descend upon the earth and help the Sage of Six Paths eliminate you, this scourge of the ninja world." Long Ming frowned. Since when was that your line? If he remembered correctly, wasn't Otsutsuki Tonari supposed to want to destroy the world created by the Sage of Six Paths? How had it now turned into simply wanting to destroy him? Long Ming felt that Otsutsuki Tonari's early appearance was probably also caused by the butterfly effect brought on by Long Ming killing the Great Toad Sage. Long Ming glanced at Otsutsuki Tonari and said word by word, "If you're not afraid of death, then come. I'll be waiting for you in Konoha. Wash your neck and wait for me." Otsutsuki Tonari threw out a harsh threat at Long Ming, then turned to Hinata and said gently, "My princess, I will soon come to welcome you in my perfect form. When that time comes, you must marry me." Hinata froze. Being proposed to by a complete stranger was just far too bizarre. Whoosh! The moment Otsutsuki Tonari finished speaking, an incomparably terrifying pressure burst out from Long Ming's body. That pressure formed a 360-degree blade-like shockwave and directly beheaded both Otsutsuki Tonari and the Otsutsuki puppet leader together. Right in front of me, and you still dare flirt with my wife? You're really tired of living. Long Ming's control over his power was excellent. Although he released a blade-like shockwave, he did not harm Hinata in the slightest during the process. So right now, Hinata. Long Ming withdrew the terrifying pressure radiating from his body and walked over to Hinata's side. Feeling the familiar scent from Long Ming's body, the rescued Hinata finally could not hold back anymore. She threw herself into Long Ming's arms and choked out, "Long Ming-kun. Hanabi." Hanabi was taken away by those people too. They even said they were going to take Hanabi's eyes. "Please, save Hanabi." Looking at the crying Hinata, Long Ming's expression gradually darkened. He stroked Hinata's hair and said to her in a tone of promise, "Don't worry, Hinata. I will definitely bring Hanabi back safe and sound." After saying that, Long Ming held Hinata and jumped down from the crow, returning to the Hyuga clan once more. At this moment, Hayashi Hyuga and the others were still locked in a bitter battle against the Otsutsuki puppets. Seeing this, Long Ming directly used one Shinra Tensei to clear the field, instantly killing all the puppets. Although these Otsutsuki puppets were indeed made of extremely hard materials, under Long Ming's Shinra Tensei, they were still as fragile as paper. Dozens of Otsutsuki puppets that had invaded the Hyuga clan were instantly blasted apart by the powerful repulsive force, turning into piles of scattered parts. Long Ming stepped into the Hyuga compound. Although the clash just now had been brief, the Hyuga clan had still suffered more than a dozen casualties and injuries, and even Hayashi Hyuga had been seriously wounded. "Lord Long Ming, you've finally come." Cough, cough. Hayashi Hyuga clutched his chest and couldn't help coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. He rushed to talk. "I'll heal your injuries first." Long Ming walked to Hayashi Hyuga's side and placed his palm on Hayashi's shoulder. A stream of green chakra flowed from Long Ming's palm. Using the power of yin-yang release, Hayashi Hyuga's injuries rapidly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few seconds, Hayashi Hyuga had already fully recovered. Ha! Many thanks, Lord Long Ming. Hayashi Hyuga bowed slightly. After standing up from the ground and seeing the rescued Hinata, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. At least not all of his daughters had been taken away. But when he saw the many dead and injured clansmen around him, and when he thought of Hanabi Hyuga being taken away, Hayashi Hyuga's expression turned ugly again. Lord Long Ming, do you know who these people actually are? Hayashi Hyuga couldn't help asking. You could say they're people from the moon. They have very deep ties to your Hyuga clan. Long Ming glanced at the moon hanging high in the sky, then said in a deep voice, I know quite a bit about them as well. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Hanabi back safely. Hayashi Hyuga nodded. With Long Ming's assurance, he finally felt much more at ease. Then I'll leave everything to you, Lord Long Ming. As he spoke, Hayashi Hyuga was the first to bow deeply to Long Ming. The other Hyuga clan members behind him followed suit and also bowed deeply to Long Ming. No need to be so polite. Clean up the battlefield first. I'll go see if I can catch up to the Otsutsuki puppets that took Hanabi. Long Ming shook his head, then with a flicker of his figure, vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, the puppets under Tonari Otsutsuki's command quickly brought Hanabi back to the moon through a special passage, and the Byakugan transplant had already begun. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Tonari Otsutsuki, whose eyes were wrapped in bandages, and kept nodding. He could sense that this pair of Byakugan had a very high compatibility with Tonari Otsutsuki. Very good. With these eyes, your strength should instantly rival Hamura at his peak back then. I believe that man on Earth who killed Gamamaru won't be your match. When you used your projection to go to Earth, you already saw that person, didn't you? Tonari Otsutsuki gave a slight nod and said, yes. That guy is a young man who looks only in his 20s. He has golden 6-tomo Rinnegan. Even though I find him annoying, I have to admit he's stronger than anyone I've ever seen. Whenever Tonari Otsutsuki thought of the unusually intimate relationship between Long Ming and Hinata, he couldn't help feeling anger and jealousy in his heart. He did have some feelings for Hinata. When Tonari Otsutsuki was young, he had once come to Earth with his father and had Hinata through the Otsutsuki clan's unique method. He thought she was very cute, so he had long since chosen her as a candidate for his wife. Who would have thought that when they met again years later, Hinata had already been won over by Long Ming? That gave him an inexplicable sense of humiliation, like he had been cuckolded, and it made him hate Long Ming even more. A golden Rinnegan? When the Sage of Six Paths heard this, he couldn't help being shocked inwardly. As Kagaya Otsutsuki's son, he had a very deep understanding of the Rinnegan and knew that those who possessed this kind of Rinnegan often had extremely terrifying power. Not only that, but the Sage of Six Paths also knew that a golden Rinnegan could only be obtained by consuming a chakra fruit. His old friend, the Great Toad Sage, had fought an Otsutsuki who had consumed a chakra fruit decades ago. This information also made the Sage of Six Paths conclude that Long Ming was someone sent by the Otsutsuki main family to destroy Earth, and it further strengthened his determination to kill Long Ming and protect the world he had created. Tonari, since he possesses a golden Rinnegan, then he must be one of the heavenly ones from the Otsutsuki main family. I must help you as well. Only by joining the strength of both of us can we fight against those terrifying people. The Sage of Six Paths spoke in an extremely solemn tone and placed his palm on Tonari Otsutsuki's body. A vast amount of chakra, so immense that it caused the surrounding space to distort, poured into Tonari Otsutsuki's body. Tonari Otsutsuki's body suddenly trembled, and then he couldn't help letting out a low roaring howl. His aura swept out like a shockwave, shattering all the surrounding tables, chairs, and decorations. When the Sage of Six Paths removed his hand, his outward body became somewhat illusory. His aura looked even weaker, and it even seemed as though he was about to fall below Six Paths level. In contrast, Tonari Otsutsuki's aura became as deep as a vast and endless ocean. Tonari Otsutsuki removed the bandages from his head. When he raised his head and saw his appearance in the mirror, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. What's going on with me? At this moment, Tonari Otsutsuki's left eye was a purple 6-tomo Rinnegan, while his right eye was a blue Tensigan. The Sage of Six Paths said somewhat weakly, I gave you most of my power and chakra. It not only accelerated the fusion speed of your Tensigan, but also awakened the power of the Rinnegan. Your current strength has even surpassed mine from back then. Tonari, I entrust everything in the ninja world to you. Don't disappoint me and your ancestors. Looking at the Sage of Six Paths, who had paid such a price for the ninja world, Tonari Otsutsuki was deeply moved. He solemnly promised, please rest assured. As long as I still have one breath left, I will definitely fight that heavenly one until the very last moment. Good child. The Sage of Six Paths revealed a gratified smile and reached out to pat Tonari Otsutsuki on the shoulder. There is no time to lose. The longer we drag this out, the more prepared that guy will definitely become. I'll lead all the puppets down to the ninja world right now. A sharp gleam kept flashing in Tonari Otsutsuki's eyes. He could no longer wait to have a great battle with Long Ming. The Sage of Six Paths nodded and said, "Very good. Then do as you see fit." Seeing that the Sage of Six Paths also agreed with his plan, Tonari Otsutsuki slowly floated into the air, his whole body shrouded in green chakra as he quickly flew outside. Tonari Otsutsuki arrived at Hamura's temple. Hidden inside was a golden tensigen powerful enough to move the moon. Moreover, it had a curse placed on it. If someone without Hamura's bloodline touched it, their chakra would be completely drained. Tonari Otsutsuki placed his hand on this enormous tensigen, and the chakra in his body continuously poured into it. The golden tensigen immediately released a dazzling light. Of course, Tonari Otsutsuki was not activating this tensigen to control the moon and crash it into Earth again. After all, he was now on the same side as the Sage of Six Paths, so he would no longer do something like destroying the ninja world. So this time, Tonari Otsutsuki merely used the tensigen to control his palace and make it descend toward Earth. He was going to lead his puppet army and fight Long Ming to the death. Rumble. Rumble. Powerful gravitational force controlled the entire palace as it rose from the ground. Golden light wrapped around the whole palace, and it slowly flew toward Earth. Tonari Otsutsuki floated in midair, looking toward Earth with a cold gaze, and muttered, "Just wait, Heavenly One. I will definitely eradicate you and take Hinata back to my side." Konoha. After the Hyuga clan was attacked in the night, the entire village immediately went on the highest level of alert. At the same time, a large number of people were sent to search around the village for any trace of Hanabi, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Long Ming's pursuit of the Otsutsuki puppets last night had also ended in failure. Just as he returned to the village and was about to gather a team to head to the moon and rescue Hanabi, Orochimaru suddenly rushed over to him in a panic. "Long Ming-kun, this is bad. I made a major discovery." Orochimaru ran up to Long Ming panting. Long Ming was busy dealing with Hanabi's rescue at the moment. Seeing Orochimaru blocking his way, he frowned slightly, then asked, "What happened?" Orochimaru swallowed and immediately replied, "The observation equipment in my lab detected a massive palace flying toward Konoha right now." "A massive palace?" Long Ming narrowed his eyes, then let out two cold laughs. "Looks like I don't need to hurry to the moon. Someone has already come knocking on my door." Without even thinking, Long Ming knew this massive palace had to be Otsutsuki Tonari's doing. Since the other side wanted to come straight to him, that saved Long Ming the trip to the moon himself. It just so happened that Long Ming still had not completed the special reward mission. If he went to the moon directly, it would count as checking in right away. "What do you mean by came knocking on your door?" Orochimaru froze for a moment. He had been staying in his lab the whole time and did not even know about the attack on the Hyuga clan last night. Long Ming came back to himself, shook his head, and said, "It's nothing. This discovery of yours is indeed very important. I need to gather the village's top brass for a meeting first. You should come too." Understood," Orochimaru answered at once, then followed behind Long Ming to the Hokage Hall. At Long Ming's summons, Konoha's upper echelon and major combat forces all gathered together. Even Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi Hatake, and the others from the first batch who had gone off to train had returned. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Uchiha Obito, and the others sat around a table. "Lord Long Ming, is there something urgent for you to call all of us here in such a hurry?" Uchiha Obito looked around and could not help feeling confused. Nearly all of Konoha's top-tier combat power had gathered here. This kind of scene was very rare after all. Most of the time, Long Ming alone could solve everything. There were very few situations where they actually needed to step in. Uchiha Madara knew a little more. In a low voice, he asked, "Don't tell me those guys from beyond the sky are already coming, Long Ming." Long Ming rubbed his nose and replied, "More or less. But it isn't the main Otsutsuki family that's coming. It's another branch of the Otsutsuki on the moon, the ones who attacked the Hyuga clan last night. They can also be considered descendants of the Otsutsuki clan. They are the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. According to Orochimaru's observations, they are on their way to Konoha. Their leader is Otsutsuki Tonari. His strength has also reached the Six Paths level, and he has a large puppet army as well. So that's how it is. No wonder you gathered so many people. Looks like the enemy won't be easy to deal with." Uchiha Madara put on an expression of sudden realization. But everyone other than Uchiha Madara was completely baffled, their faces dark with confusion. They were not familiar with all the hidden secrets of the ninja world. Listening to the conversation between Long Ming and Uchiha Madara felt like listening to some incomprehensible heavenly scripture. What Otsutsuki clan? The Sage of Six Paths' younger brother. They could not understand any of it at all. Long Ming, could you explain what happened a little more clearly? We didn't understand any of it." Uchiha Itachi said helplessly. He had just returned from Ryuchi Cave after training in Senjutsu. Not only did he know nothing about the Otsutsuki clan, he did not even know what had happened to the Hyuga clan last night. The others quickly voiced their agreement as well. Long Ming raised both hands and waved, signaling everyone to quiet down, then said, "Don't worry. I called you all here this time because I was planning to tell you everything anyway. You are the strongest fighting force in the entire village. In the future, when we fight against the Otsutsuki clan, it will basically depend on you." After saying that, Long Ming began, just as he had told Uchiha Madara before, to explain the entire history of the Otsutsuki clan to everyone, including the history of Otsutsuki Tonari's branch on the moon. After hearing it all, everyone present was so shocked their mouths hung open wide enough to fit 2 eggs, and they were stunned for a long time by the 1,000-year history of the ninja world. So all the chakra in the ninja world came from a single fruit. The Otsutsuki clan is a race that goes from planet to planet destroying life and planting divine trees? Damn, that's way too outrageous. There are actually existences that terrifying out in the universe, and they're all 6 paths level. So Naruto and I are actually the reincarnations of the sage of 6 path sons, who fought each other for over 1,000 years. No wonder I get annoyed every time I see Sasuke and want to punch him. That's probably just how you really feel. Everyone sighed in amazement, feeling that everything that had happened in the ninja world was unbelievable, and also excited to learn such hidden secrets. Long Ming, then this Otsutsuki Tonari you mentioned on the moon, does he want to inherit his ancestors' will and destroy the whole world? Uchiha Itachi suddenly asked. Well, Long Ming pondered for a moment. If it had been before, he would have been certain that the other side had absolutely come with the intention of destroying the earth. But after his conversation with Otsutsuki Tonari last night, he had faintly begun to change that view, because from Tonari's words, Long Ming could sense that Otsutsuki Tonari's stance seemed to have changed. It actually sounded more like he was inclined to protect the world the Sage of 6 Paths had left behind. He probably doesn't have that kind of idea right now. He just wants to kill me, the one who revived the Ten Tails and started the Ninja World War. Long Ming shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. Then, in your opinion, how should we deal with Tonari Otsutsuki? Uchiha Madara beside him asked. Long Ming lowered his head and thought for a moment, then asked, Orochimaru, can you use your scientific equipment to calculate the exact location where his palace will land after it descends? Long Ming-kun, now you're asking about something I'm good at. Orochimaru smiled smugly. Then he said with complete confidence, as long as you give me time, forget the exact location. I can even figure out how many hairs are growing on the people in that palace. Long Ming's mouth twitched. It doesn't need to be that precise. I'll leave this matter to you then. Make sure to tell me as fast as possible where Tonari Otsutsuki will land. Everyone else, go make your pre-battle preparations. Once Orochimaru gets Tonari Otsutsuki's location, head to the target area immediately, set up a sealing barrier, and trap him and his puppet army inside it and wipe them out. Everyone answered in unison, then went off to make their own preparations for the battle. As for Orochimaru, he went straight back to his laboratory and used his instruments to calculate where Tonari Otsutsuki would control the palace to land. As for Long Ming himself, there wasn't really anything for him to prepare. He simply sat where he was, conserving his strength and waiting for everyone to return. A little over 10 minutes later, everyone gathered together once again. Orochimaru also brought over a map of the ninja world marked with quite a few symbols. He spread the map out in front of everyone, then pointed to a place about 20 kilometers north of Konoha and said, Long Ming-kun, according to my calculations, the palace will land right here. Judging by its current speed, it'll probably reach the ground in less than half an hour. Long Ming picked up the map and looked at it carefully, discovering that the place where Tonari Otsutsuki would descend was actually very close to the Valley of the End. He even picked a place where the dream began. Long Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The Valley of the End could be considered an important place that ran through all of Naruto. The reincarnations of 2 generations of Asura and Indra both fought to the death here. Long Ming put away the map, then said, Then there's no time to waste. Let's set out immediately. After saying that, Long Ming stretched out his hand and lightly waved it toward the empty space beside him. Yamatsu Hirasaka activated instantly, and a black space gate immediately appeared inside the Hokage's office. For some of the people present, this was their first time seeing Long Ming use this jutsu, and they couldn't help but look at it with curiosity. Long Ming entered the space gate first, and the rest followed one after another. After a blur before their eyes, everyone had already arrived at the Valley of the End. A blazing sun hung in the sky, and beneath their feet were the statues of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. Looking at the 2 giant statues before him, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Back then, this was where he and Hashirama fought to the death, and where he got stabbed through the waist. Enough sighing. Get ready to work. Long Ming patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder, and everyone jumped down from the statues and came to the ground. Using Orochimaru's data analysis, Long Ming and the others found the place where Tonari Otsutsuki would ultimately land. The place was fairly flat, only a few hundred meters away from the statues of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. At this moment, there were less than 10 minutes left before the palace landed. When Long Ming raised his head, he could already see a small point of light slowly flying toward this place. It's coming. Get ready to face the enemy. Long Ming reminded everyone in a deep voice. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru all spread out and stood in 6 different positions. Tonari Otsutsuki's palace was incomparably huge, enough to rival a small mountain. When a palace like this fell from the moon, the energy converted from its momentum would be unimaginably terrifying. Before the palace had truly landed, the immense wind pressure it generated had already bent and broken all the surrounding trees, flowers, and grass. Its high-speed descent also caused the yellow barrier around the palace to generate an extremely high temperature. It smashed down in front of Long Ming and the others like a nuclear bomb. Rumble. The tremendous sound of impact instantly spread for several kilometers, and even the ninjas far away in Konoha could hear it clearly. The dust from the ground and the pool of water nearby were blasted nearly 1,000 meters into the sky. The entire ground split with countless huge cracks, like the patterns of a spiderweb. The enormous shockwave produced by the impact swept outward in all directions with the palace at its center. The terrifying power forced everyone to use ninjutsu to defend themselves. Even the 2 giant statues in the distance were struck with countless tiny cracks by the shockwave, and the waterfall slapped against the 2 statues as if it were flowing backward. The effects caused by the impact lasted for dozens of seconds before they slowly came to a stop. What stood before Long Ming and the others was no longer open ground, but a massive palace wrapped in a golden barrier. So this is Tonari Otsutsuki's palace? Uchiha Itachi muttered to himself. Then, under everyone's watchful gaze, Tonari Otsutsuki, his entire body wrapped in green chakra and having entered Tenseigan chakra mode, slowly flew out of the palace. He looked around at Long Ming and the others surrounding him, then said coldly, "Looks like you're even more stupid than I thought. You actually took the initiative to run to the place where I'm landing just to throw your lives away. Isn't that a little too laughable? Heh, what an arrogantly spoken little brat. I'm disliking this Otsutsuki clan more and more." Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh, his snake-like eyes fixed firmly on Tonari Otsutsuki. The others were the same, all releasing their own powerful chakra as they confronted Tonari Otsutsuki. The Tenseigan is one thing, but why does Tonari Otsutsuki have a 6-tomo Rinnegan too? Long Ming narrowed his eyes, a trace of confusion and strangeness in his gaze. The conditions for awakening the Rinnegan were also extremely difficult. One had to possess both Indra's and Asura's power at the same time to awaken it. Tonari Otsutsuki had neither an immortal body nor Indra's chakra, so how could he have awakened a 6-tomo Rinnegan? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Long Ming's mind. He thought of one person. Only this person could possibly have enabled Tonari Otsutsuki to awaken the Rinnegan despite lacking both of those conditions. And only he could have made Tonari Otsutsuki, who had been bent on destroying the earth, suddenly act out of character and fight Long Ming in the name of protecting the ninja world. That person was the sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Long Ming nodded repeatedly and thought to himself, I should have thought of that rotten old man sooner. No wonder Tonari Otsutsuki is acting like this. Looks like the death of the great Toad Sage caused this guy to come out ahead of time too. Faced with the fierce aura radiating from Uchiha Madara and the others, Tonari Otsutsuki remained unmoved. In his view, although the few humans here were fairly powerful, they were still far from being able to threaten his life. The only one truly worth paying attention to was Long Ming alone. Thinking of this, Tonari Otsutsuki shifted his gaze onto Long Ming beside him. Unlike when he had used a projection before, now that he was confronting Long Ming face to face, Tonari Otsutsuki could feel even more clearly just how powerful Long Ming's body and chakra were. The peak of 6 paths level? Tonari Otsutsuki narrowed his eyes, then shook his head to himself. No, that's not right. It looks like you still haven't reached that level yet, only close to it. As expected of someone from the heavens. But unfortunately, you will still suffer a crushing defeat today. Someone from the heavens? Long Ming froze for a moment, looked around, then asked reflexively, who are you talking about? Tonari Otsutsuki let out a cold laugh and pointed at Long Ming. Of course I'm talking about you. At a time like this, you're still pretending to be stupid. You possess a golden Rinnegan, and you even revived the Ten Tails to start a war. Are you seriously saying you never did such things? I really am not. Even though everything you said is true, that doesn't mean I'm from the Otsutsuki main family, right? Long Ming spread his hands, looking utterly helpless. Tonari Otsutsuki flicked his sleeve and said, a golden Rinnegan can only be awakened after devouring a chakra fruit. If you're not from the Otsutsuki main family, then I'll dig out these eyes of mine myself. Even if you don't, I'll help you dig them out. Those aren't your eyes. Things that don't belong to you shouldn't be taken. Long Ming said flatly, a faint chill flickering in his gaze. I did all this to fulfill my ancestor's final wish. That girl is doing very well in my palace. She's my fiancé's younger sister, so of course I'll take good care of her for the rest of her life. When Tonari Otsutsuki brought up taking Hanabi's eyes, His emotions did not fluctuate in the slightest, as if he had merely taken away some insignificant object. After hearing that, Long Ming could not help but sneer inwardly. She doesn't even have eyes anymore, and you call that doing very well? A person like you deserves to be blind. And since when did Hinata become your fiancé? Long Ming-kun, why waste words with this guy? We have more people and he's alone. Let's all attack together and cripple him first, Orochimaru said as he licked his lips, a hidden sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. Cripple me? Tonari Otsutsuki snorted and said disdainfully, just with the likes of you? You're not even qualified to make me act personally. My puppet army is more than enough to deal with you. After saying that, Tonari Otsutsuki changed the hand seal in his hands, and the golden barrier outside the palace suddenly began to tremble violently. Everyone's hearts shook, and they all retreated dozens of meters, leaving only Long Ming standing in place without moving. Bang! The golden barrier suddenly exploded, and countless Otsutsuki puppets in black robes with bandages wrapped around their heads slowly flew out of the palace. The vast puppet army looked like dark storm clouds pressing down on a city. They flew behind Tonari Otsutsuki like soldiers who obeyed orders unconditionally, waiting for commands. Among them were not only the ordinary puppets that had invaded Konoha before, but also many brand new types. For example, giant humanoid puppets with towering bodies and gray stone mounted on both arms, and beast puppets with sharp teeth, shaped like ferocious tigers, with a pair of wings growing from their backs. Now then, who has more people? Tonari Otsutsuki spread his arms as if showing off his forces to everyone. Everyone fell speechless and turned displeased looks toward Orochimaru nearby. Orochimaru laughed awkwardly twice. I was just saying it casually. Who knew he'd actually do it? Tonari Otsutsuki threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, don't say I didn't give you a chance to live. If you return my fiancée Hinata to me, and swear to stay far away from the ninja world and never come back, then I'll spare your lives. Hearing Tonari Otsutsuki's words, the corner of Long Ming's mouth twitched. Return Hinata to you? Return my ass. Since when was Hinata yours? Just because you got a 6-tomo Rinnegan. You don't even know your own name anymore. Huh? Listening to your tone, anyone who didn't know better would think you were some ancestor-level being. Long Ming forcefully suppressed the urge to curse out Tonari Otsutsuki's entire family and replied coldly. Think that just because you received help from that old man of the 6 paths, you can act arrogantly in front of me. I'll tell you this much, your Rinnegan and your puppet army are dog's hit in my eyes. Long Ming looked at Tonari Otsutsuki indifferently, then took one step forward. A lightning-like sage mode pattern gradually began crawling up his cheeks. I just so happen to be lacking an Otsutsuki clan head. Since you're so determined to die, then I'll gladly take it. The aura around Long Ming shot straight into the sky like a rainbow bridge. The pressure produced by perfect sage mode and the golden 6-tomo Rinnegan caused the surrounding space itself to begin twisting. Seeing this scene, the sage of 6 paths hiding in the shadows also felt his heart tremble as he muttered to himself, this aura is probably enough to rival Mother back then. I just don't know whether he has her level of strength as well. If he does, then Tonari is in real danger. In the center of the battlefield, the one shaken by Long Ming's strength was not only the sage of 6 paths Orochimaru beside him, as well as Tonari Otsutsuki and the others, were equally shocked. In just a few short days, Long Mingkuin's strength has risen by such a huge leap again. How exactly does he train? Does he not sleep every day? Orochimaru was deeply confused. He found that he simply could not analyze Long Ming from a scientific angle, because the other's training speed was just too fast. Looking at the clouds in the sky that had been scattered by Long Ming's aura, Tonari Otsutsuki also put away his smile, replaced by seriousness and caution. He knew that his strength and Long Ming's were probably evenly matched. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, that would depend on both sides' combat experience and how their ninjutsu countered one another. Who's going to live and who's going to die is still not certain, Tonari Otsutsuki retorted in a low voice. Then his hands quickly formed several seals and slammed them into the ground. Summoning jutsu, rumble. The entire ground began trembling non-stop, and then a gigantic stone statue suddenly rose up from the earth. This statue looked strikingly similar to the already deceased Himura, with 2 horns and several tomo on its chest. It was a monster summoned by Tonari Otsutsuki using the Tenseigan. In the original story, this stone statue's terrifying power was enough to suppress the 9 tails. And as long as the Tenseigan's possessor did not die, even if it was smashed to pieces, could still revive. Tonari Otsutsuki looked down from above at Long Ming and the others and issued his first command. Attack. Eliminate all enemies here. Roar. The stone statue suddenly let out a roar, erupting with terrifying power as it raised its palm and slammed it viciously toward the ground. The wind pressure carried by that giant hand made Long Ming's clothes flap with sharp rustling sounds. Yet Long Ming remained where he was, not even lifting his eyelids. At the very moment the attack was about to land on Long Ming, Uchiha Madara suddenly flashed forward and blocked in front of him. This level of attack is enough for me to handle. You go deal with the one you're supposed to fight. Uchiha Madara spoke calmly, then quickly formed several hand seals. Buzz. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Madara poured a massive amount of chakra into the ground, and countless towering trees burst up from the cracks, crazily winding themselves around the stone statue. At this moment, the powerful binding force of wood release was fully revealed. Thick branches locked all of the statue's south joints in place. As the statue struggled, crack grinding sounds could even be heard. Your helpers are pretty good, but can they deal with this many of my puppets? Otsutsuki Tonari remained unmoved when he saw the stone statue trapped, casually waving a hand. The large number of puppets behind him surged forward like a tide, and the yellow light spheres filling the sky fell onto Uchiha Madara's would release like raindrops. Boom! 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 The yellow light spheres exploded violently the moment they struck the wood release, and large amounts of shattered stone mixed with wood chips flew through the air. Under this kind of intense bombardment, Uchiha Madara's deep forest emergence soon couldn't hold on. Large amounts of wood snapped apart, and the restraint on the stone statue was greatly reduced. Roar! The stone statue let out an excited howl, about to tear apart all the trees wrapped around it in one burst. But in the very next second, a large number of jutsu suddenly flew toward it. Susanoo, Kamui Shuriken, Yasaka Magatama, Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, Ninja Art, Creation Rebirth, Strength of 100 Technique, 8 Branches Technique. Just as the stone statue was about to break free, Orochimaru and the others attacked at the same time. Under the combined strike of 5 Kaga-level powerhouses, the statue's entire body was blasted into dust with a bang, and even quite a few nearby Otsutsuki puppets were caught in the blast and destroyed outright. But as had been said before, this stone statue could revive endlessly. So after turning into dust, it immediately began to reassemble. Centered on its body, broken stones continuously gathered toward the middle. So it can revive too. Huh? Long Ming, just focus on dealing with that Otsutsuki Tonari. Leave these puppets and the stone statue to us. Uchiha Itachi said indifferently, then casually swung the Totsuka blade and shattered the newly reformed stone statue once again. We won't let these little trash mobs interfere with you, Long Ming-kun. Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle and made his move again, summoning a giant snake that directly swallowed more than a dozen Otsutsuki puppets in the sky. Let us set up a barrier first. This place is still fairly close to Konoha. A battle between 6 paths level experts is no trivial matter. We need to take safety measures in advance. Uchiha Madara reminded everyone, then took the lead in using the body flicker technique to move to the eastern corner. The others likewise each took one corner, and all 6 began forming hand seals at the same time. Dog, monkey, rabbit, boar, dragon, rat, ox, boar, snake, tiger. 6 crimson ray formation. Streams of red light shot out from everyone's bodies, and a transparent red flaming barrier appeared in the Valley of the End. This was a high-level barrier ninjutsu of extreme power, capable of withstanding the 10-tailed beast ball. In essence, the 6 crimson ray formation had the same effect as the 4 crimson ray formation, just on a much larger scale, almost covering the entire Valley of the End. Seeing everyone locked in battle, Long Ming no longer held back. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Otsutsuki Tonari. Sage Art. Susanoo. Infinite monstrous strength. In 1 second, Long Ming unleashed the complete body Susanoo, combining Sage Art, Ocular Jutsu, and Ninjutsu into one. Then, with lightning speed, he swung a punch viciously at Otsutsuki Tonari. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Long Ming's speed was already unbelievably fast, but Otsutsuki Tonari, being 6 paths level as well, still caught Long Ming's movement. Truth-seeking balls. With a thought, Otsutsuki Tonari condensed 9 pitch-black truth-seeking balls out of thin air. Guard. Otsutsuki Tonari waved his right hand, and the 9 truth-seeking balls shot out. They were like soft dough, constantly changing shape in the air, and in the end formed an extremely thick giant shield. There was even a lion pattern on the surface of the shield, with a handle extending from the back into Otsutsuki Tonari's hand. Otsutsuki Tonari directly used the shield formed from the truth-seeking balls to crash into the giant fist of the complete body Susanoo. Bang! An invisible shockwave swept outward, blowing away all the surrounding Otsutsuki puppets. Otsutsuki Tonari sneered. Are you an idiot? Truth-seeking balls can nullify all ninjutsu. With just your punch? Otsutsuki Tonari's voice suddenly stopped, because he discovered that spiderweb-like cracks had actually appeared on his truth-seeking ball shield, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. Because the slap to the face came too fast, Otsutsuki Tonari's sneer was still frozen on his face, not yet having time to change. Boom! Perhaps because it truly couldn't withstand Long Ming's punch any longer, the shield formed by the truth-seeking balls exploded into pieces. And that completely snapped Otsutsuki Tonari awake. His body shifted, and he instantly appeared in the distance, pulling away from Long Ming. What is going on? Otsutsuki Tonari's expression turned ugly. He simply couldn't figure out what method Long Ming had used to shatter his truth-seeking balls. A nearly imperceptible smile appeared on Long Ming's face. Otsutsuki Tonari, who had lived on the moon for years, naturally wouldn't he know the crucial information that Sage Jutsu countered truth-seeking balls. Long Ming's complete body Susanoo had Sage Chakra added into it, so there was absolutely no need to fear things like truth-seeking balls, as expected of someone from above. But even if you can break truth-seeking balls, it's no big deal. I have plenty of other methods. Otsutsuki Tonari quickly adjusted his mindset and stopped dwelling on the matter of the truth-seeking balls. He formed hand seals with both hands, and a terrifying fluctuation of ocular power came from his eyes. Universal gravity. Otsutsuki Tonari gave a light shout. Rumble. Rumble. Countless enormous rocks on the ground were directly pulled up by Otsutsuki Tonari. Under his deliberate control, even the smallest of these meteors was on the same level as Long Ming's complete body Susanoo. What Otsutsuki Tonari used was the unique gravitational manipulation of his Tensigen, and this gravity was far more powerful than universal pull. Take this, Long Ming. As he spoke, a faint blue light bloomed in Otsutsuki Tonari's right eye. The giant rocks filling the sky seemed to be drawn by some force, smashing toward Long Ming one after another. As the rocks in the sky smashed toward the ground, Tonari Otsutsuki repeated the same move, pulling up countless massive boulders from the earth. Again and again, in the blink of an eye, it formed a rain of rocks. Boom, boom, boom. The rocks tore through the air, releasing terrifying sonic booms that made the heart tremble. Long Ming condensed a pair of bladed war sabers, dodging while counterattacking when he could. But every time he got infinitely close to Tonari Otsutsuki, the other side would dodge in time, and then the rain of rocks would come crashing down madly. Under Tensigen Chakra mode, Tonari Otsutsuki's speed was ghost-like as well, his green figure constantly darting across the battlefield. If you defend for too long, you'll eventually slip. Before long, Long Ming was struck by several huge rocks and violently smashed into the ground. How could Tonari Otsutsuki let such a chance pass? With a wave of his right hand, 9 truth-seeking balls appeared once more, this time covered in green chakra. Truth-seeking ball. Explosion. Tonari Otsutsuki's grasp of battle timing was extremely precise. The moment Long Ming was smashed into the ground, those 9 truth-seeking balls followed him in. Zhang. The 9 truth-seeking balls burst with blinding white light, followed immediately by 9 successive explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Truth-seeking balls were formed from high-density chakra condensed from yin-yang and the 5 elemental natures, 7 attributes in total. The destructive power of a single exploding truth-seeking ball was enough to wipe out an entire forest. Now that all 9 exploded at once, the power was naturally world-destroying. The terrifying energy shockwave swept across the battlefield like a storm, finally slamming hard into the 6 Crimson Ray formation. When the dust settled, the place where Long Ming had fallen had already turned into a giant crater roughly 1,000 meters wide. Its interior was so dark it seemed bottomless, with not the slightest trace of Long Ming to be seen. It's over. So the man from the heavens is only this much. Tonari Otsutsuki let out a long breath and lowered his hand confidently. Long Ming-kun? On the distant battlefield, Orochimaru was shouting in alarm. What are you screaming for, insect? I'll come kill you next. Tonari Otsutsuki snorted coldly, then prepared to stride toward the distant battlefield. But at that moment, a rustling sound came from the deep crater in the ground. How is that possible? Tonari Otsutsuki spun around sharply, only to see Long Ming controlling a winged perfect Susanoo as it flew up from the ground. That attack just now had indeed produced some effect. But the power of the truth-seeking balls was still not enough to kill Long Ming outright. It had only barely broken through the defense of the perfect Susanoo. Tonari, in our ninja world, there's a saying called returning courtesy for courtesy. You've been throwing rocks at me for so long. It's about time I got my turn too. Long Ming spoke indifferently, and then the golden 6-tomo Rinnegan in his eyes released a terrifying ripple of ocular power. Sage Art. Susanoo. Planetary Devastation. Heavenly Descent. Long Ming unleashed another coordinated attack infused with multiple ninjutsu and senjutsu. Rumble. Rumble. The entire land trembled non-stop as shattered rocks were rapidly drawn into the sky, ultimately forming 9 enormous planetary devastations. The offensive methods of Long Ming and Tonari Otsutsuki had nearly used up every last stone inside the 6 Crimson Ray formation barrier. The ground was pitted and uneven, just short of tearing down the 2 statues nearby. After the 9 enormous planetary devastations took shape, black flames flashed over the body of the perfect Susanoo. All of the planetary devastations were completely covered in scorching black flames, radiating terrifying heat. Fall. Long Ming gave a light shout, and the 9 planetary devastations smashed down toward Tonari Otsutsuki at the same time. In an instant, the temperature soared and black flames spilled everywhere. Only 9? Let me show you how I break your jutsu. Tonari Otsutsuki showed no fear at all. He released multiple truth-seeking balls from his right palm, then spread both hands, and those truth-seeking balls immediately began to spin. As they spun, a layer of green chakra also covered their surfaces. Silver will reincarnation explosion. Tonari Otsutsuki roared in a low voice. The truth-seeking balls in his hand formed a green ring of light, and from that ring, a massive tornado blasted out. This was one of Tonari Otsutsuki's methods of using the truth-seeking balls. In the original story, Tonari had once used this technique to blow away Shikamaru, Sai, Sakura, Naruto, and Hinata. Its power was great enough to pierce the moon. Bang! The massive tornado was like a giant dragon, opening a huge mouth that could devour everything and swallowing all 9 planetary devastations, along with Long Ming, into its belly. This tornado was no mere natural disaster. Under Tonari Otsutsuki's control, its power was more than just dozens of times stronger. Even Long Ming's perfect Susanoo found it difficult to keep control of its own body within the storm. The 9 planetary devastations were knocked off course and smashed wildly toward other places. Seeing that his attack had failed, Long Ming did not panic. This move had only been a feint from the start. The real killing move was behind it. Long Ming's right eye flashed, and a massive amount of ocular power and chakra poured out all at once. 100-fold hidden void. Within the powerful storm, Long Ming once again used the dojutsu of his right eye. As expected, the tomo in that eye vanished once more. The consumption of ocular power for this technique was still far too great. A spatial crack appeared, and in a place no one else could see, the divine general from another world, Maharaga, appeared once again. Just like the first time, it held a broken sword in its hand and wore a ferocious face like a vicious demon. Roar! The moment Maharaga was summoned, it seemed to sense its master's will. It took one step forward and its figure shot out like a meteor. Because of the powerful storm currents, Tonari Otsutsuki's vision was obstructed, so he did not notice Maharaga rushing toward him at once. But when Maharaga was only several dozen meters away from Tonari Otsutsuki, he finally noticed something wrong. The 6-tomo Rinnegan in his left eye helped him see Maharaga charging through the storm. Looking at the broken sword in its hand that gave off a black glow, Tonari Otsutsuki instinctively sensed danger. He made a snap decision and directly cancelled his silver will reincarnation explosion, his body turning into a streak of green light as he retreated at high speed. But Long Ming had been waiting in comfort while his enemy exhausted himself. How could he let Tonari Otsutsuki escape his grasp so easily? Long Ming moved instantly, predicting in advance the position Tonari Otsutsuki was about to retreat to, and his right eye flashed once more. Takama Masubi, black chakra surged continuously from Long Ming's body, covering all the space within roughly 100 meters around him. And at this moment, Tonari Otsutsuki was rapidly retreating straight toward that area. The moment he entered that space, his time would be instantly frozen, and he would become meat on the chopping block. Although Long Ming could not trap Tonari Otsutsuki, someone of the same level, for very long, even 1 second was enough for Long Ming to do many things. Otsutsuki Tonari's body drew closer and closer to Long Ming, and he was about to slam right into Long Ming's Takamagara. Not good. This technique can control time. Once Tonari enters it, he'll probably be captured and killed in an instant. Hidden in the shadows, the Sage of Six Paths was extremely anxious. He lifted his right foot, ready to step out and help Otsutsuki Tonari out of danger. However, Otsutsuki Tonari, trapped in a desperate situation, did not look panicked at all. The 6-tomo Rinnegan in his left eye gave off a faint purple glow. Ame noiko. At this moment, Otsutsuki Tonari activated the unique Rinnegan dojutsu that belonged to him alone. A strange fluctuation spread out from his body. Otsutsuki Tonari opened his mouth and shouted softly. The moment his words fell, a terrifying wave of chakra burst out from Otsutsuki Tonari's body. Long Ming's Takamagara actually dispersed instantly, exactly as Otsutsuki Tonari had commanded. Without Long Ming's Takamagara blocking him, Otsutsuki Tonari shot straight through like a streak of green lightning. What kind of dojutsu is this? Long Ming was somewhat shocked and even forgot to intercept him. The instant Otsutsuki Tonari spoke, he felt himself lose connection with the jutsu in his hand. It dispersed completely out of his control. Could it be a dojutsu with the same nature as my Fumo Daiten? Long Ming frowned, his mind racing. Takamagara had just been undone for no reason at all. Although what had happened looked somewhat similar to Long Ming's Fumo Daiten, it also seemed completely different. Because Long Ming did not feel his jutsu being broken down into natural energy. It had truly vanished out of thin air. Even Long Ming's golden 6-tomo Rinnegan had failed to catch the slightest trace of it. While Long Ming was still thinking non-stop, Otsutsuki Tonari had already made another move. This time, his target was Maharaga in front of him. The Rinnegan in his left eye once again gave off that same faint purple glow. As the light faded, Otsutsuki Tonari shouted again. The moment he finished speaking, Maharaga's body was split in two. He changed the form of his attack. Could it be that this dojutsu activates based on the words Otsutsuki Tonari speaks? Long Ming looked at Otsutsuki Tonari in surprise. This could hardly be called a dojutsu anymore. It should be called a mouth technique. But after observing it a second time, Long Ming was no longer completely in the dark like before. He had already vaguely grasped some information about the dojutsu in Otsutsuki Tonari's left eye. The effect of that dojutsu was very likely an ability similar to making words become reality. Otsutsuki Tonari's two different statements had produced two different attack effects. Takamagara disappeared. Maharaga was severed. These were both results that occurred after Otsutsuki Tonari spoke. Even though this answer was a bit hard for Longming to believe, he was 80% sure this was the effect of the other's dojutsu. There was no denying that Otsutsuki Tonari's dojutsu was indeed powerful enough to rival Longming's Fumo Daiten and Hyakuren Kyuro. Making words become reality, how many people dreamed of that? But if Otsutsuki Tonari's dojutsu really works like this, then that's troublesome. Longming's heart sank, and his eyes filled with deep wariness. If his guess was true, then wouldn't this battle be like a child's game? As long as Otsutsuki Tonari stood in front of him and said one sentence, "Die," wouldn't Longming just drop dead on the spot? How was he supposed to fight that? No, imposible. Can't be that broken. If it really were like that, he would have already done it. There must be some kind of limitation. Longming shook his head, and reason regained the upper hand. No matter what jutsu it would have its weakness. He just had not discovered it yet. Right now, Longming did not dare to rush forward and attack. He needed to use Maharaga to probe out more information about the other side's dojutsu. For example, the activation time, effective range, interval time, and so on. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Maharaga's body had already recovered once more. He was an otherworldly creature summoned by Longming's right eye. As long as Longming did not die, he could keep reviving endlessly. Looking at Maharaga's restored body, Otsutsuki Tonari's expression was clearly not good either. He realized that Maharaga, like the stone statue he had summoned, also possessed immortality. Roar! Roar! Maharaga let out two roars, as if enraged over Otsutsuki Tonari killing him just now. Maharaga leaned his body slightly forward, gripped the divine tool. Eight-handled sword in his right hand, held it low at his side, then suddenly raised the sword and slashed fiercely at the empty air before him. A massive red-black sword beam stretched across the sky and shot toward Otsutsuki Tonari. Before the sword beam even arrived, Otsutsuki Tonari already felt a chilling killing intent rushing at his face, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, cold to the bone. He took a deep breath and was just about to activate his dojutsu, Aim no Hiko, once again. But suddenly he covered his mouth and coughed a few times, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his lips. Faced with the incoming sword beam, Otsutsuki Tonari could only dodge in a sorry state, twisting his body aside to evade it. And Longming sharply noticed this as well. As injured, Longming narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, he had never actually hit Tonari before. The same was true for Maharaga. He had not touched him at all. So why had Otsutsuki Tonari suddenly coughed up blood? Could it be? A bold guess suddenly rose in Longming's mind. He ordered Maharaga to continue attacking, while Otsutsuki Tonari, after realizing Maharaga had an invincible body, no longer had any intention of tangling with him. With a flash of his figure, after dodging Maharaga's attack, he tried to go straight for Longming. So you're coming directly at me? Good. Then let me verify it myself. A sharp gleam flashed through Longming's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His figure turned into a streak of black lightning and likewise charged straight at Otsutsuki Tonari. Just what I wanted. A cold smile curled at Otsutsuki Tonari's lips. He stirred up the vast chakra within his body and once again condensed 9 dazzling green truth-seeking balls. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The green truth-seeking balls suddenly changed shape, transforming into a gigantic yellow chakra light sword that seemed able to reach the heavens. This was Otsutsuki Tonari's ultimate killing move, Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Its power was so great that it could split the moon in half with a single strike. It was an even more terrifying move than Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. Seeing Otsutsuki Tonari raise the light sword high, Longming's eyes suddenly burst with a fierce light. He brought his hands together and likewise used Inyang Release to create 9 pitch-black truth-seeking balls. Divine Path Heavenly Sword Aim no Nuboko. The truth-seeking balls spun continuously, forming a giant black sword that looked like a genetic chain. This was one of the strongest truth-seeking ball transformations Longming had only mastered through constant practice. His powerful will would attach itself to the sword, creating the Sword of the Heart. As long as Longming's conviction did not waver, this Aim no Nuboko would never be shattered. Longming moved like lightning, his actions fierce and violent. The moment the Aim no Nuboko took shape, he slashed down without the slightest hesitation. The Aim no Nuboko tore through the void, instantly splitting the surrounding space apart as it hacked viciously toward Tonari Otsutsuki. What a fine sword, Tonari Otsutsuki shouted, then burst into wild laughter. But what a pity. Its master is going to die here today. Tonari Otsutsuki's purple eyes flashed like lightning as the Rinnegan's dojutsu activated once again. His voice boomed like thunder as he roared. Bind. The words fell. Longming's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt as if his body had been filled with lead. unable to move an inch. The aim no Nuboko in his hand became even heavier than a mountain, impossible to swing, and he really was frozen in place just like that. Cough. Cough. After saying the two words bind, Tonari Otsutsuki could not help but cough up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. But he knew this moment was his only chance to win. Tonari Otsutsuki raised the yellow sword of light high overhead. The chakra in his body erupted to its limit, and the light radiating from the blade illuminated the entire valley of the end. Whoosh! Golden Will reincarnation explosion carved a dazzling, brilliant golden streak across the sky, then slashed viciously down onto Long Ming. Long Ming might have had the body of Ashura, but Golden Will reincarnation explosion could even split the moon apart, let alone flesh and blood. Crack, crack. The instant it made contact, the sounds of flesh being cut apart and bones being crushed came from Long Ming's body. His whole body was carried by the Golden Will reincarnation explosion and slammed brutally into the ground. Boom! The earth shook madly, the barrier instantly collapsed, and the sword of light from Golden Will reincarnation explosion sliced through the ground as easily as cutting tofu. A massive chasm, so huge its boundaries were nearly impossible to make out, appeared across the once vast land. That was only because Tonari Otsutsuki had stopped Golden Will reincarnation explosion in time. After all, his current intention was to protect the world the Sage of Six Paths had left behind. Otherwise, that single strike alone could have split the earth in half. Long Ming. He can't really have been. Itachi's face was deathly pale, looking at the utterly horrifying destruction caused by Golden Will reincarnation explosion. Even he, who trusted Long Ming's strength greatly, began to waver. The others looked grim as well. Although they had already dealt with all the enemies before them, if Long Ming had died here, then this operation would be a failure among failures. Long Ming, you're the man who even defeated me. You're not gonna fall here just like this, are you? Uchiha Madara's tone was low as his fists clenched tightly. Unlike the heavy atmosphere around everyone else, the Sage of Six Paths was overjoyed. Wonderful. Tonari actually did it. There's hope for the ninja world now. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Tonari Otsutsuki with extreme satisfaction, as if he were looking at his own successor. After all, he was only a chakra body. Even though he had survived for thousands of years through heaven-defying means, one day he would still have to pass on. Tonari Otsutsuki was different. At his current age, he could at least live for several thousand more years. As long as he was given a little training and proper guidance, then, after his death, there would be no need to worry about the safety of the ninja world. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths was already imagining how he would earnestly instruct Tonari Otsutsuki in the future. In the sky, this time, it's really over. Tonari Otsutsuki let out a long breath. Looking at the endless trench on the ground, he muttered, "A man from the heavens really is strong. This battle was the most exciting fight of my life since the day I was born. To die beneath my Golden Will reincarnation explosion can also be considered an honor. I will remember you forever." Tonari Otsutsuki bowed slightly. Then, just as he was about to leave, a pitch-black aim no Nuboko burst out through his chest. Tonari Otsutsuki's pupils contracted. At this moment, he clearly felt the immense pain of his body being pierced through. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw the aim no Nuboko stained with his own blood. The power of Yin-Yang release contained within the aim no Nuboko instantly invaded his body and wreaked destruction, and a wave of weakness surged into his heart at once. How is this possible? Just now, I clearly could no longer sense your presence. Blood kept pouring from Tonari Otsutsuki's mouth, and his Tensigen chakra mode could no longer be maintained due to the severe injury. Behind Tonari Otsutsuki, Long Ming pressed close, gripping the aim no Nuboko in his hand, his voice low and drawn out. "I really did die just now. Without defending myself, I couldn't withstand your Golden Will reincarnation explosion with my body alone. But before I died, I used transcription seal to plant Izanagi in the Sharingan, rewriting the reality of myself being killed." Tonari Otsutsuki turned his head with difficulty. He saw that at some point, Long Ming's left eye had already been replaced with a Mangekyo Sharingan, and that Sharingan was now slowly closing. "Why you? When did you replace your eye?" Tonari Otsutsuki's speech had already become broken and intermittent. The power of the aim no Nuboko lived up to its reputation. At this moment, Tonari Otsutsuki's life was rapidly slipping away. "When I charged at you, you must have been so anxious to kill me that you didn't even notice something this obvious." Long Ming plucked out the Sharingan in his left eye. It was Shursui's Mangekyo. At that moment just now, Long Ming had no choice but to use Shursui's Mangekyo to activate Izanagi. Although he had lost the precious Kodo Amitsukami, Long Ming had also successfully completed the sneak attack. After throwing away Shursui's eye, Long Ming took out his own eye again and put it back in. At this point, Tonari Otsutsuki was gasping for breath. The massive blood loss had already started making his head spin, and he no longer had the strength to respond to Long Ming. Long Ming continued speaking on his own. "But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense that you were anxious. If the winner still wasn't decided, your body probably wouldn't have been able to endure it much longer, right? Although your dojutsu can let your words become reality, it seems to come with an extremely severe backlash. This backlash should also be related to the power of the words you speak. The first time you made my Takamagara disappear, you didn't cough up blood, but when you cut Maharaga in half, you did. And when you immobilized me while I was controlling the aim no Nuboko, the backlash was even more severe. My guess is that if you directly told someone to die, you'd probably suffer backlash of the same level yourself. That's why you didn't say it, right? Tonari Otsutsuki still gave no answer, but judging from the shocked look in his eyes, Long Ming had clearly guessed right. After discovering the limitations of Tonari Otsutsuki's dojutsu, Long Ming was no longer afraid, because he knew the other side could not kill him instantly, and the massive side effects brought by using that dojutsu left Tonari Otsutsuki with only one chance to attack. As long as he endured that one attack, then without a doubt the winner would be Long Ming. So when Long Ming charged toward Tonari Otsutsuki, he replaced his left eye with Shusui's eye, then used Izanagi to rewrite reality. Tonari Otsutsuki had said one thing right. This time it really was over. The moment Long Ming rushed up, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. Lord Long Ming is seriously too cool. He actually turned the tables and killed that Otsutsuki Tonari in an instant. Abito Uchiha shouted, his tone full of excitement. I knew Long Ming-kun wouldn't die that easily. But just now really did scare me. Orochimaru and the others completely shook off their earlier dejection and all looked into the distance with excitement. At this moment, Otsutsuki Tonari was already on his last breath. As long as Long Ming used just a little more force, the other party would die immediately. The Sage of Six Paths, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally couldn't sit still anymore. He couldn't just watch his younger brother's descendant die miserably right in front of him. Stop right there, the Sage of Six Paths roared. His figure appeared beside Long Ming, and he raised the Shikujo in his hand and smashed it toward Long Ming's head. The Sage of Six Paths pushed his chakra to the absolute limit, and even the surrounding space twisted from that single strike of the Shikujo. The Sage of Six Paths. Madara Uchiha cried out in shock. As the creator of the ninja world, statues of the Sage of Six Paths were left in quite a few places, so the moment everyone saw that illusory chakra figure, they recognized him immediately. Seeing the Sage of Six Paths suddenly attack, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. After all, this was a legendary figure of the ninja world. Could another fierce battle be about to begin? After consuming a huge amount of chakra and eye power, could Long Ming still defeat the Sage of Six Paths again in this state? So you finally came out. On the battlefield, a sharp gleam flashed in Long Ming's eyes, and he shouted softly, Maharaga, come out. Whoosh! Maharaga's massive body instantly shifted to Long Ming's front. As Long Ming's summon, Long Ming could move it to his side at any time to protect himself. From the very beginning, Long Ming had known the Sage of Six Paths had to be hiding somewhere on the battlefield, so he had kept his guard up against him the whole time. Sure enough, when Otsutsuki Tonari's life was in danger, he came out. Maharaga raised the sword of extermination in its hand and directly blocked the Sage of Six Paths Shikujo. Clang! A burst of metal collision rang out through the void. But aside from Long Ming, Otsutsuki Tonari, and Madara Uchiha, no one knew what had happened. They only saw the Sage of Six Paths Shikujo stop in midair for no reason. You're very weak, Sage of Six Paths. Is it because you lent all your power to Tonari? Long Ming looked at the Sage of Six Paths suspiciously. That strike from the other party looked extremely shocking. But in reality it was all thunder and no rain, with very limited destructive power. The blow didn't even shift Maharaga's sword of extermination in the slightest. You! The Sage of Six Paths was both ashamed and furious. Just as he was about to raise the Shikujo and counterattack again, Maharaga stretched out its hand and directly grabbed him by the throat. After losing too much power, the Sage of Six Paths was no match for Maharaga, who was close to the peak of Six Paths level. He was captured and pressed in front of Long Ming with almost no resistance at all. Dead silence fell over the crowd. They might not have known what happened, but their eyes weren't blind. The Sage of Six Paths had obviously already lost. From appearance to defeat, it probably hadn't even taken 3 seconds. They had thought the ancestor of ninjas was so powerful, but this was it? The Sage of Six Paths looked ashen, and a strong bitterness filled his heart. He had failed. In the end, he still hadn't avenged Gamamaru, nor had he protected his world. The Sage of Six Paths turned his gaze to Otsutsuki Tonari, who was already close to death nearby, and suddenly flames ignited in his eyes again. No, I can't give up like this. Even if I die, I at least have to protect this descendant of my younger brother. A furious roar sounded in the Sage of Six Paths' heart. Immediately after, blazing flames ignited all over his body, and his aura rapidly rose. This is, Long Ming's expression changed. He could feel a powerful force surging out from inside the Sage of Six Paths, as if some secret technique was temporarily restoring him to his peak strength. Having regained his power, the Sage of Six Paths grabbed Maharaga's arm in return and threatened sternly. You're called Otsutsuki Longming, right? Release Tonari at once, or I'll self-destruct immediately. In my current state, I have at least a 40% chance of blowing you to death. From the conversation among Madara Uchiha and the others earlier, the Sage of Six Paths had learned Longming's name. In the Sage of Six Paths' eyes, Longming was someone sent by the Otsutsuki clan, so he naturally called him Otsutsuki Longming. After a brief moment of shock, Longming's expression returned to normal. He looked at the Sage of Six Paths' burning body and said flatly, "You can't maintain this state for long, can you? If you don't stop, then in at most 2 minutes you'll disappear completely." Ancestor. Hearing this news, Otsutsuki Tonari was visibly moved and actually let out that extremely hoarse voice once more. But the Sage of Six Paths had no time to talk to Tonari right now. He stared fixedly at Longming and said, "Even 1 second is enough for me to self-destruct. Are you agreeing to my condition or not?" Then go ahead and self-destruct. Otsutsuki Tonari invaded Konoha and stole my little sister-in-law's eyes, killed quite a few members of the Hyuga clan, and even made me die once at his hands. You want me to let him go? Keep dreaming in broad daylight. A vicious light flashed in Longming's eyes. He didn't buy the Sage of Six Paths' threat at all. The Sage of Six Paths was extremely anxious inside. He really did want to self-destruct, but the key problem was that he couldn't do it. Just as Longming had said, he had already lent his power to Tonari. How could he still have the ability to take Longming down with him? That aura that looked so powerful was merely strong on the outside and weak on the inside. Its only purpose was to bluff Longming into letting Tonari leave. But Longming simply wasn't falling for it. The Sage of Six Paths gritted his teeth and said, "How can you be so unreasonable? You were the one who killed my good brother Gamamaru first, started a war in the ninja world and destroyed the world I created, and even revived a terrifying creature like the Ten Tails. That's why we attacked you. We're even now. That really does sound like you had your reasons. But before making a move, weren't you planning to investigate first? Weren't you afraid of killing a good person by mistake?" Longming asked with a cold sneer. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths was furious too, and he snapped back, "Of course I investigated. All 3 of those things are true. Otsutsuki Longming. What else do you have to argue about? Bullshit." Longming flew into a rage. He grabbed the Sage of Six Paths by the collar and roared word by word. "You couldn't even find out that I'm not an Otsutsuki, and you still have the nerve to say you investigated? Why don't you just go die?" Longming gave the Sage of Six Paths a fierce shove, and the Sage of Six Paths was stunned by Longming's roar. His expression blank. He fell back into the void, his mind seeming to crash on the spot. What? Not from the Otsutsuki clan? Then who exactly was the man in front of him? The Sage of Six Paths was completely dumbfounded. If Longming really wasn't from the main Otsutsuki family, then what exactly had he been fighting him for? The Sage of Six Paths stood there in a daze for several seconds, unable to recover for a long time. It was not until a crumbling palace in the distance finally gave out and collapsed with a thunderous crash that the Sage of Six Paths jolted awake as if electrocuted. "Hell? You're not an Otsutsuki? Then who the hell are you?" The Sage of Six Paths lost his composure and could not help blurting out a curse. It was not that the Sage of Six Paths was making a fuss. This news was just too shocking. Longming let out a light snort, and his eyes changed back into 3 tomo as he said unhappily, "My name is Uchiha Longming. What do you think I am? Did you not notice from the very beginning that I do not have horns on my head? And I have always regarded the Otsutsuki as enemies. Yet you actually mistook me for those guys." The corner of the Sage of Six Paths' mouth twitched. He had been so focused on Longming's golden Rinnegan that he had not paid attention to anything else. Now that Longming scolded him like this, the Sage of Six Paths did realize that there were many things about Longming that did not resemble the Otsutsuki clan. First, he did not have those special horns. Second, Longming had never displayed the Byakugan from beginning to end. Every pure-blooded Otsutsuki should be born with the Byakugan and blue-white hair. Longming matched none of those traits. He looked exactly like an ordinary human. The Sage of Six Paths' expression turned ugly to the extreme. This time, he had truly made a world-class blunder. He had thought he was eliminating an enemy from the Otsutsuki main family, but it turned out he had been throwing heavy punches at his own ally. This reverse move made the Sage of Six Paths so ashamed and furious that he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it on the spot. But then he thought of his old friend Gamamaru and gritted his teeth as he said, "Even if you're not from the Otsutsuki main family, it's still true that you killed my good friend, the Great Toad Sage, right? How do you explain that?" The Great Toad Sage deserved to die. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. The ninja world has gone through thousands of years of war without ever being unified because it was stirring things up behind the scenes. Longming snorted coldly, his tone filled with extreme disdain for the Great Toad Sage. "It's nonsense. Back then, Gamamaru helped me defeat Mother. Without it, there would not have been the ninja world that came later. Do you know how much it has done for the ninja world? When I was alive, it was already helping me govern the ninja world and maintain peace. The Sage of Six Paths' face turned red. He was extraordinarily enraged by Long Ming humiliating his old friend. You really have the nerve to say that. Long Ming rubbed his forehead. Perhaps it was because of the betrayal by the son, the Sage of Six Paths, that when Otsutsuki Kagaya later created Black Zetsu, she made Black Zetsu so filial. But when it came to the Sage of Six Paths killing his mother, Long Ming could not really say much. After all, if the Sage of Six Paths had not done that, then perhaps he himself would never have been born here. Long Ming pulled back his thoughts and continued, the Great Toad Sage helped you only because doing so served its interests. After all, at that time Kagaya was also its enemy. If Kagaya was not defeated, then its Toad clan would also have perished. As for helping you govern the ninja world, while you were alive, of course it put on a very good act. But after your death, that was no longer the case. It kept waving the banner of maintaining peace, raising so-called saviors and children of prophecy. Every time the ninja world was about to be unified, it would step in and interfere, keeping the ninja world from unifying for thousands of years. Without that fraud of a toad, the ninja world would only become better. As he spoke, a flash of light flickered in Long Ming's eyes. He used Genjutsu to let the Sage of Six Paths see everything that had happened in the ninja world in recent years, as well as the Great Toad Sage's actions. How could this be? After watching it, the Sage of Six Paths immediately turned deathly pale. His body swayed unsteadily, and even the flames burning on him died down. Gamamaru, whom he had always treated as a brother, had actually done such things. He felt like the sky was about to collapse. For all these years, he had been deceived by Gamamaru and toyed with in the palm of its hand. He had even foolishly helped it seal away its natural enemy, the White Snake Sage, and helped it set up the Great Sumeru Samsara Array to protect Mount Mayaboku. He had even been thinking of avenging it after its death. The Sage of Six Paths gritted his teeth in fury and slapped his thigh hard. How did I ever trust that old toad back then? Long Ming rolled his eyes. Even if the Sage of Six Paths slapped his thigh until it broke now, it would still be impossible to change what had already happened. Looking at the Sage of Six Paths, who was filled with unbearable regret, Long Ming snorted lightly and asked, so, do you still have any objection to me killing the Great Toad Sage now? The Sage of Six Paths let out a long sigh and said with a dark expression, what you did was right. That old toad deserved to die. We failed to understand the truth. We were wrong. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths had even changed how he addressed the other side, which was enough to show just how deep his love had been for the Great Toad Sage and how deep his hatred now was. But at this moment, the one whose hatred ran deep was not just the Sage of Six Paths. After hearing the Sage of Six Paths' words, Otsutsuki Tonari at the side was so angry he almost died on the spot. This battle had nearly cost me my life. And now you're telling me it was all a mistake? If Otsutsuki Tonari had not been skewered right now, he definitely would have jumped up and kicked the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths turned his head and happened to meet Otsutsuki Tonari's resentful gaze. It was like the look of someone whose feelings had been cheated by a scumbag. The Sage of Six Paths was also a little embarrassed. He had indeed wronged this descendant of his younger brother somewhat. After all, no matter what, Otsutsuki Tonari had been dragged onto this pirate ship by him. So the Sage of Six Paths braced himself and said, well, Long Ming, look, we know we were wrong now. This really was our fault. I apologize to you here. Could you please spare Tonari's life? When the Sage of Six Paths said this, he also felt a little awkward. After all, they really had attacked Long Ming. If not for Izanagi, then Long Ming very likely would have died here today. Any normal person would feel angry over something like this. Do you think an apology like that is useful? How are you going to account for the losses you brought to my Konoha? So many clan members of the Hyuga clan died. Do you expect me to just let this go? Long Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Amenenuhoko in his hand thrust forward a little more. Otsutsuki Tonari's aura immediately weakened even further, and the Sage of Six Paths hurriedly said, don't make a move. We can talk this out. With my strength, I should still be able to use samsara of heavenly life for those who died. They can all be revived. Then how are you going to account for Konoha's losses? And for the fact that you attacked me? You have to give me an explanation for that too, right? The Amenenuhoko in Long Ming's hand stopped, and he looked at the Sage of Six Paths with slightly raised brows. The Sage of Six Paths was old and shrewd, and he immediately understood what Long Ming meant. Patting his chest, he said, worry about that. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Back when I was alive, I left behind quite a few treasures. As long as you let Tonari go, they are all yours. There are also quite a few Six Paths Sage techniques among them. You will definitely be satisfied. Long Ming gave a slight nod, and his expression eased quite a bit compared to just now. He placed his hand on Tonari Otsutsuki's body, and the healing power of Yin-Yang release immediately poured into Tonari's body. Nourished by that power, Tonari Otsutsuki was finally pulled back from the brink of death. Tage, thank you. Tonari Otsutsuki said weakly. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance from before. After all, his life was in Long Ming's hands. Even if he still had some dissatisfaction toward Long Ming in his heart, there was no way he could express it at a time like this. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I haven't planned on letting you off yet. Long Ming snorted coldly. This was a man who wanted to steal his wife from him. How could he let him go so easily? Tonari Otsutsuki felt bitter inside and looked at Long Ming with difficulty as he asked, Then, what do you want? Before you'll let me go. Long Ming glanced at the Sage of Six Paths, then said flatly, the Sage of Six Paths gave me an explanation. Aren't you planning to give me one too? You're the one who actually made the move, aren't you? Your crime is a lot heavier than his. Tonari Otsutsuki's expression stiffened. Then he gave a bitter smile. I don't have any treasures. Unlike the Sage of Six Paths, who stayed on Earth, the moon was just a barren wasteland. Forget treasures, even going hungry 2 meals out of 3 days was normal. The only thing that could be called a treasure was the Tensigen in Himura's shrine. But only someone with Himura's bloodline could control that eye. If anyone else took it, it would probably only be useful as a lamp. It doesn't matter if you don't have treasure. You can pay with your body instead. After all, I'm not some kind of devil. Long Ming patted Tonari Otsutsuki on the shoulder, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Tonari Otsutsuki instantly shuddered all over. Could it be that the powerful Long Ming actually had that kind of preference? Tonari Otsutsuki's face turned ashen as he said with the resolve to die, Just kill me. I would rather die than submit. Smack! Long Ming directly slapped the back of his head and cursed. What the hell are you thinking? I'm telling you to work for me. From now on, you're my enforcer. If I tell you to go east, you don't go west. If I tell you to eat, you don't get to pick side dishes. Got it? So that's what you meant. Then I agree. Tonari Otsutsuki let out a sigh of relief. He had thought Long Ming was after his body. Although this condition was also somewhat hard for him to accept, it was at least much better than what he had imagined. And in his view, Long Ming was only a human. No matter how long he could live, it would only be a few hundred years at most. If he just endured it, this period of working for him would eventually pass. But what Tonari Otsutsuki never could have imagined was that not only would Long Ming live for an extremely long time, he would also set all kinds of rules and regulations for him. Those rules were so harsh that even capitalists would cry after seeing them, and even Jews would feel ashamed. Of course, all of that was a story for later. After hearing Tonari Otsutsuki agree to his demand, Long Ming slowly pulled the Amenenu Hoko out of his body. As soon as the spear left his body, Tonari Otsutsuki's aura immediately stabilized. The terrifying thing about the Amenenu Hoko was that after striking an enemy, it could continuously destroy and erode the chakra and cells inside their body, suppressing their self-healing ability. Otherwise, a mere piercing wound like that would never have left a 6 paths level powerhouse so weak. Long Ming put away the Amenenu Hoko. His choice to spare Tonari Otsutsuki this time was also the result of careful consideration. First, 6 paths level combat power was indeed extremely important. Tonari Otsutsuki's current strength was actually close to his own. With him around, when the Otsutsuki clan descended in the future, he would at least have a fairly strong helper. Oh, and he had almost forgotten about the Sage of 6 Paths. Although the other party was a bit weaker now, he was still 6 paths level after all, so he could still be of quite a bit of help. Second, Long Ming also wanted to delay the time to go check in on the moon for a while, because he had realized that his recent battles were becoming more and more difficult. In the past, every one of Long Ming's battles had been as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. He did not even need to go all out to casually insta-kill his opponents. Now it was different. In every battle Long Ming fought now, most of his victories were narrow wins. This did not mean the rewards from his check-ins at the corners of his mouth were no longer good, but that after entering the 6 paths level, victory depended more on combat experience and skill in applying techniques. Take Yin-Yang Release for example. Different people could use Yin-Yang Release in completely different ways. Some people could only turn it into rods to hit others with, while others could develop it into ninjutsu. If those two people fought, even though both had mastered Yin-Yang Release, there was no need to say who would win and who would lose. Long Ming believed that everything he currently possessed was not inferior to any 6 paths level fighter. Could even be said to far surpass them. He just had not yet developed it to the limit. Long Ming planned to spend some time properly familiarizing himself with and developing the dojutsu and ninjutsu he currently possessed, and for the time being not obtain any new power. Tonari Otsutsuki's injuries recovered very quickly. The pierced-through hole in his chest soon healed up, and aside from some bloodstains, nothing could be seen. The first order Long Ming gave him was to clean up the battlefield. After all, the Valley of the End was now in complete ruin, and even the statues of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju had been damaged. Tonari Otsutsuki had no complaints about this either. He obediently summoned the puppets he had left and controlled them to clean up the Valley of the End. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to evening. Inside Konoha, several ninjas were standing together casually, chatting. What do you think that sound during the day was about? It was like an earthquake. I was almost scared to death. No idea. It seems the village already sent people to investigate. The last time I heard that kind of commotion was when Lord Longming fought Madara Uchiha. Right? Yeah. Just thinking about that scene still scares me even now. Do you think this time Lord Longming might be fighting someone too? Haha, no way. You're overthinking it. In the entire ninja world today, who could still be Lord Longming's opponent? Unless it's an alien. Everyone was amused by that and started clutching their stomachs as they laughed. But at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened at high speed. One ninja froze for a moment, then raised his head in confusion and said, "Strange. Why did it get dark so fast? Isn't there still a while before the sun fully sets?" The others also raised their heads curiously to check the sky. But the moment they looked, every one of them could not help but hold their breath. A massive space gate had appeared in the sky above Konoha, and a shattered palace was slowly moving out from within it. Above the palace was Tonari Otsutsuki, controlling gravity. The ninja who had been joking earlier stared blankly at the palace and muttered to himself, "Damn. An alien actually really showed up." Otsutsuki Tonari suddenly descended with his palace, and it scared everyone badly enough that Fugaku was already preparing to gather the ninja and launch an attack. Fortunately, Longming showed up in time afterward and explained what had happened, and only then did everyone lower their guard. Even so, the way many people looked at Otsutsuki Tonari was still far from friendly. After all, not long ago he had led people to attack the Hyuga clan. It was only natural for them to still have a grudge in their hearts. Longming arranged for Otsutsuki Tonari and his palace to stay in the southeast corner of the village, a spot fairly close to the inner part of the village. From now on, Otsutsuki Tonari would live there and no longer return to the moon. Although everyone did not have much of a good attitude toward Otsutsuki Tonari, their attitude toward the Sage of Six Paths was exceptionally warm. After all, this was the legendary figure who created the ninja world. Everyone was filled with curiosity about the Sage of Six Paths, and people like Fugaku, Hayashi Hyuga, and Shikakanara personally went to visit him that very day. Even the various forces and clans across the ninja world that only learned of it later all brought gifts and traveled great distances to Konoha, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Sage of Six Paths. During that period, the people coming to Konoha were in an endless stream, and it took several full months before the number slowly started to decrease. The news that Longming had defeated a powerful enemy from the moon also quickly spread through every possible channel until everyone knew about it. Everyone was full of admiration for Longming's overwhelming strength. By now, they were almost numb from being shocked by this kind of news. Every time any news about Longming appeared, it was about him crushing all kinds of powerful enemies. Defeating the allied forces of the 4 great ninja villages and subduing the 3 sacred lands had already been outrageous enough. And now he had even flattened a mysterious powerhouse from the moon. They truly could not imagine what kind of earth-shaking news Longming would bring next. Somewhere in an extremely gloomy underground chamber, Black Zetsu held the intelligence report in his hand, his expression dark and uncertain. "Are you really sure Longming said he wasn't from the Otsutsuki clan? He said it himself?" Black Zetsu looked at the white Zetsu clone beside him with an expression like he was constipated. Hey, you're not joking, right?" The white Zetsu clone rolled his eyes. "I got this information by risking my life. You have no idea how dangerous that battlefield was. 7 or 8 Beyond Kaga level fighters, 3 Six Paths level ones. If I had leaked even the slightest bit of my presence, I would have died without even a trace left." Black Zetsu's expression eased slightly, and he replied in his uniquely low voice, "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this news is a bit too unexpected." Just like with the Sage of Six Paths, the shock of learning that Longming was not from the Otsutsuki clan also hit Black Zetsu like a bolt from the blue. Ever since Madara had been defeated, he had hidden like a rat in this cave nearly 1,000 meters underground. What he had feared was that Longming, as an Otsutsuki, would discover his whereabouts. And in the end, he had scared himself for nothing. At that thought, Black Zetsu could not help clenching his fist and crushing the intelligence report in his hand into a crumpled ball of waste paper. "Heh, Black Zetsu. What should we do next? You already know Longming isn't an Otsutsuki," the white Zetsu clone asked with a smile at the corner of his mouth, resting his chin on his hand. Black Zetsu took a deep breath, tossed the report aside, and said flatly, "Since he isn't from the main Otsutsuki family, then there's no need to fear him that much. His strength is still formidable, but he has no way to wipe us out. Make the preparations. We'll return to the ninja world on a chosen day. I will restart my plan." Black Zetsu's eyes flickered with cold, sinister light. The white Zetsu clone smiled faintly after hearing this. Then his body sank down and merged into the ground once again. On the other side, after the Sage of Six Paths settled down, he did not stay idle either. After resting for 2 days, he began using Samsara of Heavenly Life technique and revived the dead members of the Hyuga clan. Although Samsara of Heavenly Life required the caster's life as the price to activate, For someone like the Sage of Six Paths who was already dead, it seemed there was no way for that effect to take hold. This was probably some kind of bug in the Sage of Six Paths himself. In any case, the many dead members of the Hyuga clan were all successfully revived. Since most of them were not especially powerful ninja, the Sage of Six Paths did not actually consume too much chakra. After the Sage of Six Paths revived the Hyuga clansman, everyone in Konoha respected him even more. As the old saying goes, if there is an elder in the house, it is like having a treasure. And someone as old as the Sage of Six Paths could already be considered a national treasure. As for Otsutsuki Tonari, although the Hyuga clan still remained very dissatisfied with him, after the Sage of Six Paths revived all of the Hyuga clansmen, that dissatisfaction had already faded by quite a lot. After Otsutsuki Tonari voluntarily returned Hanabi's eyes, the Hyuga clan's resentment toward him basically disappeared as well. However, before returning the eyes, Otsutsuki Tonari had still used his own special method to preserve the power of the Sage of Six Paths. As long as he transplanted another pair of Byakugan in the future, Otsutsuki Tonari's strength could be restored to its original state. As for helping Otsutsuki Tonari get a new pair of eyes, Longming naturally handed the matter over to Orochimaru without the slightest hesitation. Because the Byakugan Otsutsuki Tonari required had to be of extremely high purity, and there was no way Longming would let Tonari directly use the eyes of a direct member of the Hyuga clan. After all, both Hinata and Hanabi were very important to him. So Longming planned to have Orochimaru use techniques like cell cloning to cultivate a Byakugan of extremely high purity for Otsutsuki Tonari. Orochimaru seemed quite happy to receive such a task as well. That very day, he eagerly shut himself inside the laboratory and began his research. Longming himself did not stay idle either. He went to find the Sage of Six Paths and asked where the treasures he had left behind back then were hidden. Under the Sage of Six Paths' guidance, Longming passed through a space gate and arrived at the far east of the ninja world, where he found the treasures the sage had once left behind beneath a dragon vein. This was a secret chamber surrounded by burning bronze lamps. Perhaps because no one had come here for too long, everything inside was covered in thick dust. Although the Sage of Six Paths had previously said he had left behind quite a few treasures, after arriving, Longming realized that old man who sold cheats had tricked him. There were fewer than 5 items here in total. One of them, a Six Paths ninja tool that looked something like a copper bell, seemed to have been left too long and had already broken. As a result, all Longming obtained here were 2 Six Paths techniques, 1 secret art, and a weapon resembling a longsword. Longming could not help muttering, "So you're the Sage of Six Paths, huh? And you only left behind this little stuff? Being this poor is seriously embarrassing." If the Sage of Six Paths could hear what Longming was saying right now, he would definitely cough up blood from anger. What was stored here were all powerful secret arts and ninja tools he had personally selected with great care. Ordinary things would never have been placed here. Longming found an open spot in the secret chamber and sat down, then began examining the 2 scrolls of Six Paths techniques in his hands. In the world of Naruto, Six Paths techniques represented power at the absolute ceiling. They were techniques used after ninjutsu was combined with Six Paths power, as well as the fusion of physical and spiritual energy. They were among the peak abilities of the ninja world. It was worth mentioning that not all ninjutsu could fuse with Six Paths power. At the very least, it had to be an S-rank or higher ninjutsu, or a high-level technique such as a Kekkei Genkai, before it could merge with Six Paths power. For example, Rinnegan, Storm Release, and so on. If natural energy was added on top of that, then what was used would no longer be an ordinary Six Paths technique but Six Paths Senjutsu, also called Six Paths Sage Art. This kind of Six Paths Sage Art was often even more powerful than Six Paths techniques. For example, Sage Art, Storm Release Lightfang, and Sage Art, Een Release Thunder Dispatch fell within the category of Six Paths Sage Art. In the original story, Sage Art, Storm Release Lightfang was a Six Paths Senjutsu that could even cut through truth-seeking balls. No matter what, a technique left behind by the Sage of Six Paths should not be weaker than Storm Release Lightfang. Filled with anticipation, Longming opened the 2 scrolls, but after reading through them carefully, his face immediately fell. Of course, it was not because he had seen some nonsense like to master this divine art, first castrate yourself, but because he discovered that he simply could not cultivate either of these 2 Six Paths Senjutsu. These were 2 Six Paths Senjutsu used back when the Sage of Six Paths was still the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. There was one crucial prerequisite for using these 2 techniques. You had to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Damn, isn't that old man of the Six Paths just messing with me? Longming's face darkened as he tossed the 2 scrolls aside. Although Longming really did possess the Ten Tails, he currently had no interest in becoming its Jinchuriki. After all, he could already use Inyang Release, Truth-Seeking Balls, and the like. Keeping the Ten Tails as a summoned beast was actually much more convenient. Wouldn't it be great to throw a Susanoo on it and just smash people directly? Longming rubbed his forehead, then opened another secret technique scroll. This scroll recorded a secret art called the Technique of Interrogation. Longming had not held much hope to begin with, but after reading its contents, His eyes suddenly lit up. Although this secret technique had no offensive power, it was exactly what Long Ming needed most right now. Rather than calling it a secret technique, it would be more accurate to say that it was a rather special summoning contract. This kind of contract was different from an ordinary blood contract. It was formed directly on the soul, and both its effects and restrictions were several times stronger than a normal contract. Most summoning contracts in the ninja world were actually between the summoner and the summoned beast as equals. Some summoned beasts were even so powerful that they would devour their master. For example, Orochimaru's summoned beast Manda in the past would swallow his master without hesitation if the master's strength weakened. But this technique of interrogation was completely different. You could treat it as a master-servant contract. The summoner held absolute power of life and death over the summoned beast, and the contracted beast had no way to resist. It could only obediently follow its master's orders. Long Ming could not help tightening his grip on the scroll. Slightly excited, he said, "This is perfect. With this secret technique, I won't need to worry about the White Snake Sage at all." This technique of interrogation was practically a summoning contract made specifically for a 6 paths level summoned beast like the White Snake Sage. Long Ming put away the secret technique scroll and planned to study it after going back, then head to Ryuchi Cave and completely subdue the White Snake Sage. After reading through all the scrolls, Long Ming turned his gaze to the final sword. From the outside, the sword seemed plain and unremarkable, but if it had been placed in the secret chamber by the Sage of 6 Paths, how could it possibly be ordinary? Long Ming took a deep breath and slowly drew the sword. The moment the blade left its sheath, he instantly felt a chill run down his back as a terrifying killing intent formed into a red tide and came crushing toward him. This was a god-slaying sword. Within that tide made of killing intent, Long Ming seemed to see countless souls who had died tragically beneath this sword. There were Kaga level, Super Kaga level, quasi 6 paths, and even 6 paths level beings who had met their end under this blade. This sword has actually killed more than one 6 paths level expert. Long Ming was startled, but he quickly recovered, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Only a sword like this was worthy of his strength. All this time, Long Ming had never equipped himself with a weapon of his own, because most weapons simply could not meet his combat needs. The enemies he faced now were all top experts at the 6 paths level. In front of people like them, ordinary weapons were as fragile as straw, shattering at a touch. But this sword before him was different. Just holding it in his palm now, Long Ming could already feel a faint sting on his skin, as if he would be cut the next moment. The amount of killing intent contained within the sword was enough to shock even Long Ming. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The red glow on the blade flickered non-stop, as if it wanted to break free from Long Ming's grasp. What an unruly thing. Now that you're in my hands, you still want to run? Long Ming snorted coldly, then fully unleashed the pressure of his 6-tomo Rinnegan. Boom! That terrifying aura instantly destroyed the entire secret chamber, and dust scattered everywhere. Long Ming's right hand clenched the hilt tightly, his muscles bulging and veins standing out, as if he were wrestling a bull. A fine famous sword would choose its own master. If the master's strength was lacking, then they would be unable to control such a blade. The sword in Long Ming's hand was undoubtedly a top-tier famous blade, and one capable of killing 6 paths level beings. Under the full pressure of Long Ming's Rinnegan, the red glow on the sword gradually began to fade, no longer bursting with killing intent like before. In the end, the blade returned to its ordinary appearance. Long Ming let out a breath of turbid air. He knew the sword had acknowledged him. Long Ming raised the sword above his head and carefully examined the blade under the sunlight. This was a very long single-edged straight sword, with a length of 7 chi and 4 cun. It carried a majesty different from ordinary long swords, and the blade itself was relatively slender, while the guard was only 6 cun wide. Near the hilt, the sword's name was engraved. Long Ming softly repeated the name, and then a sharp light flashed in his eyes. No wonder this sword's killing intent was so strong. It turned out this blade was Futsunamatama, one of the 3 sacred swords from myth. Most people might not have heard of Futsunamatama, but if the names of the other 2 sacred swords were mentioned, everyone would definitely know them: the Tatsuka blade and the Kusanagi sword. Futsunamatama was the last of the 3, standing alongside those 2 sacred swords. No wonder I'd never heard any news about this sword. So that old man of the 6 paths had been keeping it all along. Long Ming lovingly stroked the blade, then put it away at his waist. After putting away all the other scrolls as well, Long Ming directly opened a space gate and returned to Konoha. Time was like a river rushing on without end. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The weather in March was bright and full of spring. Looking across Konoha, everything was fresh green. On some hillsides and beneath the large trees, wildflowers were blooming one after another, forming a gorgeous, colorful scene. A few sparrows fluttered in the air, chirping noisily. Pedestrians and ninja on the streets greeted each other, and from time to time, a few students with school bags on their backs could be seen running along the road, all with happy smiles on their faces. Without the disturbance of war or enemy forces, the entire village of Konoha was in a state of harmony, stability, and rapid development. The Ninja Academy alone had expanded by nearly 3 times. Orochimaru's research on Hashirama cells, as well as the special method of awakening the eyes of the Uchiha clan, had helped Konoha cultivate a large number of talented people. Now, the number of Jonin in Konoha was close to 4 times what it had been before. After learning about the threat of the Otsutsuki clan, high-end combat power like Itachi Uchiha and the others in Konoha had also been training harder every day. They wanted to make sure that when the real Otsutsuki clan descended, they would be able to contribute their own strength. Long Ming stood on the Hokage rock, calmly looking at the Konoha ninja village before him, and murmured softly, "Time really does pass fast. I've already completely mastered the technique of interrogation. It's about time to go find the White Snake Sage. I heard she's already grown impatient from waiting during this period." Long Ming slowly stood up and leaped down from the Hokage rock. During this period, he had been training in the technique of interrogation. This secret technique was not as simple as Long Ming had imagined. After all, it acted directly on the soul, so one had to be extremely careful when forming the contract. If he used too much force, it would easily cause the summoned beast being contracted to turn into an idiot. These days, Long Ming had already brought this technique to an extremely meticulous level. He believed he would definitely be able to control it well. However, Long Ming had not gone to Ryuchi Cave right away. Subduing someone was, after all, more difficult than killing them, and he had to be careful not to take the other party's life at any moment. That was a real test of technique. So before going, Long Ming planned to find a few helpers to go with him to Ryuchi Cave and subdue the White Snake Sage, in case he used too much force and killed her outright. This battle was at the 6 Paths level, so naturally, only experts at the 6 Paths level could take part. Long Ming went straight to the outside of Otsutsuki Tonari's palace and said softly, "Tonari, come out and see me." Long Ming compressed his voice into a straight line and sent it into Otsutsuki Tonari's palace. In less than a single breath, with a whoosh, Tonari appeared in front of Long Ming. "Do you have any orders, Lord Long Ming?" Otsutsuki Tonari bowed slightly. After coming to Konoha, Tonari had not forgotten his promise. He had honestly carried out every order Long Ming gave him. Unlike certain old schemers, Otsutsuki Tonari was at least someone who could accept defeat. By now, Otsutsuki Tonari had already recovered his strength. His eyes had once again become the combination of the Tenseigan and the 6-tomo Rinnegan. More than a month ago, Orochimaru had helped Otsutsuki Tonari create a Byakugan through cell technology. According to Otsutsuki Tonari himself, this was an extremely high-purity Byakugan, something rarely seen in his life. "I want you to come with me to Ryuchi Cave. I heard the White Snake Sage has been getting more and more irritable lately. She even injured several ninja we sent there to train in Sage Jutsu. So this time, I'm going to completely eliminate her as a hidden danger. With your Amanaka working together with me, I don't think this will be difficult." Long Ming slowly explained his purpose. After hearing this, Otsutsuki Tonari revealed a look of sudden understanding. Since joining Long Ming's group, he had naturally come to understand the current situation of the entire ninja world. He knew that the only place on Earth that had not yet been completely subdued was the White Snake Sage's Ryuchi Cave. It looks like the White Snake Sage's good days are about to come to an end, Otsutsuki Tonari thought to himself. Then he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Lord Long Ming. I won't disappoint you." Long Ming gave a soft grunt, then raised his palm and waved it at the empty space beside him. "Yamatsu Hirasaka." As the words fell, a pitch-black space gate appeared in the void. Long Ming entered first, and Otsutsuki Tonari followed closely behind. The scenery before the two of them shifted for a moment, and when their vision recovered, they had arrived in the hidden village within Ryuchi Cave. This place was still the same as when Long Ming had come a few months ago, filled with dense natural energy and great snakes everywhere. Although Long Ming had slaughtered quite a few snakes of Ryuchi Cave before, this place did not have only one nest. The missing snakes had quickly been replenished. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing people suddenly appear in Ryuchi Cave, the many giant snakes below all showed vigilance and let out warning hisses. It was as if they were threatening Long Ming with something. "You beasts, shut your mouths." Long Ming barked like thunder, letting out a low shout as he released the pressure of the Rinnegan. Boom! Countless blade-like shockwaves suddenly erupted, sweeping in all directions and spreading through the entirety of Ryuchi Cave. Many of the surrounding rocks were directly sliced cleanly into two by the blade shockwaves. Woo woo woo. Under the impact of that pressure, the giant snakes immediately trembled and no longer dared to hiss at Long Ming. Long Ming ignored these ordinary giant snakes. After scaring them out of their wits, he slowly walked toward the temple where the White Snake Sage lived. At this moment, the temple had already been completely renewed, and Taguriheim and Ichikishimaheim were guarding the entrance. When they saw Long Ming, they could not help but exchange a glance. Both could see the trace of fear unconsciously revealed in the other's eyes. The scene of Long Ming going on a killing spree here a few months ago was still vivid in both of their minds. So much time had passed, Yet this man had actually come again. Oh my, to Lady Heim, long time no see. Long Ming greeted them familiarly, like old friends who had not met for many days. The two divine ladies were speechless. The best thing would be never to see him again for the rest of their lives. But of course, they did not dare say such words out loud unless they were truly tired of living. Long time no see, Lord Long Ming. Tagerheim gave a graceful bow, then carefully asked, Lord Long Ming, may I ask what brings you here? Nothing much. I'm just here to fulfill my agreement with the White Snake Sage. I heard someone has been waiting quite anxiously, so anxious that she took out her anger on the ninja I sent here to train in sage arts. Long Ming cast a meaningful glance at the palace behind Tagerheim. Tagerheim smiled bitterly inwardly. She naturally heard the dissatisfaction in Long Ming's tone. Just as she was about to speak and explain, the temple doors suddenly moved without wind and flew open. From inside came the White Snake Sage's gloomy, hoarse voice. Long Ming, I have waited too long for you. Come in. Long Ming wasn't afraid that the White Snake Sage might try some trick. He brought Tonari Otsutsuki with him and walked straight into the temple. The White Snake Sage was the same as always, her massive body coiled on the throne, a pipe in her mouth, calmly looking at Long Ming in front of her. Long time no see, Long Ming. The one standing behind you. Is that a snack you brought me? The White Snake Sage's expression was indifferent, her snake eyes fixed tightly on Tonari Otsutsuki behind Long Ming. I'm just afraid your teeth won't be able to chew him. This guy is a descendant of Himura Otsutsuki, Long Ming said with a snort. Though in terms of raw strength, Tonari Otsutsuki was indeed still a bit below the White Snake Sage. But that didn't mean Tonari Otsutsuki could be treated as a snack by the White Snake Sage. After all, killing someone at the Six Paths level was no easy matter. The White Snake Sage let out a cold snort and said sinisterly, I was wondering why this brat gave me such an irritating aura the moment he walked in. So he's a descendant of Himura. Anyone related to the Sage of Six Paths deserves to die. To the White Snake Sage, the Sage of Six Paths was exactly the chief culprit who had harmed her for over 1,000 years. So the moment she sensed that unique aura on Tonari, she found it a little hard to suppress her emotions. Long Ming walked straight into the temple. Right now, aside from the White Snake Sage and Tagerheim who served her, there were also some Konoha shinobi here training in Sage Jutsu. For example, Kabuto Yakushi, Kimimaro, and the others. But at this moment, they had been tightly bound and thrown into a corner. When they saw Long Ming enter the temple, all of them immediately made muffled cries for help. Long Ming frowned. A flash of pressure passed through his eyes, and blade shockwaves directly cut all the ropes on their bodies. Only then did everyone regain their freedom. They hurried over to Long Ming's side and began bitterly complaining. Lord Long Ming, you've finally come. This White Snake Sage is too despicable. She had no intention of teaching us Sage Jutsu at all. She was just making us do chores for her. I only asked one extra question, and she restrained me. Yeah, it's too hateful. Lord Long Ming, you have to stand up for us. This old snake has gone way too far. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, their words full of dissatisfaction toward the White Snake Sage. All right, quiet down for a moment. Long Ming raised a hand to stop their noisy complaints. He glanced at the injuries on Kabuto Yakushi, Kimimaro, and the others, as well as the deep rope marks on their arms. Yin-Yang release activated instantly, and a green light covered everyone's bodies. All the injuries on them healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very soon, not a single mark could be seen. White Snake Sage, you had an agreement with me beforehand. You were supposed to help Konoha's shinobi train in Sage Jutsu. Is this how you help? Long Ming spoke lightly, but there was an obvious trace of questioning in his tone. The White Snake Sage gave a cold snort and said unhappily, Humph, you stayed away for so long. How was I supposed to know whether you'd tricked me? If I didn't injure a few brats, you'd probably keep hiding from me forever. So when exactly are you going to help me get what I want? Long Ming ignored the White Snake Sage. Instead, he first opened a space gate and sent all the Konoha shinobi present away, so they wouldn't be caught in the coming battle. Seeing Long Ming ignore her outright, the White Snake Sage's expression immediately darkened, and she shouted sharply, Brat, what exactly do you mean by this? Don't tell me you don't want to help me get the Six Paths staff anymore. If that's the case, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. The White Snake Sage widened her eyes. Terrifying natural energy was drawn into her body, and even the surrounding space twisted from her powerful aura. Humph, White Snake Sage, take a look at this. Long Ming let out a light snort, then opened a space gate and took out the Six Paths staff bearing the sun and moon from within. You already found it? The White Snake Sage's expression changed drastically. She clearly hadn't expected Long Ming to retrieve the Six Paths staff kept by the Great Toad Sage without any guidance. Her attitude immediately made a complete 180-degree turn. The White Snake Sage said with a smile, No wonder I haven't seen you for so long. I misunderstood you, Long Ming. Please give me that staff. After this, I will honestly fulfill my agreement with you. Long Ming glanced at the White Snake Sage indifferently. a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Honestly, I doubt it. I haven't even helped you remove the seal yet, and you already dare to openly lay hands on my people. If I let you break the seal, wouldn't you climb straight onto my head? The white snake sage's face stiffened, and she was extremely furious inside. This Long Ming really deserves to die. Just a brat, and he dares to be so insolent in front of me. I should just kill him and snatch the six-path staff. The thought of taking it by force rose in the white snake sage's heart, but she quickly suppressed it. After all, Long Ming's strength truly wasn't weak, and she wasn't confident she could instantly kill him and seize the six-path staff. And right now, she wasn't facing Long Ming alone. Tonari Otsutsuki standing nearby was also a threat. After thinking for a long while, the white snake sage ultimately gave up the idea of taking it by force. Long Ming, I really did handle the earlier matter improperly. I guarantee that I'll make it up to you properly afterward. Just give me one more chance, alright? The white snake sage's tone was extremely sincere, her expression kind and her smile gentle. If it were an ordinary person, they probably would have been fooled by the white snake sage's words. But Long Ming's gaze remained clear and calm the whole time. Compensate him? Cut the crap. We're all thousand-year-old foxes here, so why play strange tales? The white snake sage's repeated displays of brutality and viciousness had long since let Long Ming see the snake's true nature clearly. She was a cruel, merciless, bloodthirsty creature. Trusting a snake like that, you probably wouldn't even know how you died. That said, Long Ming really did need to undo her seal, because the interrogation technique could only be used to form a contract when the summoned beast was in a normal state. At this moment, the white snake sage was in a sealed state, so it was impossible to use the interrogation technique to form a contract. Alright then, I'll trust you one more time, Long Ming said after a brief silence. Thank you. You really are a good person, Long Ming. The white snake sage's tone was full of relief, and her eyes revealed deep gratitude. Ha ha ha, this dead brat is so easy to fool. Just wait. Once the seal is undone, the first one I'll eat is you. The white snake sage roared continuously in her heart. Long Ming stepped forward until he stood before the white snake sage, gently placed the six-path staff in his hand onto her throne, then formed a hand seal. Release! Long Ming shouted softly. In an instant, the entire throne erupted with boundless white light, illuminating the whole Ryuchi cave as brightly as broad daylight. The six-path staff was slowly absorbed into the throne, and the light filling the entire temple blossomed to its peak. Bathed in that radiance, the white snake sage kept its eyes tightly shut, showing an expression of pure enjoyment. As the glow gradually intensified, the white snake sage's aura also rose step by step. I can feel it. The sage of six-path seal is disappearing. The white snake sage muttered to itself, its tone overflowing with excitement and exhilaration. It had been trapped here for over 1,000 years. Now, the day it could finally regain its freedom had at last arrived. The aura radiating from the white snake sage grew stronger and stronger. Deep beneath the entire temple, waves of rumbling echoed out, and on the white snake sage's throne, cracks like a spiderweb began to appear. Rumble, rumble. As the cracks continued to multiply, the entire throne finally gave out and collapsed on the spot. All the light vanished completely, and the white snake sage also fell from the throne. But the excitement on its face could not be restrained in the slightest. Ha ha ha, wonderful. This sage is finally free again. The white snake sage let out a crazed laugh. Then its body suddenly shot out, smashing through the temple and writhing wildly through Ryuchi Cave. It had been far too long since it had left its throne. The ability to move freely filled it with boundless excitement at this moment. When the other giant snakes of Ryuchi Cave saw that their master could walk out of the temple, they also revealed deeply excited expressions, as if they were happy for their grand ancestor. After venting the emotions of regaining its freedom, the white snake sage returned to the temple once more. At this moment, the white snake sage's laughter gradually faded, and its body transformed into human form as it appeared before Long Ming. Flames burned within its eye sockets, and its voice was slow and measured. Long Ming, I truly must thank you for helping me regain my freedom. I will fulfill my promise and reward you well. Long Ming sneered inwardly again and again, but he asked, Really? Then how do you plan to reward me? The white snake sage threw back its head and laughed. Ha ha ha, of course by taking your life. You damned brat. You killed so many of my descendants before. Now it's my turn to kill you. In a flash, the white snake sage struck without hesitation. Its figure turned into an afterimage and appeared directly in front of Long Ming. Without the slightest hesitation, it unleashed the senjutsu it was best at. Sage art. Soul-stealing snake hand. With a furious shout from the white snake sage, its palm instantly turned pitch black, releasing waves of foul stench as its sharp claws reached for Long Ming's heart. At this moment, Long Ming seemed not to have reacted at all, standing motionless where he was. Scared stupid? Heh. Then just die. A cruel smile appeared in the white snake sage's eyes. It could hardly wait to see the look of utter shock in Long Ming's eyes after it ripped out his heart. Almost at the exact moment the white snake sage touched Long Ming, Long Ming moved. A flash of red light. Long Ming drew Futsanamatama from his waist and, with infinity activated, slashed at the white snake sage's arm with the force of thunder. At the very instant the opponent's attack reached him, Long Ming severed the white snake sage's transformed arm cleanly at the root. With an expression of utter disbelief, the white snake sage let out a miserable scream as blood sprayed like a fountain, and it hurriedly retreated. After part of the gushing blood splattered onto Futsanamatama, the red glow on the blade seemed to become even more vivid. Long Ming did not rush to pursue. Standing where he was, he said leisurely, "White snake sage, if you want revenge, then take revenge. But why did you have to slam into my sword? This Futsanamatama is very sharp. I hope I didn't hurt you just now." Fury. Long Ming's words made the white snake sage's rage instantly reach its peak. A snake could be killed but not humiliated. With Long Ming provoking it like this, if it let Long Ming leave easily today, then the name White Snake Sage might as well be written backward. "Little beast, stop relying on that sharp tongue. I was just careless a moment ago. Take this." With a roar, the white snake sage transformed back into its true form, and the massive white-scaled serpent appeared inside the temple once again. The wound from Long Ming's slash was still on its body. Sage art. White rage technique. The white snake sage gave a low shout, then its stomach suddenly swelled high, while terrifying senjutsu chakra surged wildly within its body. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. The white snake sage opened its gaping bloody maw and spat out a phantom crimson dragon from its stomach, with a purple jewel clutched in its claws. The crimson dragon stopped in midair, then began spinning continuously, merging its entire body into the jewel. The next second, BZZZT. Without any warning, an intense white light mixed with a scalp-numbing sound wave erupted. Long Ming's sight and hearing were both briefly stripped away. The white snake sage, however, relied on a snake's nictitating membrane to block the intense light, allowing it to move and attack freely under these conditions. Sage art. Evil snake swallow. The white snake sage's attacks came one after another. After releasing the white rage technique, it charged at Long Ming again to kill him. This evil snake swallow was one of the senjutsu techniques the white snake sage was most proud of. By biting the opponent's throat, it injected special senjutsu chakra to cause the target's body to necrotize. Even a 6 paths level expert would die instantly if struck by this attack. This terrifying power was obvious. "You think that just because you've sealed my sight and hearing, I can't lock onto your position?" Long Ming let out a soft laugh within the white rage technique. Then he brought his hands together, and the familiar sage markings appeared on his face once again. Under perfect sage mode, Long Ming's perception was instantly raised by a huge margin, and he immediately discovered that the white snake sage was charging straight at him. Without hesitation, Long Ming crouched down and raised Futsanamatama to block the white snake sage's bite. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out within the white rage technique. Long Ming's Futsanamatama and the white snake sage's teeth even scraped sparks into the air. Under these conditions, this little beast can still activate sage mode. The white snake sage cried out in shock, horror appearing in its eyes. Everyone knew that activating sage mode required an extremely high level of concentration. And the white rage technique's additional effect was that the air within a certain surrounding area would vibrate continuously, making the target feel as though every bone in their body were grinding together, even causing their body to go numb. The horror of this technique was such that it could make a person unable to maintain even ordinary ninjutsu. Not to mention achieving the intense focus needed to activate sage mode. There's nothing impossible about it. My sage mode is different from ordinary people's. A mocking smile curved at the corner of Long Ming's lips. Then he activated his monstrous strength and directly hurled the white snake sage's enormous body into the air. Immediately after, with the enhancement of senjutsu chakra, infinity and monstrous strength were unleashed together, and he swung his sword, slashing out dozens of crimson sword waves in succession. That terrifying killing intent made even the surrounding space seem like it could barely withstand it. But this murderous aura did not make the white snake sage afraid. Instead, it stirred up the ferocity hidden in its bloodline. A cold, vicious light shone in its violent gaze, and the senjutsu chakra on its body also erupted to the limit. Senjutsu, jade skin, iron bones. With a sharp shout from the white snake sage, streaks of emerald green flowing light instantly appeared across its body. These streams of light attached themselves to the white snake sage's scales, greatly enhancing its defensive power. This was the white snake sage's defensive senjutsu, created by transforming senjutsu chakra and attaching it to every single snake scale and bone. In this state, the hardness of the white snake sage's skin even surpassed truth-seeking orbs. Dozens of sword chi arrived in an instant and hacked fiercely onto the white snake sage's scales. Clang, clang, clang. These sword flashes, enough to distort space, were all knocked away in a single moment, leaving only a few white marks on the scales. Even Long Ming could not help but reveal a surprised expression at this level of defense. Although his slash just now had not been any sword technique or ninjutsu, even an ordinary 6 paths level expert would never have taken it so easily. This senjutsu of the White Snake Sage was truly no simple thing. At this moment, the effects of the White Rage technique had already ended. Long Ming and the White Snake Sage locked eyes, and both moved at the same time without prior agreement. Senjutsu. Snake Glare Poison Kill. The White Snake Sage opened its huge bloody mouth and directly spat out a massive amount of purple-black mist. Long Ming could clearly see that after this purple-black mist touched the surrounding floor and stone pillars, they rotted away directly like corroded foam. What a terrifying poison. Tonari Otsutsuki's expression changed. At the 6 paths level, most poisons were actually already useless. That was because 6 paths level powerhouses had basically all grasped the mysteries of Inyang release, and their body's recovery ability was on a completely different level from ordinary people. To put it simply, the poison was not as fast as the healing. But the White Snake Sage's poison mist was obviously different. Special Senjutsu chakra transformations had been added into it, making it not only highly toxic, but also capable of suppressing the body's recovery speed. Naturally, Long Ming did not dare be careless. A flash passed through his left eye, and after activating Infinity for defense, he charged straight into the poisonous mist. This guy is actually not even afraid of poison. The White Snake Sage's pupils shrank. It could clearly see that Long Ming had completely ignored its poison mist and was charging in to kill it. That was seriously a bit absurd. Its Snake Glare Poison Kill had once heavily injured that old toad. The White Snake Sage no longer had time to dwell on why Long Ming could ignore its poison mist, because Long Ming had already reached right in front of it. This time, Long Ming was no longer using ordinary slashes. He also attached Amaterasu's black flames to the blade of Futsunamatama, and with Blaze Release, he unleashed hundreds of scorching red-black sword chi. Swish, swish, swish. Bursts of sonic booms continuously rang out through the air. Under these crisscrossing sword chi, the entire temple was hacked until it teetered on the verge of collapse, with dust and broken stones constantly falling from the roof. But the White Snake Sage truly deserved to be called an old monster that had lived for over 1,000 years. Even under such dense sword chi, it still dodged agilely through the temple. It was as if it possessed the ability to predict the future, grasping the path of the sword chi in advance and evading accordingly. Although a few sword chi occasionally managed to hit the White Snake Sage senjutsu, Jade Skin, Iron Bones gave it extremely powerful defense. Even slashes combined with Blaze Release still could not break through its defense at all. The White Snake Sage was very pleased with this. After Long Ming's attack ended, it let out a savage laugh and said, "Hehehe, little beast. Is that all you've got? I don't mind telling you, back then, it was precisely because of this senjutsu Jade Skin, Iron Bones that I was able to survive the joint assault of the Sage of 6 Paths and the Great Toad Sage. With an attack like yours, like scratching an itch, even if you chopped at me for a year, you still wouldn't be able to break this Sage's defense." Long Ming did not refute that. He admitted it quite calmly. "You're right. With just my sword techniques, I really can't hurt you. Even if you stood there without dodging, I wouldn't be able to cut through your scales. Humph. Good that you know. Since that's the case, why don't you obediently come over here and accept your death?" The White Snake Sage stood proudly, its heavy killing intent locking firmly onto Long Ming. Long Ming's expression did not change. Under the White Snake Sage's gaze, he actually took the initiative to put away his blade. Seeing this, the White Snake Sage was first stunned. It thought Long Ming had really believed its words, and it opened its mouth in a ferocious laugh. "Oh my, you're actually quite obedient. Since that's the case, this sage will let you suffer a little less later. Cut the crap. Give you an inch and you forget your own name. Huh?" Long Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he sneered. "I was only using you to test my sword just now. If I had gone all out from the start, you would already died no less than 3 times. Long Ming's words made the White Snake Sage burst out laughing on the spot. Among 6 paths level beings, while it did not dare say its offensive methods were number 1, its defensive methods were absolutely enough to crush most people. With the Jade Skin Iron Bones technique, even if the Sage of 6 Paths came back to life, he would not dare claim he could heavily injure it, much less kill it. "Kid, are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my Ryuchi cave?" The White Snake Sage leaned forward slightly, laughing so hard tears were almost coming out, because in its view, Long Ming's words were clearly nothing more than bluffing. Other than being cut by Long Ming at the very beginning because it had been careless, it had not suffered any injuries from Long Ming at all. If Long Ming had a method capable of killing it, he surely would have used it long ago. Why would he drag things out until now? Long Ming completely ignored the White Snake Sage's mockery. He formed hand seals and said calmly, "Then let us speak with facts." The White Snake Sage put away its smile and said grimly, "Why not? Come." After speaking, the White Snake Sage turned into a white afterimage and directly rushed toward Long Ming to kill him. Senjutsu, Evil Snake Devouring Swallow. The white snake sage opened its huge bloody mouth, as if it wanted to swallow Long Ming straight into its belly. Long Ming grinned. Then he bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Summoning jutsu. Ten Tails. Boom! The entire temple was blown apart, and the Ten Tails' enormous body appeared inside Ryuchi Cave. At this moment, the Ten Tails was neither in the crawling stage of its first form, nor in the gaunt appearance of its second form. Instead, it had entered its changing third form. In this state, the Ten Tails' body had become abnormally robust, several red horns had grown from its head, and it could spit out a giant flower-shaped cannon muzzle from its mouth to fire enormous-tailed beast balls. In this state, the Ten Tails' power experienced a massive leap. The white snake sage's body went completely rigid. Its snake eyes were filled with extreme shock, and cold sweat kept pouring out. This is way too cheating, damn it. The white snake sage kept roaring in its heart. Its massive body looked like a joke in front of the Ten Tails. It was like a jump rope in an adult's hand, completely incomparable. Roar! The Ten Tails opened its huge mouth and let out a roar at the white snake sage. Waves of air slammed into the white snake sage's body again and again. The sound-generated shockwave blasted away all the broken stones and splintered wood from the temple, and the entire Ryuchi Cave echoed with the Ten Tails' furious roar. Hit it! Long Ming gave a calm command. The Ten Tails stopped roaring and threw a punch straight at the white snake sage's position. Boom! The instant the punch shot out, the air exploded on the spot, giving off a sound like a sonic boom. The Ten Tails' body was simply too huge. One punch was like a small mountain, leaving the white snake sage with nowhere to retreat, and it was struck head-on by the fist. The white snake sage let out a shrill scream. The scales it had always been proud of shattered in an instant, and its body was smashed hard into the ground. Even its bones suffered varying degrees of damage. The power of that one punch from the Ten Tails spread through the entire Ryuchi Cave. Every giant snake could clearly feel the terrifying force behind the Ten Tails' punch. Among them, the one who felt it most deeply was naturally the white snake sage. After the Ten Tails pulled back its fist, it painfully slithered out of the massive pit. The scales on its body no longer had the same sheen as before and had become extremely dull. Many scales were simply gone altogether. This was the power of a single punch from the Ten Tails. Compared to just now, the white snake sage's aura had clearly weakened by a lot. After all, the Ten Tails' punch was not something so easy to take. Looks like you can take a beating pretty well. I originally thought that punch would leave you even more badly injured. Long Ming sighed from atop the Ten Tails' head, then said, White snake sage, let me see just how many punches from the Ten Tails you can withstand. The white snake sage's heart trembled, and an emotion called fear gradually began to take over its mind. The next moment, booming sounds rang out through Ryuchi Cave once again. The Ten Tails' fists turned into afterimages, constantly hammering into the white snake sage's body. Scales, blood, and shattered stone flew non-stop through the air. The white snake sage, the founder of Ryuchi Cave, was completely suppressed in front of the Ten Tails, without even the ability to release senjutsu. The energy shockwaves from the Ten Tails' punches swept through the entire Ryuchi Cave, and before long, the place had been reduced to total ruin. Damn it, I really didn't expect this brat to have mastered a power as terrifying as the Ten Tails. The white snake sage's face looked extremely ugly, and it was almost grinding its teeth to pieces. For creatures like them who had lived through Kagaya's era, the Ten Tails was practically a world-destroying horror. Just looking at that enormous body filled the white snake sage with utter despair. I'll die. With my senjutsu, I can't withstand more than a few punches from the Ten Tails. Sooner or later, I'll be beaten to death alive. I finally managed to break the Sage of Six Paths seal. I absolutely cannot die here. Run. The white snake sage made that decision in an instant. There was nothing shameful about this for the sake of survival. If it couldn't win, then it had to run. Knowing full well you couldn't beat the enemy and still fighting to the death anyway, that was an impulse called hot-bloodedness. Snakes were cold-blooded creatures. They liked controlling the situation, using all kinds of methods to leave their prey powerless before swallowing them whole. The white snake sage was the same. It liked bullying the weak and disliked facing strong enemies. If it ran into an enemy it couldn't handle, it would flee immediately. This time you win, Long Ming. We'll meet again sooner or later. The white snake sage viciously threw out a parting threat. Then its body twisted sharply a few times. Right in front of Long Ming, it actually shed a layer of snake skin to evade the Ten Tails' punch, while its true body fled straight into the distance. You run pretty fast. Long Ming rubbed his nose. He had come prepared long before arriving, so how could he possibly let the white snake sage escape his hands so easily? Whoosh! Otsutsuki Tonari, who had been standing to the side, moved. Although he had been watching from the sidelines the whole time, he had actually been paying close attention to the battlefield, waiting for the moment to make his move. Tensigen Chakra Mode. Otsutsuki Tonari gave a low shout. Then green flames suddenly ignited around his body, and he turned into a streak of light as he charged toward the white snake sage. At this moment, The white snake sage was moving at incredible speed, almost about to rush out of Ryuchi Cave in the blink of an eye. And behind it was Otsutsuki Tonari, who had caught up after activating Tenseigan chakra mode. The white snake sage gave a cold snort. Humph, and you think someone this slow can stop me? Even if your ancestor came, he wouldn't dare make such a bold claim. Otsutsuki Tonari was still quite a bit slower than the white snake sage at this point, so the white snake sage had no intention of paying him any attention and flew straight toward the outside of the palace. Otsutsuki Tonari narrowed his eyes slightly. The Rinnegan with 6 tomo in his left eye slowly gave off a faint purple glow. Aminohiko, bind! Otsutsuki Tonari activated all the chakra in his body and gave a light shout toward the white snake sage. Buzz! The white snake sage's body instantly froze stiff in place. No matter how it mobilized the senjutsu inside its body, it could not move an inch. However, Otsutsuki Tonari also suffered no small backlash. A thread of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Teach this, what kind of ninjutsu is this? The white snake sage's face was full of shock and panic, completely unable to understand what had just happened. And during the few seconds it was stunned. Long Ming had already controlled the Tentails to chase after it. The Tentails swung its arm and grabbed the white snake sage in one slap with its massive hand. Long Ming's figure flashed. While the white snake sage was still restrained, he used Yin-Yang release to create a huge black rod and stabbed it directly into the 7-inch point of its body. This was the vital spot for all snakes, equivalent to their heart, the most crucial part. That strike nearly took the white snake sage's life. After its heart was pierced by the black rod, the white snake sage's aura instantly plummeted wildly. It's time. A sharp gleam flashed in Long Ming's eyes. The weaker the white snake sage's condition became, the higher the success rate of the technique of interrogation would be. That was why Long Ming had not hesitated to summon the Tentails and beat it down. After its heart had been pierced, the white snake sage's strength directly fell below 6 paths level, making this the most suitable time to use the technique of interrogation. Long Ming rapidly formed several hand seals. A mass of black chakra immediately wrapped around his arm. Long Ming extended his right hand and placed it toward the white snake sage's head. What are you trying to do? Wait, I'm willing to submit. I admit defeat, don't kill me, don't, Aya. The white snake sage thought Long Ming was going to kill it. It started begging for mercy incoherently. But Long Ming acted as if he had heard nothing and still placed his hand on its head. Technique of interrogation. Activate. Black chakra surged endlessly in Long Ming's hand like a rising tide. His 5 fingers tightened slightly, and his right hand lifted upward. The white snake sage's illusory soul was directly pulled out. Compared to the white snake sage's body, the soul was much smaller, just enough for Long Ming to hold in one hand. With its soul extracted, the white snake sage's eyes rolled white, and its body went limp like a pile of mud in the Tentail's hand. What are you trying to do? Put me back right now, big brother. Okay? I'll call you big brother if that works. Let's talk this out. Don't do anything rash. The white snake sage's soul trembled violently, fear reaching the extreme in its heart. The soul was the most important thing for any living being. If its body was injured, it could at least still recover. But if the soul was injured, or even destroyed, then that truly meant eternal damnation. But how could Long Ming possibly stop what he was doing? He mobilized the chakra in his body and slowly began to erode the white snake sage's soul. The black chakra formed complex runes and curse marks that crawled all over the white snake sage's body, finally forming a black soul contract. At the instant the contract took shape, the white snake sage's fear was calmed, replaced instead by a strange sense of closeness toward Long Ming. And when it looked at Long Ming again, that fierce and sinister gaze had unconsciously turned gentle. See this, what's going on? After noticing the change in itself, the white snake sage was horrified, because it clearly did not want to show such a docile look, yet it had no way to control itself. It discovered that its soul had formed a trace of connection with Long Ming's soul. If Long Ming wanted it dead at this moment, all he needed was a single thought. The white snake sage was so furious it wanted to cough up blood. It had finally obtained the freedom it had always wanted. And yet before it had even made it out the front door, it had already been turned into Long Ming's summoning beast. Damn it all! The white snake sage roared in its heart. If it had one more chance to do this over, it definitely would not have stupidly attacked Long Ming. Looks like it already worked. Long Ming looked at the docile white snake in his hand, deep in thought. He remembered that the art of interrogation had stated that as long as the contract was successfully formed, the summoning beast would strictly obey any command from its master and would never betray him for life. To verify whether this jutsu was truly effective, Long Ming planned to test a few commands. So he picked up a wooden stick and said, "White snake sage, go fetch this for me first." As he spoke, Long Ming tossed the stick into the distance, drawing a graceful arc through the air. "Fetch your..." The white snake sage's face darkened, and it was losing its mind inside. "I'm a snake, not a dog." At this moment, the white snake sage really wanted to jump up and smack Long Ming in the knee. But just as the curse reached its mouth, no sound came out. Instead, it turned into, "This old servant understands. Please wait a moment, master." As it spoke, his body flew out against its will. Before the stick even hit the ground, it bit it in one bite, then flew back and placed the stick in front of Long Ming. What the hell am I even doing? What the hell is going on here? The white snake sage was on the verge of tears. It had no idea what had just happened. Why had it gone to fetch that stick without any control over itself? Not bad. Looks like it really did succeed. Long Ming revealed a satisfied smile, then patted the snake's head and said, "From now on, stay properly in Ryuchi Cave and help Konoha's ninjas cultivate sage mode. If there are any special circumstances, I'll summon you." "I don't want to. I want to go out. You beast. Let me go already." The white snake sage cried out endlessly in its heart. But its face uncontrollably took on a respectful expression as it lowered its head and said, "Please rest assured, master. This old servant will certainly devote everything and die only after doing all I can." Long Ming nodded lightly, then returned the white snake sage's soul to its body. The white snake sage quickly woke up. At this moment, it had already become Long Ming's most loyal servant. "I'll leave this place to you, then. Don't disappoint me," Long Ming said indifferently. Then he opened Yamatsu Hirasaka and, together with Tonari Otsutsuki, returned once more to Konoha. Although the battle just now had been intense, it had not actually lasted very long. The trip there and back had taken less than half a day. Now that the white snake sage matter had been resolved, the entire ninja world could be said to have been completely unified. Whether it was the 5 great nations, neutral nations, or even small countries, sacred lands, and organizations, all of them had fully submitted to Konoha. Even Long Ming, after completing such a feat, could not help but feel his heart surge. But very soon, he remembered the threat of the Otsutsuki clan that was about to arrive. It felt as if a basin of cold water had been dumped over his head, instantly sobering him up. "I still can't afford to be careless. Although every hidden danger in the ninja world has been completely resolved, the truly difficult enemies are still those from outer space. I wonder how many Otsutsuki will come this time." Long Ming pondered inwardly, counting the white snake sage, the slug sage, the sage of 6 paths, Tonari Otsutsuki, and himself. Earth now already had 5 top-tier 6 paths level powerhouses, yet Long Ming still felt it wasn't enough. Because the enemies he was facing were simply too powerful. And the ones Long Ming wanted to fight were not just the Otsutsuki who would come, but also the entire Otsutsuki clan behind them. Even in the original story, this powerful race had only revealed the tip of the iceberg of its strength. And just that tiny fraction was already powerful enough to make one suffocate. So Long Ming wanted to cultivate even more 6 paths level powerhouses to fight the Otsutsuki clan alongside him. Right now, the one closest to the 6 paths level is undoubtedly Madara Uchiha. With just a little help, he can reach the 6 paths level. The others who can still be cultivated are Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, and Obito Uchiha. Long Ming did some calculations in his heart and picked out 5 candidates. Among the people Long Ming selected, each one either had an absurdly powerful cheat or outrageously broken abilities. In short, once these people stepped into the 6 paths level, they could absolutely pin most ordinary 6 paths level powerhouses to the ground and beat them senseless. Time is tight. It's already been several months since the Great Toad Sage leaked the information. The Otsutsuki clan will probably descend on the ninja world before long. I need to gather them all together and put them through intensive training. A gleam flashed through Long Ming's eyes. He decided to gather the 5 current 6 paths level powerhouses on Earth together with the 5 people most likely to break through to the 6 paths level, and give them one-on-one expert guidance. Help them break through to the 6 paths level as quickly as possible. Once he decided, he acted immediately. Long Ming instantly began carrying out his plan. He set everyone's training location inside Otsutsuki Tonari's palace, then opened Yamatsu Hirasaka and went straight to Mount Myaboku. There were many ninjas here training in Mount Myaboku's sage mode, including Naruto. In the original story, Naruto was extremely talented when it came to training in Mount Myaboku's sage mode. He mastered it in just 15 days, so in this life, Long Ming naturally still arranged for him to train here. Man, this is so annoying. Controlling this natural energy is way too hard. Isn't it? I seriously just want to go home and eat ramen. The moment Long Ming landed, he heard Naruto's voice full of complaints. Long Ming's mouth twitched. Maybe it was because he no longer had the kind of tension and sense of crisis from the original story, but in this life, Naruto's progress in training senjutsu was still relatively slow. Still, Naruto did not keep complaining the whole time. After resting a bit, he formed hand seals with both hands again, pulled himself together and tried once more to absorb natural energy. Rib bit. But this time he had obviously failed again. His arms suddenly turned into frog flippers. Tiny bumps grew on them, and his face puffed up directly. Without a word, Long Ming went straight behind him and struck out with one palm, shaking the natural energy Naruto had absorbed right back out of him. Cough, cough. Who was that? Who the heck sneak attacked me while I was training? Long Ming? Why is it you? Naruto angrily turned his head, but when he saw it was Long Ming, his attitude instantly did a 180-degree turn. He spread all 4 limbs and pounced on Long Ming like a facehugger, hugging him tightly in one go. Get off me. I have no interest in messing around with you like that. Long Ming laboriously pulled Naruto off himself and, looking helpless, put him back where he had been. Naruto scratched his head and asked with a cheeky grin, Long Ming, what made you think of coming to see me today? Long Ming did not speak. He simply looked Naruto up and down. At this moment, Naruto had already completely mastered the Nine Tails power, and his strength had leaped to the peak of the Super Kage tier. If he were to completely master Senjutsu as well, then he might break through the limits of Super Kage and reach the quasi-Six Paths level. But to truly advance to Six Paths level, he still had quite a long way to go. Long Ming stretched out his hand and said, I came because I want to take you with me to train together for a while. I will help you and the Nine Tails quickly improve your strength, so you can fight alongside me in the future. After hearing that, Naruto felt a little excited. The last time he had fought side by side with Long Ming was so long ago he could not even remember when. After all, Long Ming's growth speed was just too fast. Even with the help of his Nine Tails cheat, Naruto had still been left far, far behind by Long Ming. Sometimes Naruto truly felt that he probably would never surpass Long Ming in his entire life. But now, Long Ming was actually taking the initiative to help him train. That immediately got Naruto excited. Really? That's awesome. Let's head out right now. Naruto hurriedly got dressed in no time and then stood at Long Ming's side with eager little steps. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Long Ming raised his hand and slowly swept it through the empty air. A pitch-black spatial gate instantly opened. After bringing Naruto to Otsutsuki Tonari's palace, Long Ming immediately rushed to Shikatsu Forest and brought back Uchiha Itachi and a clone of the Slug Sage. Then in Konoha, he gathered Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Sasuke together as well. As for Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Tonari, they were already in the palace, so there was naturally no need to call them again. After gathering all these people together, Long Ming also notified the White Snake Sage to come out. At this point, all 5 Six Paths level powerhouses had assembled. Long Ming looked around, then said calmly, Everyone, I gathered you here today because I want your help training the 5 ninjas in front of you. Their strength has already reached the Super Kage level. I want your help so that before the true main Otsutsuki family descends, all of them can break through to Six Paths level. Ah? This many people? You've got to be kidding, right? Long Ming, do you think Six Paths level is street-side cabbage or something? Hagoromo was immediately dumbfounded. As a veteran Six Paths level powerhouse, Hagoromo knew very well just how difficult it was to reach Six Paths level through one's own ability. Of course, the difficulty here meant under the condition that you were not using cheats. If you were like Naruto and Sasuke in the original story, casually being reincarnations, having Nine Tails chakra, receiving gifts from Hagoromo and stuff like that, then please ignore that statement. Long Ming took a sip of the cool tea served by a puppet and said unhurriedly, Don't get so worked up. Listen to me. Things aren't as hard as you imagine. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Madara are all reincarnations of Indra and Ajura. I'm sure you've already seen that too. Your 2 sons were already Six Paths level when they were alive. It's only a matter of time before Naruto, Sasuke, and Madara enter Six Paths level. And with our help, he will reach Six Paths level even faster. After hearing this, Hagoromo slowly nodded. What Long Ming said was indeed not without reason. He knew his 2 sons very well. Both of them were beings with exceptionally powerful strength. Then what about these other 2? Are they reincarnations of someone too? Otsutsuki Tonari pointed at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito and asked in confusion. Hey, although they aren't, the abilities the 2 of them possess are definitely more terrifying than you imagine. Long Ming placed a hand on Uchiha Obito's shoulder. Then he began introducing him. Obito's Mangekyo is a rare dual spacetime type. It has the dual effects of intangibility and distortion. It can even devour my Yamatsu Hirasaka, and its growth potential is extremely high. You flatter me, Lord Long Ming. Obito replied, flattered. Long Ming then pulled Uchiha Itachi over and continued. Although Itachi's Mangekyo is ordinary, his Susanoo possesses the spiritual weapons Totsuka Blade and Yata Mirror. Once he enters Six Paths level, these 2 divine weapons of his will play an enormous role. Ordinary Six Paths level opponents will be no match for him at all. The weapon of this young man's Susanoo is actually the Totsuka Blade, one of the 3 spirit swords. Truly remarkable. A trace of surprise appeared in Hagoromo's eyes. He no longer looked down on Uchiha Itachi and the others in the slightest. Even some Six Paths level powerhouses had never possessed these mythical spiritual swords and divine weapons. However, this type of divine weapon could only display its true power after entering Six Paths level. At the Super Kage tier, it was impossible to bring out the true might of divine weapons. After Long Ming's analysis, The several Six Paths level beings all developed strong interest in Uchiha Itachi and the others, and decided to follow Long Ming's arrangements and do their utmost to help them break into Six Paths level. Each of them took one disciple. Long Ming was responsible for guiding Uzumaki Naruto. Hagoromo was responsible for guiding Uchiha Itachi. Otsutsuki Tonari was responsible for guiding Uchiha Madara. The Slug Sage was responsible for guiding Uchiha Obito, and the White Snake Sage was responsible for guiding Uchiha Sasuke. 8 people and 2 beasts began a day and night training plan without pause. Time passed quickly. In what felt like the blink of an eye, it was already the middle of June, the height of summer. The moon of the summer night hung high in the sky, its light shining over the land of the ninja world. The wind blew in waves, and the leaves swayed together with the moonlight. Everything in Konoha seemed so quiet and peaceful. The moon is really full tonight, a Konoha ninja on guard duty said with a sigh as he looked up at the moon. Life has really been pretty laid back lately. There's no war anywhere in the ninja world, and even mission requests have gotten fewer. Honestly, I'm starting to feel a little too idle, a young ninja beside him said with a grin. The ninja who had spoken earlier smacked him right on the back of the head and laughed as he scolded. You brat, you actually want a war? These peaceful days didn't come easy. You should be thanking Lord Long Ming. The young ninja covered his head in pain. I was just joking. Who would want war? Let us enjoy the moon, enjoy the moon. But no one knew that at this very moment. 3 extremely strange-looking figures were standing on the moon. One of them stood at the very front. He had pale skin and gray-white long hair, no eyebrows, and 2 round dots on his forehead. He had 2 hard horns on his head shaped like rabbit ears curving forward. His eyes were Byakugan, and he wore noble-like clothes, high wooden clogs and a feather robe. This man was Otsutsuki Momoshiki, one of the high-ranking members of the Otsutsuki sent to Earth this time, and also the overall leader of this mission. The other 2 both stood behind him. One of them had pale skin and gray-white long hair. He had no eyebrows, and a single hard horn on his head that tilted upward toward the upper left. His eyes were Byakugan. He wore white clothes, with the outfit covering the right side of his face. He was over 2 meters tall, with an enormous build, and his tree-like thick arms seemed to hold overwhelming power. A coat that dragged from his back all the way to his heels covered his body. He was Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Momoshiki's direct subordinate. The last one also had pale skin and blue-white long hair tied in a high ponytail. He had no eyebrows, 2 round dots on his forehead, and 2 horns on his head shaped like forehead protectors. His eyes were Byakugan. He wore white, carried a red glowing fish basket on his back, and held a red glowing fishing rod, looking just like some kind of fisherman. Don't underestimate this guy. He was Otsutsuki Urashiki, a being who had easily defeated Tonari Otsutsuki in the original story, and that red glowing fishing rod of his could easily hook away other people's chakra. We finally arrived. This should be the planet where Kaguya is, Otsutsuki Kinshiki said with a sigh. TSK. This is exhausting. Why the hell is this place so far from our planet? Even using Yamatsu Hirasaka to travel was this much trouble. Don't you think so, senpai? Otsutsuki Urashiki complained with a dissatisfied face, grumbling non-stop at Momoshiki. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stood quietly on the moon without speaking. After several months of travel, they had finally rushed here from a distant alien planet to the skies above Earth. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Earth below him, deep in thought, as if he had sensed something interesting. How strange. Logically speaking, Kaguya lost contact a long time ago, and Maishiki and Luanshiki were already killed by unknown natives. So why am I sensing the Ten-Tails chakra? Could it be that the natives on Earth revived the Ten-Tails? Otsutsuki Momoshiki murmured softly as he looked toward Earth. The Otsutsuki clan had cultivated divine trees for many years, so they were naturally more familiar than anyone with the aura of the Ten-Tails. After Long Ming usually finished using the Ten-Tails, he would place it back in the underground cave beneath the Land of Fire, which was Madara Uchiha's old lair. Even with layer upon layer of obstacles in between, it did not affect Otsutsuki Momoshiki's perception in the slightest. Otsutsuki Urashiki rested a red fishhook behind his back and said with a teasing smile, "Who cares? Senpai? Our mission is to recover the chakra fruit. If that's really the case, wouldn't that save us trouble instead? We can just go over there and feed Kinshiki to the Ten-Tails to plant the divine tree." Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Hearing Otsutsuki Urashiki say he would be fed to the Ten-Tails, Otsutsuki Kinshiki actually looked extremely calm, as if this were only natural. That was because the Otsutsuki clan normally used exactly this method of offering a living sacrifice to the Ten-Tails to make it rapidly grow into a divine tree. Usually, this task was carried out by a lower-status Otsutsuki, a guardian. After the Ten-Tails devoured the Otsutsuki, it could rapidly grow into a divine tree, while the other person would guard the divine tree's growth until it bore a chakra fruit. Of course, the Otsutsuki clan was not just stupidly sacrificing themselves. If planting one divine tree meant one Otsutsuki had to die, then this race would probably have gone extinct long ago. Before being sacrificed, The Otsutsuki chosen for sacrifice would search for a suitable vessel and plant a karma into it, then later reincarnate and revive through the karma, though the price was losing their personality and freedom for a long time. To put it simply, they would take over someone else's body. Anyway, they would not truly die. Otsutsuki Momoshiki neither agreed nor disagreed with Otsutsuki Urashiki's words. He only added, "Don't forget, our mission is not just to recover the chakra fruit. The higher-ups also ordered us to wipe out all life on this planet. That is the main mission." Otsutsuki Urashiki curled his lips and said with some disdain, "Senpai, they're just a bunch of trash natives. There's no need for you to act. I alone can slaughter every last one of them. Hey, you'd better put away that careless attitude of yours. Don't forget, my Shiki and Luanshiki died on this planet. Do you think the two of them were weaker than you?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki asked with narrowed eyes. Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression stiffened. He scratched his head and said with an awkward laugh, "Your lesson is right, senpai. Then what do you think we should do next?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki's gaze turned deep and distant as he said calmly, "I had originally planned to gather some intelligence first, but now that we've already discovered the Ten Tails, there's no need for that anymore. We'll split up. You two go kill all the natives on this earth. I'll go recover the Ten Tails. Remember, the order from the higher-ups is to leave no one alive. Since they killed members of our Otsutsuki clan, then everyone on this planet will be buried with them." "Yes, sir." After hearing that, Otsutsuki Kinshiki responded with great respect. "Got it, senpai. I'll make sure to enjoy the process of killing them all," Otsutsuki Urashiki said in a strange tone, then raised a hand and waved it through the air. A pitch-black space portal immediately appeared before them. Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki stepped into the space portal together, while Momoshiki directly descended toward Earth. At this moment, Long Ming and the others still had no idea that the Otsutsuki clan had arrived. Right now, they were still sparring in the mountain range more than a dozen kilometers away from Konoha. If you wanted to enter the Six Paths level, theory alone was not enough. You also needed a great deal of actual combat. So every so often, Long Ming would bring them out to the mountains far from Konoha for sparring. Of course, this was also for the sake of Konoha's construction budget. After all, once Six Paths level fighters started fighting, even if it was only sparring, the sheer destructive power would still be enough to wipe out the village. Boom! 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 Terrifying roars and the sound of energy shockwaves spreading kept coming from the mountains. "Madara, be careful." Long Ming let out a hearty laugh, raised the Futsunamatama in his hand, and slashed out 2 crescent moon blades. The terrifying sword energy instantly tore through the air and howled toward Uchiha Madara in the distance. Whoosh! Uchiha Madara did not panic. He responded calmly as 2 black truth-seeking balls appeared around him. With a circular motion of his hand through the air, the truth-seeking balls immediately wrapped tightly around him. Long Ming's attack arrived in the blink of an eye, and the crescent moon blades slammed hard into the truth-seeking balls. Since Long Ming had not added Senjutsu chakra at this moment, the sword energy he unleashed was instantly nullified by the truth-seeking balls. Long Ming smiled faintly, gripped the Futsunamatama, and charged forward to engage Uchiha Madara in close combat. Uchiha Madara showed no fear either. He took out his war fan and directly clashed with Long Ming. For a moment, the scene was explosive, and Long Ming and Madara fought evenly. That's right. After several months of bitter training, Uchiha Madara had finally grasped all the mysteries of Inyang release and became the first man among them to step into the Six Paths level. After entering the Six Paths level, Uchiha Madara's strength had improved tremendously. As long as Long Ming did not use the Ten Tails, the Golden Six-Tomo Rinnegan, or Perfect Sage Mode, Madara could fight him to a standstill. Right behind him were Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke, who had been given special training. In this life, the Sage of Six Paths had once again divided his power between Naruto and Sasuke. Since he did not have much chakra left to begin with, after giving his chakra to Naruto and Sasuke, the Sage of Six Paths strength completely fell out of the Six Paths level. But this was also a good thing. After all, among everyone present, the Sage of Six Paths was the only one without a physical body. If he were forced to fight, there would more or less be limitations. On top of that, the Sage of Six Paths really was old. Trading one aged Six Paths level fighter for 2 strong and vigorous Six Paths level fighters was undoubtedly a very worthwhile deal. The last ones to enter the Six Paths level were Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. They had only recently broken through to that level. Although they could not compare to Madara and the others in speed, their strength was not weak, especially Uchiha Itachi. Even Long Ming would be wary of his Tatsuka blade and Yata mirror. At the center of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara, who was in the middle of fierce combat, suddenly leaped back and retreated into the distance. Stop, stop, stop. I'm done. I'm not fighting anymore. That sword of yours is way too cheap. Even though it can't break the truth-seeking balls, its killing intent can still pierce into my body. I admit defeat. Uchiha Madara shot Long Ming a resentful look, then plopped down onto the air. Long Ming laughed helplessly when he heard that. This was one of the abilities of the Futsunamatama that he had only recently discovered. Without even needing to make contact, it could send killing intent through another person's body and interfere with the flow of their chakra. Even someone as strong as a 6 paths level fighter would find the chakra flow in their body slowing to a crawl like a turtle if the battle dragged on long enough. Lord Long Ming's strength is getting more and more terrifying. He'll probably surpass the 6 paths level before long, right? Uchiha Obito, who was watching from the side, said with envy. The sage of 6 paths shook his head and said calmly, "It's not that easy. After reaching the 6 paths level, improving even a tiny bit becomes as hard as ascending to the heavens. When I was young, I had already reached the peak of the 6 paths level very early on, but even after exhausting my entire life, I still couldn't break through that realm." No one refuted him. After entering the 6 paths level, they had indeed discovered the same thing. Once you reached this realm, trying to improve further became incredibly difficult. Unless you were like the Otsutsuki clan, eating pills and chakra fruits every day, staying at this level for your entire life was perfectly normal. We don't need to become too powerful. As long as we can properly protect the village and protect the people important to us, that's enough. As Uchiha Itachi spoke, he gave Sasuke a gentle look. Even though his younger brother had now become so strong that he had even surpassed him, Itachi's doting love and protectiveness toward Sasuke had not diminished in the slightest. Sasuke was no longer the child he used to be, so when he heard Itachi's words, he turned his head aside and replied, "I don't need my brother's protection. I've become very strong now. I can protect myself and I can even protect my brother and father too." Itachi smiled faintly and did not deny Sasuke's words. By then, Long Ming had already put away the Futsunamatama and slowly descended from the sky with a smile. "Looks like today's sparring ended early, so let's head back to the village sooner." The moment Naruto, who was squatting in the corner, heard that, he jumped up in excitement. "Really? That's great. Then let's hurry back. I was planning to go to the breakfast shop before dawn to buy breakfast for Sakura." Long Ming's mouth twitched. "You really can simp. The only question is whether you can defy fate and simp hard enough to steal Sakura away from Sasuke. Let's go." Long Ming ignored Naruto and casually opened a space gate leading back to Konoha. Everyone filed in one after another, and when the space gate closed, the entire valley fell silent once more. Konoha. The pitch-black sky looked heavy and gloomy. Dark clouds hung low, blocking out the bright moonlight and shrouding the entire village in the ominous feeling of a storm about to break. How weird. Where did these clouds come from? They even blocked my moon. The young ninja assigned to guard the young master grumbled and plopped down onto the rooftop. "Stop sitting around. Lord Long Ming and the others should be back from training soon. If they catch us slacking off, they'll definitely deal with us." The ninja beside him kicked him a few times. The young ninja laughed. How could they be back that soon? Usually they don't return until before dawn. "Let me rest for a bit." Just as he was speaking, a pitch-black space gate appeared in the sky. Everyone in Konoha knew that this was Long Ming's signature space-time ninjutsu. The ninja who had just been talking hurriedly sprang to his feet and respectfully shouted toward the space gate. "Welcome back. You must have worked hard." Lord Long Ming. When his voice fell, however, no response from Long Ming came from ahead. Oh no. Lord Long Ming must be angry. He definitely saw me slacking off just now." The young ninja smiled bitterly in his heart, but when he looked up, intending to explain himself, he froze. Because the one who walked out of the spacetime gate was not Long Ming. Instead, it was a strange man dressed in white, carrying a red glowing fish basket on his back, holding a red glowing fishing rod, with a sinister smile on his face. Seeing a completely unfamiliar face, the few ninja guarding the village all looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Who is that? Did Lord Long Ming bring back a newcomer? He's from the Hyuga clan, right? Those eyes are the Byakugan, but I don't think I've ever seen him before. Could he be an illegitimate child? He looks so weird. He's even carrying a fishhook on his back. Don't tell me he came to fish in the middle of the night. The crowd murmured among themselves, their gazes toward Urashiki full of curiosity and doubt. Otsutsuki Urashiki glanced around, then suddenly let out a strange gegegei laugh. "Interesting. The natives here don't seem afraid of us at all. Do you think we just look too friendly, Kinshiki?" Otsutsuki Urashiki asked with a grin. Behind Otsutsuki Urashiki, the massive Otsutsuki Kinshiki slowly stepped out and said in a hoarse voice, "It doesn't matter. I will make them understand what fear and terror truly are." Bovegot. As he spoke, chakra surged through Kinshiki's body, and the red ring behind him emitted streak after streak of crimson light. This ring was actually a unique weapon Kinshiki had inherited from his forebears. It could create all kinds of different weapons from within in great numbers, and each one, when fully unleashed, possessed terrifying power capable of splitting the sky and the earth. Right after that, a massive red axe suddenly appeared from the ring and was firmly gripped in Kinshiki's hand. "Are you ready to welcome death, you inferior creatures?" Kinshiki's cold gaze fell upon the people below. At this point, no matter how slow the Konoha guards were, They could tell that the ones before them were enemies, not allies. Especially when Kinshiki released his chakra, they could feel a sense of impending disaster from him. Report to the village, now. Enemy attack. Set up the formation. Before reinforcements arrive, we have to hold this fatty back. Several Konoha ninja immediately shouted. From several directions, they surrounded Otsutsuki Kinshiki together, preparing to use the three-directional seal. A bunch of trash. How could you possibly stop me? Otsutsuki Kinshiki let out a disdainful snort. Then his figure moved like lightning as he slammed straight toward the nearest Konoha ninja. Bang! With a muffled sound, the nearest Konoha ninja's body was smashed directly into several pieces. His bones shattered into fragments, blood splattering across Konoha's wall. That Konoha ninja still had his eyes wide open, revealing the terror he felt before death. Otsutsuki Kinshiki still wasn't satisfied. He grabbed the ninja's head and gave it a light squeeze. The ninja's head was crushed as easily as a watermelon in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's hand. Blood mixed with fragments of skull slowly dripped down through the gaps between Otsutsuki Kinshiki's fingers. By the time the other ninja reacted, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had already charged at them once more. Everyone, be careful. This guy is terrifying in close combat. The lead ninja's face had gone completely pale as he stared at Otsutsuki Kinshiki in horror. Heh. Otsutsuki Kinshiki let out bursts of hoarse cold laughter. His figure moved like a ghost, rampaging wildly across the battlefield. Boom boom boom. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was unstoppable, smashing every ninja in his path into clouds of blood. The lead ninja had never imagined that Otsutsuki Kinshiki would be this terrifying. He, an elite jonin, couldn't even see the other's movements clearly. The gap was simply far too great, so he roared with all his strength. The enemy is terrifying. Do not engage him head-on. We are no match for him either. Retreat at once and find a way to inform Lord Longming. Understood. The few remaining Konoha guards also understood the severity of the situation. After throwing out several smoke bombs to create confusion, they immediately tried to flee. Mere inferior life forms, and you think you can run in front of me? Otsutsuki Kinshiki said flatly. Then the veins around his pupils bulged, and through the smoke, his Byakugan easily saw the positions of everyone trying to escape. Bang! 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 Several more muffled sounds rang out. Without question, those fleeing ninja had all died. The lead ninja had no time to grieve. He continuously used the body flicker technique, wanting to hurry back and report to the Hokage. After a few flashes, his figure had already reached several hundred meters away. Just as he thought he was safe, a crimson fishhook suddenly whipped over from behind him. Like a sharp blade, the fishhook easily sliced through the ninja's body, the hook sinking deeply into flesh. Otsutsuki Urashiki's fishing rod was a rod created through yin-yang release, and within it resided the outer path power of the Rinnegan. In battle, it released red glowing fishing line and hooks. The line could immobilize opponents, while the hooks could instantly fish away the chakra and jutsu of whoever was pierced. The fishing rod could also be used to pierce the opponent's body. Oh my, it'd be too sad to part right after meeting, wouldn't it? At the very least, you should leave something behind. Otsutsuki Urashiki wore an evil smirk, then sharply reeled in the hook. A blue ball of light was pulled out from the ninja's body. It was all of this ninja's chakra. After losing his chakra, the ninja seemed to become completely weakened. He dropped straight to his knees, not even having the strength to lift a finger. Otsutsuki Urashiki did not kill the ninja. Instead, smiling, he controlled the red glowing fish basket behind him and placed the fished-out ball of light inside. Like the red glowing fishing rod, this fish basket was also created through yin-yang release, and it could store the chakra and jutsu that had been fished up. In battle, it could also amplify the power of the stored jutsu and fire them back. There were two methods: directly releasing the technique from the fish basket, or taking it out by hand and throwing it at the enemy. Simple and brutal. Less than 1 minute after Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki descended, they had completely wiped out Konoha's guard unit responsible for defense. Otsutsuki Urashiki sneered. I told you there's nothing to fear from the natives of this planet. They're pitifully weak. Momo is just too suspicious sometimes. Otsutsuki Kinshiki casually tossed the corpse of the Konoha ninja in his hand aside, stood beside Otsutsuki Urashiki and said, Leave the task of destroying this village to me. After all, my power is better suited for times like this. Hey, I don't really care. I'll go in and see if there are any fellows with relatively strong chakra. After you. Otsutsuki Urashiki tucked the fishing rod behind him and floated into Konoha. Otsutsuki Kinshiki stood in place. Then, his left eye actually began to show a vortex-like distortion. This was the phasing Byakugan unique to Otsutsuki Kinshiki. As the spatial vortex contracted and expanded, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body appeared in front of the Hokage building. This was the location closest to the center of Konoha. Otsutsuki Kinshiki planned to destroy Konoha in a single strike right here. He spread his 5 fingers and raised his hand high, gathering chakra at his fingertips before releasing it in the form of red flames. That tiny flame contained extremely massive energy. Otsutsuki Kinshiki shouted in a deep voice, then directly slammed his palm, burning with 5 red flames, into the ground. Boom! A terrifying wave of chakra instantly exploded beneath the ground of Konoha, with power no weaker than a man-made magnitude 10 earthquake. The air exploded, and ripples in space continuously spread outward from Otsutsuki Kinshiki's palm. In an instant, the entire Konoha sensed the violent tremor. People rushed out of their houses one after another, their faces filled with shock. At this moment, although some of the village's top experts were absent, Kakashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others had not left. The moment they sensed the tremor in the village, their expressions changed drastically, and they moved into action immediately. But how could Otsutsuki Kinshiki possibly give them a chance to react? He pushed the chakra in his body to the limit and crazily bombarded the underground of Konoha, as if he wanted to destroy the entire village in one blow. This is bad. There's no time. Looking at the ground around them constantly cracking apart and the buildings on the verge of collapse, everyone's faces filled with despair. However, at this critical moment, Long Ming's space gate opened above Konoha. Hearing the rumbling in his ears and the panicked voices of Konoha's many villagers and ninja, Long Ming leaped out of the space gate without a second thought. Otsutsuki clan? You've got some nerve. With an angry shout, Long Ming landed on the ground and immediately saw Otsutsuki Kinshiki continuously driving chakra into the earth, subduing demons, bearing the heavens. Long Ming's left eye flashed as he directly activated the 6-tomo Rinnegan. Along with the violent surge of eye power, Long Ming also punched straight into the ground. Boom! Dust instantly billowed up from the ground, and half of Long Ming's arm sank deeply into the earth. Long Ming drove his eye power into the underground, where it collided with Otsutsuki Kinshiki's Kagetsuchi. The tyrannical power of decomposition directly broke down Otsutsuki Kinshiki's continuously exploding chakra into natural energy. Once decomposed, Kagetsuchi naturally lost its destructive power, and the earth-shaking tremor stopped abruptly in an eerie fashion. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's pupils shrank slightly, and there was some surprise in the way he looked at Long Ming. Actually, it wasn't just Otsutsuki Kinshiki. All the ninja and villagers of Konoha were shocked as well. Just now, they had all felt the illusion that Konoha was about to be destroyed again. Fortunately, Long Ming descended like a divine soldier once more and stopped Otsutsuki Kinshiki's jutsu. Lower creature, your body carries the aura of the Ten Tails. Could it be that you were the one who killed Maishiki and Ranshiki? Otsutsuki Kinshiki narrowed his eyes and slowly asked, Maishiki and Ranshiki? Long Ming frowned slightly, then thought of the 2 unlucky fools who had died at the hands of the great Toad Sage. He replied calmly, I wasn't the one who killed them, but I really wish I had been. You're not the only one from the main Otsutsuki family here, are you? After all, you're just a guardian. Where is Mamashiki? You know us? How is that possible? Where did you hear our names? Otsutsuki Kinshiki's pupils contracted sharply as he cried out in disbelief. Long Ming crossed his arms over his chest and said mockingly, Nothing impossible about it. I don't need to hear it from anyone. I know almost everything about your Otsutsuki clan. Humph, cut the crap. After a brief moment of shock, Otsutsuki Kinshiki returned to normal and said with certainty, You must have extracted it from Maishiki and Ranshiki through interrogation. Since you know so much about our Otsutsuki clan, there's only one path left for you, death. As he spoke, killing intent flashed in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's eyes, and he once again took out the giant red axe in his right hand. That's exactly what I want to say to you. Attack our Konoha, and there's only one path left for you too, death. Long Ming spoke calmly. His voice rang through heaven and earth, and his even tone made it sound like he was talking about something utterly insignificant. But everyone present could feel an invincible aura in his words. Even Otsutsuki Kinshiki could not help but freeze for a moment. Then his gaze turned extremely solemn. He knew the man in front of him would not be easy to deal with. At that moment, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had entered the village, noticed that Kagetsuchi had stopped and hurried over without pause. He just happened to see Long Ming and Otsutsuki Kinshiki facing off, and an interested expression appeared on his face. TSK, what powerful chakra. That's really rare. If I could fish out his chakra too, my fish basket probably wouldn't even be able to hold it all. Hehe, Kinshiki, wait for me. As he spoke, Otsutsuki Urashiki's figure flashed, and he directly inserted himself between the two of them. Such delicious chakra. How could I let you enjoy it all by yourself? Let me savor it too. With full respect. Otsutsuki Urashiki licked his lips, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. The way he looked made it seem as if he had just seen some grand feast. That works too. The two of us can attack together and deal with this lower creature. I suspect he's the native who killed Maishiki and Ranshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki said in a low voice. Oh, it's him? Otsutsuki Urashiki showed a bit of surprise when he heard that, then put away some of his casual attitude and became serious. If it's him, Then this guy's strength should have reached the peak of 6 paths level 2. Otsutsuki Urashiki took out his fishing hook, then spread his hands and said, "Sorry, Earthling. Don't say we're bullying you with numbers. A planet like yours just can't produce too many strong people. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being an Otsutsuki." After speaking, Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki each flashed forward, surrounding Long Ming from the front and back. Faced with the encirclement of 2 6 paths level enemies, Long Ming remained completely calm. He rubbed his nose and chuckled softly. "I won't blame you, but it seems you've gotten one thing wrong. This is Konoha. If anyone's bullying with numbers, it should be us." Otsutsuki Urashiki was amused by Long Ming's words and sneered. "Please, I'm talking about strong people, okay? In your village, other than you, there isn't even one person at pseudo 6 paths level. Even if you had 10 times more people like that, it would still be useless." "Really? But what if it's like this?" Long Ming clapped his hands, and several extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared from the space gate above. Otsutsuki Tonari, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Obito, Naruto Uzumaki, Katsuyu Sage, White Snake Sage, and the Sage of 6 Paths all flew out of the space gate. The moment they appeared, they split into 5 directions and counter-surrounded Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki. The 6 Paths level auras radiating from them distorted the surrounding space. Long Ming crossed his arms over his chest and said calmly, "Blame us for bullying you with numbers. After all, your Otsutsuki clan specializes in producing strong people. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being an Otsutsuki." The mocking smile completely disappeared from Otsutsuki Urashiki's face, replaced by an extremely dark and ugly expression. Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki sensed the auras of a full 9 6 paths level experts around them, and their expressions turned as ugly as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Damn it, where the hell did this planet get so many 6 paths level fighters? What kind of scam is this? Otsutsuki Urashiki was just about ready to roar. In the past, they had visited planets with 6 paths level experts before, but normally there were only 1 or 2. On slightly stronger planets, there might be 4 or 5. But 9 6 paths level experts was simply outrageous. Beside him, Otsutsuki Kinshiki stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Urashiki, let us pull back first. The enemy side is too strong, and Lord Momoshiki isn't here. We can't force this." Otsutsuki Urashiki was not the type to act recklessly. The moment he sensed the auras everyone was giving off, he already had the intention to retreat. The people here were indeed very strong, but both he and Otsutsuki Kinshiki had mastered extremely powerful spacetime ninjutsu. Leaving this place would be as easy as flipping a hand. "You're right. We retreat. We'll wait until little Momo finishes recovering the 10 tails first," Otsutsuki Urashiki said very calmly, then prepared to open Yamatsu Hirasaka and leave. But while the speaker had no such intention, the listener took note. Urashiki's words immediately exposed Momoshiki's whereabouts. When he heard that the other side intended to recover the 10 tails, the killing intent in Long Ming's eyes grew even heavier. With the Otsutsuki clan's usual methods, once they obtained the 10 tails, they would definitely plant the god tree on this planet again. That was the very last thing Long Ming wanted to see. At that moment, a space portal appeared behind Otsutsuki Urashiki. Just as Urashiki was about to step into it, Long Ming did not even lift his eyelids as he said, "Obito, stop them." "Yes, Lord Long Ming." Uchiha Obito gave a slight nod, then raised his head and fixed his gaze on the space portal in the distance. "Kamui!" With a low shout from Uchiha Obito, a vortex-like distortion suddenly appeared where the Mangekyo in his left eye focused, directly swallowing the portal opened by Yamatsu Hirasaka. Urashiki, who had just lifted his foot, hurriedly pulled it back. If he had been even a step slower, he might have been caught in Kamui as well. There's actually someone among these natives who can use spacetime ninjutsu of such a high level? Otsutsuki Urashiki was both shocked and furious, and a trace of seriousness appeared in the way he looked at Obito, because as long as Obito was here, there was no way he could rely on Yamatsu Hirasaka to retreat. Otsutsuki Kinshiki noticed the same thing as well, though he did not know whether the other side's ninjutsu specifically countered their own spacetime ninjutsu. Since Otsutsuki Urashiki could not leave, he would not leave alone either. "I'll leave these 2 to you. I'm going to guard the 10 tails," Long Ming said flatly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a space portal opened again, and Long Ming stepped straight into it. Seeing this scene before him, Otsutsuki Urashiki below broke into a cold sweat. Had he just leaked some important information? Forget it. Even if that guy goes, he's only going there to die. Little Momo is the strongest out of all of us, and he also has that treasure bestowed by the higher-ups. No matter how strong this native is, he can't possibly be little Momo's opponent. Otsutsuki Urashiki comforted himself, then took out his fishing hook. At this point, the only way left was to carve out a bloody path. "Kinshiki, come with me. We take care of that guy with the wrinkled half-face first." Otsutsuki Urashiki let out a loud roar, raised his fishing hook, and gave it a fierce swing. The fishing line twisted through the air like a nimble red snake. Ameno Subaryaboshi no Mikoto. With a furious shout from Otsutsuki Urashiki, the instant he cast out the fishing line, countless glowing red hooks spun out like scarlet shuriken. There were an enormous number of these hooks, more than 1,000 in total, and their range was so wide that everyone here was enveloped within it. Although this special attack created with outer path power looked plain and unadorned, truly powerful attacks were often exactly these seemingly simple methods of offense. The fishing hooks Otsutsuki Urashiki created with outer path power happened to be weapons especially capable of heavily injuring 6 paths level experts. No one dared to be careless and all focused themselves to respond. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke were the first to activate Susanoo. Now that everyone was at the 6 paths level, the chakra needed to activate the complete body was already an effortless matter for them. Bzzzzz. Several people activated Susanoo at the same time, and terrifying ocular power rippled out instantly. Immediately after, for different colors of chakra, blue, cyan, red, and purple, surged into the sky, rapidly forming bones, flesh, and crow tengu armor as they descended upon the battlefield. The scene was simply too shocking. For complete body Susanoo at once, never in the history of the ninja world had 4 complete body forms appeared together at the same time. At this moment, those fishing hooks looked pitifully tiny before the complete body Susanoo, but the 4 of them still did not let down their guard. Susanoo, dance of 2 blades. Uchiha Madara controlled his Susanoo and swung its twin blades, releasing blade energy that directly shattered all the incoming hooks.
Susano. Kamui.
Uchiha Obito's left eye flashed as he twisted the entire space before him, transferring all the red glowing hooks into another dimension. Each person used the ninjutsu they were best at to resist. The countless hooks Otsutsuki Urashiki had thrown were either knocked away or snapped in half. After the assault of Ameno Subaryaboshi no Mikoto ended, Uchiha Itachi was the first to move. Controlling his Susanoo, he gripped the Totsuka blade, which was almost solidified into substance, and viciously slashed down at Otsutsuki Urashiki. Totsuka blade. Kesa slash. The red complete body Susanoo suddenly swung its sword down, and the violent gale distorted the surrounding space itself. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki had never seen a strange weapon like the Totsuka blade, his instincts told him that if he were hit by that thing, he would likely die on the spot. Ameno Subaryaboshi no Mikoto. Shield. Otsutsuki Urashiki flicked the fishing rod in his hand, and a layer of red protective barrier immediately appeared around his body. Rumble. The fierce sound of the explosion was deafening. With Otsutsuki Urashiki at the center, the storm rapidly spread outward, blasting the sky full of dust toward the perimeter. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki's shield was not broken, a gigantic crater had appeared beneath his feet. Otsutsuki Urashiki was just about to counterattack when Tonari had somehow already arrived at his side. His entire body burned with that familiar green flame. Tonari raised his palm high above his head, and a golden brilliance shot through the sky. Golden will reincarnation explosion. Tonari suddenly brought his sword down in a slash. The combined might of the twin swords directly pushed Otsutsuki Urashiki's barrier to its limit, and with a crack, it shattered apart. Damn it! Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression changed. In that split second, he hurriedly switched his Byakugan into a blue Rinnegan. This is the unique Rinnegan possessed by Urashiki. In terms of quality, it was even above the purple Rinnegan. It possessed 2 unique abilities: Time Rewind and Paper Crane Body Flicker. Paper Crane Body Flicker. The ocular power in Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes surged out wildly. At the instant he was attacked, Urashiki transformed himself into several red glowing paper cranes that scattered in all directions. Boom! With the target gone, both the Totsuka blade and golden will reincarnation explosion struck the ground. The tremendous power instantly split the Hokage Raka head in half, and half of Hashirama Senju's head fell to the ground. Luckily, Itachi and Tonari pulled back their attacks in time. Otherwise, the unlucky victim might not have been just Hashirama Senju's statue. Ha ha ha, you 2 idiots, you're really stupid to the extreme. Did you think I'd just obediently stand there and let you chop me? Idiot. Otsutsuki Urashiki's mocking, sing-song voice came from above. Urashiki had somehow already flown into the air and was looking down on everyone from above. This guy's dojutsu is pretty troublesome too. Tonari, can you use your ability to stop him from using that dojutsu? Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly, seeming to think about something. Tonari looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki and said nothing, only slowly shaking his head. Clearly, controlling Urashiki was already beyond the limits of his ability. Forcing it would only cause severe backlash to himself. If that's the case, then we can only try sealing him. As Uchiha Itachi spoke, he glanced at his Totsuka blade. As long as he could stab the opponent, no matter how troublesome they were, it could be resolved instantly. Hey, then come and try, you fools. Don't think you've already won. The 6 paths level of our Otsutsuki clan is not on the same level as the native 6 paths of planets like yours, Otsutsuki Urashiki said proudly. Before his words had even finished, Uchiha Madara had somehow already arrived behind Otsutsuki Urashiki. Sage Art. Storm Release Light Fong. Uchiha Madara puffed his mouth slightly and spat out a laser from it. This was a chakra ray similar to the water release water gun technique, and its power was extremely great. Whoosh! The laser slashed directly toward Otsutsuki Urashiki's waist. But just like before, the same situation happened again. Otsutsuki Urashiki once more turned into a pile of paper cranes and scattered apart. He reappeared in another place, and this time his laughter was even louder. Ha ha ha, idiot. You think people like you conceal me? Come catch me, morons. Otsutsuki Urashiki openly mocked the group, giving off an extremely punchable feeling. Hearing Otsutsuki Urashiki's arrogant words, Obito and Sasuke below could not hold back anymore either. Susanoo. Kamui Shuriken. Obito gave a low shout, pouring the power of Kamui into the shuriken, looking ready to attack at any moment. Hey, those guys before you were already stupid enough. How are you even dumber than them? Don't tell me you think an attack like that can hit me? Otsutsuki Urashiki could not help wanting to laugh, floating leisurely in midair. Hehe. Obito sneered. Then watch carefully. As he spoke, Obito threw out all the Kamui shuriken, and several sharp sounds of tearing through the air rang across the night sky. But what shocked everyone was that Obito's target was not Otsutsuki Urashiki at all, but his teammate Uchiha Sasuke beside him. Ha ha ha. Otsutsuki Urashiki threw back his head and laughed, clutching his stomach as he said, Have you gone insane? You're actually trying to kill your own companion. This is just too funny. But very soon, Otsutsuki Urashiki could no longer laugh. Sasuke took a deep breath, and a purple six-tomo Rinnegan suddenly appeared in his left eye. As mentioned before, this came from the Sage of Six Paths gift. Ameno Tajikura. At the instant the Kamui Shuriken was about to hit, a purple light flashed in Sasuke's left eye. This was the unique ability of Sasuke's Rinnegan. Within a certain range, it allowed the user to swap positions with any person or object in any direction. Even if the user himself was restrained, he could still make the exchange, and he could also forcibly transfer nearby people or objects to his side. Whoosh! Otsutsuki Urashiki and Sasuke instantly switched positions, making Urashiki the target of the Kamui Shuriken. Because it happened so suddenly, the smile on Otsutsuki Urashiki's face had not even had time to change before he was hit by the Kamui Shuriken. Urashiki! Otsutsuki Kinshiki's expression changed drastically. He pulled out his giant red axe and immediately tried to move in for the rescue. It won't be that easy for you to succeed. The white snake sage rushed in front of Kinshiki like a bolt of lightning, opening its blood-filled mouth wide as it tried to swallow Kinshiki whole. You beast, get out of my way. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's face darkened. With an explosive roar, chakra poured out of his body like a vast ocean. Aim no Habaya. Otsutsuki Kinshiki formed hand seals, and multiple red weapons fired at the same time from the red ring behind him, shooting toward the white snake sage. Sage Art. Jade Skin, Iron Bones. Streams of emerald green light appeared across the white snake sage's body, and with the defensive power of its flesh alone, it forcefully tanked every single weapon head-on. Those tough scales and skin left even Otsutsuki Kinshiki staring in shock, stunned for a brief moment. The white snake sage seized that precious opportunity as well. Its body shot out and immediately gave Kinshiki an Asian binding on the spot, tying up both of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's arms and fists and making him unable to launch another attack. Damn lowly creature using such a sneak attack method. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was both humiliated and furious. He resisted with all his might, his face flushed red and muscles bulging all over his body, wanting to use divine power to tear the white snake sage's body apart by force. But the white snake sage's body was like an indestructible chain, tightly binding Otsutsuki Kinshiki. No matter how monstrous his strength was, he could not break free. At the center of the battlefield, the space around Otsutsuki Urashiki was instantly twisted into a vortex, and part of Otsutsuki Urashiki's flesh was immediately sucked into the Kamui dimension. The intense pain instantly snapped Otsutsuki Urashiki awake. He hurriedly activated paper crane body flicker again, transforming into countless red paper cranes as he tried to leave. But space-time ninjutsu was not like other techniques. Once trapped inside it, it was hard to escape. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki had already activated his dojutsu, at least one-third of the paper cranes still fell into the Kamui dimension. Those paper cranes had originally been transformed from Otsutsuki Urashiki himself. Now that those paper cranes were damaged, it was equivalent to injuring Otsutsuki Urashiki. Sure enough, when those Otsutsuki Urashikis reappeared, his body was already covered in blood, and even half of his left arm had vanished without a trace. Otsutsuki Urashiki's face was as dark as water. He had already forgotten how many years it had been since he was last injured. After so many years, he had finally once again experienced the feeling of pain. Otsutsuki Urashiki glanced at his empty left arm and, enduring the pain, pulled a crimson pill from his robes. The moment he held the pill in his hand, Otsutsuki Urashiki's injuries began recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was called a pill, an elixir refined from a chakra fruit. Consuming it granted bizarre and monstrous power, and it could also be used for healing. Even Otsutsuki Urashiki's missing hand quickly regrew. Damn it, there are still too many of them. Even if each of them only uses one move, it's already hard for me to handle. Kinshiki can't help much either. I can only hold on until little Momo finishes his fight and comes to help me. Otsutsuki Urashiki gritted his teeth as he glanced at Kinshiki, who had been tied up like a rice dumpling. Then he charged alone to face Uchiha Madara and the others head-on. Ameno Suberyabo Shino Mikoto. Tamada Bako. Sage Art. Een Release Thunder Dispatch. Tailed Beast Ball Raisin Shuriken. Otsutsuki Urashiki and Madara's group clashed in a chaotic battle, blows flying back and forth as the fight raged fiercely. At the same time, far beyond Konoha, thousands of miles away, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had finally descended upon Earth. Floating in midair, he looked toward Konoha from afar, his expression slightly grave. So many Six Paths level fighters? No wonder Maishiki and Luanshiki died on this planet. Urashiki and Kinshiki also seemed to be at a disadvantage. I need to recover the Ten Tails as soon as possible, then go help them. After saying that, Otsutsuki Momoshiki lowered his gaze to the land beneath him. He could clearly sense that the Ten Tails was underground in this area. A flash of greed passed through Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes. Then he brought his hands together, and a terrifying surge of chakra burst wildly from his body. Planetary devastation. Otsutsuki Momoshiki gave a soft shout, then tossed out a tiny black sphere from his hand. In that instant, tremendous gravitational force engulfed the entire land. Rumble. The ground kept cracking apart as huge chunks of rock were pulled by the gravitational force, flying into the sky and slowly forming a massive meteor. As the rocks on the ground were continuously dragged upward by the gravitational pull, the underground cavern once created by Uchiha Madara could finally no longer stay hidden and was completely exposed beneath the sunlight. And the most eye-catching thing of all was naturally the body of the Ten Tails, which occupied nearly more than half of the entire underground cavern. At this moment, the Ten Tails was still in its third form. Since its next stage would be turning into the God Tree, Long Ming had not allowed it to continue transforming and had only kept it in this form. The moment he saw the Ten Tails, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face instantly lit up with wild joy. His figure flashed, and he appeared directly in front of the Ten Tails. At this moment, the Ten Tails seemed to still be in a sleeping state, its eyes tightly shut, as if it was completely unaware of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's arrival. Otsutsuki Momoshiki slowly stretched out his hand and placed it on the Ten Tails' head, looking as though he were gently caressing his lover's face. As Otsutsuki Momoshiki stroked the Ten Tails, he closed his eyes and revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment, muttering to himself, "S right, this wonderful chakra. It's perfect. It looks like the Ten Tails can transform into its final form at any time now." Wait. Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he used his Byakugan to inspect the Ten Tails again. I was wondering why something suddenly felt off. So the Ten Tails doesn't have all of its chakra yet. A few of the tailed beasts only contributed part of theirs. That won't do. If it becomes the God Tree now, it'll affect the quality of the chakra fruit. But it's not a big problem. Since I've already arrived, you'll be complete soon enough. Right now, I need to move you to a safe place first. Otsutsuki Momoshiki withdrew his Byakugan, then took out a strange object that looked like a potted plant. It seemed he intended to use some special method to retrieve the Ten Tails. However, just as Momoshiki was about to use the potted plant to recover the Ten Tails, more than a dozen sharp sounds of air being torn apart suddenly came from the distance. Hearing them, Otsutsuki Momoshiki turned his head and saw several enormous red sword slashes coming straight at him with brutal force. Humph! Where did this lower creature come from? You actually dare attack me? Otsutsuki Momoshiki let out a cold snort and raised his left hand, intending to directly absorb all the incoming sword slashes. Takamimyu Binokami. As Otsutsuki Momoshiki activated his technique, the Rinnegan in his left hand suddenly released waves of red light. The ability of the Rinnegan in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's left hand was one of the most heaven-defying dojutsu. It could amplify any technique he absorbed and launch it back, producing power far beyond the original effect. In the original story, Otsutsuki Momoshiki used this technique to destroy the Chunin Exams Arena, defeat Killer Bee of the Eight Tails, break through the defense of Sasuke's majestic attire, Susanoo, and take Naruto away. Later, he also used an amplified shadow possession jutsu to trap the Five Kage. Moreover, Momoshiki was able to use all kinds of stolen techniques and possessed every chakra nature. He could also combine techniques with all chakra natures. Its only weakness was that any absorbed technique could only be used once. After being used, it would disappear. The red sword slashes arrived in an instant, descending into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand with shrieking wind. Otsutsuki Momoshiki sneered inwardly. Whoever you are, in a moment I'll let you have a good taste of being killed by your own ninjutsu. With that thought, Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his left hand even higher. But the usual scene of absorption never happened. The red sword slash easily cut open Otsutsuki Momoshiki's palm, and even sliced off 2 of his fingers, the blood instantly staining Momoshiki's pure white robe red. Otsutsuki Momoshiki cried out in pain, hurriedly clutching his hand as his figure rapidly retreated. Damn it! That sword slash wasn't a technique? Which bastard dared to screw me over like this? Otsutsuki Momoshiki flew into a rage inside, his eyes constantly sweeping the surroundings. Then he saw that, at some point, a young man holding a long sword was standing on top of the Ten-Tails' head, and the other party was looking at him with a mischievous grin. So it was you, this lower creature, who slashed out that sword aura just now? Otsutsuki Momoshiki questioned with a dark expression. Long Ming stood up and said with a faint smile, "First, I'm not a lower creature. Second, you touched my property without permission and even wanted to take it away. I only cut off 2 of your fingers. You should already be grateful. Quite arrogant lower creature, to actually dare say the Ten-Tails is your property." Otsutsuki Momoshiki was so angry that he laughed instead, then said word by word, "The Ten-Tails belong to our Otsutsuki clan from the very beginning. It has since the moment it was born 1,000 years ago. If not for that accident, all of you should have become its nourishment by now." Long Ming curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Tisich, just because you say so makes it true? Go ahead and call out to it and see if it answers you." Roar, roar. The Ten-Tails also let out 2 roars, as if echoing Long Ming's words. I don't want to waste words arguing with you. Killing you first and reclaiming the Ten-Tails afterward is the same." Otsutsuki Momoshiki said this in a sinister tone, then took out 2 dark red pills with his left hand. Even though Long Ming had never introduced himself from beginning to end, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's killing intent toward him had already become as vast as a surging sea. This damned lower creature has to be the real culprit who killed Mingshiki and Luanshiki. After they died, he took the Ten-Tails, and just now he even dared to launch a sneak attack on me. Perfect. I'll settle old and new grudges together. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared inwardly. Then he flipped his palm, and the red pills slowly floated into midair. As soon as the pills appeared, white smoke began to rise from Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body, and the 2 fingers Long Ming had cut off quickly grew back. Long Ming slightly put away his smile. Losing arms or legs might be a fatal injury for ordinary people, but for a 6 level powerhouse it didn't even count as a light wound. Even though Long Ming had been constantly provoking Momoshiki and even deliberately pissing him off with his tone earlier, deep down he was actually extremely cautious. There was no doubt that Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength was at the peak of the 6 level. If he devoured a chakra fruit, that strength would soar even further. His power was absolutely among the top 5 in the entire Naruto world as far as Long Ming knew. Just now, Long Ming had gained a slight upper hand by relying on his advantage in intelligence. The battle from here on out would probably not be so easy. Whoosh! Just as Long Ming was still thinking, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had already turned into an afterimage and charged straight at him. He was insanely fast, and the sonic boom produced by his movement almost twisted space itself. Brat. In the blink of an eye, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had already appeared in front of Long Ming. His expression was savage as he clenched his fist and threw out a punch. Boom! Space instantly shattered. Where Otsutsuki Momoshiki's punch swung out, even space itself warped. Seeing this, Long Ming raised Futsunamatama in front of his chest without a second thought. But in the next second, the massive force still sent him flying. In the original story, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was already very strong in taijutsu. Before transforming, he could send Naruto Uzumaki flying with a single kick. After transforming, Momoshiki knocked the Reikage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage unconscious with just 1 punch. In terms of taijutsu alone, he stood above either 6 level Naruto or Sasuke individually. Long Ming tumbled several times, then finally twisted his body in midair and stabbed his blade into the Ten-Tails' body. Using that to reduce the impact, he dragged for over 100 meters before managing not to fall off. It was also fortunate that the Ten-Tails' body was huge enough. Otherwise, Long Ming would have been punched straight off by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Roar, roar. The Ten-Tails beneath him let out several roars, as if it were angry that Long Ming had been hit by Momoshiki. Long Ming pulled his blade out of the Ten-Tails' body and looked at Momoshiki with a grave expression. He thought to himself, most ninjutsu attacks are useless against Otsutsuki Momoshiki. He'll just absorb them and fire them back. I can only use taijutsu and some dojutsu against him. With that thought, Long Ming once again took up his stance, as if fully prepared to meet Otsutsuki Momoshiki's next wave of attacks. Otsutsuki Momoshiki drew back his fist. The corner of his mouth curled into a cruel smile as he said, "You got lucky just now. This time I won't give you another chance to defend yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's figure once again flew toward Long Ming like a ghost. But this time, there was not the slightest trace of panic on Long Ming's face. At the moment Otsutsuki Momoshiki was about to rush in front of him, Long Ming brought his hands together and activated Perfect Sage Mode and the Golden Six-Tomo Rinnegan at the same time. A lightning-like sage pattern climbed across Long Ming's face, while the Six-Tomo Rinnegan gave off a faint golden glow. The activation of both greatly enhanced Long Ming's physical abilities. With the two stacked together, Long Ming was confident that in taijutsu, he could temporarily surpass Guy with the 8 gates open. A golden Rinnegan? When Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw Long Ming's eyes, he was stunned for a moment and even thought he had fallen under a genjutsu. After all, even Otsutsuki Momoshiki needed to devour a chakra fruit to awaken a golden Rinnegan. Damn it, how does a lower creature like you deserve to have a golden Six-Tomo Rinnegan? After I kill you, I'll dig out your eyeballs myself. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stared at Long Ming's eyes with extreme jealousy and smashed another punch toward his face. But with Perfect Sage Mode and the Six-Tomo Rinnegan both activated, Long Ming's strength had already surged by leaps and bounds. Before Otsutsuki Momoshiki's attack even arrived, he had already locked onto Momoshiki's position. This time, Long Ming didn't defend. Instead, he met it head-on and threw out a punch of his own, their fists colliding. Boom! Just from their fists colliding, the sonic shockwave that formed spread dozens of miles outward. But to Long Ming and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, this was only a probing attack from both sides. Long Ming's taijutsu at this moment was no weaker than Otsutsuki Momoshiki's at all, and the two launched into a fierce battle on the Ten-Tail's back. Leaf-strong whirlwind. Long Ming unleashed a spinning back kick with astonishing speed and power. During this period of bitter training, Long Ming had naturally also trained in taijutsu. The power of leaf-strong whirlwind when used by a 6-pads level Long Ming was simply terrifying to an outrageous degree. Bang! Long Ming's spinning back kick struck Otsutsuki Momoshiki directly in the abdomen. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes rolled white. The force of that kick almost made him throw up on the spot. Otsutsuki Momoshiki flipped several times before finally stabilizing himself on the Ten-Tail's body. But Long Ming's next attack arrived in an instant. Almost the moment Momoshiki landed, Long Ming kicked at his head again. Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone a man as arrogant as Otsutsuki Momoshiki. He lowered his body and dodged Long Ming's leaf-strong whirlwind, then seized the opportunity to grab Long Ming by the ankle and spun him around before hurling him away. Just as Otsutsuki Momoshiki was about to imitate Long Ming and press the advantage, Long Ming twisted his body in midair and swung Futsunamatama, slashing out dozens of scarlet sword arcs toward Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Damn it, you shameless bastard. You're actually using a weapon. Otsutsuki Momoshiki flew into a rage, continuously dodging to avoid those sword arcs that he couldn't absorb at all. After Otsutsuki Momoshiki perfectly avoided all the sword arcs, Long Ming also landed steadily on the ground. He raised Futsunamatama in his hand and charged forward again to clash with Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The two fought back and forth, terrifying shockwaves constantly erupting across the Ten-Tail's body. As time passed, Otsutsuki Momoshiki actually began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. In truth, Long Ming and Momoshiki Otsutsuki were about evenly matched in taijutsu. In terms of strength and speed, Long Ming, with his Rinnegan and Perfect Sage Mode activated, did hold a slight edge. But in the end, his attainments in taijutsu were not especially deep, so it was actually very hard for either side to decide the winner through taijutsu alone. But the key point was that Long Ming was still holding one of the 3 spirit swords, Futsunamatama. From time to time he would slash out dozens, even over 100 sword beams, forcing Momoshiki Otsutsuki to deal with them in a hurry, leaving him flustered and scrambling. Several times, he was nearly swept by the sword beams, narrowly escaping danger after danger. Long Ming, on the other hand, remained completely at ease. With a sword in hand, he could advance and retreat freely. When Momoshiki Otsutsuki's offensive grew fierce, Long Ming would pull back and sweep him away with sword beams to force him back. When Momoshiki Otsutsuki's offensive weakened slightly, Long Ming would close in and fight him at point-blank range, using the killing intent on Futsunamatama to gradually build his advantage. Although Momoshiki Otsutsuki struggled with all his might and resisted stubbornly, after a quarter of an hour, quite a few new wounds had still appeared on his body, and the blood pouring out stained his pure white robe red. Long Ming kicked Momoshiki Otsutsuki flying, and just as he was about to pursue again, "Enough, you damned lower creature." Momoshiki Otsutsuki let out a roar that stopped Long Ming, then said word by word, "What do you think you are? I am a god. You fool, you ant. Don't think you can humiliate me with this kind of attack." Before he could finish, Long Ming slashed out another 100 sword beams and sneered, "So what if I'm humiliating you? It's because I know ninjutsu is useless against you that I'm using weapons to win. If you think a little provocation from you will make me give up my advantage, then you're way too naive." Momoshiki Otsutsuki's face turned ashen, and he could only keep teleporting to dodge. Long Ming seized the chance and sent Momoshiki Otsutsuki flying again with a leaf-strong whirlwind. This kick was powerful enough to blast Momoshiki Otsutsuki right off the Ten-Tails and into the underground cavern beside it. Long Ming kicked off with both feet and shot straight toward the ground. Yet at that very moment, the earth suddenly began to tremble violently. Rumble, rumble. From the ruined underground, several monsters with dragon heads and snake bodies suddenly burst out. They had gray skin and enormous bodies. They were nearly comparable in size to tailed beasts, and Momoshiki Otsutsuki was standing atop one of the dragon heads. This is Kekkei no Makoto? Long Ming's descending figure abruptly halted. Then he retreated several meters in an instant. These were monsters Momoshiki Otsutsuki had created through Earth-Nature Chakra transformation, and they possessed extremely powerful destructive force. Go on. Keep swinging that sword, you damn bastard. Today I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Momoshiki Otsutsuki ground his teeth in fury. He had fought for the Otsutsuki clan for years, and had never encountered a disgusting opponent like Long Ming. Then come and try. I wasn't planning to use weapons anymore anyway. Ending the fight too quickly wouldn't be good. You came all this way, so it's better to let you show a little more before you die. After saying that, Long Ming directly put away Futsunamatama. What Momoshiki had just said was true. His Futsunamatama would not be very effective against giant monsters like this. Still, Long Ming couldn't resist mocking Momoshiki Otsutsuki a little. I'm going all out against you, you little beast. Momoshiki Otsutsuki felt like his lungs were about to explode from anger. Terrifying chakra erupted from his whole body, and killing intent surged wildly in his heart. The body of Kekkei no Makoto expanded once more, as if it were about to block out the sky itself. Fight! Momoshiki Otsutsuki roared inwardly as he controlled Kekkei no Makoto to tear toward Long Ming. Feeling the suffocating and terrifying pressure coming from Kekkei no Makoto, Long Ming brought his hands together. Senjutsu chakra surged continuously through his body and rushed madly into the ground. Sage art. Would release. True several thousand hands. Top transformed Buddha. Along with Long Ming's explosive shout, an incomparably massive 1,000-armed cannon rose from the earth. Although would release was also a jutsu, unlike tangible energy, its essence was turning chakra into the source of life, accelerating and controlling the growth of plants. So it could not be directly absorbed by Momoshiki Otsutsuki's Takamimyubi no Kami. Armored Susanoo. At the moment the 1,000-armed cannon fully rose, an extremely terrifying fluctuation of ocular power radiated from Long Ming's eyes. His chakra and ocular power poured into the body of the true several thousand hands like flowing water, and black Tengu armor gradually began to crawl over the massive figure. It covered the entire cannon and the countless giant arms behind it in a thick layer of armor. Fight! Long Ming also gave a low shout in his heart, and the countless giant arms behind the cannon smashed fiercely toward Momoshiki Otsutsuki's Kekkei no Makoto. Bang! 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 Violent collision after violent collision rang out from the center of the battlefield. The clash between the true several thousand hands and Kekkei no Makoto was practically like the apocalypse descending, shattering mountains and rocks, cutting off streams, collapsing caverns, and exploding with thunderous booms. As the violent collisions continued, Momoshiki Otsutsuki's expression grew more and more alarmed, because he discovered that his Kekkei no Makoto was actually being suppressed by Long Ming's 1,000-armed cannon. The top transformed Buddha covered in Susanoo was terrifyingly powerful, with fierce and savage attacks. Every punch was like a meteor impact, beating Momoshiki Otsutsuki until he was gasping for breath. Get him! Smash him to death! Long Ming shouted from atop the top transformed Buddha's head, and then the cannon controlled the remaining 100 or so arms to bombard Momoshiki Otsutsuki's position. No way! Don't think this is enough to defeat me! Momoshiki Otsutsuki roared, and then Kekkei no Makoto suddenly spun around and tightly bound Long Ming's true several thousand hands. Even the giant arms behind it were firmly tied down. Long Ming changed his hand seal, controlling the true several thousand hands in an attempt to tear apart all the monsters binding it. But Momoshiki Otsutsuki clearly had no intention of letting Long Ming do it so easily. His body hovered in midair as his hands continuously formed seals, gathering fire nature chakra into a gigantic flaming bird. Its red body and blazing heat dyed the surroundings crimson, and many trees completely burst into flames on their own. Out of control. This was another one of Momoshiki Otsutsuki's abilities, Pheasant Hunt. It was a bird created through fire nature chakra transformation. In the original story, it had once instantly destroyed the Chunin exam arena. The power Momoshiki Otsutsuki released this time should be far greater than that time. Momoshiki Otsutsuki pointed in Long Ming's direction. Roar, roar, roar. Pheasant Hunt immediately became a red afterimage and charged fiercely at Long Ming, completely swallowing both him and the true several thousand hands beneath him. Boom! With a loud explosion, Pheasant Hunt burst apart directly. The terrifying heat instantly melted away the black Tengu armor on the surface of the true several thousand hands, revealing the cannon statue inside. But this still wasn't over. Otsutsuki Momoshiki flew high into the sky and formed the final hand seal with both hands. Then, a gigantic ape made of flames and rock was created out of thin air by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. This was the lava giant Momoshiki made by using fire and earth release chakra, and it could also be called Saruwa. Its power and speed could easily suppress the Ninetales. After the explosion of Pheasant Hunt, this Saruwa descended from the sky and slammed viciously onto the head of the true several thousand hands. Boom! Another incomparably huge roar resounded through the sky. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, the true several thousand hands had already become countless shattered chunks of wood. With splinters flew everywhere, and Long Ming's figure was completely nowhere to be seen. Ha ha ha, you little bastard, I finally killed you, ha. Otsutsuki Momoshiki couldn't help bursting into loud laughter. His mood was incomparably exhilarated, practically like he had harvested a chakra fruit. However, a pitch-black space gate silently opened behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Long Ming slowly raised the Futsunamatama in his hand. With one clean motion, he slashed straight at Otsutsuki Momoshiki's neck. Otsutsuki Momoshiki instantly felt a chill run across his neck. At the critical moment between life and death, Otsutsuki Momoshiki still sensed the incoming danger in time. His body shifted slightly to the side, avoiding Long Ming's fatal strike, but he still couldn't avoid having his arm cut by Long Ming's Futsunamatama. Ah! Otsutsuki Momoshiki let out a heart-rending scream, clutching the wound on his arm as he hurriedly retreated. Why, you actually didn't die? How did you withstand my 3 demon gods? Otsutsuki Momoshiki asked in disbelief. Long Ming rubbed his nose, casually pointed his blade behind him and said, "Why would I block it? Wouldn't using Yamatsu Hirasaka for a tactical retreat be way better? You didn't seriously think I was going to clash head-on with you, did you?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki's blood and chi instantly surged chaotically, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So after all that passion just now, everything he hit was just air. Otsutsuki Momoshiki took a deep breath, pulled out 2 dark red pills, and swallowed them directly. As mentioned before, these pills were refined from chakra fruits. Not only could they recover injuries, they could also restore chakra. After Otsutsuki Momoshiki swallowed the pills, the chaotic aura around his body gradually stabilized. This damned lower creature even knows space-time ninjutsu. If that's the case, then ordinary techniques are probably completely useless against him. I can only use the true Nyaku Heavenly King bestowed by the higher-ups. Otsutsuki Momoshiki made up his mind and decided to use the treasure granted by the higher-ups to defeat Long Ming. However, just as Otsutsuki Momoshiki was about to bring out the treasure, his face suddenly turned pale. He dropped to one knee, drenched in sweat. "Teach this. What's going on? Why is the chakra inside my body?" Otsutsuki Momoshiki struggled to raise his arm and looked at his hand in disbelief. "Hey, looks like the time's up. The killing intent I injected into your body should have already started affecting your chakra flow." Long Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. His Futsunamatama had the miraculous effect of interfering with other people's chakra circulation. Even someone at 6 paths level couldn't ignore the killing intent damage of Futsunamatama. After hearing that, Otsutsuki Momoshiki instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, because with his current chakra speed, it was completely impossible for him to activate the true Nyaku Heavenly King. This is bad. This lower creature isn't just despicable. His combat experience and methods are this vicious too. I've really fallen into his hands this time. If only Urashiki and Kinshiki were by my side right now. Since I can't activate the true Nyaku Heavenly King, I can only retreat. Otsutsuki Momoshiki made his decision in an instant. What Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't know was that while he was wishing Urashiki and Kinshiki were here, Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki were still hoping that after he defeated Long Ming, he would hurry back and save them. Otsutsuki Momoshiki took a deep breath, then kicked off with both feet, his figure rapidly flying toward the distance. Long Ming, who had originally been preparing to meet him in battle, froze for a second. He had been waiting for Otsutsuki Momoshiki to make some kind of desperate counterattack or something. But instead, he just ran like that? Hey, it's not that easy. The entire ninja world is my territory. Let's see where you can run. Long Ming chuckled twice, then raised his palm and lightly waved it at the empty space beside him. A pitch-black space gate instantly opened, and Long Ming stepped into it without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was still fleeing at full speed. His body was being eroded by Long Ming's killing intent. His chakra circulation was extremely slow, and 2 or 3/10 of his combat power had already been lost. Right now, all he wanted was to find a quiet place and solve the killing intent problem inside his body. Otsutsuki Momoshiki landed at the foot of a mountain. Halfway up the mountain was a naturally formed cave, just suitable for someone to stay in. Otsutsuki Momoshiki planned to stop here for a while and deal with the killing intent inside his body first. Just wait, you damned lower creature. Once I solve the problem inside my body and activate the true Nyaku Heavenly King, only after I grind your bones to dust will the hatred in my heart be vented. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said viciously. Then he slowly walked toward the middle of the mountain. At that moment, a huge sword flash swept past. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's vision blurred, and he reflexively shut his eyes. Boom! When Otsutsuki Momoshiki opened his eyes again, his expression instantly stiffened. The natural cave halfway up the mountain was gone. The entire mountain had been split into 2 from the middle, and the cut was incomparably smooth. And the one who had done this was Long Ming, who had activated his complete body Susanoo. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was only a few hundred meters away from him. Otsutsuki Momoshiki smacked his forehead. Damn it, I almost forgot this guy has space-time ninjutsu. It's practically impossible for me to shake him off. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was finally getting anxious. He didn't want to gloriously sacrifice himself for the clan this quickly. Although there was a special way to revive, that method also required paying a certain price. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Otsutsuki Momoshiki did not want to use it lightly. No choice now. I can't escape even if I want to, so I can only head toward Urashiki and Kinshiki. If they've already dealt with the enemy, then if I join forces with them to fight this guy, there should still be a chance of winning. As long as Kinshiki sacrifices himself for me, I can definitely defeat him. Countless thoughts flashed through Otsutsuki Momoshiki's mind, and he quickly decided on his next plan. He didn't fight Long Ming at all. He directly used all the strength he had left at this moment and flew toward Konoha. Still trying to run? Even if you flee to the ends of the earth today, I'll still kill you. A sharp light flashed in Long Ming's eyes. Then Susanoo grew wings and directly chased after Otsutsuki Momoshiki from behind. Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Long Ming chased one after the other, crossing mountains and ridges along the way. As time passed, Momoshiki's injuries had recovered quite a bit. Although the killing intent was still raging inside his body, it was no longer as severe as before. I can hold on. This guy can't kill me. At most, in 2 minutes, I'll reach Kinshiki and Urashiki. Momoshiki analyzed silently in his heart, and his flying speed unconsciously increased. Long Ming, chasing behind him, frowned. Momoshiki had been doing nothing but running without counterattacking, making it hard for him to kill him directly. After all, most jutsu had no effect on Momoshiki, so Long Ming could only rely on slashes and taijutsu to attack. Judging from the direction he's running, he should be trying to meet up with Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. If he escapes there, killing him will become even harder. It's best to deal with him as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Long Ming sped up. Once he reached a certain range, a faint golden light flashed in his left eye. Infinity. Long Ming's figure flickered, and he teleported directly close to Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The perfect Susanoo raised its twin-bladed war saber and chopped straight down at Momoshiki's head. The massive twin-bladed war saber tore through the air, letting out a whistling roar. Hearing the sound, Otsutsuki Momoshiki dodged almost without thinking. With a loud boom, the twin-bladed war saber missed and split a nearby small mountain in half. Before Otsutsuki Momoshiki could celebrate, Long Ming's figure suddenly appeared behind him. The strike just now had only been a feint. Long Ming himself had already quietly slipped out of the perfect Susanoo, launching another attack the moment Momoshiki let his guard down. Let's see where you can run now. Die for me. At a speed as fast as lightning, Long Ming swung Futsunamatama in his hand and unleashed the ultimate technique he had comprehended from the sword. Fierce change. Disaster vortex. Long Ming gave a low shout, and several intersecting red sword beams shot toward Otsutsuki Momoshiki in an instant. This was the ultimate technique Long Ming had comprehended from the sword Futsunamatama, and its power was extremely great. Each sword beam could also form several extending arc-shaped attacks, creating an outrageously wide attack range that made it impossible for the enemy in front of him to dodge. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face turned ugly. He could only grit his teeth and use both hands to protect his vital points as much as possible, taking Long Ming's terrifying attack head-on with his body. In just an instant, several deep wounds appeared on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body, blood spurting out. Even one of the horns on his head was cut off, and his aura instantly weakened by more than half. But he still did not die, and with the terrifying impact of the sword beams, he staggered even faster toward Konoha. The pills refined by the Otsutsuki clan using chakra fruit quickly restored the wounds on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body, but his heart kept sinking. The killing intent inside him had not gone away, and new killing intent kept coming. Long Ming was trying to grind him to death bit by bit. Hehehe. In hundreds of years, no one has ever forced me into such a desperate situation. You damned human. Once I meet up with Kinshiki, I will definitely kill you. As Otsutsuki Momoshiki fled, he roared in his heart. It had been far too long since anyone had hunted him down in such a miserable state. To him, this was simply the greatest humiliation. Actually, the reason Otsutsuki Momoshiki had fallen into such a huge disadvantage was mainly because he had lost to Long Ming in terms of information. Before devouring Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strongest method was Takamimyubi no Kami, which absorbed ninjutsu and reflected it back with amplified power. Long Ming knew this very well, so throughout the battle, he never used ninjutsu that Otsutsuki Momoshiki could absorb. That was equivalent to crippling half of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's fighting strength. So falling into a disadvantage was only natural. Behind him, Long Ming attacked more and more frequently, and the injuries inside Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body became more and more severe. The rampaging killing intent had already nearly made it impossible for Momoshiki to even properly mobilize the chakra needed for flight. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's heart was filled with unwillingness and hatred. If this continued, Long Ming would definitely kill him before he even reached Konoha. If that's the case, then I can only use karma. I'll imprint myself into this guy's body and wait for a chance to revive again. Thoughts churned in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's mind, and he was already thinking about what would happen after being killed by Long Ming. As mentioned before, the Otsutsuki clan are beings that have transcended death. They can continuously take over others through the unique ability called karma. You can understand it as an alien-invented Orochimaru-style curse seal. They can both grant the bearer powerful strength and transformation abilities, and they can also revive the person who planted the mark. It's just that after an Otsutsuki clan member revives, the used for their revival will completely disappear from this world. From that perspective, Uncle Snake is actually more at this moment. Otsutsuki Momoshiki had already decided to imprint himself into Long Ming's body. But right at that moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki discovered with delight that Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had been in Konoha, were rushing toward him. Ha ha ha! Great! Kinshiki and Urashiki must have killed all those humans and rushed over to support me. Good. In that case, I only need to hold on for a few dozen more seconds before I can meet up with them. You damned lower creature. Let's see how I torture you to death later. Otsutsuki Momoshiki kept roaring in his heart, and the excitement on his face was completely undisguised. In his wild joy, he did not notice at all why Kinshiki and Urashiki were not using space-time ninjutsu to meet up with him, but were instead hurrying over on foot. Hold on, Urashiki. We'll be meeting up with Lord Momoshiki very soon. You have to hold on. Kinshiki carried Urashiki on his back as he tore wildly through the sky. Blood kept dripping from his body, and injuries big and small covered his sturdy frame. But the one in even worse condition was Otsutsuki Urashiki on his back. At this moment, Urashiki was in his crane form, which could greatly increase speed and strength. In this form, a golden Rinnegan and yellow eyes would grow on Otsutsuki Urashiki's forehead. Black horizontal markings would appear on his face. A huge white horn shaped like bird wings would grow from his head, and his feet would turn into black claws. But what part of Otsutsuki Urashiki looked like a crane now? His body was covered in severe burns. All the ribs in his body were shattered. The horns on his head were all broken off, and his blue-white long hair had been burned away. He looked just like a plucked chicken. The reason Urashiki had suffered such severe injuries yet had not recovered was because Uchiha Madara and the others had used Mount Mayaboku sage oil. Dozens of years ago, in order to guard against the Otsutsuki clan, the Great Toad Sage had specially developed sage oil that could counter hand signless healing. This oil had already played a major role when the Great Toad Sage fought Long Ming, and now, against the Otsutsuki clan, its effects were even more remarkable. After only a few exchanges, Otsutsuki Urashiki fell into a disadvantage because the injuries on his body had become too much to bear. After that, although he devoured his own fish basket and transformed into his crane form, he still could not turn the tide against several opponents of the same level. Madara and the others beat him so badly he was beyond recognition. If Kinshiki had not suddenly erupted, used his ultimate great Tachi sweep, and forcibly broken through with him, Urashiki would probably have already returned to the Otsutsuki afterlife by now. Stop trying to run. You can't possibly shake off our pursuit while carrying an injured companion. Stop this pointless resistance. Uchiha Madara's voice came from far behind, and along with it came several massive fire dragons. Otsutsuki Kinshiki hurriedly dodged. The fire dragons brushed past him, and the intense heat brought waves of piercing, burning pain to his skin. Just wait, you tiny humans. Once Lord Momoshiki arrives, he will definitely slaughter every last one of you without leaving a single survivor. Otsutsuki Kinshiki roared viciously as he ran forward without even turning his head. The Momoshiki this guy mentioned should be the one Long Ming went to deal with. I wonder whether Long Ming has already taken care of their companion. We need to be careful in case the enemy has even more allies. As he continued the pursuit, Itachi analyzed the situation calmly. Otsutsuki Tonari said with a grave expression, "That's right. There might be more than just these few of them here. We need to be prepared for even more people from the heavens. Even though we suppressed these two, that's mostly because we have the numbers. If it were one-on-one, there's no way we'd be their match. There might be more or there might not. No matter what, we just need to do our own job. Long Ming's mission for us is to get rid of these two Otsutsuki, so right now, we only need to focus on that." As Uchiha Madara spoke, he unleashed another Dragon Flame release song technique. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the ninjutsu in their hands bombarded Kinshiki ahead one after another. More and more wounds appeared on Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body, but he never stopped moving forward. Very soon, Madara and the others saw a white figure appear in the distance ahead. Not good. Looks like these people really do have companions. Who knows how many came? Could it be the one Lord Long Ming went to deal with? Otsutsuki Tonari's expression changed. The others, even Uchiha Madara, could not help but let their faces sink. Ever since fighting the Otsutsuki clan, they had realized just how terrifying these people were. Under normal circumstances, one of them could easily take on two of theirs without any effort. One extra enemy would bring them enormous pressure. The moment Otsutsuki Kinshiki saw that white figure, he almost couldn't stop himself from covering his face and crying. Damn it, I held out for this long, and finally the savior is here. Lord Momoshiki, I'm here. Otsutsuki Kinshiki shouted excitedly, and after Momoshiki saw his cry for help, he flew over even faster. Madara and the others chasing from behind could not help but slow down, planning to observe the situation first. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki could not help but feel delighted. He stopped in place and looked provocatively at Madara. Humans regret chasing us down. Next, you'll get to witness what true hell really is. After speaking, Otsutsuki Kinshiki shouted toward the white figure ahead. Lord Momoshiki, please strike and exterminate these lowly lifeforms for us. Kinshiki's voice echoed through the sky and carried far into the distance. The battered and wounded Momoshiki nearly spat out blood when he heard it. Furious and exasperated, he roared, exterminate my ass. Idiot, can't you see someone else chasing me from behind? What are you standing there for like a moron? Hurry up and come save me. Standing there, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was instantly dumbfounded. What is going on? Someone can actually chase Lord Momoshiki down? You've got to be kidding me. Just who has that kind of ability? Otsutsuki Kinshiki's expression turned ugly to the extreme. He had been waiting for Momoshiki to save him, only to find the other man could barely save himself. Uchiha Madara and the others looked at each other, then all burst into loud laughter. Itachi said with certainty it has to be Long Ming. Only he could force even the Otsutsuki clan into fleeing like rats. That's right. Uchiha Madara's originally solemn expression immediately relaxed. He said to the others beside him, let us head over and join up with Long Ming too. We'll work together and kill all three of them. Alright. Everyone responded in unison as they charged together toward Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At this moment, Kinshiki gritted his teeth and sprinted forward at top speed toward Momoshiki. Long Ming was right behind Momoshiki, so of course he also saw the fast-approaching Kinshiki, as well as Uchiha Madara and the others chasing from behind. Long Ming called out in warning, don't use ninjutsu attacks. The guy in front of me can absorb all kinds of ninjutsu and reflect them back with several times the power. Only taijutsu works on him. He actually has such a broken ability? Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, but he is from the Otsutsuki clan, so it's not strange for him to have that kind of power. Then in the next battle we'll use taijutsu attacks. No problem. I've already been itching to beat the hell out of that guy. With a few quick exchanges, everyone gave up the idea of using ninjutsu. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face darkened even more when he saw this. He had originally been thinking that once the people chasing Kinshiki used ninjutsu, he could take the chance to absorb it, recover from his injuries, and launch a counterattack. But Long Ming had warned them first, causing him to lose the only option that didn't involve devouring Kinshiki. At this point, turning Kinshiki into a chakra fruit had become Momoshiki's only choice. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki shouted toward Kinshiki, Kinshiki, it's time to entrust your power to me. As my guardian, fulfill your duty. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's words echoed continuously through the air, and a trace of resolve flashed through Kinshiki's eyes. As a guardian, he had long been prepared to sacrifice himself for Momoshiki. Lord Momoshiki, please do not hesitate. Just begin. Kinshiki closed his eyes, and at that moment, he also rushed to Momoshiki's front. Otsutsuki Momoshiki did not hesitate in the slightest as he stretched out his right hand and said in a deep voice, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. As he spoke, the red Rinnegan in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's right hand emitted a strange light and a powerful suction force, directly pulling Kinshiki into his palm and turning him into a bright red fruit shaped like an onion. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Otsutsuki Momoshiki devoured the fruit in big bites, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. At the same time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body began undergoing rapid changes. His two horns started turning black. The upper half of his face became covered in black markings. A golden Rinnegan appeared on his forehead, and his eyes also turned golden. Behind him also appeared the red ring that should have belonged to Kinshiki. A sharp light flashed through Long Ming's eyes. Taking advantage of the moment before Otsutsuki Momoshiki had completely finished eating the fruit, he rushed straight up. Calamity vortex of fierce change. Long Ming repeated the same move, still sending several crisscrossing red sword arcs slashing toward Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The huge attack range sealed off all of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's escape routes. A sneer appeared on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's lips. Then he directly grabbed Urashiki beside him and held him horizontally in front of his body, completely shielding himself. Slash, slash, slash. The terrifying sword energy directly dismembered Otsutsuki Urashiki on the spot. The unconscious Otsutsuki Urashiki did not even manage to let out a single scream before dying instantly. Urashiki probably never would have imagined, even in his dreams, That Kanshiki dragging him this far away was just so he could become Mameshiki's meat shield. Long Ming frowned at the sight. Otsutsuki Mameshiki had now completely devoured the fruit, and the aura around him became incomparably powerful once more. Even the killing intent inside his body had been temporarily suppressed by him. Kekkei, you damn human, now you're finished. I'll kill you with the cruelest method in this world. Then destroy all life on this planet and use it as nourishment for the god tree. Only then will the hatred in my heart be vented. Otsutsuki Mameshiki let out an extremely venomous roar. Long Ming dug at his ear and said, Mameshiki, you really think too highly of yourself. Sure, you devoured Kanshiki and gained great power, but do you really think you can beat this many of us? Or do you think I'm going to fight you one-on-one? As soon as his words fell, Uchiha Madara, Itachi, Obito, Otsutsuki Tonari, and the others all arrived, completely surrounding Otsutsuki Mameshiki. All of them wore sinister smiles on their faces. Although Otsutsuki Mameshiki's strength had increased greatly after transforming, it absolutely had not reached the level of invincibility. At the very least, if Long Ming and the others worked together, they could definitely kill him. Looking at Long Ming and the others surrounding him, Otsutsuki Mameshiki showed not the slightest trace of panic. He responded with a cold laugh. Of course I know I can't beat all of you by myself. But who said I'm alone? Oh, you still have accomplices? Long Ming's voice carried doubt. Although he was certain that, in the original story, Otsutsuki Mameshiki's group was only a team of 3, it was not impossible that the main Otsutsuki family had sent more people this time. Otsutsuki Mameshiki only sneered without answering. Then he took out a statue from his robe. One that looked like some kind of demon. Mortals, let me show you what the power of a god really is. This is the guardian god of our Otsutsuki clan, the Shinju Heavenly King. Otsutsuki Mameshiki looked at the statue in his hand with feverish eyes. Then he bit his finger and let his blood drip onto it. Buzz! The originally ordinary statue, after feeding on Otsutsuki Mameshiki's blood, became as if it had come alive. Countless tentacles emerged from its body and stabbed into Otsutsuki Mameshiki's blood vessels. Ugh! Otsutsuki Mameshiki let out a muffled groan, but forcibly held back from crying out. As the blood vessels pulsed and contracted, Otsutsuki Mameshiki's blood and a massive amount of chakra from inside his body were all absorbed into that bizarre statue. In just a few seconds, nearly 1/3 of Otsutsuki Mameshiki's blood had been drained away. His already pale face became even whiter, and as if the statue had been satisfied, the tentacles withdrew back into its body. Then it burst out with a blinding red light and sucked Mameshiki inside. What the hell is that thing? Long Ming was completely stunned by Otsutsuki Mameshiki's string of actions. In the original story, Otsutsuki Mameshiki had never taken out such a strange statue. Looks like because of my appearance, the plot has changed a little. Long Ming muttered inwardly, then focused his gaze on the statue in the field. Soldiers come, generals block, water comes, earth dams it. No matter what kind of ability the statue had, the only choice he had right now was to face it with everything he had. Boom! At that moment, the tiny statue suddenly exploded, and a huge mass of white mist appeared in the field. When the smoke cleared, everyone's pupils shrank involuntarily. Even someone as strong as Long Ming had a trace of shock flash through his eyes. The statue from before was gone, replaced by a monster with an extremely tall body, huge horns covering its head, strange cracks on its face, and multiple rows of sharp teeth in its mouth. It wore a blood-colored cloak, and both its hands and feet were made up of different monstrous faces. In its right hand, it also held a giant sword made of bone. So this is Shino Tenno? Long Ming murmured softly, although the monster in front of him could not be considered gigantic. Whether in aura or oppressive presence, it was the strongest Long Ming had ever seen in his life. Even the Ten-Tails was nowhere near enough to compare with the monster before him. Let's test its abilities first. Long Ming thought to himself, then once again unleashed Fiend Calamity Vortex. The wide-range red sword light completely enveloped Shino Tenno, but Shino Tenno just stood there without the slightest intention of dodging. The sword light slashed mercilessly onto its towering body. Swish! Several extremely shallow wounds appeared on Shino Tenno's body. Those terrifying sword lights, enough to chop Urashiki into dozens of pieces, had actually failed to even break its defense. What tough skin. Long Ming tightened his grip on the Futsunamatama in his hand, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. But what shocked Long Ming even more was still to come. Shino Tenno looked at Long Ming's blade with great interest, then looked at its own bone sword, raised it high over its head, and assumed the same sword-swinging stance Long Ming had just used. Hey! That opening stance can't be. The corner of Long Ming's mouth twitched. Fiend Calamity Vortex. Shino Tenno swung its sword down, and countless dark purple crescent attacks swept toward Long Ming. Both their power and range were several times greater than what Long Ming had just unleashed. Blaze Release. Kagetsuchi. Long Ming's right eye flashed, and a terrifying wave of ocular power flowed into the perfect Susanoo beneath him. Black flames gathered continuously, then formed into a gigantic shield in its hand. The sword light slammed fiercely into Long Ming's shield. The shield formed from black flames was instantly shattered, and even Long Ming's perfect Susanoo was left with several clear sword marks. When Long Ming looked at Shino Tenno again, there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. This monster had merely relied on that one sword swing of his just now, and it had already mastered his ultimate technique. And it could even use it in a more perfect way with even greater power. This ability was simply more terrifying than Momoshiki's Takamimyuba no Kami. After all, Momoshiki had no way to deal with Long Ming's slashes at all. Other than dodging, he could only tank them with his body. The people nearby looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. At that moment, Momoshiki's extremely arrogant voice came from within the true Lord King.
Despair, inferior criaturas.
Not only does the true Lord King have terrifying defense and the ability to imitate, it can also regenerate from a single drop of blood. As long as even one cell remains, it can revive directly. Everything you've done is pointless. Long Ming let out a light laugh, then crossed his arms over his chest and said, "If that's the case, then I'll beat it until not even a single cell is left. Doesn't that solve the problem?" Big words. If you've got the skill, then come try it. Long Ming took a deep breath. His right eye gave off waves of ocular power, and the black flames around him transformed once again. Sage Art. Blaze Release. Yasaka Magatama. Long Ming gave a low shout. The massive complete body Susanoo extended its right hand, forming a huge mass of black flames. Right after that, a large number of Magatama-shaped black flames shot out from within and flew straight at the true Lord King. The high-temperature black flames burned the surrounding air until it warped. Yet the true Lord King still did not dodge. It took Long Ming's blaze release head-on. The black flames exploded across its body, instantly turning the true Lord King into a black burning figure. Sizzle, sizzle. Along with the scorching of the flames, waves of roasted meat aroma drifted from the true Lord King's body. This guy actually smells pretty good. Long Ming's expression turned strange. This monster looked so ugly, yet once roasted, it actually smelled pretty fragrant. The black flames kept burning. Just as Long Ming had expected, the true Lord King did not have the ability to absorb ninjutsu. But the other side's hide really was abnormally tough. An ordinary person under Amaterasu's burning would probably be reduced to nothing in just a few seconds. Yet the true Lord King had been burning in the black flames for so long, and only the outer layer of its skin had been roasted. It had not suffered a fatal injury at all. Just as Long Ming was about to continue attacking, another shocking scene appeared. The true Lord King raised its left hand, and its right eye gave off a faint fluctuation of ocular power. All the black flames seemed to receive some kind of summons. They fell off its body, then gathered in its palm. This thing can even imitate dojutsu? Long Ming was instantly dumbfounded. It gave him the feeling that his account had been stolen. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's voice rang out again. Humph. Didn't I already tell you? The true Lord King has extremely powerful imitation ability. No matter what kind of technique you use, it can replicate all of them, then become even stronger. Just obediently accept your death. After saying that, the true Lord King stomped both feet. The powerful force instantly shattered the ground, and its figure turned into an afterimage as it rushed toward Long Ming's position. Blaze Release. Kagetsuchi. The true Lord King swung its left hand, and the black flames in its hand turned into countless long, thin spikes that covered Long Ming. Susanoo. Almighty Push. Long Ming spread his arms, and powerful repulsive force spread outward in all directions with the complete body Susanoo at the center. The black flames filling the sky were all blown apart by the repulsive force, and even the true Lord King's body was blocked by it, making it difficult to move forward. But this situation did not last long, because the true Lord King quickly used the same almighty push as Long Ming. The massive repulsive force collided violently with Long Ming's almighty push, forming ripples in space that spread in all directions. Seeing this, Madara and the others had no choice but to temporarily retreat. When two forces of repulsion clashed, naturally the stronger side won. Long Ming was directly blasted away by the recoil. The surrounding land formed a giant crater from the impact of the repulsive force. Long Ming himself was sent flying several thousand meters, and even the Susanoo on his body was smashed apart. Kekkei, good, very good. As expected of the treasure of our Otsutsuki clan. True Lord King, now go kill that damned inferior creature. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's voice echoed through the air like a ghost. Roar, roar. As if in response, the true Lord King let out two roars, then prepared to step forward and charge ahead. But at that moment, a majestic voice came from the side. Sage Art. Storm Release Lightfang. A blue laser streaked across the true Lord King's body like lightning. With a sharp slash, the right foot it had just stepped out with was cut open with a huge gash, and blood splattered everywhere. The true Lord King stopped its step, then turned its cold gaze toward Uchiha Madara, who had attacked from the side. Its defense is actually this high. Uchiha Madara frowned. He had thought this move would at least cut off the opponent's right foot, but in the end it only made a slightly deeper wound. And during the time he was thinking, the opponent's wound had already healed. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said grimly, "Since you're all so determined to die first, then I'll grant your wish." As soon as the words fell, the true Lord King also gave up on going after Longming and instead swung its bone sword as it charged at Uchiha Madara and the others. Disaster vortex of fierce change. Countless dark purple sword rays enveloped Uchiha Madara and the others. Yata mirror. Faced with the terrifying sword rays that blotted out the sky, Itachi was the first to step forward, using a massive shield large enough to cover his body to protect everyone behind him. Boom! The sword rays swept past, kicking up dust into the sky. Taking advantage of the moment, Itachi launched an attack from within the dust, swinging the red flame-like longsword and stabbing it into the true Lord King's body. Powerful sealing force continuously poured out from the Totsuka blade. The true Lord King's body seemed to melt as it was sucked into Susanu's gourd. Is it over just like that? Naruto froze for a moment, clearly not having reacted yet. No, it won't be that simple. Madara gave a low warning, his eyes fixed ahead with great caution. Immediately after, the blood the true Lord King had splattered earlier during battle suddenly changed. It kept growing larger, then formed into the true Lord King's appearance again. Kakik, I already told you long ago, the true Lord King can regenerate from a single drop of blood. Your strength all looks fairly decent. How about becoming the slaves of our Otsutsuki clan? That would be a supreme honor. Kneel and swear loyalty to me, and I'll forgive your previous offenses. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's arrogant voice came from within the true Lord King's body. This time, their Otsutsuki clan had lost 4 or 5 six-paths level clan members here. Even Kinshiki and Urashiki, who had followed by his side, had died. After going back, the clan would probably make things difficult for him. So Momoshiki was thinking that if he could take these six-paths level experts here back as slaves, then maybe not only would the clan not blame him, they might even reward him greatly. Naruto jumped up in rage and pointed at the true Lord King's nose as he cursed. You ugly freak. Keep dreaming. Even if we die, there's no way we'd surrender to a bastard like you who wants to destroy other people's world. Momoshiki's voice turned completely cold. You don't know what's good for you. Then I'll kill all of you and use you to nourish the god tree. As he spoke, the true Lord King's body moved. This time, it actually used Itachi's Totsuka blade and Yata mirror. The flaming longsword carrying sealing power immediately pushed everyone into a disadvantage, because they did not have the ability to regenerate from a single drop of blood. If they were sealed, then they would truly be sealed forever. At this time, Long Ming, who had been blasted away, also crawled out from the ruins. With Susanu's protection, although he had been sent flying, Long Ming was not injured much. After standing back up, Long Ming returned to the battlefield. Itachi and the others were fighting fiercely with the true Lord King. Because of the Totsuka blade's sealing property, Itachi and the others were clearly heavily restricted. Even with their greater numbers, they had only managed to fight the true Lord King to a draw. But this situation likely would not last much longer, because Long Ming discovered that the true Lord King was constantly imitating everyone's ninjutsu. Whether it was ninjutsu or senjutsu, even dojitsu, taijutsu, and spacetime ninjutsu, it could imitate them all. Good grief, the title of copy ninja should really be given to you. Long Ming silently complained in his heart. Then his figure flashed and appeared beside Madara and the others. Long Ming, you're finally back. Madara let out a sigh of relief when he saw Long Ming return, then immediately asked worriedly, so, did you think of any way to deal with this guy? Long Ming didn't answer. It was as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, the true Nioi Heavenly King's attacks were already growing stronger and stronger. After copying everyone's ninjutsu, his strength had reached a whole new level, completely suppressing them. After several exchanges, danger had come again and again. Itachi couldn't help but say anxiously, Long Ming, say something already. This guy copied my Totsuka blade. If we get hit, we're completely finished. Should we retreat first or use some other way to attack? Long Ming smiled faintly and said calmly, no rush. I just thought of a perfect plan. Hold on for one more minute. I'm taking a trip to the moon and we'll be right back. Everyone's eyes widened, and they almost roared on the spot. Damn it, what time is this? He actually still had the leisure to take a trip to the moon. Hurry up and help us deal with the enemy already, we're about to fall apart here. But Long Ming didn't wait for anyone to respond. He directly opened a space portal and stepped into it. Seeing this, Momoshiki Otsutsuki burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, your leader already ran away. You still plan on risking your lives against me? He's not the kind of person who would run away. Just wait and see. He'll definitely be back in 1 minute, Madara said firmly. That's right. We'll hold you off for this 1 minute, until Lord Long Ming returns from the moon. Obito also stepped forward and said resolutely. Momoshiki let out a cold sneer. Then I'll wait and see. Assuming you can last 1 minute. After saying that, The true Nioi Heavenly King launched another even fiercer assault, pushing Madara and the others into mortal danger. On the other side, Long Ming opened a space portal and arrived on the moon in the blink of an eye. The moment he stepped onto this land of the moon, the system's ethereal voice rang out again after a long absence. Detected host arriving on the moon. Congratulations, host, on completing the 5th check-in mission. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Supreme Otsutsuki Bloodline. Ding. Detected host has successfully killed an Otsutsuki clansman, Otsutsuki Urashiki, fulfilling the requirement for a special reward. Rewarding host. 1 chakra fruit. Claim immediately. Good lord, these rewards were completely insane this time. Hearing the rewards prompted by the system, Long Ming's eyes lit up instantly. The Otsutsuki clan had always been a race that didn't need cultivation and was naturally extremely powerful. Just look at people like Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and Otsutsuki Mamashiki. They were born with power far beyond ordinary people. And that power came from their bloodline inheritance. Just like Indra and Azura inherited the power within the Sage of Six Paths bloodline. And this supreme Otsutsuki bloodline could very obviously give Long Ming power far beyond that of ordinary Otsutsuki clansmen. In the end, he had still become what he hated. Long Ming gave a chuckle. Since he couldn't beat them, then he could only choose to join them. System, claim the rewards. Long Ming responded quickly in his mind. The moment the words fell, a powerful force invaded Long Ming's body. In an instant, that force spread through every part of his body and began transforming it. His skin, muscles, bones, and even cells were undergoing earth-shaking changes. Long Ming was in so much pain that cold sweat poured down his face. His skin slowly began to turn pale, and his hair changed into a beautiful blue-white color. Most importantly, a horn identical to those of the Otsutsuki clan actually grew from his forehead. The golden 6-tomo Rinnegan in Long Ming's eyes temporarily disappeared, replaced by a pair of Byakugan with veins bulging around the sockets. Pure-blooded members of the Otsutsuki clan all possessed the Byakugan, so it was only natural for Long Ming to have it as well. However, what Long Ming hadn't expected was that the Byakugan in his eye sockets underwent another change. The veins around his eyes slowly faded away, his pupils gradually turned pale blue, and the sclera became black. This is the Jogan? Long Ming was truly shocked this time. This was a dojutsu originating from the Otsutsuki clan. In Naruto's world setting, only Boruto had ever displayed it, and its perception ability was terrifyingly powerful. The transformation inside his body also gradually finished. If Long Ming walked out now, absolutely no one would doubt that he was an Otsutsuki. That powerful aura, the single horn on his forehead, and those pale blue eyes made him look exactly like the ultimate final boss. After receiving the supreme Otsutsuki bloodline, Long Ming felt that both his speed and strength had undergone a terrifying leap. He even felt like he could blow up the moon with a single punch. After Long Ming stood up, a fruit shining with dazzling radiance fell onto his chest. Long Ming knew this was the chakra fruit. Unlike the fake version Mamashiki had become after absorbing Kinshiki, this one was a real chakra fruit. Inside this tiny fruit was the immense chakra of at least one planet. What the Otsutsuki clan needed most was to devour this kind of chakra fruit. Now that Long Ming had become an Otsutsuki, devouring this fruit would be his true rise to the heavens. Crack! Without the slightest hesitation, Long Ming bit down. The powerful chakra turned tangible and surged into Long Ming's body. Long Ming's body began to emit a dim blue glow, and a crimson eye opened on his forehead. It was the 9-tomo Rinnegan. At this moment, Long Ming had completely broken free from the limits of Six Paths level and stepped into Ancestor level. Right then, the system's ethereal voice rang out once again. Reward distribution complete. Congratulations, host, on reaching Ancestor level. All check-in missions have now been completed. At this moment, host has become an unparalleled, one-of-a-kind existence in this universe. This system has also completed its mission. It is time to leave. This sudden? Long Ming froze for a moment. He clearly hadn't expected that this would be his final check-in. Yes, host's strength has already become the strongest existence in this universe. You no longer need me. I will next go help those newly transmigrated transmigrators. Host, please take care of yourself. Hearing the system's farewell, Long Ming couldn't help but feel moved. Thinking back on all the check-in experiences over these past years, he responded seriously in his heart. Thank you for always staying with me. I hope we can meet again. If fate allows, perhaps we will meet again. You should go deal with that guy on Earth now. I'm leaving. After it said that, Long Ming felt as if something had been pulled out of his body, and the system's voice disappeared along with it. Long Ming had no time to stand there feeling emotional. Just as the system had reminded him, he had to go deal with the trouble on Earth. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Long Ming opened a space portal and returned to Earth once more. At this moment, Itachi and the others were still locked in a fierce battle with the true Nioi Heavenly King. By now, the true Nioi Heavenly King had already gained an absolute advantage. And Itachi's group was being suppressed to the point that they could barely fight back. Kekkei, it's almost been 1 minute already. Why hasn't your savior come out yet? Momoshiki Otsutsuki sneered viciously in mockery, while the true Nioi Heavenly King's attacks grew more and more ferocious. Hearing this, everyone remained silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to refute Momoshiki's words. It was that they simply couldn't spare the focus. The true Nioi Heavenly King's attacks were far too fierce. If they tried to speak, they would probably be hit instantly. But under such extreme tension, mistakes were inevitable. Sasuke carelessly exposed an opening, and the true Nioi Heavenly King instantly seized the chance. The Totsuka blade stabbed directly towards Susanu's body. Sasuke's face turned deathly pale. His ocular power had been overused, and he no longer had any way to use Ameno Tajikura to dodge. Itachi's eyes turned red as he charged toward Sasuke like a madman. But everyone was too far from Sasuke's position. They had no time to stop the true Nioi Heavenly King's attack. Even Sasuke himself shut his eyes in despair. However, after a while, Sasuke didn't feel himself being stabbed. Curious, he slowly opened his eyes. The moment he did, he was startled badly. A tall Otsutsuki clansman was standing right in front of him, floating in the air, and with just one hand, he had caught the true Nioi Heavenly King's Totsuka blade. This guy actually has accomplices too. After standing there stunned for a long time, Sasuke finally forced out those words. It wasn't his fault he didn't recognize Long Ming. The changes in Long Ming at this moment were just too great. From the inside out, he was giving off the aura of a true villain. Even Madara and the others in the distance failed to recognize him at all. What's going on? Why did this guy save Sasuke? What is he after? No matter what, this is a good thing. At least Sasuke was saved. Itachi and the others immediately moved to Sasuke's side and firmly shielded him behind them. They all stared at Long Ming, who had turned into an Otsutsuki. With extreme caution, chakra kept surging from their bodies, as if they would attack in the very next moment. Hey, don't be so tense. I'm back. Long Ming's gentle voice came from the body of Shinwaka no-Oh. Itachi, who had originally been about to attack, instantly stopped. Everyone cried out in shock. Long Ming? First, everyone still had some doubts. It wasn't until Long Ming took out his Futsunamatama and spoke of the things he had experienced with them that they fully accepted the fact that the Otsutsuki before them really was Long Ming. Long Ming, what exactly happened in that 1 minute? Why did you turn into a member of the Otsutsuki clan? Yeah, what exactly happened? What did you do on the moon? Everyone started talking over each other, and the excitement in their eyes was clearly impossible to suppress. It wasn't only Itachi and the others who were excited. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was also filled with disbelief. Momoshiki simply could not understand how Long Ming, who was obviously human, had become just like a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was completely stunned. He could sense that Long Ming was not using some genjutsu to deceive him right now. He had truly, genuinely become an Otsutsuki, and the purity and power of his bloodline were unbelievably high, at least far above his own. How is this possible? My Otsutsuki bloodline is already one of extreme purity. That lowly creature was nothing but a human. So why has he now become an Otsutsuki? And why is the purity of his bloodline even greater than mine? Otsutsuki Momoshiki kept roaring inwardly. He could feel that Long Ming's strength had already undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. Even while controlling Shinwaka no-Oh, Otsutsuki Momoshiki still felt no sense of security, especially after he discovered that the eyes Long Ming possessed at this moment were actually the legendary Jogan of the clan. He became even more jealous and panicked. How is this possible? The Jogan is an eye only those with the highest level bloodline in our Otsutsuki clan can possess. Why would an utterly ordinary human have such eyes? What exactly is going on? Cold sweat poured down Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face. In the Otsutsuki clan, the Jogan was practically a taboo. No matter which Otsutsuki clansman heard of it, all of them would turn pale at the mention of it. Because under the gaze of the Jogan, the weaknesses of any living being or the way to crack any ninjutsu would have nowhere to hide. That included Shinwaka no-Oh, which he was controlling. In terms of combat, this monster almost had no weaknesses at all. It could regenerate from a single drop of blood and imitate any ninjutsu. But that was only because no one had discovered its weakness. In truth, Shinwaka no-Oh had always had a weakness and through the Jogan, could be observed with ease. Long Ming shifted his gaze. The scenery before his eyes was completely different from what everyone else saw. It was transparent and colored. He could see the flow of chakra inside Shinwaka no-Oh. No, not just the flow. He could even clearly see Otsutsuki Momoshiki hidden within Shinwaka no-Oh's body. He could hit him. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, I have already become the strongest existence in this universe. Are you still not going to kneel? Long Ming's domineering voice rang out from his mouth, followed by an unbelievable pressure. The moment that pressure spread, the entire space froze solid. This pressure was not just from strength but from bloodline as well. Long Ming's Otsutsuki bloodline far surpassed Momoshiki-s. He could completely rely on his bloodline to forcibly snuff Momoshiki out, leaving him no chance to even use karma. No, that's impossible. This is power at the progenitor level, a domain that belongs to gods. How could you reach this realm in just 1 minute? It's a genjutsu. This has to be a genjutsu. Otsutsuki Momoshiki roared almost madly. For countless years, the Otsutsuki clan had continuously planted god trees and devoured planets. Also, they could keep evolving and ultimately become gods, becoming the one and only supreme existence in the universe. For that goal, generation after generation of Otsutsuki had worked for more than 10,000 years, yet still no one had successfully evolved into a god. Who could have imagined that a human who was not even Otsutsuki would actually reach this domain? It made the always arrogant Momoshiki completely unable to accept it. I don't believe it. Jinrua Heavenly King, unleash your greatest power and kill this lowly creature in front of you. Roar. Jinrua Heavenly King let out a furious roar. Visible spatial cracks kept appearing around him one after another, and all the 6 paths level fighters present had slight changes in expression, because they could feel the terror of this power. Jinrua Heavenly King's body began growing larger and larger, and the monster faces on his hands and feet seemed to come alive, continuously extending outward. In the end, Jinrua Heavenly King turned into a grotesque hybrid that looked like it was formed from multiple monsters. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From the mouths of every monster, different ninjutsu were unleashed at the same time. These were all techniques Jinrua Heavenly King had copied earlier. Sage Art, Een Release Thunder Dispatch, Tatsuka Blade, Limbo, Border Jail, Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, Kagutsuchi, Tailed Beast Ball Raisin Shuriken, Catastrophe Vortex. Nearly several dozen terrifyingly powerful ninjutsu were gathered into Jinrua Heavenly King's hand. If all of these techniques came crashing down at once, their power would probably be enough to flatten 10 Konoha villages. That terrifying monster. When he was fighting us earlier, he was actually still holding back such horrifying power. Itachi's expression shifted slightly. If Jinrua Heavenly King had used this kind of attack against them just now, then they probably would have all been slaughtered before Long Ming even arrived. In the void, Long Ming let out a cold laugh. If Momoshiki had used this move a few minutes earlier, he might really have been utterly defeated. But now, he no longer feared it. Long Ming raised a hand and pointed. Incomparably terrifying chakra poured out of his body, and 10,000 rays of starlight suddenly appeared before him. Those rays of starlight gathered together in the blink of an eye, ultimately forming a massive white halberd. 6 paths senjutsu. God-slaying halberd. What Long Ming used was exactly the 6 paths senjutsu he had found earlier in the Sage of 6 Paths treasure. Before, he had not become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, so he had been unable to use this ninjutsu. But after devouring the chakra fruit, this ninjutsu no longer had any restrictions. This was Long Ming's strongest strike. With all of his power poured into it, its might was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Even though Otsutsuki Momoshiki was hiding inside Jinrua Heavenly King's body, the hairs on his body still stood on end, and a sense of deadly danger enveloped him. There is no way I'll lose to a lowly creature like you. Go die! Momoshiki roared madly as Jinrua Heavenly King launched all the ninjutsu in his hand. For a moment, the world changed color and heaven and earth overturned. Countless spatial cracks spread open along with the advancing ninjutsu and shot toward Long Ming. Facing Jinrua Heavenly King's frenzied assault, Long Ming remained calm in the face of danger. Under his Jogan, none of the ninjutsu or Jinrua Heavenly King's weaknesses could hide. His eyes locked firmly onto Momoshiki's chakra. This is not a place your Otsutsuki clan can lay its hands on. Let me send you home. A flash of killing intent passed through Long Ming's eyes. He raised his palm high above his head, and the god-slaying halberd began spinning continuously, radiating an even more dazzling white light. That light even outshone the sun, and no one could clearly see the scene before them anymore. Perish. Along with Long Ming's sharp shout, the god-slaying halberd shot out like lightning. In an instant, every ninjutsu used by Jinrua Heavenly King was pierced through by that single halberd strike and reduced to shattered debris. This kind of power had already surpassed the limits of mortals and reached the realm of gods. One halberd strike, and time shattered, space collapsed. Under one halberd strike, no one could stand against it. Boom! No! Otsutsuki Momoshiki let out an unwilling roar filled with despair. That halberd strike pierced straight through his heart, destroying all his chakra and cells. Momoshiki died instantly. As for Jinrua Heavenly King, his body was carried away by the god-slaying halberd like a cannonball, flying off Earth and piercing through the moon. Half the moon was directly destroyed by the god-slaying halberd's power, and the god-slaying halberd turned into a streak of light and vanished into the universe. It kept flying through the universe, and after finally reaching the Otsutsuki clan's planet, it exploded. The entire Otsutsuki clan suffered an unprecedented blow. In an instant, they suffered massive casualties and were nearly wiped out. For tens of thousands of years from that day onward, the Otsutsuki clan never again dared to step 1 foot beyond their home planet. And with that, the story came to an end.